Humanity has never faced such terrifying creatures pouring in from other dimensions. They seize human cities, and a nuclear explosion that obliterates an entire area is nothing more than a bonfire for them to dance and wreak havoc. All of humanity calls them the Calamity, seeing their hope gradually fading away. When people entrusted everything to fate, those beings appeared under the name 13 Saints of the Zodiac. Initially, 12 were bestowed with power from the gods to confront the monstrous calamity, but one day, a 13th awakened being appeared, not blessed by any god. He suddenly emerged, overwhelming, along with the 12 saints, moving towards the demon tower to destroy the red-eyed devil, the leader of the relentless plague. However, only 12 came out of the tower, leaving everyone shocked, asking, "Where is the 13th? Humanity mourned his sacrifice, and teammates cried in front of the media, but it was all a facade. He did sacrifice himself to kill a red-eyed devil, but it was actually because being abandoned by that trash he had to run out. At his most desperate moment, he was suddenly stabbed from behind by a teammate, falling straight into the abyss, unable to rise again. The demons opened their wide eyes and stared at him, with his left hand severed and his right hand too exhausted to lift, but he was unwilling to die there. He reached for a knife, biting down hard on it to stifle the cries of pain. He got back up, rejecting death with rage surging in his heart. He fought to find a way back to avenge the scum that had left him alone in the demon tower. Would he be able to escape this place? A day before Lee Geon was abandoned by his teammates in the demon tower, he and Hugo Otters had a meeting in a fried chicken restaurant. The food had just been served and was still warm when Hugo Otters stared intently at his friend's face, saying something with a serious expression as if preparing to come out to his family. "Tomorrow, you will die." "What now, Tixu? Do you want me to die?" Lee Geon burst out laughing, holding 2 chicken legs. "Ha ha ha! Are you jealous because I'm eating 2 legs at once?" Under the hood, Lee Geon's scarred face was clearly visible in the light. One of his eyes was a blank white with patches of hair missing and deep scars showing signs of a battle whose outcome was uncertain. Hugo looked annoyed when he continuously called him Otixu, even though he'd already said his name was Hugo Otters. Lee Geon cheerfully continued to eat chicken, clicking his tongue. "Stop overthinking. I'm not easy to kill. The afflicted beasts taken down by the 12 saints combined would even amount to 1/10 of those I've killed. So drop that crazy thought." Despite his worries, Tixu fell silent as he could not argue against such a solid point. The Demon Tower is where the most dangerous calamity beasts reign, posing the greatest threat to humanity's safety. Everything began on the last day of the 20th century when the calamity beasts suddenly appeared from thin air, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction with their overwhelming power. As humanity sank into the darkest horror, the beginning of heaven and earth, 12 entities claiming to be divine emerged. They promised to grant humanity the power to overcome the calamities by selecting 12 awakened ones to inherit their power. 12 is a beautiful number, divisible by 2 and 4. So why did a 13th awakened one appear without anyone bestowing it? For humanity, the number 13 is considered unlucky, and he seemed like the embodiment of Judas, a 13th disciple who betrayed God at the Last Supper. Although not blessed by any deities, this awakened one was incredibly strong, even more powerful than all 12 saints combined. He was strong enough to become a thorn in the side, a cause for concern for the 12 zodiac saints. Guess who that person is? The main character looks like a young man with 2 chicken legs for arms, a face full of scars, doesn't he? There might be some similarities and some differences, but with a blind left eye and a bald head, it's unmistakable. It is the main character, Lee Geon. Hugo saw that his friend had defeated all the disaster beasts, making it easy for the group to advance inside, so he happily approached to thank him. Geon sat down on the ground, looking up at his friend and said, "Come on, you should talk less. Instead of saying those meaningless words, why don't you just invite me to eat fried chicken? Isn't that more practical?" Money was not a problem for Hugo, but going along with that country bumpkin was. Only he called Hugo by that name, and no matter how many times he was told, he still refused to change it, which drove Hugo crazy. Everything could be changed except for how he called his best friend, which John flatly refused to alter. While these two were arguing loudly, the 2 from the 12 saints were joyfully laughing. "If we can defeat the red-eyed devil today, we'll be filthy rich." That fat guy couldn't stop grinning. After all, it is the strongest disaster beast. Just think, we could stuff our pockets with 1,000 billion. Lee Geon, who was sitting nearby, kindly suggested, "Instead of buying houses and cars, you should go and live in Hawaii to enjoy life." How could so many people sacrifice their wealth just to kill the red-eyed devil, yet still want to rush in for money? The fat guy sneered, wearing a crude smile. "Don't teach the rich how to spend their money, okay? I'm just as desperate to make a lot of money to fix this scarred face and body, so don't act all high and mighty with me." Lee Geon was humiliated by them, thinking to himself, he shouldn't waste his breath on this scum. He should just let them go to keep the water clear. Yet, they still turned back and laughed maniacally. Let me show you a trick to make money later. Don't rush over when called. Wait until there are enough victims before you show up. That way, your new account announcements will be more numerous. Jan exhaled deeply, unsure of what else to say. What kind of saint are these damned losers? After dealing with the red-eyed devil, I need to make sure they log out of my life immediately. The group approached a cave with sharp stalactites pointing down. The three members of the saint group looked on in stunned fear. They looked up at the red-eyed devil, the final boss of the demon tower. It was as big as a mountain, the whole set of horns jutting out everywhere. The air around it was burning hot. Just looking at it created a heavy pressure that even someone strong like Geon had to be wary of. The demon suddenly roared a challenge, causing the cave to shake violently. The ground cracked open, unleashing a jet of lava. Geon was startled, shielding himself with his hands and continuously jumping backward. The cracked earth revealed a river of bubbling lava underneath, shooting directly into the sky. The holy beings couldn't withstand it either, screaming from the intense burning of the lava flow. It pierced through the demon tower, shooting straight up to the high sky, illuminating a vast area of the sky. Lava erupted in all directions from the tower, looking no different from fireworks, as if welcoming the foolish people daring to set foot in hell. The heat and dust filled the entire space, frightening the saints into trembling fear as they could only stare at the bubbling lava right at their feet. The earthquake had opened a gigantic volcano, separating the demon lord from the intruders. In the thick smoke, the red-eyed devil sat indifferently on his throne, his eyes glowing with malice. He grinned triumphantly. The powerful presence of the monster made the saints' eyes widen in horror. One person stuttered before finally screaming, "Run away!" The group quickly scrambled to escape in the opposite direction, shouting nonstop. How can we fight something so disgusting? Yet these cowardly rabbits dare to call themselves divine. Jin looked down in contempt at the saints who were fleeing like dogs being hunted, only able to let out a long sigh. He tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, thinking to himself, I may be alone, but it's still okay. A tremendous surge of power erupted from his entire being. Even if the sky were to fall today, the one who would defeat the red-eyed devil would surely be Jun. With that thought in mind, he charged forward with incredible force, causing the earth and rocks beneath him to explode. Jian dove straight into the demon lord, determined to fight it to the death. That ends the beginning of the story that the survivors recount. In the later part, Lee Geon was stabbed in the back by his own teammates and ended up in the dire situation he faces now. No one knows how long it has been. He can't even remember. He doesn't know how the world outside has changed. Is there a difference in time inside and outside the tower? Just thinking about it gives him a headache. Right now, the only thought in John's mind is to kill all the demons in the cursed tower. This is the special trap that will summon endless waves of calamity beasts. Do those foolish saints think this is enough to kill him? Forget about it. Even though he has lost an arm and is soaked in blood, thinking he was dead, John is determined to survive and leave this place. When that time comes, he swears he will behead each and every one of them. You just wait there. He gritted his teeth as he spoke. Though he has to bite down on the sword until his mouth bleeds, John's eyes remain wide open, waiting for the day he takes revenge on those scum. Time flies by like a dog running down the street. Suddenly, 20 years have passed. A calamity beast collapses on the ground, panicked and screaming. Why? Why can you come all the way here? A deep voice from the person opposite him rings out. You are the last one. The two-horned calamity beast retreats in horror, crying out, Someone come save me. Oh my God. Wake up, you fool. I told you that you were the last one. There's no one left to save you. Being this stupid, you deserve a one-way ticket to hell. The giant lifted its broad foot and stomped down, blood splattering everywhere. The unfortunate creature lay motionless, its body flattened. Is it finally over? The middle-aged man exclaimed tiredly. This scruffy man is Jun, everyone. The demon tower has tortured him so much that I almost didn't recognize him. I thought killing all the demons would allow us to leave peacefully, but no. Suddenly, the cave shook violently, rocks continuously raining down like rain. Could this be the way to escape? A massive rock fell directly onto John's head, as if to answer that question. He collapsed on the ground unconscious, then was buried under the rubble. The author is really torturing the male lead quite a lot. He already has scars and a bald head, and within the first few minutes of the story, he's been tortured like this. Returning to the real world outside, under the clear sky, it was all ruins and devastation. From under the rubble came the screams of a young man. Ah, run. The frantic scream belonged to two young men running like mad. They had thought today would be a safe day to go out shopping, but little did they expect. The thing chasing them wasn't a girl, but those three high-level cursed wolves. A young boy with black hair was both laughing and crying out of sheer fear. Holy shit, should have trusted my instincts. This boy is a lucky-style player who had anticipated encountering an extremely powerful monster today, yet still decided to go out. Behind them, the wolf sprang up and charged straight between the two young men, causing both to be so scared they almost peed their pants, screaming in despair and helplessly slapping the ground. The black-haired boy anxiously exclaimed, "Damn it!" The pack of cursed wolves had surrounded them from all directions. Now they had no choice but to accept death. The black-haired boy gritted his teeth in frustration. If only Appa Jun had survived coming out from the demon tower, these wolves would just be toys. Indeed, wishes do come true. The door of the demon tower suddenly opened. The two young men stared wide-eyed in surprise as they saw a blinding light appear suddenly, all white. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion with devastating force occurred, shaking the entire city. The black-haired and brown-haired boys had to brace themselves to avoid being blown away while standing near the tower, witnessing the next moment. As the tremor subsided, only dust remained. The demon tower had vanished, leaving behind a gigantic crater. The two young men, like cockroaches still clinging to life, were now struggling to crawl out, unsure of what had just happened. Suddenly, the brown-haired boy gasped, calling out to the one beside him, "Jimin, there's someone over there." As he spoke, he trembled, pointing at the crumbling tower. His friend hurriedly looked over. A muscular, sinewy arm appeared in the smoke. It certainly didn't look like the monster's. Indeed, a tall figure stood looming prominent amid the devastated sea of flames. That person was cracking his knuckles, angrily cursing. "Son of a bitch! The nightmare you guys feared has returned." Lee Geon angrily returned to the real world with a physique as strong as before. He voiced his curses at the scum that had lured him into that damn trap years ago. The rage from being deceived mixed with the physical and mental pain endured while tormented in the demon tower, creating a tremendous fury. "You filthy saints, you're dead meat now." Lee Geon's eyes blazed with hatred, and he roared in frenzy. He was determined to make them taste despair. Amid the chaos, the sound of falling rubble echoed loudly, leaving the two young men hiding below bewildered, unsure of what was happening. They only saw the cursed beast being mercilessly tortured. That figure threw a hook punch with one hand and stomped the head of another monster with one foot. The two young men were astonished, mouths agape. "Holy shit, this is unbelievable." Even high-level Awakens would struggle to deal with orange-tier monsters, yet he could easily take them out. Unbelievable. He held the head of a cursed creature in one hand and stepped on a pile of its kind. Jian chuckled gleefully, unintentionally glancing to the side, suddenly noticing a few shadows of people lurking nearby. He jumped up, disappearing from the sight of the two young men, leaving them full of questions. Less than a few seconds later, he jumped down from somewhere, shattering the hiding place of the two young men, causing them to be so frightened that they nearly lost their minds. Why are you attacking us?" Jimin said fearfully as he stepped back, while the brown-haired guy next to him was in tears. "So it turns out to be humans, huh? They keep lurking around, making Jian think there's still a monster left." He turned around to check the situation. It seemed he had cleaned everything up. Seeing this, the two young men let out a sigh of relief and immediately began to chatter excitedly about the person in front of them. Black-haired Jimin intended to get a story about how he escaped from the tower to sell to the press, but the brown-haired guy quickly stopped him. "Don't say something foolish, he might just kill you." Noticing the young men whispering to each other, Jian was about to approach them for a chat when they panicked and fell back. It turned out that right behind him was the remaining beast. Its eyes glowed red, drool dripped continuously, and its teeth glared down at the one who had just slaughtered the pack of wolves. The alpha wolf sent the two young men into terrified screams, tears, and snot flying everywhere. Seeing Jian standing still grinning like a fool, it kindly reminded him, "Run away, buddy." At that moment, the wolf's eyes shone brightly along with bursts of energy flashing from its mouth. It angrily opened its mouth and breathed fire at the group. Jimin and the brown-haired guy, frightened, clenched their teeth in anticipation of the alpha wolf's sudden attack. Its terrifying energy came crashing down on the heads of the foolish humans. The powerful flames rained down, incinerating everything in its path. The whole area lit up before that fierce firepower. After a long while, the smoke and fire gradually dissipated. "Are we still alive?" The two young men once again miraculously escaped death. Who knows if it has anything to do with the main character, but he sure is tough to kill. What struck them right in the eyes was a sturdy back, with hair flying wildly in the thick smoke. It was Lee Geon who had used his skill to protect everyone from the wolf's attack. "He protected us," the two young men exclaimed in surprise, their eyes wide. A loud, crisp laugh suddenly rang out. "What a stupid, blot-headed idiot!" Jian exploded with energy, leaping high in the astonishment of both the monster and the two young men. His fist tightened into a punch, diving straight down. "If it's just a dumb dog, then die." Like a rocket being launched, Geon charged toward the beast, delivering a devastating punch to its head. The ground shattered into thousands of pieces from the impact, leaving the two young men stunned, nearly dropping their jaws. Geon landed lightly on the ground, beaming with pride as the leader wolf fell behind him. Its massive body lay sprawled on the ground, somewhat unfortunate for it, as it had targeted the wrong person. Now it's really over, isn't it? He coughed due to the excessive dust, then glanced back. Hey, you two. Both of them jumped, almost falling to the ground. A dangerous aura emanated around Geon as he slowly turned his head, causing the two to freeze in place. With a trembling voice, one asked, "W, where are we supposed to go?" "Of course, I need you to go get me some food." Geon said cheerfully, the frightening demeanor from before completely vanished. A silence enveloped the three of them. Scratching his head, he continued, "Ah, the clothes too." The two young men were left speechless. "Ha! What do you mean? Why did you say that earlier? You scared us to death." A few hours later at a restaurant, the young man in the blue shirt slammed a large bowl down on the table, while the two young men looked at the bill, their faces pale. "Oh my God, what did we eat so much for? This pile is enough for 120 people. The young man in the blue shirt ate so much that his belly protruded like a balloon, sitting behind a towering stack of 8 plates. It was still Lee Geon, our main character. Looking at that scene, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. Seeing the distressed faces of the two young men, Geon muttered, "I know you guys don't have much money, so I ate less already." Who told them to promise to buy him everything to pay him back for saving their lives? Just a little, and they're already complaining. I need to order a bowl of noodles for dessert. Seeing him order more food, the brown-haired guy jumped up in anger. "Hey, there's a limit to how much a person can take. You guys understand being locked in a tower for 20 years? I don't even know what he pulls out to eat anymore." The black-haired Jivan was calmer and began to interrogate the identity of the glutton who suddenly appeared around the tower. There must be either a disciple or the captain of the Holy Squad. Disciple or Holy Squad, whatever. I just came out of the tower. Jin happily changed the subject, asking who the other two were. He sensed the magical energy from Jimin. Surely he wasn't an ordinary person, because he is a disciple. The brown-haired guy answered for him while Jimin puffed out his chest proudly. Aren't I also an awakened one blessed by the gods? Jin was about to take a bite of his meal, but when he heard saint and god, he immediately became irritated. Why should I submit to those worthless scum? Suddenly he saw his reflection in the spoon. What the hell? Whose smooth, rosy face is this? He sprang up like a spring and yelled, "Where's the mirror?" The waitress, frightened, pointed to the other side. Geon quickly took off his shirt, knowing he had become handsome and fit, but taking off his clothes in the restaurant was a bit much. He was stunned to see his shiny face and a body with 16-pack abs without a single scar. The old wounds that were hard to heal had completely vanished. After a moment of touching his body, Jian was sure he had returned to his original form, even looking better. Even the left arm that had been severed was now healed. While examining his new arm, he discovered a faint seal. In just a few seconds, a tiny snake slowly manifested clearly on his arm. As soon as he saw the shape of the snake, his arm hurt so much that he had to grip it tightly to endure. A torrent of power surged within him. Suddenly, a system panel appeared with a message. You have just experienced death and achieved the impossible. Your previous abilities will be transferred to your new body. All achievements in the tower will turn into experience points, and you will gain the Zodiac skill. You will be able to use the power of the constellation Serpent. Lee Geon painfully accepted the power from that energy and slowly closed his eyes. His body sank into the void. When he opened his eyes, he found himself flying through the galaxy. In front of him were the bright red eyes of a serpent spirit that was very close. Its gigantic body twisted and coiled. Then it thrust its head towards Jian. His face showed clear signs of panic, his hands seemingly drawn by an invisible force to touch the serpent's head. The point of contact glowed brilliantly with enchantment, as if the entire universe was blessing him. But just 1 second later, all the images vanished. Lee Geon was sitting on the ground with a look of astonishment, drenched in sweat. He still hadn't regained his composure, unclear whether what he experienced was real or a dream. "Hey buddy, are you okay?" Jimin suddenly appeared in front of him, bringing Lee Geon back to consciousness. He waved his hands, asking Jimin if he had seen a snake that large. "I didn't see a snake, but I clearly saw you taking off your clothes and dancing like a madman in front of the mirror," Jimin explained. However, Jian didn't want to hear anymore. Why did nobody see that snake? Seeing him talking in his hand, the two young men were concerned about this person's mental state. He certainly had some issues. In his confusion, a notification appeared. Congratulations to the master of the constellation Serpent, along with a series of other information. God 13 Lee Geon, master of the zodiac sign Serpent, and various skills continued to emerge. Among them, the skill of super regeneration caught his attention the most. This skill allowed any injuries on his body to heal, but he would have a 50% reduction in his resilience for the next 32 hours. Now he understands that this new body is a result of that skill, but why had he never heard the saints mention this before? Moreover, he couldn't sense the presence of any gods. Never mind, there's no need to worry about that. As long as his body is restored, he doesn't care about anything else. The only thing he wants to do right now is to eliminate the bastards who stabbed him in the back along with those hypocritical saints who left him behind in the demon tower. Just thinking about torturing those scumbags filled Geon with extraordinary excitement, radiating an intense aura that made the two young men tremble. At the sight of the collapsed demon tower, police have cordoned off the area and an investigative team has been sent to find out what caused the disappearance of this inviolable place. The inspectors believe this will only add chaos to the world. It might have been caused by Lee Geon's fan group or possibly the gangsters who hate him. Gangsters? The inspector looked skeptical. Just look at these pesky wolves. Even high-ranking saints have difficulty dealing with them, not to mention those nobodies. This indicates that the one responsible for all this is extremely powerful. The fat man felt a bit scared after hearing this. Could it be that Lee Geon has really returned? God knows, my friend, the inspector sighed. Just wait a little longer and everything will become clear. In the Green Zone City, where towering buildings stand tall, the cameras are operating at full capacity. Journalists are frantically asking questions about the incident of the collapsed demon tower, continuously wondering, has the 13th saint Lee Geon really returned? Yang Wei, a saint of the Aries constellation and the representative answering interviews today, clearly does not like these questions. He raised the microphone and said firmly, I have nothing to say about this issue. Then he turned and walked away in anger, leaving the reporters fuming. At noon, Yang Wei stormed down the street in fury. He smashed his glasses. Damn, what is it about Lee Geon that those hawks are so interested in? It turned out he was frustrated because all the attention was on him. No one was paying attention to him, which made Yang Wei quite irritated. And what about that scar-faced guy? They say he's still alive after 20 years left in that tower? That can't be possible. Yang Wei gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself. There are tens of thousands of demons in that tower, and they're all high-level ones. Defeating the red-eyed devil was already a miracle. He cannot survive all those wounds. Most importantly, that bastard did not receive blessings from the gods like I did. But what if Lee Geon really survived? Yang Wei furrowed his brows, lost in thought while exhaling a puff of smoke. Suddenly, he went into a rage again. If anything, I can just kill him again. At the same time, Geon, having eaten his fill, was eagerly looking at his phone, muttering, should I take out that bastard first? Under the blue sky at a distant airport, specifically in England, a private jet has just landed. New leather shoes appear on the descending stairs, and welcoming cheers rang out continuously. It is our honor to welcome one of the 12 saints of the Zodiac. The airport staff bowed 90 degrees in reverence to the young man with blonde hair. That was Hugo, the saint of the Sagittarius constellation. Hugo, with his hands in his pockets, strolled down and was directed by the staff to the car to go to the Prime Minister's residence. As he just disappeared from sight, a few guards immediately switched to fan mode, praising him profusely. Indeed a saint, even the government must show some humility. The supercar sped to the Prime Minister's residence, with Hugo sitting inside, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, the phone vibrated, cutting off his thoughts. Hugo frowned in annoyance. Damn reporters, they've been bothering me for days just because of that ridiculous rumor about Lee Geon still being alive. Seeing the unknown number calling, Hugo slammed his hand down in frustration. It had been over 20 years. How could he still be alive? Hugo turned off the phone to avoid hearing the ringtone, then stared blankly out the window, remembering the day he warned about his friend's death. But he still confidently laughed, munching on his food. Just dead. What's there to be afraid of? Throughout the journey to conquer the demon tower, Hugo stayed outside dealing with the calamities under John's instructions. At that time, he secretly prayed that his prophecy was wrong so that his best friend could safely return. But those so-called saints abandoned Geon, gleefully returning with the head of the red-eyed devil, celebrated by everyone and recognized as heroes for their accomplishments. They were revered like saints, and from then on, power and wealth flowed in like a flood. In the following days, Hugo stayed in the hospital, still unable to believe that Geon was dead. He requested many times to initiate a search, but to no avail. Hugo still vividly remembered the name Molang, the leader of the Cancer constellation, who completely ignored the request to search for Geon. He used the excuse that the beast in the tower would escape and harm the people. No matter how strong Geon was, he could not survive alone inside. Knowing this, he challenged, if you are worried about Geon, then you can go look for him yourself. He even threatened to strip Hugo of his saintly status. Hugo still remembers the wicked look on his face as if it were yesterday. Though in great pain, Hugo had to grit his teeth and endure. 20 years have passed, and there has been no news at all. Perhaps Malang was right, was impossible, and now it is too late. But from the eyes full of sorrow, it is clear that he has always remembered the rebellious demeanor of his best friend. At that moment, the driver announced that the Prime Minister was calling. Hugo hurriedly pushed aside his thoughts and answered the phone immediately. "Sir, is there something you need?" As soon as he picked up, the Prime Minister asked Hugo about the collapsed tower, leaving him feeling discouraged. First the reporters, and now him. It was all too exhausting. Hugo thought the Prime Minister wanted him to find Geon and quickly refused, firmly stating that he was dead. The tower incident was just caused by Lee Geon's fan club. Hugo angrily thought that the Prime Minister only wanted to use this situation to boost his re-election chances. Just as he was preparing to give him a piece of his mind, the Prime Minister immediately denied it. He looked visibly tense and announced that there was a strange call. What call? Hugo snapped back. The Prime Minister hesitated, leaving him in suspense. Finally, he revealed, it's an exclusive communication line from Lee Geon. The answer hit like a thunderbolt. Hugo couldn't contain his excitement and panic, frantically pounding his hands on the chair and shouting, "Stop the car!" Once the car braked sharply, Hugo temporarily calmed down and quickly grabbed the phone. Don't tell me Geon just called. As the screen lit up, it displayed 30 missed calls and 1 voicemail. Holy shit. Hugo gasped, anxiously tapping on the voicemail, bringing it slowly to his ear, his mind in turmoil. A familiar, cheerful voice rang out. "Hey, Tiksu, I will find you and kill you. Good luck." Hugo was completely stunned after listening, frozen in place. His gaze was vacant. Lee Geon is really alive. Right after that, Hugo immediately ordered the driver to head back to the airport. Forget about the business trip. What's a prime minister anyway? I need to go back to find my best friend. Returning to the restaurant in South Korea, Geon grinned mischievously as he stared at his phone. This kid Tiksu has grown up. Daring to ignore my call, huh? Just wait until I get a hold of him. He's doomed. Geon looked at the smartphone with delight, almost drooling with excitement. Having been locked away in the tower since 2005, it was now 2025, and the world had changed so much. I still haven't adapted. Jimin cheerfully explained to the primitive man before him. You can connect to the internet to check the news. Really? I need to quickly look up my name to see if there's anything interesting. Jimin kindly showed him how to check the trending articles. A slew of information related to Lee Geon was prominently occupying the top spots, making both Geon and Jimin wide-eyed in amazement. The joy didn't last long as a barrage of negative comments hit him right in the face. They dared to call him useless and said that the 12 Saints had to carry a weight like him. Do I look like I'm hot-headed? Geon was boiling with anger, gripping his phone tightly, causing Jimin to panic. Be gentle. That's my phone. I'm the one who will take down the red-eyed devil, those brainless idiots. Geon exploded with rage, but immediately calmed down. No point in getting mad at those fools. Scrolling through a few more articles, he suddenly came across a headline about his will. Remembering that he had agreed to donate all his assets to the orphanage and the scholarship fund, he cheerfully clicked the link, hoping this wish would be carried out properly. But surprisingly, all of his assets had been seized by the Saints except for Hugo. Damn, they even twisted the information, making it seem like he wrote a will for them. Son of a bitch! Geon was furious, crushing his phone. I will chop you all into 100 pieces. Jimin sunk to the ground in pain, looking at his newly bought smartphone, now just a pile of scrap metal, and cried, Goodbye, my beloved phone. You died so pitifully, crushed to bits. After reading some articles, Geon fell into depression, murmuring to himself, deep in thought, what should I do now? Even though I really want to showcase my grand return, I look so different from 20 years ago that I'm afraid if I speak up, no one will believe me and I'll end up in a mental hospital. Jeev decided to remain silent and quietly deal with each saint before planning further. Young Jimin was still shedding tears mourning his phone. It turned out he hadn't finished paying it off before Geon smashed it to pieces. While Jimin lamented, his brown-haired friend patted him on the back to comfort him. He suddenly sensed a strange energy coming from behind. The system immediately alerted him, confirming that someone was watching, and that foul smell felt oddly familiar. Thinking quickly, Geon made up an excuse to go outside for some fresh air to scout the surroundings. His steps came to a halt at a certain spot. A pile of goat heads floated towards him. Isn't that the guardian spirit of Ares? Geon murmured. Are they controlled by the gods to do their bidding? What are they doing here? Geon didn't know, but the system certainly did. This group of guardians was showing off to him, demanding delicious and nutritious offerings as the power of the deities had greatly diminished. Damn, son of a bitch! Geon immediately went into a rage. He hated this act of embezzlement and looting. A surge of angry energy boiled up within him. Today, I will teach you all a lesson you'll never forget. As he charged towards the goat heads, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "Dan, it's that crazy Lee Geon again." Just as he was about to start a fight and heard someone directly insult him, Geon turned around. He saw a couple cursing legendary Lee Geon. News about him had flooded their newsfeed in recent days, making them uncomfortable. The person is already dead. Why do people still have to care? It's annoying. The sunlight shone on the shiny badge on their shirts. Jimin immediately recognized it as the emblem of the Twin Association. For some reason, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Seeing Geon just standing there blocking the way, the couple grew even angrier. Jimin anxiously shouted, "Hey, come here quickly, you can't get involved with those people." But Geon stood still, showing no emotion, which made the fat guy more irritated. "Are you enjoying the view? Get out of the way." The two young men continued to worry and cry. "It's over, we're definitely done for this time. No one can save us." Geon showed no reaction as the fat guy took a puff from his cigarette and charged straight at him. "Hey, are you deaf?" The guy didn't realize he had just activated Geon's inner destruction mode. He even headbutted provocatively. "If you're mad, come at me." The girl quickly intervened, not because she was afraid he would start a fight, but because she was worried this messy-haired youth might wet his pants. After that, they brushed themselves off and left, not forgetting to leave behind a remark, "You trash." They continued to mumble that Geon belonged to the loser club supporting Lee Geon. Even though they had walked away, their taunts pierced straight into John's thoughts. Jimin saw Geon suppressing his anger and quickly ran over to remind him. "Those two belong to the Gemini group. If you cause trouble with them, it'll be tough." Before he could finish his sentence, Geon roared angrily, "Hey, you filthy bugs." Jimin's eyes filled with tears as he thought to himself, "This time he's definitely done for. Oh my god." Not believing that the loser would dare to shoot back at them, the two turned around angrily and demanded, "Who are you talking about?" Geon erupted with rage as he shouted, "I'm talking about you. It's great that there are two of you." The fat guy hurriedly stomped over, leaning his face close to John's and growling, "If you're tough, say it again. I want to hear it." At this point, if the guy was still challenging Geon, it was a huge mistake. He leisurely raised his hand and flicked it lightly. The fat guy was sent flying 10 meters away, just like a garbage bag tossed aside. His large, heavy body slammed down to the ground, smashing the area into a pile of rubble, causing the short-haired girl to scream in fear. The two remaining cowards were also left dumbfounded. Geon was laughing gleefully at the impressive fall of the fat guy, paying no attention to the hateful gaze of his girlfriend directed at him. Moments later, he suddenly laughed heartily. "Do you think I don't know you're behind me?" The short-haired girl, taking advantage of his distraction, tried to sneak up on him with a surprise attack, but was unexpectedly caught easily. Another snap of his fingers was unleashed, and she was sent flying, just like her boyfriend had been. A rebellious couple crushed flat. Watching her fall to the ground, he coldly remarked, already weak and still seeking attention. The group of Jimin trembled and asked, "How dare he use his powers in public like that? Isn't he afraid the police will come and take him away? These people are really amusing. How can my power be that weak? If I truly unleashed my skills, that couple would have been on a trip to hell long ago. Oh my god, he tortures an A-class thug with just a snap of his fingers." Today, these two young men have been going from one surprise to another, their mouths constantly agape. Ignoring the exaggerated reactions of those fools, Jamin's gaze was drawn to something else. He squatted down next to the fat guy, lifted up his pendant, and snatched it away. Isn't this a holy relic? Since the fight started, he had been paying attention. How could such a dumb thug possess such a valuable item? He remembered that only 13 saints were allowed to carry this before. Now it's circulating so widely. Is there nothing left that's limited anymore? Jimin was astonished when his friend, who hadn't had time to integrate into this community, didn't know anything and had to use modern knowledge to explain to him. Humanity was nearly extinct after disasters appeared in previous eras. The survival of humanity until now is thanks to the deities and the saints they have chosen. But 12 people cannot protect the entire world, so they have to gather people and establish holy societies. Those who have the ability to awaken will be granted power by the saints and are called apostles, just like me. Consider this an explanation of the storyline for everyone. From that, a ranking system was established to divide levels, with the highest being the SSS Saints, followed by SS Commanders. Below the S Commanders are called Captains. From rank A downwards, they are collectively referred to as Apostles. The deities stand above all. Their power comes from the absolute faith of the Apostles, so they set up numerous competitions to increase the number of people joining the Holy Society. The chosen ones will be granted gifts and various rewards. Jimin just summarized it lightly like that. Understand if you can, and if not, try to understand. Jian sighed, what can change in just 20 years to turn the world upside down like this? The system muttered, I don't understand anything at all. Jimin anxiously pointed up at the sky, but it wasn't out of despair. It was to indicate the protective spirits that were surrounding Jian. The system informed him that among them were the spirits for prosperity and greed. They wanted him to kill that couple just to see bloodshed. In return, John would receive a gift, a kind of, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. That young man felt tired just looking at them. There's no greater folly than attracting the attention of protective spirits. Once they had spoken and he didn't comply, it was no different from refusing the words of the deities. Facing their wrath was a certainty. Jian was about to advise his older brother to follow their suggestions when he let out a hearty laugh. Looking up, he could not feel happy at all, but instead saw eyes filled with irritation and annoyance. Earlier, he had wondered how Yang Wei's hunting dogs ended up here, but now he understood. Everyone on the Aries side was eager to fill their stomachs with delicious food. Lifting the pair of slippers that he had surely stolen from the restroom, Jian muttered a few words that were evidently curses. He stomped hard on the sidewalk, creating a shockwave that spiraled outwards, blowing away all the guardian spirits above. These guys probably just had a big mouth. They couldn't withstand even a moment against this bright and powerful light. With one kick, Jian blew away all the guardian spirits in the city, restoring the sky to its normal clear blue. Jimin opened his eyes in confusion and saw Jian's familiar trademark smile. Up there, all the guardian spirits had been scattered, and the sky, now free of barriers, revealed the beautiful colors of everyday life. From here, Jimin realized that this shaggy young man was anything but ordinary. Suddenly, he called out both the surname and the name Han Jimin, then pointed at the chubby guy frothing at the mouth and asked again, "If you just say this was the twin apostle." Suddenly, Jimin heard Jian asking a nonsensical question. "Do they have a lot of money?" Just as Jimin was about to ask back, he saw Jian breaking into a villainous smile. "Look at the pile of clothes this person is wearing, all designer stuff. It's their time now." Jian crouched down, tugging at the cardigan in front of them, humming cheerfully. No need to spend money on clothes anymore. 20 years in the Demon Tower, living no differently from a fluffy monkey in a deserted zoo. Now that he had just gotten a haircut, Jimin gave him a compliment. "You look really handsome." This made Jian genuinely embarrassed. In the past, even though he was the 13th saint, his power often backfired. Every gust of wind blowing through was like sweeping through a field of dandelions, making his hair fly all over the place, looking no different from the neighbor uncle with spots of sparse hair. Now with the stylish haircut, how could Jian not feel delighted? Suddenly, a buzzing sound nearby caught Jian's attention. He looked over, annoyed, and discovered it was a hybrid bug resembling a fly or mosquito. Without a mosquito net around, he decided to use his hand. Jian hated such insects, so he raised his strong hand and crushed the fly that let the remains drop before Jimin's admiring eyes. Just as he killed one, several others began buzzing around. Jimin's hearing, sharper than a dog's, became increasingly irritated. Seeing this, Jimin curiously asked, "Do you know why the flies are attracted here? Could it be that you acknowledge yourself as..." Jian immediately dismissed Jimin's ridiculous hypothesis. He looked around for what was attracting the swarm of insects. His gaze landed on some colorful, cluttered items on the shelf. He said, "The reason lies in those items. That statue of the goddess." Jian claimed it was a malevolent artifact attracting calamity. Jimin tearfully protested. "I didn't take that from the restroom. I received it directly from the White Birch Saint." His face was extremely proud as he introduced the blessed item from the saint. A gust of wind swept through, causing 2 parts of the statue to fly straight into the trash immediately. Jimin acted as if he had just touched something dirty, ignoring Jimin's aching heart. The item that he had lifted delicately, akin to handling an egg or a flower, now lay in John's hands with a cold expression. He said, "This mask is to monitor the one who buys it, kid." With that, John began to rummage through everything from the music box to the clock. He said, "This clock attracts monstrous disasters here." The more filthy items he found in the house, the more Jian realized that those bastards not only stole his money, but also sold malevolent artifacts to unsuspecting people, aiming to exploit their wealth. Just thinking about it made the veins in his forehead throb, making Jimin hesitate to approach and stop him. From outside the house, John's voice thundered, "Throw everything away for me." Suddenly, the door opened, the noise causing Jian, who was about to crush the malevolent artifact clock, to pause for about 2 seconds. He glanced at the red-haired young man who had just entered the house, his face full of relief. Jian gestured with his hand and asked, "Who the hell are you to come in here?" Jimin tried to put on a conciliatory expression. His brother Sung Jae back, but Sung Jae did not hear that. He only caught Jian's insolent question. He touched his face and retorted, "Are you asking me who I am? I am the owner of this house." Everyone around was filled with a surge of green energy, their faces darkening, ready to protect their home. Jian only groaned softly, as if just realizing that it was completely normal for the homeowner to enter his house. Around the three of them, belongings were scattered and broken, and there was an unexpected feeling of being caught red-handed. At the birch church of Yang Wei, the shouts of the plump man could be heard from outside. Yang Wei, upon hearing the news that the guardian spirit in South Korea had vanished, turned pale. Subordinates confirmed once again, adding more information. The branch of the birch church in South Korea was in a state of panic over this incident. Yang Wei felt that something was amiss, as he had never heard of such an event occurring. Guardian spirits were subordinates of the deities, and normally no awakened ones would dare to chase them away. Who would dare act so boldly? Yang Wei pointed downwards, instructing his subordinates to contact other saints to check on the situation. Just as he was about to leave, he received more information. They had not received any response from the Sagittarius. Hugo was currently a mercenary in England. Not being able to contact him was not unusual. Yang Wei had been indifferent, but his subordinate hesitated before finally speaking. Hugo had just left England. Where did he go? This caught Yang Wei's attention. When he heard that Hugo's destination was also South Korea, he immediately turned back, thinking for a long time. Was there any reason for such a coincidence? From the beginning, Hugo was a close friend of Lee Geon. After Lee Geon had been imprisoned in the Demon Tower, he hardly returned to South Korea. Could it be due to the recent rumors that Lee Geon was still alive? If it were just rumors and Hugo went there to verify them, it would be fine, but if that scarred, long-haired man really survived and returned, what would Yang Wei do? Reaching for the intricately carved candle holder nearby, he hurled it down at the subordinate below in a fit of rage. Fortunately, the young man managed to dodge it in time. Get to the bottom of this. If there's anything else, just say it. Seeing his boss lose patience at the mention of Jian, the subordinate looked fearful, but still had something to report. The Pisces apostle was found unconscious near where the guardian spirit disappeared. He had been left on a cracked road wearing only his underwear. According to witnesses, he had been in a conflict with a handsome man. Who knows how handsome he was? Thus, Yang Wei's gaze was fixed on the broken candle holder on the ground, automatically dismissing can't be Lee Geon because he's the one with the scarred face, a squinting eye, and a large bald patch. Yet all this seemed too coincidental, adding to the rumors of Lee Geon's return and Yang Wei's failed conquest of the Spider Queen could jeopardize his political standing. Not allowing that to happen, Yang Wei demanded a private jet to pick him up immediately. His subordinate looked up, somewhat confused. Is the saint going there in person? Exactly. I can't trust those idiots to handle it. I need to go to Korea myself to see what's going on. He tossed his coat over his shoulder, clutched a cigar to look like a busy person, and led a few followers with him to witness the situation in South Korea firsthand. That night, in the back dome-affiliated hospital, the sounds of machines connected to an unconscious person on the bed echoed steadily along with the sound of mechanical breathing. The elderly man shouted in anger, "Who did this to my grandson? They beat him so badly that he's lying here, stripped of all his clothes, and hasn't woken up yet. We have no idea who the perpetrator is." He pointed at a man in a white suit leaning against the wall, demanding an answer. The standard response from the back dome apostle came from Min Sung-hoon's mouth. "Don't worry, the back dome holy council sent me here to take care of this." Sung Jae thought he had just heard the funniest thing in the world, but he couldn't even smile. He grimaced and asked, "Did you meet this guy in the Demon Tower?" Then this person single-handedly dealt with the whole bizarre mess, and he even defeated an A-level apostle. Jimin knew that what he was saying sounded like the effect of drugs, but he didn't know what else to do except nod repeatedly to increase his credibility. But even believing that story, Sung Jae was furious because this person entered someone else's house and broke their stuff for the utterly ridiculous reason that everything in the house was just malevolent artifacts, all fake. Which guild are you in to dare say such a thing? But did Jun look like he needed to join a guild? He wore a sly smile that made Sung Jae want to be speechless. Despite that, he still tried to ask further. Which deity do you follow? Those guys should be following me instead. Jian wasn't focusing on the main point. Just hearing about those 12 idiots made the veins pop on his head. No matter what was asked, Jian replied foolishly, as if he just descended from the sky. Sung Jae lost his patience and asked the final question. What's your name? If he answered stupidly, he would surely get punched. Jian calmly stated his name. Lee Geon. He said his name as if it were completely normal. But Sung Jae erupted with a flame of fury, burning with anger at his response. He unleashed all his power and shouted, "How dare you impersonate my Lee Geon?" Jimin was scared to death and quickly reminded, "Grandpa, this is a rented house, don't go crazy." But Sung Jae was in a fit of rage, not caring at all. he continued to unleash the full power of the A-class birch apostle, causing the system interface to immediately flash a warning for Geon. It looked cool, but at this rate, he would burn the house down. Geon kindly reminded him and activated his divine eye skill, seeing that Sung Jae's power was at level A with the title of Punisher. What caught his attention the most was Sung Jae's eyes blazing with the green flames of the S-class Fire Mage skill, along with the A-class Eternal Ice Seal. More thoughtfully, Geon could even read his personality. This person was stubborn with his idol and a genius in studying. He smirked. This young man can use high-level summoning magic because he is a studied genius. How interesting. While still using his skill, the two eyes on the statue behind were about to blast the apartment to pieces when Jimin yelled loudly, "Brother, run quickly. Sung Jae is an A-class perch apostle. Touching the idol, Lee Geon is infringing on his honor." Sung Jae tilted his head, warning Jimin, "Get out of here now. If not, we'll all die. It doesn't matter who you touch, but speaking ill of the idol won't end well." Jian suddenly appeared right behind Sung Jae, not forgetting to pose, showing a sinister grin that startled him. He turned around only to receive a blow from Jian, crashing into the wall of the building. Anyway, letting this madman burn down the house meant he would have nowhere to bathe and rest. Jimin no longer cared about the house, only hoping that Sung Jae wouldn't die on the spot. Jimin still hadn't wiped the twisted smile off his face, making Jimin twice as worried. "It's fine." Jimin tried to reassure him. Sung Jae was like having a seizure. Jian, with his red hair, foamed at the mouth for Jimin, while he himself yawned repeatedly and slipped into a nearby room to sleep. Little did he know that when the door opened, what greeted him was a room full of vibrant chibi statues and models of the legendary Lee Geon, restored, colored, and with scars healed. Jimin dragged Sung Jae inside to explain, "It's just because my brother is a fan of Lee Geon, nothing more." But he is Lee Geon. Looking at his unharmed head, which felt unfamiliar, he snapped it off amidst Sung Jae's horrified screams. Jimin was afraid he would go crazy and lunge at Jian. Jimin quickly pulled Sung Jae outside, leaving him to take down all the statues' heads. Sung Jae's soul that day was profoundly traumatized, nothing left but the echo of screams reverberating through the sky. The evening news in the city couldn't ignore the story about a member of the Birch faction being stripped by a suspicious person on the street. Hugo knew immediately that it was Lee Geon's twisted style. He sighed in a baffled manner. "Just back in Korea, and I already have to hear this. It's giving me a headache." While he was annoyed, someone came to ask what he wanted to drink. Hugo irritably growled a warning. "Stop with the nonsense and get lost." The waitress grinned wickedly, her gaze shifting oddly, changing her voice to that of a man, casually greeting Hugo. "Long time, no see." Yang Wei maintained the appearance of the waitress, wrapping her arm around him affectionately to extract information from Hugo, but it only annoyed him further. He had never liked this chubby guy from the start, and now she was groping around him, which was utterly disgusting. Seeing that Hugo was unhappy, Yang Wei immediately logged out of the waitress's mind, leaving her confused and alarmed as to why she was here, so close to this male guest. Hugo seemed frustrated by Yang Wei's despicable antics, but couldn't do anything about it. He was determined to find Lee Geon before the hunters arrived, but where could he possibly look? At some supermarket. Sung Jae's spirit had accepted the truth and returned to his body. Now he was strolling around the supermarket with Jimin. Once outside, he felt bold enough to shout, "Lee Geon is the hero of all mankind. What about that guy at home? What does he resemble?" Perhaps Sung Jae didn't believe it either, but Jimin had seen the person come out of the demon tower. That was the most convincing detail. Sung Jae didn't believe it. Back then, it was the Holy Centaur father who had told Lee Geon that he died in the demon tower. There was a robbery, a theft, a heist. While the two were still bewildered, a flash of white light zipped by, blowing everything on the street away. The robber, wearing a mask that resembled green underwear, was clutching several bills and running at full speed. At this speed, he could only be an Ares apostle using his powers to steal. It smashed into everything in the supermarket, grabbing items and money so quickly that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. He was secretly pleased in his mind that those holy figures had no chance of catching him. Just as he was about to move to the next location to steal more, he felt a gentle grip from someone's arm. "I've caught you now." However, this complete capture struck right into the robber's gut, causing him to tremble on the ground in pain. When Jimin realized that the person who had caught him was Jin, a voice suddenly rang out from behind a cash register. "I must say, Jean's method is quite impressive. It's not easy to catch a Zodiac thief, but from what I can see, you are just an ordinary thief. Next time, you shouldn't catch him by hand. It would be better to call the police." Lee Geon looked at the silver-haired guy in front of him, confused about what this fool was talking about. The conversation had barely begun when it was interrupted by a strange noise echoing throughout the entire supermarket. The noise grew louder, as if it was coming from both the ground and the ceiling. Then everything began to shake inexplicably. The Zodiac thief lay flat on the ground, thinking there was an earthquake. The time had come. This was it. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed away with the speed he was proud of, almost being tormented by some garbage. Even if the heavens descend now, nothing can stop me. At that moment, something appeared. It broke through the ground right in front of the robber and slithered with its enormous, multi-legged body. Where are you rushing off to? Stay here and play with me tonight. The monstrous creature emerging from the green area was enough to drain all color from the robber's face. Now it wanted to play with him. The robber gradually backed away, wanting to avoid bouncing around with the monster while not wanting to slow down and get caught. He sprang up high, trying to dodge the centipede, confident in his speed. Unexpectedly, the centipede didn't chase after him, but instead, a mouth larger than a well, filled with fangs, opened right in the path of the robber. The jaw snapped shut decisively, and the spider began a live mukbang right before the eyes of hundreds of people in the supermarket. The spider queen loomed above, her body covered in scales, waiting for her underlings to finish their appetizers. She glanced down at the crowd with eyes glowing brightly as if selecting ingredients for the main dish. Warning, this is not a drill. The calamity of the Spider Queen has appeared in the supermarket. All residents are requested to evacuate as quickly as possible. Before the intro was even over, the Spider Queen summoned a pile of insects of all kinds, charging towards the people within sight. For those who watched mukbang without donating, they would pay with their lives, and she would take them all. In an instant, the supermarket was in chaos, with people screaming and running for their lives. To heighten the drama, the announcement system continuously blared. This area has turned red. Damn, it's obvious without saying, why not just play the remix music to complete the scene? While so many people were running for their lives, a middle school boy stood crying in panic at the chaotic supermarket. Ignoring the mob filled with fangs rushing towards him, it ironically followed the script of the main character saving him. Lee Geon delivered a punch to the spider's head so hard it almost vomited everything it had eaten, while also reminding the boy to stop crying and stand to the side. Fearing the spider one, he feared the guy who punched the spider tenfold. The man reached out towards him, making the boy so scared that his spirit couldn't catch up to his body, causing him to run away quickly. Intending to play the role of the good guy, he unexpectedly shifted into the role of a country bumpkin in a moment of glory. Jian had to change his target to the monsters to fulfill his hero role. It was puzzling why they appeared in the green zone, but never mind, it was just the right moment for his powerful companion to test his skills. Lee Geon eagerly watched the swarm of insects, smiling as he started his workout program during this interval. The sleek black car sped down the highway, given priority access. Inside was Yang Wei, who had just landed in South Korea when he received the alarming news about a monster attacking a supermarket in Bucheon. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he asked again what kind of monster it was. To his surprise, it was the Spider Queen he had just fought not long ago. Holy shit. The last time he had dragged his big belly to eliminate that menace, he had failed. All he could do was seal it away, but it had escaped. Now it was wrecking the supermarket in the safe zone. The more he thought about it, the angrier Yang Wei became. He was also frustrated because he had boasted so much about himself that he had to go and deal with the monster alone. But he couldn't handle it by himself. Currently, the regions on Earth are divided into 6 levels by color. Blue is the residence of the high-ranking individuals like saints or authorities. Green is a safe area for humanity to live. Yellow is still livable but requires stealth. It has reached an alert level. Above that is orange, where danger lurks everywhere with a large number of monsters. Entering the red zone and lingering there means only one thing, becoming prey for high-level beasts. And the black zone, where not even a grain of sand can be found. The Spider Queen appeared in the supermarket of the Bucheon area, officially turning that green zone into red. That's why his subordinates asked him how he wanted to deal with that supermarket. Tell him to bury it. Yang Wei clenched his fists. He absolutely could not let the news leak that the saint had wasted a great deal of resources attempting to eliminate the Spider Queen without success. He knew he was acting recklessly, realizing he had no power whatsoever. Furthermore, Yang Wei instructed his subordinates to report that the people there were dead, then send an envoy to bring the building down. In that supermarket, a screeching sound and unpleasant noise erupted as hundreds of large centipedes rushed in the same direction. The bald man with gray hair looked as if he had just been pulled out of a freezer, smoke billowing from his mouth. Sung-hoon slammed his hands down on the ground, freezing a long streak, not forgetting to curse along with a few words. The ice prison of the gray-haired man successfully froze about 10 centipedes at once, but it also made him sweat. With an S level like Sung-hoon, a move that could mobilize a group was already quite a success. But before he could celebrate for more than 10 seconds, the ice shattered, making a disgusting cracking sound as it shot back in retaliation. Sung-gun had just created the frost, but now sweat was pouring down his face, and he had no strength left to resist. Suddenly, Geon appeared right in front of him, holding a pile of soda cans. He said, "Calm down, snowflake boy, I'm here." Looking around for a moment, he still couldn't figure out where Lee Geon had come from, but this stage was in his hand, so he had to let him perform. As he threw the soda cans, Geon acted as if everything was under control and asked, "How about a little drink to cool your insides, everyone?" His hand-holding again exuded tremendous power, and then all the cans were thrown at once. Each one got a can to drink freely. Don't fight over it. The centipede behind him was left out and was about to scream for its can when a soda can flew from right to left, cutting off the scream right at the throat. Damn, handing out drinks while flashing those teeth is just horrifying. Geon zipped past each one with a quick jab, closing their mouths to avoid any more fighting. The more he struck, the more he got into it, his eyes shining with fire, making a round with his bloody blade. Sung Jae stood there with his mouth open, having stuffed a bun inside. What the hell is going on? The system jumped out and successfully reported the disaster. Experience points increased and a component was obtained. What kind of component? Let's see for clarification. The system summoned something that looked like a colorful stone in Lee Geon's hand. It informed him that he could create new skills and holy relics with these components. He tightly grasped the glowing item in his hand, intending to check it later when he had some free time. At that moment, his body's movements still met his demands. Lee Geon was in an extremely comfortable state, not noticing the little snowboy behind him, who was wide-eyed watching his performance. He was so relaxed that he returned the knife to Sung Jae, saying that he had been carrying it from home until now and was handing it back. "Great job, bro. Now who would dare to cut vegetables with that knife again?" Lee Geon's nonchalant expression made the gray-haired man think for a long time, looking oddly familiar. Finally, as if he remembered something, he shouted loudly, causing Geon to turn back and look. He was pointed at with an index finger right at his face. "Are you the one who took action against our two apostles?" No, that fat guy who mocked me and that silly eight-faced horse. Is one meeting not enough?" Lee Geon panicked and, without knowing why, lunged forward and punched the gray-haired man, knocking his jaw askew. He exclaimed a line full of villainous intent. "You know too much already. How could you find me? If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. You were talking nicely, then suddenly jumped over to punch someone. Did you fall from the sky?" The clothes he was wearing were stripped from others, and he even wore an S-rank Twin Apostles badge. No wonder people knew. Lee Geon was being pointed at and accused of stealing, yet he had no sense of shame. He took out the badge and wondered what kind of trash it was. "Do I really have to carry this countryside-looking thing everywhere?" Completely ignoring the snowball boy, which made him furious, wanting to leap over and grab his hair. Lee Geon squeezed the cheap trinket right in front of the pale-haired followers, muttering, "That witch has fooled you all. This junk is just piled up at the market. Hey, what about me? I'm still in this game. Don't shut me up." Lee Geon, who was enjoying himself, suddenly felt annoyed by the rude interruption. Realizing it before him, Jimin trembled and pointed his feet backward, for that was the Spider Queen herding her chickens from the other end of the supermarket who had made her way here. The gray-haired man didn't want to argue with Geon anymore. He stood there talking nonsense instead of going down to the underworld to explain. Luckily for him, he was next to Lee Geon, who drenched him in a refreshing minty energy, and in an instant, he dashed straight ahead. He shouted loudly, "Hey, disgusting spider!" He shot straight up high towards where the Spider Queen was standing, getting ready for a decisive blow. "Take a punch from me and get out of here, you filthy creature." A strike came down, sinking deep into the floor and tiles. The crowd that had been running suddenly stopped, wide-eyed, staring in the direction of the foul-mouthed thing that had just chased them. Jimin and Sung Jae had seen Geon take action several times and were still unaccustomed to it, let alone the snowball boy, whose mind only had 3 words. "Oh my god, who is this guy facing off against the Spider Queen without any holy relic?" What's more, he has a creepy grin on his face, looking completely twisted. As they were stunned, a voice rang in their ears. A man was calling all the pale-haired followers inside the supermarket. Only 2 among them, Sung Jae and the gray-haired Sung Hoon, recognized the voice of the leader of the Holy Order, Choi Sung-yuk, broadcasting to the pale-haired followers. He was nearby, ordering everyone to get out of the supermarket immediately. The pale-haired followers would soon bury this building. Outside the supermarket, a red barrier with a radius of about 10 meters had appeared from nowhere. Perhaps the 2 also realized the unusual atmosphere. Choi Sung-yuk, unlike a disciple, directly stated that this was Yang Wai's order, so he couldn't go against it. He wanted the disciple to conceal the truth that he could not control the Spider Queen. "Min Sung-gun, you have the ability to teleport. Quickly get Sung Jae out." The silver-haired man, losing his composure, asked again. Does the commander want only the two of us to escape? Before his horrified eyes, many fortunate civilians had just managed to escape this massacre. Yet now he was told to leave them to die here. Countless arachnids continued to pour out from the crack below, and that perverted young man was still tumbling around, attacking the queen's spider. This reality forced Sung-hoon into a fierce psychological struggle, trying to choose the right course of action, but the commander didn't give him much time. Is there a problem? Sung-hoon had to choose between surviving alone or dying with a group of people. He quickly made his choice. Of course, he did not defy the superior's orders. Meanwhile, Sung-ja shouted loudly, "Do you even know what the situation is here to make such inhuman remarks? And that guy Sung-hoon, how dare he open his mouth to say that the people here will be buried with it? What does that matter compared to his own life?" Sung-hoon continuously came up with all kinds of persuasive reasons about how this would make people think of our white birch disciple. Sung-jae opened his eyes wide in shock. When was it time to worry about what others think? That's right, Sung-hoon had thought it through. If the news about the Spider Queen got out, the power and faith in the gods would surely diminish, affecting their protection. Ignoring Sung-jae's irritation, Sung-hoon told him to hurry up and come with him. The last teleportation could only take 2 people, but Jimin was still here. How could they tell him to leave? Not to mention there were many others around who needed help. The more they talked, the more impatient Sung-hoon became. What's there to question about being buried with the building? Why keep asking? If it's like this, he won't hesitate to leave Sung-jae here to die with these nameless people. Seeing Sung-hoon's arm covered in ice made it clear he wasn't joking. There were plenty of reasons to follow orders. If Sung-jae was so attached to the people here, killing them to ease his pain was reasonable, right? Sung-hoon's malice drove Sung-jae crazy. He roared, summoning the flames of the god to surround him, only to receive the delighted laughter of Sung-hoon in return. "I'm completely on a different level from you. You better think clearly about this." Before he could finish his advice to the disciple, Sung-hoon was hit from behind by something and fell face first onto the ground. It was the massive body of a centipede pinning him to the tiled floor. Lee Geon's gutsy-clad foot appeared immediately, asking, "What the hell are you guys still doing here?" The knife he brought from Sung-jae's house was probably high quality from the sushi shop, and it hadn't even chipped after all the slashing. Now, he just wanted to drive this group of brats outside. Sung-jae informed him that the door was blocked, so they were lingering here. The only way out is to use Sung-hoon's teleportation while he's face down on the ground. Or, to think more boldly, we could eliminate all those damn beasts here and find another unblocked way to escape. There were so many injured people here that they couldn't even stand. How could they escape together? Time was limited, and the White Deer gang was sealing off this place to bury everyone. Back and forth, it all felt hopeless. Jian had to shout a few curses. Behind him, Sung-hoon struggled to get up from the rubble, then mustered his strength to push aside the debris that had pinned him to the floor. What's all this noise? Do you want to run away and leave everyone behind? After all this talking, you won't kill anyone, and if you stay, you'll just get beaten up. Sung-hoon stared intently at the phone, gritting his teeth and saying he would leave this place on his own. Supporting characters tend to die early, so as soon as those words escaped his mouth, it shot out a net tougher than glue that pulled Sung-hoon back to stay with him. He widened his eyes, not expecting that in his moment of wanting to leave the most, he would have to deal with the spider's affection. It pulled Sung-hoon into its mouth, keeping him as its own. To make sure, the foam intended for teleportation fell to the ground with a thud, as if calling everyone back to reality in the supermarket, where the Spider Queen was still present. Jian finally spoke a polite sentence for the first time that day. Let the 2 young men take care of the injured. Just leave these disgusting things for him to handle. Surely the younger ones won't believe it. Jian radiated a pale light all over his body and repeated, "I will solve it quickly." Outside, the group of white birch thugs was trying to reconnect the top of the barrier outside the supermarket. When Yang Wei arrived and saw the work was not finished, he asked, "Why is the progress so slow?" This made the subordinates break out in a cold sweat. They had been working diligently without resting, yet the seal just wouldn't cooperate. "Boss, there is clearly something obstructing it." As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding blue-white light burst from inside the supermarket, causing the white birch thugs to hastily dodge out of the way to avoid being blinded. A huge serpent, half blue and half white, slithered out from the roof of the supermarket, emanating a tremendous energy that knocked the people sitting on the ground aside. Yang Wei couldn't believe his eyes. It was a snake. Just a second later, everyone in the supermarket rushed out, screaming and yelling, charging towards the bodyguards outside. They were in a panic, pulling each other and recounting the situation. Among them was someone fighting a spider monster wanting to be released, but for the moment, no one had managed to get outside. Yang Wei's face turned pale upon hearing these words. It was impossible for him not to be able to kill a spider queen while someone else could. He had to check it himself to be sure. Yang Wei instructed his subordinates to let him in, but they kept blocking him, so Yang Wei propelled himself into the inside. He arrived at a shattered glass walkway. As soon as he stepped inside, Lee Geon suddenly appeared, smiling brightly. "It's been a while since we last met. Are you not happy or what, looking so panicked?" Yang Wei almost lost control. Could they greet each other in a less abrupt manner? He was already 40. Middle-aged people often get startled. Thanks to Yang Wei rushing out, the area outside was finally cleared from emergency status. The rescue team quickly arrived at the scene to take the injured people for treatment. Among them were Sung Jia and Jimin, wrapped in blankets, sitting quietly in a corner. They were unharmed, but Sung Jia was suffering from psychological trauma. Thinking it over, could that be Lee Geon? He looked completely different, but his movements were remarkably similar. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from their father Hugo, who rushed over to ask why his son was there. Seeing his father, Sung Jia turned away sulkily, perfectly embodying the rebellious teen. Meanwhile, Jimin's mouth hung open, almost wanting to rush over and ask for the saint's autograph, going back and forth like a deity riding clouds back to Korea. Back then, Sung Jia wouldn't have cared. Now he was completely ignored, refusing to answer any questions. Hugo was trying to figure out how to ask his son about things. After a moment, he took a deep breath to ask about his health first before getting to the main issue, asking about who took down the monsters inside the supermarket. But Sung Jia still didn't respond. Hugo had punched through countless bizarre troubles, but had yet to take a swing at this son. Jimin, knowing his uncle the centaur had a fiery temper, decided to ask Sung Jia, "Is brother Lee Geon okay?" The moment the sensitive name was mentioned, Jimin was immediately silenced. Hugo lost his composure and snapped, asking, "What? Did you just say brother Jun? Where is he? Where is he?" Jimin's brain felt like it had been disconnected from the server for a few seconds. Jian that you mentioned is the guy who just mooches off his meals, not the saint that Uncle Hugo talks about. If it's the brother who holds Uncle's knife, he must be in the supermarket, defeating that spider queen. It's a simple matter. Hearing this from Jimin, Hugo suddenly felt a bit bewildered. He grabbed the boy's shoulder and asked for clarification if the two were one or two. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the upper floor of the supermarket. The walls crumbled into dust, accompanied by a lot of smoke. The sound of a man running heavily could be heard. It was Yang Wei, now regretting all the meat he had consumed without going to exercise. No matter how much he ran, in front of him was still Lee Geon, still wearing that signature smile. "Twain, we meet for the first time, but why do you seem so dazed, Aries?" At this point, Yang Wei still hadn't figured out who the guy in front of him was. He had asked, "Who are you?" The feeling that the person in front of Yang Wei gave off was extremely similar to Lee Geon, but that person was covered in scars and his head was balding without having had a hair transplant. Not to mention the voice was completely different, and most importantly, there was no way Lee Geon could look this young. Yang Wei was sure the person in front of him was a fake Lee Geon trying to scare him, so he began to curse. Lee Geon, unexpectedly being cursed without knowing why, muttered back, "I'm that guy. Why are you calling me a fraud?" Yang Wei kept holding on to the idea that some crazy person was impersonating him. Lee Geon gathered his strength to throw a punch, but unexpectedly he lunged forward and hit Yang Wei in the stomach, wanting to push all the fat out, sending the Saint Ares flying down. He even chased after him, hitting him again while in midair. He slammed the overweight body down onto the floor below and then casually landed next to him. Geon still wouldn't stop smiling as he asked, "My dear, have you been eating well lately and forgotten that you need to eat and listen to others, right? Back then, you wanted to lock me in the demon tower. Did you find life blossoming with joy or not?" Every step towards Yang Wei was a reminder. The holy man had drained all of his assets, even tearing apart his will. "But it's okay, my dear. Today I'm here to kill you all, so money doesn't matter." He cracked his knuckles ominously, whispering plans that after defeating Yang Wei, he would go after the families and friends of the holy sect, as well as those worthless people. Everyone would have their share. The image of the entire White Birch Church collapsing under John's threats drove Yang Wei mad. To some extent, he wouldn't let him carry out those plans so easily. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yang Wei focused on the man in front of him. Temporarily realizing he wasn't joking and acting too quickly for him to catch his move, was the person in front of him really Lee Geon, who had come back to life and emerged from that demon tower with a completely different appearance? Suddenly, Yang Wei stood up, his expensive clothes billowing as he bowed his head and reiterated, "If you are Lee Geon, then you must prove to me that you are serious." Yang Wei's whole figure shot up high, accompanied by a surge of energy that violently stirred the air. He opened multiple spaces behind himself, his eyes blazing, wanting to resolve all doubts through force. The surrounding space swirled and was enveloped in red light. Beneath Yang Wei's feet, a formation shaped like a birch head appeared. He quickly summoned his transformation spell. An ancient-style helmet materialized above his head, resembling the Azure Emperor of deities of the Birch, the first saint of the Zodiac. 7 types of swords flew around him. Oh, this feeling is really nostalgic. That crown on his head only shows that this fat guy has summoned a part of his power, not all of it. Yang Wei remained silent, only pointing his index finger at the ground in front of him. A mass of chains appeared under Lee Geon's feet, wrapping tightly around him and pinning him to the ground. The fat man's doughy face broke into a smile of superiority as he asked Geon, "Do you still see me as weak?" From the sky, hundreds of thousands of sharp swords appeared of all types, merging together. It was like fish schooling in a frenzy, forming the divine technique of the Ares deity. The deity struck down those who opposed him. 7 enormous swords shot from Yang Wei's position, roaring toward Geon, sweeping away all the dirt and air in their path. His eyes narrowed, typical of a young man underestimating the enemy, dismissing the overly dramatic and costly effects. Damn, shut up, kid. Yang Wei cast his skill, but didn't forget to insult Geon to vent his frustration. With this many swords stuck in him, he would end up looking like a torn-up human teddy bear. The sound of the earth and stones exploding as they were pierced by the hundreds of swords was deafening. As the smoke cleared and the light from the hole in the supermarket ceiling shone down, a magnificent scene of piled swords was revealed. Yang Wei didn't know if Geon was dead or not. First, he had to catch his breath. Being that fat and fighting for so long, he must be exhausted. He would need to go home and eat 2 buckets of fried chicken to regain his strength. For a moment, there was no movement, and Yang Wei landed on the ground, savoring the feeling of a victor. In the end, the fool had to die when faced with an experienced opponent. This mountain of swords had buried Lee Geon as easily as one would expect. 20 years had passed, and this guy still thought he was the 13th saint. Just as Yang Wei was enjoying himself, a familiar green light suddenly emerged from the bottom of the pile of swords as if it didn't want him to wait long. No, it can't be. Yang Wei's eyes widened in shock as he could only watch, waiting for the surge of green and white energy to send the swords he had plunged into the ground flying. Lee Geon, covered in injuries, emerged from the pile of swords with enough strength left to strike Yang Wei's face. Despite the hit, it didn't cause much pain. Lee Geon's torn clothes fluttered in the wind as he forced Yang Wei back into the wall, shattering his confidence. Yang Wei's lips trembled, and his teeth felt broken and weak. Fear and confusion overwhelmed him as he struggled to comprehend how he was still alive after that attack. Could Geon have really done this? Ha ha ha! Now you recognize me. The scar isn't familiar, is it? Now I have a scar. Remember to look closely. Lee Geon's eyes sparkled with green light as he kicked Yang Wei's chest. I'm back and more powerful than before, haha. Suddenly, Lee Geon stood up straight, pinching his nose. He complained about the swords, wondering which dumpster they had come from given their terrible stench. Yang Wei remained silent, his eyes vacant as he stared into the void, blood streaming from his nose like a river. He was dazed by Lee Geon's absurdly miraculous recovery speed. But it wasn't due to the wound's healing. It was because the system had just pulled him back from the dead and rewarded him with the 13th keen sense skill. Now that the chit-chat is over, let's get down to business. He stepped on Yang Wei, saying, "Now, how can I make you remember that you'll never forget?" Originally, the deities only manifested when the saints transformed. However, thanks to the system, Geon could see the Jade Emperor pointing at Yang Wei, scolding him for allowing him to live until now. How did he know? He was left speechless, unable to respond to the deity. In an instant, the Jade Emperor vanished, leaving a curse upon Yang Wei. He let out a scream. Why can the deities disappear? Lee Geon pretended to be unaware, smiling and saying, "Perhaps the old man realizes that these matters are of no use, so he gave up. Even the deities have abandoned you. Now Lee Geon will be pleased to show Yang Wei what the pleasure of being buried in the Demon Tower is like. Fortunately, he is easygoing. Whatever he received back then, he will now share with Yang Wei to experience together." A moment later, the group of subordinates and Hugo entered, finding a chaotic wreckage as if a titan had just visited. The corner that used to be a supermarket was now just a heap of bodies from the disaster. It was clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. Hugo stood in silence for a moment, suddenly realizing that the energy swirling around felt very familiar to him. Is it Yang Wei? He was lying underneath. Their footsteps emanated an energy indicating that he had been battered. Hugo held his forehead as if he were listening to a teacher scold his child. It was definitely Lee Geon who had done this. No one else was here. The team of white-haired thugs could not perceive it like Hugo did, only sensing the weak energy emanating from below him. They didn't know how to dig this pile up. Hugo had used his golden power on his hands, ordering the crowd to quickly step back. Who would dare to stand there? The apostles immediately moved aside for Hugo to smash the ground. This place was already ruined, and it was even more of a mess. Hugo jumped down into the hole he had just created, and as soon as he landed, he adjusted his clothes. It was unclear whether he was looking for Yang Wei, who was barely hanging on, or coming back to be an old friend after 20 years. But there was no one there. All Hugo saw was something distinctly Lee Geon. Where was he? A piece of paper reading the 4 words, "trash and a half," was stuck to his chest. Yang Wei was lying like a dog that had eaten poison and then disappeared. He must have gone to fulfill his promise to Yang Wei, intending to take him down before heading to the family and friends of the Holy Assembly. The holy relic that Yang Wei had stolen from him was definitely inside, no doubt about it. Outside, there was a grand white birch emblem, and inside, many people were taking photos and viewing the artifacts, including a hideously carved statue of Yang Wei in the center of the hall. Truly, the wealthy were deluded by their power, and Lee Geon felt nauseated, exposing his face for everyone to see. Geon wandered around for a while, sensing from one passageway that his holy relic was calling to him. But when he arrived, he only found a few outfits he used to wear, and the weapons were nothing but scrap metal that dared to be displayed in a glass case for others to admire. Truly, a farcical zodiac clown. Finally, he found what he had been searching for all along, a long, thin object placed on a velvet cloth, accompanied by an information plaque in front, a toothpick used by Lee Geon. He couldn't believe that amidst all those pieces of junk, he found an item with his own enzyme here. How could he not be pleased? The group of people touring the White Dwarf mansion suddenly heard a loud crashing sound as a large pane of glass fell down. The alarm siren blared continuously from the ceiling, warning that a thief was present and called for them to surround him. In the hallway, the disciples ran a rush, each looking distinctly tense. All this commotion was because of a guy in a Dragon Phoenix outfit who had taken a toothpick. The floodlights shone down on him, and hundreds of bodyguards rushed in to form a circle around him, resembling an audience gathered to watch a performance as the artist holds up his prop and gives a light shout. "I won't drop this down, not a chance." His 2 fingers held the toothpick, waving it up and down gently. But every time he flicked his hand, the crowd screamed as if something had just sliced through the air. In no time, the hundreds of people there were blown away by John's force, leaving him to merrily stroll down the hallway to the outside. Indeed, one always prefers to use what they are most familiar with. He could not stop, continuing to flick the toothpick back and forth, his delight only causing the screams behind him to become more desperate. The toothpick in his hand had somehow transformed into something half like a bun and half like a peach, smiling joyfully at him. As soon as he discovered his artifact, the system reported it belonged to the production system with shape-shifting characteristics. From here, Geon unlocked the creative workshop skill, a workspace measuring a full meter. From now on, Geon would have the skills to produce, prepare, and disassemble whatever creations he desired. This artifact swelled up, snuggling against his cheek affectionately, like a dog reuniting with its owner after a long time apart. Just as he was about to go outside, Lee Geon stopped and his gaze fell on a door with a ram symbol radiating a strong golden light. Suddenly, he felt a mischievous urge, having come this far without stealing. By the time Hugo arrived breathlessly at the scene, the mansion was ablaze, thick black smoke billowing into the air. Several tourists who had planned a day of sightseeing were now frantically running away, shouting loudly. Initially intending a short visit, they ended up staying longer than expected, becoming victims of the fire. The family now had to deal with the arrangement of the burial. Hugo chased after like a dog in pursuit, but he couldn't catch up to his perverted friend, who often pulled off strange antics. Hugo couldn't even cry. He only hoped to find Geon. The crowd was in a panic, running in all directions. Geon was making his way through a side alley alone, dragging a large bag on the ground while complaining about being hungry. Finally, Hugo spotted him and shouted loudly, but Geon showed no surprise at seeing him. He remained very calm and asked, "Ha, I love old friend. It's been 20 years since we last met, not just yesterday, so stay calm. Come over here." Geon stood still, waiting for a hug from Hugo. Unexpectedly, Hugo ran over, grabbed the young man's shoulders from behind, and shook him violently as if trying to rattle his brain. In his ear, he could hear grumbling mixed with indistinct questions. After this incident, he would surely need a haircut. Let his hair grow a bit past his shoulders, and he would be mistaken for the main character. Geon was very annoyed now. He kicked Hugo squarely in the face to remind him how his friend looked, and if his eyesight was poor, he should avoid mistaking others for his friend. Seeing the bizarre situation unfold, the strange youth quickly fled from there. Hugo was in so much pain from the kick that he felt like he could suffer psychological trauma, but before he could say anything, his eyes were glued to the circle worn on Geon's shoulder. It turned out to be the holy relic that Geon was carrying. Realizing this, Hugo slowly looked up at Geon's face, filled with bulging veins, and Geon gritted his teeth, asking, "Do you need a few more punches to wake up, Otiksu?" Suddenly, Hugo embraced Geon, finally realizing that his friend was not a stranger. The emotional reunion of the close friends after 20 years apart was very dramatic, but Hugo received another punch from Geon to his stomach. "Damn, it's been 20 years and you still don't recognize me? I'm still straight, you know." At this point, it was definitely Geon, and Hugo couldn't argue back. At that moment, the system abruptly popped up, announcing that Apollo, the centaur god, had appeared. Why would the god of the centaurs appear here instead with Hugo? Suddenly, a blinding golden light appeared, rendering both Hugo and Geon speechless as they stared at Apollo, who had just arrived in an incredibly extravagant style, as if stepping out of an animated movie. Though extremely handsome with sparkling light effects, nobody understood why Apollo had shown up. Apollo frowned at the two, looking suspicious. Hugo was equally confused, unsure why his god had come here, while staring intently at Geon, the friend who had just returned from the dead. Only the system knew the story beforehand. With a perplexed look, Apollo whispered to Hugo, asking him to check if this was the real Geon or just a fake version. Damn, the deity wanted to test by shooting an arrow to see what would happen. Geon had been angry all this time, but hadn't had the chance to speak. Clearly, this was a centaur god, not the love god Cupid. Why did he keep aiming at others behind with his bow? Hugo stood in the middle, trying to calm his fury. Geon decided to shift his target to his friend and reminded him of the promise made over the phone. "Remember, I'm coming to kill you. Good luck. Now is the time for me to fulfill my trustworthy words." As soon as Geon stepped out of the tower, he learned that his house had been sold. The will had been altered all over the place, and artifacts from his home had disappeared. Isn't that infuriating? They were both saints, yet why did his friend look so strange now? Geon appeared extremely sinister and was determined to punch his friend to relieve his frustration. The sound of a thud rang out as if a heavy object had fallen to the ground, but it was not just a light punch. Hugo got hit hard enough to swell his head, yet he still had to smile, thanking heaven. God has brought that brutish friend back to me. If he didn't hit me, that it surely wasn't him. Before he could deal with Apollo, many people rushed out from the Birch Mansion, pointing fingers at Geon, ganging up on him for stealing artifacts. Being a saint, yet going into someone else's house to snatch their things without permission, Hugo asked what he had taken for so many people to show up. Geon pointed to a sack like Santa Claus's bag and said, "I only took this little bit." This little bit? Half of Yang Wei's artifacts were in that sack. Geon leaned on his hand, looking proud, and asked his friend, "Do you think I'm awesome?" Hugo had hated this fat kid for a long time, but now seeing Geon looking cheerful like a child, with plenty of Birch House goods, he didn't bother to mention that stealing is wrong anymore. The guards of the Birch Mansion were ready to pounce, but the captain raised his hand to stop them. "That person is not as lowly as we are. To deal with him, I have invited a more capable character." As soon as he finished speaking, the wind picked up violently. Hugo was startled and looked around to see what was happening. A dark figure jumped down from the roof of the Birch Mansion, the very character the guards had invited. Gigantic legs crashed down onto the stone floor. It was the guardian spirit of the Birch, representing prosperity, come to snap Geon's neck. The enormous creature, half lion and half ram, roared thunderously, its saliva splattering everywhere as a greeting. Its shadow loomed over the two below. Hugo quickly sensed that a big fight was about to happen. He advised Geon to toss aside all the goods he had stolen from Yang Wei and run away, planning to think things through later when he had the chance. But Geon didn't panic as Hugo thought he would. He wore a confident smile and asserted, "I am a planner, not some brainless idiot who barges into someone else's house to steal, and when faced with a challenge, I just dump my stuff and run away. Lime, hand me a sword." Geon's artifact chuckled in amusement. It was already well aware of its master's unruly personality. Its eyes glowed brightly, and hundreds of weapon images flitted about like a lucky draw. Once it selected a suitable item, its entire body emitted a lovely pink light. The crooked mouth spit out a hilt for Geon. He reached out to grab it, wearing a cunning smile as he swung the sword in the palm of his hand. But to his surprise, the sword was no different from a fruit knife. Geon thought to himself that this size was insufficient, gripped the sword horizontally, and muttered, "Show me your true strength." His whole body radiated the familiar blue light of the Ophiuchus constellation. The air around began to move vigorously, gathering towards Geon, leaving Hugo beside him bewildered. This energy felt too familiar. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded as something dropped onto the tiled floor. Geon appeared with a sword that had completely transformed, looking extremely flashy. With a green aura swirling around the sword, it was clear this was an ancient sword, infused with energy from the Ophiuchus constellation, receiving a critical elemental burst. To enhance its prestige, the hilt of the sword showcased a snake coiled around the blade, thick and thorny, as if lightning coursed within it. Before entering the battle, the system reminded Geon that the 13th sense skill allowed him to see the lethal weak points of his enemies. Geon activated the skill and immediately saw the weak points of the white birch guardian, located at the joints of its front and hind legs. Those glaring weak points suited him perfectly. Geon took his sword and rushed towards the gigantic beast. Seeing this scene, Hugo couldn't help but remember the old days, the time when his friend didn't know what fear of death was, charging straight at the enemy to fight head-on. Kill it, my friend, Hugo thought to himself. Such a powerful and reckless fighting style could only be done by Geon, and today Hugo was very happy to witness that scene again. The front leg of the spirit beast slammed down as Geon was flying by, like swatting a buzzing fly. Oh my god, I haven't even struck a blow yet, it's already crushed like that, there's nothing left to bury. Hugo silently complained. Under the guardian spirit, John's impatient voice suddenly rang out. It's really a birch, stuffing it to get fat, almost suffocating me. He bent his arms to lift the front leg of the creature, grumbling and cursing. After the cursing came the fighting. A smile spread across John's face. Before he could even make a move, the guardian spirit experienced a pain that spread throughout its body. The front leg that had just crushed John was now soaring in the air, no longer attached at the joint. The birch guardian spirit let out a roar that shook the heavens, mourning for its leg. The sister reminded John that the spirit beast was using another ability to retaliate. The creature roared, as if calling for something. It turned out that it was absorbing all the prosperity around to make power for itself. Truly a prosperous guardian spirit, always sucking in prosperity when needed and creating a noisy storm. I don't like it at all. I'd rather you sit still. I would go easier on you, Jian grumbled. He activated the high damage attribute of the serpent constellation on the sword once again, slinging it over his shoulder before swinging it down, not forgetting to whisper, "Let's cuddle a bit." Jian's serpent sword slashed decisively into the ground, but not due to a missed target. From his sword emerged a long, black line resembling a snake, launching toward the spirit beast. The line of energy struck the beast hard, making it let out a pitiful roar. The entire courtyard and the mansion behind the spirit beast were affected as if they had just been bombed from above. Dirt, rocks, and buildings were sent flying. Some unfortunate bodyguards standing nearby were caught in the backlash, suffering minor scratches at best and serious injuries at worst. Amid the thick dust, Hugo was so shocked that he could not close his mouth, merely standing there gawking at his friend like a villain reveling in destruction. As the smoke cleared, a long trench created by John was revealed, originating from where he stood, collapsing the entire mansion of the Ares behind it, stretching for hundreds of meters. The destructive power is incredible, Hugo thought to himself. Looking at the wondrous blue energy, he couldn't help but remember the golden era of Geon, when his hair had not yet fallen out and his eyes had not yet gone blind. The spirit beast lay in a heap like a dry dung pile under the blazing sun, look out too late to utter any last words. In addition to the experience points awarded by the system, it also asked Jun if he wanted to keep the spirit beast as a prosperous guardian for himself. Jian walked closer to the spirit beast's corpse, deep in thought. I can't believe it, even though I'm also called a saint. I've never received blessings from the deities. I've never had the power to control a guardian spirit like the other 12 zodiac saints. Now suddenly being granted this skill, it would be foolish not to accept it, Jian thought. His hand just touched the fur of the spirit beast, and the entire body of the creature was instantly enveloped by his power. The drooping wings now spread wide. The spirit beast had successfully become the guardian deity of the snake handler in a form that could hardly be described in words, resembling a scruffy Tibetan mastiff with a pair of angel wings, rather than the fierce creature it was before. Moreover, the spirit beast voluntarily shrank in size so Jian could lift it. It was quickly assigned the task of guarding its master's belongings. As a prosperous guardian deity, it could certainly hold all of Jian's belongings. Jian was very happy, hugging the spirit beast as if he had just received a gift from his mother, not caring about anyone else. Hiro stood at a distance, looking confused. What on earth had happened before they returned that his friend now possessed such absurd abilities, including the power to turn someone else's guardian into his own? Suddenly, Jian froze when the system requested a new name for the spirit beast, as it had become his personal guardian deity. Piggy Bank. Jian was excited about the quality name he had just come up with, making Hugo stifle a laugh. A mafia piggy bank doesn't hold money, only weapons, Hugo thought to himself. Under the crimson sunset, in front of Hugo's two-story house, Jian exclaimed 3 words laced with mockery. Traitor! Jian aimed that remark at his close friend, causing Hugo to get irritated, intending to retort but wasn't quick enough. Jian continued to ramble, accusing Hugo of living a comfortable life while he struggled to survive in the Demon Tower, while out here, Hugo got married, started a family, and enjoyed everything. My friend, I barely recognize you after just 20 years. I live worse than a dog in the Demon Tower. Did you sleep well at night? Hugo had to hold himself back from running over to punch Jian. He continued to play the sulky face along with an extremely skillful display of ignoring. Jian pretended to say that he didn't dare stay at his friend's house anymore, but when he heard Hugo say he lived alone, he changed his tone to comfort. Having a wife and living alone must be lonely, right? Hugo was speechless, stammering that he hadn't divorced yet, but it was a long story, and he didn't know how to tell it properly. He deflected back to John's situation, asking about what had happened in the Demon Tower. At that time, I followed your advice to deal with the troubles outside, so I had no idea what you were doing inside. How could everyone bring the head of the red-eyed devil out, but not bring you out? Jian smirked, keeping a cheerful yet slightly mocking expression. He glanced at Hugo and simply said, "That day, I was stabbed in the back and pushed into a trap they had set up. Down in that pit were hundreds of monsters lying in wait, plus the resurrected red-eyed devil as a bonus. It was quite a surprise, my friend. I knew Hugo would be shocked." Jian continued, "The red-eyed devil we saw was not its true form. Its real entity lies deep within the tower. I witnessed the terrifying power of that monster when I fell into that pit." Jian fast-forwarded through the beginning and middle, then recounted the ending. "I managed to fend for myself and defeat the monster. But the problem was not the red-eyed devil. It was someone controlling the tower from behind, possessing the ability to resurrect the dead calamities to torment me over and over again." The deeper he went, the more Jian felt the path out was narrowing, but he kept advancing until he could kill the final boss. "I died stupidly from a rock falling on my head, and I can be sure I logged out of Earth's server that time. When I woke up, there were no monsters around me. I couldn't understand why there was suddenly an earthworm-shaped figure in my hand." Jian clenched his fist, trying to suppress the rising anger in his chest. The guy who stabbed me in the back that day knew the structure inside the Devil's Tower very well, so he pushed me down to be torn apart to death. If I find out who it is, their entire family will get a special massage treatment from me. Hugo listened but didn't understand what Jian intended to do, yet he followed along. The first step of the plan was for me to create a spoon to shovel the essence into the mouth of that evil. Jian laughed loudly, raising his hand to summon the first-level workshop of the system. Jian scrolled through the screen to see what materials he could use. There were an eye-like sphere from 10 years ago, a holy relic from the Birch Estate, and fragments of Calamity to increase the absorption rate of magical power. Jian wasn't a great chef, but he thought that if he threw everything into the pot and stirred it for a while, even if it didn't turn out delicious, it would at least be a quality pig feed. Channeling all the magic power into the toy horse, the system emitted a beam of light. After that, everything had to be left to the system to create for him a red horse called Holy Relic du Ma with functions beyond expectations. When a name is written on a horse, the owner of that name can absorb up to 10% of the magical power from anyone they touch. Besides its appearance and versatility, what Jian likes most is the absolute loyalty of the horse to its owner. Hugo must think it's too easy for him to create a holy relic, so he asks, "Why does it sound like there are many unexpected conveniences when the outside looks so desolate and primitive?" Before the horse could curse, Jian already cursed for it. "Team of how many valuable materials I've put into this, I was planning to make you another one, but if you don't like it, then that's that." Hitting a sensitive spot, Hugo immediately switched to the role of the protagonist like a movie where the mask is flipped to reveal a criminal. "Oh, my friend, what a brilliant design. The creator of this is truly talented. I have shown it my absolute respect. Can you get my heart's voice?" Jian didn't want to hear any more, setting that matter aside. He put his things in his bag and prepared to find the trashy saints to teach them a lesson. He pulled out a gaudy yellow box and said, "If the saints are holed up in their territory, the only way is to lure them out." Seeing the white birch head outside the box, Hugo shrieked in panic. "Isn't that a storage holy relic? Besides storing anything, if the right price is paid, the user can develop the item placed inside." Hugo looked at it with mild greed. After all, this was a holy relic ranked in the top 10. But the important question was what Jian was carrying it for, since it belonged to the birch and only the birch saints could use it. Jian replied, "I've heard the centaur saint is broke with not a single penny, so I'm bringing this to you so you can earn some more." Hugo angrily retorted, "I have money already." Jian continued, "The higher the rank of the holy relic, the more expensive and hard to find materials are. I want to take advantage of this to find a lot of necessary materials and also make the high-ranking saints tear each other apart." Hugo still didn't understand how Jian intended to use it if no one could activate the holy relic. He foolishly asked, "Why can't you activate it?" Jian wanted to jump up and grab Hugo's hair right then. "I'm a saint of the Sagittarius, not some idiot. I'm not Aries." At that moment, Jian realized his own foolishness, letting out a weary sigh. "It can't be used, then we need to find another way, my friend. If we can't open it, how can we stuff it in?" Putting away the holy relic was easy, but Jian decided to do something harder. He claimed he had already sent out the challenge letter. Hugo's face paled as he asked back, "Where did the challenge letter go?" Looking at John's face, Hugo knew for sure that his friend had pulled another strange stunt. The challenge letter had certainly ended up somewhere it shouldn't have. Under the brilliant sunset sky, far from Hugo's home, an important meeting was taking place at the Blue House of South Korea. It began with terrible curses. "You useless bunch. Can't even eliminate a spider monster and still bring shame upon yourselves." The commander of the Saintly Lion Order, Oliver, propped his feet up on the table, expressing his disdain. These officials can't even solve a simple issue. On the other side, someone reminded Oliver to watch his language, but was immediately brushed off. Is the rumor true that some nobody killed the Spider Queen, or is the story about Lee Geon rising from the grave real? The porcelain object on the table exploded, cutting the argument short. The commander of the Saintly Gemini Order, Choi Sung-yuk, smiled, but it was clear he was not pleased. "Stop talking about Lee Geon. I'm starting to get annoyed." "Huh." Oliver still maintained his arrogant demeanor and retorted, "Don't you see the fat guy Yang Wei getting beaten up like a dog? It's all over the internet in that video they spread around." Sung-yuk tried to redirect Oliver's thoughts. "Some nameless guy just got some stuff from the divine being. It's not that powerful." Oliver immediately scoffed in response. "It's easy to say that, but why doesn't Gemini go and eliminate that female spider themselves?" The other person angrily replied, "Watch your words. I have evidence that Ares and Gemini contributed to the killing of the Spider Queen. There was even an S-class apostle who sacrificed himself." Oliver wouldn't back down, unleashing the golden power behind him, and asked, "Isn't that S-class guy already in the Spider Queen's belly?" Choi Sung-yuk fell silent, quietly suppressing his anger, but the purple aura emanating from him clashed with Oliver's golden light, causing the leaders sitting above to break into a sweat. He seemed furious with those two, but also frustrated with the state of the greenhouse. It had gone from a political discussion to a marketplace for two thugs arguing. Suddenly, an employee pushed the door open and came in, inviting the president to see the latest news. Everyone's faces were filled with fear, as if someone had pointed a gun at their heads, announcing that the broadcasting station had just received a mysterious package filled with torture photos of Yang Wei, along with a note written in bright red ink. "I'm back." What the hell? The handwriting on it was confirmed to match 99% with Lee Geon, who was supposed to be dead. Hugo shouted, questioning his friend lying on the bed. "What the hell were you thinking announcing to the whole world that you're back? Killing Yang Wei is enough to stir the whole world. Now go in public like this, aren't you afraid everyone will rush to find you?" Hugo didn't understand why his friend chose such a bizarre way to seek revenge. "What are you talking about?" Geon, upon hearing this, tilted his head to clarify. "Yang Wei isn't dead. He's just joking around, sitting up and rummaging through his bag. He just doesn't look very alive, that's all." Hugo was confused. What does this guy mean? Not alive means dead, so how can it be not looking alive? Geon jumped up, smiling, pulling something out of the bag, saying something nonsensical. Here. Yang Wei is right here, my friend." In John's hand was a yellow teddy bear held by its ears. Although it couldn't speak, if one listened closely, the sound of Yang Wei's screams could be heard coming from within. "Son of a bitch, Lee Geon. On. Hugo was panic-stricken. "Please don't tell me this is Yang Wei." He seemed terrified, wanting to flee from the bizarre stuffed animal. Meanwhile, Geon lifted the bear by its ears, twisting it with delight. "My power is now so strong that I can completely control the soul of another saint." His grip tightened more and more. Although the teddy bear couldn't open its mouth to speak, Geon insisted on giving orders. "Introduce yourself, slave number 2. Suddenly, Geon remembered something more important. He handed Hugo an object. "Look at this. This is the knife that was stabbed into my back and pushed me into that trap." Hugo was astonished. Shit, he's talking about a terrifying experience of being killed, but his face is excited like he's logging a ghost story. Hugo seriously assessed the intricate carvings on the knife, realizing it wasn't an ordinary knife. However, he believed Yang Wei didn't have the guts to stab Jen in the back. Jian continued. "He didn't dare to do it, but surely he knows who did. See this? I'm torturing Yang Wei's soul right here." Jian carried the stuffed bear on his back and said, "I'm going to the Holy Relic shop for a bit because this bald fat guy has seen a sculpture on the knife there." By the way, before leaving, Jen borrowed a few outfits from Hugo so he wouldn't be considered messy. Of course, Hugo didn't mind. After wandering around the house, Jian stuffed his hands into his pockets and said goodbye to slave number 2. As if knowing his friend would wonder who slave number 1 was, he foolishly waved his hand. "I'll be home soon, slave number 1. Then he walked away, ignoring Hugo's curses. It was already dark. At the Ares mansion, which John had thoroughly wrecked, a group of people in sharp black suits appeared. Everyone was busy assessing the damage. Leading them was a girl making a phone call. The airy saint is not here. The person on the other end chuckled, lightly twirling a stream of water in her hand. It was Sophie Marnie, the Aquarius saint. She asked her subordinate, "Where do you think that fat guy went?" Her subordinate reported, "All of Aries' wealth has disappeared." This made Sophie anxious. That bald guy might have run away to join forces with another saint, making things more troublesome. As she furrowed her brows in thought, her subordinate voiced a suspicion. Is it possible that Lee Geon returned and took him away? In the luxurious bathroom, with steam filling the air, Sophie burst into laughter. After laughing to her heart's content, she murmured, "That's not funny." With a flick of his hand, the water in the bathroom surged, grabbing the head of a nearby maid, lifting her high and swirling continuously as if trying to suffocate her. The sound of gasping for breath echoed from the phone. The black-clad subordinate realized that his words had caused serious consequences and hurriedly apologized. At that moment, the maid was finally released, just as another subordinate rushed in with dire news. "Miss, another holy relic has signed up for the upcoming drachma auction." That night, many distant cities began to buzz with excitement. At the Lion's Gym, the bodybuilders looked in one direction, awestruck by the man lifting a ton of weights against the wall. A subordinate quietly stepped forward, whispering, "There are rumors that Lee Geon's holy relic will appear at the upcoming drachma auction." The man glared back, revealing a long scar on his cheek that looked menacing, then dropped the weights to the ground as if the news had enraged him. Yet a smile grew on his lips. Stephen Maker brushed his messy brown hair with excitement. "Finally, a thing has appeared. It must belong to us." The door shifted, casting a blinding blue light, slowly revealing two figures, one tall and one short. Today, Jian was not wearing the thief's sandals anymore, perhaps because he had acquired these shoes from Hugo's place. Next to him was Song Jae, the friend's son who had brought him to this place, using the free teleportation service reserved for twins. Both of them walked briskly down the busy street. Jian thanked Song Jae for eagerly taking him to meet the SS-level evaluator just when he needed it. On the outside, Song Jae forced a smile, but inside he just wanted to scream because ultimately he was just being pressured to gather more information about the one who defeated the Spider Queen, not because he was eager for anything. Song Jae's phone was filled with reminder messages from the Holy Commander of the Twin Saints. Though he didn't say it out loud, Jian knew very well that his nephew was being coerced. He extended his hand to offer a knife already sheathed in leather, simply saying, "This is what I use to fight the hordes at the Demon Tower. This engraved knife allows you to summon warriors and activate random skills." But in Song Jae's eyes, it was nothing but a rusty old thing. Anyway, if someone gives it to you, just accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian realized they had arrived in front of a building with ancient architecture, the residence of the SS-level evaluator. The pedestrians on the street suddenly buzzed, pointing at someone who had just appeared, making the whole street lively. It was the Saintess of Aquarius, who suddenly appeared in her signature zodiac outfit. She led a group of all-female followers, striding confidently down the street. In the eyes of the people, Saintess Sophie Marnie represented all the best things in the world like a lost angel. Looking into her eyes, one could forget the way home. However, one of the subordinates of the evaluator remained alert. He rushed out, awkwardly asking the Saintess to stop. The evaluator currently has an appointment with someone else, ma'am. On the outside, Sophie plays the role of a gentle and understanding saintess, but inside she silently curses the evaluator for being unreasonable and making her wait. Is there still someone making an appointment at this hour? Who on earth is inside? The person inside curiously examines the various items displayed on the appraiser's shelves, exclaiming, "The prices of these items are indeed sky-high, truly deserving of the SX grade." The appraiser intensely studies the holy relic that Sung Jae brought and asks, "Who made this?" Jin Myung, an SX grade appraiser with many years of experience, is considered one of the veterans. He sweats profusely as he delivers his assessment. This item is very likely related to Sir Lee Geon. Sung Jae doesn't want to frighten the old man further, so he softly smiles, points to Jian, and says he made it. He's a fan of the 13th Saint. The appraiser nods but still tells Sung Jae, "You should go outside. I have something important to discuss with this person." As soon as he turns to leave, the appraiser immediately asks, "What is your relationship with Sir Lee Geon?" Due to his outstanding combat abilities, few pay attention to him. But for me, as a legendary craftsman who has seen countless counterfeit Lee Geon items, I can immediately tell there is a true presence here. That's why he presses him for information. If someone with advanced expertise recognizes the genuine item he crafted, Jian would be pleased, but without stating the truth, he only praises the old man's discerning eye. Suddenly, his face turned bright red, shy as if talking about something embarrassing. He admitted, "I am the disciple that Master Lee Geon cherishes the most in the world." Jian was not surprised that he suddenly had a disciple, but he did not understand why this person had a shy expression like a girl confessing her love. He stood there, his face full of confusing question marks. Jin Myung had turned back with the object that needed to be appraised, mumbling, "This person cannot possibly be related to Lee Geon." Just as he was about to punch him a few times for pretending to be gay, Jin Myung handed him a leather-bound notebook, saying, "This is the item I received when I became disciple of the sage." At first glance, Jian realized that this seemed to be the notebook he had lost. Finally, he recognized that this old appraiser was the guy who started out in the profession, trailing him throughout China over 20 years ago, asking him to pass on his skills, which he had refused. Time had passed, and the once talkative young man had now become a middle-aged man full of melancholy. No wonder Lee Geon remembered him. Jin Myung raised the notebook high, crying, "That day, Master Lee Geon left behind the only keepsake that I hold dear in my heart." A very touching moment, but for Jian, it felt like a cold. He thought he had lost it, but it turned out this guy had stolen the notebook. Jin Myung flipped through a few pages, mumbling that he could not make out the content because the handwriting was too bad, wanting to follow the ideas crafted in it but failing. He privately thought those were a list of items he did not want to introduce. However, he closed the book, his face illuminated with kindness as he handed it to Jian, saying, "If you are so passionate about the 13th sage, then take it back to study." Jian immediately took it, remembering that he had casually written down a few of his designs in it. Having it ready was good. The moment his hand touched the notebook, the skill the god of gaze allowed him to channel magical power into the notebook right away. Jin Myung looked on anxiously as the light seeped into the cover, thinking that the young man in front of him had the skill to read the holy relics that stored memories. Just as he was about to ask for the information inside, the hurried voice of a servant calling from outside interrupted. The servant pointed outside, reporting that the saintess had arrived. Jin Myung didn't care much. She arrived, so what? It doesn't concern me. Why does everyone have to make such a fuss? Sophie had been patiently waiting outside for a while. The place she stood quickly turned into a red carpet for people to take photos and shoot videos just like an event. She lowered her head, silently cursing those bothersome people. "Every time I go out, I wear this outfit and they still make a huge commotion." Sung Jae stood in the crowd, excited but not particularly eager, having heard that whenever Sophie left the temple, she always brought trouble to others. After waiting for over half an hour without seeing the examiner invite him in, and with the crowd continuously flashing lights, Sophie completely lost her patience. She dashed inside, ignoring the guard at the door who was trying to stop her. Sophie decisively stepped in, wanting to see who the guest was that Jin Myung valued more than a saintess. Unexpectedly, upon seeing the person in front of her, she froze for a few seconds as her attention was caught by the handsome face of that individual. Suddenly, Sophie's heart blew with joy. No matter if they were a saintess, she still preferred handsome appads. Excitedly, she moved closer for a better look when suddenly, an image of a gigantic snake flashed in her mind, its large, ferocious mouth lunging towards Sophie, causing her to turn pale and collapse to the ground in fear. What was that? Sophie felt sweat pouring down her sides, wondering why it felt like hundreds of giant snakes were coiling around her, tightening and threatening. This is not good at all. Sophie Marnie ran outside with a panicked expression, leaving her followers puzzled and scrambling to catch up. The two people in the shop didn't understand why such strange behavior occurred, and Jian didn't care much either. Just as he was about to return to his items, the assessment system informed him that someone had approached the Snake Master. Its divine power currently stood at 35%. He wondered what divine power was, and the system immediately replied, "It is a type of strength bestowed in a sacred form, which requires the addition of a core personality trait of Jian, namely that he can absorb divine power from others to increase his own. If it remains at 0% for too long, he will lose his strength." Pointing outside, Lee Geon wondered, "Who is that girl who just ran away?" Jin Myung asked him back with a confused tone, "How can you not know when the saintess appears so frequently in the apostolic newspapers?" When he heard that it was the saintly protector Sophie Maldi, Lee Geon froze for a second and then burst out laughing, nearly crying. "Oh shit, I thought the saintess was some gibbon that everyone talked about so cautiously. Turns out it was that old hag. It's just some tricks. Her looks aren't like that at all." No wonder Lee Geon didn't recognize her. In the past, she was also considered pretty, but beneath that face was the hollow, decaying soul. That's why her beauty could never sway Lee Geon. On the list of things he hated the most, besides fish bones, flies, and trash, Sophie was like a disgusting crawling insect that made him feel nauseated. Her skincare routine was more important to her than human life. Lee Geon turned his head to mock Jin Myung, not understanding why people worshipped her as a representative of compassion and selflessness when she was clearly a selfish and ruthless individual. From their conversation, he learned from Jin Myung that Sophie embezzled money thanks to the title of the 13th Saint. It was only after the government intervened that the issue was resolved. Seeing Lee Geon's face contort as if he were severely constipated, Jin Myung questioned his attitude. "Do you seem familiar with the Saintess?" Jian replied, "How could I be even slightly acquainted? Just call me her old friend." Sophie ran rapidly until she reached a small, deserted alley where she gradually slowed down. Her subordinate chased after her, worried and asking questions for a long time, but she was still too panicked to respond. The incident inside the appraisal shop reminded Sophie of Jian's piercing gaze as he looked at her years ago, fiercely asking, "Do you want to die?" She thought she had buried the memories deep down, but unexpectedly, this time she was threatened by John's ugly, scarred face. All of this was because of that young man. She didn't understand why it stirred such terror within her. She ordered her subordinate to return and investigate the brown-haired guy in the appraisal shop. When her subordinate asked if they should investigate the appraiser, Sophie immediately changed her mind, her mouth curling into a delighted smile. "I will heal both of them." Her subordinate spoke up to intervene, insisting they should keep Jin Myung alive, but Sophie brushed it off. Both of those people deserved to die. She held up the chain around her neck for her subordinate to see, smiling sweetly, saying she would lend the relic and the power of the god to kill those two. The subordinate wanted to advise her further since they were in neutral territory. Sophie thrust the bracelet forward, her face wearing a kind smile, but radiating a terrifying energy that made the girl instantly step back, unable to argue any further. The will of the Saintess was the will of the god. Kneeling on one knee, she raised her hands respectfully to accept the bracelet Sophie handed her. She repeated to herself, "The will of the Saintess is the will of heaven, and the apostle must carry it out at all costs." Sophie was finally satisfied, smiling gently. At that moment, she retracted the image of the divine guardian shining brightly behind her, thinking she might as well cause this subordinate to log out as well. At that moment, Lee Geon was sitting and talking with Jin Myung in the shop when he suddenly felt something wet on his head, as if water was dripping from somewhere. Outside the downtown area, the lights from the shops and houses twinkled. Sung Jia left Jun alone in the appraisal shop to stroll around, waiting for him to finish. Suddenly, he looked down at his feet and saw something strange. He stopped, focused his gaze on the puddle of water at his feet, confused about where it came from, and it seemed to be spreading even though it wasn't raining. Sung Jae bent down to take a closer look, realizing there was a magical force within it. Suddenly, the shadow in the water turned an unusual shade of white. Two figures appeared, glowing brightly, and reached out their hands as if to grab Sung Jae. The glass of iced milk coffee fell immediately due to the horrifying scene before him. The water congealed into the shape of a human crawling towards Sung Jae, resembling the crawling ghosts in horror films, making him pale with fear. How could there be ghosts in a brightly lit area on the street? Suddenly, a scream rang out from behind. Sung Jae turned around and discovered that everyone around him saw the water ghost just like he did, surfacing from the ground, staring at their own forms. The one responsible for this scene stood on the roof of a building, looking down. Who else but Sophie Marty, who had cast the duplicating mirror? Although the duplicates only possessed powers similar to that of A-rank apostles, a large number could still take down an elephant. Besides, in the appraisal shop, there were only two people, one old and one young. Sung Jae ran back to the appraisal shop. As soon as he saw the back of the Saintess's guard, he shouted out loud, "Why are you using combat skills in the neutral zone like that? Cancel it immediately." She turned around and calmly looked at Sung Jae, holding a beautifully crafted cup in her hand, saying that this was the Saintess's order, so he should be quiet. This was the will of the higher-ups. She suddenly placed the holy cup on the ground, activating the holy relic and causing it to shine brilliantly. Sung Jae, startled, rushed to stop her, but it was too late. A column of light shot straight up into the night sky as if a famous idol were performing there. Dozens of streams of water burst up from the ground, swirling into large circles that surrounded everyone in the neighborhood. The summoned water spirits of those people would work together to deal with Jin Myung. The young man who was a guest in that shop would be dealt with by her own hands. The water spirits quickly followed the orders and created a puddle of slimy water above the spot where Jian had seen earlier. Sung Jae, panicked, swam in the water sphere, not understanding when they had planned the attack. His palms tried to summon power, needing to escape from there quickly before losing consciousness. Sung Jae's vision began to fade, gradually wanting to close, surrounded by endless water. At that moment, Jian in the shop realized that the water infused with magical power was not from rain seeping down. He quietly watched as it continued to flow down in increasing amounts. Jin Myung also felt the magical energy around him, looking around confused, and the water gathered together like a rope and lifted him high up. Something sharp rushed forward and pressed against John's neck, and he didn't seem surprised at all. The female bodyguard whispered, Don't move. I don't want to kill you yet. Explain that this is because you have displeased the saintess. But don't forget the threat. Resisting will lead to your death. Don't be foolish. The saintess has ordered me to kill 2 people. But if you admit your mistake to the saintess and Jin Myung is willing to buy the holy relic at a high price, I will speak in your favor in front of Sophie. What a kind-hearted bodyguard, threatening others but offering negotiation terms. Too merciful, to the point that the evaluating uncle didn't even bother to respond. Suddenly, Jian asked, sounding exasperated, "Is it normal to walk around the street holding a knife?" Jin Myung widened his eyes, watching him grasp the broken knife handle between his 2 fingers. Maybe he's just old? Back in his time, no one dared to wield a weapon carelessly. Jin dropped the knife to the ground, chuckled, and said, "Jin Myung, why don't you calculate the damages here and have them pay a bit?" Seeing Jian break the holy relic knife, it seemed like he was on his side. But Jin Myung still didn't dare to speak up. What kind of person could do that with bare hands? The female subordinate seemed to be around 30 years old and had never encountered such a situation before. She angrily said, "You must not move, didn't you hear?" The A-class water spirits gathered behind, rushing towards Jian to silence him. But upon arrival, they were scattered like water splashed from a bucket as a single punch from Jian sent them crashing to the ground. With that same punch, he smiled kindly and asked, "Hey, do you have more? Call them out. It's quite fun to punch." The female bodyguard took a few steps back, warily observing the young man before her. Just as the saintess had predicted, being able to punch away A-class water spirits with bare hands definitely indicated he was not an ordinary person. If that's the case, I must eliminate him to avoid putting the saintess in danger. The nonchalant demeanor of Jin Myung is really irritating. She pulled out the necklace that Sophie had given her and splashed a stream of pure magical water that Sophie had personally infused. Puddles began to form into the shape of a pack of wolves, which according to the guard were A-rank water wolves. Using A-rank creatures to cause trouble for Jian is a waste of effort to provoke him for a laugh. Sophie, that little demon, certainly had a grand way of greeting him. Without knowing where he pulled out 2 daggers from, he asked Jin Myung, "Can I borrow these daggers for a bit? Whether I return them later depends on my mood." He didn't wait for her to answer. Jian, like a rocket being launched, shot forward and confronted the aggressive pack of water wolves alone. Wherever he went, it meant death for them, and he even let out a gleeful shout. "These daggers are really sharp. I like them so much, I'll give them a like." His blade struck the water wolves, bringing back magical information from the mirror as if he was in a slaughter mode. Jian dove into slicing the A-rank creatures with delight, laughing joyfully. Why is it so fun to just appraise items? Wherever his blade went, Jian reaped rewards. He collected shards of replica mirrors, experience points, and various miscellaneous items related to the water wolves that belonged to the saintess. It's unknown what rank the saintess's subordinates were, but they stood there in shock, unable to believe their eyes. The summoned beasts of the saintess were being killed so easily. Hey, Jian's call startled her so much that she felt like her eyes might pop out. Is he the final boss of some villain story? What a strange male lead. Jian was thrilled with this scene of slaughter, asking her if there was anything else, and to bring it all out. His gaze was like that of a fierce beast, staring intently. The guard was unable to take even a step, let alone respond. Knowing she couldn't stay in the house since there was no door, she turned and fled in a hurry. Jian didn't bother to chase after her. He was exhausted from dealing with the stubborn ones, and he could ignore cowards like her. Jin Myung silently assessed him. Suddenly, a loud scream from Sung Jae echoed from the door, the boy completely drenched, bursting in to warn him about the troublemakers attacking recklessly. To his surprise, the inside of the appraisal shop was the chaotic mess following John's rampage. Wasn't this the beast summoned by the saintess? That was how others viewed the summoned beast. But to Jian, these were merely pieces of materials that had fallen for him to collect. Sung Jae urged him to leave, fearing that if the guards brought more people, it would become quite troublesome. Just as they were about to leave, Jin Myung shouted loudly. As both turned to look, he hesitated. 20 years ago, he had followed Lee Geon to learn the crafting methods, so he remembered very clearly how he fought monsters and gathered materials. With all of his courage, he loudly asked, "Was that you in the earlier battle? Was it Lee Geon?" He didn't answer, only raised his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. But his expression spoke volumes. He appeared mysterious, with a dreamy soul. Jin Myung, sensitive by nature, picked up on the signal and immediately felt emotional, crying softly. Hoo-hoo. Jian, likely afraid of shedding tears, turned around and left, promising to continue the conversation next time. That was enough to make Jin Myung extremely happy. He bowed deeply and shouted, "I hope to see you again next time, esteemed guest." He lightly nodded and left, leaving the dilapidated room for the old man. It was indeed an effective way to avoid cleaning up the place. After leaving the appraisal shop, the two of them, Sung Jia and Jian, found a very reasonable place to escape from the pursuit, a brightly lit cafe in the middle of the street selling all kinds of ice creams and cakes. This guy, who was already 40 years old, was still shoveling massive spoonfuls of ice cream into his mouth, very pleased. "Sungjae, it's so delicious. Eat up. Eat a lot." Seeing John's determined expression as he faced the food on the table, Sungjae hesitantly asked, "It's delicious, but just by looking at it, I can tell it's expensive. Do we have money to pay?" Of course, Jian had no money, but his skill in picking up dropped items from others was exceptional. He held up the item that the female bodyguard had lost, claiming he had examined it for a while and thought it seemed usable. The yellowish object with a spilled water bottle logo seemed like a Guardian's emblem, functioning like a credit card and containing some skills of those people. Sungjae looked more closely and realized this resembled a personal credit card. The fear was that if they used it, they would trace them here. But who cares that much? Jian is just happy to have some sweets. Ignoring his nephew's lack of appetite, he continued eating from this cup to that bowl until Sungyuk approached, greeting him. Looking at the expressions of these two, it's clear that no one wants Commander Song to show up here. He greets Sungjia but asked for a seat at this table to talk to Jian. Realizing that Sungyuk is the boss who's been bothering Sungjia for a few days, he can send him away and let him sit down. Sungyuk immediately asked, "Are you the one who killed the Spider Queen that Sungjie mentioned?" He seemed oblivious to John's unwillingness to answer, saying that if even Yang Wei couldn't handle that spider, then a young person like me must be quite impressive to have done it. "What do you intend to do about it?" Jian was already on his third ice cream, moving to the fourth. He kept hearing Sungyuk say he was here to seek out exceptional talents. It was clear he wanted to lure Jian into this holy assembly, so Jian asked what he had to offer as persuasion. "One of the 8 holy relics of Lee Geon will be going to auction soon. If you're free, can we discuss that a bit?" Finally, John's attention was caught. He set down his ice cream spoon, showing a look of its time as they were auctioning his artifacts. With cream smeared all over his face, Jian looked up and said he would go straight to the auction house. Sungyuk didn't mock his silly rustic appearance. On the contrary, he was very friendly, stating that Lee John's artifacts would be showcased in a place of equal stature, quite far from where they were. It was the highest auction house ever, situated high up in the sky in a city called Prosperous Fortress Drachma. This fortress city wasn't large, but it was unique because it was built on a floating island in the sky. It was lavishly decorated, and the Drachma auction house had an entire skyscraper dedicated to hosting auctions for one-of-a-kind items. In the waiting hall of Drachma, Sophie was sitting on a bench, clutching her neck and trying to breathe. She was wearing the beautiful Saintess outfit, but was trembling all over, her face ashen as if she were sitting in the middle of a snowstorm, until a deep voice echoed through the hall. It was Stephen Maker, and he grumbled, "Stop that look, you're ruining the wine here." Sophie glanced at the giant man, grumbling to herself about how he was a dimwit with developed limbs, but she had to endure it for the time being to avoid disaster. This was a man who had surpassed even Lee Geon. Being next to Stephen Maker made Sophie feel safe. He stood up abruptly and walked away, not forgetting to remind her of a familiar saying. All of Lee Geon's weapons in this auction belong to him. Don't get any ideas and then regret it too late. She called after him anxiously, but the lion-sate didn't respond and just kept walking. Left alone in the grand hall, Sophie took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Anyway, this is Drachma. Whether real or fake, the person she always feared couldn't possibly appear here. But the person on the other side of the glass suddenly caught Sophie's attention. It was Hugo Otter standing alone in the aisle. Her mood shifted dramatically, feeling delighted that this guy had arrived just in time. It seemed like something entertaining was about to happen. Hugo arrived here not for the antiques, but had been wandering around for a while without seeing his friend Jian. He thought that a place with so many expensive holy relics would attract his friend's attention, which was why he came, but it was only the brat who came to bother him. She lightly nudged Hugo's shoulder from behind, smiling as she said, "Long time no see." "Huh?" The cheerful face of the brat under the hood made him shiver. Meeting anyone other than Sophie at this moment was unfortunate. She acted as if they were long-lost friends and started with, "It's really hard to run into you. It seems not even Hugo Otters can conquer time. I remember we used to represent the 12 Saints." But Sophie always had a way of throwing shade. How could she miss out on the fact that the Zodiac Council had few members, which placed Hugo in a lower position than the others? Still busy looking for his friend, Hugo didn't want to continue the conversation, waving her off. But Sophie knew everything, except when to be sensible. With an arrogant expression, she blurted out a harsh comment that left Hugo frozen. "Be careful you don't lose your child, just like you lost your wife." The fake smile on Aquarius's face widened as she continued to dig into the matter, repeatedly asking him if he thought his wife was dead. Hugo's silence only encouraged her to push harder. Even if he were a saint like Sagittarius, he would still have to helplessly watch his family fall apart. Aquarius successfully drove someone as calm as Hugo to the edge, his entire being ignited with a fierce rage. Where the two had just stood, an explosion shattered the walls. Amidst the black smoke, Hugo was engulfed in flames, his eyes ablaze with fury. I'm talking about you, get out. Sophie, however, did not let it go so easily. She raised her hand to her mouth, hibbling, and used water to douse the fire on Hugo's arm, reminding him, "We have a 10-year truce, don't forget that." In truth, seeing Hugo so furious brought obvious delight to Aquarius, who stepped closer to him and asked, "Don't you realize that you're just a half-saint?" Before Sophie could unleash the water she had just summoned, a voice called out from behind, and a white light burst forth. Geon had just called, "You have a lot of nerve," and he flicked his fingers against Aquarius' forehead, bringing her to an immediate realization. The spot where the water drop hit Sophie's forehead turned bright red, her eyes filled with the whites. It was unclear if she had gained insight or if she had just logged out completely. Geon looked at Sophie's lifeless body on the ground with disgust, while his friend turned to him and said, "Hey man, why is it getting so intense right now?" Hearing Hugo worry that he had been doing something foolish, Geon crossed his arms in confusion and asked, "Am I 3 years old, or do you like me?" Feeling the tense atmosphere, Geon closed his jacket and kept his backside away from Hugo, not forgetting to express a constipated look on his face. Looking at the twisted body on the ground, he said, "Why do I always run into this crazy girl everywhere? Don't tell me this crazy girl likes me." Hugo was at a loss for words. Had this guy taken anything before coming here? In your eyes, Geon might be the guy who has been overly buffed and turned into a freak, but in Sophie's eyes, he is not just that. Aquarius thinks she hates Geon, but in reality, she is truly afraid of him. She fears his scarred face, deep scars, and his aggressive personality. He never spares anyone who provokes him, and those blind white eyes always throw a sharp, contemptuous glance towards Sophie, something she can never forget. One stormy day over 20 years ago, in the Aquarius shrine, there was a clamor of his subordinates trying to block Geon's fierce advance. The housekeeper of the Aquarius estate rushed out with open arms, determined not to let him go any further. In the flash of lightning, its hideous face uttered a single word, "Get out! What is going on?" Sophie's voice made him turn around, seeing her in her nightgown, irritated with her arms crossed, asking, "What the hell do you think you're doing barging in here?" With a sudden bang, Lee Geon slammed his fist against the wall behind Sophie, scaring her. His eyes were etched with anger, highlighting several dark brown scars as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you really want to die?" Bao Bin tried her best to sound tough and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" These words will only drive Lee Geon insane. He questioned why she was still lingering around the shrine, even though he had sent her back to the rear to treat those injured by the monster attacks. He tightened his grip on her hand and shouted, "Their limbs are broken trying to protect you. Do you understand?" "Enough talk," he said, grabbing her wrist and pulling her along, forcing Sophie to go save people, no matter what. "No, those people could die and no one would care. Dying for me and humanity is an honor. How can you look down on the saints like that? I've endured enough insults from humanity. I won't bother cleaning up that trash." Her stubborn words made Lee Geon freeze. He turned his bandaged face toward her and asked, "What did you just say?" Putting her hand up to cover her nose, complaining that Geon stank like a pile of garbage, Sophie insisted, "I am definitely not going to treat the injured. I need to go sleep now so I can wake up and put on makeup for my interview tomorrow." Sophie yanked her restrained wrist away from Geon, still wincing at the swollen spot from his tight grip with a look of disdain. Geon's hand suddenly shot out and slapped Bao Bin across the face, making her feel like her teeth might fly out. He shouted directly with an angry voice, echoing throughout the shrine, then dragged her for treatment until she collapsed from exhaustion. Thus, for Sophie, Lee Geon was a damn bastard. She was cursing him fiercely. Lee Geon's face appeared and asked, "Did you sleep well?" Sophie's eyes dimly recognized that she had just drooled in her sleep, her whole body tightly bound to the chair. Directly in front was Lee Geon with his familiar disdainful face, and Hugo Otters standing beside him. Realizing she was in the hands of the one she feared the most, she let out a scream that reverberated throughout the building. After screaming, she continued, "Who do you think you are to dare to do this to a saintess? Release me at once. Release me at once. I want to slap you again." This old hag's mouth probably wouldn't change at all whether it had 20 years or 200 years of age. Sophie's mind kept rolling inside, telling herself, "I'm not afraid of him like I was 20 years ago anymore. Today I will be clear with him." Her hand glowed, the light of acid to dissolve the bindings. Sophie's plan was to escape this place and go find Stephen Maker for a showdown, but she ended up getting another snap, nearly bursting her forehead, trembling with anger and helplessness. Lee Geon's index finger was still smoking, reminding her, If you're planning anything, don't let it show on your face, got it? At this moment, John's finger was still emitting smoke. The hag looked up and laughed heartily. That's an acid self-defense skill, activated whenever someone uses violence against me. She let out a joyful shriek, and Sophie's mind was filled with painful images of Geon being corroded by acid all over his body, begging her for mercy. Is your strongest skill? I also have something very strong. He raised his middle finger at her, but the acid had disappeared at some point. However, he wasn't foolish enough to brag about having the absurd ability to heal himself, which had left Aquarius terrified, screaming in disbelief. All right, are we done chatting happily? Let Lee Geon settle the score for what has happened between us, shall we? I heard you claim to be my support person. A first snap of his fingers. Those ridiculous terrorists in the appraisal shop were sent by you, right? Almost 10 of them, but let's settle it with 5 snaps to keep things friendly. And what was that nonsense you said to Tiksu earlier? Add another 50 snaps. Seeing her tearful face, Lee Geon kept his hand poised and asked, Hey, do you have anything else to say? After a moment of silence, he thrust his hand forward. Here's what you were waiting for. Your incredibly smug face makes me wonder if you're the villain here. Her ongoing protests echoed incessantly. Hugo found no reason to intervene. That awkward friend of his was just like that. Whether male or female, they were all treated the same way. Even if Lee Geon had ample reasons to act that way, Hugo would never hit a woman. At most, like just now, he would just hit the wall a bit. But wait, is there something wrong with my eyes? I feel like John's power is increasing with each snap he makes. Hugo wasn't mistaken. With each flick on the jar's forehead, he was able to extract her divine power. The unbeatable flicking saint was in high spirits. Sophie suddenly collapsed in a perplexing manner. Her forehead was swollen in several spots and foam was frothing in her mouth, signs that she had fainted. Geon finally stopped. The system rapidly popped up before him, congratulating him that his current divine power had reached 50% and successfully unlocked the holy divine power. What new terminology is this? Can't you look it up on Google for me? What is the holy divine status, my friend? It was simply because he was an abandoned child, not blessed by any zodiac sign that he didn't know. It was the power needed to sustain divinity. Knowing late had its perks, as the system informed him that if he didn't have it, he could take it by force. Whether it was divine power or holy divine status, ultimately it all came down to having to take it. Indeed, it was the system. Geon rubbed his confusing head, having earned 20% divine power from just a few flicks on the jar. Why hadn't he received anything after beating Yang Wei badly before? Was it because the skill hadn't been unlocked then? Yet now, he received news that he could still increase his power. Geon began to feel quite cheerful. The method of increasing power was generally effortless. Just go beat others to take it. Hugo, standing behind him, reminded him to interrogate this jar regarding the dagger, but Geon brushed it off. This woman definitely wasn't someone who would dare stab me in the back. Besides, I've already found someone who can investigate it for me. Hugo nodded, pretending to understand, but his mind was full of hidden thoughts about his friend. It turned out he was just looking for an excuse to act against Sophie Marty all along. Suddenly, the phone in his pants pocket vibrated. Hugo leaned in, curiously asking where he got the phone. Geon casually replied that he borrowed it from an acquaintance and then flashed a smile, showing off his teeth as if advertising some toothpaste. He said he was going to the auction hall. Hugo wanted to throw the crazy girl away anywhere. After finishing his sentence, he quickly left, just like someone who sets things up for others to clean up. That left him and the crazy girl who had just been knocked out. Suddenly, the door opened again. Hugo thought his friend had forgotten something and turned back, but the newcomer made him extremely tense. In a world of 8 billion people, why did it have to be this bearded guy? In front of Hugo stood Stephen Maker, looming large, just like the male lead in a story. The guy's gaze flicked over, and he immediately noticed the girl tied up in a chair behind Hugo, unconscious. Hugo had no intention of explaining and just stared at Stephen, who was suddenly angry, with a bunch of yellow electricity crackling around him, asking, Hey, Hugo, what are you doing here? It was just a question, but why did it sound so threatening? Turns out the girl was Stephen's ally. He took off his expensive yellow glasses, looking like a superhero preparing to transform, with a visage resembling a werewolf. He reminded Hugo that it had been a while since they last saw each other, but there was no time to get tied up in that. Dan, do you think I have so much free time to start trouble with you? Stephen looked at the Aquarius, looking just like a dog that has eaten poison, and he said, I form an alliance with her. What kind of alliance is it that only has 2 people? That's basically it. Now tell me, why are you here, Hugo? He probably thought by asking this question, Hugo would answer. Where to go is a personal right, why ask such a thing? But the guy just stuffed his glasses into his chest, the tight body shirt hugging his well-developed chest, and then clicked his tongue and asked, Do you come here for John's holy relic? Probably not, because if you did, you wouldn't have the money to buy it, right? Damn, I know Hugo is poor, but these two really match to form an alliance. Each of them opens their mouth and digs into Sagittarius's poverty, Hugo thought. Stephen smiled, showing his bright white teeth, and boldly asked, "Are you still collecting the holy relics that Geon created? Since ancient times, when Geon still existed among the 13 saints, Stephen has always felt inferior to him, taking Geon as a benchmark to strive to surpass. He has always been gathering all the holy relics related to him. Hey, don't tell me you think that continuing to do this will make you strong enough to be on par with Geon." Stephen said nothing, blowing away the dirt and rocks beneath his feet. Indeed, Hugo's words had hit the right spot. He intended to say a few words, but Stephen really blew the floor away. Hugo cautiously summoned flames to surround himself, only to see lightning emanating from Stephen's hands. He couldn't strike at Hugo, but grabbed his wrist, squeezing it hard enough to make his half vanish. Hugo began to feel fear as he sensed Stephen's grip getting stronger by the day. The man's fierce gaze warned him not to take any risks. With every word Stephen uttered, his muscular fingers tightened a little more, reminding Hugo, "You are just a fool, so don't mention Geon in front of me." As soon as he finished speaking, he twisted Hugo's arm behind him, his entire body radiating an image of divinity behind him, as if to prove his strength had far surpassed that of the Geon statue. "Saint, there's trouble," a subordinate came to report. The twins had purchased all of Geon's items. The man suddenly turned back, forcefully pushing Hugo away, realizing he couldn't waste any more time with him, and left immediately with his subordinate. Hugo called after Stephen to take this crazy woman away, but he didn't pay much attention, even telling Hugo to do whatever he wanted. Right now, the top priority was the auction, and this old woman could wait. Before leaving, he kindly reminded him, "You want to live, you should control your own temperament." Being careful, Hugo smirked sarcastically. "Your reminder is so touching that it chills my heart." Once Stephen was far away, Hugo dared to look down. His hand was badly burned from the electric jolt of the Lion Saint. The feeling of inadequacy surged in Hugo's heart. He knew he was not okay at all because he had always been the weakest among the 12 blessed zodiac signs. The Drachma auction house shines brightly like a heavenly realm. Through the glass doors of the corridor, the closed VIP room can be seen in the auction area. The excited female MC strikes the gavel to finalize an item for Gemini. Now there will be a break to prepare for the second round. That's all it took. The young people in the room let out a cheer of excitement. Lee Geon has secured another interesting item for himself. Samyuk, sitting next to him, congratulates him on buying what he wanted. At this moment, Geon scratches his head sheepishly, thanking him for inviting him into the VIP room, allowing him to shop comfortably. It's thanks to him that Geon could gather this collection of items. Choi Sung-yuk adjusts his glasses, reminding him that this is all to recruit him into the Gemini cult, not noticing that Sung Jae sitting beside them has already spent billions. He glances over at Sung Jae and asks, "Can you take care of the payment for this drink? I forgot my card." "I wouldn't dare go against your orders, boss," Sung Jae replies as he reaches for his wallet. Jin pulls out a dirty black card and casually says, "Today's on me." Sung Jae reaches into his empty pocket, wondering, when did this guy get a black card without me knowing? Jin waves the card in his hand, reminding him, "Anyway, don't ask your subordinates to pay for you." Being told this directly, Samyuk doesn't dare to object and keeps a smile on his face. But he gradually realizes that this guy looks young but seemed to enjoy bossing others around. Nonetheless, he has successfully defeated the Spider Queen. Samyuk's task is to make use of this talented person for his own cult. Wait a little longer. When Geon had drunk a lot of alcohol, Samyuk began the main topic of the day with a long, flattering speech. The potential of this brother is at least S or SS rank. If blessed by the Aries Society, he will undoubtedly develop greatly. Jian took a sip of his drink, realizing that the pale purple Miss Sung-yuk had just released had the effect of manipulating others' minds, just like scammers do. Sung-yuk showcased all his persuasive skills to Jian, talking about money, jewels, wealth, glory, and a respected career. Joining the Aries Society would give you everything, all for free, completely free, and promised that you would gain power stronger than you'd in mind. Come on, take my hand, and let's conquer the path to bring Aries to the heights of glory. It sounded grand and convincing, but suddenly Jian burst out laughing. "Today is so fun, great speech." Then he changed his expression and asked seriously, "So are you telling me to become the hunting dog of that bald pig?" Choi Sung-yuk suddenly felt sweat pouring down his head. The man in front of him, who had previously seemed like a comfortable country youth, now felt like he was getting angry. He was about to change the subject to cool down the atmosphere when the voice of an auction staff member rang out from outside the door. "Excuse me, I'm here to deliver the newly finalized item." He looked at the silly thing the staff member had just presented and thought to himself, "It's my item, so I'll take it." Yet they still insist on handing over the power of attorney later. How ridiculous. At that moment, Choi Sung-yuk realized that he had just closed a deal on an item from the St. John. He smiled, picked up the necklace shaped like the number 8, and said, "This would be quite useful for me." Sung-yuk thought to himself that he had been foolish. He had been so careless that this young man might snatch the item from Steven. If that big boy stormed in and punched each of them, they would all be in trouble. He was about to advise Jen to return it when suddenly the VIP room door seemed to explode, flying apart in multiple directions with dust and smoke filling the air, causing all 4 of them to turn around. Seeing Steven charge in fiercely, muttering curses, "You bastard!" Noticing the tense expression on Steven's face as if he had just been robbed of a valuable item, he growled, "Who touched my stuff?" Turned out to be someone familiar. Jian turned to see the foolish young man who had burst through the door in a showy manner, half surprised, half not, realizing that this was the one hunting for his collection of holy relics. Choi Sung-yuk stepped forward, taking on the role of the negotiating king, the diplomatic warrior. "Sorry and all that, it's just because that new guy from the countryside doesn't know any better." Seeing the leader's attitude, Steven calmed down a bit. As long as they returned the item, everything would be fine. Seeing that things seemed to be going smoothly, Choi Sung-yuk suggested that Steven go down to the reception to pay and then collect the items. Unexpectedly, the guy let out a sinister laugh, firmly grabbing Sung-yuk's head and asking, "Are you planning to touch my stuff and then sneak away?" He trembled under the large hand, not daring to resist, only muttering inwardly, "This pig guy is looking for an excuse to take my stuff without paying." "Hey, stop talking nonsense for a moment." Jeon's voice came from the sofa, causing both to turn and look. "Hey, I won the auction, so I bought it. Why are you demanding my stuff? If you like it so much, I'll sell it to you for 200 billion, plus a protection fee. You win." Steven didn't know who this obnoxious guy in front of him was to be so arrogant. A few seconds later, he burst into loud laughter. I never expected someone from the White Deer Holy Society to be so mouthy. Choi Sung-yuk felt like collapsing. Did this brat want to commit suicide? Even the Saint Lion dared to provoke. Men should be like that. There's no reason to talk to me if he can't back it up. Steven pushed Sung-yuk aside and swaggered towards Jen, his hand beginning to emit electricity, playing the part of a wise guy. "Let's introduce ourselves, brother. Then I'll make my mark with the most reputable neck twist, electrified of course." With a provocative smirk, Jan asked, "Where did this dog bite you?" In his mind, he thought that this big guy could really be intimidating, much stronger than before. It's true that the zodiac sign is very suitable for fighting. It's all about the welcome and the clashes of battle. The king of the fortress has a mark, loves to fight. Although the fighting spirit is not as persistent and enduring as Aries or Aquarius, with this level of progress, this lion cannot be ignored. Once it flaunts its strength, no matter what is said, it must tear that person apart to vent its anger, right? Jian wanted to see a lion clawing its claws at a snake, wondering what would happen. Being hot-headed means dying at my hands, you hear. He wanted to advise Steven like that, but he didn't say it. Just let that giant hand rush toward him. Those huge fingers just touched Janon's shoulder and electric sparks stirred the atmosphere. The people around were so frightened that they almost wet their pants just wanting to run away. At this rate, death was certain. Sung Jae still tried to shout, "Brother," while Sung-yuk had many thoughts in his head. Steven had no intention of killing him, just aimed to disable his legs so he would need a wheelchair. Strangely enough, a comfortable smile appeared on the lips of the young man in front of him. He yelled, "Hey, are you brushing dust off my shirt?" Steven did not understand what had just happened, because the move he executed definitely had a direct impact on him. It couldn't possibly miss. Did the user teleport to change the direction of my attack? The Geminis are the best at this, but John never runs. He pushed Steven's hand away and continued to curse. Indeed, a dumb mind leads to developed limbs. "Ha ha, your attack has been neutralized by me. Do you have any other skills that can affect me? I remember back then you begged me to teach you to save humanity, and now you're flaunting your strength like a fool. Ha!" Not to mention the brilliant aura surrounding Jian, that story was known only to the 13th Saint and Steven. Therefore, the man was pale, not understanding who this person was. Suddenly, a welcome voice rang out in the auction hall. "Dear friends and guests, welcome back to the second round." Steven then shifted his attention there, no longer paying any heed to Jian. He turned away, pointed at Jian, and said, "The auction is something important that needs to be dealt with first. Keep that necklace tight, I'll come find you later." As Steven walked away, Sung Jae ran up to him to check if he had any dents on his body. Only his shoulder was torn as if bitten by a dog. Sung-yuk saw but didn't dare to approach and ask, how did he dodge earlier? While a divine-level attack from Steven cannot be deflected, even an S-level commander like Sung-yuk couldn't do that. This strange, indifferent demeanor only made Sung-yuk more curious. Who exactly is this young man? In the second round of the auction, the host announced, This is a holy relic that everyone eagerly wishes to behold. Surely you remember the Berlin event 24 years ago, or an island in Germany. A strange mist lingered in the area, melting all types of weapons and towers. It was so fearsome that the 12 saints had no way to enter that area except for the hero Lee Geon. Now we will reveal a holy relic that Lee Geon once used to tame the calamity. Stephen couldn't help but smile. After a long wait, that item was finally within reach. He remembered the day 24 years ago on the impregnable island in Germany. Helicopters hovered over the island, constantly updating the news. It had been 4 days since Lee Geon entered, and no one knew what was inside because he had not come out. Many saints, including Stephen, tried to enter, but they remained on the outskirts of the central area. Stephen was unwilling to accept that Geon could charge in alone while he could not. Even though he was fully equipped and had an escort, he sat there thinking for a long time, trying to figure out the difference between himself and that scarred bastard which led to such a stark power disparity. Suddenly, a subordinate pointed to the right, reporting that Lee Geon had come out and brought with him something that Stephen was sure was the answer he had been searching for. The journalist watched in shock as Lee Geon emerged, truly returning unscathed, carrying a giant bone. At that time, Lee Geon always wore a mask when outside to avoid drawing attention, adding another achievement snatched from him. But this time, Stephen was not irritated. It was as if he had realized something important and gently called for his troops to retreat. When the saint discarded the weapon in his hand, his subordinates were surprised and learned that Stephen had something better for himself. The moment Stephen saw Lee Geon emerge, he looked at him and knew the answer. The item that would put him on par with Lee Geon was indeed a weapon. So now, in the auction hall, when they unveiled the weapon that Lee Geon had used in the Wolf Battle of Berlin, everyone turned their attention to it. Lee Geon also fixed his eyes on it to see what it was. As soon as the cloth was pulled away, Stephen couldn't help but smile. It was the thing he had been waiting for to become the world champion. A gigantic bone. Lee Geon had carried the enormous bone away when he left the Misty Island. Outside the Drachma Tower, where the grand auction event was taking place, a strange creature suddenly jumped down from somewhere. It was clearly a calamity, landing silently on the top of the tower. It had come for Lee Geon's holy relic, but without money to buy it, it now planned to steal. Levy proudly presented the gigantic bone. The camera zoomed in on the bone. The audience gasped in amazement. They had only seen it in history books before, and now they had the chance to see it in person. Does this mean that the textbooks were right about it being Lee Geon's classic weapon? The female host praised the object, and the crowd roared 10 times louder. Meanwhile, he stood there remembering the event from 24 years ago. Indeed, he had used that bone to fight the calamity, but could it really be as divine as this? Just as he was about to call Sung Jae to tell his nephew the truth, he suddenly yelled back, "I'm busy, tell me later." Then both Sung Jae and Sung Yuk held their heads in despair as the twin saints had no way to acquire this item. The giant bone started with a price of $1 million. The entire audience roared as the price surged from $1 million to $10 million, then shot up to $35 million, $50 million. With each shout of the bid, the system continuously announced John's name, points, and experience, causing John's experience to increase to a level that felt like it would crush him. Still sensing his mind clouded, he was about to ask what was so special about the giant bone that everyone was fighting over. Was it for licking? Sung Jae's shout suggested that he was a country bumpkin who didn't understand anything. All the items that the hero Lee Geon had ever used, whether it was a toothpick or a pair of foam sandals used for farming, anything created by Lee Geon drove people wild. He pointed to Stephen Maker, a collector of Lee Geon's divine weapons from all over the world. Because the Lion Saint was a fighter with overwhelming strength, everyone tried to avoid provoking him during the auction of the divine weapons. Thinking about most of Lee Geon's divine weapons being in cabinets, Stephen felt very angry, only managing to console himself that all the profits for the auction would be transferred to Lee Geon's account managed by the government. Stop it for about 5 seconds, meaning that no matter who buys it, the money still goes into his pocket. Ha ha ha, whoever wants to buy can bid. Let's raise the price. Geon would never question why the audience excitedly threw money at buying a dog bone again. He enjoyed the feeling as his wealth soared from $70 million to $90 million, then $100 million. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from the audience, $1 billion. While chewing on popcorn, a sudden psychological shock hit. Sung Jae's eyes widened, Sung Yuk's eyes bulged, and everyone was looking towards the person who just called out that number. Who else but Stephen, with his hands in his pockets, walked down and repeated with a look on his face that said, "It's $1 billion for me. Sell me that bone right now." The MC up there was still in shock, stammering, $1 billion. The audience's hair stood on end. They would have to empty their houses to gather that amount of money. Who could compete with Steven? Songjia was unwilling to accept it. Songyuk was frustrated, and Jian felt like he was suffocating with anxiety. Finally, the sound of the hammer sealing the deal rang out, and the giant bone was officially sold for $1 billion. In the hallway, some janitors were pushing a cart to clean up while discussing the giant dog bone that had been bought for $1 billion. One person clicked his tongue, saying that workers like him could never dream of even a tenth of that amount. "I wish there were something big that could change life," he murmured. Just after he finished that sentence, both of them heard a noise. Outside the glass door of the Drachma building was the entire face of the Calamity Beast peering in. "Don't tell me it's responding to my prayers and has appeared." This move was wrong. I retract my previous statement. Inside the auction hall, Steven had successfully touched the dream weapon. The new owner of the giant bone was now revealed before the envious eyes of everyone in the stands. They were cheering in various ways when suddenly the entire ceiling collapsed, burying a crowd of people who were shouting. Steven walked over to see what it was, not forgetting to carry the giant bone worth $1 billion. From the large hole emerged a bunch of black hair, as if someone had just hired a model for a shampoo commercial. But this model looked truly powerful, with eyes brighter than headlights. The crowd cried out and ran away, dropping their pants, leaving a titan-like creature of the horse's face scanning for Lee Geon's holy relic. What could be worse than just winning an auction for your favorite item, only to have someone rush in to steal it? The titan creature opened its long mouth, full of fangs, aiming its descent at Steven, who was still holding the bone. Of course, Steven wasn't afraid of anyone. His eyes lit up as he swung one end of the bone, hitting the titan creature and sending it flying backward, just like a baseball player. With a single swing, the monster was sent crashing far away, smashing into 2 buildings in succession. Steven's roaring laughter echoed amidst the chaos. For the first time, I have to thank the Titans for showing up. Ha ha ha. The giant bone without a glass case has appeared beside me. Steven was extremely cool. He had just experienced the power of the coveted holy relic he had long desired, so he was overflowing with excitement. Another group of Titans rushed in, but it was all good. Just after he started to laugh, Steven suddenly fell silent. Immediately, the tower across from him was struck by the giant Titan, collapsing uncontrollably. It was the tower from the teleportation area. Once it fell, it would blow away the entire island beneath it. Truly, it looked like a contractor had cut corners on the construction. Above, an explosion erupted, and below, the sound of shattering followed. Rocks and debris fell upon the heads of the people strolling beneath. Only the supporting actors suffered, having done nothing wrong, yet being forced by the author to die. Among the crowd, a girl screamed that if all the debris fell on the island, it would collapse. "All disciples, let us gather our strength to stop them." Those from the different holy orders nearby heard the SOS signal and joined forces to assist. Hundreds of people below combined their strength into a sphere, channeling all their energy into it, donating to the Adonis recap channel, creating a magnificent sight. But just seconds later, they realized the pieces of the tower were crashing down. They began to panic, rushing to save their lives. The roar of Hugo echoed with Apollo's fury. Above them, a swirling firestorm appeared, incinerating all the remains of the tower. After a moment, as the flames gradually subsided, the people below realized they had just been saved perfectly. No debris was left. It turned out that the Saint Centaur Hugo Otters was flying above with his dazzling rocket bow. It had been a long time since he had the chance to make a grand appearance before the public, waving to accept their thanks while not forgetting to curse the foolish lion who didn't know what control was. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from not far away. A different colored monstrosity broke through the ground, slowly wading toward the crowd of people. It looked like a dog completely stripped of its skin, with a skeleton encased in armor on the outside. Hugo shivered as he realized that this was another monstrosity, different from the last one. It seemed this place would turn into a battlefield. Thick black liquid poured from the monstrosity's mouth. At first glance, it looked like blood, but it was even darker than that. The substance spread across the ground, then suddenly rose up like living creatures, rushing toward the crowd to attack. They leaped up, clinging directly to the faces of the unfortunate individuals, stretching to cover their eyes, noses, and mouths, leaving them unable to move. Hugo's eyes ignited with fury. How dare this filth harm the townspeople right in the sight of the divine? He readied his bow, preparing to release an arrow. Behind him, a ferocious roar was heard, and Tixo turned around, his gaze filled with unusual astonishment. A green monstrosity appeared right behind him, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth like a crocodile chasing its prey, wanting to make him its dinner. Tixu had no time to react or dodge. He could only stare intently at the jaws of the vicious monstrosity. At that moment, he felt as if he would meet his deceased wife. A powerful force struck the side of the monstrosity, causing it to be thrown backward. Lee Geon used his powerful kick to save him from a certain goal. He shouted at Tixu, "Calm down for me." Then he applied more force and kicked the stubborn ball further away. The ball had no time to resist, soaring away like a soccer ball and landing on the ground alongside Lee Geon. Tixu looked at him with a grateful gaze, his face bright with thanks. Unexpectedly, he was doused with cold water and then bombarded with continuous insults. Hey, when you're fighting, why are you still in saint mode and weaker than a half-hearted guy like me? I can't help but feel irritated watching you. Even a worm will squirm when pressed too hard. You're yelling too much. Tixu stood up and snapped back. What are you talking about? I tried my best. As they argued fiercely, suddenly a shout echoed through the blue sky, cutting off the debate between the two friends. Geon and Tixu turned their heads towards the source of the sound and saw Stephen rushing toward them with a piece of bone, his entire body crackling with sparks. Stephen shouted loudly, "How dare you interrupt my holy relic experience?" Stephen shouted loudly. Even the disaster misfortune monster hiding had to peek up, letting out a cry as a backdrop. Damn it, there's another mad saint here. Lightning began to spread everywhere. John and Hugo stared blankly as Stephen rushed towards the two disaster misfortune monsters like a madman. Once again, he screamed, "You two, get out of the way. Don't block," interrupting Big Bone's performance. Lee Geon was bewildered, not understanding why Stephen was so angry. But Tixu seemed to realize the reason. The closer they got, the angrier Stephen looked. Stephen raised his hand to activate Emperor's technique, summoning a golden shield that covered a vast area, completely separating the inside from the outside. Standing confidently outside the shield with one of the disaster misfortune monsters, Stephen smiled confidently. This stage belongs to me. He was very excited, wanting to try out the newly purchased weapon worth $1 billion. People often say, you get what you pay for. He believed this bone was a rare treasure 1,000 years old. One hand in his pocket, the other carrying the enormous bone, Stephen faced the disaster misfortune monster unflinchingly without a trace of fear. The crowd, struggling against the disaster misfortune monster, became joyful and excited upon seeing Stephen. Oh my, look, there's Stephen. The strongest saint has surpassed Lee Geon. The cheers grew louder, encouraging Stephen to step closer to the blue disaster misfortune monster, driving the white bone beside him, murmuring, "Now it's time to pay for your reckless actions. Brace yourself for this." The man's muscular arms swung high, the white bone powerfully slammed down. The sound of the wind being sliced filled the air, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. He sensed something was off. The crowd around him also felt strange. Even the disaster misfortune monster sensed something was wrong. He hit it, but something didn't feel right. Stephen lifted the bone from the monster's head, moving it to the right and then to the left, inspecting it from above and below. The disaster misfortune monster kindly helped him examine it, scratching its head in confusion before returning to a fighting stance. Once again, Stephen swung the bone at the monster's head. Once, twice, and then 3 times. As he swung, he shouted in a superhero voice, but each attack felt no different than scratching an itch for the disaster misfortune monster. It growled in annoyance, kicking Stephen in the face, deforming him and sending him flying like a volleyball on the court. He wondered, why isn't Lee Geon's weapon working? I clearly used all my strength. Lee Geon lightly touched the barrier created by Stephen, knowing that he couldn't get out for the time being because that brute had resorted to Emperor's technique. Cracking his knuckles, Lee Geon swore, "If I get out of here today, that guy Stephen is going to regret it. Even a saint dares to use Emperor's technique. This gorilla must be tired of living." There was another matter to keep in mind. There were 2 disaster misfortune monsters. One was with Stephen, so the other one was definitely among the group of people trapped in the Emperor's technique. Before punching that red monstrosity in the face, they had to deal with the people sprawled at their feet. They were being manipulated by the disaster misfortune monster, acting as puppets. It was quite difficult to remove these disgusting entities. Hugo Otters gritted his teeth, trying to come up with a solution to save the civilians without harming them, while breaking the monster's control. Their steps drew closer. Hugo Otters looked at his friend, confidently turning to smile and say, "We need to put an end to this. Whatever you're going to say, spit it out quickly. Speaking vaguely isn't helping anyone." Lee Geon, growing impatient, advanced while covering his mouth to yawn. "Let's finish it off and then go to sleep." Hugo Otters hurried to stop him. "Hey, going that way is a mistake," because Lee Geon had stepped into the attack range of a zombie. Seeing him without a hint of emotion, Lee Geon tiredly reached out to grab the head of the puppet. The zombie's eyes revealed danger as his other hand grasped the black goop clinging to the man's body, tearing it off like pulling apart shredded meat. Hugo Otters was shocked, thinking his friend was tearing a man's shirt in the broad daylight. The disaster misfortune creature also stared in confusion at what Lee Geon was doing. Lee Geon just lowered his hand, a victorious smile on his face as he looked at the unconscious man, who was completely unaware of anything. Hugo Otters looked at the slimy mess that Lee Geon had just thrown on the ground, railing like it wanted to find a new host. He couldn't understand how Lee Geon could so easily catch it like that. With an arrogant attitude, Lee Geon exclaimed 3 words, with strength. Hugo Otters was speechless. He wondered, is there an easier way to explain this? Knowing you're strong, why do you still tease me? Lee Geon turned back and pointed at his friend's face, mocking him. I told you you were weak, but you didn't believe me. Each of his words felt like a slap in Hugo Otter's face. He wondered if this guy would die if he spoke in a more pleasant manner. But then he sighed. After all, Lee Geon had decided to charge straight into the enemy's den, and he could only support him, unable to stop him. Without wasting any more time, Hugo Otters understood the situation and joined Lee Geon. Oh, Hugo Otters and Lee Geon were fired up. Oh, Hugo Otters said, you're still going to charge ahead, right? Then let me handle the support. Lee Geon remarked, oh, Tiksu, you're just as you used to be. Both of them became extremely excited, not only because they were fighting against the disaster misfortune monster, but also because it had been a long time since they last collaborated. Now they had the chance to unite and combine their strengths once again. One person charged forward while the other provided support. It was rare for them to team up like this, and the refreshing feeling was unexpected. Hugo Otters raised high the fire bow of the sun god Apollo, aiming straight at the disaster misfortune creature and the controlled crowd. Lee Geon reminded him, remember, don't mess around, just deal with them quickly and efficiently. With that, he kicked off the ground, leaping into the air and landing among a group of people controlled by the disaster misfortune. As soon as his feet hit the ground, a radiant blue light burst forth, causing the area to crack open and directly knocking the sludge away from the innocent people. Without giving them a chance to reattach to the others, Lee Geon grabbed them and crushed them. The disaster misfortune monster roared, and then continued to unleash a wave of black sludge towards Lee Geon. With lightning speed, he sprang into action, sending the attacking black sludge flying away. It felt to him as if they were merely scratching an itch, having no effect at all. Suddenly, the sludge stopped actively attacking Lee Geon. They changed their target to the distant civilians, but this intention was quickly detected. An arrow from Hugo Otters shot through the air, igniting the entire mass of black sludge. In the haze, with a semi-divine figure full of vigor, Hugo Otters said, don't dream of hurting anyone. At that moment, Lee Geon was still charging at the disaster misfortune monster on the other side, not forgetting to praise his friend, Awesome. He slid down below the reach of the disaster misfortune monster, arrogantly taunting, stop trying, it's all useless. Lee Geon acted so quickly that the disaster misfortune monster was caught off guard and couldn't react. Turning around, it saw the human, and immediately, a brilliant punch landed straight in its stomach. The monster was launched into the sky in a distorted position, accompanied by a loud shout, get lost. The ground trembled, rocks flying up along with the enormous monster. The disaster misfortune monster howled in pain, its bones cracking, and its entire body quickly shattered into pieces. Lee Geon stood there, posing impressively, showcasing his well-defined six-pack abs. Hugo Otters joyfully ran over, astonished. I can't believe you dealt with it in an instant like that. I know my friend loves to brag, but that move was so cool. I have to compliment it. The pit where the disaster misfortune monster was thrown down was deep. Above, people lay scattered, but fortunately, they had not been caught by the slime and were likely to wake up soon. Lee Geon's palm suddenly began to glow. More precisely, the image of a snake in the center of his palm was glowing, and a series of information panels floated down from the sky in front of him. You have stripped the breath of disaster misfortune with your bare hands. Accumulate more divine power. Current divine power is 81%. Total absorbed divine power has exceeded 70%. You accept to expend divine power to use first-level God Warrior Instinct. A choice appeared, yes or cancel. God Warrior Instinct. So I have to accumulate this much divine power to use this skill. He exhaled sharply. That's fine. I'll accept to try it out. With that much divine power spent, there must be something cool about it. Meanwhile, at Lee Geon's side, Stephen was still struggling against the disaster misfortune monster with a white bone. Looking at himself struggling just because of a disaster misfortune monster, he frowned and muttered under his breath. Can it? He didn't expect things to turn out this way and didn't understand why this big bone wasn't effective against the creature. Could it be that he couldn't tap into the true power of the big bone? He wondered, or is it because I'm weaker than it? Looking at the situation between Stephen and the disaster misfortune monster, outsiders could see that he was at a disadvantage. Those around him began to feel anxious, not knowing what to do now. If the Savior is like this, then the disaster misfortune monster will just bite us each in turn and we'll all be doomed. Suddenly, someone among them exclaimed, wait, look over there. From behind the barrier, blue and black electric sparks intertwined, forming a powerful mass of energy. From within, Lee Geon gradually ripped through the barrier created by Stephen's astrological magic. At this moment, he appeared more terrifying than a raging bull searching for its enemy. Stephen was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. He never expected Lee Geon to become so dreadful. The disaster misfortune monster sensed the strong aura emanating from the newcomer, swirling with a terrifying power that could crush it. Thus, to avoid being exterminated, the disaster misfortune monster opened its mouth wide and charged in recklessly to attack. It wanted to take advantage of Lee Geon's moment of inattention to strike unexpectedly. Lee Geon raised his head, looking at the audacious disaster misfortune monster with eyes glinting with deadly intent. He shouted loudly, "Shut that noisy mouth." Lee Geon's powerful magical energy suppressed all nearby creatures, forcing the disaster misfortune monster down hard onto the ground, screaming miserably. Those who stood afar cheering for Stephen were also affected to some extent as the wind roared violently as if wanting to blow everything out of a 100-meter radius. Stephen knelt down, struggling to stay upright on his legs but still sliding back a considerable distance. The disaster misfortune monster had been pinned down to the ground, only able to wail pitifully until Lee Geon approached the massive body of the disaster misfortune monster. At that moment, he was murmuring each word. "Why do you have this power? Could it be? Could it be that you are not human?" Lee Geon looked at him with a contemptuous expression. "What nonsense are you saying?" His foot stamped down hard on the ground, causing the earth and sky to shake. The terrifying force blew the loquacious disaster misfortune monster into hundreds of large and small pieces right before Stephen's astonished eyes. He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, unable to believe what was happening. How could this happen? Such terrifying power! It should belong only to that monster. Could it be? He was doubtful, hanging on to a thought he dared not voice. But in this moment, he was certain that the figure in front of him was indeed Lee Geon from years ago. Have you remembered each other but not asked about each other at all? Lee Geon was covered in muscles, walking forward to greet him with a cunning smile. "Long time no see, you fat, golden-haired cat. You must be very pleased to have trampled on my name all this time, huh?" Stephen couldn't help but tremble and fell to the ground, stammering, "It can't be. It can't be you." Saying that, he swung the bone in his hand to strike Geon, but the attempt failed because the billion-dollar bone was blocked by Lee Geon with one hand. He spoke with a disdainful tone. "Oh my, it looks like you're having a lot of fun with that bone." Strangely, Stephen, the one hailed as the strongest saint, could not escape the grasp of a shorter man, even when he exerted all of his strength. Lee Geon clenched his fist, easily crushing the bone. "What can I do now, since it's just a piece of bone, a bit larger than usual?" Stephen looked shocked, his mouth agape and his eyes wide open. He exclaimed, "Oh my God, my billion-dollar bone." Lee Geon laughed gleefully and swung a powerful punch at Stephen's face. "You've been putting up a fight, haven't you? Now it's my turn to return the favor." Stephen barely managed to say, "Wait a minute," before he took Lee Geon's punch full force. The blow sent him flying across the island, rocks and debris scattering everywhere. Stephen's small figure struck the rocks with a whoosh as if it had just encountered air. He could only curse once more before disappearing. In the auction house, Saintess Aquarius was just regaining consciousness, bewildered as to why she was lying on the ground, as if she had completely forgotten what had happened before she fainted. Her necklace emitted a green magical light and then returned to normal, completely unaware of anything. Meanwhile, Stephen was punched deep into the ground, creating a long, empty tunnel like a well. The perpetrator behind all these events continued to laugh heartily, reminding everyone that the fun was far from over. Just meet and punch. Hugo Otters rushed out to check, unsure if Stephen would be able to climb up, but he didn't care about that. He only knew that the big guy definitely wouldn't die. After taking his revenge, Lee Geon turned to ask his friend, "Are the people in the barrier okay?" He nodded and replied, "Look, they're cheering happily behind us." Lee Geon was no longer concerned. He snapped his fingers, calling upon Ares' divine beast, and ordered it to gather all the valuable items before leaving. While the divine beast was busy collecting things, Lee Geon told his friend about his second teammate, who had also lent him his phone. Hugo Otters was extremely excited to know who that was. When he heard the name Sung Jae, it felt like lightning struck in a clear sky. He had to ask again for confirmation. "Sung Jae? Cheon Sung Jae." "That's right," Lee Geon replied. "He's from the Gemini Club. His magic is stable enough to be the Holy Association president. Not to mention that kid is smart, quick, and gets things done. In short, he's great." Hugo Otters, hearing his friend praise the boy, scratched his head in frustration, not understanding how his precious son had gotten involved with this troublesome name. Clearly, Hugo Otters had been very careful not to let his child and his best friend meet. Two obsessed fans meeting their idol would surely lead to the downfall of his beloved family. Just as Hugo Otters was about to suggest teleporting the head of the Gemini to them, He suddenly spoke up to stop himself, his mind racing quickly. Why bother calling them buddy? The Gemini are nothing special. Lee Geon thought that made sense. Memories of the Gemini Association flashed through his mind like a film reel. Indeed, he always got angry whenever he encountered them. Hugo Otters added fuel to the fire to prevent Lee Geon from meeting the Gemini. As he tried to stop him, he silently apologized to his son. Your idol is in the news. Lee Geon's face went stiff. Hugo Otters, on the other hand, was sweating profusely in his effort to protect his happy family. He patted his friend on the back, trying to manipulate Lee Geon's feelings to forget about the Gemini. But before he could say anything more, a voice called out, Dad, which left Hugo Otters frozen. Well, it was all in the hands of fate. The two turned their heads, and Hugo Otters couldn't believe that voice belonged to his son. His troublemaking son stood behind him, asking in suspicion, could this be Lee Geon that you mentioned? Hugo Otters' face turned as stiff as a statue upon seeing Sung Jae. He had no idea what the hell was going on or why he showed up at that moment. He wanted to reject his son so badly, but he was agitated, urging him to respond quickly. Hugo Otters stammered like a chicken caught in a trap, still unable to think of how to explain things when he heard a growl from behind. A mass of black liquid crawled closer to the group, then suddenly flew straight toward Lee Geon, intending to attack him. Unexpectedly, a treasure popped out from under an armpit, wide-mouthed, swallowing the mass whole. It looked quite excited, as if it were enjoying a delicious meal. A notification board appeared before Lee Geon. Divine Artifact has received poison resistance. The skill range of body of 100 poisons has been increased. Poison resistance will show basic effectiveness when crafting this sacred artifact. Hugo Otters and his son stared wide-eyed, while Lee Geon was left speechless. He was both shocked and scolding the treasure. Are you out of food? Why did you eat that? Spit it out right now. No matter how shocked Lee Geon was, the treasure was determined not to let it go. Hugo Otters looked at the remnants of the disaster misfortune monster, surprised that it could still cause trouble even after it was dead. Sung Jae stared intently at the treasure, recognizing it as Lee Geon's sacred artifact from the book he had read. Combined with the extraordinary abilities and the incredible magical power that Sung Jae had witnessed all this time, the only friend who would hang out with his friendless father, plus the shaking smile, he quickly realized that the person in front of him was Lee Geon, his true idol. Sung Jae was so excited that he jumped up, tears of happiness streaming down, regardless of the fact that Hugo Otters could no longer hide the truth. Even though he had planned everything in advance, he was now defeated by the reasoning of his beloved son. He couldn't argue back and didn't dare to intervene. The unexpected meeting between the idol and the loyal fan took place. Each father and son was shouting in their own way. Lee Geon joined in, trying to make his sacred child vomit what he had just swallowed, but to no avail. The whole island shook from the ridiculous screams of the three. At the headquarters of the Lions Holy Society in the United States, in a grand building, during a high-level meeting, Leo Divine Cater Captain Oliver spoke up, Castellan has been missing since yesterday and has yet to be found. We must rely on those with the search capabilities of the Gemini Society. A member of the Society spoke up. It's unclear if they will help, especially since recently Lord Oliver has had conflicts with them. Moreover, another person timidly said, there are rumors that Lee Geon is the one who made Stephen go missing. Before he could finish his sentence, Oliver scoffed and rebutted, even if Lee Geon could dig up a grave, he is nothing but someone who has already been defeated by the Lord. Before they finished praising their boss, everyone fell silent when they heard the annoying ringing sound. There were lyrics cursing Sagittarius, cursing the lion, but only Lee Geon was considered the most adorable. They all turned to look in the direction of the music. The atmosphere in the auditorium suddenly fell into an unusual silence. A girl picked up her phone, silenced it, and said, I'm sorry. I forgot to switch it to silent mode. Leo, the Vice Castellan, and Yua apologized, looking as if they were not truly remorseful, which made everyone shout, Our boss is missing. Please take this seriously. One after another, they spoke, giving Yua a headache. She felt annoyed. Why do we have to look for that jerk? Seeing the unspoken expressions on everyone's faces in the meeting room, Yua quickly corrected herself and added an apology for accidentally calling that jerk sir for proper decorum. She asked why they were going through all this trouble, implying that the person would definitely survive and come back. The other members looked at her helplessly, all expressing 3 words, dead for sure. They all had the same thought. Do you really think saying sorry for blurting out will make us believe you? Oliver snapped. I hated this girl for a long time. Why is the vice prelate avoiding responsibility? Yuva ignored him, her eyes fixed on her phone screen, reading messages from her brother celebrating. The uncle has really appeared. Come home now, the legend is back. Oliver growled, but Yuan didn't care. Who was this uncle that had her brother so excited? Bored with the meeting, Yuva stood up and left, offering a polite excuse and saying, "I'm counting on you all," leaving everyone helpless and unsure of what to do. They could only stand there with their mouths agape watching her leave the room. Oliver had been driven mad by her. He held his head and screamed frantically, "Damn, the boss is missing. That little deputy saintess is no different from a crazy person. Why is everything falling on my bald head?" In the sacred land of Aquarius, home to Sophie Maria, hundreds of reporters were gathered in front of the saintess's castle to ask questions. They clamored to know if she was related to the recent event, what the truth was from 25 years ago, and who the kidnapper was. The subordinates stood at the castle gate refusing entry, citing that the saintess was resting. Seeing this, some reporters finally spoke up, gathering to gossip and chase the news. They still only received the response, "The saintess will answer another day." Sophie, completely wrapped in her blanket on the upper floor, looked down at the chaotic crowd below, angrily cursing. "I don't know what that Lee Geon wants, but he's looking for trouble with me." No matter how upset she was, she still cared about her appearance. She brought her hand up to nibble on her nail. No matter what trouble came, there better not be any consequences. Recalling a few days ago when she had just escaped from the auction. In front of the Aquarius Palace, the sound of subordinates escorting Sophie fully covered echoed. The people standing on both sides whispered about her being kidnapped. Suddenly, the necklace around Sophie's neck glowed, causing panic and fear among everyone, thinking it was a bomb. However, it was not. The crowd buzzed, pointing upwards, where a notice appeared clearly with several questions. Who is the one that killed Lee Geon? You must clarify everything that happened 25 years ago for everyone to know. After pulling her hair in frustration, not knowing what to do, she realized that revealing the truth would lead the other lords of the Zodiac to kill her. But if she kept silent like this, Lee Geon wouldn't let her be either. The collar was impossible to remove. In that moment, she lost control and shouted, "It's all that bastard Lee Geon's fault." Feeling insulted, her ears tingled as she was about to set down her food, wondering who was talking badly about her. A news report stated that Saintess Sophie still had not expressed her views. The Saintess also did not leave the sacred area. Experts predicted a series of events would unfold following this incident. In the darkness, a man rested his chin on his hand, staring intently at the TV screen, suddenly mumbling a vague sentence. If so, then that won't do. At the sacred ground of Sagittarius' celestial body, a Hugo's home, Otatsu had just fired an arrow that hit the bullseye. He lowered the intricately designed bow, pondering his shot. He heard his friend beside him excitedly ask, "Do you like this bow? It's amazing. The stuff that got Capricorn makes can't compare to this." Suddenly, his voice turned irritated. "Where do you think you're shooting?" With a whoosh, Lee Geon's arrow split Otatsu's arrow in two and landed in the bullseye. Hearing Lee Geon call out 10 points, Otatsu looked over, puzzled, mumbling that it was a bit too showy. "Show off much. You got Tatsu this fancy bow while I'm stuck with this wooden one," covered with eyes. "Why didn't you shoot at your own target instead of shooting at mine?" Lee Geon, being scolded, laughed mischievously. "Just teasing a bit, no need to get worked up." Suddenly, a refreshing glass of ice water was placed before Lee Geon, served by Sung Jao on his knees, reverently extending the tray with both the water and a towel. He couldn't bother being polite, just took it, laughing with the kid. Meanwhile, Tatsu was fuming, wanting to give him a beating for bringing water and a towel to Geon while he got nothing. Now wanting to resort to violence, he pretended to rush over to Sung Jae, saying he wanted some too. "That water's in the fridge, you go get it yourself." The cold words made Tatsu sulk, squirming in frustration, but he still bitterly watched his friend gulping down the water. While the father and son were playing, he opened the system panel and said to himself, "My abilities have automatically increased after the drama. Let's see if there's anything interesting, and I'll invest a little." Realizing that the Holy Land of Ophiuchus had been formed but was at a low level, so its area was just a bit bigger than a coffin, Lee Geon didn't care at all. The Holy Land was like a temple for the zodiac sign, allowing the saint to live and maintain their power. Previously, Lee Geon didn't have it, but now he did. The system allowed him to manage the Holy Land from now on by moving subordinates and enhancing human power. Another confusing term, what is human power? Sung Jae suddenly interrupted. "Hey uncle, do you want to go out? Let's go together." Tatsu stopped squirming and looked up to ask his friend if he had plans with someone. With a confident smile, Jae only said it was a secret. "I have many people to meet today." He went to the fried chicken restaurant where Pacoma sat across from the president of the Gemini celestial body. He was dressed sharply, slicking his hair back, looking no different from a multi-level marketer. He smiled brightly, looking at the chicken tray as if feeding the whole village, while gazing at the person across from him. He ignored the staff member, who was agape at seeing this guy consume a portion meant for 50 people. Lee Geon chewed noisily while engaging in small talk. "I heard you were quite busy." Sung-yup maintained a robotic smile. Even if I have 1,000 things to do, I still have to find time to recruit talent. This talent is a bit stubborn, so Sungyuk had to switch to psychological tactics. His sharp gaze drilled into the person opposite, asking how many billion won of the Gemini celestial body he would use to participate in the auction. He can plan to just wipe his mouth and leave like that. What billions? Who knows? If it's a few billion worth of fried chicken, then we can talk. Seeing him finish chewing and wipe his mouth, Sungyuk felt truly defeated. Did he really think money was just paper? Although it was a bit troublesome at first, he seemed capable, which is why Lee Geon came to see Sungyuk today. Currently, he had dealt with the bug dung and the golden-furred cat, so the next target would be that shameless saintess. With a serious expression and fried chicken in hand, Lee Geon replied, "All right, I will join the Gemini Divine Cater." Sungyuk seized the opportunity to inform him of the baptism day, but Lee Geon immediately interrupted him, pointing a chicken leg at the upper part of his shirt. Lee Geon set a condition. "I have to get the badge he is wearing first." The two bodyguards beside them immediately reacted strongly. "You are being unreasonable. This badge is a gift personally given by the Lord to the president." Lee Geon appeared indifferent, continuing to eat the chicken. "If you can't accept that condition, then get lost. I'm not going to hold back." He lowered his voice to tell Sungyuk, "I know that badge allows the wearer to utilize all the privileges of the Gemini society, so before joining Sungyuk's holy council, one must hold something valuable in hand to feel secure." Recalling Sungyuk's earlier statement about wanting to invest everything in talent, Lee Geon held the chicken leg and pressed him for an answer. Upon hearing Sungyuk asked for time to think, the two bodyguards immediately became agitated and wanted to intervene. "If that's the case, Geon can sit here and wait for the result. Don't forget to make a quick decision, all right? I have another appointment." Though he spoke as if busy, he pulled out a message to inform his nephew that he was stuck here for a while and couldn't leave. Sung Jae quickly replied to his sister that he would be a bit late. Smiling, he waited for Jen at an ice cream shop, which he was sure his uncle would love. Thinking about how shocked his sister would be, with her eyes wide open upon realizing the idol standing in front of her, Sung Jae felt extremely delighted. This rusty, outdated sword was given to him by a legend, making it feel unexpectedly endearing. Later, his uncle would come to engrave his name on it. While he was happily waiting, someone suddenly snatched the sword from his hand, accompanied by a mocking laugh. "Why are you playing around with a sword, buddy? I'm taking it away." Sung Jae jumped up, questioning the blonde guy. "What are you doing?" The blonde-haired Yu Shiwu led two henchmen, grinning with delight. As a level, a Gemini disciple, he looked down on Sung Jae. Seeing his aggressive attitude, Shiwu sneered. "Why do you dare to talk back to your senior?" Just because he's a little older than me. He keeps picking on me." Sung Jae was itching to punch him, but Shiwu was the son of the Libra celestial body, so he couldn't just act recklessly. That jerk knew this, which is why he always acted so arrogantly. Thinking about how Lee Geon had personally gifted him the sword, Sung Jae became agitated and shouted for his belongings. Immediately, two of Shiwu's henchmen pressed him hard down onto the table and mocked him. Despite the staring eyes of everyone around them, Sung Jae grew even more agitated while Shiwu became more amused, throwing out even more taunts. "Every time you get caught, your mouth seems to work overtime, huh? I wonder what this is that makes Sung Jae so brave to speak up. Is it something that your beloved Lee Geon made for you, or is it a keepsake left by your mother?" Hearing that, Sung Jae could no longer contain himself. His face turned full of veins and his eyes turned dark, and he unleashed his energy, ready to charge at the jerk in front of him. Unexpectedly, the holy artifact in Shiwu's hands sensed its owner was in danger and activated a random skill. The light emitted by the sword startled everyone, and Shiwu was blinded, nearly losing his sight. Suddenly, a pitch-black head appeared from within, launching straight up and crashing directly into the leading man's nose. Needless to say, the people in the ice cream shop were terrified. A man emerged from the sword, knocking out that guy. Moreover, the sight of Lee Geon stretching out from the sword looked ghastly, like a mummy that had been sealed. By the time his whole body was fully revealed, Shiwu was so scared that he fell backward, hitting his head. "Oh no, it's someone I know." As soon as Sung Jae saw his uncle, his eyes sparkled with hope as he called out to him. Lee Geon rubbed his head, which had just hit something. Lee Geon turned around and recognized his nephew behind him. "Sung Jae, I'm so glad. How did you know I was here?" Lee Geon scratched his head in confusion. "I'm at the chicken shop, aren't I?" It seemed that the summoning skill his uncle had added to the sword had just been activated. Speaking of which, Lee Geon put his hands in his pockets and looked around. His being summoned here meant that these guys had threatened Sung Jae. The guy with the nostrils and those two lackeys were pinning the kid down on this table, right? "If you dare to touch his nephew, of course, you'll get to enjoy the signature smile spreading across my face along with a thorough beating. Just hearing about it gives me goosebumps all over. A few minutes ago, Lee Geon was sitting with the president of the Gemini celestial body. He had agreed to hand over the badge on the condition that Lee Geon join immediately. Seeing him agree, Sung-yuk was very happy, but didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, this young man already spent billions of Gemini's resources. Soon, he would use the clause in the special contract to reclaim the badge. That's why Sung-yuk confidently dropped the valuable badge into his hands. Sung-yuk had just received the contract from his subordinate and turned to ask him to sign it when Lee Geon disappeared right before his eyes, leaving behind a pile of fried chicken and the president of the Gemini celestial body along with 2 wildered bodyguards frozen in place. Really? He eats and runs away. The contract isn't signed, the person has vanished, but I still have to cover the fried chicken bill of nearly 800,000. Sung-yuk's ears seemed to ring. Outside, everything looked normal, but the scene inside the cafe could only be described in 2 words: desolation. Objects lay shattered everywhere, and dirt from the broken flower pots was scattered around. On the floor lay 2 young men unconscious. Lee Geon threw a punch at Shiwoo's face, clutching his throat and delivering merciless knee strikes to his stomach. Even though he claimed to be an A-class disciple of the Gemini celestial body, the second-generation young master of a tycoon family, and the son of the Libra celestial body saintess, he ended up being thoroughly beaten. Lee Geon completely ignored his words, not paying attention to a single word. Moreover, the more he talked, the harder Lee Geon hit him. Shiwoo was beaten to the point that his face was swollen and deformed. Looking at the blonde kid crouching on the ground, Lee Geon cracked his knuckles and said, "Get up, you dog. I'm just getting started. What have you been babbling about this whole time?" Shiwoo was breathing heavily, not knowing what to do next since all of his defensive spells had been shattered. He couldn't blame Shiwoo for being weak. After all, Lee Geon was someone who could walk through dangerous areas as if on vacation. But Shiwoo didn't know he should clench his fist and vow not to let him continue to be so arrogant. A stream of green magic energy emanated from Shiwoo, and behind him appeared a blue-armored bull. Shiwoo unleashed his power towards Lee Geon, using every move he had without holding back. The bystanders whispered to each other, "He's using magic on someone else in the neighborhood. Run before you get dragged into this mess." Shiwoo triumphantly smiled, revealing a gap in his teeth, and shouted, "This is the price you pay for being so arrogant." But despite all of Shiwoo's struggles, Lee Geon remained unscathed. His voice was filled with annoyance. "Why are you being so loud?" The fire generated from Shiwoo's magical power was all gathered by Lee Geon in the palm of his hand, forming a swirling ball. That was not enough to warm his body. Lee Geon's system interface appeared. "Opponent's skill has been suppressed. You have received the S-rank data of Polaris' bronze bowl." Shiwoo couldn't believe it. He could control his skill so easily. He shouted, "Who are you? Are you a wizard?" "No, I'm just a blacksmith." The system interface appeared again to inform that Lee Geon could now use the data from the acquired skill, but using it too much would wear it down. If he wanted to use the skill permanently, he needed to collect materials to craft a holy artifact. For now, just enjoy using it. Lee Geon compressed the entire ball into a single crystal in his hand, igniting a powerful blue flame. The image of Polaris' bull appeared behind him in a majestic manner. The explosive power pushed everything away from where he stood. He shouted, "I figured out the incantation to summon Polaris' bronze bull." No matter how much Shiwoo screamed, he was thrown back, colliding with a massive energy column that crashed him into the wall, creating a huge area of destruction. As the smoke cleared, the world flipped upside down. Before Shiwoo could lift his head, Lee Geon warned them, "If you dare to touch Sung-jae one more time, you better prepare for a coffin." After saying that, Lee Geon turned to his nephew with a cool expression and told him that from now on, whenever he meets these guys, he can just fight freely because he has an uncle to back him up. Hearing this, Sung-jae admired his cousin even more, as if he were a girl meeting her first love, a school idol. After finishing the fighting, Sung-jae's older sister, Yua, ran over and asked, "Why does this little guy's meeting at the cafe look like a battlefield?" As soon as she saw her younger brother, she immediately asked, "Is Sung-jae hurt?" "He is hurt, but more hurt in his heart." Sung-jae excitedly rushed to his sister, pulling her over to introduce her. "Over here." He pointed at Lee Geon and said, "This is the hero who has eliminated countless disaster misfortunes, the hero who sacrificed himself to save humanity. The main character of the video we have watched over and over again. This is Lee Geon." Lee Geon has fought thousands of battles, yet his scarred face and messy hair are nowhere to be seen. All he sees is his younger brother pointing at a guy a few years older than them. Lee Geon turned to look at Yua and smiled for credibility. She couldn't believe it, her mouth agape as she pinched her cheek, realizing she was awake. The atmosphere around suddenly turned a soft pink, because Yua couldn't understand how Uncle Lee Geon could be so handsome. 20 years ago, he had so many scars and had to be in the Devil's Tower for 20 years, so I thought he must be in terrible shape. But then Yua realized that appearance was not the important issue. The fact that Lee Geon returned safely was already a great fortune for them. Her demeanor resembled that of a 17-year-old girl in love more than Sung Jae earlier. Her small heart seemed ready to leap out. Seeing his adorable niece's reaction, Lee Geon smiled warmly and began to greet her. Yua kept bowing her head, her face still as red as a ripe gak fruit. He smiled and said, "Relax, Hugo's daughter. Just call him Uncle Sweetly." Yua couldn't say a word. Her eyes were glistening as her mischievous younger brother asked her if she felt very delighted. But Yua paid no attention to him, her teary eyes fixated on Lee Geon. Then she bowed her head again to hesitantly ask for a favor. He thought the girl was going to ask for an autograph, and naturally he agreed, but it seemed that it was a difficult topic for her, as Yua stammered and couldn't get the words out. The tiled floor of the cafe trembled, and then a reddish-brown disaster misfortune burst from the ground, drowning out Yua's voice. But Lee Geon still caught a glimpse of what she said. He wondered, "What did you just say? Damn it, your sister is expressing her feelings while you're shouting. Please be polite." Yua's spear cut through a disaster misfortune in one swift motion, splitting the monster in half. Her demeanor shifted from that of a sweet young girl to a fierce warrior filled with deadly intent. Yua said, "Please wait for me a moment, because after I finish off these disaster misfortunes, I will propose to you immediately." With that, she charged forward with her spear, leaving Lee Geon frozen and placed his body stiff. He turned to Sung Jae to confirm that what he heard from Yuba was true. "She has already given you the signal right in front of you." Upon hearing this, he couldn't believe it and asked what she wished for. At that moment, dark clouds gathered, covering the sky over the entire city. The city loudspeaker kept announcing the appearance of disaster misfortunes, urging everyone to seek shelter quickly. On the streets and in the sky, grotesque disaster misfortunes rampaged, killing and destroying everything in sight, causing the citizens to flee in panic. Yua's storm-like attacks were tearing apart each disaster misfortune one by one. She picked up speed, standing before a massive group of monsters. She spun her spear, generating a terrifying force to crack the ground beneath her feet, her eyes flashing with sparks. "I will not allow these things to ruin my proposal." Seeing the sky and the ground crawling with disaster misfortunes, Yua whirled around rapidly with her spear, spinning it furiously. She stamped her foot down hard, cracking the earth beneath her. Yua held the spear in the air, her eyes flashing with a fierce electricity, then threw it like a javelin. The tremendous energy radiated into a beam of light, piercing through the clouds. This lotus fire pearl technique of hers had taken the lives of nearly all the disaster misfortune, resembling nothing less than hellfire raining down upon them. Lee Geon let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had worried unnecessarily by coming here. Yua was even stronger than Otiksu. No joke. "Oh my, look over there." Upon seeing Lee Geon, she switched back to her cute mode. The moment she let her guard down, a disaster misfortune monster lying in wait seized the opportunity to leap forward to try and bite her to death. But Lee Geon was faster, pulling both Sung Jae and Yua out of the way of the vile disaster misfortune, saving the two girls just as Yua was still coming to her senses. Amidst the residual flames of the disaster misfortune, the voice of a woman cackled. "I didn't expect you to dodge that attack." A strange woman appeared right atop the monster, laughing wickedly with delight. "I didn't expect this human could dodge the attack. I like you." The smile on her face grew wider. She tugged sharply at a barbed rope. "Next, I'll turn that human into my new pet." Lee Geon's voice rang out just before the mouth of the disaster misfortune beast. "What's with today? You all seem to enjoy playing with fire, huh? Well, it's perfect timing since I'm in need of a furnace to forge more holy artifacts." He stepped in front of the disaster misfortune beast, shouting in delight, "You will become my #1 furnace." The monster was not angry at all. Instead, it stirred a sense of delight within. If this guy were trained, it would definitely be interesting. A few minutes earlier, Yua looked at the monster in surprise. At that moment, she was an elusive race. Just as she thought she needed to stop him immediately, Lee Geon lightly touched her forehead with his finger, as if he knew what she was thinking. This serious expression means he intends to handle this alone, right? If so, then absolutely not. I will deal with the monster, while you two ensure the safety of the people around. I know Sung Jae and Yua are very strong, so I trust you both. So you guys also trust me to handle it, okay? Of course, Yua smiled lightly and enthusiastically agreed with Lee Geon alongside her brother. All three simultaneously released their powers, entering battle mode, ready to face the disaster misfortune monster in a fierce battle. Especially since Lee Geon had his sights on Theli and Dan Lu, he would definitely use a bit more strength. The monster wildly swung its thorn whip at Lee Geon, continuously shouting more, with each strike that landed. But Lee Geon was completely unfazed, casually slipping his hands into his pockets while deftly dodging the lightning-fast attacks being thrown at him. "Keep struggling," he said. The woman's thorn whip wrapped around Lee Geon, but he showed no reaction. Taken by surprise, the bizarre woman became even more excited. Laughing maniacally, she exclaimed, "Now this is real training." She continued to lash out with the whip, pulling Lee Geon along and repeatedly smashing him into the surrounding buildings. Debris scattered everywhere as the ground was shattered. A tremendous collision created a force that sent everything around it flying away. From the chaos of dust, Lee Geon remained in a trapped state, kneeling on one knee, his clothes torn in pieces. But he stood up with a look of boredom, pulling himself free in a single motion as if tearing a piece of paper. He spoke with complete disdain. "Is this all you've got? Why are you only good at talking big? It's not interesting at all." The woman's face twisted in disbelief at what had just happened. The monster below, the strange woman, opened her mouth wide and spewed a raging flame toward Lee Geon. A loud explosion erupted with smoke and fire billowing upwards, resembling the scene of a nuclear bomb dropping. The giant form from Sung Jae's magical power braced itself to withstand the falling debris from the buildings. While guiding him, he urged the people to quickly move to the shelter. Once the last evacuees were taken care of, he dusted off his hands and ran to where his sister was staring intently at their uncle's battlefield in the distance. Yua felt a bit worried. Although Lee Geon was very strong, the elusive race was also one of the most dangerous types of disaster misfortune. The creature just now was at least at the red level or higher. Fearing that their uncle might not be able to handle it alone, what if there were after effects after coming out of the cursed tower? So without thinking twice, Yua sprang into action and ran towards Lee Geon, despite Sung Jae's attempts to stop her. The battlefield at Lee Geon's location now resembled a gateway to hell, devastated and ablaze. "This is it!" Lee Geon laughed excitedly. "If there's fire, it should burn like this." The warmth of this fire was far greater than that little brat Song 2 celestial body from earlier. For within the smoke, Lee Geon's figure gradually became clearer. His eyes glowed with a faint green hue, and he wore a mischievous smile. Lee Geon gathered the flame of the disaster misfortune creature, forming it into a blazing sphere, grinning with delight. "I've marked you now, top-notch furnace." The system notification appeared again. "Flame collected. Can be used in spatial artifacts." The monster was startled to realize that Lee Geon was still alive within her circle of fire. But fundamentally, her fire had never instilled fear in him. He raised his hand high to summon the crafting hammer. As soon as the system interface appeared again to notify him that he could use the fire he had just received in the artifact space, he grinned with delight and began to enhance right away. It was truly surprising when the system required him to select the target for enhancement. Lee Geon held the mace high with one hand while the other hand held the fireball, preparing to smash them together. The enhancement was nothing other than himself. He struck the mace down directly, and a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, causing a whirlwind to blow up, with a dazzling blue light emanating from the circle. The strange woman became cautious and worried, not knowing what Lee Geon intended to do. She excitedly shouted that she would not let Lee Geon do as he pleased, gathering the fire on her hand in preparation to attack him. Unexpectedly, behind her, a girl wielding a magic spear had appeared out of nowhere, activating the skill lightning roar. Upon finishing her words, a pink-red lightning bolt appeared and the monster screamed. However, things did not go as Yua thought. The disaster misfortune had caught the girl's spear and crushed it in her palm. In a fit of rage, she threw the girl straight into a building not far away. The impact was so great that the girl crashed against the shattered wall behind her, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which pleased the monster quite a bit. The disaster misfortune creature lunged forward without knowing that a dark shadow was jumping up behind it. The giant lizard opened its mouth wide, as large as a multi-story building, just to swallow a girl, but still couldn't. Its entire body was jerked back. Before Yua's astonished gaze, it stubbornly lunged again with its mouth wide open. But it couldn't, because Lee Geon had a firm grip on its tail. He laughed maniacally. "Where do you think you're going? Let me play with you first." "What kind of strange game is this, Lee Geon?" Just like that, the monster was thrown straight to the ground, causing the earth to shatter and dust and debris to billow everywhere. After the slam, the monster lay motionless, leaving the disaster misfortune elusive race unable to believe their eyes. How can a human catch a hell lizard with bare hands and throw it away so easily? Lee Geon was filled with killing intent, his gaze unwavering as he warned the enchantress. "If you dare to lay a finger on Yua again, I will chop you into 1,000 pieces." His words made her feel like she was lost in the eyes of a deadly snake that could devour her at any moment. Sweat poured down like rain as she fearfully covered her face with her hands in panic. Is it possible for a legend like me to be threatened by humanity? Not wanting this, she enveloped herself in a dazzling purple light that made the wind swirl, startling Yuha. Lee Geon had no idea what this woman was planning to do. He maintained his indifferent expression, looking at the body of disaster misfortune transforming into a pitch-black color with the wings of the Hell Lord. Her appearance was already ugly, now it is even worse. Fueled by rage, she warned, "This blow will send that insolent brat back to Mother Earth." As fast as the wind, she tucked her wings and unleashed Hellbound, soaring away, leaving destruction in her wake. She quickly approached Lee Geon. Both struck at the same time, causing a massive surge of magical energy. Yuha frantically screamed for her uncle, only to see a beam of white light erupting afterward. It was the explosion of magical power that lifted the entire city. Terrifying as it was, the reality left disaster misfortune even more disappointed. In her grip was a fist-sized glove called Blazing Flute, enhanced with fire from Hell Wings, boasting fire resistance and random luck, which would increase the attribute by 1 point after consuming spicy food. However, he had no chance to try the 7-level spicy food because this item was so cheap, it could only be used once. Disaster misfortune stood shocked, staring at the glove and at Lee Geon's scarred face, which the system had activated to regenerate and was now completely healed. "You will burn for life in my forge to pay for daring to play with fire in the residential area." She couldn't believe that such a cheap item could stop her. "Ha ha ha, you think my creation is inferior, ha?" Lee Geon burst into triumphant laughter, but his eyes glinted with a dangerous light. "My gloves are very handy for tearing apart those feathered ones." The system board appeared just in time, stating that fire from Hell Wings had a sinister aura too strong and needed to be purified to become part of the Ophiuchus celestial body. He clenched his fist tightly. Purification is a cleansing punch, right? Lee Geon wasted no words and charged in to hit the monster continuously without mercy. The monster collapsed onto the floor. It still didn't experience any purification. It was quite exhilarating. It turned out that punching this creature wasn't the way to purify, and he had already knocked it out dead. "Well, that's that," he said, turning to look at the Hell Lizard. "If the 2-legged furnace is dead, then moving on to the 4-legged furnace is fine too." Seeing Lee Geon brutally attack its master, the lizard quickly raised a white flag in surrender. From now on, the Hell Lizard became a prisoner of the Ophiuchus celestial body. Lee Geon listed a bunch of new names for the Hell Lizard, but the names he suggested didn't make much sense. The lizard chose the cutest name, Torch. The sisters Yuha and Sung Jae also ran over, looking at their uncle who was a bit battered but still very strong. Surely he would be fine. Yuha immediately said there was something urgent to discuss with him. Remembering when Yuha mentioned that she would propose to Lee Geon, I silently thought, "Oh no, I'm doomed." Stammering, I was about to subtly remind Yuha that the real question she wanted to ask was about the information related to Lee Geon's sacrifice alone in the Demon Tower 25 years ago. Oh, was it not a proposal? I had always been skeptical. Although the celestial body zodiac signs had always said that he had sacrificed himself to protect humanity, it was strange that he was the only one who died. I clenched Yua's hand tightly as I recalled my doubts, which I had done nothing about, lingering in my heart until today. Having witnessed your strength, I could be certain that you didn't sacrifice yourself. You were murdered by someone. After hearing Yua's sharp reasoning, Lee Geon pondered for a moment and then sighed. "Is Yuha the daughter of that fool Otiksu? Quite perceptive, aren't you?" If the girl was this clever, Lee Geon had no reason to hide anything. He revealed the truth that 25 years ago, he had been betrayed in the tower by one of those 12 saints. The memory of that knife strike that day flashed in Lee Geon's mind. He wore an intense look of discontent. Hearing this, the two sisters could not believe their ears. Aren't the celestial body zodiac signs and Lee Geon born to protect the world? Some Jack couldn't understand how those people could do this to Lee Geon, the great hero who would sacrifice to protect this world. Lee Geon immediately agreed upon hearing that. "The problem lies there, my child. He is too powerful, stronger than all the saints of the 12 zodiac signs. He alone could kill Red Eye, which is why they are plotting to assassinate him. Once the leader of disaster misfortune is dead, the 12 zodiac signs no longer have disaster misfortune to extract money and power from the world, and then Lee Geon, the one who killed the leader of disaster misfortune, will be their greatest obstacle." That was his hypothesis, but just hearing that made Hugo's two children so furious that they trembled all over. Sung Jae lowered his head and muttered, "The one who saved this world is you, yet you have to find a way to survive in that very tower, and your name and reputation are stolen by those despicable people." Seeing both of them suddenly burst into tears, Lee Geon exhaled and placed his hand on their shoulders to comfort the two kids. "You don't need to cry like that, because they will definitely have to repay the debt 100-fold. Speaking of which, Lee Geon opened his phone to check some news about Saintess Sophie Marty. This was her schedule for the end of the day. In Hangwo, Countless reporters and journalists were gathered in a conference room as the truth about the events 20 years ago was going to be revealed today. Journalists are wondering if it has anything to do with the message that appeared in the previous Drachma case, or perhaps it is related to the recent controversy about Lee Geon being alive. While there are many unpredictable things that could be mentioned, they are certain of one thing. The story about to be revealed will be shocking. The camera flashes were continuous as Sophie finally appeared at the podium. She smiled friendly on the outside, but inside she was sweating, unsure of how to open her mouth. Her only thought was, can I just run away from this press conference? But she couldn't run because she was being suppressed by Lee Geon's artifact. She had no idea what the thing around her neck could do if she resisted. So now she could only accept being a puppet for Lee Geon, controlled to say words she didn't want to. She didn't know how other celestial body constellations were, but Lee Geon would surely kill her. Finally, Sophie spoke up. I am here today to clarify an incident that occurred 20 years ago at the Demon Tower event. Though it happened a long time ago, but was shocking when those 13 people stormed in to attack Red Eye. Then there were privileges granted to the heroes. Until now, Sophie bowed her head and continued. A hero who truly defeated Red Eye that day was. She furrowed her brows and let out an unwanted sigh. In the end, she still said the name. Lee Geon. At first, no one was too concerned, but after a few seconds, the press suddenly paused when they noticed something was off. Then everyone exclaimed in surprise. A series of questions flooded in full of disbelief. Lee Geon is actually the one who defeated Red Eye, not Stephen Maker. So the 12 celestial bodies have been lying for 20 years? The most important question is whether Lee Geon is still alive or not. Hearing each question, Sophie's face fell. As she began to confirm that Lee Geon was still alive, a stream of dark energy rushed in, chilling her to the bone. A very dangerous-looking man appeared right behind her, cutting off her words, causing Sophie to whirl around in shock. He was Jean-Louis Moraine, the cancer saint. Sophie was clearly terrified to see Moraine here. Ignoring the guy who mocked her in front of the press, the saintess is not feeling well. It seems this press conference can't continue, can it, Sophie? His pupils turned red and a vicious expression clearly appeared on his face. He leaned closer, reaching out to turn off the mic just as Sophie trembled and asked, "Why did you have to come at this moment?" He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Shut your mouth. What were you planning to say when you turned that mic on? I can see you're starting to overstep your bounds. You've been given the title of saintess and have lived in arrogance for so long, and you still think that's not enough? If you don't want the scene of yourself being torn apart broadcasted to the whole world, keep your mouth shut for me." Moraine turned the mic back on and calmly announced to everyone that he had just confirmed the saintess was being threatened by someone else, which was why she was speaking so ambiguously. His face implied he was the one protecting the saintess, so there was nothing to worry about. The hall fell silent when Moraine declared, "The press conference ends here." Then someone suddenly asked, "What about Lee Geon?" Before the question was finished, a wave of dark magic crashed in. Moraine, with his hands in his pockets, stood above looking down menacingly. Lee Geon died 20 years ago in the Demon Tower. Do you even need me to explain more? His gaze was icy. If he were truly alive, he would have shown up. Have you seen him appear? The reporter was scared, pressed on. So, who threatened the saintess? Why didn't that person drag Lee Geon into this? His question sparked curiosity among all the journalists and reporters on site. Hundreds of inquiries continued to bombard Moraine, making him angrier. Veins bulging, magic emanating thicker as he silently cursed. Do these pesky insects not know their place? The sorcery of the guy gathered in the palm of his hand, preparing to kill everyone here to silence them. A foot flew in just as Lee Geon spoke. I can tell you intend to chop up the reporter here. Moraine received a kick from Lee Geon and flew straight into the wall, creating a large hole right behind Sophie, making her scream in terror. Damn it, that guy is here. Before Moraine could see clearly, Lee Geon charged forward with the tail of the hell lizard in his hand, greeting Moraine in a grand manner. Damn crowd, long time, no see. Your mangled face looks just like it did back in the day, huh? Let's have a chat. He swung the tail of the lizard straight at the guy, causing the ground to explode. Sophie was surprised to realize it was a tail. Meanwhile, the hell lizard was curled up in a corner like a display item for all to see, resembling an animal in a zoo. Sonjay even found a sign. Please do not feed the baby. It may cause stomachache. Everyone passing by turned to look one more time. Lee Geon stood in front, muttering curses at Moraine's fallen body. Are you trying to interrupt the press conference? But unbeknownst to him, Moraine had bravely stepped out from behind him. A few minutes earlier, he had heard someone hitting the hell lizard. It turned out to be, Seeing the black mist gathering around the figure standing behind him, Lee Geon was not pleased. Are you playing that clone game again? Moraine, of course, didn't recognize the person in front of him, merely staring at him with boredom, puzzled by who this was that knew his abilities. Whenever he introduced himself, it was always in a grandiose manner, and this time was no different. Lee Geon, who else would it be? The reporters were shocked when they heard the name of someone who had disappeared 20 years ago. The atmosphere suddenly fell into complete silence. Then, one of them burst out laughing, causing everyone else to join in, simply because Lee Geon couldn't possibly appear so youthful. If he were still alive today, he'd be nearing 60. Even Moraine chuckled, a man with real power, but clearly delusional. If you're going to impersonate someone, at least choose your target wisely. A hell lizard's tail smacked Moraine square in the face, sending him flying once again. Lee Geon casually twirled the lizard's tail in his hand and said as he spun it, "Well, I guess I'll just have to beat some sense into you." He growled at the dawdling reporters, "What are you standing around for? Get back to work. And who was it that laughed at me just now? You're up next." The reporters scattered in panic, and from the stands, Sophie, fearing she'd be next, scrambled to make her escape. The lizard's tail cracked against the wall behind her, blocking Sophie's way out. Behind her, Lee Geon stood, hands on his hips, flashing an evil grin, his eyes glowing brightly. "Hey, little bug, where do you think you're going? You better start telling the whole truth." He shouted, revealing all the truths that 20 years ago, the Celestial Body royal clan fled at the sight of the Red Eye. They had exploited my name to boost their own reputation, and the face of the Saintess Aquarius has been smashed and rebuilt, but her nature cannot be changed. You must clarify all your sins. As he spoke, he pressed hard against Sophie's forehead, who did not dare to retort. He silently cursed this crazy dog for revealing everything. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke engulfed the space, dense like fog in the morning. The system board appeared. Warning, the presence of the darkest star is bringing danger. Moraine's pure black magic was unleashed powerfully, as if wanting to engulf everything, including Jean-Louis Tugavatars. The force radiating out caused the lights on the ceiling to explode one by one. Only the reporters below screamed in panic, clutching their heads. Sophie gasped, her eyes wide. "What are you looking at?" Lee Geon thought she was calling him, only to be met with a loud shout that felt like a slap to the face. The situation was extremely critical. Couldn't he see that? I could sense the presence of the Celestial Body royal clan within the black smoke. Moraine stood with his head lowered. Behind him appeared a giant figure resembling a human but dark and frightening, with tentacles and eyes without bright eyelashes. The man flashed a cruel smile along with a menacing tone. "I really didn't expect you to be Lee Geon. Fine then. Although I don't know how you managed to survive leaving the Demon Tower, let's have a welcoming party for you now." Lee Geon's face scrunched up as he saw Sophie behind him, fear making him nearly lose control. Clearly, both of them sensed the intense energy radiating from Cancer, and everyone was on high alert. Taking to the sky, the man faced Lee Geon's gaze, emanating dark energy from his body, countering Lee Geon's green aura. The two sides resembled opposing factions, signaling an impending bloody battle. At the sanctuary of Sagittarius' celestial body, which was also his home, Hugo Otters was cooking a fragrant pot of noodles. He sighed, "Sungjae, Yua, and Leon are all out, so tonight I'll just have noodles." He then sat down, grabbed the remote, and turned on the news. The TV was broadcasting live from the battlefield between Lee Geon and Moraine. The reporter continuously updated the current situation, narrating it like a sports event. During Saintess Sophie's press conference, a man claiming to be Lee Geon forcefully intruded. As you can see, he is engaged in incredibly fierce close combat with Cancer Celestial Body. To be honest, the battle is extremely interesting. The instant noodle in Otatsu's mouth became tasteless. Why did he say he was going to meet his two children when he was now on live television fighting with cancer? Moraine gathered a black magic orb in his hand and pressed it hard against the ground, sending the magic shooting in a straight line that destroyed the earth, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere. The reporters there scattered in panic. Meanwhile, Lee Geon showed no sign of fear and easily dodged the simple attack with a swift movement. He heard Lee Geon scoff derisively. "Those 3 attacks have no effect." Moraine then laughed menacingly. "You've fallen into my trap." As he gestured, the black energy that had just slammed into the ground quickly spread towards Lee Geon, rising like piercing spikes aimed straight at him. Moraine was surprised to see him pull out a knife, pointing it directly at the attack from Cancer. He leaped and spun in the air as 2 pieces of the blade flew off, looking picturesque, causing the reporters to applaud nonstop. He joyfully tossed himself backward and landed dramatically, not forgetting to wear a bright smile on his face. Without waiting another second, his body was enveloped in blue electric sparks, resembling the Flash. Then he shot forward at high speed towards Moraine. Moraine was also not to be underestimated, continuing to gather the magic orb in his hand, sneering, "Is this all you learned in the last 20 years? As the man's 2 arms fell, black power once again tore through the ground to attack Lee Geon directly. This time he didn't avoid it, but swung the blade in his hand. cutting through the foe's magical power as if he were slicing vegetables. While dodging, he shouted, "Is this all you've got to brag about?" In the blink of an eye, the blade sliced Moraine in half. However, the feeling of striking the body made Lee Geon sense something was off. It turned out that the figure in front of him was just a clone dissolving into smoke. "What the hell, are you kidding me?" Lee Geon yelled. After 20 years is the only technique you can master the clone technique. Moraine's cunning voice came from behind Lee Geon as he gathered the black smoke. "I'll take that as a compliment." Out of nowhere, a swirling black vortex appeared, sweeping everything away, almost blowing away Sophie's hair as she hid behind a wooden table. It looked like a pitch-black tornado, but it was sucking all the black energy from the mouths of the reporters. Holding the blade tightly, Lee Geon was clearly furious. How does this madman plan to take responsibility for doing this? Moraine crouched on the ground, appearing relaxed, with both hands emanating swirling magical energy. After drawing power from the life of the reporters, taking responsibility was a matter for later. It was a bit exhausting to take on alone, but if the opportunity arose, he had to deal with Lee Geon first. Lee Geon turned around as if he had realized something, his eyes wide with anger towards Moraine. "It was you who stabbed me at the Demon Falls, wasn't it?" Moraine did not reply, adopting a mocking tone. "Are you immersed in a game of finding the culprit? A hero saving the world drowning in a petty grudge. If others saw you, they would mistake you for a thug on the street." It didn't matter whether it was true or not. Lee Geon could only see this guy spouting nonsensical words unbearable to listen to. Hiding behind that clone was impressive, but it was ultimately useless. Moraine finally informed him. "This is not an ordinary clone. These clones are created from the life force of the journalists that were just drained." The guy warned sharply. "If you kill the clone, their life force will shatter, and of course, I cannot guarantee their lives. Damn it, risking the lives of others to hold you back." He chuckled hoarsely in his throat, rehearsing this trashy move that resembled the face of cancer. The whole group of Moraines stood together, each one laughing in a bizarre manner, their sounds overlapping. "I'll take that as your last words. Now die." The clones rushed in all at once, taking turns to punch Lee Geon relentlessly. But just after a few seconds, all of them showed expressions of disbelief, because somehow they realized that what they were striking was actually the tail of the Hell Lizard. Lee Geon jumped out from behind his clones. The skill he just learned, Drachma, you trash. He clenched his fist and struck the nearest Moraine. Meanwhile, a system message popped up with lines of text. The substitute skill allows the user to summon a desired object for use, like the shield of the Ophiuchus celestial body. You can summon one of 3 objects that have been in close contact recently. The Moraine was punched so hard that he was terrified, not understanding how Lee Geon could identify this particular clone as one that utilized a part of Moraine, due to the use of the 13th sense skill to grasp the opponent's weakness. But he had no intention to explain. Instead, he smiled gleefully and said, "You have a really foul stench. There's no escape, kid." Then, from the body of the upper-class clone, he extracted a light purple crystal right at the heart. This made the upper-class clone scream in pain. The sensing ability of the Gemini celestial body can't find me, how can you? His snake demon consumed it, hitting a fragment of the Cancer core contained 33% of the soul and 20% of the power of the Cancer zodiac. This caused the power of this constellation to suffer a large crack. Only through the system notifications constantly popping up did he realize that the guardian spirit of Cancer was extremely frightened to see this scene. The dark star magic surrounding them was vanishing. The frenzied whirlwind has dissipated, leaving behind a desolate space filled only with dust and debris everywhere. The group of reporters who were drained of energy has now awakened, confused about what happened, only knowing that they are still alive. Lee Geon stands and looks at Moraine's clone with the core in hand, listening as the clone struggles to ask, "What has he experienced in the Demon Tower that makes me feel the power of the divine from you?" Lee Geon just smiles and says he will use the newly extracted crystal from his body. He is being careful. The black smoke gradually takes the clone away. This time defeated, but Moraine still smiles slyly, saying he will be back and bring a gift for Lee Geon that will give him a headache with that nonsense. He doesn't care much, but Moraine's personality cannot just silently retreat like that. Whether there's a warning or not, that monster will come back. Suddenly, Lee Geon's pocket vibrates. He takes out his phone and sees that Tixu is calling. As soon as he answers, he hears a scream in his ear. "What trouble has that bastard of yours caused this time?" "Never mind explaining, just run." Lee Geon had not yet understood what was going on when Hugo Otters began to ramble. "I was watching the news and saw that you just eliminated Jim Lewis's superior clone, right? So a missile is about to land on you." Lee Geon was taken aback by this shocking news. A satellite in space had indeed locked onto the spot where Lee Geon was standing. A missile was preparing to launch. The system activated. The missile had been fired from the satellite and was flying towards Earth at breakneck speed. It was called the Mormont missile, a devastating weapon created by the celestial body of Ma and the celestial body of Gemini working together to deal with the great disaster misfortune after Lee Geon disappeared. This missile was the ultimate weapon of humanity, capable of incinerating an entire area where the type of disaster misfortune appeared that humans could not withstand, following a pre-programmed attack trajectory. Lee Geon frowned upon hearing about this missile and remarked, "So they created that? Truly useless beyond words, and they relied on Moraine's signal to activate it. This must be a surprise gift." Earlier, that guy said was for Lee Geon. He was about to analyze the situation when Hugo Otters snapped him back to reality. "Just run for your life first, then we can talk." "But how can I run? You said the whole missile would rain down on the city." "That's true." Hugo Otters raised his hand helplessly. Suddenly, Lee Geon turned to look at Sophie and flashed a cunning smile, leaving her confused and uneasy as he said, "I have a way, my friend." Outside of the universe, the rocket that had just been launched was heading towards Earth, specifically to the city of Shower. Announcements from the city were urgently sounding. "The Mormont rocket is falling in this area. All citizens are advised to quickly find the nearest shelter. This is an emergency situation." Hearing this, the people were frightened, shouting and fleeing in panic. "What the hell? A disaster misfortune weapon is falling in the center of Shower." Screams and cries echoed as everyone ran chaotically. Sung Jie and Yua found themselves amidst the panicking crowd, completely unaware of the situation. They had no idea where their uncle was. A loud explosion erupted in the sky as a flash of blue light zipped by at an unbelievable speed. But Sung Jie recognized it was Lee Geon. He was carrying Sophie on his shoulder, using his magic to fly straight towards the rocket while she screamed in terror. He used the power of the Celestial Twin Counselor to activate the levitation and teleportation skill to move towards the Mormont rocket. Thanks to the support of skills, both of them moved in the blink of an eye to the rocket. Ignoring Sophie's terrified screams, he said, "That bug, as long as you're determined, you can melt anything, right? I brought you up here to melt this rocket." As soon as he turned his head, Lee Geon immediately refused. Sophie was spun around by Lee Geon, who warned, "If you can't do it, then you, I, and all the innocent people down there will die. Do you understand? This is the time you have to pay for living carefree for the past 20 years. After saying that, he threw her straight into the rocket. Sophie was so frightened that she lost control, screaming, "That crazy bastard. Oh my God, don't throw me." Another scream was useless. Sophie had been thrown mercilessly. He told her to perform the miracle of the Saintess, but all Sophie could manage was a string of curses directed at Lee Geon. "You son of a bitch!" The holy goddess of Aquarius was suddenly summoned to face the gigantic rocket along with the girl Saintess who looked like she was on the verge of death. Before acting, the guardian deity of Aquarius cursed Lee Geon as a madman with all the words she could muster. But there was no more time. Sophie wanted to curse as well, but she was too exhausted, urging the holy goddess, "Think of something quickly." Not wanting her celestial body to die, the holy goddess of Aquarius transferred all her power to Sophie. Looking at the rocket before her, she screamed loudly, then couldn't help but cry out of fear. Surprisingly, her tears helped activate the skill Goddess's Tears. A magic circle was discovered, and soon, Sophie's tears transformed into fierce waves directed at the Mormont missile. The two sides clashed fiercely, but the Goddess's Tears skill quickly defeated the missile, tearing it into 100 pieces. Sophie's mind was spinning. She muttered, "I did it. I succeeded." But suddenly she snapped back to reality, realizing she was free-falling through the air. To make matters worse, Lee Geon didn't even try to catch her. He just stood aside, grinning slyly. "You've been enhanced, so it doesn't matter if you fall." Looking up, the explosion from the waves colliding with the missile caused debris to continue falling to the ground. Lee Geon had to find a way quickly since the falling debris was enough to crush several areas. The people below could also see the explosion and were buzzing. The missile has disintegrated in midair, but the debris falling down is enough to scare anyone to death. Suddenly remembering that the missile was created by the celestial body Gemini, Lee Geon decided to send a grand greeting to that entity. Hugo Otters was at home when Lee Geon's voice suddenly rang out. "What's up, my friend? Can you hear me?" He was taken aback but recognized that it was the voice of Lee Geon, so he looked up at the ceiling and asked, "Hello, have you dealt with that missile yet? The situation is urgent. I haven't time to explain, just lend me the absolute coordinate skill." The absolute coordinate skill of the Sagittarius celestial body is used to precisely move to a designated target. The combined power is enhanced when used with various weapons. Hugo Otters, hearing this, figured that the situation was truly dangerous, so he hurriedly sent him the absolute coordinate skill without a second thought. The foolish friend took the bait, making Lee Geon chuckle. "Thanks, number one slave. Quickly, he received the absolute coordinate skill from the Sagittarius celestial body with 238 uses remaining. Lee Geon wore a cunning smile, combining the absolute coordinate skill with the teleport skill. Using the authority of the Gemini celestial body, he moved all the fragments from the Mormont missile as a gift to the saint of the Gemini celestial body. The overlapping magic circles caused all the fragments to disappear. The people were overjoyed, and Sung Jia and Yua were also happy for Uncle Lee Geon, who successfully prevented the threat. Sung Yuk, standing amidst the joyful crowd, felt something was off as the fragments disappeared so easily. Suddenly, a sound from Yin Yang Place, the sacred ground of the Gemini celestial body, called out to Sung Yuk. As soon as the voice was heard, the person on the other end shouted, "What the hell is that stupid, ignorant bastard doing using the power of the Saint Chairman?" He pressed against the glass to look outside and saw pieces of the Mormont missile falling down on Yin Yang Place with a loud noise like in a sci-fi movie. After the press conference was broadcast in Hangzhou, the news of Lee Geon's return became trending. Everywhere, people were talking about how Lee Geon had returned and defeated Cancer Saint, while successfully stopping the Mormont missile. In the president's office at the Blue House, senior officials of Hangzhou were lively discussing the rumors of Lee Geon's return and his defeat of Cancer Saint, as well as preventing the Mormont missile. While they were chatting animatedly, suddenly, a blue light pierced through the office ceiling, causing everyone to scream in fear. Out of nowhere, Lee Geon suddenly landed on the desk, carrying the dazed Sung Yuk under his arm. In his other hand, he held Tiksu, still wearing a yellow apron with a cute bear, coughing. "What are you mice gossiping about that looks so tense? Now I will settle this with you all. I came here to get back my money. You were holding the account containing the money from selling my stuff, right?" Even though the officials were crouched in a corner of the room, they couldn't stop their gossiping. "Isn't that Lee Geon who just appeared on TV?" He interrogated the group. "Why is it that Tiksu, whom I granted representative status, cannot access my account?" Sitting in front, he glared threateningly at the group. "You better explain yourselves properly to me, or else." One of the council members stepped forward to explain that it was because Hugo was a foreigner. Lee Geon furrowed his brow in confusion, and the man continued to explain, "Since Lee Geon died a few years ago, there has been no celestial body, which is why we don't trust a foreign sage. Furthermore, the power of Sagittarius has gradually weakened with each incident. In the end, we had to entrust the matter to someone more reliable than Hugo here." Unfortunately, the one who stepped up to explain had not finished speaking when Lee Geon punched him. "Why would you do something so irrational? Of all the people to choose, you picked that cheap witch. Who the hell do you think you are to look down on Otiksu?" He appeared even more aggressive, about to raise his hand as if to punch the others again, looking no different from a thug on the street. The more he spoke, the more he flared his nostrils, demanding, "How dare you look down on Otiksu?" He was about to say that he didn't care about the group when he heard his friend add, "Only I, Lee Geon, have the right to look down on Otiksu, because he is my slave. It's certainly not for you useless dogs to do." The precious words just spoken left Hugo Otter shocked, his body frozen in disbelief. Not daring to believe his ears, he asked repeatedly, "What did he just say?" Continuing to point fingers, Hugo Otters pretended to dismiss, saying, "This guy, apart from being handsome, has no special talent at all. Even if he were as poor as a beggar, he is not someone you can treat like this." Otiksu on this side was left speechless, constantly pleading for this madman to stop. The officials found it extremely strange. Has anyone dared to insult the revered centaur like Lee Geon? But no one dared to speak up, fearing they would be knocked out like that quick-taunt man earlier. Lee Geon's curses became clearer and clearer, so much so that even someone as easygoing as Otiksu turned pale. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He turned to scold Otiksu for being a fool, for not obtaining citizenship to enjoy such treatment. Otiksu, currently like a stiff mannequin, helplessly apologized and took all the blame upon himself. Seeing this, Lee Geon, in a noble manner, patted him on the back encouragingly, saying, "Just try to live well," while Otiksu could only wipe his tears. What kind of worthless friends stand up to protect yet insult like this so beautifully? Enough with the back and forth. Lee Geon completely changed his attitude, cracking his knuckles, his eyes blazing with anger. "Where's the money? If you don't fork it over, it'll be all of you to death today." Before anyone could respond, a high-pitched female scream echoed from above. Sung Yuk quickly looked up, knowing exactly who was speaking. A hard stomp from a purple-tinted boot caused Lee Geon to grimace in disgust as he looked over. Haiji, the celestial twin-sing of the Zodiac, immediately started cursing as she arrived. "These guys have already accessed it. It's none of your business, so don't worry about it." Her eyes blazed with fury as she mentioned that the money would be used to renovate Yin Yang Place. "It was you, wasn't it? You sent the debris of the Mormont rocket to Yin Yang Place, didn't you? That's why Yin Yang Place was completely destroyed. Do you have any idea how much I've lost?" She was seething with rage, pointing her finger directly at Lee Geon to accuse him, causing him to wear a puzzled expression. He tilted his head, stroked his chin, and abruptly asked, "Who the hell are you?" Damn it, to rant like that and not even remember who I am. Fuming, biting her lip, she decided to raise her hand to cast a spell that would eliminate the scruffy guy right in front of her. A few office workers were scared to death, thinking they could just watch the drama, only to fall victim to the trickery and suffer. Only Sungyup was excited by the scene of the ultimate summoning technique of the celestial Gemini, summoning the spirit of the spirit queen, Larry Queen. A female fairy with braided red hair and 2 long horns appeared behind Heiji. With the effect of shimmering water beneath her feet, the spirit queen slowly opened her eyes and unfurled her gigantic wings that resembled those of a massive fly. Heiji shouted in triumph, "This is the equivalent spirit of the holy goddess." Confidently, he expected Lee Geon to be knocked out immediately. Before his sleeves had even fallen, Lee Geon had already flown straight towards Heiji. Grabbing his waist, he shouted, "Heave-ho!" Lee Geon threw Heiji aside, shot up like a rocket, and crashed through the hole in the ceiling he had just created. Heiji soared straight up into the blue sky. The sound "eh" echoed faintly as if it were coming from far away. Needless to say, Sungyup was so panicked that he ran to the hole yelling, "Oh, Castellan! Oh, Castellan!" The remaining spirit queen is separated from the Castellan and her power is reduced by half. This goblin seems to be smarter, quietly playing cards and sneaking back to its den before it's too late. But how could he fool Lee Geon? Before he could make a move and disappear, he quickly grabbed her by the head and pulled her back up. Now that he had her, it seemed easier to catch the spirit. He thought simply yanking her hair up like a bunch of scallions would do the trick. Larry Queen cried out loudly for mercy, and then with a bang, something fell so quickly that only the light beam on the ground was visible. It was none other than Heiji crashing back into the room in an unconscious state after a long flight. She had lost consciousness, causing her magical control to become unstable. The shape-shifting ability borrowed from the Piss's celestial body had also vanished. The transformation spell had disappeared, revealing an unfamiliar woman or a completely strange figure. One couldn't blame Lee Geon for not recognizing the person in front of him. Did you think you would win just because this spirit queen was here? Now you all see clearly, right? Lee Geon glanced at the council members while holding the spirit queen's hair, making her cry out in distress. The transformation into a strange maid left those people speechless, so they had been calling an insignificant one Castellan all this time. After displaying his power, John threatened, "Where's my money? Make sure you bring it out right now. Don't make me lose my temper." A while later, Lee Geon and Hugo stepped out of the blue house with a load of stuff, carrying things in their hands. They asked for cash but didn't give any. Instead, they just brought a pile of documents. However, they had money to buy something delicious to eat. "Hey, don't you think something is strange? Why hasn't the witch Heiji shown up? Isn't she the one who would go crazy in the middle of the street if she feels wronged?" Jian seemed to have anticipated it and smiled proudly. The yin-yang place incident had collapsed, so it was natural for her not to appear. That mean girl was trying to hold back her frustration, but he generally knew where she was, so he would meet her soon. The next day at Sung Jae's house, the 4 of them were sitting down to eat as usual. Lee Geon took a hamburger out of his bag for Sung Jae. For some reason, he pondered for a moment while holding it and then returned it to Jian. He didn't ask anything, just rummaged through his own bag for other items and asked Yua and Jimin what they wanted to eat. Yua was hesitating to choose a dish, and suddenly, upon hearing the name Lee Geon, she spat the hamburger out. Just a little tease, and he had already fallen for it. A guy as old as him could be so easily tricked. Luckily today, Tak Su had been asked by him to run some errands. If he had witnessed this scene, he wouldn't care about friendship and would probably punch him. After finishing their meal, it was time to get down to business, right? The 3 of them huddled together, looking down at a box that resembled a plastic case adorned with eye-catching gold patterns. In fact, it was a super hard exhibition case, the sacred artifact of Ares, holding the fairy queen Larry Queen inside. It looked just like a tiny bug. As soon as John's warning voice sounded, Larry Queen immediately knelt down, obediently saying yes like a puppy. He wasn't finished yet, brandishing the sacred book that contained everything in written form as a threat. "If you don't obey, I'll lock you up in here." Larry Queen nodded faster than a chicken pecking at grain. The first question, which was also the most important one, that toxic witch hasn't shown her face yet, has she? Is it because she can't appear? Larry Queen let out a squeak, and Jian immediately adopted a knowing expression. "Aha, I knew it." He tapped the floor. "She's locked up here, right? Sung Jae's place." The 2 siblings were surprised to see the fairy queen nodding. "Well then, that's the answer. I'll give you this chance. Tell me where she is." Seeing the fairy queen stutter and unable to speak up, Lee Geon quickly added, So do you want to say it yourself, or let me say it for you? The fairy trembled uncontrollably, her face drained of all color, and pointed to a direction in the corner of the room. It was the statue of the sacred artifact gifted at Sung Jae's house. She pointed without daring to look, only wrong to Geon and only right to Haijin. Either way, death awaited. Jimin remembered that this statue had been broken last time, right? Lee Geon was immensely pleased, holding the statue and laughing. I sensed something suspicious last time. He turned to Jimin and asked, that witch Haijin said she had kissed this, right? That's the tracking magic of that toxic witch. Hearing this, Jimin suddenly remembered. I did accidentally mention that. I just didn't expect that it would be some kind of magic. Saying that, Lee Geon activated his 13th sense and intervened in the soul space within the statue. Indeed, the statue screamed with the witch's voice, Larry Queen, how dare you betray me like that? Yuo was quite surprised, but the most unexpected thing was that the uncle actually spoke correctly. Was that the voice of the Saint Gemini Haijin in a soul state? Inside the statue, she screamed, clutching her head in frustration, wondering how everything ended up like this. Why had she exposed herself in front of this bastard? It was all because of the collapsing demon tower that caused John's presence to emanate everywhere, even causing Haijin in Yin Yang Place to tremble and drop her cup. She was the first to immediately sense the familiar aura emanating from the direction of the tower, the kind that gives others goosebumps. It belonged to Lee Geon. He was truly still alive. She immediately left upon realizing that Lee Geon had returned. Moreover, the place she went to was the home of her best friend Sung Jae's son. Initially, Heiki thought it was good because her spies were already there. But wanting to confirm once again, she immediately used teleportation and possessed the statue of the Archangel. Possessing and watching the fool Jun was amusing until he smashed the statue of the goddess to pieces on the floor. Jimin's grandson crying was when she sobbed pitifully. At that moment, she realized that possessing a destroyed object would trap her soul, preventing Haijin's spirit from escaping. Thus, she was trapped inside the statue unbeknownst to anyone when Jimin came to repair it. Due to the intense devotion to the Saint Gemini, she was overjoyed. At that moment, just a little cheap recovery magic could restore the statue to its original state, but all hopes were dashed when that Jimin held a bottle of glue, nothing more, nothing less. Each drop of glue that fell carried away Haijin's faint hopes, vanishing into thin air. She cried out loud, but Jimin was completely unaware. This guy was making everything worse. So from that day on, Haijin has been trapped in the statue until today. Seeing Lee Geon smugly, she thought about the bullying rumors and felt even more indignant. Haijin shouted loudly to signal Larry Queen to quickly escape from the exhibition box. But instead of obeying the command, the cowardly queen helplessly said, I don't want to, can't, and won't do it, because even if I manage to escape, Lee Geon will just catch me again, so please don't make me do useless tasks anymore. Unexpectedly, that small, short one was so understanding, completely the opposite of him. Haijin's spirit was furious, wishing desperately to fly over and tear the traitor's clothes. But then her gaze stopped on Sung Jae. She ordered as the celestial body of the twin saints, forcing Sung Jae to attack Lee Geon immediately. Why should I do that? His expression puzzled Haijin. It was simple. It was because he had not seen the miniature museum that Lee Geon had created. She couldn't understand why he completely didn't want to fight his uncle, who was also his huge idol. But you are the saint of the celestial body of the twins. Fighting Lee Geon is natural. Sung Jae protested, but he didn't consider it right, so he just kept scratching his hair like that. Heiji was about to rush in to do some persuasion, but unexpectedly Sung Jae said, then I can leave the song to celestial body, right? Heiji paused for about 5 seconds, suspended in the room, and asked, I am indeed a disciple of the song to celestial body, but Uncle Lee Geon is a hero in my eyes. If the people of the song to celestial body are the reason for the enmity between us, then I will leave the group now. Sung Jae decisively took the badge from his pocket and returned it to Heiji right before her astonished eyes. At the same time, the badge fell to the ground. The entire building shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Haijin screamed, this is the punishment from the guardian god of the song too, because the disciple is turning towards the Ophiuchus constellation, so the traitor will face the fury and receive punishment. Immediately, Sung Jae was struck down by the power of the guardian god. His eye sockets, nose, and mouth were all bleeding as he collapsed on the floor. Needless to say, Yuba and Jimin were in a panic upon seeing their brother unconscious and hitting his head on the floor. Yuba was frightened, and Haijin anxiously shouted, Quick, pray to the guardian god, you have made a mistake. You are a candidate for the successor among the divine beings. You will be forgiven by the god. Just attack Lee Geon, and it's done. Sung Jae struggled to get up, trembling on the floor. Heiji spoke up angrily, criticizing Lee Geon as an untrustworthy scoundrel, his voice echoing throughout the room. Shut up, it's too loud. Sung Jae let out a roar, remembering the time Sung Yuk asked him to leave Jimin and the others behind to run away. Then that guy Yang Wei failed to deal with the spider and demanded to tear down the entire supermarket. No one cared whenever trouble arose, they abandoned others. Only Lee Geon truly cared for others, always ready to put himself in danger to save people, even risking his own life. So the only hero in Sung Jae's eyes is Lee Geon. And now, don't use your gaze to judge others anymore. You dead dogs. Sung Jae roared furiously, his whole body radiating blue energy. Ignoring the black blood pouring from his eye sockets, nose, and mouth, his words summoned the Gemini celestial body amidst the hazy purple space. She would punish the Holy One, Sung Jae, at the highest level, and incidentally send Lee Geon off as well, the cause of this uprising. But she seemed to have forgotten who was here. Lee Geon whispered, severing the abyss, and from the sky, sharp cuts followed his hand as he struck at the guardian spirit of Gemini. This time he wasn't smiling anymore, leaving a sense of dread in the eyes of the Gemini protector. At the same time, at Yin Yang Place, the Gemini apostles were struggling to control the destruction caused by fallen Mora rocket debris. One tree cannot make a mountain, so the Holy Council called in additional water mages to help. But strangely, suddenly the power in the man's hands vanished. On the other side, the others were the same. All the Gemini apostles could not use their magical powers, or more precisely, they could no longer sense any power at all. He signaled to contact other apostles before losing control, but received similar responses. Telepathy and teleportation were both unusable. Even the miraculous door of Doraemon that Gemini always prided themselves on had completely disappeared. The apostles fighting against Calamites also lost all connection. It was as if the magic of the Gemini celestial body had completely dissipated into nothingness. This was because Jian had delivered a strike that made the power of the guardian god vanish right in front of the crowd. He smiled lightly, almost put his beloved nephew in danger because of his uncle. Then he walked over to Sung Jae and flashed his signature smile. He gently thanked Sung Jae for always believing in him. I'm really so glad, kiddo. It wasn't easy for Sung Jae to hear such kind words from Lee Geon. He looked up, touched to the point of tears. In less than 2 seconds, he heard the shrill voice of the witch Haijin. What have you done to me, you bastard? Her face was bewildered as she asked the person in front of her, what did you just do, lose all your power? It's as if I'd completely severed my bond with my guardian goddess, Freyja of the Gemini. That's right. To address the root of the issue, the gods expended a tremendous amount of resources and take significant risks when intervening in this world. That's why the gods often choose a saint for themselves and grant power to their representatives. This is referred to as the celestial body zodiac. The representative then continues to share their power with the apostles under their command. It can be succinctly said that the gods are power generation factories, while the celestial body zodiac serves as power transformation stations and power towers. The remaining apostles are many outputs of electricity into electricity. Thus, losing power instantly can only mean one thing, being unable to connect with the deity anymore. He slammed his hand against the ground, causing Haijin to startle before sneering, feels no different from an ordinary person because you don't have any power left, do you? He confidently introduced to her that severing the abyss which breaks connections is the favorite trick of that fallen Cancer. Severing the abyss is a supreme SF-level skill of Cancer, aimed at cutting off everything desired. Even though it cannot be seen with the naked eye, Lee Geon had further upgraded it to another level. He shook his finger, bragging about himself. Now it is still possible to cut the contract between the representative and the guardian god. Haijin shouted at him immediately. Cutting off the link between the representative and the gods is a forbidden act. You should be afraid of the wrath of the celestial god when he finds out. But Lee Geon didn't care, leaning in with a fierce look on his face, pointing to the sky with a wide smile like a villain. He said bluntly, "Cause that means that fucking goddess will show herself." Haiji froze. This guy has gone crazy. Do you even know what you just said? Before the words could leave his mouth, a purple lightning bolt struck right between the two of them in the sky. At some point, it became purple, with endless thunderclaps. The clouds swirled into large holes, quickly sucking in the wind to form a tornado, blowing away everything in its path. The guardian god Gemini was furious about losing the connection between her and the holy objects, using her power directly in the human city. The Gemini goddess unleashed her fury with blinding flashes of light, followed by loud noises shaking the earth and sky. The tornado obscured the area where the crowd stood, and from it emerged the figure of the giant goddess Gemini Freyja, roaring as she gazed at Lee Geon. But being a perverted main male character, he stuck his hand into his pocket and laughed. Ha ha, it's not even dark yet, and the floor is lit up so brightly. Oh my gosh. The whole whirlwind calmed down, leaving only a pastel purple formation. Soon enough, the witch Freyja appeared with a terrifying expression and her hair flying, looking just like Medusa. Barely a second after her appearance, she became furious and raised her hand to summon a power so great that the system had to jump in with an urgent warning. He put on a cheeky expression typical of him. Lee Geon took an item out from his inventory. Freyja had no idea what the brat was doing and just liked to smash down on the ground with loud force. It was only later that she realized something was off. At first glance, it looked like a flashlight, but it turned out to be a fragment of the Cancer constellation's essence that he used to absorb Freyja's power. Needless to say, just looking at that thing made Freyja feel bored beyond words. Each zodiac sign had its own counters against each other. It swiftly absorbed the power of Gemini and turned into a cool breeze, making him smile with delight again. Unfortunately, his beloved Heavenly was no longer by his side. If he still had that sword in hand, no matter if it was a deity, he would cut everything down. By the way, he summoned the creative workshop to craft more. He already had fragments like the Cancer Essence, Thunder, and Gust from Gemini on hand. Although he regretted the limited edition Essence piece a bit, he had to use it to create something better. Lee Geon hit the shard of the crystal hard, pulling out a brand new Thanatos scythe. The interface looked incredibly cool, but John's workshop was just a thatched roof lacking any real crafting skills, so this was a one-time use item. Nevertheless, that alone was enough to spark a cunning smile on his lips, activating his fighting instincts. Leon resembled nothing less than an avatar of a bloodthirsty serpent demon, stomping down with force, slashing decisively from top to bottom, making the goddess Freyja cry out in pain. She held her pained face, probably needing dozens of stitches. In utter humiliation, she temporarily paused to scream, unable to make another move. The kids in Haijin stared wide-eyed as they watched the Zodiac goddess fall as easily as chopping firewood. Was he still human? Whether he was human or not was unclear, but the Thanatos scythe shattered into pieces in Levin's hands after that strike. The goddess Freyja looked as if she were having a fit, her face lined with veins, displaying the peak of rage that caused her to lose her sanity. Dozens of swirling black holes appeared in the sky, explained by the system as the power she was unleashing upon the world. From there, one could see hundreds of thousands of soldiers and various monsters waiting for orders. Despite the beautiful and exquisite appearance of the Zodiac goddess, the types of creatures she summoned had painfully hideous skin that was hard to bear. The entire sky of the city is filled with large holes of various sizes, echoing the howls of the bloodthirsty army that is about to descend. Suddenly, from the opposite side of the sky, a gigantic fireball shoots straight down towards Freyja. Lee Geon instantly recognizes that what just landed is on fire, but it's not some Shinra Tensei technique from a group of Akatsuki. It's the Saint Sagittarius in battle attire. As soon as he appears, he greatly surprises the two kids. Right behind Hugo Otter stands the male deity of Sagittarius, arms crossed, clearly displeased. Hugo speaks in a serious tone on behalf of the taciturn Sagittarius. Stop your invasion, Freyja. One more step and you'll be violating the rules. Looking at Hugo's tense face, it's clear he's not joking. But in Freyja's eyes, Apollo is just a weak deity. She becomes even more furious, bluntly mocking. Neither of you can accomplish anything. Yet, everything is part of Hugo's calculations. Purely the strength of Sagittarius would not achieve anything. However, they are not the only ones opposing her. Other deities also eye their weapons and express dissatisfaction at Freyja's direct interference with life to strengthen her domain. They send warnings that the forces of Gemini must retreat continuously. The girl is confused after being stoned. A summoning formation lights up in the bright sky, from which a long chain shoots down, targeting Freyja and wrapping tightly around her. This is a punishment for her violation of the laws of the other deities, using the chain to drain most of her energy in order to reduce her disturbances. If she continues to disregard this warning, Freyja will face extreme hostility from the other supreme deities. The scene stirs up the atmosphere, sending dust flying everywhere. Except for a few young cousins who stand there in awe, the adults find it entertaining and enjoyable. Of course, except for the witch Haijin, who feels no pleasure seeing the deity bound like a pet. The only way for her to stand still and hear Hugo's criticisms and reminders is in this manner. Hugo tells Freyja that the other supreme deities won't just sit idly by. He almost growls furiously, asking her if she dares to stir up trouble further to receive an even greater punishment. Freyja grits her teeth, looking at Hugo with an angry glare, then screams so loudly that it shatters the windows, penetrating the eardrums of those present and causing psychological shock. She points her finger at Hugo's close brothers, implying that today's events will never be forgotten, so they should just wait. Lee Geon has nothing to worry about. He happily raises his middle finger and teases, adding a line. Next time, remember to bring your brother along too. More frustrating than eating chili, but Freyja knew there was nothing she could do anymore. She transformed into scattered purple fragments that blended with the air and gradually disappeared before the eyes of the crowd. Now that the job was done, it was time to collect the rewards. The system announced that Lee Geon had received his reward, stepping on the pride of the divine being Gemini and being recognized by entities observing this world. In addition, he also received a large amount of God Throne Expa. Upon reaching level 10, he would face a special trial. Happily reading through the announcement, Lee Geon turned to his close friend Otiksu, who was saying goodbye to Apollo. The kids looked as if they had just returned from a difficult quest. He put his arm around his friend, praising him for his perfect timing. The matter was settled, but he was still very angry when he thought about Freyja tormenting Sunga's son, grinding his teeth in frustration, wishing he could shoot an arrow through her head. Seeing his friend angry and upset, Lee Geon assured him that it wouldn't take long. With patience, they would smash her siblings to the point of leaving no bones behind. That confident expression warmed Hugo's heart. Thanking him silently, Hugo suddenly remembered and reached into his pocket to retrieve what Lee Geon needed him to bring back from Yin Yang Place. As soon as he saw the soul registry, he burst out laughing. He needed evidence to record the soul contract linked with Gemini. Hyjin, of course, recognized her belongings and shouted, "How could Google remove something that's tightly guarded at the highest security level? That's just theory, because the skills of infiltration and concealment are basic abilities for an archer like Hugo, not to mention the Gemini badge that Lee Geon gave." Lee Geon ignored the two people arguing on the other side and turned to open the soul registry to check the list of connected souls for powerful beings like the one-eyed mad warrior, Berserk, or the giant king, Jotun. Even the warrior King Jarl, who was a levelable legendary, was also present. Without any hesitation, all three had already surrendered to the Ophiuchus celestial body, allowing Geon to recruit them as members of his clan or prisoners. Furthermore, there was a commanding soul being sealed at the bottom of the deep yin-yang sea, also indicating its surrender. This sealed soul was very likely to reach a mythical level, which is why it was imprisoned like that. While he could pocket many interesting subjugated beings, asking Geon to accept them immediately was out of the question. He countered, "If you want to join my side, then prove your sincerity." The capitalized letters on the soul registry lit up and began to swirl up into the sky above his head. A spiral like a blender, and from there appeared a girl upside down falling to the ground, and just a glance at Lee Geon left him shocked to the core. The one who was most surprised, however, was Hyjin, because even with her glasses, she could see that it was indeed her own body, offered as a gift to him by the surrendered souls. Geon grinned like he was having a fit. "Ha ha, that's so funny." He didn't expect them to be so amusing, so he accepted all the souls connected to Gemini, quickly yielding before Ophiuchus. The system notified that Lee Geon had to name them, but his nature was inherently lazy. Therefore, he just randomly called his subordinates 1, 2, 3, and so on. Hyjin's soul shouted from behind, ready to curse at Lee Geon, but he immediately grabbed her by the throat, reminding her, "The great deity Gemini has given up and fled for his life, and you are now completely alone. If you know what's good for you, answer me this. Are you the one who stabbed me in the back in the Demon Tower?" Hyjin was at a loss for words, showing no signs of confessing, only provoking Lee Geon's immense anger. He lightly used magic from his fingertips to press gently on her forehead, enough to torture her painfully. "Hey you, I'm touching you with a fragment of the scythe just now. If you don't start confessing, you'll get to experience what it feels like to have your soul torn into pieces." Hyjin was in pain, tears streaming down her face, but Lee Geon didn't stop. The magic from him was so strong that the kids dared not come near. The light emanating from him was enough to make even Larry Queen and Hugo cautiously keep their distance. Unable to endure any longer, Hyjin threw his head back and shouted, "It's the Virgin," and added a trustworthy line with a scream, "Because the Virgo is under divine punishment." As soon as he received the answer, Lee Geon's eyes widened. A burst of magic from Hyjin's head shattered. In the end, Lee Geon spared her, but the pain prevented her mouth from uttering another word. He smirked. "You should have spoken up sooner to avoid suffering such unbearable pain." Then, to reward the very useful information, he would return her body. Thinking it was an easy deal, she felt as if she had been reborn, but something felt off. Why was her body standing up on its own? Larry Queen, in Hyjin's body, was howling with joy, wildly unable to choose a way to release herself. Letting her soul go like this was quite fine. Her mouth kept apologizing for inadvertently giving her body to Larry Queen, but Lee Geon was clearly laughing heartily. He comfortably accepted the tight embrace from Larry Queen and Hyjin's body, living leisurely as the villain right before the wide-eyed original owner. The next day at some Jay's house, Yang Wei and Larry Queen were arguing about the places that needed fixing in the pile of S-Class soul contracts exclusively created by the Virgin Holy Association. It seems that since Larry Queen was brought back in this form, he has become a valuable assistant to Lee Geon, hasn't he? She looks very enthusiastic while working and even asked him for a list of souls, so she'd make them all stronger, perhaps even reaching Ascent level. But in contrast to this, in that exhibit box is the statue containing the soul of that Haijin, who is crying and begging to be released. But even if she were to be released now, it would be pointless because there is no body left for her to inhabit. Suddenly, there was a new announcement. Lee Geon can now learn new skills from the contract of Phoebus. While pondering how to use this skill, the newly acquired deities were bustling around him, flattering him like a bunch of clowns. Their souls lingered in the house. Every time Geon glanced over, they would scream, "Look, he's looking at me." It was really funny. Geon turned to Tixu beside him. He thought deities would be quite arrogant, but who would have guessed they turned out this way? Tixu, amused, was about to chime in, insulting that ice god like fishmongers on the street. "Hey, you over there doing John's bidding and daring to speak out? Dan, who are you calling a servant?" Tixu froze in place. He waited for his friend to speak up, but unexpectedly, that rascal pointed at Tak-Su and corrected himself, saying he was his #1 slave, not a servant. Among the 3 deities of the ice, the 3 divine beings pointed at the Tobal skull and the slave Otixu, who dared to stand in front of the master after spilling the beans. Jian asked why the 3 of them suddenly abandoned their zodiac celestial body to ally with him. They lowered their heads, feeling ashamed, and said in unison, "We can't stand the beautiful but violent phrase yet. We can't take it anymore," and they spoke casually like that. Jian believed it, and in just 2 seconds, they all stated the real reason. They felt a great sense of satisfaction watching the zodiac celestial body being beaten up by Lee Geon. A rich land attracts birds. Whoever is stronger will chase away these 3 deities. It's not just us gods, master, other gods, and the army commander have also decided to surrender. It's just a pity. They are detained under the holy temple, so they are not here. Currently, humanity has lost more than half of the Earth's territory to unclassified calamities. Although at a glance, the zodiac celestial bodies are maintaining a balance with them. In reality, they don't even dare to reclaim the territories taken by those calamities. They gathered together, trying to withstand the invasion and defend the remaining part of humanity. The holy site holding the other gods at the bottom of Yin Yang Place is located near the Pacific Ocean, quite close to the area of the unknown Calamites. Such danger required him to personally go and assess the situation. The voices of the 3 men interrupted his thoughts. When he turned back, they were kneeling, pledging to dedicate their lives to Lee Geon. Okay, this trio seems reliable. Lee Geon smiled, giving the nickname the 3 Divine Ones to them. "Get ready, there's something I need you to do." Seeing the impressive display of divine authority, Sung Jack couldn't help but admire his cool uncle. Just as he was about to agree with his younger brother, Yua suddenly lowered her head and gave a mischievous smile, saying something shocking. "When you proposed to uncle." The seemingly innocent comment pierced the ear of the uncle, the biological father, and the trio of divine beings, leaving them in stunned silence while Hugo Otters remained bowed down. But John knew he had become invisible. The frosty gaze from his friend bore down on his back, demanding an answer. Is what Yua said true? John bit his lower lip, trembling under his friend's intense gaze as he repeated, "Proposal is a proposal or a proposal." So Hugo was going to become Lee Geon's brother-in-law. The golden hair, appearing fearful of a home disaster, asked, "What about adding a congratulatory message for a happy family?" The mouth that eats fish sauce and salt consumes a large chunk of fire that is burning fiercely. The gossipy guy clings to his own visage, shouting loudly, and then quickly dodging out of sight, putting on a comical face. Jian, being coy, advises his friend, "Quick, lower your bow." The friend snarls with an expression full of indignation and fiery eyes. "I haven't even heard that girl say a loving word on Father's Day yet, you dog." Hero Otters has lost control, shooting arrows everywhere, hitting anyone in his path. "To hell with you all." He jumps and dodges, shouting to reassure his friend, but that mouth spits out an apology. "You're going to die here today, buddy." After finishing his sentence, Hugo Otters used the stealth technique to hide himself, aiming for his friend, intending to strike him down with a fatal blow. Leon realizes he is serious and not just joking around, his eyes wide open with intensity. Jen also has to use his skills to sense the magical energy of the celestial Sagittarius. He swings his arms to the left and right while his eyes are tightly shut. Jian managed to catch a few of his own arrows and rushed forward. In his subconscious, he could still see a few bright spots flashing continuously. Hugo Otters also leaps in the direction his friend dodged to find a weak point to shoot arrows at hundreds of fiery arrows rushing toward Jian as the center. But he remains unfazed, using his bare hands to catch all those arrows and shatter them into 100 pieces. He started to get angry. Seriously, it's a bow and arrow, not flies. Why are they swarming like that? Little did he know that this comment insulted the celestial body Sagittarius, emitting a roaring flame of rage above him. Hugo Otters used the sun god ring. the sun god's bondage, creating a large circle of fire. The wind fueled the fire, causing Jeon's clothes to flap wildly, exposing his belly. He murmured, "This guy is getting more and more unreasonable." Apollo chimed in, whispering, "Tiksu, are you sure you want to use that technique right in the house? You already lent all your savings to Sung Jae. Money now is just a drop in the ocean." Tiksu drew his bow tightly and shouted. Despite this arrogant image, Lee Geon understood very well that the kid Sung Jae was just like someone who wouldn't hesitate to burn the house down. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The two children below screamed to stop their father. Tiksu thought that Yoa was worried about him, but little did he know they were yelling in unison. "Dad can't defeat Uncle Lee Geon." The image of a strong father, worthy of his children's love, shattered in an instant. Tiksu let himself drop freely, not even caring about the clanking of his chains. Taking advantage of his friend's frozen state, Lee Geon delivered a kick that knocked him out cold. Tiksu woke up with a huge bump on his head. Before he could find Lee Geon to settle the score, he was startled by his voice. "Awake, are you? How can you believe the words of children at your age? Look at my face. Do I look like someone who would marry the daughter of my friend?" Taking the perspective of a single man, let me explain to the father of two. The kids rarely show emotions toward their dad because they are just too shy. They care about you a lot. They are even out buying a gift for you. Just as he finished saying that, the two kids brought over coffee and the rosa cake he liked the most. That was enough to make Tiksu emotional to the point of sniffling like a child, almost rushing to hug Sung Jae and exclaiming, "My beloved children." But the son zoomed off to his uncle, bragging about his achievements with Lee Geon. This kid obeyed Uncle Lion in everything and even dared to send fighting clips to reporters as per his uncle's instructions. The father-child affection faded before it even started. Tak-soo felt dejected, watching his son cheer with joy as he received a head from his idol, even giving his exact portion of cake to Rio. Suddenly, he looked up and noticed that his cake was missing something, with his friend asking why the cake had so much cream. Tak-soo immediately realized his cake was gone. The delicious cream on top was missing. He tried to salvage the situation by pointing and asking, "Where's that ice cream, daughter?" Unexpectedly, Yoa beamed a smile like the morning sun and replied, "Dad, I gave it all to Uncle Jian to eat." Tiksu shouted loudly, tears streaming as he rushed to reclaim his portion from that Lee Geon. But at that speed, how could he possibly stop him? Tiksu continued to rage. Poor house, it could never find peace. If this continued, the whole family would end up on the street because there would be no money left to repair the house. Yang Wei had his face bruised and sat obediently in a corner while Larry Queen stitched him up. He only dared to mumble about that Hugo, too afraid to complain like before, fearing another punch would send him to the happy lands. While watching his big-headed father act like a child quarreling over strawberries, her phone buzzed with a new message. It was not the news she had hoped for. On the screen, an old picture of Lee Geon appeared with a message that the Gemini Saints were urgently summoned due to a level red calamity lurking at the heavenly bridge over the skies of Haiyan Beach, near the capital Manila of the Philippines. Dark clouds rolled in, bringing flashes of lightning that tore through the space. Below, on the sandy ground, groups of soldiers lined up neatly facing the sea, waiting. The generals of the Celestial Lion body clenched their fists, rallying loudly. "The Saint is currently absent. We must take his place to deal with the Red Horn crew approaching. This is our chance for the Celestial Lion body to once again stand at the top of the world." Hearing the cheers of the generals, the entire army of the Kung Hong Dao was filled with enthusiasm and shouted fiercely. Only Yoa stood there, tiredly rubbing his head, wanting to go home. It's just ridiculous, standing awkwardly, he thought. Outside the headquarters of the Maquette Legion, the Celestial Body, a crowd was waiting for orders from a silver-haired man with wrinkled skin, muttering curses under his breath. He was fiddling with an unclear object that was radiating an alluring blue hue. With a smirk, he smiled, "Only I understand why you're mumbling. The gift I sent must have arrived at its destination by now." Despite the world facing fierce beasts, Lee Geon was using Tiksu's ultra-cute bear-shaped apron to focus on crafting new weapons. Even though it had been several times a failure, the interior was still suitable for Jen to use, but Saint and Ma's house looked no different from an abandoned building with a sign saying "under repair." Outside, the charred roof had completely blown away. Tiksu was diligently repairing like a craftsman, cheerfully welcoming the newcomer, Yun Yurin, the secretary of the NNMA Celestial Body, pulling a suitcase in one hand and holding a cardboard box in the other. After a long time of not seeing each other, she immediately asked, "What happened to your house?" Tak-soo's face showed he didn't want to explain. "Let's just go inside first." The TV screen was showing news about the level red calamities of 1,000 Arms. Hearing that his daughter Yoa was on a mission there, Tak-soo quickly explained that a father like him had to keep an eye on things. Suddenly noticing the box in Yuan Yurin's hand, Tak Su wondered what was inside. I just landed and saw it at the doorstep, so I brought it in. The box made a loud scratching noise. Both of them jumped when they realized Lee Geon was nearby and immediately dropped it. Inside the room, Lee Geon was breaking something else again. Due to the low level of the crafting tools, the materials had been ruined. Looking at the shattered sword on the crafting table, he muttered a curse. That makes it another failure. He knew he needed higher level equipment if he wanted to craft items of a desired rank, but the highest level tool he had on hand was just a makeshift hammer artifact. Thinking about his genuine quality hammer, Jian felt a deep sense of regret. It had been 20 years since he last felt its presence. He had to consider it lost. Lime and Hyudat had higher ranks, but they alone were not enough for him to craft a medium-tier relic or higher. Leon couldn't give up, as he had to be prepared before facing the Virgo celestial body. Suddenly, the status window informed him that another zodiac celestial body's presence was nearby, besides his own and Tiksu. A quick glance outside the door made him decide he had to go see what was happening. Inside the box was a loud, formal voice asking, "Is this the house of Sagittarius celestial body Hugo Otters? It's been a while, hasn't it? I am Sergeyevich." Looking unpleasantly at the statue of Tak Su, he showed no signs of being pleased to see it. As Jion stepped out, he heard his friend say that and hefted the hammer artifact onto his shoulder to look cool. He thought some brave soul was daring to hide in this sacred place, but it turned out to be the esteemed goat number 35. As soon as he saw the young man, the statue shouted, "Hello, Jion," looking strong there. Ignoring Yurin's surprise, he reintroduced himself as Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan St. Capricorn. When introduced with such a full name, Jian came out repeating Sebastian, causing the statue to scream. "My name is Sergeyevich Celestial Body Capricorn." In addition to his strengths, Sergeyevich was also a special artifact creator similar to Leon. After he vanished to the Demon Tower 20 years ago, all the supreme weapons in this world were created by him, from gloves, helmets, and belts to offensive and defensive weapons, as well as potions, all bearing the mark of Sergeyevich's influence. He was about to explain the reason for visiting Sagittarius' house and talking to Jian was because there was something he needed to apologize for, but before he could finish, he reached out to grab the head of the statue and tossed it up into his hands as Sergeyevich tried to save face, hoping to join forces. Jian swung and shattered the statue with enthusiasm no different from a toy. "Oh, come on, didn't you wait to hear what he had to say?" No, his face looked more credible to persuade his friend. "That old pervert can't say anything other than nonsense. Besides, what kind of collaboration can we have with a goat who never provided me with any materials?" The information from the goat was cut off right when the statue shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Sergeyevich just sat in the room chuckling to himself as if this tent had no light to shine on him, until a subordinate finally came in to report, "It's time." Sergeyevich lifted the curtain and stepped outside. The scene of Calamite's Thousand Arms 25 appeared again. How could it not include that old goat's face? Greetings, dear audience. I am currently in Manila, Philippines, which is also the site where the Calamite's Thousand Arms Red level will launch an attack. Once a type of Calamites that the hero Lee Geon wiped out 20 years ago, another one of its kind will appear on the shores of Manila, Philippines. There are many powerful conference leaders gathered here to deal with the Calamites. Highlighted alongside Celestial Lion is Vice Celestial Master Yua and President Oliver. To enhance their strength, the Council of the Use of Magic from Pisces has fully assembled. Next are the Masters responsible for defense at the Taurus Celestial Body frontline. Behind them are the Priestesses from Aquarius, specializing in handling the melting powers. Even the Capricorn Celestial Body, responsible for crafting and enhancing the necessary weapons for the battle, has joined the fray. Furthermore, the Capricorn Zodiac Celestial Body has taken direct command. The cameraman zooms in on Sergeyevich, making Jian visibly upset. The demon race is appearing as if it's real. He suddenly raised his hand high. The wind brought with it a green glowing hammer adorned with the symbol of the Ophiuchus Celestial Body. Surprisingly, the reporter claimed it was the sacred artifact of the Capricorn Zodiac Celestial Body. The achievement imbuing hammer. Even Tiksu asked, "Hey, that seems to be yours, Jian." How could he not know? Jian growled, his tiny eyes staring intently, clearly confused. He continued to watch the scene of the Capricorn Saint enhancing the forces with his sacred hammer just before the battle began. Jian roared, "Damn it, you all are being unreasonable. That is mine." Pointing directly at Sergeyevich on the screen, who was holding up his precious hammer while receiving cheers from the crowd, Jian continued to curse this damned goat. He must be dealt with before making a salad out of Virgo. Wearing the full apron, he rushed off quickly to find it. "I've tolerated you for a long time now." However, the sound of the reporter successfully kept him in place as the camera zoomed in on something rising from the ocean floor, slowly pushing the seawater up. At this moment, the sky began to darken with storms. The water that had just receded left behind a monster that looked like an octopus but was truly grotesque with many eyes and tentacles. Its body was astonishingly large. Each movement could send the seawater rippling violently. The reporter shouted, "It's the Calamite's 1,000 arms! It's the Calamite's 1,000 arms, everyone!" Those who weren't frightened cheered as if they had struck gold. Everyone present felt a mix of fear and astonishment. Below the giant tentacle raised high above the water were countless sharp little legs. This half-octopus, half-monster was on a red level, powerful enough to disturb an entire area. Just as they were about to dive in and fight swiftly, their vision collided with something tightly wrapped by a tentacle. That thing was screaming loudly while its whole body was tense, pointing at that person with bewilderment, unable to believe it. Stephen Maker, the saint of the Leo zodiac, was straining his muscles, trying to pull Big Bone out of the tight grip of the Calamite's 1,000 arms. The scene of the tug of war in the eyes of the soldiers was Stephen bravely using Big Bones to fight against the Calamites. It would be a huge regret if $1 billion spent on Big Bones was lost because of this monster, my lord. Only the members of the celestial body of the lion were in utter chaos. They were surprised that their saint was still going crazy over that massive bone. Sir Sergevich approached Oliver from behind at some point, startling him and causing him to stop calling the master of the spirit. The old goat's face clearly showed no goodwill. He provocatively said, "Did you see the master of the spirit and the Calamites at the same time, so you're confused? Or should I lead the main force for you?" But Oliver was well aware of his intentions and his desire for command over the lion. He regained his composure, ready to issue orders immediately, not allowing this old goat to steal a credit. First, he ordered all the disciples of the celestial body of the lion to take the stamina-enhancing potion provided by the celestial body of the market. Next, he commanded the celestial body of the twins to use spellcasting on the sea so that the disciples could fight as comfortably as on land. The celestial body of Libra was assigned the task of boosting stamina, mobility, and defense. Finally, the celestial body of Taurus was tasked with establishing a defensive line in case of emergencies and to deal with the Calamites on shore. After assigning the missions to the legions, the president of the celestial body of the lion, Oliver, jumped down to fight as well. The celestial body lion legion seemed to be invigorated by adrenaline, becoming wildly crazy, just like lions in the deep jungle. Oliver roared, commanding them to launch the assault immediately. Following him were hundreds of the celestial lion warriors charging towards the 1,000 arms monster. They glided over the water like waves. Oliver ordered them to use the beast transformation skill right away. Golden light flashed, enveloping the entire lion army, transforming your skin into dark-colored beasts with thick fur and sharp claws. As the vanguard finished, Johann shouted, signaling the second wave to advance. All the Aquarius disciples quietly unleashed their magical power, causing it to rise and gather in the sky, forming a massive magical entity in the shape of a lion with 5 four-pointed stars on its forehead, looking majestic. The white beast Nightwalk pounced like a real beast towards the Calamite's 1,000 arms. It opened its wide mouth full of fangs and bit hard into the monster. The two seemed to be locked in a standoff, unable to move. Oliver roared as he sensed the moment had come, and all the disciples of the celestial lion charged forward in the forms of various wild beasts, unleashing their magical power and wielding weapons fiercely, wanting to eliminate the octopus immediately. Although they cannot be the same size in terms of quantity and aggression, they are definitely more formidable. The beastmen jumped up, clinging to every part from head to tentacle, stabbing and causing the Calamites to writhe in pain. Stephen held tightly onto Big Bones, shaken to the point of feeling dizzy, and shouted, "Why can't these idiots just stay still until it releases Big Bones for me?" While attacking and struggling, Oliver, ignoring that Stephen was the Castellan, shouted back angrily, "Could you please be quiet for a moment?" Of course, the Saint Lion wouldn't back down, and both sides began arguing, not caring about the battle situation. The Aquarian Saint watched from a distance, worried that the remaining troops would be few if the Celestial Lion fought without leadership. Yova's footsteps hit the ground, but her voice reached the Aquarian Saint first. She said, "Those two foolish men. I didn't want to intervene to save Stephen, but seeing this scene, I can't just sit back anymore." With that, she crouched down and prepared to sprint. Without needing any enhancements from the Saint, her eyes lit up, and she shot forward with incredible speed, aiming straight for the frenzied Castellan. Before long, Stephen realized something was off. The blade of Yoa swept through, slicing off the tentacle holding Big Bones, dropping both it and its owner Castellan into the sea. Successful rescue. The female leader looked down. Stephen, along with his cracked weapon, fell heavily into the water. As he surfaced and spat out some water, Yova's foot came down mercilessly on his face. The soldiers stared in shock. The 100-strong troops supporting each other in battle was hardly enough to scratch the surface, while the deputy commander Yoha leaped just one step to the sea and severed the tentacle of the Calamite's 1,000 arms. Yoha stood arrogantly at a distance, observing the situation with a calm gaze, while only Steven was shouting for her to get off his face. His saint had been rescued, and the celestial body lion troops were free of distractions, their morale soaring as they strategized to deal with the Calamites. Other legions were also moving up, unwilling to let the celestial body lion take all the credit for the monster's defeat. Some used physical attacks, others magic, targeting its weak points. The storm grew stronger, the sea raging due to the movements of the gigantic Calamites. But everyone noticed it was gradually slowing down and began to rally to force it onward. Deep beneath the sea, a few red eyes with tiny pupils suddenly appeared. The seawater enveloped the Calamites, and suddenly, it sank down over half. Within seconds, it surged upward by tens of meters, poised to crash down towards the shore. The Taurus Legion worked together to build a barricade with steel wall skill to stop the flood. For the time being, this was effective, but inside there was chaos and panic. They couldn't understand why a tsunami was happening at this moment. The light above them suddenly dimmed. When they looked up, they saw numerous massive tentacles with iron claws descending rapidly, leaving them no time to react. While everyone was busy in a frenzy, Oliver still had to turn his head and shout, "Oh my gosh!" Another Calamite's 1,000 arms appeared, still at the red level, but this one was terrifyingly large with thousands of limbs. Its shadow loomed over the beach, threatening to block out the sun and instilling dread in all the legions present there. In front of his tent, Sergevich yelled out as if there was something very interesting happening. Does Calamite's 1,000 arms even have a chance to win? Just give up and be human instead. After softly saying that, he opened something that had a knob in the middle. Someone behind asked, "What do you have in your hand?" Sergevich reflexively replied, "It's the detonator for the Mora missile placed near the coast." Wait, who dared ask such a silly question? Sergevich turned around abruptly and asked, "Who is it?" A knife suddenly flew in from somewhere, stabbing into Sergevich's hand, causing the detonator to shatter. Before Mister could understand what was happening, Lime rushed forward, mumbling with his mouth full, as if he was eating something very delicious. Behind the heavenly peach was a swirl of purple and pink. It was unclear what it was, but Lee Geon's disdainful voice could be heard. "Kudos to Sebastian, really impressive. Don't you think it's too much that while the disciples out at sea struggled to take down Calamites, you're planning to blow everything up with a bomb?" On the other side of the time portal was Hugo's home. Lee Geon appeared alone, wearing a hat and carrying a sword, looking like a rogue come to collect a debt. Sergevich repented, stabbed the tip of the sword into the ground, bared his teeth at Sergevich, and said, "This will be supplementary lessons after 20 years of teaching the right way to make octopus sashimi." The sea was churning with waves and whirlwinds. At this moment, Yoa was fighting hard against the Calamites to lighten the burden on the legions, having just faced the Calamites' 1,000 arms. Most of them were already exhausted, so she felt it best to deal with the smaller monsters later. The most important thing was to handle the strongest one first. Thinking that, Yoa activated the Godspeed Lotus Thread skill, propelling herself straight towards the monster. In her mind, she recalled the hundreds of times she had watched the video of Lee Geon's past performance against the Calamites' 1,000 arms. That year, too many people envied Lee Geon's strength, standing idly by as he charged into the monster alone. Thanks to this, Yoa has some knowledge about attacking the monster. This monster typically uses its small tentacles to stab its prey, so Yoa uses her incredible speed to charge straight into the center before the sharp appendages can strike. Today, Yoa has memorized her uncle's route, skimming right above the water in a blur. She successfully avoids all the stabbing attacks from the tentacles. The techniques of Lee Geon from years ago are deeply etched in the young girl's mind. Her uncle decisively leaps up, cutting through all the tentacles in one clean strike. Thus, Yoa swings her spear in a circular motion, fast enough that it emits a red light, channeling her energy to launch the weapon toward the 1,000-armed monster. Using the Lotus Fire Pearl technique to compensate for her uncle's superior speed, she succeeds. The tentacles of the Calamites are sliced into hundreds of pieces, falling with a thud onto the ocean's surface. Yoa lands on a large tentacle closer to the creature's body to avoid the debris falling down. She wants to approach the Calamite's body, so she steps down sharply right into the view of the monster, which is staring back with wide eyes, maintaining maximum focus. Yoa gathers all the strength she can muster into the spear while still midair. With full confidence, she executes the same stance and technique as her scar-faced uncle from years ago. The spear shoots forward, carrying all the power of the young girl, radiating light like a small sun above the Calamites. However, Yoa immediately spotted a small tentacle moving faster that easily wrapped around the spear before it even had a chance to touch the monster's skin. The monster tightened its grip on the weapon it had just caught. Its eyes blazed with fury as it swung the large tentacle down at the human girl who was about to assassinate it. Yoa couldn't escape in time, but Stephen's muscular arm quickly wrapped around her neck, pulling her back instantly. Stephen hurled himself up, using his back to shield the young girl from the blow, causing both of them to grit their teeth in pain as they were hurled several meters away. Yova's vision grew increasingly blurry, making it hard for her to resist. As she watched the two of them getting tossed aside, the soldiers were half swimming, half struggling against the tentacles, shouting in chaos. Snake and the deputy commander were also thrown around like that. Oliver had to struggle to hold his ground. Yova's gaze gradually fell into a vulnerable state. A few small calamites could easily trap them. She was wondering if her Uncle Jun were here. Would he wield the great sword and activate the flight mode? In her haze, she thought so, but when she saw a figure resembling her uncle leaping up, Yoa shouted out loud, "Huh? Is that you, Uncle? Is it really you?" With so many eyes, the calamites had no trouble spotting Lee Geon rushing towards them. It pushed a small calamite out of its path to block him. Unexpectedly, Lee Geon didn't hesitate. With a joyful swing of his sword, he sliced smoothly through the head of the little octopus. After hitting its head, he smiled mischievously and executed the move Mountain Pierce. In less than a moment's hesitation, his arm thrust the sword through the head of the calamites, creating a huge gaping hole. It spiraled through the surface of the water, racing towards the shore under the horrified gaze of both the monster and humans. His power was truly overwhelming. The hissing smoke that rose was just a minor effect of the sword lodged in the beach, accompanied by the crackling sound that still echoed on. Lee Geon had just landed on a tentacle belonging to the monster he had just killed. He looked around and asked, "Hey, why are you here?" Seeing only the octopus, Lee Geon continued, "Come on, you all are making such a fuss, so I came to demonstrate just once." His arrogant demeanor caused the soldiers to point and retort. Here, 100 people are more than capable of handling that calamite's 1,000 arms. Don't get cocky. His rudeness was silenced as a tentacle wrapped around him and lifted him up. He turned back and realized that besides the calamite's 100,000 arms lifting him, there was something red and familiar among the tentacles. Recognizing the unique spear of his family's lineage, both he and the spear had been hastily shoved into the jagged maw of the calamites. Yoa screamed, "Oh my god, Uncle!" At the same time, the soldiers no longer dared to insult Lee Geon. They could only watch as the only one capable of catching the monster was caught by it. That's it. There's nothing more to be done. Calamite's 100,000 arms thought this time it would digest the packet of human meat snacks, but unexpectedly, from its stomach, it emitted a familiar blue energy, catching it completely off guard. The blue light flashed like lightning, which was the skill Lotus Disaster, striking straight into the head of the monster. It let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. However, what surprised the army even more was that Lotus Disaster, the ultimate skill of Vice Master Yoa, was not red but blue. So strange! The spear pierced through the skin of the calamites, siphoning more and more power, and then hollowing out the monster's body. It was Lee Geon who tightly gripped the spear and shouted, "Damn it!" The monster went into convulsions, shaking like a marionette, dragging several nearby calamites' 1,000 arms along with it. The whole area was filled with monsters, shaking wildly to the dance of Lee Geon's spear. Lee Geon furrowed his brow and plunged straight into the monster's head with the skill engulfing wrath. Officially setting off fireworks from head to toe, a booming sound echoed, including all effects from light to sound, leaving the audience wide-eyed and speechless. Looking at Jen landing the final blow that blew everything away and then poured down like rain, he chuckled. "It's been a long time since I've had such a good time." With a satisfied grin, he gazed at the artwork with a huge artistic hole in it. Whether it was the monster 1,000 arms or 100,000 arms, in Lee Geon's eyes, it was just an octopus, nothing more. Standing under the downpour of half seawater and half octopus flesh, he arrogantly wanted to see if the remaining ones knew how to retreat. He was ready to overwhelm the stubborn ones. From above, it could be seen that the body of the calamite's 100,000 arms had been cut to pieces. It had certainly died battered on the waves. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Unbelievably, he single-handedly defeated the monster. Lee Geon's reputation was indeed impressive, not just rumors. The status window informed him that people who had never known him were now astonished and held immense respect for Lee Geon. Even those who had insulted him earlier had to fall silent. The reporter's hand holding the mic trembled as she explained to everyone that this was the person who had been talked about for a long time. Hero Lee Geon has just returned and immediately took down the calamite's 100,000 arms. In crowded places, the people eagerly awaited and the news spread. Cheers echoed loudly. The return of hero Lee Geon had ignited a great flame of hope. Before long, the story boiled over into a legendary tale, giving birth to the sacred scripture about the constellation of Theotis, which was venerated by all. It recorded the entire history of this constellation, enough to make the other celestial body zodiac signs feel alarmed. This was completely new to Lee Geon. He flipped through the pages of the book in his hands and realized his strength would increase if there were many holy objects to read it. Yoa's cheerful voice rang out, "Uncle." From the beach, the little girl looked so happy and excited that Lee Geon took a step and rushed to her side to ask, "Wait, is that something white that looks familiar?" He knew it was his big bone, yet Lee Geon still asked. But the little girl kept dodging the question. Hesitantly, Yoa opened her hand to show Lee Geon the broken spear handle and stopped there. "Let me make a new weapon for you." Yoa's eyes lit up when she heard about the weapon her uncle would personally create. But the loudest cheers came from that guy Steven, as if someone was making it for him. The atmosphere became awkward. Who had said anything about making a weapon for this lion guy? Besides being generous, Steven was also shameless. Pointing at Yoa, Steve reminded everyone that this little girl was his close subordinate. Waving his hand at himself, Steven concluded with the important statement, "Making a weapon for her means I get to use it too." No wonder he was so happy. Hearing the sentence, 20 years ago you were also the creator, crafting the sacred object for the celestial body zodiac signs. Then he continued rambling, conveniently mentioning that Big Bones Jian was getting increasingly irritable. When Steven laughed heartily and said he would overlook Roavi's theft, Big Bones couldn't take it anymore. He pointed at the bearded guy and cursed him vigorously. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud bang erupted from somewhere. A column of smoke shaped like an old goat suddenly appeared, making Steven gape and ask, "Wait, does this guy have the ability to cause an explosion just by shouting?" Not knowing what was happening, he asked a silly question, and Jian cursed once more. Who did that? He had no idea. The smoke enveloped everywhere, blowing directly into the frontline group and quickly spreading with the wind. In a state of confusion, unsure whether to run or what to do, the Taurus Legion suddenly noticed a growling sound. It was coming from the Beastman of the Leo team, who had just fought shoulder to shoulder with them, but now looked like a ferocious beast drooling in front of a delicious bait. Anyone standing nearby got hit with a painful slap. No one understood why the entire Leo celestial body army suddenly went crazy and turned to attack the members of other legions. Yoha observed from afar as both sides fought chaotically, and then there was the explosion earlier without any reason. Behind came a voice explaining the mortar bomb explosion was made by that girl. It's really unfortunate that the explosion wasn't big enough. Upon hearing the voice, all three turned around to see something crashing down to the ground. Steven screamed like a girl caught in the shower. "Who is that? Who are you?" Sergevich appeared in a massive armor that seemed like it came straight out of a robot war movie, stomping towards them. In his left hand, he carried the unconscious Peach Lime, who had fainted a long time ago. Jian, showing his irritation, shouted loudly, and if it was Sergevich, Steven had asked again, "So why blow up the mortar bomb? My subordinate is still fighting over there. That bastard." From above, Sergevich looked down at the three and stated, "That's just the opening, my friend." Jian waved his hand dismissively and said blandly, "That crazy Leo cult is your doing, right? Sebastian, say it again and say it loudly." This only made the old man burst into delighted laughter. He raised what looked like a small whistle in his hand, which he expected to make a chill sound, but instead, it screeched like two stainless steel pots clashing against each other. The sound echoed to where the smoke was, driving the Lion Brigade crazy. They seemed to hear the call of their kind, quickly turning their heads back and temporarily abandoning the plump Taurus prey, rushing back toward the coastline. The group, armed with shields and hammers, prepared to confront the beastmen. Gliding through the celestial body of Hong Dao like a gust of wind, whoever is in charge couldn't care less. Some of them pinned Yoa down, causing her to sprawl on the ground. The rest jumped towards Jian, knocking him backward. Jian was extremely exhausted after the fight with the Calamites, so he was easily subdued. Sergevich chuckled with delight as he watched the beastmen pin Jian's head down, pressing his face into the sand. The two on either side were pinned, leaving only Steven standing dumbfounded, not understanding why he was not being attacked. Thus, he opened his mouth to curse. "Darn, Geezer, what the hell did you do to my subordinates? Why are they listening to my orders? The potion that your subordinates drank just now is just responding excitedly to my masterpiece Mormont. Now, other than my flute, they won't listen to anyone." Hearing the old geezer's scheme, Steven cursed just like fishmongers. It wasn't until Sergevich threw Alfuchus' sword into the ground that he finally fell silent, staring intently at John's weapon. Like everyone else, Sergevich believed that Steven Maker could not resist the allure of the weapon of the 13th Saint. "It's simple what I want you to do. Take that, kill Lee Geon, and then it will belong to you," he said, though Sergevich was not easily ordered around. He crossed his arms and asked, "Why the hell should I listen to you and kill that guy for no reason?" Sergevich raised the giant robot foot mockingly in front of St. Lion, sarcastically asking, "Aren't you going to wake up your disciple?" "If not, then it doesn't matter." Sergevich's smile widened. "I just want you to understand the common ground between us." Stephen's eyes widened as if he had been hit with the truth. We both know that Lee Geon's existence makes us feel inferior. Ignoring Stephen's objections, Sergeyevich said, "Then why do you care so much about Lee Geon's weapons? That's the clearest evidence you're doing this to overcome your inferiority. In your eyes, Lee Geon's power is like an insurmountable wall. But for me, that guy has superior crafting abilities, always producing cooler things." Capricorn readily turned the tables. That guy is like a solid wall, towering high, impossible to surpass. No matter how high Stephen climbs, he will never reach it so. Sergeyevich wanted his voice to brainwash Stephen. "If we kill Geon together, we won't fall like that guy. I will create for you a unique alternate weapon in this world." Sergeyevich constantly manipulated Stephen psychologically to join forces against Lee Geon. "Once you kill him, you'll become the highest celestial body ruler. So grab that sword and finish off Lee Geon Lion." Stephen withdrew the sword, still bearing a bit of the hilt on the tip, when he heard Yuva shouting loudly, "Castellan! What that goat said is nothing but deception. Don't trust him." Stephen didn't respond, just glanced at Geon, who was bowing his head to the ground, causing the girl to panic and scream even more. Unable to hold back anymore, she resorted to pleading with threats. "If you dare lay a hand on Lee Geon, I won't let it go." Barefoot and broad-footed, he stepped in front of Lee Geon. Stephen raised the officious sword as if to stab down, thrilling Sergeyevich. From behind, he shouted loudly, "Finish him off." But with just the thud, the tip of the sword pierced straight into the robot's belly, sending him tumbling backward in shock before Yuva's astonished eyes. Capricorn couldn't understand why this lion would pass up such a perfect opportunity. "Shut your mouth." Stephen growled. "Do you think I would listen to someone who turned my subordinate into this? I've focused on training to surpass Lee Geon. Where would I find time to sit around feeling inferior?" He flicked his middle finger at Capricorn's face and concluded, "I have no intention of killing Lee Geon to take that position like your greedy face wishes." Wow, John must look at this guy differently now. Suddenly hearing that self-satisfied remark, "Now I'm stronger than Lee Geon." He seemed smooth about it, not even bothering to argue. Stephen, like a hairy gorilla, lumbered towards Sergeyevich's car, his mouth running nonstop. "You said you'd make a perfect weapon for me, right? From the very beginning, how did you think you could surpass Geon to even compare?" Sergeyevich's face fell, revealing his age. "This guy is way too arrogant. He needs to learn what my gun-laden hand can do." When words run out, violence takes over. Stephen threw a punch right at the heavy-armed robot's arm, causing it to bloom like a large flower. Before Sergeyevich could comprehend what was happening, the lion jumped out from behind, intending to deliver another blow. The old goat, both scared and furious, roared, "Don't even think about it." Then he activated all his functions, pulling his body back to evade the strike. With a stomp to the ground to gain momentum, Sergeyevich unleashed various types of heavy missiles at the spot where Stephen had just stood, creating an enormous wave of sand and a heavy-duty light effect. The old goat laughed with delight, betting that the renowned lion would die from this attack. It's not that easy. Stephen had transformed into a muscular beast, his mouth clamped around a rocket, clawing his way out of the thick smoke. His strong teeth crunched the rocket into pieces. Stephen recalled from 20 years ago that he was indeed as insecure as this old man said, but after many years of perseverance, even if he stumbled, he always stood up and challenged his limits. Stephen had found a way to surpass Lee Geon. He curled up, harnessing the strength of a top celestial body lion, activating the thunder skill, causing sparks to scatter into the space before him. The entire area lit up as the thunder tore through Sergeyevich's robot, creating several mangled paths, but that wasn't enough to satisfy Stephen. He stomped hard on the chest. The armor truly was high quality and quite thick, but in Stephen's hands it was like a leaf. He grabbed it, ripped it apart, and threw it towards the sky, wildly scattering it around while angrily shouting. Even saints fight without protective gear, and this old man hides in armor. "Come out here and face me." On Sergeyevich's side, there was a loud shout, "Hiya!" On Stephen's side, there was a fierce "Oh." Suddenly, Lee Geon's bored face peeked out and asked, "What are you guys doing? How long are you planning to fight?" The two looked at him and opened their eyes wide in surprise. "Hello, how did you get out?" "That's impressive, buddy." Lee Geon replied, "It's because you all make me lose my patience." "Are those beasts fainting? Look at Yoha. He figured it out by himself. Just be quiet. It's showtime for me now." Geon casually kicked Stephen aside and gave his signature smile as he looked down at Sergeyevich's car. "Let's have a little chat, old friend." That gaze sent chills down the old goat's spine. If this guy knew how to talk properly, no one would be scared of him. 20 years ago, Sergeyevich thought, back then, Sergeyevich sat in front of a smiling individual, hearing about the prophecy that Lee Geon would die in the Demon Tower. At that time, Capricorn was dumbfounded, not understanding the prophecy. Everyone had heard it too, but the reason that person called him wasn't to chat. It was to execute a plan that would send shivers down his spine. Lost in old memories, Sergeyevich stated that since then he had planned to kill Lee Geon, but he didn't care about such past matters. Fuming, he shouted, "Don't beat around the bush. I'm asking you who killed me, guide." "I understand, but I have to recount the process so Sergeyevich can claim the important right to know who it is on the condition that Lee Geon guarantees my safety." He shoved his thumb into Capricorn's mouth, causing him to scream in pain, while pulling the old man's face closer to his own for a clearer understanding of the situation. Since when did he think I, Lee Geon, was so easy to negotiate with? I'm really losing my patience. He reiterated, "If you don't mention a name, if you keep babbling, I'll rip out your tongue." The mouth, painfully squeezed, could still manage to utter a few words. Go. Celestial body. Lee Geon frowned discontentedly. Just the other day, that witch of the Gemini also pointed to Virgo. Is it really because of the celestial body Virgo? There's still the short sword that stabbed him in the demon tower. Lee Geon remembered that he needed to return to Jiming's appraisal shop to check the results before concluding anything. So he did mention it again and switched to demanding his achievement Imbu hammer. As soon as he saw the unwillingness on the old goat Sebastian's face, Geon roared, "What? You like not giving it back or something? You scared me to death. Who would dare not return it?" Finally, in Jean's hands was the hammer he had yearned for all those years. Knowing full well that Sebastian was extremely angry for having his hammers snatched away, Jean didn't care one bit. He summoned 3 deities and handed this foolish old man over to them. He kindly advised, if he resists, feel free to break 1 or 2 of his limbs if they seem bothersome. I'm not too concerned about the punishment. Upon seeing the trio of deities, Sergeyevich screamed, "How could you summon a guardian deity?" Caught in the teleportation gate, the bitter words of Capricorn still echoed. "You're not a celestial-bodied zodiac." He had no concern at all about what people said about him. Now let this old goat leave to ponder his conscience. Behind him, the beastmen, who had just regained control, struggled to get up, clutching their aching heads. The beach around them was littered with chaotic remnants of the battle, but no one offered explanations. They helped each other up amidst the cheers of Stephen and Yova, along with the concern of other troops. "Are you all awake? Don't go crazy. People are scared." The crowd of Capricorns was in a frenzy, shouting. "The Castellan was taken right before our eyes. What should we do? What should we do? What else can we do?" The leader retrieved a trigger, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Once we start, we have to see it through, guys." The armored figures from other legions suddenly lit up before horrified eyes. They exploded with a bang, looking no different than a cluster of grenades. The leader boasted loudly, just like his Capricorn master, bragging, "Whoever uses the tools of my celestial body should prepare their grave to return to dust. Let's avoid them saying it's clickbait." The other man glared at his subordinate, who was aiming a Barzoka more at the one who had captured his master. Lee Geon looked at the silly toy flying toward them and muttered, "Why do these kids name their stuff Morit? It sounds exhausting." While holding the hammer in his hand, the system window reported that the achievement imbuing hammer could strike the target to transform. With a smile on his face, Geon immediately confirmed the Morit hit and swung the hammer against the deck, causing it to ascend into the sky and explode. The Capricorn team leader exclaimed in fear, "Damn it, is this guy crazy? Turning high-quality ammunition into fireworks just for fun." Not stopping there, the beastman stomped his foot hard on the ground. Stephen and the group of beastmen growled angrily, "Let's see if you Capricorns can play dirty with us and see who is stronger." Just as he was about to take action against them, Stephen suddenly noticed that they were running away in a panic with no one daring to stay and fight. So he turned to Geon, demanding that he find him a big, sturdy, comfortable weapon that is easy to use to attack those cowards. As Geon was about to refuse, he suddenly realized that Stephen also seemed big, sturdy, comfortable, and easy to throw. He smiled, a mix of reputation and something ominous pointed at Stephen. Something felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. The muscular figure was being pulled away. A painful scream echoed in the blue sky as Stephen was tossed 2 times in the air by Geon and then slammed hard into the ground. With a kick, he rolled close to the fleeing Capricorns, delivering a powerful bounce that sent them flying, leaving them with nothing but scraps. The originator of that throw stood there, somewhat pleased, thinking, "I may have a talent for blowing. Perhaps I should compete." Grabbing Stephen's ankle again, the god smiled and asked, "How do you feel, buddy?" Seeing the pitch-black leg covered in dirt pointed directly at his face, Geon suddenly lost interest. He stared intently at the muscular leg as if evaluating it, then decided to let go and walk away. "Well, generally this thing is big and sturdy, but it doesn't really suit my hands. I probably won't try it a second time." The outskirts of the western defensive area of the European Union in the Red Zone had been invaded by Calamites. The cityscape looked truly desolate. The tentacles of the calamites coiled around the tall buildings like roots scattered among the ruins. The air was filled with an extremely foul stench. A red mist enveloped the area, bringing an eerie feeling of death. Following Zane, the captain of the search team from the Virgo constellation, were the members on a mission to find the missing people in the temporary settlement outskirts. Once assembled, some members began discussing the news. Lee Geon defeated the disaster octopus in the Philippines, mostly praising Lee Geon's extraordinary feats. Meanwhile, the official participants in the campaign ended up achieving very little. Adding to the chaotic brawl between the Lion and Capricorn, both looked like losers, providing a backdrop for that 13th saint. Zane turned around angrily. Are we on a mission or just messing around? The group immediately became serious behind him, ready to begin tracking down the missing persons in the area. The red mist suddenly rolled in, accompanied by distant cries for help that made everyone anxious. Zane turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, focused on the dark area where the fog was spreading rapidly. He led a team of 6 straight ahead. The deeper they went, the more the cries for help multiplied. But after running a while, Zane began to notice something strange. All the screams were coming from the city center, feeling like a machine repeating itself, or rather like a tape recorder. Zane stopped abruptly. He turned and ordered everyone to halt. But by then, everyone behind him had vanished without a trace, leaving only a gloomy scene filled with root-like tentacles, hidden in the sound of Zane's teammates calling out. The tentacles began to move everywhere, from the buildings to the main road, all shifting towards Zane. Just as he felt confused, a scream identical to the one that had led him here suddenly came from behind. Zane turned to look, his eyes filled with terror. Realizing it was not a person in distress, it was clearly a trick of the calamites mimicking human voices just to lure the team in. The mournful sound grew increasingly bizarre, accompanied by the gibbles of terrifying faces. Zane's throat was tightly bound, and soon his entire body was submerged in a mass of writhing tentacles. He and his entire team were now trapped in the belly of the long-missing disaster-grade calamites. In the sacred realm of the Sagittarius constellation, there was still a crack in the ceiling that had yet to be fully repaired. Lee Geon was sitting with his legs crossed over a table cluttered with newspapers, discussing his recent events. As soon as the TV mentioned his name, he glanced over to see. There was still nothing but the salvage operation of the calamites in the Philippines. Listening repeatedly to the psalm that praised him, he returned to his Bible. Tired of just killing some color of octopus, he hadn't planned to host a gathering like those celestial body zodiac kings in recent days. However, through this Bible, Lee Geon's actions would become hot topics for discussion. That was enough for now. It was time to get to work on the backlog of tasks. Just as he closed the holy book, a new notification appeared on the system. There were 2 options, Test 6 and Skill Up 1. With current strength being abundant, Lee Geon leisurely reached into the Test 6 slot to see what it held. A lengthy screen titled The Awakening of Ophiuchus appeared before him. The system informed him, the 3 trials will begin when the Ophiuchus celestial body reaches level 10. The rewards include the Ophiuchus Unique Household God enhancement of physical abilities and awakening skills, along with a bonus Ophiuchus Divine Artifact as a gift. The total duration for the tasks is 10 days. Failure will result in penalties. While Lee Geon was in deep thought, the system began to detail the 3 trials he needed to complete. The first is a strength trial requiring Lee Geon to defeat a demon without using his godly instincts. Although he felt a bit bored for not being able to use his ultimate skills, he realized that as long as he didn't face a god or a calamity level being directly, it would be fine. The real issue that concerned him was the requirements of the other 2 trials. The intelligence trial required Lee Geon to recruit a secretary to record the commands of Ophiuchus. The other one wanted him to take a human servant as a disciple, rubbing his smooth chin. Geon was more accustomed to dealing with calamities than working with humans. Where do I go to find a disciple and a secretary? He temporarily set this matter aside and pressed the skill enhancement button to see if anything interesting would come up. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled, much like a projector. This was due to the skill gaze of a god leveling up significantly. On Yurin was holding Yang Wei by the collar, preparing to scrub him, when John's loud voice echoed, making her stop and turn to look. This 13th zodiac suddenly appeared, insisting on stopping so that she could see for a moment. A blue light shone on both objects in front of her, displaying the percentage of faith towards various constellations. This is really strange. The kind system reminded Geon to find a disciple who had 100% faith in the Ophiuchus constellation. If not, your power will decrease, and don't blame me. He tried to count who could potentially have 100% faith in him. As a result, he found Sung Jag Yoa and their father. Only Tak Su would probably be traumatized upon hearing about becoming a disciple. Contrary to John's excitement, the Sagittarius secretary said, "The 3 of them have been out since early this morning." He sulked. Well, I guess I'll have to plan for later. Just as he was about to look for something to do, his phone vibrated incessantly. Seeing the caller ID, he smiled darkly. Jimin really knows how to time things perfectly. Just when he needed to talk, the kid called. The old scene appeared, filled with frantic screams calling for help ringing in the air. People were lying everywhere, some trying to plead for assistance, and everything became chaotic. Sung-jae's mother tried to calm her son amid the screams outside. The important thing is to remind you 3 times. You must hide in the car until your father arrives, do you hear? At that time, Sung-jae was just a frightened child, tears streaming down his face, silently listening to his mother's instructions. Once your father comes, he will definitely defeat that monster. His mother smiled, extending her pinky to have him promise to be brave. But she didn't know that the monster's tentacle had wrapped around her neck at some point. The scream, "Mom!" from 10 years ago echoed in that moment, pulling Sung-jae's terror back to the present. He opened his eyes. Outside was filled with warm sunlight, but the pain still made him gasp for breath, his hands trembling as they clung to the armrest. Yoa placed both hands on him reassuringly, pulling her younger brother back to reality with a gentle smile. Taksu looked in the rearview mirror, asking his son, "You seem tired. Didn't you sleep well last night?" Yoda knew it was a remnant of divine punishment, but Sung-jae brushed it off, saying he was fine. He was submerged in old sadness and fatigue, remaining silent for a long time. Suddenly, Illa remembered there was something to give, so she reached into her pocket, searching for the birthday present she had prepared in advance, a sparkling bracelet, a relic containing the magic of Gemini that Sung-jae had longed for. Sure enough, the gift made Sung-jae cheerful again, bringing a gentle smile to his face. Yoa was glad her brother liked the present, as every birthday, Sung-jae looked as if he were struggling like he was going through withdrawal. Hearing the birthday wishes, he smiled joyfully. After all, today is the day to visit his mother, and he must wear a smile on his face. Tiksu drove in silence, listening to the 2 kids chat, their lively emotions making him grip the steering wheel tighter. After a while, they arrived at the large hospital. In room 808, where patient Chun-ji, who was stories about recent events, filled the air. The whole family were enthusiastic fans of Lee Geon, so Yoa knew her mother would love to hear about her idol. Jaefu lay still, hooked up to a ventilator, not moving at all. Only the hand that Yoa was holding still had a bit of warmth, showing there was still life somewhere near. Hugo lowered his head outside the glass door, hiding his sadness, not wanting the 2 kids to know. When the familiar phone buzzed, he felt a mix of surprise and dissatisfaction. Stepping outside the hospital grounds, Hugo spoke right away. "Today is an important day, so I have no tasks." But he didn't expect the person to call directly, forcing him to answer. The voice on the other end requested his help to eliminate a disaster. Hugo questioned back, "The Sagittarius celestial body, why call me instead of her? The celestial body is in the east of the Alliance. I wouldn't have reached out if it was just some mid-level calamities. Besides, Virgo declared she wouldn't get involved." This information was hard for Hugo to believe. Kevin Jar really gave up such a good opportunity, until he heard that it was a catastrophic calamity, which had appeared in Hangwo 15 years ago and destroyed the entire airport. Hugo only then realized that the person on the other side was talking about the blood fog, the one that caused the terrifying nightmare and left his wife in a vegetative state 10 years ago. He had heard that name once, and today he heard it again. In Belgium, a country within the European Union under the jurisdiction of Virgo, it rained heavily all day long. Lee Geon held the cup, wearing a blank smile, but couldn't bear the boredom. How come it hasn't rained for so many days, and now it rains just today? He pulled out his phone and asked, "Does Sung-jae want to be my apprentice?" 3 messages quickly came in, ultimately indicating that Jian had been politely declined by Sung-jae. It was surprising that the kid idolized him so much but still turned him down. However, there were still many things he didn't know about the kid, especially when it came to asking about Sung-jae's birthday. Secretary Yurin seemed reluctant to bring this up, making Jian speculate. Could something have happened on Sung-jae's birthday? The voice of the newcomer interrupted Jian's train of thought. Jin Myung took off his hat, politely greeted him, and then sat down across from him. Jin began with a few casual remarks, joking that he had to travel all the way to distant Belgium. But in reality, he had Larry Queen's magical door, so moving across the globe was quite simple. While joking, Jian glanced out at the pouring rain and said, "This country falls under the influence of the Virgo celestial body, but everywhere hangs flags with their logos. Isn't that a bit much?" "This is nothing new to me," Jin Myung replied calmly. "Europe has been living with deities on its head. Ever since the gods appeared, the whole of Europe has become a theocratic regime." Jin Myung shook his head and glanced toward the protective barrier under the blue sky. He further explained, "The people here always believe that they are protected, so it's understandable that their faith is growing stronger." Jen picked up his glass of water and chuckled. Is that so, Jin Myung? While you've used flowery language to talk about the supreme deities, your own faith seems to be decreasing quite a bit, doesn't it? Geon's gaze of a god's skill easily revealed that Jin Myung's faith in the Virgo celestial body had dropped from 92% to 87%. Meanwhile, his faith in the Ophiuchus constellation had risen to 99.1%. He could also see that the reason Jin Myung's faith was waning was due to a feeling of betrayal. Fanatical as Jin Myung was, his faith had diminished, leading Lee Geon to suspect that something very serious had occurred. Thinking this, he went straight to the main issue. Is today's meeting about faith? Caught off guard by the accurate guess, Jin Myung did not hide it and snapped his fingers to conjure a swirling water barrier above his head, an auditory shield skill borrowed from Pisces. This skill allowed both of them to talk freely without being overheard. While John was marveling at the impressive skill, he took out the dagger he had given to Myung, focusing intently, as Myung said he had read the memories lingering inside the dagger. The results indicated that the culprit who stabbed Lee Geon at Demon Falls was none other than the Saint of Virgo, the one Jin Myung served, Kevin Ajar. A few hours before leaving Hugo Otter's house, John had instructed Larry Queen to investigate why Sung Jae was so adamant about being a disciple of Gemini. Previously, due to a loss of faith, he had been tortured painfully by Freja, so there must be a significant reason for him to remain in this celestial body. He assigned Larry Queen the additional task of finding out about the celestial body's secretary before he left. At the vacant house, the only sound came from the Fairy Queen, who was playing a game. Aiming to ask Yang Wei about the secretary, he instead decided to learn more about Sung Jae. Just then, Sung Jae arrived to seek help from Larry Queen. Larry's inner self wanted to jump for joy because it was the right person at the right time, but on the outside, she maintained her composure, continued playing the game, and asked, "Spit it out if you have something to say." The boy got straight to the point, hanging away from the Gemini Magic Library to the Secret Library. That was the highest level of the Gemini Magic Library, where many forbidden spells were concealed, accessible only to high-level disciples. With the title of A-level disciple like Sung Jae, he should have been able to enter the library, but he had thrown away the Celestial Body badge himself. Moreover, A-level did not have enough authority to enter the secret library. After seeking help, Sung Jae bowed to Larry Queen. The girl pointed her fingers into the air and a wormhole opened up, revealing the bookshelves of the Gemini library. Helping Sung Jae bypass the barrier to enter the library was not difficult, but Larry Queen took the opportunity to ask why he wanted to enter the secret library, a place that stored forbidden spells and lost secret arts. Hesitating for a few seconds, Sung Jae finally decided to speak. "I want to find a skill of soul summoning, which allows the summoning of life from the other side." Jeon, dressed entirely in black, sat still on a bench in the fog-filled city. He nervously recalled what Jin Myung had said earlier. According to records from a few years ago, similar daggers were often auctioned publicly and always appraised by my predecessor. Jin Myung believed that his predecessor had sensed the dark energy on the dagger and had tried to trace its origins even before him. First of all, it was confirmed that this dagger indeed belonged to Virgo, or more precisely, it was one of the many weapons in Virgo's arsenal. Therefore, Myung pulled out an old photograph and said, "I think that displaying and auctioning it off is just a way to slowly and discreetly destroy the traces of the dagger. If my predecessor were still alive, he would have come to ask, but he was abruptly murdered while investigating the dagger's origins. Moreover, he was stabbed by it." Using his skills, Myung knew that someone had tried to erase the dark energy and create an extremely powerful curse. Although the curse was fading over time, it was clear that it was created to counter the powers of beings like Lee Geon. The curse was so strong that it could harm not only saints, but also the supreme gods. Jin pondered this conclusion, tossing around the idea of trying to contact Jean Louis, a practitioner of curse magic, but dismissed it. No matter how competent he is, Jean Louis cannot create supreme divine curses. This dark energy did not originate from a deity, and the power of Cancer was nothing compared to the energy within that dagger. The origin of the Calamites still remains a mystery. Jin speculates that the person who attacked him has a connection to the dark side of the earth, but that is just a personal conjecture. He rubs his forehead in frustration and shifts his focus to the time-limited experimental tasks. After that, he will deal with Virgo, a plan he has been preparing for a long time. The train announcement pulls Lee Geon back to reality. He eagerly watches the steam locomotive puffing its way closer before it comes to a halt. The shoes of the apostles step out of the first train car. Among the regular crowd, those dressed in uniforms like hunters moving in groups exude a distinct aura that makes everyone look back. A group of more than 10 apostles lines up waiting. The last person appears amidst the buzzing discussions of the spectators. Lee Geon seems to have been waiting for that person. Upon seeing him, he breaks into his characteristic smile. The entire elite unit of Sagittarius is present, but John waits for the blonde squat leader to share a few words. Behind the blue shield of Virgo, an area that has been occupied by Calamites for many years, the booming sound of various fire rounds strikes the wretched birds. Flames blaze high, followed by the thud of feathered corpses falling before their eyes. The group cheers as they take care of all the birds and then disperses, each attending to their own tasks. On the ground, various obstacles, especially the roots of some strange creature, were snagging at the soldiers' legs, becoming a topic for Jen to strike up a conversation. He asked, "This area is managed by the Virgo celestial body. Why are the Sagittarius troops appearing here?" A frowning person replied, "This is under Virgo's commission. The Sagittarius celestial body always accepts commissions to eliminate Calamites with their elite forces, just like mercenaries. Currently, Castellan has gone to meet with the European Union government to get a more detailed explanation of the situation." Gian raised his eyebrow, about to ask why these people were taking on a job without fully understanding the details. The military commander turned back and informed him that Hugo Otters accepted the mission as soon as he heard the story, because the subject is directly related to him. Looking serious, he asked, "Gian, have you ever heard of the monster that craves the power of the gods, known as blood fog?" Hugo Otters arrived at the Calamites' response headquarters of the European Union Parliament, where he was immediately introduced to blood fog. This is a type of monster that likes to spread fog to devour nearby creatures and souls, and it's been appearing for 10 days now. Hugo Otters questioned, "Why haven't you gathered the forces of the Holy Team to deal with it, and instead are quietly looking for someone to resolve this?" The other person replied, "Blood fog has been declared eradicated by the diplomatic agency. How could we widely announce its appearance?" Hugo Otters frowned and asked, "Does the government still hold this stance, even though it has devoured more than 5,000 people?" The person simply smiled helplessly and replied, "The total number of casualties is just a number, nothing more and nothing less." Hugo Otters wanted to know why Virgo Castellan, Kevin Ajar, was not showing up, and received a fairly reasonable answer. The Virgo side has mobilized forces several times, all at a high level or above, but all have perished due to the blood-red fog created by blood fog, which put everyone into an abnormal state and rendered them unable to resist. The Virgo celestial body is inherently focused on close combat, so it's no different from offering bait to monsters. Currently, Kevin Ajar is dealing with a red calamity in another area, so he can't return in time. After surveying many celestial body zodiac signs, they chose Sagittarius, known for its mercenary army, to avoid any issues related to interests or politics. Furthermore, everyone knows that Sagittarius is very close with Jun. The resolution of the calamity involving 100,000 arms in the Philippines had convinced them to invite Hugo Otters to handle this matter. That smile in Hugo Otters' eyes was all part of the Alliance's scheme to deceive and cover up the shortcomings of Kevin Ajar, an arrogant individual who stubbornly refused to seek help from other forces to resolve issues in his own sanctuary. Hugo Otters leaned towards another hypothesis. Could it be that the Virgo celestial body intended to use blood fog to deal with Jun and himself? But his clenched hand on the chair showed his inner struggle. The bespectacled guy was anxiously watching as Hugo Otters told Kevin Ajar that Sagittarius and Jun weren't playing this game. He just laughed mockingly and said, "Just emphasize blood fog, Hugo Otters won't be able to ignore it, because that Calamite harmed his lady." In the distant land of Belgium, the commander of the Sagittarius forces explained the same answer that made Hugo Otters determined to take on this mission. Gian crossed his arms, feeling confused. Who is this lady this guy is talking about? He slowly explained that it was Chun Ji Woo, the wife of Castellan and the mother of his two friends' little kids. The two met after Jian was imprisoned in the Demon Tower, so he had never seen his friend's wife. A girl interjected, "To protect the lady and Sung Jae, the first saint of Sagittarius' celestial body, also met with misfortune." Jian knew who that was. It was Lee Geon, the kid who had been trailing behind him and his friend for the past 20 years. However, Jian himself was unaware of the reason his friend always hid whenever talking about his family. He had never seen blood fog and didn't know what that monster looked like, but its appearance clearly made Hugo Otters furious. Jian was confident he understood Hugo Otters' strength the best, since he had personally taught him how to fight. He couldn't believe that his friend could fall so easily. In ancient times, when the two were still battling, Hugo Otters was the only one allowed by Jian to fight back to back with him. Beyond absolute trust, in the past, when mentioning the 12 celestial zodiac signs, Jian could firmly assert that his friend was the strongest among them. Thus, he ignored the children to hear more about what happened to Hugo Otters. Fortunately, he got consent. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't have spoken, as the Sagnari from 10 years ago occurred on Sung Jae's 7th birthday. The red-haired boy was dozing off, waiting for his mother to talk with his father on the phone, bragging that he was about to successfully create a weapon to annihilate the great calamities. Such grand matters were just nonsense in the eyes of the child. Only when Ji-woo ruffled his son's hair, praising him for waking up early to go to the airport to pick up his mother, did Sung-jae blink his eyes, showing signs of delight. Ja-won had risen early to take the young master to meet the lady. While chatting comfortably, Sung-jae yawned widely and claimed he was hungry. Ja-won took it upon himself to buy food for the young master. In the meantime, Sung-jae noticed two strangers behind him who were trying to lower their voices, whispering to blame each other for releasing something outside, then hurriedly fled to escape death. But Sung-jae was too young to understand and didn't tell his mother a word. The airport lights suddenly went out, causing Ji-woo to worry and quickly stand up to look around. The entire airport, so big, was plunged into darkness, leaving the passengers in confusion. Jae-won and her child did not know what to do. The strange low rumble and the darkness made Jae-won, who was buying food, rush outside to find Jae-won and her child. His gaze immediately collided with a horrifying sight. The Calamites was staring directly at Jae-won and her child, and no one was aware of it, while Jae-won smiled and asked Jae-won if something big was happening. The newly purchased food package fell to the floor with a thud. Jae-won summoned all of his strength and lunged forward to save Ji-won and her child from being thrown aside as the Calamites smashed through the door, his toothy mouth aimed at them. With all his might, Jae-won managed to push Jae-won and her child away, but in return, he fell directly into the gaping maw of the Calamites. Sung-jae saw his dear uncle fall into the jaws of death, and he cried out loudly in his mother's arms, but he could do nothing. His vision could only see Ji-woo's lips and the image of his uncle, with nothing but a smile before falling into the drooling mouth, becoming one of the most horrific images of Sung-jae's childhood. Jae-won, in anguish, covered her son's eyes, trying to tell him not to look, but it was too late. Blood Fog looked like a frog that had just enjoyed a delicious meal, letting out a few satisfied croaks, terrifying the passengers and everyone present in the airport. The scene of the monster swallowing a person whole officially marked the beginning of an endless chaos. Seeing its tentacles wriggling as if looking for more to eat, the guards immediately contacted the Holy Council. Jae-won and her son had barely touched down when they witnessed dozens of people being swept away by the tentacles. The space was engulfed in horrifying screams, drowning out Jae-won's reminder to her son. No matter what happens, you must not let go of me. Ji-won held onto Sung-jae, gritting her teeth and using all of her strength to run away from the reach of the extending tentacles. The vast airport soon transformed into a thick cloud of dust, filled with the sounds of desperate wails and motionless bodies that had their souls taken. Sung-jae's memories from the age of 7 to 17 could never forget the image of his mother with outstretched arms reminding him, "Do not get out of the car until your father arrives." With tears in his eyes, young Sung-jae could not move, silently obeying his mother's words, waiting for his father to arrive. His mother looked so radiant then, yet tears were streaming down her face. A moment later, Sung-jae screamed until his throat was hoarse, but the monster still would not release his mother. Consumed by regret, Sung-jae only wanted to bring his mother back to celebrate a birthday together. It had been a long time since the family had been reunited. The boy cried endlessly, mumbling apologies. Soon enough, the tentacles had found their way to the car where the two of them were. Suddenly, golden light flickered in the overcast sky, blindingly bright. A fiery arrow shot down to the ground not far from the car, incinerating the tentacles. Hyudo Otters, his whole body ablaze, screamed, "Sung-jae, are you okay?" The boy, like a drowning man grasping a straw, leaned out to look at his father, who was still in his home clothes, barefoot. Taking advantage of the moment before the tentacles crawled closer, Hyudo Otters turned and anxiously asked his son if he was hurt anywhere. But when he heard the word mother painfully escape his lips, he froze. Hyudo Otters struggled to hold onto the bow, not wanting to let it fall. Raising his helpless hand, he leaned against the window, trying to reassure his child and himself, for even Jae-won might not survive. The swirling flames roared on the ground where Hyudo Otters stood. Any tentacle that reached out was immediately incinerated to ashes. His eyes blazed with fury, his teeth gritted tight in anger. The centaur's celestial body roared back, "How dare you!" Hyudo Otters jumped high, surveying the sight of the huge, ugly Calamites, carrying on its back a gigantic tree filled with strange round masses. He guessed that those it had killed were trapped inside. Hyudo Otters scanned everywhere and indeed found Ji-woo slumped among them. Rage burned fiercely in his heart, but he had to remind himself to stay calm to think of a way. Perhaps his wife was still alive. As long as he found a way to force her out, there was still hope. Hyudo Otters landed on the head of the ugly Calamites, aiming directly at the spot where Ji-woo was trapped, putting all his strength into his empty hands, trying to separate the massive roots that were embracing his wife. Fire erupted around Hyudo Otters' skin, who was eagerly wanting to save his wife, transferring into the plants and gradually reaching the brain of the Blood Fog, making it realize that someone was using different energy above it. Tentacles immediately appeared to disturb Hugo Otters. He angrily threw a spark of fire towards them, but suddenly hesitated when he saw two faces crying pitifully from that horrid mouth. The voices of the humans rang out, pleading for help. It moved closer to Hugo Otters, groaning and making him let his guard down for a moment. The Calamite's tentacles seized the opportunity, striking hard at Hugo Otters. He curled up and fell, while the monster's disgusting mouth broke into a gleeful smile. "You are the one who received the power of the gods, so delectable." It drooled hungrily, sending dozens of tentacles into Hugo Otter's body, trying to suck out every piece of energy from the centaur. The pain from being drained of power made him scream in agony. Some Jedi in the vehicle could not bear to witness this scene and shouted helplessly. Just then, another golden light appeared in the sky, descending directly onto the misbehaving Calamites. The ground around cracked, shooting debris into the sky. That energy continued to slam down, incinerating several tentacles that were holding Hugo Otters and also obliterating the gigantic plants, revealing bubbles containing the trapped humans inside. A voice rang out from above. "Hey, Sagittarius, what's with this pitiful state?" It was Lee Geon, shaping a sphere, speaking up to rescue everyone in the tree, descending alongside Stephen Maker and Yang Wei, who had a cigarette in his mouth, observing the situation below. Hugo Otters, weakly bracing himself on the ground, couldn't understand why these folks were here. The high-heeled foot of a woman landed heavily, as if answering the question. Scorpio St. Haley looked down at him coldly and asked, "Are you okay?" Then helped Hugo Otters to stand up. However, there was a strong Calamite, so I gathered everyone I could. They volunteered to help because no one wants blood fog to appear in their territory. In front of them were three saints in battle mode, clearly wanting to finish the fight quickly and head home to sleep. Lee Geon kicked up rocks and dirt, gathering them into a mass of energy. Yang Wei used his Jade Sovereign skill to summon a sharp sword, and Stephen unleashed a thunderous punch directly at the crouching Calamites. But the confidence of all three vanished instantly, as if their power was entirely swallowed by the monster, even Hugo Otters, who witnessed it himself in shock for quite a while. The mouth of the monster closed, causing the three saints to retreat hurriedly, anxiously asking each other, "What just happened? Did it just swallow the attack?" Moreover, the wounds on its body healed at a rapid pace thanks to the energy it received. The monster's eyes were full of power as it rose up, shattering the ground. Stephen shouted loudly at Lee Geon, demanding that she immediately cast a barrier. She managed to do so just in time as the monster's tentacles aggressively attacked them. Hundreds of tentacles turned into sharp blades, rushing straight toward the saints, accompanied by the terrifying screech of the creature. It did not care who or what it hit, only wanting to level everything within reach. Lee Geon's eyes, nose, and mouth were streaming with blood from straining too much. Her shield weakened from the monstrous assault of the Calamites. At that moment, the hand of the Libra Saint Lawrence released the scales of justice and activated the skilled Golden Rules branches. The four of the saint materialized, a pair of scales appeared above the monster, temporarily restraining it for a short time. As Lawrence appeared, she furrowed her brows and asked the three hovering above, "Don't let the Calamites confuse you." She was someone who rarely socialized with others. Why Lee Geon was able to summon her was unclear to Lawrence, but the appearance of Libra was certainly not for leisure. Several vines wrapped tightly around the struggling Calamites, trying to pin it down to the ground and restrict its movements for a while. She turned to Lee Geon and said, "Quick, use the teleportation technique to get this monster out of here. Can't you see how it devoured the attack just now? We can't win against it now, and it will drain our strength like it did with Sagittarius earlier." The sound of tearing vines echoed as the monster ripped through them. Seo quickly suggested, "Teleport the Calamites underground or into the lava flow. Either way is fine." Gemini still hesitated, saying it will come back eventually. But Libra didn't care about that. Hugo Otter shouted, "Don't teleport it. This monster devours human souls. Those people are just empty shells. We need to defeat it and bring their souls back." Moreover, Chun Ji Woo is one of them. Sagittarius anxiously pleaded for everyone to help him bring down the monster. He panted heavily but stubbornly insisted he could still fight. The wife he longed to see had not awoken yet. He could not give up hope. Lawrence silently watched for a moment as if deep in thought, but just a few seconds later, the monster knocked away more vines. She had reached her limit and could hardly hold on any longer, so she shouted loudly toward Lee Geon, demanding her to use the teleportation technique immediately. Blood Fog opened its mouth wide and howled, preparing to attack again. Lee Geon had no choice but to use the teleportation skill as Lawrence instructed. Hugo Otters cried out in pain, "No, stop. The only hope to save my wife is still there." But Lee Geon did not retract her skill. The energy in her hands flared up, and the white light enveloped the entire body of the monster and successfully teleported it. That day, Hugo Otter's afters was severely criticized. Only the saints who had teleported the Calamites to an unknown place were celebrated. They told the press that it was just part of their daily work, while the celestial body Sagittarius, a protector of Korea, endured intense criticism from the public. Those interviewed publicly attacked Sagittarius, saying he couldn't even protect his own family, labeling him as incompetent and unworthy of trust. Hugo Otters had to apologize publicly and visit the memorial for the victims. He stood in the rain for an entire day, but public opinion continued to criticize him relentlessly. The curses and shouts from the victims' families echoed behind him, their attitudes as if they wanted to tear Hugo Otters apart, but he did not respond with a single word. Steven angrily shouted, "Damn it," and turned off the TV. "It's so annoying, I can't watch anymore." Yang Wei sneered, "I think it's quite interesting." Steven and Sophie retorted, "They're unfairly pushing Sagittarius." But in Yang Wei's eyes, it was a matter of course. The people needed someone to take responsibility, and in his selfish mind, he only wished for the scandal to grow larger to expand his influence. Laughter erupted from the staircase as a man holding a strong drink descended teasingly. "Stephen Maker, you were smiling brightly in the photos yesterday. Why is your conscience starting to prick today?" Ivan Kruger, the bull saint, laughed loudly. "It's only natural that the poor Sagittarius is being criticized." The dim-faced man grinned in delight. If that guy had any capability, he wouldn't need other saints to help. From behind, Jean-Louis heftily added, "You have to be accurate. That Sagittarius is worthless. Now Blood Fog has taken away half his power." The two burst into hearty laughter, forcing Stephen and Sophie to pull each other outside, unable to listen any longer. Both knew that after this, Hugo Otters would definitely be in trouble, and they had no idea what to do about it. Stephen sighed, "I thought you'd be really happy. Usually, you hate Ji-woo, so why the strange reaction?" Sophie pouted, "I still hate Ji-woo, but I don't want terrible things to happen to her." The two fell into deep thought. What had just happened was truly bad, but there was no turning back. Above all, Stephen knew that no one would be more heartbroken than the children, especially Sung Jae, who had to witness his parents in this situation. Under the heavy rain, 3 members of the Sagittarius Zodiac walked between 2 rows of reporters waiting to capture the news. They requested Hugo Otters to share his thoughts, but every question drilled deep into, "Do you feel guilty?" Hugo Otters kept his head down as he walked, ignoring the microphones pointed at him. He did not respond, even when there were rumors that all the victims had been taken to the Scorpius Hospital to cover up the truth. The president of Sagittarius simply announced that Hugo Otters would explain everything at the press conference, and then all 3 disappeared behind the iron door, still not looking up. Hugo Otters asked Yurin, "Where is Zhao Wen?" Yurin replied that he had been transferred to the hospital, but was the last route, just before the Calamites encountered him. The monster had thrown up the victims he could not swallow. Yurin expressed regret for having saved the captain in the end. Hugo Otters simply said, "Make sure to transfer him to this hospital, because Scorpius lent it to us." Unable to endure this indifferent attitude any longer, Yurin shouted, "You don't need to take all the blame upon yourself. You have lost your family and fought against the Calamites until the end. Why do you remain silent and not tell the world what happened?" Finally, Hugo Otters replied, "There is indeed a way to save the victims in Blood Fog, but how would their families want to hear it? That their loved ones aren't dead, only their souls have been taken." Mentioning the need to capture Blood Fog is no different from a vain promise to torment them. Hugo Otters knows the public needs more than just an explanation, but he has almost lost all of his power to Blood Fog and has no choice but to let the saints send it to an unknown place. He turned away and added, "No saint would want to trade their power and soul to restore the souls of their loved ones for the victims." Yurin was unwilling to accept this, trying to salvage the situation as she was heartbroken to see Sagittarius being despised while he had done nothing wrong. As she began to tremble and sob, Hugo Otters gently said, "They are right to hate me. It's because I was weak, unable to protect them, unable to keep my promise to safeguard the country." Hugo Otters smiled like a dead man. "Thank you, Yurin, for worrying about me, but there is nothing joyful in that." Yurin wanted to find more words to say, but a man's hand rested on her shoulder, shaking his head vigorously, telling her not to follow Hugo Otters anymore. The Saint Master sent the victims to the hospital instead of organizing a funeral, because he believes they can wake up at any moment. It's just that there is no way to do that now, but he hasn't given up. The moment you stop hoping is when you give up on the lady and Captain J1. Hugo Otters quietly arrived at the door of room 808, where his wife's name was. His hand was about to open the door, but paused when he heard his son calling for his mother from inside. The child's sobbing apology pierced Hugo Otters' heart. Sung Jae lowered his head, blaming himself for being so loud about being hungry. "If all 3 of us had left the airport at that time, my mom and Uncle Jae-won would have been fine." The boy hugged his knees, repeatedly saying the words, "if only," to himself while crying pitifully, tears and mucus streaming down incessantly. the sounds of apologies and calls of Ma. His son's cries pierced Hugo Otter's heart, leaving him helpless. Finally, he succumbed, unable to contain deep pain and sorrow as he cried bitterly outside the hospital room. In hindsight, he should have told Sung Jae not to blame himself because it was not the boy's fault. But every time he intended to speak, tears welled up, preventing Hugo Otters from saying anything. Hugo Otters did not want Sung Jae to see his father's breakdown. The story by the campfire from Castellan made the mercenaries cry all their tears away. Jian, looking blank, hesitantly asked, "Should I not have asked about that?" Hugo Otters replied, "It's been 10 years, so it's okay to tell the story." It was just that Hugo Otters was frustrated because he had just come home from work when he was asked to tell the story. Not to mention the little deputy was crying as if it were real. Anyway, since Blood Fog was back, it was time to settle old debts. Hugo Otter's eyes were filled with determination as if he had already prepared a plan in his mind. This time he had to eliminate it once and for all. He looked at his friend and confidently said, "I will do it." Inside the eastern city, occupied by the Calamites, a transformed frog placed its broad feet on the ground, directing its bulging eyes to scan the surroundings. It sniffed the power of the sun god and the serpent god approaching. Holding the lump on its head, Blood Fog was ready to wait for them to come to take its life. Its roots were buried deep in every nook and cranny. This time, returning, humanity and the city would certainly not be at peace. The elite forces of Centauri, after finishing their chat by the campfire, dispersed to deal with the Calamites. Hugo Otters was leading with great enthusiasm, determined to burn them all before heading home. A subordinate whispered, handing Hugo Otters a can of soda as another person came to call the Holy Master. "Have some chocolate, it'll help with the fatigue." Just as he lifted the candy in his mouth, someone else came to call the Holy Master, offering food like fans giving gifts to their idol. In no time, Hugo Otter's hands were overflowing with candy and snacks. These kids seemed to feel sorry for him because of the hardships he faced in the past. But no matter how he asked, they always said it wasn't true. While he would just have to take all the gifts and whatever he couldn't eat, he would let Jun have. He stuffed the whole box of chocolates into his mouth when suddenly he heard Larry Queen's voice echoing in his ears. She was using her psychic abilities to tell a story about Sung Jae and casually reported that he had currently used his teleportation portal to go to the secret library. Thanks to Larry Queen's identity as the Fairy Queen, no one had discovered that someone had illegally trespassed. Earlier, to convince Larry Queen to help him, Sung Jae had to admit that what he wanted to find in the magical archives was the skill to summon beings from another world, called Summoning Spirit. Although he had decided to give up on Gemini, that was only a temporary reason for Sung Jae to stay in this holy society. Once he had the Summoning Spirit skill, he would be allowed to summon entities from another world. More importantly, Sung Jae wanted to summon the souls of his mother and Uncle Jae-won, who had been bedridden for 10 years to protect him. Not to mention the innocent people who lost their souls that day, Sung Jae wanted to bring them all back. Larry Queen quietly listened to the child present his reasons for a while, then waved her hand to reopen the teleportation door directly into the secret archives. As soon as he saw the notification that using Larry Queen's identity had successfully granted him entrance, Sung Jae cheered with excitement. Although she didn't ask much, just advised him not to try too hard, Sung Jae had already decided in his mind not to waste this opportunity. As soon as he entered the library, he reached out and grabbed the grimoire of the World Tree, SS level, requiring 187,000 contribution points. At the moment, he only had a little over 157,000 points. Knowing he was sure on points, Sung Jae offered the bracelet his sister gave him to contribute to the Holy Association, in exchange for the 30,000 points needed to rent the magic book. Once he successfully rented it, the knowledge within the book automatically flipped open and poured into his mind without needing to read. Sung Jae quickly wanted to read more carefully the part about summoning spirits and the section on communicating with the deceased, but digesting that amount of knowledge would take some time. He didn't realize that someone was lurking behind him. The book in his hands was suddenly snatched away by a golden light, falling into the hands of someone who had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. As soon as he saw the face of that person, the son of Libra, Sung Jae let out an annoyed scream. Yoon Shiwoo flashed a cunning smile and deliberately asked, "Why didn't you show up during the Gemini meeting, but now you're here?" With no time to argue, Sung Jae yelled out, "Damn it, give me back my book." However, Shiwoo was not an easy guy to deal with. He played a trick, creating 3 different copies and pretending to ask, "Which one do you need?" Sung Jae was going crazy. This bastard doesn't know what limits are. He produced even more copies of the book, grinning and sarcastically asking, "You think you're tough because you have Lee Geon backing you up, right?" But surely Shiwoo wasn't lurking around here without having the upper hand. He pulled out a necklace with the image of the Lygra scale, declaring, "Your old man and you are about to be torn apart." Hugo Otters raised his glowing bow, aiming straight at the night sky, firing a signal to call the troops back. The soldiers, eager not to toil in the dead of night, immediately gathered together to take roll call for the return. Tina reported in having enough members present. Team B also returned quickly, but Team C remained forever silent among the roots sprawling on the ground. Suddenly, the familiar sound of someone crying for help rang in the ears of Commander Sagittarius. The abandoned area was filled with mixed cries, the atmosphere sinking deep into despair. Geon was not greatly affected, but when he looked over at his friend Tixu, he saw his friend gritting his teeth, hands gripping the bows so tightly that the veins were bulging. Looking up once more, Geon saw Tixu's whole body ablaze like a torch. He had to gently remind, "Take it easy. Buddy, you're exerting too much power right now. Keeping a cool head is what's important." Realizing he was overdoing it, Hugo Otters ruffled his hair, trying to pull back the flames radiating from him. Geon stood up, stretching as he left his seat with the elite Sagittarius unit, preparing for whatever was about to come. In the urban area of Belgium, filled with medals and logos of Virgo, the people suddenly noticed a thin mist appearing from nowhere. The leaves turned red, resembling autumn, but just for a second, the roots of the trees began to emerge, writhing and thrashing, creating loud noises that caught the attention of Hugo Otters. Hugo Otters glanced over and was surprised to see that the roots were coming from inside the arch. The roots were also curling behind Hugo Otters and Jun, then giant clusters of roots jabbed sideways, penetrating the ground, stirring everything up. Soon after, a gigantic calamites jumped out of the ground, looking no different from a mastiff frog. Everyone quickly scattered in different directions to avoid its reach. Only Jun raised a leg and stomped directly onto the creature's snout as a greeting, using his foot instead of his hand. Quite crude. But that was how he wanted it. "Are you the wretched thing that made my friend and my grandson cry?" Of course, the frog did not answer. Instead, it kicked Jun away 10 meters. But suddenly, from his foot, he realized that the monster was not resisting at all. Rather, it was wearing the delighted smile of a trapper. Jun's right leg was tightly wrapped by a tentacle, causing his blood vessels to burst, blood flowing freely onto the ground. He felt no pain. Instead, he muttered, "You're not exactly cheap, are you?" Inside the secret library, the blonde-haired Shi Wu raised his grandmother's artifact. It flashed with blinding light, causing Song Jia to stare wide-eyed. He clearly saw the image of the blood-fog creature, with its mouth wide open, ready to devour Jen. The past crashed back in, intertwining with the present, leaving Song Jia frozen in shock, defenseless against Shi Wu's maniacal laughter. He was convinced that today, Song Jia's father and uncle would surely die. There, Jian was helpless with his leg ensnared, listening to the frog creature babble. "I demand your power or your energy." Jian smiled, as if this was the most ridiculous thing in the world. The tentacles wrapping around him suddenly burst into flames instantly. Glancing at his friend who had just shot an arrow, Jian laughed. "Hey, check out this monster. It thinks everything in front of it is food." He lifted the leg being squeezed by the tentacle, then stomped it down hard to activate his super regeneration skill. From the shattered bones to his charred skin, clear signs of healing were evident. The only thing that had turned to, ripped pants, was his outerwear. Jin pulled the hammer artifact from his storage, telling the monster, "Do you think touching me is that easy? You think you could have a nice meal?" Jian pointed at the blood-fog's face, shouting like a villain about to knock out the protagonist, "Watch your greedy belly, I'll carve you open completely." As he finished the sentence, he propelled himself upward, swinging the hammer that emitted waves of energy. The amplification skill caused the hammer to enlarge by dozens of times, perfectly sized to smash down on the head of the blood fog, hoping it would die instantly. But under the weight of the hammer, only the monster's skin peeled off slightly. The blood fog roared, throwing both Jun and the hammer away. At that moment, an arrow shot from somewhere and struck its eye, followed by dozens of golden arrows raining down on the body of the calamites all at once. It was Hugo Otters, effectively supporting his friend. He waited for his subordinates behind him to draw their bows once more. What they fired were not arrows from the centaur's skill, as the blood fog specialized in absorbing the energy of constellations. From the very beginning, the centaur army had used holy arrows taken from the weapon storage. Each person raised their bows high, knocked 3 arrows, and released the strings, sending them soaring directly into the blood fog. It had to endure pain from this barrage of arrows, but quickly used its tentacles to dig up rocks and dirt, creating a shield for itself. As it saw the people jump to avoid it, its sharp-tipped tentacles shot out, aiming to skewer everyone above. Jian had already recognized that these roots were indeed troublesome. He glanced around and propelled himself forward. This time, he didn't target blood fog, but attacked instead. He summoned Lime to play rock, paper, scissors with it. Lime's eyes turned into the shape of scissors, looking a bit ridiculous, but when it opened its mouth, it became clear that this was incredibly cool. It looked like a knife, but it was actually 2 halves of scissors in the hands of Gardener Jian. he suddenly found the job of trimming ornamental plants quite relaxing. Blood Fog jumped back upon seeing someone about to cut the roots that were sucking its nutrients, but Jalen's speed was too fast. With both hands holding the two halves of the scissors, he swiftly cut through the roots right before the monster's blank stare. Even Lime struggled to keep up with his master's speed. He rolled, executing a twisting scissor skill, and sliced the ugly frog with hundreds of cuts in one go. Then he landed gracefully. Lime couldn't handle the leftover mess and got dizzy trying to keep pace with Geon, ultimately giving up. He continued his journey, relentlessly dismantling the ugly frog. Before long, it collapsed right in front of Geon and the chaotic centaur crowd. Had he already defeated it? Everyone knew it was the work of hero Lee Geon, but it seemed easier than anyone had expected. Only Hugo Otters felt something was off. This terrifying monster couldn't possibly be finished off so easily. The city's abnormal phenomena, specifically those grotesque bending trees still standing to absorb nutrients, indicated that it couldn't be over yet. Sonjae saw his uncle in the library defeating the Calamites, and he couldn't help but cheer in celebration. His face was flushed with pride. Only Shi Wu was surprised, and he shouldn't underestimate his uncle. However, this kid had such an upper hand in the situation, it wasn't too surprising. He also announced that the battle hadn't even started yet. Hey, do you know why Blood Fog is so crazily hungry? He shook the chain on his wrist, making Sonjae feel a sense of danger approaching, especially when this kid emphasized that the Calamites could transform anything edible into power. Shi Wu shook his chain, the power of Libra somehow illuminating the core of the Calamites, reviving all the parts that Lee Geon had damaged. The Centaur group was shocked. Holy shit, it's regenerating. Blood Fog shoved its horns back into the grotesque mold, but behind it, there was something even more terrifying. Hugo Otters gaped as he saw the boundary of Virgo being eroded by Blood Fog. With Limer in hand and an indifference to the world, Lee Geon swung his arm to smash the rocks, revealing what lay beneath the ground. Just as he had predicted, countless thick roots twisted below, used by the Calamites to indirectly penetrate the boundary. Its scream was horrifying, like the sound of a sacrifice. The Centaur squad had no time to hesitate. Alert, they raised their weapons as the frog stomped its front foot down hard. It seemed to go crazy with hunger, muttering, "Food, food, I need more to eat." Its eyes sparkled as it looked toward the distant city, the craving for the human flesh there making Shi Wu laugh maniacally. Even Blood Fog needed time to consume a whole city, but with the barrier down, it would only take a moment. Sonjae, feeling dark and bewildered, knew that the stinking frog was about to leap into the crowded city. The blonde boy was thrilled. He saw it as an extravagant buffet compared to the people at the airport, struggling to find his words amid the laughter of the blonde. Sonjae touched his face and asked why he spoke as if he had witnessed the event at the airport. The memory from when he was 7 suddenly surged back as he looked across the rows of seats and saw 2 strangers arguing at the airport about losing something and then scrambling to flee. The guy on the left was terribly familiar, yet Sonjae couldn't recall. Was it really this bastard? He paled when he exclaimed, "You caused that disaster back then, didn't you?" And yet, in response, the blonde brat blurted out with a grin, "What a fool, finally realized it. I've been bored to death hiding it for 10 years. The arrogant look on that insufferable face showed no remorse. Shi Wu laughed maniacally. "Congratulations, you've landed on the jackpot square. It's me, the one who caused the incident at the airport. What are you going to do? Call the cops to arrest me, or run a live stream for the whole world to hear?" Sonjae was left speechless in front of this madman, yet he kept provoking. "The son of Libra is the culprit. Who dares to touch him? My mother Libra is the strongest zodiac sign, understand?" He howled with delight. Who would dare do anything to the son of the Saint Libra hiding behind his mother's shadow to commit such heinous acts? Sonjae could only feel rage. How could this guy have the heart to kill innocent people? In the eyes of this privileged brat, 1,000 lives meant nothing. Why should he be afraid? The arrogant words made Sonjae furious, pulling out the dagger of Genist, successfully scaring the idiot into losing his nerve. Fortunately, he still knew to fear his uncle's weapon. He was still panicking, remembering the scene where Lee Geon crawled out, the familiar light blinding him. Shi Wu squinted tightly, then screamed when he saw a head full of hair emerge right under his armpit. But the red hair wasn't Lee Geon's. It struck directly into the nose of the bastard. Even if he recognized Sonjae, it was too late. The kid exchanged his swollen head for Shi Wu's bleeding nose, knocking him backward, unconscious. He smiled mischievously. It was just ordinary magical light. The coward. The caster fell unconscious, causing the spellbook to drop loudly to the ground, giving Sonjae a chance to loot the items. Suddenly, his gaze collided with the Libra pendant that the spoiled young master held in his hand. He decisively snatched it away without saying much. This brat used the pendant to summon Blood Fog. Somehow, it could surely be used to eliminate the monster. Knowing that what he needed to do was to get to Europe in time for a moment, Song Ja hesitated, thinking about whether it would be useful since he had neither the divine relic nor the skills. Clutching his fist tightly, he realized that worrying further would only waste time. His eyes brightened with determination as he decided to seize the grimoire of the World Tree. He wanted to borrow its power to teleport to the desired location. Without the Gemini badge, it couldn't be done, so he would use the power of this Zodiac spellbook to activate the teleportation skill. In the city where the shield had been removed, there was a loud explosion under the rain of arrows from the Centaur team, who were doing their best to destroy Bloodfog. An arrow shot forth, spreading out into hundreds of arrows that obscured the light of the sky, a rain of arrows piercing into the monster that was desperately trying to use tree roots to shield itself, unable to lift its head out. Once again playing the role of a diligent gardener, Geon skillfully executed a trimming move with his powerful arm, working at full speed. As he approached any part of the monster, he would trim that section immediately. Without saying much, his cuts cracked the buildings and earth around him, enough to pierce through the body of the fat frog, which was on the verge of collapsing under the fierce attack. Meanwhile, the master pretended to be proud, praising himself for delivering such a beautiful blow. Suddenly, the ground right beneath Lee Geon's feet began to stir. The roots of the abomination shot up in an instant, piercing through his left arm. His eyes filled with rage as he looked down at the cool part of his shoulder, allowing the super regeneration to restart. However, the blood mist that Bloodfog summoned seemed to be the nemesis of Geon's abilities. He had only one more chance to regenerate left. Geon stood there, with his arm gradually being enveloped by the light of the Ophiuchus constellation, frowning at the hardened tentacles. The burrowing head emerged right above him as bright golden light radiated dazzlingly. It was Hugo Otters, plunging his whole body into the gap between his friend and the Calamites, delivering a strike that scattered them wildly. Just as his friend landed, Lee Geon's left arm had fully recovered. He clenched his fist from behind Hugo Otters, channeling all his strength into a sweeping punch that blew away all the writhing roots and shattered the Calamites. He had a moment to assess the situation. Both of them realized the source of power that brought the monster's essence together, which was similar to the power inside the Demon Tower, as the army of red-ringed eyes kept attacking and then resurrecting. 20 years ago, it was said that the Demon Tower was the scariest place because it was invaded by the army of red-ringed eyes. Humanity rumored that it was the secret base of an unknown civilization. But one thing was clear to everyone. The danger of the Calamites inside the tower was certainly at a higher level than the Calamites outside. Unlike the Spider Queen or the Calamites known as 100,000 Arms categorized as red level, those inside the tower were even above black level, as they were extremely difficult to completely eliminate. At this moment, using his 13th sense to search for the enemy's weakness, Lee Geon had discovered 3 core nuclei glowing within the monster's body. One was in the middle of the tree mass on its back, one was a violent swirling fire in its belly, and the last, smaller one resembling the strongest core at the top, was meant to imprison the souls and lives of those it had swallowed. His eyes spotted the roots extending, luring souls from somewhere. He guessed it was from the central city where the blood fog had just lifted the barrier. Dan and John needed to report immediately to Hugo Otters to inform him that everyone there had passed out, and the city had to be dealt with to prevent this monster from absorbing nutrients. He reached out to the Centaur team, urging everyone to shoot directly at the city to destroy the roots. But Bloodfog is a brainy Calamites. It immediately knows their plan. Therefore, it tightly wraps its roots around the group of Centaur people. Over at Hugo Otters, he is using fire to burn them, rescuing his subordinates. Jim is also busy tearing them apart with his bare hands. The terrifying scream of Bloodfog is like a horn calling forth the red and purple orbs scattered among its roots. Countless faces emerge from it, moaning and crying for help. The screams create chaos in the atmosphere, and terror creeps into the minds of the Centaur team until they are unable to resist at all. Please, the souls clinging to the team members groan, making them feel horrified. Seeing this, Hugo Otters felt anger rising within him. They were not souls, they were the tricks of that damned Calamites. In the hazy mist creating illusions, everyone sees that tragic scene. Even Geon couldn't help but curse. The nonchalant look of the frog disgusted him. It really knows how to drive people mad. He decided then and there that he must tear this monster apart. The smug face made Geon want to vomit. In the quiet sky of the city, a spatial vortex of Gemini suddenly appeared, dropping the red-headed kid Sung Ja onto the treetops. He hit the ground with a wail. The Libra necklace conflicted in power with Gemini, causing it to automatically change direction. The boy couldn't land properly and suddenly emitted a strange light and crackling sounds from Sung Jae's hand. He followed the direction it pointed and discovered that the bizarre thing he had fallen onto was a large, deformed tree, entwined with grotesque roots. Its canopy emitted a languid red mist. However, Song Jae did not yet realize he had landed in the right place. Believing that this city was still protected, the Libra necklace lit up, creating an effect that prevented the influence of blood fog. Song Jae looked around for a moment and concluded that he had indeed landed in the right spot. The tree's roots were wrapped around many unconscious people. As long as they were still breathing, there was hope, especially since this was just the beginning. Holding a spellbook, Song Jae called upon the power of the magic tome and summoned the fire sorcerer deity from his skills, preparing to regard this tree as an enemy. Soon, the commotion in the western part of the city attracted reporters. But when the cameras rolled in, all that was left was a scene of desolation and ruin. The representative from the European Union screamed in frustration that Dan Shi-woo. He has no idea how to work calmly. The issue that all of Europe wanted to keep quiet is now out in the open. Indeed, reporters revealed that the blood fog, which had appeared in the past, was the prime suspect in this attack. News reaches everywhere in the world, and the emotions of the viewers are of all kinds. From Libra, who frowns upon seeing the scoundrel met 15 years ago, to Moore, who happily sips a chilled coffee with a smile, or Larry Queen and Hygiene at home, anxiously watching television. When the reporters sent a drone inside, they saw a leg in torn pants dart away with a massive contraband in hand. Lee Geon, clad in his usual tattered outfit, along with his centaur team, spent hours cutting through the tangled roots. They followed him like a tempting prey that wouldn't let go. As Hugo Otters stood below, yelling for his friend, the noise was so loud, he was about to receive a kick to the face. Hugo Otters suddenly had to brace himself with all of his might to withstand the blow. The legendary spider silk artifact, which was supposed to be a powerful barrier, was broken in an instant. Hugo Otters lost the ability to resist and was crushed to the ground, spitting blood. Jian, flying above, saw his friend in danger and became furious, taking out his frustration on the roots. Looking back for just a moment, he fell straight into the painful emotional trap broadcasted live by the Calamites. In an instant, he froze, tangled up by several tentacles. With his face close to that thing simulating a vengeful spirit, Jian cursed inwardly. Now he understood the disgusting feeling of those forced to witness this horrendous sight. The frog grabbed by him was hurled from the rooftop down to the ground, smashed to bits. The centaurs who had just escaped the tentacles wrapping around them tilted their heads back and called out loudly, but saw no one, only the fiery red eyes of blood fog looking at the weak humans waiting to be devoured. Without Lee Geon and Hugo Otters, the centaur brigade struggled to resist blood fog. However, suddenly, it felt a terrible pain ringing in its head, and it glared and turned to look toward the city to the west, where food supplies were stored, gritting its teeth in frustration. There was some dog over there disturbing the ancient tree. The pain became more and more pronounced, causing it to jerk with agony as Sung Jae's mage continued to punch the vile tree, hitting it with all the hatred mixed with frustration. Sung Jae yelled out that it was for things like this, for these kinds of things, that his beloved mother could no longer smile, that his father lost half his power and the world turned its back, that Uncle Jae-won was swallowed right before his eyes, along with the helplessness of watching innocent people lying around. All of it transformed into a colossal force for Sung Jae to strike directly into the dam logo and that wretched tree. Successfully destroying the ancient tree, the frog screamed in terror. Its eyes bulged out, cursing in all kinds of language, then ignoring the group of centaurs. It leaped over their heads and headed toward the city to the west. Each stomp of its foot splashed dirt, causing the whole team to realize something unusual was happening that made it so desperate to get there. Thanks to its change of direction, Hugo Otters was finally able to crawl out from the deep depression into the ground and stand up. He shouted loudly, asking for someone to hold the items he had prepared earlier. He closely followed Blood Fog, who was using a teleportation skill back to the city. As soon as it touched the ground, an arrow pierced straight into its head, causing excruciating pain. The pain paralyzed Blood Fog, and it let out a roar in agony, unable to turn back to look at Hugo Otters, who had just released his grip from the bow. Until now, he hadn't dared to interfere with Jian for fear of obstructing his path. Now, he took out another spirited gift to the mutated frog. Hugo Otters prepared this super sacred artifact specifically for Blood Fog on his bow. He roared, "Today, I will pin your fat body to the ground and make you into fried frog." Boom! The spear struck Blood Fog's left thigh, and another pierced its right thigh, pinning it to the ground. The Centaur squad seized the opportunity to open fire continuously from both sides, unleashing everything using the sacred artifacts. Every shot released numerous arrows along with binding ropes that tightened around it. Filled with hatred, it glared at the small beings holding the ropes to keep it down, but for now, it couldn't do anything. They had to use all their stamina-enhancing skills, keeping their eyes tightly closed and holding onto the rope together. This damned monster easily recovers from injuries. Right now, the only way is to confine it so it can't cause any more trouble. It roared, cursing the insects around. After experiencing unbearable pain from the nerves connected to the ancient tree, feeling helplessly pinned down while Song Jae was smashing everything, he now gathered all of his strength for a final blow. Despite the energy notification, Libra and Gemini were counteracting each other. All the resentment accumulated over 10 years was released through this move. The S-rank fire sorcerer used the combined power of the two zodiac signs to smash the tree into pieces. The protective shield was so thin that it cracked wide open. With its mouth wide open, pierced by the tree's spike, Bloodfog screamed in fear and desperation, arguing that the city would provide energy for it to explode into pieces, escaping the red mist, but where would it find souls to absorb? The souls screaming atop the roots of the tree vanished with the passing breeze, restoring peace to the minds of the Centaur army. Song Jae lay amidst the wreckage he had just destroyed, fainting, and after a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Beside him was the fire sorcerer, thoroughly wrecked and drained of energy from the last attack. His whole body ached, wanting nothing more than to lie down. Suddenly remembering the ancient tree he had destroyed, he raised his head and, seeing it shattered, finally felt at ease to lie back down. Song Jae's hand gripped the Libra pendant as if it had been burned, charred, and swollen to the point of paralysis. He didn't know if it was because he had exerted himself so much against the tree or not, only that the holy artifact of Libra was gone as well. Well, at least he had done everything he could. Now, Song Jae could finally enjoy the real sky after the archway disappeared. It felt unexpectedly joyful. He had succeeded. Just as he was happily smiling for a few seconds, Song Jae's eye reflected a massive column of fire just outside the city, shooting straight up into the sky. It exploded with a terrible force like a nuclear bomb. Any apostle would receive the notification that the power of the sun god Apollo was being activated. It swept directly toward the city, fast enough that Song Jae braced himself for impact. Thanks to the serpent scale shield of the holy artifact Jenner activating automatically when danger was near, he could escape the stream of fire with its terrifying heat sweeping over the city. Song Jae, standing within the barrier, had to brace himself just to stay upright, but it was reaching its limit and soon disappeared. The residual heat left Song Jae utterly exhausted, a sensation that felt both like his father's fire and strangely unfamiliar. The devastation before his eyes was unbelievable. All the buildings had been hit by the wave of heat, as if they had been poured into lava. The spot where the Centaur army stood crackled with burning sounds, and they trembled, as if their ancestors carried the weight just to survive this ordeal. But it was not. It was the celestial sovereign Hugo Otters who gathered all his strength to protect the entire group. Now in a battered state, his arms were severely burnt. But what infuriated him the most was that the blood fog was using the stolen power of the Centaur as if it was its own. The flames burned away all the bonds of the sacred energy that Hugo Otters had struggled to set up. Fortunately, their commander was still alive, but the captain did not have as much strength as Hugo Otters, so after protecting his subordinates, he had no fighting power left. With no time to pay attention to the people who had just tied him up, Bloodfog's eyes glinted with malice, scanning the city, searching for the solitary human near the place where its ancient tree had been destroyed. Song Jae recognized it as the Eye of the All-Seer, a centaur skill that his father often used. But this source of energy was completely different, truly unfamiliar. The monster identified Song Jae as the one who had disrupted its source of power, and Hugo Otters also immediately recognized that the teenager was his son. He couldn't understand how he had ended up here. Let's not say he was the one who destroyed the dome. Hugo Otters guessed correctly, and Bloodfog let out a piercing roar, demanding to devour him whole. The little boy was just satisfied. He stamped his feet hard on the ground, his mouth ablaze, his eyes filled with fury as he leaped towards Song Jae with the astonishing speed of a fat frog. As Song Jae turned back to see the source of the noise, he was startled to see a horrid frog leaping towards him. Exhausted after punching a tree, he could only cover his head and scream like a bystander. He was sure this trip would end in death. That Hugo Otters appeared, using his body to block the creature's mouth just in time to save his son. Song Jae yelled out as he recognized his father coming to his rescue. Meanwhile, Hugo angered Bloodfog, opening its mouth wide. His strength was not enough to suppress the creature, which only hurled insults at the cheap amateur archer. Its mouth grew wider, pushing back against Hugo Otter's muscular frame. Noticing the situation was dire, he gritted his teeth and turned to look at his son, activating the barrier, which surrounded Song Jae, at least keeping him safe for the moment. As for himself, Hugo was bitten by the fat frog, swallowing both him and the ground beneath into its digestive system. Once again, Song Jae watched as a loved one was taken by Bloodfog, but the barrier did not allow him to do anything. Hugo Otters was dragged inside, colliding with the dirt and rocks, making him feel faint. The fat frog became even more enraged, snapping repeatedly at the concrete below. pausing only after 2 or 3 more bites to ensure he had done enough. Sung Jae's hope dwindled, his desperate calls for his father going unanswered. The fire barrier activated automatically, even in the absence of its owner. It would not let Sung Jae surrender at danger. He just burst into laughter. Ha ha. I've just devoured the entire power of the sun god. Jeon's scissors flew in from somewhere like a boomerang with a target. 2 blades cut straight through the ugly frog's face, sliding along its rough skin, gliding smoothly. Jeon crashed into the block of wood above the calamites, desperately trying to find his friend, only to be met with his triumphant laughter, yearning for more power from the constellation of Fuchs. Blood fog charged straight towards Lee Geon, who was tearing through rocks and dirt. He was infuriated and used his 13th sense ability, seeing his friend falling into the monster's stomach. Jeon shouted, but he couldn't hear anything. Hugo Otter's subconscious floated vaguely as his body fell freely inside the monster's belly, filled with regret. Hugo Otters always tortured himself for not being able to save his wife and subordinates. Blood fog was still very much alive, and all he could do was expose the misery for Sung Jia and Yoa to see. Could everything really end like this? Suddenly, a blinding light pierced Hugo Otter's cornea. He opened his eyes and saw the fragment of his power that had been taken from him was being held captive here. His hand reached towards that source of energy, silently thinking that if he could obtain it, he would surely have the strength to confront blood fog once more. But consciousness was gradually fading, and the tired body seemed to pull Hugo Otters down. In his mind, he wondered what he was trying to fight for. Was it because the memories of family were slowly fading in the mind of a loser? The photo of the whole family loving each other taken in the park meant more than just a memory to Ji-woo. Hugo Otters remembered his wife's excited voice and her gentle smile asking, "What do you think? Doesn't our family look beautiful?" No. Hugo Otters gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide that were on the verge of closing tightly, struggling to break free from the binds holding him down. Hugo Otters was determined not to give up. He strained to reach it. It cannot end like this. I cannot die in shame. I cannot meet my family and Jeon again. I cannot let them see my weakness once more. I absolutely must reach for it. The inner strength identified the fragments of the centaur and connected with them. It began with a small ray of light, and the fragments of the sun recognized their master. It swirled fiercely like a fireball wanting to return. It was the source of Hugo's strength. The notification kept appearing, warning that the sun's fragments, having been in contact with cruel energy for too long, would result in certain backlash. But that was Hugo's lifeline, so he forced himself to take it on. His body could take no more. His hands felt like they were being burned, about to be unable to absorb any longer, when suddenly the space above shattered. A loud cracking sound echoed, and a familiar figure dashed by. As soon as Lee Geon appeared, he growled with a scowl, "Hugo Otters." His rough voice shouted angrily, "You have so much to do, and you dare to hide your slacking off?" His sturdy friend's hand spread wide in front of him, urging Hugo Otters to grab it. The trademark scowl of his friend made him smile more joyfully than ever. He made a great effort to grasp that hand which he had leaned on over 30 years ago to get by. He was tossed back out. In Arabia, 30 years ago far away, there were calamites in the shape of centipedes, stirring up the earth and sky. Wherever they struck, the blond young man was buried in sand. Crawling in the desert had never been Hugo Otter's hobby. He leaned over, retching violently, and before he could blink, he heard the sound of sand being forced up. The centipede flung the young man high into the sky and took a satisfying bite. The passage down the centipede's stomach was not as roomy as that of the blood fog frog. At that moment, Hugo Otters, submerged in the slimy enzymes, pondered his vague life, one without ever having married before dying, not to mention a life of poverty, no different from that of a beggar. Suddenly something pulled him sharply upward, and the clear sky opened up before his eyes as someone had just sliced the centipede's head open to peek inside. Lee Geon, 30 years ago, was filled with scars, mumbling, "How can this man not be dead yet? He's already showing his defeated face. Hey, take my hand, little brother." Seeing the blond guy stretch out his hand, Jeon directed his cloudy gaze and grumbled back, "What's up? Don't you want to leave here?" From that moment on, the image of Lee Geon in the eyes of Hugo Otters never changed. It was still the same frowning guy charging towards him, raising his hand, shouting his friend's name loudly, cursing and yelling, "Why aren't you coming out? And what are you still lying here for?" The carefree attitude of that friend was what made Hugo Otters smile, because he always stood in front with a frown, but his hand would always reach out to pull him out of places thought to be dead. This segment resembled a romance novel until Hugo Otters was thrown outside, looking no different from a beaten-up thief. Sung Jae was extremely panicked. His father had lost consciousness. No matter how he shook him, he wouldn't wake up. Jeon activated his sixth sense, casting his gaze on his friend, realizing why he was absorbing the polluted sun fragments. But fundamentally, everything was still okay. Hugo Otter's body was undergoing a detoxification and purification of the contaminated power, which genuinely surprised Geon. This fool was regaining strength while inside the blood fog. He stood up, exhaled deeply, and comforted the little boy. It's just that your father ate something dirty. You'll be fine after a good sleep. Songjia, of course, didn't understand what his father had eaten in the belly of the frog, but his uncle didn't bother to explain further, simply stating, "This level won't kill Hugo Otters. Just be careful." He then picked up the gardening shears and directed his gaze toward Bloodfob. Despite the massive hole he had drilled into its chest, it still didn't blame him for still having a job to do. Having finished his sentence, Geon soared straight up like a rocket, aiming right at the monster's snout, delivering a blow with the shears infused with his power, illuminating the area brightly. Such a move didn't sever Bloodfog's head, but it was simple enough to embed the shears. Geon grinned with delight, reminding the writhing creature that it was exactly because of it that the whole world laughed at his best friend. "My kid hasn't even had a proper birthday yet." As he spoke, he brutally pressed the shears down, determined to punish this ungrateful Calamites. It gritted its teeth, trying to resist the attack, but Geon had already soared away from its head, leaving behind a pair of shears that had yet to pierce through the skin. At that moment, the hammer artifact was purely logical and appropriate. Geon needed something stronger, so he struck the shears, unleashing a blinding burst of power, wanting to enlighten the monstrous creature. Bloodfog screamed in pain, unable to believe it had been defeated by a human. It called the Xenophagus by name as if they were close, saying, "I've lost this round, but I've already set up for the next one. My roots are everywhere in the city. As long as they are there, they will drag the whole crowd along." It struck hard at the struggling trees, causing the entire area to be utterly destroyed with the goal of crushing this city, burying all to allow the Xenophagus to escape, but not others. It aimed at all the archers hiding throughout the city, especially at the half-hearted blonde who was lying around, causing several buildings to crash down on Songjia and his family, still trying hard on top of Bloodfob. Geon yelled, "Hey, are you really that stupid? My friend Hugo Otters, no matter how gentle he is, isn't so easygoing that you can do whatever you want." He let his poor nephew hug his father and cry out, thinking this was surely the end. Unexpectedly, just as Geon said, Hugo Otter's eyes gleamed with a bright yellow right before the pile of rubble came crashing down. A golden light flashed from the darkness and suddenly turned all the irreparable debris into nothing. The reporters lurking outside the scene, hundreds of kilometers away, were drawn in panic to look back at the light. The sky was pitch black, swirling violently, with a flame shooting up from the ground or perhaps descending from above. The councilman clutched the TV screen, looking utterly helpless, while those battle-hardened like Moraine surely recognized what it was. But from the TV screen, there was nothing to see but the terrifying light. But even that was enough for the others with their calculating minds to realize that a significant change was about to occur. In the middle of the night, the sky lit up as bright as day, indeed a bizarre phenomenon. According to reporters, that day was like a sun rising. Yoma's footsteps thundered down the hallway as the girl burst into Haley's room, shouting urgently to deliver news. However, inside the room of the Saint Scorpio, she had been monitoring the situation since it began, not taking her eyes off it for a moment. She clicked her tongue and commented on behalf of all the saints watching. After all the effort, it seems they're still trying to regain their lost power. Amidst the violently swirling sky, Hugo Otters still wore his tattered beggar's clothes, but exuded the spirit of a god riding flames majestically. Songjia looked up at his incredibly cool father and felt immense joy. "My dad woke up just in time and is perfectly fine. That's worth more than a perfect score." The extremely angry frog realized that the power it had long desired had suddenly vanished, leaving it very frustrated. It croaked loudly, launching its massive roots and everything it possessed, reaching high and far, hoping to capture Hugo Otters above. All the minions of the burrowing frog rushed up, gathering into several writhing heaps that looked dreadful. Without the S-class bow and arrows in hand, but with the current power of the sun god, this troublesome mass of roots would immediately know to retreat with just a little light shining on them. A wide area damage blow like that had to be executed by Hugo Otters. Wherever the blinding light shone, the roots evaporated instantly, while nothing else was harmed at all. The skill sky radiance of the sun and god Apollo seemed tailor-made for those damned roots. Soon enough, the several layers of towers they had formed disintegrated, evaporating with the wind. The diligent worker Lee Geon switched to sculpting the monster's head, laughing gleefully. "Sky radiance is a skill that incinerates the filth of Hugo. Did you know that, fat frog? You said you swallowed everything, didn't you?" The more he spoke, the more fired up Geon became, his hands moving faster. "If you want to steal anything from us, you better check if you can, because it's time to finish this. Who has time to dig holes all day?" Activating his combat ability, Geon swapped places with the nearest person he had come into contact with, and in an instant, the Saint Centaurus had stepped on the monster's head in place of his buddy. Geon hovered in the sky, shifting positions, then shouted the familiar name of the Fen Chua. "Oh, Hugo Otters, hey, finish it off, my friend." He looked up in agreement with his friend, then lowered his hand to grip the wing to leave him behind and continue the job of piercing the calamites, ignoring its noise. With each chop, old memories surfaced when Hugo Otters dared not touch the doorknob. In his ears, he heard the boy crying and begging for forgiveness, saying, "If only I hadn't complained about being hungry back then. If only the three of us had left the airport right away, then Mom and Uncle Ja-1 would still be alive. And Dad, too, he would still have enough strength to suppress the calamites. Everything would remain the same, right?" The boy, Hugo Otters, wept bitterly at just 7 years old, taking all the blame upon himself, leaving Hugo Otters choked up as if a stone was lodged in his heart. He pulled out the bow, wanting to shoot what had obstructed his path, softly reassuring his son, "You are not at fault at all, son Jay." A holy arrow shot from the bow, radiating a terrible light enveloped by sky radiance, purifying all tainted power. Whether it awakened blood fog or not remains unknown, but this time it plunged, the ground chilled, creating a large crater as if a bomb had exploded. Remaining Hugo Otters sat to catch his breath for a few seconds when his farmer friend approached. "I didn't expect this incident to end so chaotically." Hugo Otters wasn't sure what to do anymore. All the cores had been destroyed, his body reduced to ashes, so there was nothing more he could do. He had cursed the damn blood fog that was bothering them. His friend joined in the cursing, and Hugo Otters let out a sigh of relief. With a friend taking care of this calamites, it was much easier to bring it down. He closed his eyes and calmly said, "Thank you, my dear friend." Seeing his friend's fist in front of him, Hugo said, "Oh, come on, after all these years, is that all you have to say? It's been tough, my brother." The two gave each other a cool fist bump, and thankfully this time he didn't demand 50 kilos of fried chicken. But wait, John rummaged around and said he had found something interesting while fighting the blood fog. How strange, from his tiny pocket, he pulled out a huge glowing ore. He explained that this was the core he had obtained from that monster. Hugo Otters was amazed and had no idea what it was, and neither did Geon. Using his 13th sense and the eye of the god, he discovered that it was a soul-sealing gem, designed to imprison the souls of those who had been absorbed by calamites. Channeling the power of the Ophiuchus constellation into the orb, cracks began to appear as it could no longer withstand the pressure. Once it was no longer whole, it lost its ability to imprison souls. Soon, beams of light burst forth, shooting straight up into the night sky. Hugo Otters Sue had a feeling he knew what it was, but he was still in disbelief, stunnedly asking his friend, "What is this?" It was the liberation of the soul that had been swallowed by blood fog. One by one, my friends would be awakened. Some Jay's voice came from behind, cheering loudly, "Is it really true, Uncle?" He ran over just in time. He was so out of breath that he asked again, "Can it really be awakened?" Of course, the sphere gradually disappeared from John's hand. He confidently assured, "I guarantee your mother will wake up too." Needless to say, the boy was deeply moved. Then Uncle asked another question. "It's been a while since you had a proper birthday, right?" Though it's a bit late now, under the sky filled with 1,000 souls finding their way home, Jan smiled brightly and wished his beloved nephew a happy birthday. Stephen Maker howled like a leading gorilla, "I will never stand by and let humanity and the big bone be threatened by you." That was when he unleashed the thunderstorm skill, firing weapons that shattered the remaining calamites' 1,000 arms on the beach, making the thugs widen their eyes and drop their jaws as they saw the Lion Saint descend. The severed tentacles looked like a superstar. Standing before the crashing waves and white foam, he raised his precious Big Bone high and roared, "We've got it back." In Stephen's mind, Big Bone is as precious as a child that he carried for 9 months and 10 days. He feeds it, gives it water, and takes it for walks on beautiful days. Then, when the mosquitoes Lee Geon and Sergeyevich come to cause trouble, Stephen will fight alongside his Big Bone to fend off the noisy group. Together, they will face fierce battles that make their hair stand on end side by side, feeling fulfilled. I have you, you have me. We have each other to make the world stare in awe. One night, while Stephen was sound asleep next to his beloved Big Bone, it nipped him and slipped out of his embrace, its eyes filled with anguish. It was the Paskiyova that had snatched Big Bone away. As Stephen cried out desperately, Lee Geon suddenly appeared from behind, grabbing his legs and swinging him around in the sky. He slammed Stephen's muscular body to the ground with a thud, waking him up and making him scream. "Oh, my dear beloved Bone, don't go." But there was no Bone to be found. Stephen woke up in the intensive care unit with his head wrapped in bandages. Around him, a few of his underlings screamed in panic. One said, "The sect leader has woken up. Don't you remember? While hunting, you were ambushed by Lee Geon and ended up here." The group of subordinates was whispering, planning to explain what had happened, while Stephen was unconscious. But what was more important in his bandaged head that needed to be seriously addressed was, what is going on? The people swallowed hard, focusing on the strange attitude of the saint. They thought of bold statements like gathering everyone to attack Lee Geon and take revenge on Capricorn. But from Stephen's mouth only came, "Go to Chiam Yua's room and bring me the bone." The subordinates were disheartened. "Castellan, can't you stop with the bones?" The subordinates wanted to kneel and plead. "Just go back to sleep so the world can be at peace. What time is it that you are still looking for bones?" The noise echoed out into the corridor. The subordinates knew immediately that the saint was as healthy as a horse. They wondered whether they should report this to Deputy Commander Yua. Someone nearby immediately countered, "Don't you see that girl shooting out like a missile when we had a mission related to Lee Geon's 8th relic? Just thinking about that girl recklessly charging into the dangerous sanctum of Scorpio makes me speechless with her impulsive nature." One subordinate rushed in, breathlessly reporting to those who were still in the dark that the comatose individuals from the blood-fogged incident 10 years ago had finally awakened. The entire Scorpio hospital housed 1,000 victims from that shocking incident, so the fact that all 1,000 of them woke up alert turned the hospital into a buzzing hub. The news quickly turned this into a hot topic, coincidentally connecting with the European front. After the remnants of the prolonged battle between the hero Lee Geon and the sage Sagittarius defeating Bloodfog, the whole world is discussing the connection between these two events as a miracle. Everyone is calling it a miracle that has never been seen before. In a luxurious room, someone was watching television from all over the world with an unhappy expression. Until the blonde guy appeared behind him, he still didn't turn around and continued to grumble, "I can't believe it. Sending you to catch Jian and Hugo Otters was useless, and you even lost Bloodfog." Shiwu silently listened as the guy cursed about losing the necklace that celestial body his mother had given him, while leaving Bloodfog in a noisy mess. Shiwu's brother, Yu Tiwu, suddenly turned around with a strong drink in hand, continuing to berate him for dropping the magic book and important things into the hands of the punk Sung Jae. He mocked Shiwu for allowing someone who had been bullied to take the book right in front of him. He remained silent and endured, even when his brother yelled, "You're just a stupid waste," only making him angry. He threw a bottle straight at Shi-Won's head, shattering it. "Are you still proud of yourself, nodding your head, having done nothing useful at all? I realized that back at the airport." Ignoring his younger brother rolling in pain, Taewoo continued the insults. "You are truly our mother's disappointment. So how do you plan to handle this mess, you idiot?" He ground his shoes on Shiwu's face, but the boy still didn't dare to resist, since he had come here to ask his brother for help to secure the middle boat. Since this incident was related to calamities, he had to help if he wanted to cover it up. His older brother was also freaked out by all this nonsense, holding his head and saying, "Right now, follow Lee Geon, keep an eye on him, and erase all traces left behind." Seeing Tae-won calm down, Shiwu, holding his face, clumsily got up and asked, "What about my brother?" Turning to look out the large window, Tae-won decided to make a trip to the Phi-Nyet hospital. At least it could cover up the airport incident by caring for the victims in Korea. While they were skeeving in the outskirts of the European defense line, still enveloped in the dust of collapsed bricks, some people from Hugo Otters were looking quite tagged. The phone signal was still strong enough to hear news from afar. As soon as he hung up, he joyfully announced the news from the hospital. Except for Jia-won and Ji-woo, everyone else has regained consciousness. Jian was not in a hurry. He knew that the longer a soul was trapped, the more time it would take to return to its original body. But when he released the soul, he had infused a bit of his power into it, so he just needed to wait. Looking at his nephew, John smiled and said, "You need to go back to see your mom and uncle." After hesitating for a moment, Sung Jae opened his mouth to ask, "What about the uncle? And what about Dad?" Sung Jae's face turned crimson. He didn't dare to look directly at the person he was asking about. However, Hugo Otters heard him clearly and was staring wide-eyed, deeply moved, wondering if that child was inquiring about him. To show that he was a father who knew how to respond to his child's feelings, Hugo Otters hesitated to select a few appropriate words from his long list of emotions. He only indirectly opened the subject, "Dad and Uncle still have matters to settle." The boy had said okay, opened the magic book, and prepared to teleport back to South Korea. Jin grinned widely, laughing in his friend's face. The young boy's affection was quickly turned into a statue, and the autumn breeze brushed through his hair, so he had to speak up to comfort. The boy was just shy. Hugo Otters had to resign to this because there was nothing else to do. The Phi-Nyet hospital was the destination for Sung Jia, not home. He was still wearing his clothes from the fierce battle with Bloodfog. Just as he tucked the book into his bag, he felt extremely nervous, his heart pounding. Inside, he was about to see his mom and Uncle Jia-won again. But after taking just 2 steps, Sung Jae suddenly remembered he was going to visit someone in the hospital without bringing anything along. He felt quite embarrassed. So he turned left, ran onto the street to find some flowers, and grabbed them to confidently visit. The intersection in front of the hospital became deserted after Sung Jia left, not a soul in sight. Suddenly, the sound of shoes clattering along with grumbling and curses broke the silence. Ta-1 covered half of his face, criticizing the Thean Yet hospital. Even if 1,000 people stayed here for 10 years, it would still be less luxurious than his Thin Bin hospital. Standing there, rubbing his forehead out of frustration, Ta-1 wanted to find Sung Jia right away to slap him and shut him up. But for now, he had no idea where he was, so he thought, why not go stir up some trouble for his family? They'll have to show up eventually. Meanwhile, Sung Jia was running back to the hospital with a bunch of fresh flowers, unaware that a rude person was waiting for him. One session after the sweep of blood fog, the area under the Western Dome was in the process of healing and cleaning up the battlefield. The elite forces of Nenma were considered to have made a significant contribution. Each of them, being interviewed for the first time, was nervously fidgeting. Nearby, voices called out, bringing the injured into the makeshift hospital, which had taken over a large building filled with mats and stretchers for the wounded. Sitting inside the counter, Lee Geon was deep in thought, ignoring the noise in the lobby. Lee Geon was reviewing his system boards and missions after successfully dealing with the blood fog calamites. His strength test had been completed. The reward was enhanced power after a day and the transformation of a human body into a divine body. In addition, Jan opened a new achievement recorded in his scripture. Sagittarius had seen and admired the master of the Ophiuchus constellation even more. The fact that he destroyed the demon and free human souls was also noted here. What Jan enjoyed the most was that thanks to opening achievement 2, he could borrow the power of Sagittarius when the conditions were met. There were still a few days to complete the tasks related to the secretary and disciple, but for now, he had to set that aside as there was something more important to do, which was the twisted object that had been making him stare at it for a while. This was a fragment resembling that of a dagger discovered to be from the mysterious civilization that John had found in the sealed heart of Bloodfob. Before dying, that spinning top roared, "I need those souls to offer to them." This made Jian quite certain that the one mentioned by Calamites and the one who stabbed him in the Demon Tower were the same. His fingers tossed the coin as he pondered why all the evidence pointed simultaneously to Virgo. Isn't it too coincidental? Forget it. Jian raised the coin high and grabbed it back with excitement. He was the type of person who, when faced with difficulties, would bypass them. Whenever he couldn't find an answer, he would just grab the person responsible and beat them up until they confessed. A moment later, next to his wine, there was an additional glass of draft beer. Hugo looked quite disheveled, his arms heavily bandaged from burns, but his spirits were relatively high. First, he had to advise his friend to rest more before seeking out Virgo. It wasn't too late. Jian growled angrily and scolded. These kids nowadays are so spoiled that they're weak. In my time, we didn't have the luxury of breathing. Calamities rained down all the time. He spoke as if Hugo Otters hadn't been born in that era. Just boasting and seeing Hugo Otters looking embarrassed, Jan switched topics to ask his friend, "Why don't you go with Sung Jae to visit your wife and subordinates? When I meet those two, I don't feel confident or qualified. I need to prepare myself mentally." Hugo Otters frowned. There's still a lot to settle first. Looking at the debris on the table and the broken pieces in his hands, Hugo Otters knew he had to deal with both Libra's issues and Virgo's as well. Thinking of that woman who loved to play with everything golden, who liked to choose a chair as towering as a throne and sat down to act superior, Hugo Otters knew that Bloodfob was not the end. He had to find the root cause of the incident, especially when he heard his son mention that there was still someone manipulating things from behind. "So what are you planning to do now?" Jian asked, glancing over to receive his friend's brittle glass cluster. He said he would smash that person's skull, causing Jian to burst into loud laughter. Feeling happy, Jian suddenly spotted some Sagittarius kids that annoyed him and spoke up to drive them away. "Go home, you kids. We are fighting against you because it's related to blood fog, but now it's over. You'll just get in the way while we catch Virgo." The whole group looked dejected because he was absolutely right and they couldn't argue back. Even though being called useless to their faces was tough, they accepted it. Suddenly, John pointed at the team leader, telling the kid with the gelled hair to stay, which sparked jealousy around them. Truly SF level, different class. But only these two friends understood each other well. They needed an errand boy like J1 back then to act freely. Jian asked, "Why did you let some Jag go back to Korea alone? Don't you see the danger?" Hugo Otters jumped up immediately, realizing the seriousness of the issue. However, his relaxed expression revealed his preparedness. "Who is it?" Jian immediately raised the coin with the image of a fetus on it as an answer. "I've been wanting to show this off, and now I finally have the chance." He pinched the coin between two fingers as if to say, "Look closely." Before Sung Jag could receive Jian's gift, the kid simply said, "This is a gift from Uncle. but his eyes flashed with loyalty level detection, recognizing the kid reverently possessed 300% of Fetch's loyalty, qualifying him to preach by offering a coin engraved with his zodiac sign. Geon silently accepted the kid as his disciple, having been assigned a separate mission by the system to earn a reward. After handing over the coin, Geon turned his back without further explanation, saying only that it would be used when needed. So the boy returned to Korea and still took it out to see how it worked. Walking down the hospital corridor, Sung-ja flipped the coin over and over, but found nothing different about it. Suddenly, he heard a patient's parents calling out in the hallway as they talked, and the scene of the blood fog victim's family reunited was truly moving, making Sung-ja long for the moment when he would meet his mother and uncle Jae-won again. From the other side, he heard a loud noise and the door burst open. Someone stepped on another person's neck. It was Taewon. The power he exuded felt as if he was in a deserted place, directly calling out to Sung-jae, "I've been looking for you." Taewon's friendly smile only made Sung-jae angrier. Without saying a word, Sung-jae launched an attack straight at the kid. For the time being, Sung-jae managed to block it, but the bouquet he had just bought flew out of his hand. The bastard laughed like it was a good season. I never thought an A-level apostle could block an S-level attack, but what concerned Sung-jae more was what the hell this madman was doing in the hospital. Nurses, patients, and doctors quickly moved away as the two of them argued, with Taewon saying, "I know this place is where those suffering from the blood mist are kept, and I don't want them waking up and causing trouble. They should just stay quiet there." Taewon seemed to go insane, with a fiery fist striking straight into Sung-jae's barrier. He gritted his teeth, using all the defense he had to resist. Two streams of power brought down the floor of the hospital. The glass shattered, causing a tremendous shockwave. At the same time, at the disaster prevention plane headquarters a few days earlier, Tak-soo came by to gather information about blood fog. The guy in glasses who welcomed him the day before was now apologizing to someone on the phone for not being able to handle the case of Virgo and Lee Geon. The voice on the other end coolly said, "Looking on the bright side, thanks to this incident, Virgo's reputation has clearly taken a hit." The man's voice grew serious. "That damn report is about to come back. Prepare quickly." Right in the hallway of the headquarters, the hurried footsteps of a pair of white boots drew closer. The owner of the white shoes barged in as if it were his own home, sharply asking, "What happened?" causing the other guy to jump in surprise. The saint of the Virgo constellation, Kevin Azar, roared, "Why is that Leeson guy dealing with calamities under Virgo's jurisdiction?" To talk about the celestial body Virgo, it only appeared in chapter 55, but it is the strongest swordsman of humanity with the symbol of a crescent moon and a layer of silver bones. The one called Virgo, with the title of Commander of the Chilling Winds, is only capable of manifesting the powers of Virgo if they belong to a noble lineage and possess distinguished silver-white hair. Since Kevin Azar took the lead of Virgo, the Celestial Body Organization has achieved many glorious victories. Day by day, the scale and potential of Virgo have grown to the point where it can rival Libra, the largest and most powerful holy order in the world. Kevin was born with everything in his hands, from a powerful background to immense talent and strength, all wrapped in a striking appearance. However, he was quite unfortunate to encounter many storms strong enough to shatter the pride of someone who has everything. A typical example of those storms is the name Lee Geon, which Kevin is currently shouting about loudly. "Why the hell is that bastard invading my territory?" Kevin stood at the door yelling loudly, forcing the office worker to explain why that scarred face was causing trouble with him. Kevin simply could not hold back any longer. "Any reason will do, but why does it have to be Lee Geon? Can't it be someone else? If only I had died in Devil Tower and was praised as a hero for 20 years like him, things would be different. Why does a guy like him suddenly return to attract the attention of the entire world?" The new followers were still taken aback by Castellan's outburst, but the old ones were already too familiar with it. The Virgo Castellan is famously known for having a deep-seated grudge against Lee Geon. Initially, they competed fairly, but then things gradually became more complicated. From fighting for the glory of defeating calamities, Kevin cannot compare to Lee Geon, all the way to the central position in major television interviews. Despite his scarred appearance, blind eyes, and bald head, he was still invited to be the center. Not to mention, no matter how much he trained his voice, Kevin's karaoke singing still couldn't match Lee Geon's score. Therefore, it's no surprise that he is now roaring. "Endure it." The man awkwardly bowed down to ask Castellan to calm down. The Sex Inquisitors were hunting for Lee Geon, but Kevin said, "Never. As long as that scar-faced guy is still around, I will personally go after him. I couldn't do it 20 years ago, but I can surely do it now." Kevin summoned a freezing wind that blew fiercely in the office. Just thinking about that guy made Kevin unable to hold back. A roar rang out, "Just wait, Lee Geon." That roar made the nearsighted man realize he had to intervene immediately. If this old man made it to Lee Geon now, it wouldn't be good. They needed to buy more time. So just as the Virgo Council stormed out, the guy said, "I have a list of potential locations Lee Geon might go to." He silently pulled out a pair of contact lenses, deliberately speaking for the other end to hear. He said he would guide Kevin to meet with the sex inquisitors in time. As soon as he hung up, Pirio had to act immediately before Kevin got to Geon before him. At that moment, they had arrived at the temporary infirmary of the West Dome, ready to meet Geon. The group burst in, pulling aside the curtains on both sides, and shouted, "We are the sex inquisitors from the Virgo celestial body." Everyone freeze. Unexpectedly, a voice yelled from inside, "Hey guys, can you hear me?" The volume was as loud as 10 DJs blasting away the audience that had just entered. Hugo, with a flushed face, was holding a mic and shouting with a voice full of intoxication. Yankee received enthusiasm from the crowd. "Woo-ho! We're here, brother. We believe in you." 10 points. Encouraged, Hugo danced as if he were hosting a real concert and asked, "Do you all trust me?" Below, all were injured soldiers, yet strangely, each one screamed as if possessed, proving their loyalty to Sagittarius was absolute. Those weak Virgos and their kind. Riding the wave, Hugo began mumbling the lyrics to Shape of You with the lines, "I'm in love with your body. Oh I, oh I, oh I, oh I." Adding a bit of excitement-inducing magic while drinking the small sun god ring whirl above his head, looking no different than at a bar. The crowd below was as if caught in a frenzy, chanting, "Sagittarius! Sagittarius! Show us your six-pack, brother!" The newly arrived Virgo celestial body had no idea what was happening, only feeling anger that Hugo Otter's concert was a place of moral decay, promoting obscene cultural products that needed to be completely banned. The knave orange-haired boy wanted to sacrifice himself for the cause, intending to jump in and cut across the six-pack content when someone's fist came in horizontally, threatening to dislocate his jaw. The punch sent him flying into a corner, causing everyone to gasp and shout, "It's Lee Geon." One hand holding a bottle of wine, he was ready to throw more punches if any Virgo disciple dared to be unreasonable. The crowd's confidence surged thanks to the outstanding performance of the celestial body Sagittarius, coupled with a skyrocketing belief in his officious constellation. How could Geon ignore this? He cracked his knuckles, reminding the buzzing flies, "My business is going well. Don't interfere." The other guy had a swollen cheek from the punch, but was resilient. As he got up from the debris, he opened his mouth again. The sex inquisitors will never approve. Foolishly, he took another punch to the other side of his face, but this arm felt strange. It wasn't his. Pirio, a figure cloaked like a wizard, stepped forward to apologize to Lee Geon. "Sorry for my rude subordinate." But Lee Geon didn't know who this was, so he continued to chug the wine. Pirio introduced himself. "I'm Pirio, head of the sex inquisitors under the Virgo celestial body, and also one of the high priests." He asked to get straight to the point, opening directly, "We need your strength because we must break free from the tyranny of Kevin Ezar." The white shoes pounded against the ground, heading straight for the wooden door ahead. Kevin slammed into it with a frantic gaze, shouting, "Are you here, Geon? Geon!" Who would have known that this was just a bar? A crowd of bewildered people looked out as the stranger burst in as if he were escaping. The next time he barged through the door, Kevin added the words, "Sorry for the intrusion." Yet there was still no sign of Geon or Gon. Kevin stood outside, stomping his feet, not understanding what he was doing, wandering around aimlessly despite knowing the location. Suddenly, he had a realization. If I'm thinking correctly, then it's over. I've been tricked. Kevin abruptly fell silent, glancing at the office guy behind him, who was sweet-talking him into leaving to search for someone. He turned back with a scowl, his eyes boring into the other man, firmly stating, "Take off your glasses and show me." Unsure of what Kevin meant, the other man's contact lenses were suddenly cut in half right on his dilated pupils, falling to the ground in 4 pieces. In return, there was a loud scream of pain. Oh my God, who removes contact lenses like this? But what concerned Kevin was the notice board that had just dismantled the secret technique Wanderer's eyes borrowed from the celestial body of Scorpio. The subordinates were visibly confused. Wasn't that his skill that made others get lost? Why would that guy hide the secret technique behind contact lenses? Kevin looked at the bastard, clutching his eye in pain, and asked in a growl, "Are you trying to buy time to have the inquisitors of the committee find Lee Geon before I do?" Pointing his sword directly at the man's neck, Kevin just wanted to know, "Where are the committee and that scar-faced bastard? I don't have time for games anymore, so spit it out." Depending on your answer, some parts might have to switch places. The frost gradually spread along the sword pointed at Kevin. Though representing the biting cold winds of winter nights, this Castellan had quite a fiery temperament. The vast domain of the Virgo celestial body under the blue sky exploded with a loud bang right in the main hall. The guards in tattered green uniforms rushed out, aiming to strike the troublemaker who was wreaking havoc. But under Lee Geon's sword, there was only a dry armor that made a show of power. He dashed through, darting back and forth like a true ninja, attacking freely. The more chaos he caused, the more experience points related to Geon's standing increased. He even received high-grade fabric, much to his delight. The others remained calm, viewing Geon as if he were having a fit. However, in terms of rank, he wasn't inferior to Kevin, the Castellan of Virgo, so no one dared to touch him. Earlier, Pirio explained to Geon that the Virgo celestial body is like a tangled mess. The apostles are divided into two factions because Castellan Kevin has lost trust due to his tyrannical personality. As the head of the Sex Inquisitors, Pirio has every reason to be determined to stop Castellan's dictatorial rule and needs Geon's help. It sounds convincing, but Gart feels something is off. If it has come to the point of relying on someone from outside, the situation within the Virgo celestial body must be very serious. Not to mention, Pirio also presented the condemnation of the sky as a reward for Lee Geon. In fact, the condemnation of the sky was his most advanced weapon from 20 years ago, which should have been lost in the Devil Tower since Lee Geon didn't come back out. However, he increasingly feels that the witch Gemini's claim that his weapon is in the Palace of Virgo seems to be true. So Geon storms straight to the sacred relic storage of the Virgo celestial body after taking down all the noisy underlings outside. Pirio whispered when he saw Geon stop behind the door. This is the condemnation of the sky. But before he could open the door, Kevin had already run back, shouting, "Stop right there, Lee Geon." Kevin Azar led his troops running as if chased by dogs, breathing heavily, but still extremely happy to have found Geon looking cheerful. As soon as they saw each other, both of them laughed like old friends who hadn't met in a long time, truly understanding each other without needing to say a word. "Let's greet each other first. It's been 20 years, right?" He dashed through the lobby to Geon, hardly able to hide his excitement. Always by his side was his friend Hugo Otters, but why did that guy look so strange? Noticing Pirio standing nearby, Kevin asked bluntly, "Oh la la, a traitor brought Lee Geon in here to take me out, right? Planning to team up and ambush me from behind? I'll kill each one of you." But when Kevin's gaze fell upon the guards on the left who had been beaten to a pulp, he froze. Damn it, what is this? Suddenly, Kevin fell silent, causing everyone else to quiet down as well. Then he roared, "Who is it? Who is responsible for my temple being in this state?" Kevin's shout carried so far that others could hear it too. Even Hugo Otters, who was buzzed, understood what Kevin was saying, and so all three pointed at him, indicating, "It's him, the culprit is right here, boss. No wonder they let us wreck Virgo's mansion without stopping us." Identifying the target, Kevin's fury erupted like a strong wind blowing violently. He roared again, "It's you. You've given me another reason to take you down. Take this." Kevin's brilliant sword swept through the air, unleashing a cold blast that sent everything from his position and his opponent flying, crashing out and exploding the wall behind them all. But strangely enough, before Kevin was a roaring flame cutting through his frozen block, carving a large hole with water dripping. Hugo Otter's drunken voice rang out, "Hey, you prince, you owe me. Before fighting Jilin, you have to fight me." He was bursting with fire, but his face was still engulfed in drunkenness. At the crucial moment, he rushed out demanding a fight. That's really something. The news of Hugo regaining his strength had certainly reached Kevin's ears. But if you think he was afraid, you'd be wrong. Kevin was even more aggressive. "Oh, I'm so scared of you. See anything on my index finger?" In his drunken state, Hugo Otters pulled out 3 holy artifacts, including the terrifying Axis arrow from his arsenal. With his inner strength, he looked just like a true blacksmith. True to his word, Hugo Otters grabbed an Axis arrow in his left hand. Ha! He threw it straight at Kevin's face, aiming to pin his white hair to the wall. But Kevin, in his proud way, welcomed it and raised his sword high. "Is that all you've got to fight me?" With a single swing of his sword, Kevin easily deflected the Axis arrow off its path. But Hugo Otters still had 2 more. As Kevin looked up, he saw the second one just a few centimeters from his face. A thunderous explosion blinding to the eye, but it didn't sober Hugo Otters up at all. He clenched his fist and shouted, "It's a direct hit." Gart felt very embarrassed to see his boss looking no different from a bunch of drunkards at a bar, all aggressive. Meanwhile, Geon found it perfectly normal, so he just stood in one place, listening to his phone. It was unclear who was on the other end of the line, but they seemed to be familiar. Geon said, "I'm in front of the Virgo relic warehouse. Hurry up and come here." Kevin Azar was not one to easily give in. He leaned his sword down, standing amid the wreckage and smoke. He said, "In general, it's all set. Successfully pissed me off already." At this moment, Geon suddenly appeared, asking for some airtime, brandishing his weapon. "If you like, split it in 2. If you don't, merge it into 1. He arrogantly declared, "Get out of the way, you all." Kevin burst out laughing, clearly enjoying himself. He wouldn't let his subordinates intervene and told them, "This is a battle for adults. Children just watch, okay?" The two faced off. Kevin said, "I've been waiting 20 years to take you down." Kevin stomped his foot hard on the ground, moving in the opposite direction from Geon. Both charged toward each other, clashing directly and creating blinding light. Geon hesitated slightly when he realized that this silver-haired kid could block his attack. To answer his question, the system reminded him, "Strength enhancement takes a day, my lord. It's only at 76% now. What do you expect?" Recognizing that Lee Geon was distracted for a moment, Kevin smiled. Under the silver sword, he asked, "Why is it so hot?" "Kid, let's cool things down a bit." Cold air from Virgo suddenly filled the atmosphere, weaving through every strand of hair, freezing Geon's S-grade side, causing it to shatter and push Geon back. He launched another move at lightning speed. But with his slyness, instead of blocking the attack, Geon ducked to avoid it. How could he defend against his dirty tricks? Kevin charged forward with his sword in hand. What the heck? He just got hit by a stolen pair of slippers from somewhere in Belgium. Geon sprang up, deflected Virgo's ice sword, then spun a few times to dodge the incoming blade. When he could no longer evade, Geon stood there, pulling something out from his armpit. He received Kevin's sword strike with a kind smile. Kevin lunged, but Geon delivered a massive blow just as Kevin swung his sword, easily smashing his strike down to the ground below. Under the weight of the hammer artifact, Kevin's sword was left with only the hilt. He stood frozen in shock as he saw the holy relic appear, thinking it was still in Sergeevich's hands, wondering how it ended up in Geon's possession. Hesitating for a moment meant receiving a loving kick from the cheek. Geon burst into delighted laughter, thinking while he struck, "What are we going to eat tonight, kid?" Virgo struggled to maintain his balance, stamping both feet on the floor, yet he didn't get angry at Geon's kick. On the contrary, he broke into a joyful smile on his battered face. It's true that Lee Geon is a familiar dog. Not wanting to waste any more time, Kevin dropped his useless sword. A sparkle of eagerness lit up his eyes as he pulled out something glowing like a neomite. The ice sword that was just drawn caused the air around to swirl, emitting wild, shrill sounds. Hugo Otters also snapped out of his drunken state, mumbling, "It's awake now." Geon was thrilled to see Virgo's real weapon. "I was already bored when I saw this guy using a sword earlier. Turns out the exciting part comes out now." Kevin didn't deny it, as this was not something one could just pull out at will. The royal artifact, the ice sword, revealed itself with a distinct transparency, adding to Kevin's majesty. He glanced at Geon, squatting like a frog, and asked, "Hey, kid, can you move? My ice sword doesn't just freeze the air, it also deals with your artifact." Geon's limbs were locked tight, just as Kevin wanted. He laughed heartily. 20 years of being imprisoned, and now you become weak, huh? Take my ice sword and wake up." Kevin's sword thrust straight through the object in front of him, splattering blood everywhere. A cry rang out, causing the two centaurs to howl, "Ouch." No one noticed that Geon had appeared behind them. As soon as he realized it wasn't Pirio, Geon charged forward once more. The one stabbed by Kevin was definitely not Geon. That person was coughing and in agony from enduring a terrible freezing strike from his own Castellan. Seizing the opportunity while the group was still in shock, Geon grabbed the hammer artifact and yelled, "I knew this guy was a fraud." At that moment, Pirio realized that somehow Geon had seen through Virgo's trust level of only 3%, while Libra's devotion was at 97%. Both of you get lost, home run. Both Virgo's master and servant were slammed away by Geon's hammer, crashing far into the ice that Kevin had cast earlier. Geon's eyes sparkled with joy as he recognized that those two had smashed the door into Virgo's storage room. Before them was a block of ice securely chained. The light from outside glinted off the ice. Geon immediately recognized it. It was the condemnation of the sky. His beloved was calling its master. Kevin struggled to get up, and before he could lift his head, he cursed at Geon. "Geon, you bastard." Hugo Otter stepped forward and said, "Why are you so funny? Betraying my friend in Devil Tower and now getting betrayed by your subordinate." He looked up with a bewildered expression. "What do you mean, man? When did I betray Lee Geon?" Hugo Otters angrily criticized Virgo to his face. "It's you. You set a trap for Lee Geon and stabbed him in Devil Tower." Kevin stood up abruptly, ready to argue back with Sagittarius. "How dare you slander me?" The two sides argued for a long time, further enraging Virgo. In his life, the thing that angers him the most is having his dignity humiliated by others. So just that amount of words was enough for Kevin to go wild and throw a punch at Sagittarius. But his action suddenly stopped. The arm holding the ice spear was tightly bound by Pirio's cords. The guy behind laughed mockingly. "This is exactly why we should have ended everything since the blood mist incident." Clearly, what bound him was the golden skill, the law of Libra. Kevin's eyes widened, not understanding. How can a Virgo follower have this skill? As if to answer his question, Pirio took out the sacred object, the balance of justice of Libra, and activated the equivalent exchange skill. One side of the scale appeared right under his feet, creating 3 chains with Kevin at the center. Hearing Pirio shout, "I offer up to the Saint Virgo, Kevin Azar," red light slashed down from the sky. Virgo struggled, but could not escape the vines, which only escalated the situation. Cold sweat dripping, Kevin decisively activated his skill, Frost Winter, and struck his locked right hand hard with his left. In an instant, red blood splattered before the astonished gaze of the betrayer apostle, Pirio. Surely Pirio could not have anticipated that the Saint Virgo would resolutely sever his own hand like that. Kevin's subordinates hurriedly rushed to support their Castellan, as he nearly fainted from the pain. Although he managed to escape his body, the arm was enough to serve as a sacrificial offering on the scale, which made Pirio laugh with delight. At least witnessing the twisted face of the Virgo in agony was enough to pique his interest. Kevin immediately used ice magic to embrace the wound and stop the bleeding. He tried to retreat to where his subordinates were supporting him. Equivalent exchange on the Libra scales immediately regarded his arm as a sacrificial offering, opening up a mystical space swirling violently on the remaining balance. Pirio wanted to use Kevin's entire body as a sacrifice, conveniently eliminating this saint as well. But even just the arm was enough to serve as a tribute, so he had no fear of Hugo Otter's side with their bows drawn. Geon raised his hammer high, and all 3 launched 3 different types of attacks straight at the Libra scale, wanting to destroy it. But unfortunately, they were too late. All their attacks fell into the newly opened phantom space, with not a single trace of energy touching the crafty man in front. Behind the guy, the spatial crack opened wider and wider, gradually connecting with one another, turning the surrounding scenery into a barren area with a blood-red sky above. The ground rose up with what looked like monstrous hands, all pointing towards a temple, with more than 200 steps. A swirling wind overhead was filled with indistinct debris scattered around. In an instant, all 6 people were no longer in the Virgo Palace. It had been a long time since Lee Geon had felt uneasy because he recognized this unpleasant and murky atmosphere. Lost in thought, Pirio stood on a high platform, looking at the group and laughing. This hellish scene is your collective grave. Virgo's subordinates were furious, 2 girls brandishing their swords pointed at Pirio, shouting, "You bastard, how dare you cut your master's hand?" They raised their swords in an X shape, sparkling with silver light. Both swung their hands, unleashing a northeastern wind aimed to slice through Pirio's flesh. However, all that could be seen was a thick cloud of dust created by the technique, while the wind made no discernible movement. The 2 were visibly confused, not understanding why Virgo's ultimate technique had no effect. Behind them, Kevin buried his face in his hands, moaning helplessly because he could not use his power. His hands trembled as he tried to summon it once again, but failed. Indeed, the connection with the ultimate deity had been severed. Gark realized that the Virgo saint was right. Even Hugo Otters couldn't summon any golden aura that resembled divine power. It was unbelievable. A mere follower could sever their connection to the gods. At that moment, the grotesque hands behind the 2 figures twitched as if stretching their joints, then slammed down onto the ground, forcing both master and servant to leap aside to avoid them. Pirio, witnessing their helplessness, laughed gleefully. "Let me tell you, this is the isolation space of the Libra Saint. Here, you won't be able to use that holy power you're so proud of anymore." His laughter grew more unrestrained as the people below struggled to fend off the hands attempting to grab them. In this place, no power existed. Even saints were reduced to mere mortals. Amid the chaos, one person, quicker than the rest, managed to escape, carrying a golden hammer on their back. Lee Geon took a few steps, then suddenly launched himself out of the rubble, charging straight toward Pirio. The man quickly drew the Libra scales, borrowed from some hidden corner, successfully commanding the magical hands to block Lee Geon's path. Among the jagged, leathery surfaces, there were several red orbs, half resembling gemstones, half like eyes. Jeevan stared at them, realizing that none of these were ordinary calamites. Struggling to hold on was already exhausting. The trader below mocked in a carefree tone. "Why not greet your old friend? Don't tell me you've forgotten. You've been friends with them for 20 years. Those are the ones who pushed you to the brink of death in Devil Tower, O hero." Grasping the words of that bastard Pirio, Geon gradually pieced together the clues. Indeed, these guys are involved. The space began to fray, torn apart by bloodthirsty black-clawed hands. Quickly, the calamites squeezed in, searching for their prey. According to Pirio's cough, these were indeed the calamites that appeared in Devil Tower. Here, they had heard about this traitorous apostle wanting to consume everyone. At the Orion Hospital, the sun was shining beautifully, but the atmosphere was gloomy, filled with thick dust. Sung Jae grit his teeth, one cheek swollen, silently cursing that damned Taewon who had blocked all his attacks. He laughed smugly, waving the vines, tightly gripping the fire mage's fist. Full of self-satisfaction, Tai-1 taunted. Indeed, the difference between A and S ranks is clearly visible to the naked eye. His fist rose again. You might be able to beat that fool Shiwu. With me, that's not going to happen. One punch from him sent the fire mage's hand flying, directly knocking Sung Jae into the opposite wall, creating a large crack before he finally stopped. Struggling to get up and coughing with the pain shooting through his back, Sung Jae suddenly realized he had been knocked into his mother's hospital room. He didn't know what to do, but Tai-1's steps never faltered. As soon as he recognized that this was Sung Jae's mother's room, Tai-1, the red-haired man holding the demonic tongue, rammed a punch straight into Sung Jae's stomach without mercy, causing him to cough up blood. Seeing Sung Jae writhing in agony brought Tai-1 immense satisfaction. He raised the demonic tongue, scoffing, "It's just a scroll that talks about how to use magical power, kid. With that thick-headedness of yours, it's no wonder you'll always be a loser." Having obtained the book, Tai-1 thoroughly humiliated Sung Jae. Then he swung his hand, conjuring a small burst of power that sent both the red-haired kid and his mother to the afterlife. The walls and floor shattered beneath Sung Jae's feet, the tremendous shockwave tossing both his mother and the hospital bed straight into the gaping hole. Sung Jae screamed until his throat was raw, utterly devoid of any magical power to save himself. Terror gripped his heart. He refused to allow himself to fall to his death like this. He thought of his generous uncle, his sharp-tongued older sister who always cared for him, and even his father, to whom he hadn't had the chance to say a kind word. Isn't there anyone to help me in this life and death moment? Sung Jae racked his brain, desperately trying to find a way out, interspersed with self-deprecating curses about his own uselessness. When Sung Jae saw his mother, who had not opened her eyes for 10 years, falling down with him, he immediately held her close and thought about how his father would never give up in the blood mist case. Tightening his embrace around his mother, Sung Jae told himself that he too could not give up. The determined words of protecting his mother rang out, and suddenly a notification popped up. "Congratulations, you have been recognized by the unyielding spirit of the Ophiuchus constellation. You are eligible to take the Ophiuchus constellation aptitude test, gain power, and fight against the enemy. Do you accept?" What time is it that the notification appears just at the right moment? Sung Jae shouted, "Anything goes. I'll do anything just once. Let me protect my mother." As soon as he uttered the plea, his entire body was enveloped in the light of Ophiuchus. Tai-1 witnessed the strange scene. He frowned irritably, not understanding how this kid still had magical power. The intense power of the Ophiuchus constellation surrounded both mother and son, helping him land safely without any aftershocks. The master of the Ophiuchus constellation was desperately resisting within, his 4 enormous arms trying to suffocate himself. The Virgin Saint Sagittarius and the Apostles were all stuck in a similar situation. Pyrio laughed madly. "Finally, it's over. Damn it, I almost exhausted myself preparing for this day." The tightly bound group made Pyrio open his mouth mockingly. "What kind of singer are you? You're just a bunch of worms squirming around. If you're skill, then squirm some more." After cursing enough, he turned back to Lee Geon and asked, "What about you? Are you holding on or giving up?" "Just give up. It's better that way." Maintaining his provocative posture, Geon chuckled. "Why is this guy talking so much? I'm so tired. Who said to give up, you dog?" His relaxed smile startled Pyrio. Geon still had enough strength to grumble about those old days. "Even when my body is crippled, and I don't have the support of the gods, even when I'm alone fighting blood-red eyes, wandering alone for 20 years in Devil Tower, I've never thought of giving up. Who are you to tell me to give up here in this situation?" He tilted his head back, displaying his familiar smug demeanor. "These useless little punks think they can step on me. How naive." The more he spoke, the more excited Jim became, laughing loudly. "I told you to have less delusions. Don't delude yourself, you fool." Jeon's momentum terrified Pyrio, who had to pull out the golden scale to command those mages to crush him to feel at ease. He said, "Let me fulfill your desperate wish to die," but inside he only hoped he would die soon to stop feeling scared. What a coincidence that in front of Yu Taewoo was also the blue light of the Ophiuchus constellation. Sung Jae soared upwards, driving his fist straight into the face of the bastard, sending him flying a great distance. The blow dislocated the jaw of the blonde-haired guy, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and it seemed like several of his teeth were broken. As he landed, his entire body still radiated magical power, and Sung Jae told him, "Don't even think about saying the words 'give up' to me. I absolutely will not give up. I've grown too tired of feeling powerless without strength. My mother is still here, Uncle Jae-won is still here. Everyone will be protected by me with these hands." Sung Jae's determined roar helped him overcome the identity challenge of the Ophiuchus constellation, officially becoming the first apostle under Lee Geon. He in the virtual space also received the signal of the first apostle, opening a new chapter in the Lee Geon Bible. From now on, every step he takes will be recorded by the power of the Ophiuchus constellation. The intense power radiating from Lee Geon pushed the Calamites far away from him. Light like that from heaven showered down on the betraying apostle Pirio, illuminating everyone present. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe this was the true power of Lee Geon. The columns of light pierced through the entire hand, Calamites from small to large, piercing through the barrier that had formed this world. He had lost the good pair of shoes he had gotten from Belgium again. Barefoot, he stepped firmly on each step, bringing himself to the terrified Pirio. His clothes were torn to shreds with each step of Geon. He used the recording power of the Bible to create his own legend. This was it, striding toward Pirio, without a scrap of clothing, but Geon had something more important to deal with than this useless fellow. Suddenly, he remembered the barrier was collapsing, exposing the inhabitants of the real world. The guy glanced at the condemnation of the sky behind him, ignoring the wretched obstruction. With a single push, Lee Geon sent the guy tumbling backward, extending his hand toward the exquisite weapon, his 5 fingers grasping it lightly, effortlessly seizing the handle of the condemnation of the sky and casually flicking it, severing all the annoying chains around him. Pirio was starting to feel fear gradually. He couldn't have imagined that Lee Geon could pull it out just with muscle power. He gripped the handle in his hand, smiling in amazement. Oh my! The feeling was as familiar as it had been 20 years ago. Strongly hoisting it up, he tapped it on his shoulder as a greeting. Lee Geon felt extremely refreshed now that the condemnation of the sky was finally in his hands after a long time. It was one of the 8 great sacred artifacts in the world and was Lee Geon's ultimate weapon. No wonder he couldn't forget it. As soon as he smiled, he said he had been chained for 20 years and probably had never tasted calamites. A hand suddenly reached out to grab him from above, but he didn't bother to turn around. He gently embedded it into the palm of calamites, causing extreme pain. The cold gaze of the superior glanced back in disappointment. Is that all you can do before stopping your attack? One hand wasn't enough fun, so 2 hands would help out. He swung his sword, cutting a straight line towards Pirio. A streak of light extended several dozen meters from where he stood, followed by a terrifying rumble as the ground lay open. Poor souls, those bound by the hands were thrown everywhere. But thanks to this move, the whole group escaped successfully. Kevin's gaze seemed to freeze for a few seconds as he realized Geon's attack split the ground all the way down to the deep lava flow below, rather than just plowing the surface above. The owner of the chaos was still smiling, enjoying himself as he asked the utterly terrified Pirio, "Are you going to squirm around for him to see? I'm not like your heavenly ordinary, you hear? I don't like to give up." His sword, condemnation of the sky, looked like a decade-old antique, pointing down at Pirio, who was half lying, half sitting. Geon smirked arrogantly once again. "You want to give up without saying a word? Grab the Liger artifact like a lifeline." The guy was trembling in fear, roaring. Everyone charged forward. The Calamites in the shape of hands, as many as there were, all rushed toward Lee Geon, only to concentrate their attack on him. It's simple. The slash shattered them into pieces, making it hard to recognize what they were. The surrounding space felt like it was being torn apart under his sword. However, what they did not lack was numbers. As Geon lifted his foot to jump, 1 Calamite from above and 1 from below suddenly trapped him inside. Pirio, just standing up to witness the scene, had not even had the time to feel proud before he saw the light of the Ophiuchus technique shining through the gaps. It illuminated the area and distinctly revealed Geon raising the condemnation of the sky with an expression of great delight. "This feels exhilarating. It's been 20 years since my weapon has tasted the Calamites." The thrill made Geon appear no different from the final boss in a horror movie. To salvage the righteous image of this story, Kevin plunged his blade down and initiated Summer's Shooting Star. Hugo Otters was not to be outdone, skillfully summoning Sky Radiance, as both created a magnificent whirlwind. It not only froze movements, but also purified the filth of the Calamites. With the virtual space destroyed, the connection to the ultimate deity returned to normal. Both Apollo and Virgo appeared majestically above. The 5 shouted the slogan, "Virgo and Sagittarius have been resurrected." Geon had a frustrated expression. Why do these guys always act so tough? Do they think they are casting for the Power Rangers or something? Still posing. Hearing that, Kevin and Hugo Otters shouted back in unison, "Shut up." Pirio was terrified, wanting to quietly slip away from this place because he couldn't believe Lee Geon could be that strong, but escaping so easily was out of the question. A scream from Pirio echoed as his silver-booted feet pounded down the hundreds of stairs. Kevin jumped up, using his other hand to swing his sword in retaliation for his missing arm. Pirio had no way to avoid the devastating slash. He could only watch wide-eyed as the cut sliced across his face. Kevin couldn't believe that his strength did not kill that jerk, but instead caused Pirio's skin to crack open in a bizarre way. Immediately backing away to examine it, he vaguely realized it was some kind of skill, not blood. Those things floated into the air, forming a talking head. I really didn't want to meet you like this. Once it showed itself, how could it hide its identity? Kevin recognized the aura forming before him belonged to none other than Jean-Louis Moraine. After a polite greeting, Moraine leaned down to whisper to Pirio, "Don't run away, you want to destroy them all, right?" Without waiting for Pirio to respond, Moraine let out an excited laugh, giving it another chance. He used his power to roll Pirio's flesh and blood into a gooey mass that soared high, along with the chopped limbs of calamites that had been severed earlier, all connecting together. Moraine's deep, hoarse voice echoed through the air. He is offering Pirio as a sacrifice to the gods, transforming him into a calamite to complete the mission. His mouth was tightly sealed, unable to utter a word of agreement or disagreement with Moraine. Using the Liber Bow's equivalent exchange skill, he surrendered Pirio to the scales, leaving no way to turn back. The Geon group surprisingly stood by, waiting for the performance to conclude. He whispered, "Hey, silver-haired guy, that really is Pirio, right?" Kevin knew this guy too well. He was probably planning to come up with more painful nicknames. Sharp observation, huh? He asked the Virgo guy what he thought about calling him Pirio the Gigantic. It did look massive, and Kevin, feeling bored, responded, "I can't even understand how Hugo Otters puts up with this crazy guy." Both burst into laughter, pitying Hugo Otters. "Even if we curse, it'd just be one line. What else can we do but accept it?" Up there, the gigantic Pirio was being choked by those large and small hands, making noises like he was burping. Geon was ready to wait for it to transform into whatever terrible monster it would become, as his body was continuing to enhance to 85% and allowed him to use his power once he surpassed the 80 threshold. Looking back at what happened earlier, just a light swing had released a powerful force. This time, Geon wanted to test the new strength he had acquired and see how different it would be. So he waited for the Calamite's Pirio to finish transforming. He still held the Sky Radiance and struck lightly, but this time Geon put more force into bringing it down on the monster's head. Suddenly, his tiny eyes froze, seriously observing his cut line with surprise. Outside, under the clear blue sky, Jin Mino, called by Geon, stood stunned before a pile of ice shards, jabbing in all directions and covering the Virgo temple. He couldn't understand why Geon had called him to see the temple in this state. Surely it's not to watch him fight the Virgo Castellan, right? Just as he finished speaking, the ground erupted upwards, causing the inspector to stumble back. "Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. The entire Virgo temple could fly like this one day." A young girl's voice appeared beside Jin Meilung and asked, "Am I a bit late, or do I need to ask him if that explosion was from the Virgo temple?" Surprised, he hadn't expected to meet the girl there. They both paused their conversation and looked at the traitorous Periel, lying foaming at the mouth among the rubble. His bare foot stomped hard outside with a curse. "Is the enhancement so strong that it has come to this, and I can't even control the power?" Jiaman shook his hand in complaint. "With the enhancement only at 85%, how will it be when it reaches 100%? He wasn't accustomed to the new way his body functioned, so he didn't care about other things. But the master of the Virgo Sanctuary did care. Kevin roared, "Damn, that crazy guy. You've blown away my shrine." The news of Pirio's defeat made the criticism of Louis Moraine fiercer than ever. He hung his head in shame and added, "I didn't expect Lee Geon to bring those people with him." Hearing the criticisms from above, he didn't dare show his face in front of them, shrugging as if it was only natural to capture Lee Geon. His response was 7 parts sarcastic, 3 parts irresponsible. He immediately received a snap. Louis Moraine's whole body was bound tightly by a golden chain, and he could only manage to kneel on one knee. He lowered his voice, looking remorseful, managing to change the bland words of Libra to, "I hope that sarcastic tone comes from confidence in your future success." The superior's face became even more pronounced when she asked Moraine, "Tell me, what will they do next?" The snap made the chain heavier, causing Moraine to gasp as he struggled to respond. Kievan Azar will certainly affirm his innocence, so the next place they will go is... Two close friends glanced at Kevin and asked, "Is it true that the one who harmed John is Scorpio?" He tilted his head and affirmed, "Definitely that holy man." Hugo Otters jumped over and grabbed Kevin's shoulder, shaking his head in disbelief. Haley would never do that. Trying to distance himself from this crazy blonde guy, Kevin reminded Hugo Otters, "Don't be foolish enough to believe her just because she helped deal with blood fog. Let me tell you, if I wanted to take down Jun, why would I sneak around Devil Tower? I would stab that kid right in front of everyone so that all could witness it." Glancing at his subordinates, Kevin instructed them to lead the way to the hidden artifact storage and went on, turning back to the two friends. "The knife that stabbed Jun in Devil Tower is nothing unfamiliar to me." The passage down to the secret storage was cleared, revealing a door leading down that remained intact. Leading the two of them down, Kevin said, I have been quietly investigating for a long time to find the hidden enemy among the gods. As soon as he opened the door, Hugo Otter's eyes collided with something glowing purple. This was everything Kevin claimed to have found while researching the Scorpio constellation. All of it was related to an unknown civilization. Looking at the scattered items here, Hugo Otters knew that Kevin had every reason to say that the Scorpio constellation was very dangerous. They would eventually become the first threat to human civilization. That's not the case. The footsteps of the newcomer echoed loudly on the stone stairs, causing the three to turn and look at Kevin. Recognizing it was the eldest daughter of the sage Sagittarius, he asked, What did you mean by that? It is the truth that he spoke. The Scorpio constellation is indeed very dangerous. I just arrived here after coming from the Scorpio City. I have the help of Lord Haley, so I'm sure he is a good person. I saw him make a hasty judgment. Hearing that the young girl had come from the Scorpio City, Kevin eagerly asked, Where is it located? The stomach of the troublemaker was growling like a drum, making the group lose interest in learning more. They had to find something to eat. Outside the cafe, the sound of breaking plates could be heard. Both the staff and customers turned to see another glass being crushed in Lee Geon's hand. He had already broken several similar ones and continued muttering, What the hell, why can't I control my strength? The sage Virgo shouted, Stop that ridiculous strength testing nonsense already. Are you out of your mind? Crushing plates in someone else's cafe. Only Yoa thought her uncle was really cool. You can do whatever you want, just keep going. Blushing and speaking softly like this is definitely a sign of infatuation. Kevin shouted loudly asking Sagittarius how he was teaching his child, but he didn't dare to answer. Suddenly, the crazy guy Lee Geon stopped squeezing things and started staring at him, making Kevin feel uneasy. His hand reached out to grab Kevin's head and lift him up. It was also because his body had been completely enhanced, and the weak human form of Lee Geon was replaced by a divine one. So he just wanted to test his strength, and Hugo Otters quickly chimed in. Let that white-haired guy sit still. Don't mess with him anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, karma hit immediately. Jin grabbed the heads of the two boys, feeling the power. In an instant, Hugo Otters became a joke in Kevin's eyes. Who said to sit still earlier? Why didn't you say it, but not do it? Seeing his uncle lifting the two saints up was like watching an idol show off his skills. Yoa chuckled sweetly. So cool, I can't stand it. Just after throwing the two noisy ones aside, Yoa quickly added, Haley has a message for Uncle Jun. He pulled out a box containing a wooden fountain pen that can't write lies, presented respectfully in a padded box. The appraiser jumped out and exclaimed, Oh my goodness, this is one of the 8 great holy artifacts. I can't believe to see it here. As soon as he held it in his hand, the intellectual mission was immediately accomplished. It was as if it was a secretary genuinely recording the affairs of the constellation of Phoenix. Thinking back, Haley was the one who would hide or run away whenever Jun showed up. Why is she bringing this to me? Jim thought she hated him a lot. Rushing off the purple glowing things in the basement, Kevin knew that they really were related to the scorpion. He was tossed around, yelling, Do you hear that? I told you so, didn't I? That scorpion witch is connected to an unknown civilization. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, and Kevin bluntly stated, 20 years ago, I even saw that girl playing tricks on you, taking advantage of your distraction to pour some strange substance into your food. I saw that trickery with my own eyes. So let me put it plainly. That woman is definitely the one harming John and no one else. Can you say something more convincing? What are you pouring into John's food that is purple? With a straight face, Kevin explained, This is the supplement, you know. He said John always has to fight calamites with the body of an ordinary person without divine support. That's also why John can't defeat me, because he lacks strength. That's why a gentleman like me is adding the supplement to strengthen his body. You don't need to thank me for knowing this. Really kind of you. Hugo Otter stood behind, suspiciously asking, Is there any difference between the supplement you put in the food and the poison from that girl? Nelly interjected, Do you need me to assess it? Immediately, Kevin shot back with a harsh retort, Who hired you to meddle in this? The two of them turned to argue about the substance, completely forgetting the experienced inspector who stood there feeling utterly dejected. Never mind those young Castellans, he sighed, expressing his apologies because the leader of the sex inquisitors, Virgo, was involved with other constellations. When that was mentioned, Gian sensed something was wrong from the very beginning. The guy in a position of great power couldn't even mediate or control anything. They had to call in an outsider for help. Who would believe that? Jin Myung nodded in agreement. From the start, Perio had anticipated tricks to pit Jion's faction against itself. Discussing it further frustrated Jian because all the information he had been investigating pointed to Virgo. They must have planned this for a long time to make all the clues so reasonably point to Virgo. From Sergevich being forced to speak up to that woman, Hiji, everyone had mentioned Virgo, and it matched up so well that at one point, Jian truly believed it. Inside the demon prison 20 years ago, he could not clearly remember if the person who stabbed him had silver hair. But if one were to go strictly by hair color, besides Virgo, there were still Libra or any saint with light-colored hair. Remembering Kevin's straightforward words that he wanted to publicly punch John in front of a crowd. He doesn't think Virgo is that person. So what should we do now, Uncle? He tilted his head to look at the girl. Keep the original answer and look for the Scorpio constellation. Although the clues are currently vague, Haley is definitely related to this matter in some way. The issue of passing the wooden pen through Yoa only makes him more suspicious. Suddenly, he turned to say he needed to meet his follower Sung Jae, causing Yo to freeze. Hugo Otters, who was pouring health tonic into Kevin's mouth, also froze as if struck by lightning. He stammered and asked, "Hey, what did you just say?" Seeing his excited expression, he replied, "Du Cheon Sung Jae, your son is my first disciple." Hugo Otter shouted, and even Yoa became a hazy ghost questioning him. "Why is that, Uncle? Why did you pick that kid and not me?" "You mean you don't want to answer? Then let me go ask him." The girl casually tapped her fingers on the screen, continuously messaging her younger brother to interrogate him, her murderous intent evident and making Jeon terrified. He didn't want to create a rift between the siblings just to have a disciple. Unexpectedly, Sung Jae didn't answer, driving Yola even crazier. She increased her efforts, calling back and messaging incessantly to the point it seemed pitiful for the phone. But it wasn't that her brother didn't want to answer. Sung Jae's phone was vibrating on the ground a short distance away from him. At this moment, he was gasping for breath, finally able to make that crazy guy Taewoo shut his mouth, completely exhausted. He looked up inside, not realizing his sister was calling him repeatedly. A gray suit appeared just outside, praising Sung Jae. "Wow, you're really good. You managed to defeat an S-rank disciple of Libra." He was startled to see the nurse holding a magic book and expressed his gratitude. "Thanks for saving the trouble of subduing Taewoo." Disguised as such, when Sung Jae asked who it was, the person immediately deactivated the transformation skill borrowed from Pisses. The familiar square glasses appeared along with an extremely cool greeting. "It's me, the leader of Gemini, Choi Sung-yuk." "Oh my goodness, why don't you just appear properly? Do you enjoy cross-dressing? Making such a grand entrance and being mistaken for a pervert who likes to dress as a woman made Hyuk very angry, insisting he was here to get that magic book. "Ah, sure, my bad. If you like it, just take it. What's the problem?" Sung Jae scratched his head in confusion. "I only intended to borrow it initially, not take it for good. If someone asks for it back, I'll return it." Having obtained the book, Sung Hyuk did not leave. He smiled mysteriously and said, "I still have many questions to ask, starting with what happened with Castell and Hyjin." Using the magic from the book, he summoned several teleportation circles to interrogate the traitor of Gemini, with several legs protruding from them, soon standing in a circle around Sung Jae. They wanted him to accompany them to clarify the situation. On the other side of the room, where the group of Geminis were gathered noisily, Uncle Jae-won was gasping for air. It was unclear whether it was because his beloved nephew was in danger, but his eyes began to open, finally revealing the hospital ceiling. Sung Jae stood surrounded by a dozen people, his face darkened. He couldn't believe that the conference room he once heard words of worship in was filled with such people. From being a selfish person who prioritized his own interests, loudly borrowing money from others, or calling for him to run and bring down the supermarket to bury the truth, Sung Jae had gradually realized that this guy was not a good person. Now he was ready to call him out directly. The two sides officially declared war, neither side willing to back down. The gang showcased the spirit call skill of the Gemini sign, gathering the energy of the group and summoning a massive teleportation portal above. Sung Jae was not intimidated by the number of attackers. The power of the Ophiuchus constellation surged within him, making him feel more confident. Suddenly, power surrounded Sung Jae as if a whirlwind had swept through. He looked up and saw his strength being sucked away like the scent of food being drawn out by an exhaust fan. The Geminis questioned each other. Why is Sung Jae's power being pulled away? Suddenly, from the matrix in the sky, a hand burst forth accompanied by laughter. Hi, it's been a long time since I've seen such powerful strength, you babies." A being resembling a human but 5 times larger emerged from the formation, much to Sung Hyuk's confusion and extreme fear. "What is that? That's not the spirit we were trying to call." Although the outcome was incorrect, he remembered that Hyjin had once shouted in despair, holding her head. It surely was the entity she had once wanted to summon, but couldn't. The strongest first-generation fairy, Elysian, turned its aged face to see who had called it. It was also the moment the crowd of followers anxiously asked each other, could it be that the gathering of magical power actually summoned the Fairy King? Is it because of the power of the forbidden book in Sung Hyuk's hands? In general, no one knew why they managed to summon a Lee Geon, so the old being had to speak up and explain. The one who transmitted the summoning signal is indeed your Gemini, but what actually called me here is the strength of this red-haired one. He turned to ask Sung Jae, who was still bewildered about where he had gotten that tremendous power from. Furthermore, he bluntly stated that he wanted to have that power, even though it was under the protection of Gemini. Sun Helk was flustered upon hearing the Fairy King wanted to leave the Gemini altar, so he shouted, "How could that be? What the hell is going on with you, you brat? The connection with the Gemini deity has been cut off. Castellan has been missing for so long. What could be done now?" He is absolutely right. Sung Yuk couldn't argue back, though he had to hold back his anger and seize the opportunity while Sung Jae and the old man hadn't formed a pact yet to keep the Elf King at the holy altar. Thinking that, he pointed directly at Sung Jae, demanding to deal with the kid. He tensed up, calling upon the power of the Elfich's constellation, gleefully provoking, "If you're skilled, come at me." Little did he know, a few minutes later he was like a deflated balloon, with no strength left to flaunt. Looking awkwardly at his hands and feet for a while, unable to figure out where his power had vanished, the old elf hesitantly asked, "How I sucked all the magic out of you. Is that really true?" Sung Jae yelled at the old elf, "Help me. Are you just going to stand there?" "Oh, sorry. We haven't reached that level of relationship yet. We've just met. We don't have a pact." The old man's face turned as red as a teenage girl's, making Sung Jae genuinely speechless. On the other side, Sung Helk was very pleased. Who was just boasting a moment ago? Why are you backing down so fast now? While he was bribing and hastily following Gemini to interrogate, the wall next to Sung Helk suddenly cracked, and then a guy with black hair charged through, barreling like a bull right into the head of the guy with glasses. The ground broke apart beneath their feet, and dust flew everywhere. That didn't stop Sung Jae from recognizing a familiar figure. Dressed in a patient's outfit with open buttons, he still looked very strong. Just after getting someone, he aggressively asked, "Who threatened my nephew?" As Jae-won lifted his head, he heard Sung Jae joyfully exclaim, "It's really Uncle Jae-won." Just waking up, he had already made a terrifying path from one side to the other, trampling the face of Commander Song 2. How could someone bedridden for 10 years with no ability to walk possess such strength? But Lee Geon had infused Ophiuchus energy into Jae-won's soul, granting him the powerful regenerative abilities of Castellan. The two brats from Song 2 were excitedly discussing how they would charge in 2 against 1, who will definitely win. But there were 3 of us on our side. A figure swinging like a circus monkey landed right next to them, startling Sung Jae. To his right, there were a few more people. It was definitely the reinforcements arriving. Sung Jae laughed heartily as he watched them raise their flaming bows to threaten the Sung 2 group. If you don't want a hole appearing suddenly in your head, surrender quickly. Just when they were in danger, the space behind them distorted, forming a portal. A middle-aged man shouted loudly for everyone to retreat. The summoning operation had failed. Not allowing his subordinates to regain their composure, the portal sucked in everyone who was still dazed. Even those who were knocked out like Sung Helk were hurriedly pulled inside. In no time, they had disappeared without a trace. Sung Jae finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Long time no see, Sung Jae. The familiar voice took him back to his childhood, when he was only as tall as Jae-won's hips. Now, he was almost the same height as his beloved uncle. Sung Jae felt 1 level of joy, while the Sagittarius team member felt 10. The leader was finally awake and even knew how to catch trends, highlighting it with a radiant smile. Elysian did not join in the fun. His gaze fell upon the book that the cowards had left behind as they ran away. Just as he was enjoying himself, the call of both his first and last name made Sung Jae jump in shock. This voice belonged to none other than his sister Yoha, who was in the midst of a frenzy. Trying to appear normal on the outside, her words were anything but, as she abruptly asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" "I'm not hiding anything from you." Upon hearing Sung Jae's denial, Yoha became enraged. "Don't lie. I've heard about Uncle John's disciple. Jae-won knows nothing, yet he had to jump in to save that kid." Uncle rushed out, raising 2 fingers in a greeting. "Hello, your uncle is awake now." This successfully diverted Yoa's emotions. Elysian was seeing the red-haired kid act strange for the first time. Earlier, during the fight, he didn't seem as scared as he did now. The old man whispered, "If you want to run away, then make a pact with me. I'll transfer you to the sacred altar through you, and then help you disappear. That way, both of us benefit, right?" Thus, the pact between the first-generation Elf King and Sung Jae was established. The old man moved from Gemini to Ophiuchus swiftly, giving the boys some power and taking off in tears before being beaten to a pulp by the lady. Yoa turned around to call Sung Jae, but missed the chance. The boy jumped down and teased, "Nainia, you were born before me, but I'm the first apostle of Uncle Jian." Just as Sung Jae landed with a big smile on his face and was about to run away, he suddenly froze. Even Yoa, who landed afterward, was surprised. Her gaze met two people in the corner of the wall who looked just like her brother. Yeren happily gazed at the recovering lady and recognized the two kids. Hugh gently tilted his head and called out, "Sung-jae, Yoha, are you both okay? Is it quiet at the Scorpion Hospital? The Virgo area is generally bustling." The people following Kevin gathered at an ancient teleportation station, waiting for their turn as it required enough people to operate. Kevin explained it's not as effective or popular as the Gemini portal, and Lee Geon waved his hand, not wanting to hear more. He was waiting for his friend to receive a phone call from a girl boasting, "Mom has woken up healthy with no strange symptoms at all." Tears of happiness streamed down Hugh Otter's face. It had been a long time since he cried so freely. Meanwhile, Yoda also recounted the story of the Gemini constellation being chased away by Sung Jia and the Sagittarius group. The kid Taewoo temporarily vanished. Jian did not recognize that name. When Garp beside him mentioned that it was the eldest son of Libra, he finally understood. Mentioning that guy made Hugo Otters understandably angry because 10 years ago, after the Blood Mist incident, he had discovered that the culprits were the two sons of Libra. In the midst of the sorrow of losing his wife and subordinates, Hugo Otters still had to brave the rain to confront the resort. He asked directly, "Is it true that she covered for him? I have all the documents she concealed. The goods brought into the airport were transported by Libra, and the two sons are on the passenger list, which has been verified by surviving witnesses." Hugo Otters came seeking an answer from Libra to confirm whether it was true that calamities were caused by her son. The sound of raindrops outside made Ji Seo's voice so quiet that one had to strain to hear. However, his calm demeanor was evident without needing to see his face. A malicious glint flashed in Ji Seo's eyes as he retorted, "What do you plan to do when you are just a person with little remaining power, unworthy of the title of saint?" Hugo Otters struggled to suppress his trembling as she casually apologized on behalf of the boys who caused the unfortunate incident. "I will pay more attention to them in the future." That excuse made it impossible for Hugo Otters to accept. Ji Seo harshly questioned, "Isn't it true that you couldn't stop it? If Jian had been present, would such a disaster have occurred? Don't you see your own failure in protecting the nation while Jian was being relied upon?" Targeting the wound of Hugo Otters, Ji Seo placed the scales of Libra before him, forcing him to choose between two paths. "If you're confident enough, go ahead and reveal the truth to the outside world or handle the aftermath with your own uselessness. You should forgive the children, they don't know any better. You have children too, so you should understand, right?" She flashed a cunning smile, reminding him that she still remembered the names of the two kids, Sung Jia and Yoa, right? The way she said the names of the two innocent children left Hugo Otters frozen. His hand clenched the evidence with frustration. Ji Seo was blatantly threatening him, yet he found himself unable to resist. Bound by the choice of gain and loss, Hugo Otters ultimately made a decision that would affect today. At that moment, Castellan had lost his power, enduring countless hardships for the safety of his two children. He told Gart, "We must find the whereabouts of the Scorpion brothers at all costs to put an end to this." Jian realized that was why Hugo Otters sent his two children to different constellations, simply because since the power of the Sagittarius constellation had weakened, it could no longer protect them properly. Since Sung Jae left Gemini to become his disciple, Jian felt much more at ease. Curious to see the information board, he wanted to know what task the little one would have as a disciple. For someone like Jian, who was beginning to establish a holy assembly, the task was very clear. He needed to create a constellation emblem and appoint a commander at the SS level. While pondering who to appoint, his friend approached to summarize the situation. Jian's furrowed brow made Hugo Otters feel uneasy, and he quickly backed away after grabbing his head to test his strength. Suddenly, the crazy Jian asked Hugo Otters, "Do you want to come to my holy assembly and be my disciple? I'll make you a commander." Before he could answer, Apollo appeared angrily with a fierce gaze. He immediately issued a warning, "You bastard Jian, don't even think about eyeing someone who has signed a pact with me." Only after the two Sagittarians greeted and bowed to Apollo did he scornfully leave. Kevin shouted, "Why didn't you invite me to the Holy Assembly?" Just as Jian asked, "Do you want to join?" He raised his middle finger and laughed loudly. Not a chance, what a ridiculous idea. While he was pounding on that silver-haired brat, a notification came that it was time to teleport. But Jian continued to kick vigorously. Hugo Otters glanced over with a bored expression and sighed, "Damn, it's noisy, isn't it?" Garf found it strange and asked, "What's up with Castellan? He never shows his attitude like this. Is it about what happened earlier?" The girl was furious that her younger brother got to join Alphevichus, and she angrily tapped away, unable to connect. Yoa demanded to jump back to South Korea to give her naughty brother a piece of her mind. She ran into Gart, who turned red and whispered, "I have a way to quickly take you back to South Korea." He awkwardly smiled and said, "How about we go touch the teleport together?" I'll take you. Just when she was feeling good, Uncle Mang interrupted with something even better, giving her a whole book on teleportation as a gift. Of course, Yoa accepted it immediately, leaving Gart feeling unnecessary and forgotten, cursing like a frustrated virgin. Before leaving, Yoa double-checked with Jeon, does Uncle John want to go to Scorpio? She then added, Scorpio is located in a separate area blocked by Calamites to the east and west. The only way to get there is to go through America, where the Leo constellation reigns. She instantaneously teleported to take care of her younger brother, promising to meet everyone in America, and then they would teleport to Scorpio together. Before she left, she didn't forget to call out Dad, Uncle, with a sweet smile thanking both for their fight. She had seen them side by side in the blood mist battle. Oh dear, that face is so cute. Jan had to compliment his friend for raising such a good child. Hugo Otters eagerly intended to share his experience of having a child. Suddenly, his gaze collided with Gart's face, which was filled with questions in his heart. He hadn't asked at the time, but now he had to. Hey kid, did you sign anything with Yoa, right? Gart startled and dared not speak. Yes, I like your daughter. He was then grabbed by Hugo by the neck and dragged away. So on the platform, everyone was witnessing this group of customers splitting into two pairs and fighting noisily, while no one dared to move to the transport. Finally, all four of them boarded the gate to prepare for teleportation. Hugo Otters muttered, why do we have to bring this Kevin along, buddy, to prove his innocence, or what? Kevin's eyes lit up when he recalled having to wait until the day he could defeat Lee Geon. Anyone who intended to eliminate him before he did would be stopped. By the way, Virgo raised his nose and laughed heartily, thinking about the bright prospect of defeating Lee Geon, as if he weren't there at all. At the control station, when asked where the destination coordinates were, the group excitedly replied, Washington, D.C., USA, please. Let the Lion's Temple take us there. News that the Lee Geon group was on its way to Washington, USA quickly became a topic of discussion at the Lion's Den meeting. They chuckled among themselves, insisting that they must prepare an amazing performance to welcome powerful figures like Lee Geon. The next day, the arena of the Leo constellation in the USA was packed with spectators. In the center stood Stephen, dressed in black with red pants like a statue. As the sound of the announcer echoed, the centuries battle between Stephen Maker and Lee Geon is about to begin. Stephen Maker walked amidst the thunderous cheers of the audience. He didn't understand why he was here, even questioning who he was. On the opposite side, a guy in a t-shirt approached, looking somewhat slow-witted and even yawning, which left Stephen truly bewildered as to why he had agreed to show up in this place. A few hours earlier, in the capital of the USA, when the Lee Geon group arrived at the sacred ground, they immediately marveled at the imposing statue of Stephen Maker striking a cool pose on a lion. The four of them huddled together and whispered, this guy can be self-satisfied, but is it really too much? Little did they know, the white-haired one behind them was trembling in excitement and exclaimed, it's incredibly cool. When we get back to the Virgin Territory, we must get something just like this. As he was about to tell the kid not to learn anything decent, suddenly there was a loud chorus of voices calling out, look, look, it's Lee Geon. A group of people holding banners and flags excitedly said they came to welcome Lee Geon to meet Stephen Maker. Why are four of us only here to pick up this guy? Kevin complained, only to be swiftly pulled away from the stage by Hugo. But how could they escape the gazes that began to speculate? On the left is Kevin Azar. On the right is Hugo Otters. Indeed, Lee Geon is teaming up because he knows he can't compete with Castellan on his own. While lost in thought, the other guy was angrily kicked by John. Don't provoke him. These trivial guys must be targeting his weapons, right? The other person hurriedly ran over to intervene, presenting him with a letter sealed with wax that looked extremely official. I am here to invite Mr. Lee Geon to the Lion Constellation Arena. The arena he mentioned spans all over the United States, with no rules regarding gender, nationality, race, or age. Anyone who wants to can step onto the stage to prove their strength and determine the strongest. Quietly having the unconscious attacker taken away, the other guy began to kneel down and introduced himself vigorously. The Holy War is always crowded because of the presence of the saint. The last match took place 30 years ago, and it was also the only match between Stephen and Jeon. We are here to ensure that the participants will show up and recreate that classic battle once again. At the headquarters of Leo in the US, all kinds of rooms and equipment are available. Stephen's voice of surprise rang out, what did he mean fighting Lee Geon, who decided that on their own? He had just done dozens of deadlifts. Before he could drink his way shake, he heard the shocking news and stopped immediately. Who else but this guy Oliver would take such initiative? Now he had the audacity to shout, Castellan, just focus on getting into the ring. I'll take care of the rest. To convince him further, everyone knows about Stephen getting tossed around by Lee Geon in the Philippines. It was so embarrassing, and this is the perfect opportunity to turn the tables. Listening to Oliver rambling on about making history right 30 years ago, Stephen couldn't find the energy to respond. Sure, at that moment, Stephen was declared the winner, but he didn't want to revisit it. In his ear, Oliver kept nagging Lee Geon has agreed to fight Castellan. We got many politicians and economists on board. He even noticed the terrified expression on Stephen's face. The more he heard, the more afraid he became. Finally, he yelled, his mouth open as if he had seen a cockroach in the bathroom. Thus, the historic match was about to take place amid Stephen's gloomy aura as he sat in a corner like he was in penance. He didn't say a word, leaving Oliver to shake his head. This is truly a top-notch match. Turning back, he pointed at himself with authority and encouragement. But why? Stephen thought this guy had no credibility around here at all. He couldn't tell if he was looking for an excuse to get revenge on him. Unable to take it anymore, Stephen stood up and left. What else was there to ask where he was going? He was too angry, turned around and said, I'm going to the restroom. Is that okay? Are you coming? Oliver muttered, I thought he was going to hide. But as Castellan's figure disappeared around the corner, his overcooked beef lips curled into a cunning smile, as if everything was part of his plan. Stephen indeed went to the restroom, washing his hands under the faucet for a long time. Suddenly, he saw Lee Geon in the mirror, his face full of displeasure, looming behind him from who knows when. Just seeing Geon standing next to him was enough to terrify Stephen. He must have known, since he called out Golden Fur Cat in a deep voice, making him almost burst. What conspiracy is going on? Do you think you can handle this battle? Just as he was about to shout, he suddenly realized he should look at this differently. So he unexpectedly smiled and gently said, Your death 20 years ago is what's hard to bear. What did that mean? Bringing that up out of nowhere? Lee Geon found it strange and turned to ask, Back then, you were the symbol and spiritual pillar for humanity to believe they could defeat the Calamites, so the news of dying in Devil Tower really shocked them. I can believe it that year, but I had to accept it in sorrow. Wait, stop boasting there. The scene of Stephen crying for himself had no impact on Lee Geon. But for Stephen, it was a reality, as his belief was that one must never let people see the saints show signs of collapsing. Looking at himself in the mirror, Stephen clenched his fist, acknowledging that he was the necessary villain in all films. There was no need to appear noble and pure. This fist of his would support humanity, for nothing worried Steve more than the thought of humanity falling into despair. So, being scolded for being useless was all right. Suddenly, Stephen broke into a gentle, bright smile, accepting that he could bear any burden as long as those calamities disappeared. This kind of enthusiasm made it easy to see the chilling tone. Lee Geon wanted to quickly cut through that moment to hear what the golden-haired cat, clinging to the pants, was saying. Goodness, how can this guy listen so much and still not understand? Stephen had to get straight to the point, awkwardly saying, Can you just watch this match for entertainment? Ignoring Jean's angry expression, he tried to explain a bit. This match was merely a formality to select a fighter against the Calamities. As Stephen's lips became drier from talking, John's anger became more evident. He was too bored to listen anymore and bluntly stated, I'm really pissed off. I'm done having fun. I just want to go home. Stephen paused, realizing the match was over. With his eyes shimmering and filled with panic, he turned back and tearfully asked, Is it really that difficult to just ask for a draw, my friend? That was before the two faced each other in the Lion Arena. The speaker echoed in his ears while Stephen had to inhale and exhale, trying to maintain his composure. Glancing back at the crowd waiting, Stephen tried to believe that Geon would keep his word to cooperate with him. Sure enough, the announcer's voice rang out, Geon has proposed to fight against the fighters all at once so that everyone has a chance to showcase their flamboyance. At that moment, Stephen felt lucky. Geon agreed with the simple condition, to bring deserving opponents to fight against the Calamites, and he immediately accepted. He felt Lee Geon was cunning and would definitely want to use numbers to distract the viewers. From there, he would use a little trick to turn it into a match where everyone could joyfully participate, focusing more on the event than the outcome. In this way, both Geon and Stephen would benefit by freely unleashing their strength, contributing to an engaging match to please the fans. But an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, the MC announced the footage of the fight between Lee Geon and Stephen 30 seconds ago will be broadcast on television right now to heat up the atmosphere. As soon as it started, the scene of the lion punching Geon squarely in the face was chosen right away, sending him flying across the widescreen. Stephen, feeling flustered and startled, explained, Oh, come on, you have to believe me. I didn't tell them to play this scene. It's a technical error. Looking at Lee Geon's face, did it seem like he believed it? His gloomy expression was like a winter monsoon breeze sweeping through, casually letting slip a few words. You know how to make me furious. This was bad, really bad. Stephen felt like the lion inside him suddenly collapsed. There was no saving the situation now. Meanwhile, the screen continued to show Geon getting beaten without end. He pointed at Steven and roared, "What the hell? Why do you keep rewinding it? I deliberately lost to get the money." Steven snapped back, equally furious. "What's so funny about you? I can't just replay it after paying $5 billion, damn it. Everyone has already heard. Now they're gossiping about the $5 billion behind your back." Panicking, Steven went berserk and shouted, "The match has started. Go in and fight, guys." So the whole group aimed straight for Lee Geon, planning to gang up on him all at once. But unfortunately, they couldn't even touch his toenails. With his hands still in his pockets, Geon leaped far away, kicking off the battle, but the earlier argument had already reached the audience's ears. Hugo Otters had never heard of a friend taking money from a lion, but he must have gone off to collect funds by now, right? But here, Kevin could not accept it. He roared, "This is unacceptable." Drawing his sword, Virgo shouted, "Why does that dog Jun prefer to fight these guys instead of facing me? If he wants money, he'd just ask me for it." Finishing his sentence, Kevin leaped down into the arena, ignoring the centaur's futile attempts to hold him back. So Hugo Otters and Gart, each on one side, sprinted to stop the white-haired guy from causing chaos in the battlefield. In the eyes of the Lion Holy Assembly, it appeared that his action was a conspiracy with Lee Geon, fearing defeat and charging into battle at once to play dirty. They shouted that they must charge into the port, causing the betting crowd to scream. Who allowed you to rush into the battlefield? The entire competition area suddenly turned chaotic. In this unique situation, anyone who knew how to fight rushed in. Those who ran faster got hit right in the face by a stranger's foot, making Kevin very angry. Those who blocked him from fighting Lee Geon were ready to abandon their holy images and fight without mercy. Online viewers screamed loudly in the live stream comments, "Holy shit." When the Holy Virgin appears, who dares to stop the protection? Let's just fight! In an instant, the arena was in chaos, with one side fighting the other, and neither side willing to back down. In the VIP room, observing the situation clearly, I was about to turn back and ask Commander Oliver what he was planning to do. I couldn't see him anywhere. Alone, Oliver stepped down into the hallway, muttering to himself, "Damn it, why is everything so complicated?" Just as he decided to proceed to the next step, Yoa, who had been waiting there for a long time, suddenly asked back, "What are you planning to do?" Oliver jumped as if he were a thief caught red-handed. He shouted, "Deputy Castellan, where are you going while this extremely important event is happening?" Yoa squinted her eyes at the foolish man in front of her and retorted, "You know very well where I'm going and what I'm doing. Why ask me that?" She continued, "Why would you remember what you assigned me?" Oliver was increasingly flustered as if he really had forgotten. Yoa concluded for both of them to realize the issue. Since when did Oliver start talking to me politely? This can't be the real Olympia, because she never says anything without cursing at me. Yoa boldly approached and lowered her voice to ask, "Who are you?" In the arena, chaos erupted, much like two gang factions clashing at the docks. The situation grew tenser, and no one showed any intention of stopping as Steven gaped and called out to Oliver, "What the hell is this? What kind of choreography turned this battle into such a free-for-all?" Suddenly, where more than 10 people dove in to fight at once, a loud explosion rang out, throwing everyone back. Lee Geon's punch landed on someone, and he immediately gathered information about that person's notable skills, making him fight even more fiercely. In just a few seconds, he kicked away 10 people toward the lion. He hit so hard that his hand was smoking with exhilaration. The Brimsword looked at Steven and said, "Thank you to the sponsor for helping me collect an enormous amount of extremely useful data." His disheveled hair was soaked with sweat because Lee Geon had run out of people to entertain himself with and would surely turn to him next. Geon used the excuse that the damn video had been released and he couldn't possibly let it go. Steven gritted his teeth and retorted, "Is it because you wanted to gather data that you started fighting, isn't it?" Geon tossed away the guy he had grabbed and smiled, saying that footage was just an excuse. It turned out he had been toying with him like prey from the very beginning. Feeling mocked, Steven became furious and summoned lightning, charging his massive body to demand a showdown with Geon. Unexpectedly, his nose took a direct punch, nearly distorting his face. Steven was hit and flew back into the arena wall, rolling around for a while before he finally stopped. As he opened his eyes, he saw Geon's punch rushing toward him. Steven had no time to react. He could only plead for Geon to spare him. The speed was too quick for him to block. 1 punch is hate, 2 punches are affection, 3 punches are fondness, but 4 punches are love. Steven tried to brace himself under the relentless rain of punches, gritting his teeth in frustration. I never thought I would have to endure something like this. But what could he do if he didn't endure? Lee Geon clearly knew that Steven needed time to transform into a saintly form, which is why he kept punching without a break. While one was punching, the other was blocking, eagerly listening to the screams of the white-haired figure charging towards them. Kevin brandished his sword and roared, "Hey, let me fight too." But before he could reach them, 2 figures jumped down from the upper floor to braze falling. As Kevin recognized the familiar shapes, of course, those two recognized him as well, and it turned out to be the captain and vice captain brawling openly in front of everyone. Yoa's jump onto Oliver caused the ground to crack under her red power, sending onlookers flying as she interrogated the unknown creature before it was torn apart by lightning. Indeed, Oliver immediately vanished as the transformation skill of the Pisses had been undone, revealing the SS-ranked Sylvia of the Pisses group. The foolish men of the Leo group shouted in disbelief. Oh my god, Captain Oliver is actually a girl disguised as a boy. How could they have seen that wrong? The angrier Yoa became, the harder she stomped her foot on the person before her, not noticing that Kevin was struggling to stand up shakily behind her. Every time I fight Geon, something gets in the way. It's so frustrating, isn't it? Not this time. He pulled out his sword, intending to jump over to Lee Geon, when he suddenly noticed something strange about the ground. It turned out that the sword had somehow been embedded in the chest of a young man. In an instant, Kevin didn't know what to say, and the image of him stabbing the sword into someone's chest was being broadcast everywhere, becoming violent content prohibited for viewers under 18. Social media exploded, with comments flooding in, "The Virgin Saint has killed someone." Meanwhile, the chaotic battlefield also came to a standstill. Kevin felt like a child being shunned, desperately trying to justify himself. Oh my god, it wasn't me. Unexpectedly, the person he had stabbed remarked mockingly, "How could you be so perceptive?" The pale-haired figure slowly turned their head. Gradually casting a glance over, they saw the corpse continuing to speak. Kevin Azar truly has a keen eye. The light radiating from the corpse blinded those with poor vision. Then it emitted the energy of the Libra constellation. How on earth was the corpse stabbed by Virgo rising up? Surrounding them, murmurs of astonishment spread. Could it be that there is a Libra spy within the Leo ranks? Just by hearing the voice, Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Why is there evidence of her everywhere?" It turned out to be none other than the woman Ji Seo, smiling. Hee, hello Lee Geon. Long time no see, right? After some small talk, they continued to praise Kevin. Amidst the chaos, you guessed that I was hiding in this body. Kevin Azar, truly a worthy opponent of mine. All eyes turned to the Virgo Saint. He knew he was being watched closely, confirming that no one knew he had accidentally stabbed the wrong person and had no idea the Libra woman was inside. Kevin Azar decided to smile and admit he did it on purpose, to get the best of both worlds, escaping the title of murderer while being praised as someone with sharp insight. Although there was some luck involved, it's better than nothing. She then shifted to Geon, curiously asking, "How did he survive Devil Tower? This back and forth isn't pleasant." He spoke sharply. "Shut your mouth already. All these ridiculous tricks aren't like you at all." Hiseo was scolded but didn't mind. Even though she didn't want to see Jun, she had to admit he was indeed very strong. Looking towards Kevin, she asked, "What now? I thought you would stab Jun in the heart." He looked pale, not understanding why she dragged him into this. But then he quickly realized that his notoriety came from here. He shouted, "Who are you colluding with to dare to set a trap for me?" The mannequin in Ji Seo's hand laughed savagely. "Clearly, you have boasted about how you eliminated Lee Geon. Everyone knows, so why are you denying it so quickly now? Shut your mouth." A terrifying pillar of fire suddenly rained down on her mannequin. The violent whirlpool made Kevin panic and shout, "Stop making noise. You already know what kind of person Thane Bin is, so why are you still listening to her?" Was he still unscathed, without a scratch from the attack of Anma? Ji Seo turned around and grinned maniacally at him. "Your power is impressive, but to burn this body, that much fire is not enough. And your sword too, Kevin." She had realized he was charging toward her from her right side and directly took a strike because she had prepared for it, successfully making Su Nu flinch in disbelief. His sword pierced the shield shaped like a balance. Then she continued with her insults. "How thick-skinned you are. Stabbing John in the back 20 years ago and now accompanying him is truly funny." Straining to push the tip of the sword forward, but Kevin was powerless. He couldn't understand why that guy was just a puppet of the holy man, yet possessed such strength. To answer Sagittarius's thoughts, the effigy raised its bright forehead and confidently showcased the divine mark of Libra on its forehead for him to see. The divine mark is a special holy symbol bestowed by deities to those they cherish. From that point on, the apostle is granted the power to connect with the divine and utilize the strength of that constellation. This also means that Giselle's effigy possesses strength on par with that which, truly appearing here, unleashed its skills. Right behind Kevin, John's displeased voice rang out, instructing him to step back. He grasped the condemnation of the sky, leaping up to prepare to strike the figure. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even touch a hair on it, as the Liber shield instantly rose to obstruct his action. The effigy tilted its head up to look at him, grinning delightedly. With the divine mark, it's like being directly protected by the gods. How can mortals ever break through that? Just after the sentence ended, several strands caused the shield to shatter right before their eyes. It was Jeon's turn to laugh with delight. Are you scared now? What a strange expression that lunatic has. His sword swept powerfully across the effigy, tearing the shield and the magical power split that figure in two. Giselle then emerged from her body. She was disconnected, but still sat on her throne in the holy land of Libra, muttering, "The divine mark, so it shattered." Such unexpected events, but oh well, it's still interesting. Giselle was covering her face, laughing delightedly. The dark-colored foot of a man stamped in front of her, asking immediately, "It seems pulling Jeon into the lion arena isn't a good idea." She wasn't unfamiliar with the newcomer and explained briefly. "It's just that Kevin Azar discovered it. Otherwise, it would have been successful." Glancing down at the blonde boy with a buzz cut, Giselle asked with satisfaction, "What do you think? From now on, he should be called the future saint of the lion, right?" The noise in the lion constellation arena gradually faded, momentarily disappearing, leaving only smoke dissipating in the wind. Looking at the system panel, Jian saw that he had collected the divine mark skill of Libra. Jian put on a mocking, disappointed face. What kind of saint can't even catch a puppet? At his feet, one side was the charred remains of a mannequin, and the other side was Sevier, bound and kneeling on the ground. Aside from praising Yola for discovering the disguised Oliver, none of the saints here could accomplish anything useful. Kevin then asked, "Could it be that you are a god or something that you can destroy another saint's divine mark?" But he was immediately rebutted. Even Hugo Otters was hastily disbelieving. Divine mark is directly granted by the divine. Even saints can't destroy it. Lee Geon dug at his ears, pretending not to know and not to care, wanting to quickly move past that issue. There's something more important here. He pointed at Stephen, who was lying on the ground as if dead, and asked, "Does everyone agree that he has won this match?" Selka from the Leo constellation spoke up in protest, blaming the appearance of Libra and the chaotic audience. "We don't know who has won yet." Jian threatened in a typical manner. "Dan, I gave you face, and yet you still don't know what to do." Jian switched to a more direct threat. "Try saying that again and see if I don't deal with you right here." The group of thugs immediately felt scared, whispering to each other. "What should we do now? Being small and weak, we don't dare to speak up. And anyway, the Saint Lord has already fainted. We don't know where Commander Oliver has gone." So they turned to Yoa, the one with the most authority here, to ask her to decide whether to acknowledge John's victory or not. Choosing someone is one thing, but choosing the right person is even better. Javen gently called out, "Yoa, what is your decision?" Uncle clearly knew what she would say, but still asked, which was quite annoying. Of course, Yoa announced to everyone, "Jian has won." Those who had bet on Jian were very happy. Only the loyal ones to Leo felt sad for the Saint Lord, watching from afar as people cheered for Jian. Kevin whispered to Hugo Otters, "Is he mistaken? 20 years ago, he didn't have divine protection, right? Isn't it strange that Lee Geon can destroy the divine mark with his own strength without any divine being blessing him? Not to mention, his innate power is already incredibly terrifying." Hugo Otters knew those things but didn't understand what Kevin meant, so he tilted his head and asked very seriously, "Could it be that Jian is the ultimate deity of the new constellation?" Hugo Otters laughed. "Just look at Jean's blank expression when he was praised. It really looks quite similar." A moment later, the arena echoed with the cheers congratulating Lee Geon. He ordered the defeated lions to bring the spoils for his piggy bank to suck in. Several of the young lions who had shouted earlier were now required by Jian to write contracts to transfer to the Ophiuchus constellation without missing anyone. As long as it increases the number of disciples to collect more taxes, anyone who was unwilling was placed on a temporary list. Looking at his triumphant face and Limer, who was looting, Kevin suddenly felt that if his hypothesis turned out to be true, this planet would be crying out. After repeating that hypothesis over and over, Hugo Otters had to ask, "Do you have any evidence?" He shook his head. Hugo asked, "Are you making things up?" Kevin nodded honestly, which drove Hugo Otters crazy, and he grabbed Kevin to show him what was what. Kevin was pinned under Sagittarius's arm, trying to analyze. This guy, Lee Geon, really has the potential to be an ultimate deity. Don't you see, he can easily summon the gatekeeper, while normally they don't obey so readily. So why don't you think about it? Why is he so strong, yet no ultimate deity has blessed him? While talking and cursing, Hugo Otters told Kevin to shut up. A man is a man. How can he become a god? The struggle between the two caught John's ear, but he did not correct them. He was now thinking about that Libra who knew exactly where he was stabbed, speaking as if Giselle was really present to witness him being stabbed in the Demon Tower. Quickly, Lee Geon could reach a conclusion. This woman was related to the trap from years ago. Looking back, Giselle always had a close connection with the ultimate deity. Could it be that a deity participated in the conspiracy to silence him back then? While thinking, Lee Geon's gaze fell on the notice board for the baptism of the apostles. Those who newly joined the Ophiuchus constellation needed to be given a saint name in order to awaken skills different from those without this privilege. It's time to meet my beloved nephew, the first apostle. Lee Geon glanced at the two young punks behind him and said, "Hurry up and pack your things. I thought there were still many issues to resolve here." Hugo Otters looked up and immediately saw his buddy from the Ophiuchus constellation say, "Since your wife and followers woke up, you had returned to South Korea. That's the reason why Hugo Otters needs to see some just so much. In Canada, where the Scorpion Sanctuary resides, the news announced by Yola about Lee Geon's victory was clearly visible on the magic mirror for Haley to see. Sipping a cup of tea and murmuring, indeed, the Leo constellation is not a worthy opponent for Lee Geon. She leaned forward to get a better look at the person in the mirror. Haley suddenly blurted out as the handsome face of the winner appeared. Haley raised her hand to touch. Now is the time to enjoy victory. At that moment, a small subordinate burst through the door, shouting, "Subodus, Holy Lord, the hospital in South Korea is under continuous attack." After shouting, the girl realized her Holy Lord looked very strange. But no matter how she asked, he wouldn't say anything and diverted the conversation to avoid being questioned about the upside-down cup on his head. Haley wanted to hear information about the hospital, mentioning that it was temporarily stable due to the Centaur's presence. The subordinate reported immediately, "The observatory has seen the 13th constellation. It is none other than Lee Geon, Cheon-sum-jae, who happens to be the first follower of this constellation." This was information that Haley paid great attention to, as the 12 zodiac signs had created a special observatory to record any changes in the constellations. Any force that had to share with the 12 zodiac signs would surely not appreciate the 13th zodiac sneaking in. Once the first follower had appeared, other saints would definitely find a way to hinder Jin's expansion of influence. Looking out, she asked, "Is the hospital being attacked the result of another follower trying to eliminate Sum-jae? If so, we need to send someone to protect the kid." The subordinate hurriedly replied, "Eugene is gone." That shocked Haley. That kid hasn't even received the orders and already jumped from Canada to South Korea. Before long, from a distance, Eugene saw a huge explosion around the hospital. The hospital was completely flattened, not simply blown off one floor like before. But the attack didn't come from the other star disciples. It was from the 3 gatekeepers and the fire spirit, who were determined to prevent any suspicious individuals from entering and harming Sum-jae. Seeing this intimidating sight, who would dare to rush in? Just a moment's hesitation, the War King commanded, sweeping his sword to make them clear out. Sum-jae, hiding under the bushes, felt a chill as well. The Goblin King whispered, praising the kid for being quite clever, knowing he couldn't fight against 2 opponents and calling the gatekeepers for help. Recalling that, Sum-jae felt quite pleased. Earlier, the gods had wanted to smash him to bits, but now they were obeying his orders and fighting those opponents. At first, when summoned, the gatekeepers seemed very arrogant, just a kid favored by the Holy Master daring to give them orders. Yet in the end, Sum-jae had 3 big and incredibly reliable bodyguards. His mother was being looked after by the cavalry, and now he just needed to find a way to slip out of here, and that would be perfect. Suddenly, Eugene appeared right behind and asked directly, "Are you Sum-jae?" Sum-jae jumped back startled and exclaimed, "Is it the ghost month for you to show up like that?" He accidentally dropped the Ophiuchus coin that Lee Geon had given him. As he was about to dive to pick it up, a loud argument suddenly erupted from there. Then suddenly, Sum-jae's father fell right in front of him. It seemed that this unexpected landing in front of his son made Hugo feel a bit embarrassed, causing him to hold his head in pain and say, "Lee Geon is busy somewhere else." Sum-jae sees his father, but doesn't see Uncle Geon, so he's making a disgusted face. Many times Hugo wanted to say something but hadn't. Looking at the devastated hospital smoking in front of him, Hugo Otters intended to ask his son what happened when Eugene suddenly walked over. With his father as bodyguard, Sum-jae pointed directly at Eugene and accused, "This is the assassin who's planning to take me out." As soon as Hugo Otters heard that, he immediately cursed, prompting Eugene to defend his innocence. Both Hugo Otters and his son didn't believe him, insisting that Eugene's sudden appearance behind them definitely had malicious intent. Unexpectedly, the sky illuminated with the familiar orange-yellow light, and Apollo appeared with a grim, scowling expression looking at Eugene. Hugo Otters didn't even know why his god showed up out of the blue, while Eugene seemed to know something. He shouted, "Damn, the gods keep interfering." Suddenly, Eugene's eyes lit up as he began to activate the Bible-reading skill of the Sagittarius. A book flipped rapidly in front of him, and Eugene's hand conjured something resembling a pen from the space in front of him. He picked a rather long passage and altered it to his liking. The light fades into the dark night, and man is no longer blessed. As soon as that sentence was written down, Hugo Otters immediately felt a strange sensation rising within him. As he looked up, Apollo had vanished abruptly just as Eugen had altered it. The sun could no longer appear in the dark night. Eugen pointed at himself with a delighted expression, confidently concluding, "I have eliminated a god. The ultimate deity Sagittarius cannot interfere anymore." He wasn't done yet. He wanted to see how far Hugo Otters would dare to challenge him. Eugen opened the Sagittarius Bible again, randomly selected another passage, and continued to intervene. This time, the passage was directly related to Hugo Otters. He collapsed to the ground, letting out a scream of agony that caused the earth to crack. Songjae was panicked, but didn't know what to do. He only knew that Eugen had just read a passage from the Sagittarius Bible. But how could he access the Bible when only the ultimate deity could read it? The content that this brat altered was too bizarre. Hugo Otter's head was pounding, but a crazy thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Eugen can alter the Bible? The Bible records the achievements and events of the ultimate deity of each constellation. From their birth to their exploits, all have been documented, turning into legends and myths. As a result, people worship, build their faith, and the power of the ultimate deity of the constellation they revere grows stronger. Aside from the ultimate deity, there is only one entity capable of viewing and changing the Bible, known as the archivist. Hugo Otters could not have imagined that a young and renowned person like Eugen was an archivist. In Hugo Otter's memory, this entity was supposed to no longer exist in the world. In the past, the ultimate deities eliminated all those who held the powers of the archivist and bound God because their prideful nature did not allow them to overlook mortals who acted blasphemously. Now Hugo Otters understood why Apollo had suddenly appeared earlier. Eugen laughed joyfully as he saw the once arrogant face of the centaur saint now drenched in sweat. He was about to say more when, under the bright moon, Lee Geon appeared out of nowhere, crashing down dramatically right at the head with the green hat. Breathing out, Geon criticized his friend. "You were taken down so quickly. Why aren't you handling it quickly and coming back to help me? What are you still doing here?" That year, the entities sent by the Holy Spirit to destroy the archivist and bound gods swept through many places, wanting to eliminate all those capable of interfering with the powers of the divine. The entire village was massacred for harboring the clans capable of giving rise to the aforementioned different beings. At that time, Eugen was not yet 10 years old and witnessed the brutal slaughter in his village with his own eyes. He dared only to cover his mouth and stifled his cries. A few days later, the boy was bandaged and treated for his wounds. Unexpectedly waking up in a hospital bed, Eugen sat up. Next to him, someone spoke as if they had been waiting for a long time. Haley simply asked, "How are you feeling, kid?" But Eugen was too frightened, his face full of suspicion. Only when she closed the book, showing a gentle expression, did she say, "This is my city. It's very safe, so don't worry." The sound of moaning from Eugen's childhood dreams echoed in the deserted park near the Scorpion Hospital. He was tightly bound by something elastic and pink. Lost in a stupor, continuously calling out Haley's name. A group of centaurs gathered around as soon as Eugen opened his eyes to check on him. Surprisingly, what was binding him was Limer, a creature capable of transforming into anything. No matter how much Eugen shouted, he could not escape the encirclement. Upon hearing his subordinate report, "He's awake, Holy Master," Hugo Otter shouted, "Ji Woo," and then rushed towards his wife. On the other side, Ji Woo shouted back, "Oh, my darling." The two ran to each other and embraced joyfully, as if they had never been apart. The scene was truly beautiful in the eyes of the centaurs, but Gart was actually telling that brat to wake up, without mentioning anything about the lady. Jian noticed Eugen, so he stepped forward and asked with interest, "You have some interesting abilities. Are you an archivist?" Eugen deliberately denied it, but John's glimmering gaze had used the fixating eye of God's skill, leaving no chance to deny, knowing that the archivist could not conceal information. Eugen immediately activated the shadow move skill of the scorpion bow, turning his body into red liquid, stepping on a few columns and darting away from human reach. He flew past the couple who were affectionately embracing, and Eugen intended to reach out and grab Ji-won as a hostage to escape. But another strong hand was quicker, pushing Hugo Otters away from Ji-woo, catching her and leaping away from Eugen's reach. Eugen was extremely frustrated, thinking his speed was unmatched, yet he was still outsmarted by Lee Geon. He immediately chased after Ji-woo, who was in Lee Geon's arms, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch her. In the meantime, Ji-woo kept yawning, while Lee Geon laughed with delight, driving Eugen crazy. With nothing else to do, he changed direction, ignored Ji-woo, and just wanted to punch Jian to vent his anger. Sung-jae didn't understand why his mother was laughing so heartily. Only Jae-won told him. The lady is a huge fan of Lee Geon, so she's that excited to be embraced by her idol. Hugo Otters was turned to stone, screaming, "Get away from my wife, you piece of trash! Why don't you run away instead of sticking to my wife?" making Jian carry her around everywhere. Eugen wanted to escape, but out of anger, he felt he needed to punch Jian to be at ease before leaving. However, that only pleased Jiwoo too much, and she excitedly said, "Honey, wait a little longer. How often do we get a chance to be held by Jian?" Her words made Hugo Otters so mad that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, crying furiously. Even Sung Jae felt sorry for his father, thinking, why be jealous at the wrong time and feel like a failure? Yujin rushed over, but the others were still having time to talk back and forth, making him so furious that he immediately opened the Bible of Jian's constellation to intervene. To his surprise, a series of notifications appeared saying the Holy Altar has no records, the Bible has no readable entries. As he was astonished to realize this was a new constellation, a white hand of the gatekeeper, God suddenly grabbed the little brat from above, not allowing him to escape. Who would have thought the gatekeeper God would appear at this moment? They broke through the ceiling, reached down, and poked their faces in, ending what seemed like an endless chase. Still holding Jiwoo, Jian coldly asked, "Did you want to open my Bible earlier?" Just after the question was asked, the system popped up a notification letting him know that Eugene Christian was the target to find for the intellectual challenge. The system didn't forget to remind him, this person could pose a threat to the safety of the constellation. Although he wasn't particularly fond of the idea, Jian still spoke up, "I want you to become the archivist of the Ophiuchus constellation." Of course, Eugene refused. He trembled, blood gushing from his mouth, but stubbornly disagreed, flipping him off and shouting, "Jian, get the hell out of here." He was not the patient type to persuade others. This insolent attitude only irritated him further, so he tilted his head slightly while snapping his fingers. The massive sword of the god Jarl was aimed directly at Eugene's head, but the sword didn't strike because it was tightly wrapped by a red scorpion tail, preventing Jarl from attacking. Something that resembled blood gushed from beneath Eugene's body, but it had the ability to coalesce, hovering in front of him. Eugene realized that it was the divine beast of the Scorpion constellation protecting him. He still couldn't believe it was appearing here at this moment. The little scorpion tail dripped red drops onto the ground at lightning speed. They quickly came together, transforming into the lower body of the divine beast. And standing before Eugene was a familiar figure to him, the saint of the scorpion Haley, who had just appeared. As soon as she arrived, she sighed and said, "Thank goodness I made it in time, or the kid would have lost his head. Why did you act on your own without my orders? I have instructed you not to act carelessly." She wanted to greet the kid more, but suddenly, Lee Geon's voice rang out behind Haley, freezing her in place. He stared at her and said, "If you don't want me to stab you to death right now, answer me quickly." Out of nowhere, Haley stood frozen for a long time, staring at Geon unblinkingly, as if she were looking at a creature that had just been discovered. The silence dragged on. The divine beast roared in anger, snapping Haley back to reality, and she turned around to scream, "Ah!" at the top of her lungs. Her head spun a full 360 degrees, leaving everyone around bewildered, not understanding why this woman was like this. Can a head really spin 360 degrees? That's so strange. Eugene looked up to see the high-ranking deity suddenly kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear, which was truly odd. Above, the three gods and two divine beasts watched the drama with bated breath. Eventually, the divine beast rushed over to check on Haley. She answered shakily, "Nothing's wrong, I just suddenly wanted to walk on all fours." She had no idea Lee Geon was here from the beginning. Rumor had it that he was in the Lion City. How could he be in Korea at this time? Haley covered her mouth, trying to keep calm, taking a deep breath, and then turned to look at Jian calmly. But in Haley's eyes, Jian looked like a handsome god filtered through 10 beauty filters, extremely charming. She asked, "What are you doing?" Haley couldn't help it. "Oh my god, I can't stand it anymore." Her heart raced like a school bell. She couldn't endure his aura. Haley kept covering her mouth, just wanting to hide her head somewhere. Sung Jae whispered, "Why are so many people acting strange today?" He had been asking silently, and Haley's behavior was quite odd. Jian was trying very hard not to get angry. He reached out and grabbed Haley's shoulder, yelling, "Get a grip!" That action made her face turn even redder. "Oh my god, Lee Geon just touched me." She screamed as if he were a cockroach, losing all the calm demeanor of the Scorpio Saint. Even the divine beast had to step in to intervene. "Lee Geon, put your hand away. The Saint is currently very emotional. Please don't make her lose control any further." Jian let out a long breath. What emotion? Haley clearly hates me. The Scorpio Saint in his grasp was burning up like she had a fever and then fainted. At a loss, Jian turned to call Sung Jae while still holding Haley with one hand. The boy had just stumbled closer, not yet having the chance to ask, "What do you need me to do?" when John's hand grabbed his mop of red hair and said, "Accept your baptism. I mean the ceremony to introduce the saint and be recognized as an official disciple. Understand?" Hearing this, Sung Jae wanted to jump up. Such an important ceremony, how can it be done hastily in this place? Jian didn't care about the useless rituals. He didn't say much, emitted a blue light, and began the ceremony without giving his nephew a chance to resist. When he opened his eyes again, Sung Jae found himself thrown into a dark space. He squinted into the thick darkness, but saw nothing at all. Sung Jae wondered, why hasn't the ultimate deity appeared yet? At that moment, words appeared above him. Do you want to become the first follower of the Zodiac of Fuchs? The text only showed for a few seconds, but Sung Jae immediately accepted, boldly declaring, Cheon Sung Jae believes in the Zodiac of Fuchs and is ready. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone from behind, illuminating his back and causing Sung Jae to turn around immediately. From the dark space, a crack opened and the shape of the ultimate deity, resembling a human, flew out, dazzling to the eye. He could see the form of the ultimate deity more clearly through its two arms. Suddenly, Sung Jae found this image very familiar. The wide mouth of the serpent emitted a fierce light shaped like two arrows, one in front and one behind, aimed straight at him as he stood there in confusion. Sung Jae suddenly screamed in pain as the two arrows pierced his body, granting him strength and skills abruptly. After everything settled down, Sung Jae breathed heavily for a while before regaining his composure. Removing his hand from his nephew's head, Jian smiled and asked, How do you feel? Once the pain faded, Sung Jae shifted to excitement. Baptism is done, and I have skills now. I feel like I'm bursting with energy. It's incredible. He shouted, Amazing. Good job. The boy hugged his head, unable to believe that his uncle was the ultimate deity of the Ophiuchus constellation. The kid was certainly smarter than those two idiots. They had been arguing all day without understanding the truth. Sung Jae exclaimed, Oh my, this is fantastic. I have to show it off to my sister. Haley staggered over from the other side to congratulate them, and at that moment, Jian received the follower skill. The increased follower level granted him the effects of the 13th sense, and he instantly ignited to test his power. Jian shot his hand towards Haley, intending to grab the girl by the neck. At that moment, the gatekeeper noticed the scorpion tail rushing in to stop him. The muscular hand of the mad warrior acted before Jarl, successfully using his axe to block the tail's path. Jian's hand stopped right at Haley's neck but did not seize it. He asked with interest, Why did you dodge? Haley simply replied, Because I know he won't harm me. Then she asked, What did you want to ask earlier? Jian's 13th sense worked very well, so the first question he asked was, Explain to me, why do you have traces of the mysterious civilization on you? More precisely, it's in the eye that Haley has covered and the part of the neck that Jian was about to grab. Sung Jae heard it very clearly and distinctly. Viewing Haley as actually a disaster, Uncle Jian, with a smile as if he was the only one who knew the truth, Jian did not expect that even the ultimate deity seemed to be easily deceived by her. The divine beast behind roared angrily, cursing Jian for daring to lay hands on the princess. It would risk its life to kill him. But Jian had noticed long ago, these subordinates are actually just disasters disguised as divine beasts, because there isn't any divine beast in this world that obediently listens to a saint like that, let alone calling her a princess. Sounds cute. It could never have imagined that the one it was trying so hard to protect openly admitted to coming from a mysterious civilization. Haley looked up at him and said that despite her background, she considered herself a human. Her gaze remained steady as she said, I'm on the same side as you. That's a nice line. Jian smiled and told her she needed to prove her words to be trustworthy. As for how to prove it, he already had it prepared. Glancing at Limer, he produced a piece of paper with two simple questions for Haley to answer. What do you think of Lee Geon? And how do you want to relate to Lee Geon in the future? Taking the pen, answering without a moment's hesitation, Haley handed it back to him. At that moment, for some reason, he broke into a sly smile like a businessman who had just tricked an unsuspecting customer. The note above briefly stated, Haley thinks Jian is a teammate and wants to have a strategic partnership with him. She believes she has already expressed her sincerity by speaking for herself. Writing on it is just a formality. Jian nodded in agreement, then pulled out a wooden nib pen with Haley, but it left her in shock. He was making her use this to write down her true feelings to check if the lyrics were real or not. But from the very first sentence it was, What do you think of Jian? Is it worth dying for? The answer is, I love you to death. You are extremely classy, so I have betrayed the mysterious civilization just to come here and feast. How could Haley write that down? Seeing Haley's strange attitude, he looked back at the questionnaire to see if there was something wrong. No, writing the second sentence first would be fine. Wanting to have any relationship with Lee Geon, Haley had made her decision. Even if she had to die here today, she had to snatch that pen back before everything fell apart. Looking at the answer, Haley wrote down, Jian could only sigh. This pen must be broken to write such ridiculous words. But the others who could read it didn't think so, especially Sung Jae, who was screaming loudly as if he were having a fit and rushed out to find his sister. This is an emergency, sis. Uncle Jeon's reputation is at stake. Jian looked back at the paper, not understanding anything, and Haley also didn't dare to stand up to face him. The spirit beast had to explain, "See? Don't understand? The Divine One is the princess we chose for humanity, so turning their back on their civilization is to do that with you, Lee Geon." Haley yelled, "Shut up!" Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. She was afraid that if he said another word, she would faint again. Just as she intended to slip away, Jian stopped her to ask one more question. He pointed at the dagger hovering above him. Jian wanted to extract information about the weapon of the mysterious civilization and said, "This is what stabbed me in the Demon Tower." Covering her face in embarrassment, Haley explained that as a weapon contained the power of the monarch. By the way, the monarchs are the highest beings of the mysterious civilization. The weapons from there hold the power of the monarch, so terrifying that they can threaten the divine ones. Leaning on the spirit beast, Haley struggled to stand and said, "Even he cannot resist that weapon because it is a dangerous item, so I have retracted and sealed it, as you see." Linking Kevin's words about the repository of human civilization, Jian concluded, "So that's the reason Whitehair found those weapons at Scorpion's place." Gark shouted, "Hold on a second. There's another leader in the mysterious civilization. I thought Red Eye was defeated 20 years ago." Haley replied, "Unfortunately, Red Eye isn't the highest boss. There are at least 3 others like it." The truth from Haley's mouth surprised everyone, causing them to sweat in fear. Even Hugo Otters, who was pretending to be dead in his wife's arms, was shocked. Little did they know that the being humanity had invested all its efforts and abilities into was not the strongest. Moreover, there were 3 more like it. Just hearing that was enough to feel disheartened, as if there was no chance at all. Jian silently absorbed the information he had just received. Of course, he was not happy, but piecing it together made it seem quite reasonable. Inside the Demon Tower, the manager there said something to him. "I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to capture one of humanity's famous pets. That's quite a nice toy to play with." Hugo Otters panicked, pulling him out of his thoughts. "Did you hear what the lady said? There are 3 monsters like Red Eye." With a confident smile toward Lime, Jian assured, "Don't be so frightened. I just have to cut down everything in front of me. That's all." That was Jian trying to ease his friend's worries, but inside he was thinking, "I have to become stronger." To do that, Jian approached Haley, pointing in that direction, wanting this person to prove she was on his side. No one else but the boy Eugene was standing there, bewildered, unable to believe he was being used as a bargaining chip. He tried to salvage the situation. "Stop kidding around, it's not funny." He was about to curse John when Haley immediately agreed. It was John's turn to smile. He enjoyed quick and efficient agreements. Ms. Haley was infatuated with the charming smile, hardly remembering the unfortunate boy Eugene, making him feel like he was falling into the depths of disappointment, sorrow, and disillusionment as he watched the saint sell himself shamelessly right in front of the victim without any sense of guilt. The next day, the sun was bright and clear. It was rare for Lee Geon to have a peaceful day, enjoying a morning coffee with Limer on his shoulder. As he sipped, he said to Limer, "We must take advantage of this moment of peace. It makes us realize how much we need it." Little did he know that this moment would come to an end so quickly. Eugene's horrific scream pierced through the morning like a loudspeaker, waking everyone up for an early workout at 5 a.m. Basically, Jen didn't pay much attention and mocked, "A bit of a shame since you didn't get to enjoy that moment of relaxation." Eugene was crawling on the ground, working with his hands and cursing nonstop. "What the hell do you have to do this laborious work here for? What other reason is there besides the fact that Scorpio sold Eugene for free to Jian? He has to exhaust himself like a true capitalist to make it worthwhile." The more he wrote, the angrier Eugene became, nearly in tears, muttering, "Don't tell me this guy thinks I'm going to die working here." He wanted to pull some trick to meddle with the Bible, to see if there was anything that could change. He was synced with the Bible, but somehow it didn't work out. Thursday again was when the archivist, who refused to be a believer, became a slave of the Ophiuchus constellation. It was hard to understand how this could even be written as a separate chapter of achievement. Eugene waved his hand wearing a bright smile. It must be changed from slave to master. Feeling like he had truly chased him away, Eugene burst out laughing. "Kneel before me, Lee Geon." Then Eugene took a punch from John that nearly crushed his head. Who else would dare hit Eugene besides John? He babbled nonsensically, causing Eugene to nurse a bump on his head. He couldn't understand why things had changed, but it didn't become reality. He grabbed the grumpy kid by the head and threw him into a corner. "Life isn't always what you want, kid." At this moment, he realized that the 2 words "I change" had reverted back to slave very clearly and distinctly. The girl on the other side was the one who fixed it, but could she also be an archivist? Jiwoo smiled awkwardly. "Wait, did I do something wrong?" Libra Chi-Tin is the zodiac sign with the largest congregation in the world, with over 2 billion followers. Therefore, this zodiac sign is not an easy opponent. Not to mention that Giselle is not just a representative of her ultimate deity, but she holds power to the extent that she is considered a manifestation of the divine. Still facing her is no different from declaring war against a deity. To confront a divine being or monarch of that mysterious civilization, Lee Geon needs an archivist to document his achievements and increase his power. Currently, Geon is the archivist capable of modifying the Ophiuchus Zodiac Bible. He couldn't believe his eyes. He never expected that an archivist, who was already rare, would appear here. Even Haley had to exclaim, Geon is truly a lucky guy favored by the heavens. Now he has two archivists, even though Geon is not exactly volunteering. Thanks to this, the intelligence test was completed and all necessary tasks were done. Geon is rewarded with all of his skills, including the unlocked war god instinct. The headquarters of the Liber congregation is majestically built, standing tall under the blue sky. Soon, news has reached Giselle, who is soaking in a bathtub. Currently around Geon are Sagittarius, Liber, and Scorpio, along with an archivist, so the subordinates need to seek your opinion. Giselle replied, I didn't expect Scorpio to finally come to help, just because of the love she has kept in her heart for 20 years. She covered her mouth with a smirk, that nauseating pure love. In Giselle's eyes, Haley was nothing more than a foolish girl. She didn't care how many people were around him, because they were all just foolish saints. But the archivist was different. Raising her glass of wine to her lips and swirling it in her hand with calculation, Giselle needed to ensure they were eliminated. Crushing the wine glass in her grip, the Libra's eyes revealed a sneaky glint as she watched the red liquid drip onto her hand. Even without Geon being involved, she couldn't allow those with divine powers to survive. The subordinates beside her bowed their heads, whispering that they couldn't understand what those hopelessly clinging to Lee Geon wanted. But Giselle knew that those facing him fell into two categories. Either they obeyed orders and acted, or they loathed him to the core. Standing up and rubbing her neck, Giselle wanted to know if there were any subordinates from the Libra side currently with Geon. Little did she expect to hear that Tawan's youngest son was watching Geon. She angrily shouted, absolutely useless. Thinking of that girl named Callie, she wished she were here. Things would surely go her way much more easily. But there was no time to choose, Giselle said. Hurry and inform Shiwu to target the archivist. Kidnapping is fine. Eliminating is fine too. On the same day, at the construction site near Scorpio's residence, 3 zodiac signs were discussing Jiwoo's joining Lee Geon's team. Upon hearing his friend suggest putting his beloved wife in the Ophiuchus sanctuary like Haley did with the archivist, Hudal Otters went crazy because there were so many choices, yet they had to rush into the one favored by his idol's wife. Jian snapped his fingers, recalling what Hudal Otters had once told him. Jiwoo was not suited for training in any sanctuary, so his was the only option to try. Haley added, it would be better to protect both archivists. After all, he would be the one facing Libra soon. Jim produced a multi-level marketing outfit, handing over a lengthy contract, promising his friend, I will treat her as well as possible because she is your wife. Additionally, it was not included in the official follower list and that was regularly sent to the Sagittarius Sanctuary. It's such a good contract. What more is there to deny? Sign it, buddy. After that, Haley shifted to the subject of Hugh Otter's eldest daughter visiting his sanctuary the other day to check the condition of her arm. Although he had used his mana diligently to heal her, Haley still had to report that the situation was very serious. Despite trying to hold back in every way, they were reaching the limit. Seeing the panic-stricken expression on Hugh Otter's face, John realized that the two were discussing something serious that he didn't know about. He turned abruptly, wanting to understand more about his niece, Yoha. While the three were in discussion, inside the construction site, Jiwoo had just finished writing a thick stack of papers and excitedly said he had copied all of this. Does Yujin need help to organize it right away? The kid, disheveled, sat between 2 towering stacks of paper, looking like he wanted to just do whatever, not caring. Earlier, John had thrown a pen at his forehead, leaving a huge mark, just because he refused to work for him, which made Eugene extremely angry. Jen not only forced him to write a slave contract, but also played a torturing game. Glancing down at his arm that kept moving on its own, he cursed this damn thing out of frustration. The eternal pen that writes the truth, having the seal of Lee Geon and infused with blood from Archivist Eugene, chose him as its master. The two had fused together, turning into something with sentience. Now it was laughing and quickly scribbling several pages of blank paper with Eugene's hand. Eugene was very frustrated, throwing it away to ease his exhaustion. But to his surprise, it hit the wall and then flew back to bash his head in anger because its master dared to discard it. Jiwoo thought Eugene was considering suicide and shouted out, not noticing that someone was secretly hiding behind the door. The blonde boy clenched his teeth. He knew he was here under his mother's orders, but what was she expecting from him while his older brother was still being beaten up? After thinking it over, Shiwoo still had to get down to work. After the failure of Blood Fog, This was his only chance to prove to his mother that he wasn't useless. Glancing inside, Shiwu identified that the kid was from the Scorpio faction, looking hard to attack so he would leave him for later. The woman looked easier to deal with, even possibly useful for threatening Sung Jae. Too focused, he didn't realize the loud footsteps outside or the sound of the door being kicked in. Now, he just hoped to finish quickly and go home. To his surprise, Kevin burst in and kicked the door away, shouting, "Lee Geon!" He stomped his foot down on the door and yelled, "How dare you leave me behind in Leo? I won't let you off the hook." Eugene saw the familiar figure in panic, standing up with Jai Wu and wondering, why is the Virgo Saint here? At that moment, even Azar noticed that Lee Geon was not here. After a moment of chaos, he saw Sagittarius and Scorpio appearing behind him. Just as he was about to keep yelling, he realized Haley was also present, and all four exchanged looks that were far from pleasant. At this point, Sagittarius noticed an additional eighth person in the room. The blonde head peeking out from under the broken door was none other than Yoon Shi-woo. Some people blame Kevin for bringing this kid here, but he doesn't even know anything. Jian just realized that this was the kid who bullied Sung Jia, the one he had once beaten up badly. His friend next to him, with his teeth bared, prepared to attack the child of Libra. "What are you doing here?" At this moment, Jian recognized that this was one of the two culprits of the blood mist incident he had heard Gart talk about. The kid groaned under the rubble, struggling to get up, only to be brutally stomped on the face by Lee Jun's foot. He was very angry, wanting to unleash his fury on the trash that had caused his friend and two nephews pain for the past 10 years. Meeting someone who had beaten him up before would definitely not be pleasant, not to mention Lee Geon was now even stronger and clearly hostile towards Shiwu. Behind him, Hugo Otters lost his composure and shouted, "What the hell are you doing here, Shiwu?" Thinking about the possibility of him coming to ruin his family again, Hugo Otter's eyes blazed with fury. Immediately, he transformed into a demigod, ready to deliver a beating. Haley stood beside him, showing her anger. Clearly, this kid's mother knew about Lee Geon and the Archivist, both exuding a powerful aura. She wanted to know if Giselle had indeed ordered the elimination of the Archivist. Another person drew his ice sword due to a deep-seated hatred for Libra, as Kevin had later heard news that their offspring ordered the Blood Fog to demolish the Virgo stronghold, which made Kevin Azar extremely angry. Yashi won, right? Let me see how much you've grown. Very satisfied that everyone around wants to beat this little brat to a pulp. Jian pressed his feet down harder, smiling with a wicked grin. "You're about to die, kid." Stomping a few more times in line with his words, Jian wanted to see what everyone planned to do with the kid. Or should we just kick until his head explodes? Shiwu was terrified under Jun's foot. In this situation, he couldn't even keep his life, let alone accomplish the mission. He yelled out to summon the spirit beast, telling it, "Quick, take me to the secret base." Jian kicked his foot away just as a golden light shone with countless chains, the symbol of Libra surrounding Shiwu, smiling happily. Finally, I can escape successfully. But oddly, in the depths of Shiwu's eyes reflected the image of Jian, also grinning widely. In an instant, Shiwu vanished before everyone's eyes, leading them to believe he had successfully escaped. Hugo Otters angrily asked, "Why did you let that scratcher escape?" But in reality, John was doing it on purpose. If we just caught him and beat him up a bit, wouldn't that be a bit boring? On the other side of the globe in Hawaii, Honolulu, where the luxurious resort of the Libra constellation is located, Taiwan soaked in the water with 5 spirit beasts of Libra to heal the bruises inflicted by Sung Jae. He was currently cursing at the red-haired boy, wishing he could tear off his arms and legs, making him wish for death. The teleportation gates suddenly opened and a scream rang out right above him. Taiwan was lost in thought, thinking it was the scream of Sung Jae, which he imagined would cause him pain later on. Little did he know it was his younger brother tumbling headfirst into the lake, landing on Taiwan. As soon as he found out, Jian discovered that Thin Bin wanted to eliminate the Archivist. Taiwan relentlessly cursed his younger brother without mercy. Shiwu didn't dare to resist, only holding his head in fear that his brother might hit him with a rock. Now, no matter how much Taiwan cursed, he had to endure it because getting here was thanks to him saving himself. The most important thing now was to stop Lee Geon when he arrived. Taiwan led his brother into a room filled with a cabinet containing neatly arranged stones on the shelves. He explained tersely that each stone could be exchanged for something invincible. Taiwan randomly picked a purple stone, looking the most dangerous, briefly saying that these were created from the remnants of disasters processed in the Demon Tower. Knowing Shiwu was worried that the two brothers couldn't handle them when summoned, Taiwu held out a string of Thin Bin beads to reassure him. The important thing now was to deal with Jian first. So he could not hesitate to immediately use the equivalent exchange skill. A beam of light from the sky pierced through the roof of the villa, particularly causing Taiwan to scream with delight. This is definitely going to be a super strong disaster that will put Lee Geon in a world of trouble. Unexpectedly, the golden beam shifted to a jade green, then gradually consumed the original color. More precisely, it pushed the golden beam back into the sky and completely replaced it. The shape in front of them left both of them panicked, not understanding what they had just summoned. This feeling of power is so familiar. Shiwu instinctively crouched down to dodge without having time to warn Taiwan. He got hit right on the head that was sticking out from John's light, which immediately floored his nose. The boy Shiwu, who had just dodged, laughed heartily. Those familiar tricks won't catch me again. But when he saw John had caught up, tightly holding a bird with golden feathers, he immediately screamed in terror. I picked it up on my way here because you left the divine beast behind and ran. The bird, thinking the one holding it was a calamity, cried out, Successful summoning, leaving Shiwu wide-eyed in shock. Jin didn't bother to argue and simply threw it back behind him, causing Shiwu to stand frozen in fear, while backing away and cursing the divine beast. Damn it, and you led John right to me. Knowing that he would give him a good beating, Shiwu tried to salvage the situation with a remorseful attitude, saying, I will go to the Sagittarius Palace to apologize for what I've done. In return, Jian gave a sneer. At this point, you still haven't figured out the issue, have you? With a loud thud, another column of light descended right in front of Jian. Condemnation of the sky loomed between the two as Jian darkly stated, It seems you've forgotten an important thing upon seeing me here. The price. He uttered those two simple words, but it was like the Grim Reaper whispering in Shiwu's ear. Repeatedly, words echoed in his mind, Death, 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 death. Feeling considerably small, he was certain he couldn't survive under his blade. Condemnation of the sky. As he stepped back in horror, Shiwu tried to think of a way to save himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened when he realized what he had just stepped on was the chain of Libra beads belonging to his brother. Taewon was now struggling to get up, injured from the violent appearance of Lee Geon. Noticing his hands were empty and about to call his younger brother to find the bead chain, Taewon was horrified to realize it was in Shiwu's hands. He had activated it, changing something unknown, and smiled at his brother, saying, You're absolutely right, I'm such a useless kid. Luckily for me, you're very useful. The equivalent exchange skill of Libra caused the ring to glow, transforming the character, Yun Taewon. His entire body was enveloped in a beam of light, and then grotesque parts of the beast emerged, signifying that the transformation was complete. Taewon painfully struggled against the dark magic, but to no avail. Soon enough, he had transformed into the ugly, repulsive creature on the scales of Libra. Jian was no stranger to such heartless tricks. He looked up at the sky and laughed. I didn't expect my little brother to turn his own brother into a filthy creature and a divine being. This is truly outrageous, isn't it? This sacred art is really something. I've never seen anyone use this trick before. His foot lit up with the power of the Ophiuchus constellation. Then he stomped it down hard on the ground, creating a fortress. Shiwu finally understood what disappointment looked like. Staring intently at the scene before him, he mumbled, No way! A part of the creature that used to be Taewon's brother fell heavily to the ground. The entire Libra bow and the Zodiac skill that had just been activated were utterly crushed by the fortress of Ophiuchus. Jian smiled and explained to the inexperienced young one, the larger his fortress grows, the stronger the barrier becomes. Inside it, no one can use the powers of other constellations, so the strength of Libra is completely severed. Thus, the process of summoning the exchanged entity came to an abrupt end. It was truly a masterpiece so ugly that even demons would scorn it, leaving the brother, who had been of little use, turned into a pile of ash like a joke before Lee Geon. He covered his face and laughed as if he were about to go crazy, then asked, What's wrong? Don't you find it funny? Now it's my turn to attack. Searching the Bible for the constellation of Ophiuchus, Lee Geon picked out the second event. The Saint Sagittarius admired the master of the constellation of Ophiuchus, thus unlocking the ability to use the power of Sagittarius. Geon's eyes were suddenly embraced by the fire of the sun god. By the way, he also used the insightful eyes skill of Sagittarius, stepping forward as he asked, Do you have any last words? Speak up. Usually, before dying, people tend to atone. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you want to confess, hurry and say it. His eyes blazed with the condemnation of the sky on his shoulder. His words were calm but carried a heavy threat. If you want to leave a last will, choose your words carefully and say them, you bastard. Shiwu gritted his teeth, his body trembling as if having a seizure. He was so scared of him that he froze. Even the curses escaping his mouth sounded broken. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Shiwu grabbed his head and screamed, Damn it! He roared in questioning. Who the hell are you? Who are you that keeps bullying me? Is it because of what I called in the blood mist 10 years ago? But back then, I was too young and made a mistake. Haven't you ever done anything wrong when you were young? Or is it because I controlled the blood mist in Europe or attacked the Scorpion Palace Hospital? Those things were all forced upon me by those above. Anyway, you already handled the blood mist, right? Those who were thought to be dead 10 years ago were all saved. So why make a big deal about it now? Haven't everything been resolved? Shiwu kept shouting louder. What do you want from me after everything has ended? Do you know who I am? His eyes blazing with intensity, he declared, I am Yun Shiwu, son of Giselle Lawrence, the saint of the Libra Palace. Driven into a corner with no way out, he resorted to mentioning his mother to intimidate. Shiwu boldly asked, If you touch me, will my mother let it go? After shouting, he had to pause for a few seconds, unable to believe his eyes, noticing that Jian was dozing off to the point of drooling. Jian startled and asked, Ha, are you done talking? At that moment, he opened his eyes and asked, Is there anything else? Speak. Yawning a few times for the kid to have a few more seconds. Is life really full of regrets that you have to talk so much? Seeing Shiwu trembling and pointing at himself in disbelief. Did this guy not hear anything I just said? But in reality, Jian heard everything, even though he had just dozed off. It was not just him who needed to listen. The skill of Sagittarius had captured the entire vivid image of Shiwu, displaying it for the whole world to see. It was at this moment that Shiwu panicked as he realized he had just revealed the truth to all of humanity about who was behind those horrific disasters. From people on the street to those in the mountains without mobile signals and even out at sea, everyone was able to see the sharp 4K livestream image. Roughly counting, it seemed that around 8 billion people were watching, truly a broadcasting god, the livestream king that many streamers envy but cannot attain. The penetrating gaze of Sagittarius, also known as the Eye of the All-Seer, belongs to the constellation Sagittarius. It had once helped Hugo Otter see through the floorboards to find Yang Wei being beaten to a pulp below. The words of the fool Shiwu had been transmitted by this skill throughout the world. Of course, it also reached the territory of Libra. They were in a frenzy, wanting to locate where Shiwu and Jian would put an end to this embarrassing act. But there was no news. The Libra headquarters was in chaos. They must find out where the two were to salvage the image of the constellation. Suddenly, someone pointed towards the lobby. Angry citizens were pouring in, demanding an explanation from Libra. The larger the number of followers, the greater the outrage after hearing this news. They want to know if it is true that the Libra boy is the one who caused the blood fog. Is it true that Libra caused those bloody events? Each person has their own question, and the crowd is becoming increasingly filled with hatred. If Lee Geon had not appeared in time at the scene where 1,000 people have died like that, those goddamn Libras must face similar punishment. Yu Shiwu must be eliminated. These words of outrage received widespread agreement from the public. On the upper floor, sitting on the roof of a tall building, was a figure in a coat, chuckling at the sight of the public's outrage. Callie's lips curled into a delighted smile. In this situation, there's surely no way but to comply with what they want. What a pity, Shiwu. Apart from getting beaten up by his brother, that was it. Shiwu, on the other hand, also felt the overwhelming rage of the crowd that was aggressively demanding his execution at the Libra headquarters. Their hatred was terrifying, causing Shiwu to be unable to bear it, clutching his head in fear and moaning as if he were having a seizure. Jian was not moved by this scene at all. On the contrary, he found it quite enjoyable. Congratulations, Shiwu. You have rolled into the box of becoming the one whom the whole world has turned against and wants to kill. The condemnation of the Skyblade glowed, making Shiwu terrified. In the air, only the sound of a body dragging on the ground and Jian's calm voice remained. Do you know why I told you to make your last words? Because you should have apologized instead of making excuses. He pressed a sword against the boy's neck. The fun and games are over. Jian spoke in a deep voice. I'm giving you one last chance to plead for everyone in this world, and yet you choose to throw it away. Now, neither I nor they will give you any more chances. The image of Jian holding the condemnation of the sky to Shiwu's neck was, of course, broadcast live, causing the Libra forces to clutch their heads in horror. This greatly reduced the trust of the people in the Libra constellation, while the faith of their followers continued to decline. The more people despised the Libra, the more the constellation's position weakened, instead gaining goodwill towards the Ophiuchus sign. These events were made public to all disciples. Therefore, the entire Libra army was worried, shouting toward that direction, Tell the Saint Master to let us attack quickly. In response to the noise, there was only a silence from Giselle. Of course, she wouldn't just watch her son die, and in her position as the Zodiac Star, the pinnacle of the world, she would not let anyone take her place. On the other side, as Jian raised his sword to finish Shiwu, the familiar golden light column burst out right behind him. It was the divine beast carrying news from Giselle directly to him, saying, Stop now. Don't think I'll just sit idly by. Shiwu saw his mother appear like a savior and let out a happy shout, but she paid no attention to the useless boy, her cold tone making it unclear whether she was complimenting or scolding. Giselle simply hadn't expected him to be so determined to do something so crazy. This girl had just shown up and was already talking in an unbearable way. He opened his mouth to ask, "Do you need to say that unleashing disaster and destroying the city is a small matter?" Of course, Giselle avoided mentioning that and said she would take her son away immediately. "I know you're trying to provoke me, but don't you think this is a bit cowardly?" She huffed, clearly showing her attitude about the cowardly act. Why not mention the innocent boy? Then she stomped on Shiwu once more, thrusting the condemnation of the sky right in front of him. Jian said, "If you're unhappy with my way of educating, then go ahead and do it." Leaning his hand on the hilt of his sword, Jian gave her two options. One is to clarify all the brutal acts that the Libra has done and paid for them. Two is to bet everything fighting me, and of course reveal who the one was that stabbed me in the tower. Both options made Giselle clutch her forehead in anger, muttering curses at Lee Geon, but she didn't put herself in a position to choose between the two and aggressively shot back, "Why should I obey you?" And that was it. That sentence was no different from a refusal to save her son. Shiwu cried out for his mother, while John laughed heartily with delight. With just a flick of his hand, he cut through the blonde hair. The beast let out a scream from Giselle. The girl's voice trembled, unable to believe that Jian was doing this right in front of her, repeating the threatening words, "Do you think I will let this go?" This only excited Jian more, making him even angrier, while he could do much more fascinating things. Extending his hand, the green power of the Ophiuchus constellation shone as Jian waved his hand back toward Shiwu's body. This made Giselle realize what he intended to do, and she turned her eyes back. He flashed a cruel smile. And right before the horrified, disbelieving gaze of Libra, he brought the beheaded boy back to life. Shiwu clutched his face, shaking violently as he felt his neck still in pain, questioning, Why? I clearly died." Jian struck again at the boy, who was crying until his tears ran dry. The slice was so sharp that just a second later it burst open, spraying blood everywhere. Such a fatal blow would certainly kill him, so Jian applied the resurrection skill to Shiwu once more. The influence of the resurrection skill within the confines of Ophiuchus was both fast and precise, healing the wounds and bringing Shiwu back to life. He screamed in terror. What just happened? Lee Geon's blade once again sliced through the noisy, screaming head. 3 times in a row, a boy was killed right before his eyes, driving Giselle mad as she shouted, "What do you want to do?" Reaching for the corpse, Jian continued to revive it. While grinning, he asked Giselle if she didn't see. Killing once was hardly enough fun, right? The little brat was panting behind, which made Jian very pleased. Killing once was never enough to make up for the others who had suffered, while her son was not the only one doing wicked things. Swinging his sword again, Jian decided to cut Shiwu as many times as the pain that guy had caused, or he could end his own life as well. He was here to keep count. Shiwu felt like he had fallen into hell. Jian's shadow loomed long over him as he once again raised the condemnation of the sky, making him feel endless torment. Before the pain could even end, Jian continued to revive him, all happening before the people who held their breath in silence. Not a word was spoken. Jian's smile and his swings became faster and faster. He cut Shiwu in every possible way, all of which were fatal. Each time he died, Jian would call him back to continue receiving the slashes. Inside the Scorpion Hospital, Hudo Otters and his group witnessed the events firsthand, but no one seemed to feel pity upon hearing Shiwu's desperate pleas. There were moments when he was struck 3 times at once. Death was indeed painful, leaving a haunting impact on the Libra forces. There was nothing they could do. Watch with their eyes wide open as the screams of someone who had to endure death repeatedly were truly terrifying. Shiwu had to experience pain more than 20 times, yet Jian showed no intention of stopping. Giselle could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Is this guy really testing my endurance?" In response to the pointless question, the teleportation skill of Queen Larry and the absolute coordinate skill of the Sagittarius were unleashed simultaneously. A massive barrier appeared at the ceiling of the Libra Palace, dropping something enormous onto the ground with a thunderous explosion that shook the earth. Blood from that object splattered onto Giselle's face, feeling cold, and as she walked closer, she realized this seemed to be the remains of a large calamity. But Giselle's gaze collided with a severed head rolling in the corner, unmistakable with its striking blonde hair and the horrified expression of her eldest son. Upon realizing what had happened, she immediately trembled uncontrollably, biting her lower lip in deep hatred. The expression that caught John's eye only delighted him further. He asked, "Why are you just standing there like a statue?" His brutal lips opened wide and he roared madly, "Your beloved eldest son is back. Now say words of love and hug him tight." Her left eye turned a dark color, blue veins standing out on her face with every surge of anger. Clenching her fist, Giselle simply said, "You will pay for provoking me." But no one has ever threatened him and gotten away with it. Geon stealthily took the divine bird of Libra, pressing his face close to it with a cruel smile. "What have I provoked you with? Hey, you wretch, I'm just responding to your choice. Anyone who stands in my way will meet the same fate." He temporarily set aside the sun to let the scars that had healed whisper to Libra. No matter whether the one chosen by the ultimate deity or from a mysterious civilization, he doesn't care. Even if it's a deity, he will never be afraid. He wanted Giselle to hear this, though when she was showing her fury, Geon threw the divine bird high into the air and killed it instantly. He wore the smile of a victor, advising her to prepare her neck, waiting for him to come and cleave it. Dear Giselle Lawrence. With that, Geon struck down, turning the divine bird to ashes, completely severing the connection with Libra and erasing his intercontinental live stream. The remaining members of the Libra force hesitated to call upon the Holy Master, sensing a terrible surge of power from the woman Giselle. Lee Geon's roar echoed far and wide, accompanied by a peak of anger that made the entire city tremble, as if it were experiencing an earthquake. Upon arriving, Giselle paid no attention to the people anymore. She shouted, "Dare you insult me? I will surely chop you up along with that trash." With each of her screams, the city shook violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Giselle, filled with hatred, called his name for a long, long time before stopping. After a moment, Shiwu suddenly opened his eyes wide with fear, as if he had just escaped from a nightmare. But the nightmare deity had come to drive the condemnation of the sky into the ground, allowing this kid to wake up from his pain to continue what he had just done earlier. Suddenly, I forgot how many I was counting before, so let's start counting again from the beginning, shall we? His poor math skills muttered as he counted the total number of injured, about 5,000 plus the number of people in the Scorpion Hospital. Then he added the time the Otifsu family, his friend, suffered and converted it into installments. How much would that be? Shiwu knelt on the ground, begging for another chance to explain, but he did not listen and resolutely lifted the sky sword, preparing to strike down another 10,000 times to collect both principal and interest. No amount of tears from Shiwu was enough. Hell officially began now as the word one came from John's mouth. A few days later, in the Lion's Temple arena, someone had just fallen heavily to the floor. Meanwhile, the referee raised his hand to announce the victory of the vice commander, Yoha. The cheers of the spectators did not bring a smile to her face. Yoha's gloomy expression did not escape the eyes of the disciples. They wondered why she seemed so strange. Everyone noticed that. Contrary to her usual cold demeanor, the vice commander appeared quite bewildered. Mainly since that day when Lee Geon's performance was broadcasted to the world, everyone had been amazed, and so was Yoha. But for some reason, she now wore an expression of daze, as if she had just suffered a heartbreak. Perhaps the image of Shiwu living in a cycle of death and resurrection was too sensitive, but that scene brought many people satisfaction. The Libras, who always felt superior and went around doing foul things, received their due retribution. In the arena, the overly excited host, oblivious to Yoa's expression, kept the microphone close to her, asking for her thoughts on this unprecedented streak of victories. "I have made a decision." Suddenly, Yoa let out that phrase, yet still maintained her dazed expression. She said, "I have decided to leave the Lion's Holy Order." Before the crowd could stir, she continued, "And then I joined the Sacred Order of Lord Jun." Her cold expression was broadcast everywhere, even on the television in the hospital room where Stephen was recovering. Some followers wanted to change the channel right away, fearing the leader might have a breakdown if he saw it again, but it was unnecessary since Stephen was already heartbroken and had fainted. As Oliver entered the hospital room, he heard the commotion of the followers trying to wake Stephen and felt disheartened. Both the leader and the deputy commander were nothing but disgrace to the Sacred Order. The loyal subordinates were still trying to shake Stephen awake, but given the public humiliation from both the Lee Geon duo, he did not want to wake up at all. The television continued to switch to other news, covering a high-level meeting of the human side. As soon as it started, someone stood up to criticize. Libra always deceives the world. She has concealed the truth with a fog of blood and the mistakes of Sagittarius. Another council member immediately rebutted. There is no convincing evidence, and Libra's position has not been verified, so we cannot draw conclusions. Not to mention, it is clear that Lee Geon has set a trap for Libra and widely broadcasted it, with that arrogant deity asserting, "This is a common trick of the constellations." Provoking the young counselor's anger, 2 sons of Libra have died, and you can say that? It's such a serious matter, and Libra remains silent without rebuttal. Isn't that strange? The other side responded to the anger with a mocking attitude. Maybe Libra is trying to come up with some slow excuse. After watching the news for a while, Haley had to compliment Kevin. That was a pretty impressive manipulation of the media. Besides poisoning food, you can do this too, right, Virgo? Virgo smiled proudly. Those things were simple. Not everyone who lives in the Canadian wilderness would understand. And she added, I didn't put poison in John's food. It was his drink. Scorpio, it's an antidote to the stuff you put in Lee Geon's food. Haley immediately retorted, your antidote may work for what Kevin put in, but it's too much trouble. It's because of you that I wasted time. The two argued back and forth for a long time. To Sagittarius, they were no different from two kids. Did they think no one knew the other cared about John, which is why they acted like this. Suddenly, Kevin turned to Hugo Otters and asked, where is the founder of the constellation? He hasn't returned yet. Is he still busy? Indeed, he is really busy. The base in Hawaii that library used to have is now marked with a large construction sign for vehicles to come and clear everything out. Nearby, along with a heap of fast food and chill music, Lee Geon, in a sleeveless shirt, is enthusiastically munching away. At his feet lies a mess of takeout boxes, and he's chewing while checking whether he has finished wrecking Libra stuff to see what he can build for himself. On the positive side, he found the core of the calamity, which are crystal stones created from the crystallization of the calamity Lee Geon had destroyed in the Tower of Evil before. Come to think of it, it seems they were planning to call him out with those stones he had created. That's why that dumb bird claimed to have successfully summoned him when he was tracking it. Tossing aside the hamburger and standing up, the construction worker Jung realized his lunch break was over and he had to dive back into work. Looking up at his creation, he felt refreshed, thinking he was about to have a new house. And there was also a gift for that woman. He wondered if it had arrived yet. The gift John was referring to was the head of the second sun slumped in the middle of an intricately decorated wreath, inserted into the decorative pillar in Legra's temple. Giselle was so enraged upon seeing it that she increased the gravity, making everyone in the lobby kneel behind her. In a fit of rage, she knew that that guy John had sent this to humiliate her. Plus, Kevin Azar had publicly insulted Libra on television as well. She glanced at the person standing behind her and coldly asked, do we have no plans to deal with this many subordinates? Looking at the ground several meters away from her feet, which was cracking with each of the saints' anger, the apostle could only feel helpless. The Virgo was acting too quickly and broadcasting live, so no one could intervene in time. Thinking about the mockery of a servant of the Virgo goddess daring to infuriate her to this extent, Giselle felt her insides churn. We can't let those who cling to Jian live quickly gather our forces. The moment she muted her voice, gravity seemed to disappear. Still, with her head bowed, Giselle had made up her mind. Having been treated like this, we can't just sit still. We must launch an all-out attack. She waved her hand behind her, commanding her subordinates. Giselle needed to contact the Sacred Corps, allies, and all branches worldwide to gather forces and find every way to defeat Lee Geon. Finally receiving the command, the group hurriedly ran out of the lobby to prepare for a concentrated attack, also seeking revenge for their young masters. Left with a completely silent red carpet, Giselle called for someone to appear. Pieces of the decorative tree in the lobby flew up and joined together right behind her. The Allegiant Owl stood firm, reporting that it had summoned the army of the mysterious civilization. All waited for orders, and finally something went smoothly. Giselle praised, good job! Her hand had already extended to unleash a surge of power and lifted it upwards. The globe was summoned, with dense black dots displaying the areas occupied by calamities gradually expanding to the size of a human. It loomed within Giselle's reach as she exerted her power. With just a flick of her finger, all the red-black specks on the surface were lifted and gathered in one corner of the Pacific Ocean. The black-gray territory of the mysterious civilization was stirred up as she used her power on the globe, creating waves and relentless thunder. The calamities present seemed to receive a signal and raise their heads. Following orders, they spread their wings wide and soared into the air, emitting loud noises. All the entities in the area took off into the sky in various shapes and sizes, numbering in the thousands. Among them was one that exuded a different kind of power from the rest, riding on the back of a summoned skeletal horse. It waited silently until the two words rang out, "They're here." Before their eyes appeared flocks of calamities, flapping their wings to gather. Lightning flashed across the sky, blindingly bright, as the riders soared above alongside the winged creatures, counting the numbers of the walking calamities, who soon formed into a formidable army, waiting in silence for orders. Giselle poked her finger into the ocean on the globe, conjuring the image of her hand having truly groped that place, stirring the waves. The black and red masses representing the play rushed in violently like vines grasped by her hand. Before long, they gathered into a heap of red bricks in Giselle's hand. She watched it whirl in her palm, opening a blood-red eye filled with determination to defeat the Jian group. That eye resembled the one on her face as she yelled, "I will make you completely despair." The black territory flared up with a bloodthirsty eye. There were only 65 hours left before humanity faced a full-scale attack. On the island of Hawaii, once the headquarters of the Libra constellation, flames were now raging from the workshop and sacred site of the Ophiuchus constellation. The island's appearance was completely different. At the entrance stood a massive gate shaped like a winding silver serpent. Not far away, the sudden movement of the Sagittarius constellation flashed a beam of purple light, with the sound of shoes tapping out loud. Not only did Hugo step out, but he was also followed by 4 others, including the priestess of the Scorpio constellation, the legendary swordman Kevin, along with his wife and Keen's son. Upon arrival, Kevin complained, "What the hell is Lee Geon doing here? Why did he suddenly bring us to Hawaii so early in the morning?" Hugo had no answer. He only knew that Lee Geon was up to something here. Since stepping in here, Haley completely ignored everything around her. Just thinking about meeting Lee Geon made her face flush. Hugo first noticed the giant white snake-shaped gate above. "What is this? When was it built?" he yelled. Next to the gate, a blonde girl in a nun's outfit stepped out to greet everyone. "You must be the guest that Mr. Lee Geon mentioned, right?" She introduced herself as Iaso, former household god of both Aquarius and Libra, and I'm currently being called disinfected. She laughed as if it were a funny matter, but in reality, Iaso was a prisoner of the Ophiuchus domain, having been kidnapped by Lee Geon from Libra, so she quickly joined the list of captives. In such a crude manner, it sounded to Haley like Lee Geon personally brought her into his realm. The crowd noticed she was holding a green egg and asked about it. "That is the household god's egg of Ophiuchus, one of the rewards for passing the tests of strength, intelligence, and reputation." Aso simply said, "This is what Mr. Lee Geon entrusted to me. He said that since I am the god of health and nursing, I could take care of it." Hearing it, one can immediately tell the responsibility of someone who has to take care of things that Lee Geon does not want to touch. Yet that Kevin, oblivious to this, sighed and complained right next to Haley. "Is that jerk Lee Geon planning to get married or something?" Without saying a word, Haley darkened her face and called for her servant behind her. Her body began to tremble, trying to speak clearly. "You bring everything you can from our divine team to Lee Geon." Her servant didn't understand anything, about to ask for clarification when suddenly Haley turned around and yelled with a flushed face and sweat pouring down as if she had a fever. "Even if we have to carry a whole pillar here, hurry up. If we don't have anything to fight back with, we will lose." After finishing the task, the group was invited by Iso to pass through this door into the official territory of the Ophiuchus Palace. As soon as a small portion was revealed, a heat from inside poured out along with blinding light. When the door opened wide enough for the group to enter, a gust of air blew their hair and clothes wildly. When they saw the source of this power, they heard the extremely ferocious roar of the fire lizard that Lee Geon called Flame Roar, releasing incredibly high-intensity flame. He was blowing his flame onto something and had to keep repeating this continuously to maintain the flame high. At this moment, the group realized that this place was designed like a furnace. Under the altar, the fire that was crackling due to the lizard was connected by dozens of chains leading to the center, which was hovering above a basin filled with fire. Hugo had never seen this scene before and asked in astonishment, "Is my friend planning to build a steel factory or what? But it looks just like a bathtub right in front." Kevin murmured to himself, "Couldn't that be lava taken from those damn lizards?" Each member of the group had a different expression. While Hugo's wife complained, "It's so hot here," he widened his eyes, not expecting his friend to create this after destroying the headquarters of Libra. Unrelated to the temperature and architecture here, Haley secretly praised, "Lee Geon really has leadership skills. He truly is extraordinary, so cool." Just then, they heard a loud clanging sound from the side of the furnace and turned to see some chains moving extremely fast. A deep, cheerful voice greeted them roughly, "Wow, wow, isn't that the damn centaur slave of the Lord?" Jarl laughed heartily while turning the pulley. "He's been waiting for you." Next to him was Jotun with a fiery red appearance, almost blending in with the flames behind him. He tilted his head and asked the group, "Doesn't our workshop look magnificent? 3 slaves working in a crazy hot place like this and still laughing loudly. That shows they really like working here." The group entered and immediately turned right, trying to find a way to avoid talking to these 3 guides. The door on the right side didn't lead to the furnace anymore, but to a workshop with a door standing 3 meters tall. Looking at the style, Hugo recognized right away, if there's no forge here, it can't be called Lee Geon's workshop. Since entering, Haley had heard the sound of a hammer striking. The further in they went, the clearer the deafening bang-bang became. It was a hammer artifact hitting a blade, flattening it. Stepping out from behind the strong figure hammering away, Hugo waved at his friend. "Hey, we're here." Lee Geon, shirtless, sweat pouring from his hair down his back as if he were taking a shower. Upon hearing Hugo's voice, he turned around with a relaxed smile and swept his soaked hair back. "Oh, you've arrived." One hand holding the hammer artifact, the other muscular hand pushing his hair back. Just that simple act was enough to make Haley, having only glanced, burst out in a nosebleed, knowing this kind of scene was inevitable. Hugo looked over at his wife, who was clutching her flushed cheeks as if she wanted to scream. her expression rivaling Haley's, only missing a stream of blood from her nose. It was no surprise that she had been a fan of Lee Geon for 20 years. Before Ji-woo even had the chance to scream, Haley was already hyperventilating and collapsed to the side, fainting. At this moment, I also suddenly had to take care of the little Scorpio, who had fallen to the ground like this. Kevin had left a long time ago. He couldn't stand such hot environments. A crisp sound of a can opening echoed in the air as Jim popped the top off a soda can and tilted his head back to drink, as if he had been thirsting for years. His friend was still picking out a spot to admire. Didn't you just break into someone's home yesterday? How did you manage to build this place so quickly? With a refreshing chuckle, he turned back to his friend and smiled. I have a new ability, quite useful actually. What John was referring to was the S-rank gluttony skill he had just received. When targeting an object, John could eat any type and recreate that object. This skill would be used if his divine power was greater than or equal to 70%. If the target was a being with greater power than the user, the skill could fail. If the skill fails, John could suffer side effects. But looking at his appearance, it was clear that everything was going smoothly. He exhaled sharply and said briefly, basically, I'm just combining the sanctuary with a futurist and my workshop into one. Glancing at the hammer artifact, he chuckled. It had been a while since he could go back to his original profession, and naturally, he felt much more motivated. Of course, Hugo was happy for his friend. Clearly, John's original profession was an artisan. Looking over at John, who was gulping down water, Hugo was about to say something when he suddenly felt a dense aura emanating from his left. When he looked over, he realized that something was surging in the air behind Jian, recognizing that his friend had detected a lingering power in the atmosphere. Jim didn't bother to hide it. This place is my sanctuary and hideout. Moreover, the forge and workshop can create countless sacred artifacts. He looked very confident when mentioning this. As long as I have motivation, there's a mountain of things I can create. Ever since I declared war, that trash won't be able to sit still. With a pile of things behind him, Hugo just wanted to know what he was currently crafting. He held a soda can and wiggled his index finger. I'm making a weapon for Yoa as promised to that girl. I'll also make one for Sum Ja and Ji-woo too. The mother and child couldn't contain their joy. Ignoring Hugo standing there pouting, your husband and father are right here and you're showing so much admiration. Suddenly, Jian reached out his hand towards his friend, leaving Hugo totally confused. What is he asking for? He shamelessly demanded the royal artifact from Hugo, but before he could snatch it away, loud bangs echoed from outside. Turning his head quickly, they were astonished to see the massive palace trembling as if it were shaking. Even Miss Haley, who had fainted earlier, had disappeared. So the group hurriedly opened the doors of their territory to see what was happening, wondering if they were under attack. What was going on? Unexpectedly, just a few steps out of the Ophiuchus Palace, they saw a pile of wooden crates stacked about 5 meters high. It turned out to be an urgent delivery service from the Scorpion team to headquarters. Standing in front of it was Ms. Haley, trembling. She didn't look at anyone and opened her mouth to announce as if her teeth and lips wanted to clash together. The Holy Land is basically just a home for the gods, so if we are here, it's like a housewarming, right? Just consider this a housewarming gift. She didn't look at everyone. She thought she had spoken quite naturally. Little did she know that in front of everyone, she appeared no different than someone talking irrationally. Before noticing the blank expressions of those around her, Haley immediately opened a wooden crate beside her to see if there was food, money, or some kind of holy artifact to give to Jian right away. Hugo glanced at his friend, dazed yet sincere. Good luck. Haley seems really serious about you. Soon you'll have a couple just like me. However, in the box that Haley opened, there was no food or treasure, but a stack of something stacked on top of each other. It turned out to be letters along with various large and small envelopes, all crammed inside. Haley muttered, "This isn't my box." But when she picked one up, she clearly saw written on the outside addressed to Lee Geon with a wax seal on it, indicating that no one had opened it to read. He frowned in disgust. Who would send me a letter? In his ear, his friend's teasing voice broke in. What if it's a fan letter for you? Who knows, you might open it to find the words, "I love you, Lee Geon," right there. Pulling out a few envelopes, Haley skimmed through them, noticing that all of them had names written on them, and the wax seal was clearly from the lion, which left John thoroughly confused. But before figuring out the truth, she had to silence her friend to stop him from talking nonsense. Suddenly, Sum Jane chimed in, "That's right. The Lion Club has been in big trouble ever since your sister announced she would leave that sanctuary. Who knows? Maybe that's why they're sending letters to you." At that moment, at the headquarters of the Leo Club in the U.S., where a towering 40-story building stood imposing on the main street, Steven's large hand slammed down onto the table, full of anger. "Why did you say that?" He struck the table hard, still seething with rage. Surrounding him, voices mingled with questions. "Even if you leave, things won't end easily. Do you know how many people will leave with you, Cheon Yova? Faced with Stephen's fury, Marker appeared small, standing sullenly with his hands behind him, and replied casually, "Yes, I know." Saying he understood but appearing indifferent made Stephen's face contort with frustration. Having exhausted his options for banging on things, he had to sincerely ask for the reason. "What's the problem? I've given you everything you wanted. Just tell me." Yoha unexpectedly found him to be reasonable. After a moment, she still said something to infuriate Stephen. "Please let me leave and transfer to another club." In desperation, he put his hands to his face and lamented. "What about the contract clauses, salary, or anything else that matters? Just say yes, of course I'll adjust it." Yet Yoa said, "No, I don't need those things. So what's the conclusion?" He sighed. "Do you really want to leave this place?" Suddenly changing the subject, Stephen asked an unrelated question. "How has she been lately? I mean her arm." Stephen's question brought back memories for both of them from 10 years ago, on a day when it was pouring rain, a few days after the blood fog disaster occurred. In the quiet hospital of Scorpio Palace, the sound of the breathing machine was the only thing breaking the midnight stillness. Sonja and Yoa's mother was lying on the hospital bed, and the two sisters were peacefully asleep together under the heavy rain. Suddenly, Yoa sensed a noise and a light coming from somewhere. The little girl Yoa sleepily stepped outside and pushed the door to see if her father had come home. But there was no one in the hallway. Instead, the elevator door was wide open, emitting a warm golden light, which made her rub her eyes and walk over to see what was going on. The elevator, about to close, was completely empty. Yoa was dozing off when she suddenly heard a voice right above her. "Hello, you must be Yoa, right?" The voice belonged to Giselle beneath her cloak just as thunder rumbled outside, completely shaking off Yoa's drowsiness. Turning around, Yoa saw the woman standing very close to her, Giselle, the Saint of Libra, displaying a rather ominous smile as she pulled down her cloak. "Oh dear, did I scare you?" Her blonde hair and distinctly foreign-looking eyes were unforgettable after just one glance. Yoa had seen her interviewed on television before. The girl took a step back in shock. This person is the Libra Saint. Giselle's attitude at that moment was quite normal. She asked Yoa, "I would like to talk to you for a moment. Shall we go somewhere else?" The sky outside continued to pour down rain. Finding a table in the closed dining hall, Giselle spoke with concern. "I have some worries for you all after the blood fog incident, which is why I came to meet. I am very sorry about your mother." Yoa smiled politely. "It's okay. The Saints must have tried their best. I believe this is the best outcome." Across from her, Giselle appeared as a kind older aunt, bowing her head in gratitude to the girl for her reassuring words. "After meeting you like this, I now understand why Hugo always boasts about his daughter. Despite what has happened, you are still so strong and mature." Yoa looked up in surprise to see the Saint of Libra praising her. She even remarked, "I worry so much because my child always troubles me. If only they could be half as capable as you." Yoa smiled lightly, unsure of what to say when Giselle continued, "They ran into trouble again, so I put them in the punishment room to correct their behavior. Raising children is truly hard. Wanting them to be both smart and obedient is no easy task." Reaching for a can of soda on the table, she tossed her beautiful hair, just like you, Yoa. When she looked up, her golden eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint. "Yoa, if only you were my daughter, how wonderful that would be." That eerie smile made Yoa feel terrified, her face pale and trembling as she stammered, "What do you mean, sir?" Another thunderclap outside lit up the sky. Inside the dining room, Giselle suddenly stopped speaking, making the atmosphere strangely silent. After a moment, she let out a breath and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I was just joking. I was only teasing. Look at your confused face." She laughed to herself as if there was something very funny, laughing and saying, "After all, you are just a child." Yoa couldn't grasp the bizarre mindset of her eccentric aunt, just staring in disbelief, waiting for her to finish laughing before she waved her hand to dismiss the beautiful golden light above her head. "Sorry, Yoa, I've been a bit mean, haven't I?" When she spread her left hand open again, two extremely exquisite earrings fell into Giselle's palm. They were designed like two hearts trapped in a gold cage. The light emanating from them was mesmerizing, causing Yoa to gaze in wonder. Giselle held up the earrings, shaking them in front of the child invitingly. "Take them. It's a gift to commemorate our meeting." No matter how beautiful the jewelry was, it could not overshadow the calculating smile of Libra that was blooming on her lips. Yoa was not sure why she had such an expression, but she knew she should not accept it, so she seriously refused. "I can't accept this. We've only just met once." But Giselle's voice right beside her was so sweet, always urging, "Just take it. I brought it here for you." The hospital corridor was quiet. The sound of shoes clattering echoed, but because Giselle was persuading Yoa to accept the gift, she didn't pay attention. "Just take it, or do you want me to hold my hand out like this forever?" As Hugo leaned in to see where the voice was coming from, he recognized it was Libra's voice. But who was she talking to? Hugo stood frozen as he saw Libra, whom he had always been cautious of, talking to a girl and dropping something into Yoa's outstretched hand. "Thank you, I will accept it." The light emanating from it left Hugo stunned. He whispered, "Yoa," seeing the girl happily turn around and call "Dad," without noticing the two items emitting an unusual light as they were about to touch her hand. In the very moment that Yoa couldn't retract her hand in time, she flashed a sinister smile, letting the dazzling earrings fall into Yoa's hand. It fell abruptly into the small palm right before Hugo's astonished gaze. It didn't matter what it was. Fear was clearly written on Hugo's face. No matter what it was from the Libra's hand, he didn't even dare to accept it, let alone let his little daughter accept it. Indeed, as soon as the earrings touched Yoa's palm, they emitted a very suspicious dark energy, wrapping around her arms and tearing through the sleeves of her long shirt. Hugo seemed to go mad with anxiety and fear. He screamed, "No!" But it was too late. The dark, malevolent force shot straight up to the roof of the hospital, causing it to explode into pieces and disperse into the sky, landing into the dense night above. From a distance, the hospital could be seen exploding, smoke rising thickly like the scene of a gas explosion. People sheltered under umbrellas in the pouring rain, seeing that the rain could not extinguish the fire, hurriedly called one another to report the incident to the authorities. Among the crowd was Stephen Maker, with the youthful face of 10 years ago, gripping his thick eyebrows tightly and looking up. Amidst the debris flying everywhere, Hugo's voice could be heard screaming, almost lost in the chaos. Then, in a horrified gaze, Hugo realized that his little daughter was clutching his arms, crying out loudly. The malevolent force wrapped around her arms, trying to penetrate inside and leaving behind long burn marks. Tears streamed down the delicate face. Yoa could no longer stand, collapsing onto the yard and calling out, "Dad, save me!" Hugo instantly teleported to the spot where his little daughter was enduring pain. He moved so quickly that the clothes on his body tore apart, partly due to the power of the centaur, summoned too hastily. Clearly, Yoa was less than a meter away from him, and Hugo's hand reached out urgently. He was too eager, too anxious, wanting to touch his daughter right at that moment. However, the horrifying smile of Libra prevented that. The moment Hugo's fingers touched Yoa's head, a tremendous force from the mass of dark energy flung him backward, slamming his back against the wall behind him. The flames of the centaur that had enveloped Hugo earlier were now extinguished instantly. His body was steaming, and the skin on his arms was gnawed by deep burn marks. Hugo coughed painfully. This was beyond his current strength. Seeing the helplessness on Hugo's face, Giselle clutched her blonde hair, shrieking and laughing joyfully, as if she had never laughed before. "Don't tell me you still see yourself as a saint." Unable to get close to his daughter while seeing the continuous stream of dark energy emanating from Yoa at the center, Hugo could only helplessly shout Thin Bin's name. "What have you done to Yoa, my child?" Thin Bin laughed gleefully. "You're too late, Hugo. It's so late, and you left your daughter all alone. Aren't you unworthy of being a father?" The dark energy was getting thicker, completely enveloping Yoa, who was clutching herself, writhing and crying on the floor. The floor cracked open, floating, and then falling with a loud thud, making Hugo's horror intensify. The dark energy was also gradually seeping into Hugo's skin. "Not far away," he shouted again. "Thin Bin, restore Yoa to her original state immediately." But she had no intention of complying. Remembering the night when Hugo came to confront her about the blood fog being solely her doing, Giselle smiled. "This is a warning. It seems you have underestimated my words. However, your daughter is even better than I thought. Even if she gets swallowed by the dark energy, it's no big deal. She can still endure it." Though Yoa was resisting, all of her strength was draining away. She was kneeling on the floor, crying out in pain, while Giselle's voice remained filled with delight. "Anyway, she'll soon be devoured by that energy. Oh no, Hugo, it seems the only way to save your daughter is to bring her to my domain." The pain seeped into Hugo's flesh, along with helplessness and anger. Finally, he let out a roar. "Don't act like you have no other choice when you're the one who makes everything turn out this way every time." Seeing Hugo in more pain and anger, Giselle felt even more pleased and delighted. She put her finger to her lips and pretended to sob. "Centaur, when you're in the hospital, you should keep quiet. If you don't want to hand Yoa over to me like this, why don't you just become my subordinate?" Covered in blood, Hugo stared at her in disbelief. Giselle's voice continued to ring in his ears. "Discard any remaining ties you have to that dead name Lee Geon and submit to me. I know your worth. I value you more than all the other saints. If you follow me, I will restore your lost power and help you regain your status as a saint. Doesn't that sound good? Forget that dead name." Biting his lower lip until it bled profusely, the bloodshot gleam in Hugo's eyes revealed his realization. Turns out she had planned this all along, didn't she? The cruel smile of Libra widened. Her hand gestured invitingly. "Hey, Hugo, you have to make a choice again. Will you hand the girl over to me or join me? At that moment, Yoa's tiny hand reached out and grabbed the ankle of the noble shoe belonging to Libra. Using the dark energy that was invading her body, the girl wanted to transfer it into Giselle's body. Struggling to crawl on the ground and fight against the pain, Yoda still raised her head, trying to speak clearly. Don't bully my dad. The girl tightened her grip even more, the dark energy from her body coiling around Libra's leg increasingly. She began to feel the ground beneath her feet shaking and crumbling away. Although surprised, Libra felt even more delighted. This little girl is really cute. She dares to use the power of the dark deity to resist me. Her hand transformed into the scales of Libra. Her voice was laced with a warning. Yoa, what did I say to you earlier? I like children who are both talented and obedient. Cross-shaped pendant flashed with light directed at Yoa, who was writhing at her feet. Libra's voice became threatening. It seems that before taking you with me, I need to teach you how to be obedient first. Hugo couldn't allow her to do that. His entire body ignited with blazing flames. Even if he were to be burned alive, he had to rush in to stop Libra from laying hands on his daughter. Unexpectedly, a deep voice suddenly rang out, causing both individuals to recognize it as somewhat familiar. The wall of the hospital was struck by a tremendous force from the outside, forcing Thien Bin to move away from the child for a moment due to the overwhelming power of the thunder. In the pouring rain, the sky struck down a yellow bolt of lightning right at the location of the hospital. The light was blinding, causing Hugo to stammer incoherently. Isn't this the battlefield for the victory skill of Saint Lion? Looking back, he saw his little daughter at the center of a ball of thunder. The dark energy surrounding the sphere was also trapped within it. The electricity crackled, but it seemed that Yoa was unharmed. Looking up, Giselle was also perplexed. The skill is here, but where is the person? The activation of the skill indicates that he must be very close. Indeed, Stephen walked in and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Hey, Sagittarius and his daughter are the recruitment candidates I've had my eye on for a long time. Both Giselle and Hugo turned towards the source of the voice. It was indeed Stephen Maker, appearing with dozens of lightning bolts wrapped around him. 10 years ago, he seemed younger, but the flamboyant appearance he had whenever he showed up had not changed at all. Pointing forward, Stephen said directly, If you understand, then go line up Libra. Wow, knowing he was in the dominant position, Stephen comfortably put his hands in his pockets to face Giselle opposite him. Looking over, he saw Yoa beginning to slip into unconsciousness. Stephen realized that the black thing inside his thunderstorm orb was an evil deity. Libra, you must be very ruthless with this child. A monster as strong as this will become a high-level being capable of rivaling even a divine entity. It looks powerful, but that's fine. The lineage of the Lion Saint is such that the stronger the opponent, the more pleasure it takes in unleashing its own power. Stephen wore a pleased smile. The lion is a saintly guardian of all beasts. I will just consider it a loss for having tried to recruit the high-level member. What are you saying? Giselle screamed as if someone had slit her throat. The clear attitude of wanting to snatch someone away only made Stephen smile even more, driving her crazy. Stephen Maker, don't do anything foolish. But he wasn't afraid, still wearing a challenging smile in return. Libra, let's be honest, isn't doing everything to enhance the power of the Holy Order fundamental for any saint, just like how you use an evil deity to snatch chi on Yoa. You must know that I'm only trying to stop you. The hostility of Stephen Maker was as clear as day. She gritted her teeth and cursed. You filthy barbarian, dare you stand in my way? Yes, I dare. He stepped onto the tiled floor, feeling the thunder and lightning emanating with menace. What's wrong, not happy? He stated bluntly as Stephen stood in front of his sphere challenging her. Try to break my royal skills and take the girl back. In that case, Giselle was not at all polite. In her hand, she had separated a distinctive stream of golden energy, preparing to charge at the bulky figure in front of her. Below the hospital, amidst the rain, people were calling the police, chaos erupting as they ran back and forth. The authorities warned, this area has been cordoned off, the building could collapse at any moment, so it's very dangerous. At that moment, the subordinates of the Lion Saint ran through the rain, shouting for Stephen. Where are you, sir? But after a while, they still couldn't find the Lion Saint. He had separated from his brute to rush upward without leaving a word. Sticking his hands into his pockets and looking down at the growing crowd below, Stephen chuckled. It seems I've unintentionally attracted a crowd here. I was created to adapt to the battlefield, so if we have to go all out and fight, that's fine. And Libra, what do you think? As the power in his hands was about to erupt, Stephen's words became increasingly assertive. Do you want to escalate the situation here? Of course, she had to maintain her reputation, so she swung her hand forcefully, sending a wave of power straight into the wall not far from her, causing it to explode with a loud bang. It was the wall perpendicular to the part that had just been shattered. Bricks and debris fell with a clattering sound, causing the residents to panic and call for each other to stay away. Two sections of the hospital wall had been punctured by these two individuals, creating two large holes. The wind rushed in through the openings. I don't want the situation to escalate further, so I will leave this time. But Leo, you owe me. One day, I will find a way to collect. The frown and harshness on Libra's face did not scare Stephen at all. He tossed his broad hand back and challenged her in return. Can you really do that? Soon, I will become the strongest, surpassing even Lee Geon. Libra bit her lower lip in anger, but at the end, she disappeared, leaving behind a streak of light in midair, accompanied by a curse. You stupid monster. You are an ungrateful fool. She vanished, and suddenly everything became completely silent. Stephen exhaled a sigh, muttering, "What a bore," then snapped his fingers at the centaur standing behind him. No need to thank me. Before anyone could say anything more. Chasing Libra away doesn't mean that Hugo will feel happy. His eyebrows furrowed as he asked Stephen, "What are you doing here?" Stephen replied, half serious and half mocking, "I'm here to check out your appearance before going to work. You have to attend the preliminary trial and apologize to the public. You look absolutely miserable, like a puppy dragged along the road all day and then beaten down." Stephen waved his hand towards himself and continued, "Or would you like to join my holy team before you become even more pathetic? If I still have one supporter for Lee Geon, then I might have a chance to outdo Lee Geon." Hugo was too familiar with this line. He nodded but did not agree. Everyone said that. "Thanks for your help, but right now I can't afford to think about this. Now let Yola go." Suddenly, Hugo heard a refusal in his ear. "I can't do that." He thought Stephen had bad intentions for his daughter and shouted angrily, "What are you planning to do?" But on the opposite side, Stephen was very serious. "Your daughter is being possessed by a dark god. If she is let go now, the consequences would be unimaginable. She will become a target for Libra or lose her life due to the uncontrollable energy." Seeing Yoa sleeping soundly inside the sphere, Stephen asked the crucial question. "I'm asking you seriously, do you have the ability to protect her in her current state?" Although he didn't reply, Hugo's unwilling expression and trembling body said it all. Everyone knew that Hugo had lost his power, so the answer was obviously no. Stephen spoke bluntly. "When you are powerless, the truth is you can't decide anything at all. The dark god has entered your daughter's body, and it seems to be a monster. I told you about the characteristics of my holy order, didn't I? Although I can't eliminate it or tame it, I can suppress it, so it can't wreak havoc." Stephen raised his hand to dispel this thunderstorm sphere. Yoa floated in the air as the pieces of the sphere gradually faded away with the wind. Stephen had made up his mind. "I will take her with me." When the characteristic golden light of the Leo constellation surrounded Yoa's arms, it seemed that the dark energy had stopped tormenting Yoa's body. She was still unconscious, gently falling down below. But in fact, up above, the dark god had been restrained by Stephen's power, tied up like a wild beast, so it couldn't continue to disturb Yoa's body. He stretched out his large arms to catch the small body of the girl who was falling, then whispered to Hugo, "Now she has been restrained." Knowing he couldn't argue, Hugo asked the lion from behind, "Why did you make yourself an opponent of Libra?" Stephen replied, still maintaining a calm demeanor, "Because I can't recruit you. I'm simply recruiting your promising daughter." That was actually just the reason Stephen had just come up with. The real reason was that when the battle at Devil Tower had just ended, he still vividly remembered Hugo's curses. At that time, Hugo was pinned to the floor, struggling and shouting loudly, "You are all trash. How could you leave Lee Geon in the tower and go outside on your own? If you could get the eye neck, you should at least collect Lee Geon's corpse." At that moment, Stephen was on the podium. His eyes glanced at Hugo thrashing below, who was eventually dragged out. Still, Hugo was furious and shouted, "After everything you did, do you still dare to tarnish Lee Geon's honor? How can you still be worthy of being saints?" Each of those curses pierced straight into Stephen's heart, making him feel an immense guilt. That was also one of the reasons Stephen appeared here at this moment. Looking at the child in his arms, he whispered, "My conscience is a bit troubled." When reminded of the past, Stephen's stream of memories came to an end. Yoa also spoke more softly to Saint Lion. "I will always be grateful for what you have done for me, but while I was at the Lion Club, I couldn't grow." Clenching his fist, Yoa now had only one thought in his heart. If I want to help Uncle Lee Geon, I need to become even stronger. So Yoa was here to speak directly to Stephen. I need to train in a different way and become completely strong. Stephen did not turn around, his voice sounding more somber than usual. "All right. For the past 10 years, I thought I had done my best as your guardian." Suddenly, two large hands cradled his face, and Stephen's voice sounded unusually choked. "By the way, about you secretly meeting Saint Scorpion because of your arm, I have kept that quiet." Seeing him trembling, a tear rolled down his cheek. Stephen's voice at this moment sounded truly pitiful. "If after all this, you still want to leave, then it's because I haven't done well enough. It's inevitable. Even after you leave this place, I hope you will live happily." Yoa was astonished. Why is he acting like that? Is he really crying? Yoa's face was pale, and she was about to step forward to advise him a few words. Suddenly, the door was pushed open forcefully from the outside. The large figure of Oliver came in shouting loudly, "Cheon Yoha, I've heard everything." "Fine, I don't care. I've never liked you. You always have those childish activities like some kind of saint team." Yoa was too accustomed to this guy's insults. She just sighed and ignored him. "Say whatever you want. Get out of my way, and don't think about coming back." Before she could insult him further, Stephen turned back abruptly and shouted directly at him, "You fool. The girl has already fallen for my acting skills. Why are you trying to get rid of her?" At that moment, the eye drop bottle in Stephen's hand let Yoa immediately know it was this uncle's dirty trick. But Oliver wouldn't back down, fiercely questioning. "Do you really want to keep this arrogant girl here? She'd openly said she would quit, and she's following Lee Geon too. What then?" Stephen still considered Yoa as his vice president and insisted on keeping someone like her. In a fit of rage, Oliver asked, "So what if I choose to quit?" Stephen couldn't understand why Oliver would do that, but since he insisted on a response, he concluded, "Fine, fine. If you want to leave, then go ahead." The reply hit like a bolt from the blue, leaving Oliver wide-eyed, aware he had misspoken but unable to take it back. Stephen shouted loudly, "What are you surprised about? I'm just angry, that's all." Seeing Oliver trembling in defiance, he gritted his teeth and said, "I get it. You don't care whether a lowly SS like me stays or goes, but you want to keep Cheon Yoha, the S rank here, right?" Steve responded, "That's not it." But rage took over Oliver and he yelled, "Both the vice captain and the saint regard the saint team as a joke. Who would think that the saint, the one representing the values of the saint team, would blatantly ignore the truth that the strongest survive?" A beam of light enveloped Oliver. His entire body radiated a surge of power, filled with the aura of Libra. Stephen furrowed his brows, staring in disbelief. "Is that the energy of Libra? Oliver, what have you done?" Strange changes began to occur in Oliver. The distinctive circle of Libra spun rapidly behind him. Oliver's voice was now deep and unusual. "This feeling is amazing. It's been a long time since I felt this powerful. I will teach you all a lesson, show you what the power of the Leo constellation is all about." Stephen hastily raised his voice to stop. "Oliver, stop! Do you even know what you're doing?" But at that moment, Oliver didn't care to listen anymore. As soon as a gust of wind swept by, Stephen immediately became alert. But before he could react, something brushed against his right arm, causing sand to fly out of his body. Stephen clasped his arm and knelt beside the road that Oliver had destroyed. The pain in his armpit was nothing compared to the anger that was surging inside him. How could this be? My arm was severed by just one blow? Oliver, have you betrayed us and joined the heavens' balance? The bald man laughed heartily. Betrayed you? Don't make me laugh. If you, the Saint Lord, had done your job properly, things wouldn't be like this. I'm simply reinstating the rights of our God Squad. The strongest will survive. That is the meaning of the Leo sign. Stephen Maker, you have forgotten that. That's why you chose Cheon Yoha, an S rank, as your vice president, while I, an SS rank, am right here, yet overlooked. My loyalty to Leo, my understanding of the Holy Assembly, and my achievements and skills always surpassed Cheon Yoha in every aspect, so why wasn't I chosen? The hatred that had been brewing for so long, Oliver continued to shout directly into the face of the Holy Master. This was never the will of the Holy Lion, who always respects strength. That decision is solely yours. Stephen Maker, who always favors Cheon Yoha. You were easily defeated by Lee Geon. She went crazy over Lee Geon, surely neglecting the holy team. Yoha gritted her teeth in frustration and angrily replied, "What's wrong with being mad at him?" But for Oliver, it was all just long-accumulated fury. Do you think you can lead the holy team like this? Do you know what I did to the previous vice captain to become a candidate? Before Stephen could speak up, Yoha confronted Oliver. What did you just say? Don't mention the reason my master died. At this moment, Oliver had nothing left to hide. Do you think that guy died because he was isolated and didn't receive help? I was the captain of the Holy Order, responsible for our forces at that time. The atmosphere around Yoha seemed to freeze. Stephen couldn't hold her back. She had already dashed past him. Yoha slammed her palm straight into Oliver's big face in a fit of rage. As her hand made contact with her opponent's face, Yoha unleashed the skill Rock Wall Crush, creating a thunderous explosion. As soon as Yoha set foot, she immediately unleashed her good speed move, combining her fire and speed to push the bastard back while simultaneously punching his ghastly face. The ground and rocks behind Oliver shattered, and he was knocked down hard. But under Yoha's hands, he flashed a triumphant smile. Ha ha! That's really scary. Oliver chuckled, grabbing her tiny wrist. His voice was now filled with danger. Is this the special skill that Stephen Maker and Lee Geon created together? It's called Rock Wall Crush, isn't it? It seems that's the only thing Stephen Maker taught you alone. The halo of Libra behind Oliver moved violently, and the bow mark on his hand became more prominent. Oliver's anger escalated as he glared at the girl he had hated for a long time. He chuckled. However, this skill is still too weak for you to take revenge. If you want to hurt me, it has to be like this. Oliver's right arm, as big as a boulder, lifted up, and when it came crashing down, debris flew everywhere, making it impossible for anyone to see the shapes of the two. A single blow from him shattered the office level, piercing through to the gym level, causing nearly 10 explosive sounds in succession. In the end, it left behind a pile of rubble, and no one could see where Yoa landed. The blow not only shattered 10 floors of the building, but also left Yoa in pain, spitting blood from her mouth. She lay among the rubble, coughing hoarsely and full of suffering. But then, she managed to get back up in front of the astonished gaze of those around her. "Is the Leo Pavilion's deputy president okay?" One person spoke up. Before she could fully stand, a loud scream from Oliver echoed behind her. He had just leaped down from the upper floors, determined to kill her at any cost. "Want to play the heavy meat crush game?" "Ha!" Oliver chuckled gleefully. "Get up and fight back quickly." His speed increased, and he propelled Yoa through 20 buildings, crashing down to the lower floors. While attacking Yoa, he yelled in excitement. "Even the good speed you pride yourself on is nothing compared to my new strength. You're not even worthy to be my opponent. If you don't want to die, then release the monster that has been sleeping in your hands." Oliver continued to punch and kick as both of them traversed dozens of floors of the building. It was unclear how long it had been. He continued to threaten her. "If you don't fight back, you'll keep taking hits like this." He kept punching Yoa while she could only use her hands and feet to block his attacks. The towering Leo Pavilion echoed with loud crashes and then finally exploded in the middle, sending the crowd below into a panic as they scattered. Not stopping there, the beam of power that Oliver created ultimately ended on the ground floor of the Lion Building. It was also the moment when the weapon that Lee Geon made for his nephew emitted a strange aura, accompanied by a buzzing sound as if the wind was blowing through. He squeezed the second kin in his hand, examined the indication of that weapon, and smiled. "The energy source within it is abundant, even though I just finished it not long ago. Wow, it's time to give Yoa this weapon." At the Ophiuchus Sanctuary, the workshop on the Hawaiian archipelago was still engulfed in roaring flames. Jin glanced at his friend's wife behind him and called out, "Jiwoo, I will assign you your first mission as a secretary." Both she and her husband looked at Lee Geon in confusion, but quickly grasped the situation when he said, "Yoa needs your assistance." Facing Oliver in front of him was also the moment Yoa and he were at the subway tracks deep underground. Oliver stomped forward, thoroughly enjoying the power disparity between himself and Yoa. Every time Oliver's rage surged, the image of the scale behind him shone a little brighter. He looked down at Yoa with a proud expression. "You and Stephen Maker have enjoyed that quite a lot, haven't you?" Yoa remained steadfast in her stance, looking at Oliver's imposing appearance and responding back. "Are you causing this trouble just because you crave the deputy position? Are you this excited just for becoming a bit stronger?" Oliver disagreed. "Are you blind to say a bit? I severed the hand of Stephen Maker, a man who is as tough as iron, with just one blow. My strength is on par with a saint. I am the strongest." Oliver's declaration only made Yoa laugh. "Strongest, huh? You say you're the strongest, but what have you actually done? Aside from pushing Master into a trap and secretly chopping off Stephen Maker's hand, you haven't accomplished anything. I'm just a greatest. Where are you the strongest?" Oliver glared at Yoa. Although her body was injured, she took off her jacket, tied her hair up, and prepared to enter a combat stance. Looking straight at Oliver, she coldly stated, "You are just Oliver, a fool who was once the predecessor captain of the Lion, a person who doesn't even know his own status. I will punish you, the traitor of the Lion, right here." Yoa's declaration of war infuriated Oliver. His massive body trembled, and within 2 seconds, half of his face began to transform as the lion skill was activated. He roared with a voice no longer human. "You still don't know how to use the beast transformation power, the source of the lion's strength." Finishing this sentence, Oliver lunged forward in a fully transformed beastly form, charging straight at Yoa. She immediately entered a defensive stance, her agile thighs raised. In an instant, all that could be seen was a flash of light as Yoa ducked low, attacking directly at the stomach of the monstrous Oliver, causing him to double over. Not stopping there, Yoa bent her body and delivered a powerful kick to the beast, sending him flying about 10 meters away. While Oliver was still airborne, Yoa lunged forward in the stance of an athlete. The fire and thunder around her caused the ground to rumble with lightning, cracking into a long fissure. Then Yoa moved swiftly, rushing in with a fist charged with power, striking directly into Oliver's torso, making him let out a fierce roar. Afterwards, Yoa immediately switched hands, using a lightning punch to hit his sturdy chest, lifting Oliver high and hitting him hard, causing his large body to crash against the wall and stick there without falling. Knowing that Oliver wouldn't go down so easily, Yoda leaped up, driving her knee into his stomach. However, Oliver hunched down, biting to block her knee, preventing it from connecting. The giant hand of the monster tightly grasped Yoha. Oliver changed his stance, holding her like a toy and violently slamming her to the ground. That throw made Yoha crash through the front of the subway train, ricocheting off the wall on the other side before continuing to fly a bit further before stopping. That level of attack did not injure Oliver at all. He was now roaring, trying to extinguish the fighting spirit of the young girl. No matter how hard you try, it's all in vain. This is for you, Yoha. Oliver's roar echoed throughout the subway tunnel. Yoha, after being tossed around, lay not far from the train. This place had been turned into a battlefield by both of them. As she was getting up, she heard Oliver's nonsense. Sake Celestial Peace wants me to defeat you, but you don't need to worry about someone who can't even control the godly power in their hands. Oliver continued to utter the teachings of a villain, laughing challengingly. While Yo felt herself exhausted along with a growing anger, she thought, I am very angry. Angry at myself for not being able to defeat someone like Oliver, and at this rate, I won't be able to catch up with Uncle or the strong people I've been trying to follow my whole life. The current goal is to catch up with Uncle Lee Geon. That thought made Yoa's eyes light up. But at the same time, Oliver had noticed a distracted glimmer as she thought about something other than the match. He grasped the door of the subway train, his eyes shining with danger, shouting, Cheon Yoha, what are you thinking about during the match? We're at the station. If you're not paying attention, the train will hit you. He threw his arm wildly, sending the entire subway train sliding along the track, rushing toward Yoha, who was standing several dozen meters away. The force of Oliver's throw was terrifying, the screeching of the wheels clashing against the rails deafening. In this cramped area, Yoha knew she couldn't jump elsewhere, and there was only one way left. She had to counter this attack. Thinking that, her hands began to gather strength. Thunder crackled in her palms, hinting all of Yoa's power. This time, she did not want to lose miserably like she did before. When Libra appeared using dark energy against little Yoha, she could do nothing but cry out as the dark energy invaded. Even when facing Calamites or Calamites' 1,000 arms in the sea, she could not defeat them. Thinking it over, Yoda didn't want to lose again. She had to win. She had to be stronger so she could stand beside Uncle Lee Geon. She would pour everything she had into every moment. She opened her mouth and let out a long roar as the power that had been buried inside her for so long erupted violently. At the most tense moment, Yoba suddenly felt as if she could hear Uncle Lee Geon's laughter. I like that attitude. She looked around in shock, and the fierce momentum she had just felt vanished. The train engine was less than half a meter away from her, charging toward her without slowing down even for a beat. Suddenly, the train collided with something and blue-white light flashed. All the windows shattered, and the train was squeezed between two enormous forces, sending sparks flying along the tracks. That power swept through the front of the train, tearing up the ground beneath it and shooting in the opposite direction. A moment later, as the tracks buckled under pressure, Yoa looked back and saw the subway train had been split in half right before her eyes. While she remained unharmed in the middle of the light coming from a large hole in the tunnel ceiling, the wind whipping her hair back, she continued to scan her surroundings, searching for the figure of Uncle Lee Geon. To her surprise, she couldn't find him anywhere. A source emitting the distinctive blue-white light of Lee Geon was now standing firmly in front of her. It was a spear radiating overwhelming power. Ophiuchus welcomes you. It seemed to express an indomitable fighting spirit. Before that spear reached the hands of Yoha, Jiwoo had taken it, murmuring, the weapon of the Ophiuchus constellation has chosen its master. No matter where the master is, it will find them. Behind her, Rajan touched her back as if to lend strength. She mumbled in front of Jian, who was standing there, and will continue to accompany until the life of its master ends, until the assigned mission is completed. At the end of the incantation, Jiwoo opened her round eyes and saw the bright aura of the Ophiuchus constellation shining on the spearhead. She closed her eyes again in a solemn atmosphere, then a moment later suddenly broke into a silly smile. What should I do next? Jian also laughed. Now throw the spear up into the sky. Throw it up into the sky? Jiwoo asked in surprise, then immediately hurled it upwards as Jian instructed. Rojin thought he was joking. Can you really just throw it like that? Unexpectedly, after floating in the air for a few seconds, it immediately shot off like a rocket leaving the launch pad, causing the three to stumble backward in shock. The light from that spear illuminated the entire Hawaiian archipelago, soaring into the sky, twisting into various shapes for a long time. After reaching the lowest cloud layer, it began to accelerate, disappearing from view. Looking at the spear that had disappeared, Jiwoo absent-mindedly asked, Can I throw it like that? Of course. Before long, and flown across the vast land of America, and according to Jian, the spear now knew where to go. The destination of the spear was the tower of the Leo constellation headquarters in the heart of Washington, D.C. At that time, Stephen was enduring pain from his right armpit, despite having borrowed first aid skills from his subordinates. Seeing the Holy Lord in pain, she suggested, "If you want proper treatment, you should meet with the Aquarius constellation." But Stephen refused, saying, "How humiliating! How could I let others know?" Just then, a beam of light from the spear shot past the torn wall, causing everyone to turn and look. It plunged straight down to the street below like a shooting star, piercing through dozens of meters of ground, suddenly appearing right in front of Yoa, who was less than a meter away from the train. That was also the reason why the front of the train collided violently with something, screeching on the tracks, and then was split in two. No matter how massive the chunk of metal was, it could not withstand the impact with the fine spear crafted by Geon. At that moment, Yoda did not even know what it was, thinking that it was Geon coming to save him, but there was not a soul in sight around him. The only light illuminating the subway tracks is the spear that has flown across an entire continent to meet her. Its aura is vibrant, sending a warm greeting from the owner of the Ophiuchus constellation. Before Yoa could comprehend what was happening, the tip of the spear automatically lifted off the ground, placing the handle into Yoa's hands. It informed her, "To join the Ophiuchus constellation, you must prove your worth. Do you wish to be granted immortal power and to vanquish all enemies before you?" Yoa's sweaty fist tightly grasped the spear's handle, her face clearly showing joy. Immediately, she agreed to the mission she had just been entrusted with. Instantly, the brilliant light of the Ophiuchus constellation erupted with a bang, surrounding Yoa and granting her extraordinary power. From Oliver's position, he could only see her figure flickering within that blazing light. He did not know what was happening, but felt something threatening him, so he charged forward, his feet thundering on the ground. It seemed she had been fortunate enough to destroy the train, but that would not change the events about to unfold. Using his muscular build, Oliver roared like a fierce beast charging towards Yoa. "Now, once and for all, I will end her." At this moment, Yoa was no longer afraid. The spear in her hand was enveloped by the power of thunder and fire, its surface changing to a distinct color. Her bare feet touched the ground, and Yoa decisively unleashed the blazing lotus skill, as if summoning a multitude of intertwined lotus flowers striking directly at the beast's abdomen. Oliver's thick skin blocked it, and he laughed heartily, saying, "Didn't I tell you that your power no longer has any effect?" Yoa was not willing to accept this, gritting her teeth and channeling all her strength into the spear. Immediately, Yoa saw the notification. The energy of the Ophiuchus bow was transferring into the red lightning. That was when her hand overflowed with the power of the Ophiuchus. She could clearly hear the spear crying out, "Hit that bastard with your iron fist." Yoa tried once more. This time, the skill she unleashed was disaster lotus calamites, emitting incredibly intense blue light that made the ground beneath the lion's headquarters tremble with every movement. As a result, the building also experienced continuous tremors. Stephen paid no attention to the awkward position of his arm. He braced himself with his hand looking down below, wanting to know what was happening. Then a loud rumbling sound echoed. The ground at the foot of the headquarters suddenly erupted as something surged up, followed by a series of loud blasts echoing for several kilometers nearby. The blue light is cutting through the concrete surface, creating a whirlwind that blows toward where Stephen is anxiously standing. What kind of terrifying power is this? Looking back, the ground has been split in two, as if an earthquake just passed through. The whole city has been divided. Unable to wait any longer, Stephen's impulsive nature drove him to jump out of the building. He had to see for himself what was happening. When he landed on the ground below the underground level, the Lion Saint could not believe that beneath his feet lay the battered half of Oliver on the ground. Even with only half of his upper body left, his thick lips were still continuously moving. I must look pretty ridiculous, right? After aiming for the position of Saint Master, I ended up losing to Cheon Yoa. I didn't even lose to you in the end. Stephen found this completely normal. He lost because he was always preoccupied with that title. For Cheon Yoa, becoming strong was not just a means but also the goal. That is why Yoa surpassed him and became the Deputy Celestial Master. Her talent matched the Leo constellation, unlike someone who was always obsessed with titles like Celestial Master and Deputy Celestial Master like him. Oliver's face appeared contemplative, but then he turned away, refusing to admit, "You can still say that after I tore off one of your arms." Stephen didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. Looking down at the cracked ground below, he temporarily set aside the fact that Cheon Yoa had won at that moment. Could it be that the girl had always been this strong? As soon as her name was mentioned, Yoa bounced up and landed in front of Stephen, still looking more than healthy, and raised her head in curiosity upon seeing the holy beast lion here. Sensing Yoa's arrival, Oliver couldn't contain his frustration. "You're just in time. Listen to me." Oliver's trembling words were interrupted by Stephen's loud voice. Yoa, what's going on with you? Oliver reiterated, you both should be careful now. But Stephen's voice remained loud. Why is the energy coming from your body the energy of Lee Geon and not that of the lion constellation? The girl didn't bother to hide anything. I clearly said I would switch to Uncle John's holy order, but Stephen didn't accept that idea. You haven't even asked the ultimate deity for permission. Yoa didn't understand anything. You don't need to ask that person for permission. On the ground, half of Oliver was trembling, repeating, please listen to me. But Stephen didn't care now. He seemed like he was throwing a tantrum at Yoa. If you want to leave, then defeat me right here. He intended to say that just to make the girl feel flustered. Little did he know that the mission board, Prove Your Worth, would appear before Yoa the lion. The St. Stephen marker is blocking your way. Defeat him and take what you want. Unable to hold it in any longer, Oliver shouted, causing the two to look over at him. Damn it. Listen when someone else is talking. There's no place for you to speak here. Both looked at him with disdain as if he were a pile of ashes wanting to talk or a traitor. Oliver finally managed to attract a little attention before completely dissipating into the wind. Oliver was still speechless. Don't think this is the end. This is just the beginning. You have no idea what the existence of Libra is like. Our battle has destroyed the headquarters and the surrounding area. Do you two even know what this means? Oliver's gaze glinted maliciously. It means that the barrier of the lion castle protecting this place has weakened. This place will be doomed. As he finished speaking, Oliver's body exploded with a loud bang, emitting a blinding light. The two of them dismissed the argument. This guy seems to have some other scheme right. In the sky, there was a loud bang, a dazzling light as the summoning barrier was just cast. Stephen sensed danger. That bastard Oliver just summoned calamities or something like that. The thunderous noise echoing under the enormous claws gave Stephen his answer. The look in his uncle's eyes was one of shock. There was only one Calamites with hands quite similar to a human's and of such colossal size. The minions of the lion's den had naturally never seen anything like this. They stood there, wide-eyed, staring at the patch of light above being obscured by something. How terrifying it was. In the radiant circle, a head with two massive horns emerged. Stephen instinctively raised his other arm to shield Yoha. Her generation had never seen this type of Calamites. They could only stare in awe at its size. But Stephen knew all too well. The malicious red eye in that place, no matter how many times he died and came back, the lion saint would never forget. First was the set of horns along with the blazing red eye, and then, stepping out from the summoning light, was the towering figure of a Calamite standing on two legs. It was taller than buildings several stories high. It was not the terrifying appearance that frightened Stephen Maker, but he could not believe it. How could something that was supposed to be dead in Devil Tower appear here today? Behind them, there were still countless ordinary people, but the Calamites did not wait. Its mouth opened, releasing a torrent of red fiery breath that suddenly blasted at the crowd below. Regardless of who lived or died, it would incinerate everything present here. While Yoa was still in shock, Stephen swiftly moved forward, using his remaining arm to block the attack from the red-eyed devil. Meanwhile, at the Ophiuchus Star Fortress in Hawaii, Jian was taking a break with everyone. Suddenly feeling that something was off, he glanced towards the open gate of the Holy Land. At that moment, he clearly saw the calm sea outside, pondering something. Jian twisted the bowstring while wondering, why do I feel so uneasy? That day, breaking news flooded the media. Calamites had attacked multiple places on Earth. So far, we have confirmed Calamites of the United States, European Union, and Hangwo. In Washington, a giant Calamites had appeared throughout the region, and an emergency was declared. The face of the red-eyed devil blurred in the flames it emitted, but everyone could tell this was a Calamites with red eyes that had once dominated Devil Tower many years ago. Each holy squad recognized this as a serious situation and issued divine orders. The Libra constellation held the first press conference, announcing that they would lead the effort to stop the Calamites. A representative of Libra declared they would collaborate with allied holy squads to rescue civilians and defeat the Calamites. However, according to media comments, the Libra constellation did not mention anything about the deaths of the chieftain's sons. At Jean's place, even without a TV, it was very quick to grasp the situation. Haley scoffed. With such a valid reason, those guys will definitely come to attack us. It's possible that Libra is the one who caused the calamities. Looking at the two men, Haley hesitated to believe. Could it really be that Libra is the one who caused the calamities? But thinking about how they managed to mobilize even the red-eyed devil, to be honest, it's a bit hard to believe. Hugo muttered, "Didn't Lee Geon kill it in the Devil Tower?" After that, the other saints also brought the head of the red-eyed devil out. Glancing at Haley, Geon asked, "What did everyone do with the head of the red-eyed devil afterward?" She closed her eyes to recall that the saints had clashed over the ownership of the head because Sagittarius had cut off communication with the other saints after the raid on the Devil Tower. Therefore, Hugh didn't know what had happened. In the end, we decided to seal it and bury it in the deep sea. Suddenly, she looked up, remembering that it was Libra's suggestion. It sounded unbelievable, but it seemed that which Libra had retrieved the head. Geon sighed, another piece of trash that needs to be cleaned up. I guess we have a general idea now. Looking at the ferocious face of the red-eyed devil in the city of America, he was annoyed and wanted to give this bastard a beating, while also needing to confirm whether this was indeed the head of the red-eyed devil that John had killed earlier. Suddenly, he called out, "Hey, Scorpion," causing Haley to blush, then leaned closer to her and asked nonchalantly, "Our enemy may invade this place, so I want you to prepare security systems for your sanctuary. After all, things like barriers or traps are your specialty." In front of him was Jeon's calculating smile. "You are the only one I can rely on for this task." But Haley didn't recognize the cunning in that smile. Her heart pounded. She felt this guy was too close to her and didn't know what to do. The maliciousness in John's eyes sparkled in Haley's love-struck gaze with a dependent smile. "Will you help me?" So the girl was left speechless. The love demon surrounding her was shooting thousands of arrows of infatuation at her. Blushing, Haley giggled awkwardly a few times and dashed out of the wooden crates she had just delivered. "Leave it to me. Even if I have to uproot the pillars in my sanctuary, I will ensure everything here is perfect." Servant was deeply frustrated by Haley's relentless obsession with handsome men, quickly speaking up, "Princess, please reconsider your decision. At this rate, our sanctuary will go bankrupt. What else is there to worry about?" Haley shot back, "Lee Geon asked me for help. He said I am the only one he can trust." In Haley's reasoning, Lee Geon had asked her to enhance security for the sanctuary. To enhance security, a lot of Scorpio spirits would be needed. This meant she had to bring the Scorpio spirits along. Moving items to the Ophiuchus sanctuary meant they would live together. In Haley's clouded mind, a question loomed that prevented her from thinking clearly. Isn't that basically a proposal? Serkins sighed, "No, you're overthinking it." Haley immediately snapped at him, "You're being too loud. Don't get in my way." Ignoring her outburst, Jian turned to call out, "Oh, Tiksu, what about you?" He crossed his arms, wanting to team up with his friend to defeat the red-eyed devil. To his surprise, Jian said, "No, I want you to go to Hangul immediately." "What?" "My daughter Yoa is in the U.S. I have to go there." He showed his friend the image of Yoa made from the aura of the Ophiuchus constellation. Smiling, Jian said, "Don't worry, I can still feel the energy of the girl. I will take good care of Yoa, so don't be concerned about your daughter. Just come to Hangwo." He spoke seriously, because if the Libra constellation played tricks there, it would be hard for your holy troop to handle them on their own. In Seoul, Hangwo is currently shrouded in huge columns of smoke that seem to cover the entire sky, as the Calamites have appeared in overwhelming numbers. The elite force of Sagittarius, led by Gart and J1, continuously shot arrows at them to protect the defensive line, but could not hide their panic. Where the hell are these bastards coming from? Suddenly, a wild beast burst through the buildings behind Gart, appearing fierce, causing everyone to turn back and be alert. Damn it. In the vast city of Seoul, plagued by hundreds of Calamites of all sizes, the elite force of Sagittarius had only about 20 members forming a circle to protect each other. Enemies were everywhere. This was going to be a never-ending battle. Out of nowhere in the distance, the Calamites heard a loud noise. Something was blowing up tall buildings along with a swarm of Calamites clustered there. The beam of light got closer and knocked away many Calamites. The painful cries of the creatures could not stop the beam of light from piercing through the tall buildings, sweeping clean a path, and pushing back the Calamites' monsters. The elite centaurs looked back in shock. The Calamites that had threatened them earlier now had a hole punched in its belly, its lower jaw twisted to one side, clearly dead. Somewhere, a deep male voice mixed with laughter rang out, "I can't believe you all are struggling with such a feeble Calamites. This is truly unbearable." The one who said this was Ivan Kruger, the Snake of Taurus, mocking them all. Really can't expect anything from the incompetent snake band of that foolish centaur. After insulting them, Ivan stood there as if he were a superhero. Then he asked, "Hey archers, where's that fool Hugo?" Guard spoke for the team. "Thank you, Ivan, for your help. Our saint leader is currently away. If you have any message for him, I will pass it on." Ivan approached and lightly touched J1's shoulder as if they were old friends. "It's okay. I'll wait for him to arrive. But you know, I truly hate those who get in my way." Before he finished speaking, Ivan's hand grabbed J1's shoulder and threw him into a nearby building like tossing a bag of trash. Gart went insane and shouted directly at Ivan, "What are you doing?" But all he got back was a delighted smile. I'd held back, so he might survive if he's lucky. Don't worry. Unexpectedly, Ivan heard the voice of the one he had just thrown, very robust, ringing out from behind. "You came here to fight us, not those Calamites, right? Thanks to the blessing of the hidden constellation of Ophiuchus in his soul, Lee Geon stood up completely unharmed from the rubble. I knew it. There's no reason for someone with a bad relationship with our saint to show up here. Ivan, unashamed, turned around and pointed at Geon while chuckling. Oh, it's you. Quite sturdy, huh? Serving under Sagittarius is such a waste. Geon interjected. You have been insulting our saint this whole time. Please restrain yourself and don't speak about him like that. Ivan ignored him and shook his head in displeasure. That fool Sagittarius must have been doing a terrible job, not knowing how to manage his subordinates. I really can't believe you dare to be rude to me like this. Looking at the elite forces before him, Ivan no longer bothered to hide the reason for his presence. Anyway, Lygra said I could crush all of you. Stamping one foot on the ground, Ivan ignited the power of Taurus, known for its defense. It's time for a slaughter. In his eyes shone a hint of delight. Before things in Seoul became hectic, John and the others said goodbye outside the workshop of the Ophiuchus constellation. Before leaving, Hugo advised his wife, make sure to contact me if you need help, understood. Jiwoo replied with a smile, yes, don't worry. Jim is here. There won't be any problems. The Sagittarius saint helplessly patted his wife's shoulder, knowing Jiwoo was right, unable to argue, yet still feeling annoyed. After all, this was nothing new. Hugo used his exclusive authority as a saint to return to the sanctuary, hovering above, bidding farewell to his wife. Jiwoo asked her husband, please send my regards to Sung Jiao and everyone. Jian took the opportunity to remind Hugo, go take care of the situation in Hangguo. I'll head there right away. After defeating the red-eyed devil, I'll text you about the bow that Tak Su requested when it's done. Okay, buddy, Hugo said before shooting up into the sky, disappearing like a shooting star. Once his friend had completely vanished, Jian smiled and told Jiwoo, we should also start preparing slowly. She thought they would go to eliminate the red-eyed devil right away, but to her surprise, a cunning smile appeared on Jian's calculating face. No, before dealing with the red-eyed devil, I'll catch a few rats in my sanctuary first. As the beam of light from the saint's centaur gradually disappeared from the sky, whispers echoed along the beach outside the Hawaiian Islands. The servant of the sun god has gone elsewhere. Should we deal with him now? The soul holding the reins of the black horse replied, no, leave him to us Calamites. Our target is Lee Geon, not some trivial servant like him. Understood, the soul knight responded. The figure gradually emerged completely, riding on a steed reeking of death. It raised its voice to call the knights. Prepare for the attack. The sky around the Hawaiian Islands suddenly filled with dark clouds crackling with lightning. The Soul Knight, with a threat level of black deemed unbeatable, had now positioned itself not far from the holy site of the Ophiuchus constellation, preparing for an all-out attack on the command of Libra. This black-painted hand belonged to none other than Ms. Haley. After slapping the sand of Hawaii, she looked at the statue she had just erected with pride. All right, it's done. I've placed them all over here. What Haley had built was the relic of Scorpio, also known as the sturdy Scorpio statue. This was a guardian statue constructed to maintain the barrier of Scorpio. As soon as she finished this statue, Haley was excited to see if there were any areas left unaddressed. However, Hyojin's expression seemed very strange. How could there be any place that we've overlooked? Everywhere around them, there was a strong scorpion statue every meter or so. In front of the sanctuary of the Ophiuchus Palace, it now resembled a forest of statues. Hyojin shook his head. If they're looking at this and still saying it's not enough, then isn't that a sign of their lack of conscience? But for Haley, this was still not enough to put her crush at ease. The Scorpion Saint uttered a sound. We need to cover the entire island with relics to feel secure. Poor servant and Hyojin, if this continues, the Scorpion Sanctuary will surely go bankrupt. But that didn't worry Haley at all. Bankrupt or not, what's the problem with going bankrupt for Lee Geon? At this point, it was hopeless, and Yu Jin could only whisper to servant, he has lost his mind. If this continues, something big is bound to happen. Even in the Scorpion Sanctuary, we have never brought in so many relics before. Servant was too familiar with his master's personality and quietly told him to be quiet. The princess has made her decision. He knew that, but it still irritated Hyojin a lot. He intended to let out a sigh and get started on the work. But suddenly, Hyojin noticed the scorpion relic behind him jumping up. It turned out to be the vibrations from beneath the ground that were causing it to tremble. A cracking sound echoed as a large part of the scorpion's tail began to crack open. What's happening? Hyojin gasped in horror, his eyes wide open. Before he could grasp what was going on, the scorpion statue exploded with a loud bang, shattering into many pieces. Immediately after, explosive sounds rang out everywhere. The entire collection of scorpion statues that Haley had carefully placed around the entrance of the Ophiuchus domain now burst like fireworks. What's going on? Hyojin ran towards his saint with a panicked expression. Although he had somewhat anticipated this, he still needed to hear it from Haley herself to believe it. This meant that someone was approaching who the statue could not withstand. Suddenly, a low, ominous sound resonated through the air, full of danger. Is this the holy realm of Ophiuchus? As they looked out over the vast sea beyond Hawaii, both of them saw the sky above darkening. The embers on the horizon flickered, creating a distinctive point of light. The voice came from a figure, but what appeared before them was an entire cavalry composed of skeletons mounted on sturdy war horses. In the forefront, there was an infantry team armed with various weapons, casting a blinding light over the sea. The figure standing at the center of the army wore a helmet with horns protruding upward, laughing mockingly. Truly pathetic. Looking at the three individuals in front of him, Spirit Knight sneered, "Hey you, where is the human Ophiuchus?" Geon spoke up indignantly on behalf of his master. "Who are you? How dare you barge in here like this?" Suddenly, a swift sound whizzed before their eyes. The knight beside them had swung his bone sword violently, creating a loud explosion. After showing his authority, the knight sheathed his sword and warned in a deep voice, "Who do you think you are to interrupt him?" On the beach, the servant of the Scorpion King clenched his trembling fists. The blow had been intercepted by the servant, so both Rogged and Harry were unharmed, but it left a huge dent on his forearm. With his arm shaking and his voice clearly strained, the servant wanted to warn the princess to be cautious. Those bastards are not ordinary opponents. Without him saying it, Haley already knew. To damage the armor of a guardian deity like that was undoubtedly not the work of mere mortals. She gritted her teeth and guessed, "Don't tell me. This is the headquarters of the main forces of that mysterious civilization." The skeleton warrior narrowed his eyes, realizing something similar to Haley. Those bastards, although they are hiding, their aura is very similar to ours. What should we do? The Spirit Knight tilted his head and asked, could they be the traitors of their kind that Libra mentioned? Its voice was filled with disdain. "They are a shame to our species. Destroy them." The knight responded clearly and darted forward, intending to attack Haley's group. Servant, of course, did not allow this. He spun his scorpion tail toward the assassin who wanted to attack the princess, while shouting, "Do you think I'll let you do that?" The skeleton warrior did not reply, but swiftly swung his sword, delivering multiple strikes against Servant along with his attacking weapon. It was the first time Geon witnessed this scene, and he screamed in fear. Can a guardian be taken down with just one blow? Haley confronted the oncoming blade of the massive Spirit Knight. Using her bare hands, she was enveloped in her red aura. She glared at the foe in front of her, showing an unwavering determination to kill her. "Die, traitor of our kind." The clash between the enormous sword and Haley's bare hand produced a tremendous impact. Yet she did not retreat even a step. Her right arm, clad in iron armor, sparked fiercely as it clashed with the knight's blade. Without any hesitation, she scoffed, "That's indeed a dull attack." Just as the cavalryman had not yet managed to sheath his sword, Haley crouched down and struck fiercely with the scorpion tail on her left wrist, hitting straight into the protruding collarbone of the skeleton warrior. He broke his bones and fell backward immediately. The scorpion whip twisted in the air, adding to Haley's fierceness as she had switched to her battle attire. "Do you think you're stepping into where with those filthy feet?" At the most tense moment, suddenly Geon's excited voice rang out, "Well said, Scorpion." Behind Haley, silver-white light rushed forward, illuminating her beautiful form. They not only complemented Haley's momentum, but also shot like shooting stars from the domain of Ophiuchus, aimed directly at the line of cavalrymen on the beach. The arrows collided directly with the bones, producing loud explosions and scattering numerous bone fragments. They shrieked in chaos. No one noticed an arrow shot swiftly towards the head of the Spirit Knight. However, before it could touch the skull, his bony hand had grasped it tightly when it was less than 10 centimeters from his face. Geon calmly and indifferently spoke as if telling a story. "I was wondering why I heard sneaky mice. However, it seems you are too big to be considered mice, huh? Who are you, you trash?" In Geon's hand now is the bow of the sun god that he has modified. It is wrapped in the aura and power of the Ophiuchus bow, shining with an immensely powerful blue color. Seeing him, Haley regained her usual infatuation. His appearance indeed drove the Spirit Knight mad. The knight snapped his arrow in half and gritted his teeth. "You must be Ophiuchus that Libra mentioned, right? What? What kind of hound are you for Libra?" His voice was sharp, but he was interrupted by the Spirit Knight. "Watch your mouth. I've heard from Libra about a young snake emerging, but you seem too inexperienced to be a deity. This is truly disappointing." Geon's eyes gleamed with dangerous intent. "What are you saying? Why should I meet the expectations of a scumbag like you? Just answer my question, you fools. Who are you? Are you the hounds of Libra?" Another skeleton warrior stepped forward, taking the place of the one who had his neck broken. He aggressively placed his hand on his sword and shouted directly at Geon, "Shut up! How dare you mock us while he is speaking? He hadn't finished his sentence when an arrow from Geon shot straight into his forehead, piercing his skull immediately. After that, Geon showed his annoyance. Get out of here, kid. How dare you interrupt while I'm talking? Seeing the arrow embedded in the forehead of his subordinate, causing him to die instantly, the spirit knight thought to himself, this Ophiuchus. At first, I only thought he was a reckless fool. Now I understand why Liber had to be cautious of him. Even if the arrow attack was a surprise, he could still shoot through elite knights in one go. That means this guy is not some trash. Thinking this, a weapon of solid black appeared instantly in the spirit knight's hand. His eyes shone brightly as he straightforwardly asked, Hey, you bastard, what is your name? He boldly replied with 2 words, Lee Geon. Immediately, the sinister gaze of the spirit knight lit up, his soul gleaming as if identifying a target for slaughter. He said, All right, Lee Geon of Phoebus. I apologize for underestimating you. We are the Soul Knights under the command of the great Vanguard General from an army of the mysterious civilization known as the Baron Helmet. Our mission is to eradicate all ignorant humanity that worships false deities. We will eliminate you, Lee Geon, the one who dares to stand in our way. The eyes of the spirit knight blazed with a green flame. Following the direction of the sword, he swung. The entire army of skeleton warriors rushed to attack towards Hawaii. Without needing help from Haley or Yojin, Javin stood there nonchalantly waiting for the attack while mumbling. You guys must be used to the flowery talk when creating calamities like this, right? I guess I've been underestimated, hadn't I? A fierce hatred appeared between Lee Geon's tightly furrowed brows. He said, Exclude and eliminate what? Are you kidding me? I'll show you where you stand. A declaration of war rang out. Geon was ready to confront the entire army of spirit knights charging towards him. He was no longer polite, shouting loudly, Demi! Immediately, a loud burst of light erupted from the workshop in the holy domain, shooting straight up into the sky. An image of a sword flew like lightning, breaking the silence and striking directly towards him. As it approached, it didn't stop, but continued to soar straight into the ranks of the skeleton army before him, shattering their skeletal frames along its path. More than 10 skeletons didn't even have the chance to make a sound before being neatly dispatched. The commanding general could only watch in disbelief as what was happening unfolded before him, exclaiming, You? Angry sparks flickered in the eye sockets of his skull. In rage, he brandished a spear larger than a tree trunk, thrusting it directly into his chest. He poured all of his strength into the spear tip, thinking, This cowardly human cannot possibly withstand my power. Die. But something unexpected happened. On the face that was left only with a skeleton, an expression of bewilderment appeared, as if he had just witnessed something horrifying. He barely had time to let out an unclear shout. At that moment, Lee Geon firmly grasped the spearhead with both hands, sporting a smile that anyone would want to punch squarely in the face. I've just been warming up with you, he said with a grin. Now I'm really going to play. Lee Geon strained himself. The muscles in his arms bulged with blue veins as thick as worms snaking across. He spoke in a tone that seemed to mockingly provoke his opponent. Are you hungry yet? Then he used his strength to tightly grasp the spear's head, lifting it up, preparing to slam it down onto the ground. Due to holding the spear's shaft tightly, the general was also pulled along. As he flew through the air, his face still held a look of surprise, undoubtedly mixed with some confusion about why, just moments later, he had to look down at him from an angle, from above. Lee Geon teased, This spear is lighter than nothing. With that, he forcefully slammed the spear along with the general into the midst of the skeletal army. The impact was so strong that it sent the surrounding skeletons flying away. Seeing their deputy crushed like a cockroach, the remaining skeletons began to panic. Realizing they couldn't fight him one-on-one, they rallied each other to swarm him. Everyone, rush in. His eyes became sharper. Turning back, he saw their weapons thrusting repeatedly at him. He dodged left, dodged right, ducked down, and rolled. His movements graceful, as if performing an artistic dance. He evaded all the attacks, then while drawing out the holy artifact, the bow and arrow of the Saint Sagittarius that he had just prepared, he shouted loudly, taunting, Too slow. He casually held the bow with one hand, drawing it back behind his head without needing to turn around to look. All the sharp tips of the weapons became stuck at the body of the bow. The skeleton soldiers grew frantic, taking turns shouting, What the hell, damn it? The weapons are stuck together. We can't pull them out. The next moment, he turned you to face them. One hand still maintained the bow-holding position to deflect their weapons, while the other called forth the holy artifact, the hammer artifact. Lee Geon channeled mana into the hammer, causing it to grow gigantic. Then he struck fiercely upwards at the bony arms that were trying to pull away his weapons. The blow was so powerful that it shattered those arms into bits, the shockwave sending the remaining parts of their bodies flying far away. The more he struck, the more excited he became, unable to refrain from taunting. Are you holding weapons just for show? Holding the hammer was exhilarating, but he still found its size a bit small. Not enough. He immediately poured more mana into it, transforming the hammer into a colossal weapon that lifted the handle high, charging straight at the skeleton army, accompanied by his excited shout, "Whether you hit or not, you're done for anyway." He moved with agility, striking one foe and then leaping to hit another. Even though the skeleton army fought back fiercely, their weapons were still obliterated upon being struck by the hammer. He laughed joyfully while scolding, "You idiots." The leader watched as the heads of his soldiers fell like rain right before his eyes, unable to believe the strength of this individual, while his army couldn't withstand even a single skill. All he could do was stand there, watching the massacre unfold, groaning, "It can't be. My army?" Suddenly, a pillar of fire fell from the sky, targeting the places with the highest concentration of skeletons, creating massive infernos. They could only scream in pain. After a few seconds, all that remained were piles of ash. At this moment, he heard Chun Ji-woo calling out, "Sir Lee Geon." Beside her was a large fire lizard, smoke billowing from its open mouth. She kept shaking her arm, waving cheerfully as she spoke. "I've brought everyone here as commanded by you. All the spirit beasts of the Ophiuchus constellation are here now." Behind her were the spirit beast torch and the three guardian gods of the Ophiuchus constellation, Jotun, Berserk, and the king warrior Jarl. They looked at the skeleton army with eyes filled with killing intent, speaking in unison. "Those who dared enter the master's territory will surely be punished." He turned his head to look at them, smiling cheerfully and giving a thumbs up, praising them. "You arrived just in time. Please deal with them for me." Immediately, the holy artifact Condemnation of the Sky flew swiftly and hovered in front of Lee Geon. He reached out and grabbed it, then turned to face the giant captain standing behind the army, towering like a 10-story building. Slowly, he smiled, "Captain, leave it to me." His sharp eyes stared intently at the captain. Coldly, he said, "Don't just stand there. Move quickly." Seeing himself provoked, the white sparks in his eye sockets shone even brighter. He growled in hatred, "Ophiuchus Master, you." The death aura emanating from him was terrifying. The commander immediately rode towards him on a skeleton horse at breakneck speed. In his mouth, he roared angrily, "I will chop you into 100 pieces." His furious voice echoed everywhere. He concentrated a large amount of dark energy into his right hand, and while running on the horse's back, he thrust it straight into the ground. The stream of energy surged through the earth, piercing up near where he stood. A wave of ominous, suffocating death aura hit his face, coupled with the moans of trapped souls within it. Seeing the horrifying and dreadful power before him, he remained calm and collected. One hand tucked into his pocket and the other wielding a sword, he gently slashed horizontally through the dark energy, a mocking smile spreading across his face. How ridiculous. Just as he finished speaking, the tip of the commander's sword stabbed down straight onto his head. Lee Geon reacted quickly. He raised both swords to block it. The attack was so powerful that it forced him to step back a foot to brace himself. The commander, astonished, muttered, "Impossible. A human cannot do this. This Ophiuchus can actually withstand it." Lee Geon replied to him with a disdainful grin. "Oh, that took quite a bit of effort." The next moment, he kicked straight up into the chin of the horse he was riding. The impact was so strong that the horse's head was crushed halfway, blood pouring out profusely. Having lost his mount, he grumbled angrily, "Asshole!" From atop his horse, he soared into the high sky. As he fell, one hand began to channel dark energy, gathering power. The other hand pointed down toward you, while dark energy erupted from his eye sockets, mouth, and ears, accompanied by a deafening roar. He shouted fiercely, "Then take this." Lee Geon raised Condemnation of the Sky to the heavens, preparing for battle. Hearing his shout, he felt confused, wondering, what kind of trick is he trying to pull by shouting like that? But he wasn't foolish enough to just stand there and wait for him to unleash his move. He took a run up, leaped high, and plunged straight towards the leader's face. Immediately, he hurled his attack down towards Geon, screaming, "Die!" But at that moment, Condemnation of the Sky did not slip from his grasp. Quick as lightning, the blade skimmed past his face, shooting swiftly into the swirling mass of energy. Suddenly, the colossal column of energy surged directly into a nearby group of skeleton soldiers. They screamed in terror, desperately trying to flee from the vortex. But with only skeletal frames remaining for legs, how could they escape in time? All of them were crushed in their attempt to flee. The leader, witnessing his technique hit his own troops, was furious. He roared, "I will annihilate both you and your minions." The recent attack had made him lose track of Lee Geon. The leader hummed suspended in midair, frantically seeking his position. Reflecting on what had just happened, he seethed, repeatedly thinking, how could he have done that? That direction? Damn it. I attacked the wrong way because of his weapon. The commander was looking around, searching for Lee Geon, when suddenly his left foot was ensnared by a red thread. He was startled, bending down to look at the ground. What now? He saw two mortals and a guardian spirit straining to pull his massive form down. Furious and confused, he exclaimed, "What the hell are those bastards doing?" Haley, Eugene, and the scorpion guardian spirit continued to use their strength to drag him to the ground. Seeing him staring down at them, Haley quickly shouted, "Pull harder!" The commander, driven by the force pulling him down, angrily lunged downward. "Foolish! Doing this will only make you die sooner." Haley smiled brightly. "Gotcha." He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. He exclaimed, "What?" The fierce, murderous face of Lee Geon appeared behind him. In an instant, the sound of a sharp object piercing flesh rang out. Lee Geon held the blade condemnation of the sky and pierced through the armor, driving deep into the commander's chest. He screamed in pain. The agony spread throughout his body and caused his soul to tremble. Feigning sympathy, Lee Geon said, "You must have been suffering a lot for not screaming until now." He withdrew the sword and then plunged it deeply into his back once more. The thrust forced his face into the ground, creating a hole that perfectly fit his massive body. The aftershocks created large circles around that area. The commander could only moan. "Damn it," Haley spoke up. "It's over, Captain." She glanced at the remaining battlefield. It was time to finish. Only a few skeletons were being gnawed on by the fire lizard. Some others were killed by the enormous weapons of the guardian deities before they could even scream. In the end, there were only sounds of desperate cries left. Haley continued, "Your subordinates have been dealt with by our spirit beasts." Harley crossed her arms and stood silently in front of the commander. She heard him unwillingly utter, "My army cannot be so easily defeated." Lee Geon was still kneeling on his back, gripping the sword that had pierced almost halfway through the hilt. Hearing him speak, he glared, tightened his grip on the sword, and twisted it forcefully, reminding him, "Could you not just self-destruct your own subordinates? I guess the number of spirits you captured is about equal to mine." He continued to twist the tip of the sword in the body of the commander, causing his wound to ache even more to the point that his body trembled, realizing he was about to die and that his army had been completely annihilated. The commander screamed, unleashing all the remaining magical energy in his body. The events unfolded so quickly that Lee Geon did not have time to grasp what was happening. He only caught a glimpse of a beam of light behind him. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, "Master Ophiuchus." Hearing that, he wondered and turned back to look. The Baron of Bones rushed toward him, wrapping his arms tightly around him and shouting, "Even if I must die, I will drag you down with me." Then he leaped through the teleportation gate, roaring, "Let's go to hell together, Master Ophiuchus." As he embraced him and fell from high above, he laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha! If we fall from here, you will certainly die. Even if you survive, you will have to wait in agony." At that moment, Lee Geon pushed him away with force, startling him. He said casually, "I don't know what you prepared, but..." Then he quickly grabbed the neck of the Baron of Bones and jumped behind him, replying, "I don't quite like this position." He began to use his foot to push off hard, standing on his back. Lee Geon maintained his balance, one hand holding a sword, teasing him. "That's more like it." Humiliated, he screamed, "What are you doing?" Lee Geon, with a mischievous smile, replied, "To be honest, I really want to try surfing just once. Let's dive down like this." The Baron of Bones, outraged by the insult, shouted, "Ah, the honor of my knighthood." At that moment, Lee Geon began to observe his surroundings, where they were both falling. Lee Geon and the Baron of Bones plummeted rapidly, creating a stream of orange air. He wondered, where is this sky? Scene transition to the vicinity of the headquarters of the Leo constellation in Washington, D.C. The large buildings have been blown away by a giant monster, forming a circular shape, a hellish red scene. Yuva stands below, gazing at this sight in bewilderment, unable to speak. The man beside her exclaimed in panic, "I thought he was dead." Stephen stood up to shield everyone. He used his other hand to muster all the strength to bear the blow from the monster, causing his arm to sustain severe injuries and emit smoke. Everyone shouted in unison, "Castell and Stephen." He struggled to turn around, looking at Yua with a smile and asking, "Are you still okay?" She, in bewilderment, finally came to her senses and jumped up to ask, "Are you all right?" Stephen could no longer stand. Collapsing to the ground, he replied, "I'm still fine." His arm was heavily burnt and still smoldering. He joked, "At least I managed to block it. Damn it, too bad I can't eat with this hand tonight." Hearing this, Yua sighed in helplessness. "As long as you can still joke, I suppose you're doing all right." At that moment, Stephen looked over at the monster wreaking havoc on the city. Gritting his teeth in anger, he said, "It's moving in another direction. We have to stop it." The soldiers quickly ran over to ask, "Castellan, are you all right? We're here to help you." Seeing everyone care for him like this, he was in tears, smiling with pride. You all, he thought to himself, being one of Leo, even when facing Red Eye, my fighting spirit will ignite. Suddenly, the soldiers roared in persuasive voices. In the past, Castellan was able to capture it. If we work together, he will catch it again. Hearing everyone say that, Stephen was bewildered, his eyes wide open, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, Yua realized and promptly spoke up, it's impossible, because Red Eye is very powerful. I understand your hearts, but that will only lead to more casualties. At that time, a man shouted, You all have other tasks to do, which is to evacuate the remaining citizens. After that, Yua commanded, The responsibility of the strong is to protect the weak. I will support Castellan. Stephen heard her say what he was thinking and nodded vigorously. Hearing the order, everyone began to rush off, shouting loudly, Understood. Let's save the citizens. The soldiers shouted loudly, instructing each other to quickly evacuate, avoiding hindrances for Castellan and the Vice Castellan. Once everyone had left, Stephen looked at Yua and smiled, saying, Thank you. Yua put her hands on her hips, sighed, and complained, Actually, you're blocking my way. Yua looked at the system board, which indicated that the mission proved the qualifications of Stephen Marker, Constellation Leo, prevent his progress, defeat him, and seize what you want. Yua instructed, The mission to transfer the holy altar is not over yet. Until I defeat you, you must stay alive. Hearing Yua say that, Stephen lowered his head and did not say anything. Then the two stood looking at the massive monster before them. Yua spoke up. What should we do now? If you show me the power to split Red Eye in half? Upon hearing her words, Stephen let out a sigh and replied, You already know everything, so why ask? The one who captured Red Eye is not me. Hearing him say that, Yua was startled and glanced at him. At that moment, Stephen frowned and then smiled, saying, But it's actually Lee Geon. Yua then remembered the scene of Lee Geon capturing Red Eye alone. She thought to herself, Could it be that he caught Red Eye alone because of me, so they want to kill me? She suddenly realized and thought, So he is the one who captured it. Stephen quickly spoke up, but Lee Geon is not here. Someone has to hold it back. The monster continued its rampage through the city. Then Stephen said with determination in his eyes, This time I will do it. He recalled the scene of the enormous lion with sharp eyes and resolutely stated, I will use divine summoning. Hearing that, Yua anxiously asked, If you want to summon a deity, you need to use a lot of power. Are you okay? Stephen turned his back to Yua and replied, That's right. The price for summoning a deity is very steep. Then Stephen glanced at her, his face serious. The Leo constellation has lost everything it has accumulated. But if we cannot protect the city and its people, then the efforts of humanity will be in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to move forward. While walking, he spoke up. I have made my decision. This is the opportunity for me to atone for the mistakes of 20 years ago. Stephen stood resolutely, staring at the enormous, fierce monster. Instantly, he tensed up, using his power to emit a golden killing aura from his body. He recalled the moment he had been terrified and fled. The words from that day echoed in his mind. Run away! Stephen told himself, I will not run away like I did back then. His gaze sharpened. He shouted loudly as he unleashed his energy. Ah! Golden lighting began to emanate from him, drawing the attention of the monster. It turned its head, looking puzzled. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Use all accumulated strength points to summon a deity. Stephen shouted loudly, Cheon Yua, please protect me while I summon the deity. Hearing Stephen's words, Yua quickly rushed forward to protect him. The golden lightning continued to attract the monster. It let out a roar and charged quickly towards the two of them. The monster drew closer, its hand outstretched, roaring ferociously. Seeing the monster approaching, Yua widened her eyes, tensed up, and shouted loudly, R! Meanwhile, Stephen continued to strive. His strength grew ever greater, shining brilliantly. Scene transition. At this moment, high up in the sky, the skeleton knight was diving down. He yelled out in fury. And Lee Geon, with a wicked grin on his face, said, Finally, Lee Geon stood on the back of the Baron of Bones, steering him down at breakneck speed. He shouted out loud, It's time to return to the ground. At the same time, below, the monster was charging towards Stephen and Yua. The two of them coordinated and sped up, creating a blue beam of light that shot straight down to the ground right next to the enormous creature. The monster was struck by the blue lightning from Stephen's hands. It let out a loud scream of pain, raising its hands to clutch its wound. Meanwhile, Lee Geon continued to maneuver the Baron like a skateboard, soaring high above. Yua watched in astonishment, speechless. The two of them looked up in confusion with wide eyes. Stephen asked, What is that? Stephen was astonished, his mouth agape, unable to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, Lee Geon shot down from above like a bolt of lightning, crashing straight into Steven before he could react. Steven shouted as both of them flew past Yua, causing her to turn around in surprise. Lee Geon stood up, hands in his pockets, and exclaimed, "Wow, finally landed. Where the heck are we?" Yua recognized him, turned around, and yelled, "Uncle Lee Geon!" Lee Geon stood boldly, one foot planted on Steven's back, sword in hand, and asked, "Yua, why are you here?" He then looked down at the unconscious figure beneath him. Lee Geon sighed and shook his head. "And you're here too." Immediately, he turned to the Baron of Bones, his voice laced with anger. "I was wondering where you took me. Turns out it's Washington, D.C. The Baron, buried in the ground, still wore a smug smile. He laughed loudly. "It's over. Ophiuchus is master. Even if you defeat me, it will be pointless." He cackled malevolently and shouted, "You will never defeat the monster Red Eye. Die in powerlessness and despair." Lee Geon rested the sword on his shoulder, showing no sign of fear. He stood calmly, observing the creature, puzzled. Red Eye? He squinted, looked closer at the monster, and then paused to think. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, and he gasped, laughing heartily. "Hey, do you still remember me?" Memories of 20 years ago flooded back. It was when the ruler of Devil Tower, the monstrous Red Eye, made its appearance. It was the strongest calamity Lee Geon had ever defeated. In that bloody battle, its roar alone had terrified the 12 saints. Now the creature Red Eye opened its massive jaws, letting out a deafening roar that shook the very space around them. It was enormous, howling as it advanced, its foot raised, ready to stomp down. Lee Geon, still serene, showed no fear. He said nothing and charged forward swiftly. Back in the present, would this time be any different? Lee Geon, with an excited expression, swiftly charged forward, wielding his sword. He didn't forget to glance back, flashing a provocative smile. "Your greeting has disappointed me. It's been a while since we last met, and you show no sincerity at all." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched himself forward, leaping high into the air. He ran along the wall with the sword in hand. The red-eye monster, confused, stared at him blankly. Taking advantage of its bewilderment, Lee Geon jumped onto the rooftop of a nearby building. It was only then that the monster began to grasp the situation, roaring in anger and rushing to attack. But he quickly ducked inside the building, evading its furious blows. Just as he slipped away in another direction, the building was clawed down by the monster. Its fists hammered against the walls, creating massive explosions. Waiting for the right moment, Lee Geon burst out from the rubble. Landing on the ground, he glanced back at the monster, pondering. "Something feels off," he murmured to himself. Looking at its face, it truly is the same fiend from back then. The red-eye monster was still turning back and forth, searching for him, utterly baffled by what was happening. Lee Geon smirked faintly and spoke. "The wicked crafty demon of yore, why have you become so dim-witted now?" Lee Geon's eyes began to glimmer with intensity. He said with a serious tone, "I need to confirm something. That feeling is the 10th sense." After checking, he was suddenly taken aback, exclaiming, "Ha!" Looking at the monster, he realized that only its head was red. He thought to himself, "I had wondered how someone could resurrect without the Devil Tower's overseer. It turns out this is just a one-time item." At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Except for the Red Eye's head, the rest of the body is fake. A small amount of energy from an unknown civilization has been detected. Additionally, a large amount of energy from the Libra constellation has been discovered. Somewhere else, a voice echoed, "Will there be any issues with the Castellan in the United States?" A woman standing high above replied, "What do you mean?" In the castle of the Libra constellation, Libra Scale's castle, a subordinate knelt respectfully and spoke. "I am concerned about the rapid resurrection of Red Eye." The woman was Giselle Lawrence, the saint of the Libra Scale's castle. Sitting on her throne, attended to meticulously by her servants, she spoke calmly. "The Leo constellation has been destroyed. That is enough." She smiled faintly and added, "A patched-up puppet, even if destroyed, is no big deal. If that Lee Geon is anything like the Leo constellation, that would be great." At that moment, Giselle Lawrence fell into deep thought. She murmured, "In fact, he is right. This Red Eye is not perfect." She recalled the name of the elf who had once created combat monsters for him. Ultimately, he died from exhaustion. Giselle Lawrence pondered, "Blue's missed. As long as he resurrects, he can summon the Black Dragon and a host of Red Eye using his resources. I never expected that foolish elf to exhaust all of his accumulated resources and die like that." Suddenly, another subordinate appeared right behind Giselle Lawrence, kneeling down to report. "Castellan, I have a new report." She replied seriously. "Speak." He reported, "I have just confirmed the Hudel Otters has arrived in Hango. It seems he is about to meet Ivan Kruger." He continued, On the side of the unknown civilization, Baron Ironclad has directly gone into battle. Hearing this, Giselle Lawrence sighed and spoke. His spirit legion was defeated in the blink of an eye. Naturally, he has to show himself. Then, with a serious expression, she asked, "What about Callie?" The subordinate remembered something, bowed his head, and spoke in a low voice. "Castellan, forgive me. The young lady has not responded yet." Hearing this, he sighed in helplessness and said, "It seems she is not listening to me at all." As she descended the stairs, she continued, "Then I will not wait any longer." Seeing her walk away, the subordinates all bowed their heads in salute. Her long, slender legs strode through the grand hall, and as she walked, she issued orders. "I will go into battle. Command all the soldiers." Giselle Lawrence, with a wicked smile, declared, "The primary target is the Devil Tower in Hanguo." At this moment in Hanguo, show or resembled a scene from hell. The city lay in ruins, smoke billowing from the battlefield. Corpses were strewn across the ground, and at that moment, a pair of feet approached. On the other side, a man sat on a pile of corpses, holding a cigar. The one sitting high above was Ivan Kruger, while the one standing below looking up was Hugo Otters. Upon seeing Hugo, Ivan's expression turned sour, and he grinned wickedly. "Hey, you bastard, where did you come from?" Hugo, hearing this, replied angrily, "Don't you know why I made the journey to Hanguo, Taurus?" He continued, his voice full of resentment. "You dare to lay a hand on my subordinates." Behind Hugo, two of his subordinates, battered and bruised, knelt down and spoke up. "Castellan." Suddenly, Ivan spread his arms wide and laughed loudly. "The Devil Tower Red Eye has appeared in the United States." He bared his teeth, eyes bulging as he said, "I wanted to investigate, but your subordinates blocked my way. If the Saints found out, wouldn't that be quite ridiculous? So I'm just disciplining them." Hugo stood tall, his gaze serious. "The reason Red Eye appeared in the United States is to come to your Hanguo." How intriguing. The ones needing discipline on the Limber constellation and Red Eye, not my subordinates. Then his expression turned grim, and he cracked a wicked smile. "If you're here to investigate the Devil Tower, then why hesitate here?" Hugo Otter said sarcastically, "Since you're already here, why not go inside? Could it be you're afraid just like 20 years ago?" Hearing Hugo's words, Ivan, who was inhaling from his cigar, suddenly flinched. He stood up, his red eye blazing with fury as he stepped forward, saying, "You filthy bastard, I've heard that you've regained your power, but it seems you still harbor delusions." He continued speaking, "Without your holy artifact, you are just a worthless brat." Hugo showed no fear and stood looking at him. At that moment, he recalled the past. "Have you forgotten who shattered your holy artifact?" The holy artifact broke in two. A loud voice shouted, "You wretched bastards." At that moment, Ivan used one hand to pin Hugo down and asked, "How could you escape from Devil Tower?" Hugo's head was forced down to the ground. Painfully, he shouted, "If you could defeat Red-Eye, then Lee Geon wouldn't have." Returning to the present, Ivan grew furious, snapping his cigar in half with a seething aura as he charged forward. "This time, I will crush you." Immediately, he threw away the broken cigar and began to rush towards Hugo, yelling, "Use the skill of the Taurus constellation, Battlerum." Hugo's two henchmen were terrified by these skills and warned, "Castellan, you must get away." He flew towards Hugo with the skill, boasting, "Are you scared now?" At this moment, Hugo showed no fear, getting into a stance and putting all of his strength into his fist. He landed a rapid and powerful punch on Ivan, leaving him no time to react. The three henchmen of Hugo witnessed this scene, their eyes wide in shock. The name Ivan was hit hard in the stomach by Hugo, flying quickly away. Then he crashed violently into buildings, causing a massive explosion that brought them down. Ivan couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, "It can't be." At this moment, he looked battered, trembling, gasping for breath, saying, "Even Leo couldn't withstand my direct attack." Hugo was still surrounded by a fierce aura when he unleashed that punch, shattering the building into a void. Hugo waved his hand and continued, "You got it wrong, Taurus." He looked at Ivan, a cold smile on his face. "Do you think I've lost the sacred artifact?" As soon as he finished speaking, a golden beam of light descended right before him. With a killing gaze, Hugo reached out for that light, summoning the desired artifact from the territory of Fuchs. Hugo added, "What's wrong? Where's that arrogant demeanor of yours just now?" Ivan's mouth fell open, his eyes wide in disbelief. At that moment, Hugo grasped the artifact, his mouth breaking into a broad smile as he spoke. "See, he stands there, arrogant, saying, 'Ha! Scared now, you bastard. Ultimate move, Celestial Enlightenment Light SS level.'" His actions left Ivan utterly astonished. Seeing this, Hugo twirled his weapon excitedly, showcasing it. "See that?" Hugo felt incredibly confident with the weapon in his hand. He smirked, looking at Ivan, teasing him. "Scared now, you bastard." But the objects falling from the sky onto his head extinguished his arrogance. As he shifted his gaze from Ivan, he looked down at the bow cluttered with various odds and ends, hurriedly turned it over, and shook it to make everything fall out, grumbling as he did. What is this? Ivan looked at Hugo's bow in astonishment, thinking, can he resurrect the holy artifact? Could it be the doing of that Lee Geon guy? But the next words cut through his thoughts and left him utterly surprised. Hugo said angrily, don't be afraid, Taurus. I've decided not to use weapons anymore. He put the holy artifact in his personal space and looked at Ivan, his voice still filled with anger. I'm angry because you dared to touch my subordinate. Even without that, we've actually fought before. He raised his hand to gather his hair into a single bunch, doing so as he spoke. In this situation, using weapons to fight would be such a pity. Then he neatly tied his hair back behind his head. Hugo flashed a wicked smile and spoke through gritted teeth at Ivan. Let's fight hand in hand. It will definitely be exhilarating. Hearing this, Ivan's body trembled as he muttered a curse. Filthy trash. Then he shouted, expressing his anger. Are you so proud because of the resurrected holy artifact? You dare to look down on me. He stood up and yelled at Hugo, who was charging at him. Then come at me. Thus, the two of them lunged at each other, creating a tremendous crash. Both of them raised a leg to kick each other, while also using their hands to push against the other. Hugo saw Ivan trembling and teased him with a smile, saying, aren't you normally quite confident in your own strength? Now's your chance to show what you can do. Ivan, feeling provoked, was irritated by the taunt. Despite his trembling body, he retorted fiercely, who do you think you are to challenge me so confidently? He gathered his strength, clenching his teeth tightly, and let out a growl. He pushed down with his legs, causing the ground beneath him to explode in a spray of dirt and stones. Both of them exerted so much force that the earth around them simultaneously burst apart and flew outward. Hugo smugly remarked, you really underestimate the power of an archer. His hands pressed down, inflicting pain on Ivan, who cried out in agony. Realizing that if this continued, he would lose, Ivan yelled loudly, Arb! Then he forcefully headbutted Hugo, causing him to cry out in pain and bleed from his nose. The sudden, powerful move made Hugo's head tilt back instinctively. He chuckled softly to himself. Ha! This is really frustrating. Then he clenched his fist tightly, ready to punch Ivan back. His action was both decisive and strong, causing Ivan's face to twist to the side and blood erupted from his mouth. Ivan glared at him, teeth gritted in fury as he said, you! Then he immediately retaliated with a powerful blow, sending Hugo's head flying upward, followed by a spray of blood. When beaten, he still stared at Ivan. The guy also seized the opportunity to continue attacking, but Hugo's actions were a step faster. He landed a powerful punch on Ivan. The force was so tremendous that the earth and rocks behind him were uprooted and pushed back with a massive force. The punch even knocked out a few of Ivan's teeth, sending him flying. Ivan fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Hugo stepped on his thigh, then used his strength to throw Ivan back. Hugo smirked with satisfaction and said teasingly, let me keep it steady for you. Ivan glanced at his leg and cursed. Damn to my leg. He looked down at him, grinning wickedly. Let's see if that leather bag can hold up well. Ivan screamed in anger. You bastard. Without hesitation, Hugo lifted his leg and forcefully kneed him in the face. The battle between the two created a tremendous explosion, devastating everything around them. This attracted the attention of a group of people from a distance. The crowd collectively looked up, and one shouted, what is happening up there? A voice echoed from behind Castellan, but Hugo continued to rain down powerful punches. With each strike, Ivan silently cursed, damn it, if this goes on, I'm going to be beaten to death. Thinking this, he immediately made a decision. I must use a defensive weapon. He raised his hand to block Hugo's punch. Hugo was taken completely by surprise, while Ivan smirked with a wicked grin. He had armored himself all over and gritted his teeth, cursing, damn it, I've been careless this whole time. He counterattacked right away, shouting, now let's equip our weapons and continue round 2. Then he summoned strength that enveloped his body. Hugo stepped back to avoid the debris flying up. He summoned his bow, contemptuously saying, you are truly despicable, Taurus. Where is my weapon? He took out his weapon, yet Hugo still hadn't noticed. Lee Geon had once used his weapon to fight, but Lee Geon then handled the artifact to become stronger. How was that possible? Suddenly, Hugo's weapon shattered, leaving him in shock, his face blank. Stephen was submerged in a sea of water, silently thinking to himself, why can't I wake up? What happened? After the god descended, I remembered nothing. But he pondered further. Could it be that when the god descended, he took away my right to control my body? Who is that red eye? A loud noise echoed, impacting Stephen, causing him to frown as he thought, the scream of red eye. That's right, the god is fighting using my body, so I have been unable to wake up. A sudden light appeared. He gritted his teeth with determination. After all, I am a saint. I cannot give everything to the gods and faint here. Stephen, you must wake up. You have to wake up and help me drive away Red Eye. He paid attention to that light. What is that light? Could it be the god's message to wake me up? If so, he shouted, "Our divine beings, I am here." Stephen opened his tightly shut eyes. He broke free from the dream and found himself lying in a corner. He saw a claw pass through the air. The monster screamed in pain and then attacked. Lee Geon also wielded a large weapon to strike it. Stephen, lying down, expressed his doubt. "Lee Geon, is that him?" He was so astonished that he jumped up and shouted, "The one fighting Red Eye is Lee Geon. Then what am I doing?" Cheon Yua calmly replied from behind, "Sleeping, of course." Lee Geon, wielding his hammer, shouted, "Prepare to attack that damned monster." He swung the hammer down, piercing the monster's body, causing it to scream. Grr. He looked down at the monster and smirked, saying, "Hey, fake. Oh no, that's right. That head is real. Do you remember anything from Devil Tower?" The monster's hand circled behind it, wanting to attack him, but he had realized its intention. He glanced at its hand and mocked it. He jumped away from that hand and ran along the arm of the monster. The monster said, "No matter how many times I deal with you, the tower manager will always bring you back to life." He dodged its attack and replied, "Thanks to that, I know how to catch you." Lee Geon stared straight at the monster and excitedly said, "Are we longtime friends who share joys and sorrows? I'll take care of this quickly. Rest in peace." The monster looked at him with suspicion, remaining silent. The monster growled and lunged to bite him, but he quickly jumped up to avoid it. Stephen and John Yuha were watching intently from below. Seeing Lee Geon's actions were reckless, Stephen warned, "Don't jump around carelessly, his breath will shoot out." The monster opened its mouth, preparing to unleash a breath attack on Lee Geon. As he leaped, he noticed the hammer in his hand glowing. He shouted loudly, "Hammer artifact!" As he shouted louder, a powerful force surged, shooting straight into the monster's mouth. He looked at it and taunted, "Who do you think you can belch in front of?" Then he focused his strength into the hammer and yelled, "Shut your mouth for me." A second later, the monster's head exploded with a surge of golden energy which shot straight down a long line in the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become chaotic. Lee Geon took back the hammer artifact into his hands. He decisively raised the hammer artifact up as the victor, grinning and saying, "Perfectly roasted." Looking at the monster before him that had been burned to ashes and was now starting to smoke, he felt satisfied with his achievement. Absolutely amazing. He quickly jumped closer to the monster, scoffing, "The head looks real, or the breath still stinks as before. But what should I do?" As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air with great vigor, not hesitating to slash down, severing the monster's head from its body. The monster's head flew towards him. Lee Geon jumped back to evade it, sneering, "We meet, it's still me." The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes wide open in shock, staring at the scene before them. The head of the monster flew away on its own accord, and the remaining onlookers had to be astonished, looking up to watch it. Eventually, it rolled off to the side. Stephen Marker stared in disbelief as if he couldn't accept what was happening. He watched intently as Lee Geon stood on the body of the gigantic monster. A second later, he affirmed in his heart, "That's right." Stephen Marker broke into a smile, and everyone trembled, thinking to themselves, "The one who can destroy Red Eye is." He knelt inside, calling his name, "Lee Geon." At this moment, John stood tall with the sacred artifact combination of the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence like a commanding general. He turned his face back, proudly laughing and showing off. "Have you all learned how to defeat Red Eye yet?" He called out loudly for everyone to come and see the long and deep gash on the monster's back. "Look at this, look at this." Stephen Marker looked down and saw something strange, then asked, "What is this?" Lee Geon responded with interest, "I knew it. It's a dazzling golden stone, fused with layers of red neurons." Lee Geon exclaimed, "Another Red Eye." One person who heard this gasped in disbelief and shouted, "What?" Lee Geon spoke up to explain, "The Red Eye monster we know is the host of the Black Dragon. It is like a larva, allowing the Black Dragon to parasitize until it matures." Stephen Marker trembled and pointed at him. "How do you know that?" Sud Yuha gaped, showing disbelief. "It can't be. Is Red Eye just a larva?" Lee Geon then recalled events from the past. "During a time I was trapped in the Devil Tower. The tower's manager constantly resurrected disasters, certainly including both Red Eye and the Black Dragon. I fought against them for 25 long years, so even if I didn't want to know, I had to know." These words left Stephen Marker and John Yu Ha in great surprise, and they could only stare in silence at Lee Geon. Then he made his conjecture. "I think the giant has fused the head into the body of the disaster." He stood proudly atop the monster, applying his affirmation, and the Black Dragon was found in the Devil Tower. The Libra has allied with an enigmatic civilization, so I think that's definitely the case. He looked up at the sky, smiling mysteriously. If she is there, she can find your strength. Surely she can resurrect you completely. He turned his gaze to the captain, the blade of the sacred artifact condemnation of the sky hovering mockingly before his chest. Isn't it a pity, captain of the knights? The captain, with the sacred artifact condemnation of the sky slowly pressing against him, trembled indifferently at the world. Hurry up and kill me. Hearing this, Lee Geon couldn't help but sigh, expressing his boredom. Are you an echo? Why do you keep repeating the same thing? Chivan Yua looked at Lee Geon, who was rubbing his neck with one hand while still controlling that figure in the air, and asked hesitantly, So what will you do now? We need to decide how to deal with the giant and the black dragon. The system panel appeared before Lee Geon, displaying the information. You have received a complaint from Hugo Otters, the saint of the Sagittarius constellation, regarding damage to the sacred artifact and a manufacturer defect. The unconfirmed contacts amount to 146 times. This left Lee Geon surprised. Huh? What the hell is this? Is the constellation broken? How can that be? He recalled images from the past, his face darkening as he pondered. Wait a minute. Could it be back then? Then, a drop of sweat formed as he stared at the information. A second later, he waved the system panel aside in annoyance. I'm very busy. Wait a moment. Hugo, on the side, yelled angrily. Geon, you bastard. Hurry up and accept the call. Ivan kept chasing after him. Hugo was running frantically ahead, laughing mockingly a few times. Where's your bravado from earlier? Ivan proudly boasted about his achievements. I just destroyed your sacred artifact. Hugo, running madly, retorted. Don't dream. You couldn't have destroyed it. This is just a manufacturer issue. Ivan managed to catch up, reaching out to grab Hugo. In that instant, however, Hugo quickly jumped up, sneering a few times, too slow, leaving Ivan below, cursing out loud, Damn it. Hugo landed on the ground and spoke up. Don't underestimate the speed of the master of the bow. Suddenly, the area he was standing in exploded, causing Hugo to startle. What is this? Hugo was terrified, looking at the scene before him, feeling anxious. There was the blade of the black sword lying on the ground. A moment later, he thought of Jean-Louis Moraine. Ivan took advantage of the moment, leaping up to attack, doing quite well. But just before reaching Hugo, a sword blocked him right between the eyebrows, making Evan frown as he paused for a few seconds. Taking the opportunity to attack, the sharp sword charged straight at Ivan's face. But Ivan quickly defended himself, dodging the deadly blow, reassuring himself. Thank goodness I wasn't pierced. Ivan glanced at the person in front of him, puzzled, who suddenly barged in. A massive block of ice immediately appeared in the vast forest. Hugo lay on the large ice block, exclaiming, I almost met my end. Ivan, trapped in the ice, shouted angrily. What the hell are these ice mountains? Kevin Azar descended in front of him, and Hugo coldly spoke. Your appearance is truly pathetic. Hugo unexpectedly looked at the person before him and raised his voice to ask, Kevin Azar, why are you here? Hearing that, Kevin Azar casually replied, I came here to save you. He scolded Hugo. Why do we always see you trembling like that? Aren't you supposed to be fighting Taurus? Do something. Hugo's face turned bright red as he justified himself. Shut up, I did defeat him earlier. In Kevin Azar's mind, he couldn't help but think, that's why Lee Geon doesn't trust you. He continued, Hey Sagittarius, you should also care about the defense of the temple, you know? This left Hugo dumbfounded, asking, What? Kevin Azar led the way. Don't you see the flies buzzing around your city? It's abandoned, so Gemini, Aquarius, Aries, and Capricorn stormed in. This caught Hugo off guard and he shouted, What? The Saint Sagittarius asked, Dear God Apollo, lend me funds to repair the temple, because the buildings are all collapsing. Kevin Azar reassured him, Don't worry, I've taken care of everything. Your friends are fine. Kevin Azar justified himself. It's not because I got lost on the way to your city. I ran into Lee Geon while flying over to America, remember? Hugo couldn't help but curse inwardly. You definitely got lost. Road blind fool. Suddenly, a strange noise came from that ice mountain, catching the attention of the two. Ivan quickly halted his power, shattering the ice mountain in an instant that laughed a few times. Ivan stomped his foot down hard on the ground, baring his teeth in anger, and spoke scornfully. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the parasitic brother, huh? Do you really think you can trap me in there? Kevin Azar smirked, mockingly laughing in clear disdain. Frozen beef isn't delicious, but it seems the beef skin is quite thick. Your face still looks good despite being slashed like that. Ivan also smirked, revealing his teeth with a few missing from the brutal fight. I will cut off your tongue before smashing that face completely. Jean-Louis patted Ivan on the chest a few times, urging him. Stop talking. We don't have time. Hurry up. Jean-Louis scoffed and continued. We're not just here to chit-chat, right? Then he commanded, "They're not Lee Geon, just 2 weak Sagittarius and Virgo. Quickly deal with them." Hugo, boiling with fury, warned, "What a funny thing to say. All are not Lee Geon, yet dare look down on us." Kevin Azar chimed in, "Weak, huh? Do you even know what it means to be the second-ranked deity in the world? And besides, you're associating me with him instead of Lee Geon." Hugo cracked his knuckles and turned to ask, "Beef and crab, Kevin, do you eat grilled food?" Aya, holding a sword in her hand, replied, "I love it. If so, let me chop it up for you." Ivan on this side, who cooks and who doesn't is still not known. Jean-Louis also raised a hand in threat. "We're in a hurry, so we won't go easy on you." Suddenly, a voice rang out, surprising all 4 of them. "You all seem to be having a good time, huh?" The figure slowly stepped forward, becoming clearer before them. A golden light flickered around continuously. The woman was none other than Giselle. She greeted them. "Nice to meet you all. It's been a while, hasn't it?" A young man, after doing heavy labor, had a face full of scratches and was gasping for breath. It turned out to be Cheon Sung-jae. He dropped his shovel and complained, "The house has collapsed again." Behind Cheon Sung-jae, Hanjamin and Larry were struggling to carry each stone. The rabbit Yang Wei, tied up in a corner, was wriggling and screaming loudly. "Why do we have to live like this? If you let me go, there wouldn't be any problems." Cheon Sung-jae's face turned red with anger upon hearing that. He was furious, spinning around like a top. Who is to blame for this? Because those who want to find you are causing this. Seeing the situation, Hanjamin's face turned pale as he rushed in to intervene. "Tang Ji, calm down. Save your strength for the housework." Meanwhile, Larry, feeling disheartened, said, "If you could just sit still, that would be great." Suddenly, Hanjamin noticed something. He saw something flapping its wings in the sky. Upon closer inspection, Hanjamin realized it was a dragon. In the distance, atop the mountain, a beam of light shot straight into the sky. Surrounding it were glittering golden streaks of light, accompanied by a majestic figure. She was Giselle Lawrence, the saint of the Liber Palais, descending like a queen of the cosmos. Giselle Lawrence extended one hand, her terrifying face greeting them. "Hello, long time no see." Hugo and Kevin Ajar were taken aback. Giselle Lawrence has come in person. Behind her, 2 others gaped in disbelief. "Libra, why have you come here? We haven't lost yet." Giselle Lawrence raised her index finger to her lips, gently signaling, "Be quiet." A massive magic circle then appeared beneath her feet. Its power was so overwhelming that it completely oppressed those around her. Hugo fell to the ground, exclaiming in astonishment, "Such terrifying power!" Kevin Ajar had to admit in awe, "Though we are both saints, this strength is truly different." The oppressive aura of the Liber magic circle grew stronger by the moment. One man shouted, "What are you trying to do? Attack us?" Giselle Lawrence glanced at the man, her gaze as cold as steel. "I allow you to control the lost sanctuary. A saint like you, unable to conquer the territory of Sagittarius, what else could this be but a failure?" As she finished her sentence, Jean-Louis Moraine felt the heavy pressure descend upon him, forcing him to brace himself. Then Giselle Lawrence turned to another man, reproaching him. "Ivan Kruger, I did not expect you to fail so miserably. You couldn't even subdue Sagittarius." He hesitated, unsure of how to respond to that. Giselle Lawrence spoke in a chilling tone, tinged with a hint of challenge. "Don't ask me why I'm here. Rather, thank me for visiting you before you die." She concluded with a cutting remark. "I can no longer trust you or entrust anything to you. This is the punishment for you. Consider your actions." Next, Giselle Lawrence stomped her foot towards the 2, then looked at them with her terrifying eyes and asked, "What should we do with these little toys now?" The 2 of them gritted their teeth and endured. From Giselle Lawrence's hand, a magic circle with the symbol of Libra sparkled into existence. She said, "Let's swap your heads and limbs. I'll turn you into a disaster just like Lee Geon once did." As soon as Giselle finished her words, the bonds that tied Hugo and Kevin Ajara began to tighten. He shuddered, realizing that his body suddenly felt unusually heavy. Damn this sensation. Not stopping there, Giselle summoned a gigantic scale of light, placing Otters and Kevin Ajar upon it. The ability Libra equivalent exchange was about to commence. As she finished her sentence, behind the Libra scale appeared a colossal supernatural entity shaped like an eye, combining various symbols and magical circles, shining brightly in the sky. The remaining ones, after a tough battle, had faces covered in scratches. They looked up at the sky in astonishment. Is that Libra? The Holy Libra descending? What on earth is happening? Suddenly, a young man discovered something. Everyone there looked up at the sky, where they noticed a massive object flying by. It turned out to be Lee Geon, riding a dragon as he soared through the air. In astonishment, the people below gazed at the fierce-looking dragon, its glowing eyes betraying its nature, with Lee Geon sitting majestically atop it. He smiled lightly, exuding the cool demeanor of a superhero. The onlookers below gaped in shock. The dragon flew past the window of a room, causing those inside to panic and scream. It's a dragon. The dragon soared faster and faster towards Giselle Lawrence. He shouted, "Trash!" The dragon drew ever closer to her. Giselle Lawrence sensed an approaching threat. She turned to look, but before she could react, a blinding light from Lee Geon's attack struck directly at her face. Without pausing, he leaped off the dragon and seized Giselle Lawrence's face, delivering a punch that shattered her features into countless fragments. Two people sitting on the scale, witnessing the event unfold before their eyes, had their mouths agape in astonishment. With a boastful, battle-ready demeanor, Lee Geon took down Giselle Lawrence with just a single punch. He grinned as if the action he had just performed was nothing of significance. The three subordinates of Giselle Lawrence stood frozen in shock, their faces pale and eyes filled with terror. Fear was evident in every expression of theirs. Lee Geon clenched his fist tightly, a victorious glint in his eyes as he looked at the headless corpse of Giselle Lawrence. The liber was taken down with just a punch. At that moment, the ropes binding Hugo and Kevin Ajara began to vanish. The golden branches were also fading away. Hugo, witnessing what had just occurred, couldn't believe his eyes. So it's over now. The liber has been defeated. On Lee Geon's side, he glanced at the headless body of Giselle Lawrence, standing in the remnants of her spell circle. Turning to the scales, he frowned reproachfully. "I can't believe it. Hey, why did you guys climb up there again? Didn't you notice that it was being taken?" Hugo was furious, his face scrunched up as if he had been wronged, while Kevin Ajara shouted back defiantly, "Do you think we wanted to get up there?" Hugo spun around to Lee Geon, pointing angrily. The kid was steaming with rage as he huffed. "Why did you contact me? Do you know how many times I called you?" Lee Geon stood with his hands on his hips, a face full of skepticism, and nonchalantly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Just as he was about to throw more jabs, Lee Geon suddenly jolted, recalling something he had carelessly thrown away. Hugo, furious, pointed and yelled, "What the hell did you do with my bow? Why do you have so many weapons from civilization?" Not knowing how to respond, Lee Geon awkwardly turned his face away and mumbled, "Just a stroke of bad luck. I'll fix it later." While the two continued their noisy argument, two of Giselle Lawrence's subordinates stood nearby, grinding their teeth in frustration. After that, the two exchanged anxious glances as if they were planning something. Suddenly, they charged in, shouting loudly, "Damn it!" Ivan Kruger aggressively charged at Lee Geon, refusing to accept the situation, and said, "I absolutely cannot accept this." His face turned menacing as he thought, "This is my only chance. I must end it." He then summoned the Taurus constellation. A blinding light filled with booming images appeared, but before he could do anything, he was met with a painful punch from Lee Geon, sending both him and his summon soaring into the sky. Lee Geon shouted, "Who allowed you to use your skills?" Struck by the blow, his armor shattered, and even his teeth felt loose. Ivan Kruger cursed, "Damn it, how did it come to this?" Still feeling confused, he suddenly saw Jean-Louis Moraine's head turn to dust. It turns out he was devoured by the black dragon. The head and body of Jean-Louis Moraine flew apart in all directions. Where did the black dragon come from? Ivan exclaimed in horror, looking down at his feet. Right there, he saw the enormous mouth of the dragon. Afraid of being split in half like his companion, he activated emergency landing mode toward Lee Geon. But unfortunately, Lee Geon just stood there, smirking wickedly, and said, "Fool." Ivan truly was a fool, falling straight into the dragon's mouth, and that was the end of his life. Before he could react, he was swallowed whole by the dragon, leaving not a single bone behind. Kevin Ajara watched this with eyes shining in admiration, while Hugo yelled, "Lee Geon, where did this black dragon come from?" He remained unfazed, replying, "That's the other red eye I mentioned." Looking at the dragon chewing noisily, Kevin Ajara and Hugo asked, "What is that? Why is it following you?" It seems like it was inside Red Eye in America. He imagined the scene of wielding a hammer, threatening the monster to death. "You asked me to kill you, but it pleads for me to stop. What system has notified that summoned the creation? Use your gigantic head, Red Eye, and the Spirit Knight Captain. Use the skill of the 13th sense. Use the skill of super regeneration." Then Lee Geon laughed loudly and said, "I have used my power to awaken them. Luckily, I've obtained useful materials." Hugo, confused, pointed at the dragon and asked, "Don't you see it's very dangerous?" He replied, "I've thrown it something to chew on, so nothing will happen." Upon hearing this, Hugo turned pale, recalling the scene of him and Lee Geon arguing. "I did my best. I almost became its chew toy." Remembering this, Hugo's eyes brimmed with tears at the thought of being a chew toy. Meanwhile, Kevin Ajara disregarded the drama and focused on the scale. At this moment, Lee Geon and Hugo were still passionately arguing. "Can't I keep it in your house? Keeping it in your house? Are you crazy? If I keep it in Hawaii, I'll get scolded." Seeing that the scale continued to glow, not disappearing, Kevin Ajara curiously spoke up, "Hey, why isn't that thing disappearing?" As soon as the words fell, strands appeared from the sky. They circled around the three of them, leaving them surprised. From the corpse of Giselle Lawrence, a brilliant golden light emanated. A familiar voice echoed, answering their doubts, "Because I am still alive." Just as the words ended, her corpse suddenly soared into the sky. A blinding light appeared at her head, accompanied by a magical circle. Lee Geon realized and grinned, saying, "No wonder it felt too easy." He spread his arms to summon two streams of light. Immediately, the holy artifact Condemnation of the Sky and a hammer artifact appeared in Lee Geon's hands. He smirked and looked at her with a terrifying gaze, exclaiming, "Since I didn't want to see your face, I destroyed it. Little did I expect you'd replace it with an even uglier one." From the corpse of Giselle Lawrence, a head made of glowing lines sprouted. Yet she smiled at him. Lee Geon took a combat-ready stance, looking incredibly cool as he declared, "Let's see how many times you can change that face, and I'll see how many of them I can destroy. Are you ready, punching bag?" A blinding light erupted from behind her, engulfing the entire space. She clasped her hands together as if preparing to unleash a supreme technique full of disdain. "The foolish snake wants to bite you. Then let me tighten that neck." Lee Geon stood opposite her, as if sensing the terrible force about to descend. He anxiously shouted for Red Eye. "I told the dragon to quickly move that hand away. If you can't help here, then go protect the citizens." Immediately, Red Eye hurriedly grabbed Hugo and Kevin. From the gap between her clasped hands, a brilliant light began to emerge in an instant. A Libra's magic circle appeared in the sky. The pressure from it was so strong that large chunks of the earth cracked like it was struck by heaven. And then a beam of light from the magic circle descended upon the mountain, creating an explosion that turned the sky and earth upside down. Red Eye had just managed to bring Hugo and Kevin Ajar away from the danger zone. Both looked back at the horrifying scene behind them. Kevin called out Lee Geon's name with deep worry. The giant dragon continued to fly further away to escape the pressure from her technique. At that moment, Lee Geon jumped onto a large piece of shattered rock. He tightly grasped the two holy artifacts in his hands, his eyes shining with a glimmer of light. He cursed with contempt. "Trash." Astrea hovered in the air. Behind her, a figure of light identical to her appeared. Lee Geon saw this and couldn't help but exclaim, "Not human." She heard this and laughed loudly. "So you just figured it out? Too late, huh?" Lee Geon was tense, watching Astrea's frenzied demeanor. She continued speaking. "I possess a power completely separated from other deities, a state of inviolability." That expression, those eyes, and the way she still disrupted everything despite her skull being fractured, surely indicated she was no longer human. Lee Geon, with a serious face, shouted, "You better end this performance. Don't act anymore, holy god of Libra Astrea." Astrea merely smirked and curled one hand into a fist. Now she had become the holy god of Libra Astrea. She unleashed a massive wave of energy and declared, "You really do have sharp eyes, Lee Geon. Since that's the case, I have nothing to worry about. Are you ready?" With a confident grin, he retorted, "You're the one who should be ready, Trash." Without waiting for a reply, he dashed straight toward Astrea with incredible speed, shouting, "I don't know how a Holy Spirit ended up on Earth. If the other Holy Spirits find out, it will surely be a sight to behold." Astrea merely sneered after hearing this. She delivered a punch upwards, and immediately a magical circle of Taurus appeared. What does that have to do with them? The light from her fist burst forth intensely, as it was the skill of Taurus's speed boost. Lee Geon frowned slightly before the overwhelming power. Without giving him a chance to react, Astrea continued with her herd-stomping technique. From above, thousands of light bolts rushed down like a storm. Lee Geon, hit by the technique, was sent flying far away, all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Hugo and Kevin Ajara gaped in astonishment at the sight. They looked toward the Pacific Ocean with worry. Meanwhile, Astrea smirked, lightly waving her hand as if she had just brushed off dust. That was quite a heavy skill. Behind her appeared a magical circle with the symbol of the Taurus constellation, not suited for my hands. Hugo and Kevin Ajara, witnessing the scene before them, could not hide their astonishment and exclaimed, "That is the divine seat of the Taurus constellation. Why is it appearing above Giselle?" At that moment, her face darkened as she spread her arms in response. "Are you surprised already?" Next, Astrea smirked cunningly as if calculating something. She said, "I still haven't shown you enough." With that, she began to chant incantation. Behind her, a massive tree of light sprouted. On its branches, 6 magical circles appeared in succession. Each represented a different zodiac sign. From a distance, one could see clearly. Behind the Libra constellation, there was an ancient tree, its branches adorned with the zodiac circles. The red dragon was still flying. One of the two exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" On the branches were circles marked with the symbols of 6 different zodiac signs. They were astonished, not just Taurus. The first 2 magical circles were Cancer and Gemini, followed by Scorpio, Aquarius, and Aries. As for Lee Geon, he tightened his grip on the sacred artifact amidst the desolate ruins, utterly speechless. Two faint green streaks appeared above him. Lee Geon said, "So this is what you meant by saying the gods know it's fine." With a face full of scratches, Lee Geon frowned and uttered a phrase. Those damned gods. He looked towards the branches with the magical circles and realized they seemed to be colluding with each other. Australia calmly replied, "Of course, Lee Geon." The anger of the gods dissipated and the saint erupted. She spread her arms wide, self-satisfied. These divine beings represent their wrath. Now I am the envoy of the 7 constellations, including Libra. Even you cannot defeat me. Lee Geon gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with fury in return. No additional calamity is sufficient. Those called saints who conspired together to stage this deserve to be punished. Australia felt confused. I don't understand you, Lee Geon. Why do you hate the sect, the holy gods, and the saints so much? Looking into his tense face, she added, if you want, you could rule this world. But alone, you're not enough. Hearing Australia's nonsensical words, Lee Geon interrupted irritably. Enough with the chatter. What exactly you want? Australia pondered before speaking plainly. I don't like you, but I must acknowledge your abilities. Australia extended one hand in request. I have a proposition. Her gaze exuded danger. Choose, Lee Geon, serve under me, and you will be at the top of this world, or become a constellation crushed in the hands of us. Lee Geon laughed upon hearing this, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Are you throwing out those ridiculous options again? Lee Geon bluntly replied, I refuse. I don't even want to hear that choice anymore. After saying this, he clenched the holy artifact, condemnation of the sky, his gaze sharp like a knife. Then he retorted her words, because your options are always nonsensical. His eyes shimmered with a light, and Lee Geon confidently responded, because I do not care about the safety of others. Suddenly, the sky darkened into a fiery red, and around them, streaks of red lightning appeared. Australia spoke up. I knew you would say that. Lee Geon stood silent, worry flashing in his eyes. Around Australia, 7 glowing magic circles emerged, representing the 7 constellations. The safety of others, I don't think you would take that responsibility. At that moment, a gleam of light appeared in Australia's eyes. She extended a hand forward. Then I will help you. Not care anymore. I will destroy this city first. As she acted, her figure radiated light. At the same time, thousands of fiery red blades appeared in the sky, the angel's weapon skill from the constellation Aries. The blades were aimed directly at the Pacific Ocean. Australia then used the Aquarius constellation skill. Tornado. At her feet, a tornado appeared. All of this is your doing, Lee Geon. Immediately, figures identical to Australia appeared behind her. Astra flashed a grin. The wrath of the deity. The third skill she used was from the Cancer constellation. Clone. Australia's voice rang like it was tearing through space, and the city of 10 million people was destroyed, all because of you, oh disaster causer. Before Lee Geon now lay an overwhelming scene. Tornadoes, standing blades, and clones filled the area. Soon after, ropes materialized binding him. It turned out they sprouted from the magic circle beneath his feet, tightly restraining Lee Geon, preventing any movement. Australia pointed her finger downwards, issuing a cold command. Go. Following her command, thousands of red blades shot down towards Lee Geon. He struggled to free himself from the ropes. Is this all you can do, playing with ropes? In an instant, the ropes began to crack. A massive sword descended with terrifying speed, but Lee Geon, swift as lightning, raised the holy weapon, condemnation of the sky, to block. Don't you dare think these ropes can bind me. At this moment outside, there was a cataclysmic explosion. The sword plunged straight into the main street where everyone was walking. The road was shattered. Half of it broken away, the building swayed and then toppled as the colossal sword of Giselle Lawrence drove down, continuing to bury itself deeper into the ground, shattering the surrounding soil, which then fragmented and scattered throughout the city. Lee Geon raised his blade to brace against the enormous sword. His face was filled with rage. He exerted every ounce of strength he had to hold it up. Lawrence saw Lee Geon struggling against her power and let out a loud laugh. Her eyes were filled with swirling storms. Ha ha, this is the summoning skill using divine power. Do you really think you can easily break it? I haven't even shown the full extent of it. Just take your time to enjoy it. Giselle Lawrence extended her hand, using her power to conjure multiple small swords and sent them raining down. The swords struck directly at Lee Geon. He tried desperately to use all his strength to deflect them. Lee Geon gritted his teeth, exhausted as he defended himself. The nearby rocks shattered, making it even more difficult for him to retaliate. The swords fell down onto the riverbank in great numbers. They were controlled by Jeju Lawrence, striking at Lee Geon. Yet, when they landed on the ground, some fell into the water, but Lee Geon was nowhere to be seen. In the sky, the swords continued to fall in rows. Giselle Lawrence stretched out her arms, her face carrying a mixture of disdain and smugness as she shouted, "I have not yet summoned all the swords, and yet you have already fled? Hurry out and accept my goodwill. If you do not receive all these swords, they will fall and devastate this city." The image of a formation appeared, showcasing a golden scale representing the sign of Libra, shining brightly in the sky. Swords fell like a storm. Skyscrapers were shattered, exploding into pieces. The citizens fled in panic through the city, screaming as they ran, "Ah, someone save us." While everyone was in chaos, a group of reporters rushed to interview and document the unfolding events. "Run for your lives." The reporter gently announced the situation to the world. "Hello, everyone watching. An unprecedented disaster is currently happening in Shadowware." As she recorded, another sword fell from the sky, leaving everyone in shock. The male reporter quickly captured the footage. The two reporters were sweating, their expressions a mix of astonishment and fear as they turned away. Everyone looked up in panic. Out of nowhere, a figure came running, causing a commotion in the area. The white-haired man appeared, freezing the entire path he walked across. Everyone was terrified. The ice froze halfway and then stopped. Kevanajar silently fumed, thinking, "Stay, is that all I can freeze?" He shouted loudly, signaling to the centaur. "Stentor, aim at the frozen area." A beam of light appeared. Everyone gasped and looked up at the sky. The two reporters collapsed onto the ground, whispering, "We're alive." Kevanajar's face was displeased as he ran and yelled, "Damn it, that's not even enough to scratch it. How can Lee Geon break this?" Seeing this, the blonde guy also turned to respond. "Fortunately, we can combine our powers to destroy it." Before leaving, Hugo Otters turned back to remind the two reporters, "This place is very dangerous. Quick, get away." The two of them felt the danger and simultaneously appreciated his concern, eagerly replying, "Yes, thank you." Kevanajar gritted his teeth and spoke up in anger. "This power is even stronger than the holy skill I know. If we don't work together, we won't be able to destroy the sword." Hugo Otters angrily replied, "This power is not the power of a saint, but the Holy Spirit." Around Giselle Lawrence, a glow radiated, enveloped by various constellations. Additionally, she was receiving support from other holy spirits. If this continues, we will have no chance of winning. In the sky, the astrological magic circle was wrapping around Giselle Lawrence. On the ground, Kevanajar and Hugo Otters also looked up and whispered, "Ultimately, the battle must come to an end. Aside from saving the people, there's nothing else we can do to help him." Hugo Otters, next in, also unexpectedly questioned, "Help?" At the beginning of the battle, Geon asserted that we couldn't assist him. The scene of Geon shouting at the two of them flashed in their minds. "What can you do to help? Go save your people. Think about it. Just leave." This made Hugo and Kevanajar furious, grinding their teeth as they yelled, "He says Red Eye is more useful than us. This is an insult." In their anger, they were suddenly distracted by something and turned abruptly. Water from the river was flowing out fiercely, cascading down the buildings, causing everyone to shift from one fear to another. The water flowed violently, as if it was about to flood the entire area. Hugo Otters and Kevanajar were astonished, shouting in unison, "The river's water! This once-in-a-lifetime sight frightens everyone! Uwaya!" The water is rising higher than the building. Everyone is collapsing. It's all over. In the midst of this, someone clasped their hands in prayer. A miracle is happening. "Holy Spirit, please save us." Kevanajar glanced to the side, his eyes wide. The Holy Spirit, the deity, a silver sword appeared, driven into the riverbank. Kevanajar called out to the master who granted power to Lee Geon. "Oh, Virgo's master, I know you are watching over the current situation. I beseech you to grant Lee Geon strength so that I can overcome this disaster." Lee Geon stood between life and death, holding the axe upright, facing the rushing water. He thought to himself, "Does she want to drown this city with the river's water?" Its heart was filled with worry. "Things are getting complicated. Do you want me to use my battle god instincts to end this now?" As Lee Geon was deep in thought, something distracted him. Instinctively, he glanced elsewhere. Lee Geon smirked, contemplating. "Heh, these guys are quite clever." The tornado is growing stronger. Over there, Giselle Lawrence's formation stands tall. A video of Lauren with her arms crossed, prideful and smug, calls out, "Lee Young, you still refuse to surrender, or are you too scared to show up?" She conjures a mocking spell circle. Humph, it doesn't matter. With her hand, she summons water, her wicked smile fully exposed as she enunciates each word. "If this keeps up, the river will flood the city. How many of you will perish, I wonder?" She summons waves of water that grow stronger as she shouts. "Wash them all away." The tornado intensifies, flooding the entire city. Giselle Lawrence spreads her arms wide, reveling in the city's deluge. But before long, a distant blue light catches her off guard. The Virgo bow skill and a breeze of the moon. All the water turns into massive ice blocks. Giselle Lawrence's clone angrily exclaims, "The river water is freezing. Could it be the trick of Lee Geon?" Giselle Lawrence raises her hand, controlling her army and commanding. It seems Lee Geon is still alive. Eliminate him. Her clone excitedly seeks out Lee Geon, spot him and shout, "Over there!" The ice blocks gradually begin to shatter. The second clone couldn't believe her eyes and shouted, "What?" "That's a red-eye monster appearing." All of her clones looked up in surprise, shouting in unison, "Red Eye." From a distance, Lee Geon appeared, rushing towards them with a triumphant grin and said, "Hey, you trash, hurry up and say hello. Let me introduce you to my new friend." Red Eye activated its skill, a substitute attack. It jumped down mischievously, asking, "What are you doing, Red Eye? Hurry up and give a grand introduction." Red Eye opened its mouth, and a fireball shot out, spewing forth like a volcanic eruption. Giselle Lawrence raised her hand to defend, using her powers to create a purple whirlwind. Gritting her teeth, she called out Lee Geon's name. Use the twin teleport skill, Magic Portal. The two sides fought fiercely, with no clear winner. Below, everyone looked up at the sky where a bright red sun appeared. They whispered amongst themselves, exclaiming, "It's coming. Red Eye is charging towards that rocket." Lee Geon mounted Red Eye, fighting fiercely. He braced himself against the overwhelming power, his face determined, affirming confidently, "Don't even think about touching the innocent." He smirked, freezing everything in sight. Lee Geon and Red Eye charged straight into battle. Before him stood Giselle Lawrence, perched high above, looking down at him. The deity Estrella, seething with anger, gritted her teeth and said, "You!" The face of the deity was filled with rage, as if it might explode at any moment. The Saint Sophie Mary appeared from nowhere, screaming, "You damned lunar bitch!" The sacred artifact Condemnation of the Sky flew toward her. The Virgo Saint had prayed for Ophiuchus. "Your divine power has increased." The Virgo Saint blessed Ophiuchus with divine authority. "Your divine power has increased." He felt increasingly smug as he declared, "Hey, you worthless piece of trash, the power of the Saintess has fused with Condemnation of the Sky. Condemnation of the Sky in a frozen state." The deity Giselle Lawrence gritted her teeth in anger, her expression darkening. Lee Geon regained his composure and replied with a smile, "You say you represent their wrath, right? Well, it seems you're not the only one representing here." The monstrous creature charged at Estrella, forcing her to dodge to the side. A terrifying magic circle appeared in midair. Estrella was determined to fight alongside him, claiming to represent wrath. How surprising. Estrella, filled with pride, what could be greater and more terrifying than the wrath of the deities? Wrath about what? From whom? He raised the hand high and said, "Do you really not know?" Rage consumed his mind. "Innocent ones have been harmed by you and your ilk. My family and friends, those innocent ones caught in your game. When I say it is their rage, do you understand that? And moreover, the one who was betrayed and abandoned in Devil Tower. My rage." He loathed the one before him deeply. "Hurry and tell me, you damn bastard, who stabbed me in Devil Tower." Estrella coldly replied, "You?" She stood on a high pillar and continued, "Or the so-called divine ones who want to eliminate me hiding behind you." Estrella couldn't help but let out a disdainful laugh. Then she laughed uproariously. "I wonder what you want to ask about. Turns out you wanted to uncover the truth of that incident." She coldly sought to evade that question. "Do you really want to hear? Is it important? Only the strong have the right to ask questions. I am the one asking the questions." Estrella raised both hands as if displaying immense power and said, "Answer me, Lee Geon. What can your two divine ones do against us?" Estrella summoned a colossal comet right in front of him. He stood bewildered, unaware of what she intended to do with him. With the Gemini constellation's skill, Death Star of Destruction, the comet slowly descended towards the ground, getting closer to him. "Damn it!" Lee Geon shouted. "Is it only two deities?" At that moment, someone flew in to intercept the gigantic comet. The appearance of that person left her utterly surprised and astonished. The comet was quickly pushed back up. She could hardly believe her eyes. What? The comet was pushed upwards, and large cracks began to appear. With the Sagittarius constellation's skill, Sun God Ring, it had prevented the comet from falling. She summoned 4 magic circles to launch an attack. The Sun God Ring emitted a tremendously powerful energy, forcing her to raise her hand to shield her face. Sun God Ring, a shadowy figure appeared, racing towards her. Could it be? His eyes ignited with fire as he sped towards her to end this battle. On the ground, a massive flame erupted. She was attacked completely off guard. "Sagittarius, all of you below, pray fervently. O followers of the Holy Church, this is the command of the Holy Master. All believers and citizens pray for the deity." Everyone prayed for him, bestowing strength upon Lee Geon. The battle took place under the prayers of all the people below. The Holy Spirit and the saints, the Sagittarius constellation, had stepped forward. For the master of the Ophiuchus constellation, the holy temple of Virgo and Sagittarius was praying for the master of the Ophiuchus constellation. His momentum at this moment was immense, ready to fight. What did I tell you? She was attacked and unable to counter. Many people hated you. Everyone below collectively prayed for him, praying for this battle to proceed smoothly. Not only the holy temples, but also the citizens in the city devastated by the Liber Holy Spirit. Everyone looked up to the sky where the holy spirits were fighting each other. Thousands of people were praying for the master of the Ophiuchus constellation. The divine rank was rising rapidly. His eyes were still blazing with fire and full of combat spirit. Lee Geon used his fists, his immense strength. Is all you have the wrath of 7 holy spirits? I have thousands of people. After saying that, he punched down with an incredibly powerful force. She lay under the fist in pain, emitting cries of anguish. He was not done with her yet. This was far from over. He continued to punch her face until she could no longer resist. Let's see how many times your face can take it. She was struck until she could no longer fight back against his powerful blows. Astraea threw back her head in frustration. Get your hands off me. At that moment, the system announced, your right arm has been injured, activating regeneration skill. His arm quickly healed as she attacked him. Astraea charged at Lee Geon in a frenzy. Countless invisible hands were summoned by her, but he immediately countered them. Lee Geon smirked disdainfully upon seeing her attempt to attack him with these tricks. Do you think you're touching someone who can be easily handled? He unleashed his power against her magical hands. The sounds of ripping filled the air, tearing them into countless fragments. She was taken aback as her clones were ruthlessly destroyed by him. My clones are all being obliterated. He surrounded her clones to attack them furiously, then continued to assault her directly. She coughed up blood, unable to put up any resistance. It seems I must destroy your throne to truly catch you. You are like a demon hunting her down. I will tear you apart piece by piece, starting with this marinated crab. The Scorpion constellation's Holy See has intervened for the master of the Ophiuchus constellation. Representing the Scorpion constellation, Haley has bestowed her power. Condemnation of the Sky, Chain Venom Sword Mode. Astraea was pierced through the abdomen, shivering in disbelief. She screamed, How did you find the child of Scorpio? How? It's time to reel in the big catch. You are like a ferocious demon wanting to destroy her body. That's the jackpot. A sound of immense pain rang out. Astra was attacked by you, only able to scream in agony. The matrices she summoned began to crack and then exploded in the sky. The power of the dark constellation was fading within her body. The Cancer power had been destroyed. The power of the constellation was gradually dissipating, unable to maintain the divine seed of Cancer, unable to wield the authority of the Cancer constellation. Her body spewed forth a terrifyingly dark, viscous liquid. I can't fight back. Astra was filled with rage and madness, wanting to escape. Everything around became chaotic when he struck Astra. She shouted in anger, Lee Geon. Astraea's body gradually changed color. I will definitely destroy you. Her avatars clawed at his legs like zombies. He looked down and saw she had split into many figures, all clawing at him. She laughed maniacally. The shards of her main body were destroyed and a blinding light erupted, making it very hard for him to see. A green flame flickered in the air. The skill constellation Taurus. 2 fire alchemy circles appeared in the sky. She madly descended towards him. This star belongs to the gods. A gigantic sword appeared in the sky, slowly descending. The combined skill of Liber and Ares. She went insane, summoning the armament of the Golden Rule. Stop this attack. Astraea transformed into someone else. Die, you trash. The enormous sword gradually drifted closer to the city. Do you think I will let this star go? As it descended, suddenly it was stopped by a blue light, creating an incredibly loud sound. She was taken aback, feeling the cold and chilling breeze of constellation Virgo. That white light had halted the sword's fall. The light from the sword was being frozen. You are like a demon. Stop her right there. His eyes lit up, staring at her. She was fiercely attacking the city. At that moment, a fist suddenly appeared in front of her, striking mercilessly at her face and sending her flying with great force. Fragments flew everywhere, incredibly annoying. He sidestepped in the direction she was flying. You become too greedy. Which star belongs to you? At that moment, he lifted his massive legs. Stop babbling. I will teach you a lesson. Seeing a foot approaching her, she quickly used the Gemini constellation's teleportation ability, vanishing before his eyes. He stood silent as she disappeared right in front of him. At that moment, Astraea appeared from behind. What are you looking at, Lee Geon? He didn't expect her to appear right behind him. I'm right behind you. She launched a surprise attack on him. I'll turn you into a pile of rags. She struck his stomach with great force. It felt like he was about to lose. It's the end. The combination skill of the Taurus and Capricorn constellations, a pinpoint attack, utilizing a buff skill of the Libra constellation. At this moment, he let out a cry. What are you looking at? He had pinpointed Astraea using his skills, the absolute coordinates of the Sagittarius constellation. He split himself into multiples and raised his fists. Die. The two of them attacked simultaneously, causing the air around them to explode. She was stunned, unable to comprehend. I even used the buff skills of the Aquarius and Taurus constellations. Why? Astraea recalled the moment she was stabbed in the stomach. The poison of the Scorpio constellation diminished all her ability stats. Could it be at that moment Harley? Astraea was engulfed in flames and screamed in intense pain. The fire of her rage surrounded her. You bastard. Astraea sneered. Do you really think everything will end like this? Both sides continued to engage in a fierce battle, under the watch of the praying onlookers. The colorful constellations were summoned to fight. The power of the 7 holy shrines surged to its maximum, merging the strength of all the shrines into one. He looked up at the sky, where a swirling phenomena appeared in question. What are you doing? A last desperate effort? He was incredibly excited and rushed forward. How can we let this go? He used his power. Red Eye, he rode atop the dragon, striking a pose full of determination. I must defeat the holy god of Libra, Astraea. At this moment, Astraea's system emitted loud warning signals. Warning, the powers of the sanctuaries are being forcibly combined. The power will rebound fiercely. The forces of the sanctuaries being forcibly combined created a dazzling spectacle in the dark night sky. He stood firm, his expression unchanged, watching her perform her tricks. The buildings were being destroyed one by her power. Then that power spread throughout the city. Wherever it went, it obliterated skyscrapers. He tried to console. Red Eye, hold on. Seeing the opportunity had arrived, he commanded Red Eye to charge forward quickly. Charge! Under the gazes of the gods praying below, he and Red Eye roamed the sky that was being destroyed. The reporters below were utterly astonished by the scene. Are you all seeing this? On the massive screen of a crumbled building, the spectacle of her combined sanctuary power was being broadcasted. The powers of the 7 sanctuaries were merging into one in the sky over Shoer, powerfully ascending into the heavens. The people in the city clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and prayed for this battle. For this city, Shoer, his comrades, his closest friends beside him are also watching that brutal fight. No one knows what will happen at the end of this battle. Everyone is watching and praying for this city, praying for this battle. His close friends are no exception. They also clasp their hands together, close their eyes, and pray for him. In a situation like this, who can we trust? At this moment, within a tent, voices of intense arguing can be heard. Vice Saint, please stop. The Saint will be furious if he sees this. I'm focused. Don't disturb me. Shivan Yua is kneeling on the ground, her hands clasped. Uncle John is fighting alone. I have to pray for him. While she is praying, a voice interrupts her. A man with a severed arm steps forward. Just leave her be, he says with a very serious expression. St. Stephen has no one. She looks confused and turns to ask, what do you mean in this situation? Stephen kneels down to pray with her. We can only rely on Lee Geon. He spoke loudly and clearly. All the followers of Leo, I command the representative of the Leo spirit to pray for Lee Geon, who is fighting. Bestow strength upon Lee Geon. At this moment, he was in battle, with countless prayers awaiting him. He was riding on Red Eye, moving closer to her. Lightning arced through his hair. He stood atop Red Eye, bracing himself against the brutal lightning strikes. An immense energy was clashing, making the scene even more extraordinary. He wielded his sword and shield, charging toward her. Astraea showed no signs of panic upon seeing him approach. Her face, seemingly petrified, became frenzied as he soared toward her. Have you arrived, Lee Geon? He raised his colossal weapon full of power, daring her. Were you waiting for me? The system displayed the Holy Shrine, the Leo constellation manifests on behalf of the Ophiuchus constellation master. The divine status has been enhanced. Saint Stephen, the representative of the Leo spirit, has bestowed powers. He threw his weapon while shouting, let's begin finish everything. The circles like whirlwinds he created exuded immense power. She was struck by the blow, screaming out loud. Two powers clashed against each other, neither willing to surrender. The scene resembled him rising up, wanting to end everything. She was hit by his attack, her eyes wide open, grinding her teeth, letting out a cry. Ah! He dashed forward, piercing through a protective barrier to launch an assault. Astraea showed no fear, laughing wildly. This is the divine seat bestowed by the deities. Even you cannot destroy it, his mocking voice echoed. Oh, really? The holy temple and your people have prayed for you. The elevated divine position has unlocked all granted divine seats. Activate the divine instinct. He refused to back down, sneering at her. I have plenty too. Magic arrays appeared around him. Her eyes stared blankly ahead. He seemed like a wicked demon, instilling terror within her. Astra Lee Geon, attack her relentlessly. Get lost, you piece of trash star. He wielded his massive hammer, shattering her attacks. Using the skill to cut through the center, the enormous blade descended upon Astra's onslaught. Astra could hardly believe her eyes. After that slash, a series of sounds echoed. The body of the Taurus constellation has been destroyed. The body of the Capricorn constellation has been destroyed. The body of the Aquarius constellation has been destroyed. The body of the Aries constellation has been destroyed. The body of the Cancer constellation has been destroyed. The body of the Gemini constellation has been destroyed. Her body was severed, shattered into fragments. Then, an immense force surged down from the horizon, as if it sought to end Astraea's life. The blade plunged straight into the ground, ending a life. The tremendous power pierced through the atmosphere, creating a stunning spectacle. The blade leaned amidst the smoke. He used that very gigantic blade to drive it straight into her body, ending a life. His eyes blazed with fire, a satisfied smile on his face as the battle came to a successful conclusion. He stood watching the fragments of Astraea's body and sighed. How surprising. Why did you have to do something so terrible? Her body lay in pieces, shattered on the ground. He leaned on his hands, staring at the fragments of her body. Did you not say? Only the strong may ask questions. I still have many questions I wish to ask you, so it won't be so easy for me to let you go. He smirked, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. Rebirth of the 13th sense, the eyes of the divine. No matter what it takes, I will make you speak. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Not bad. I never expected Libra to be defeated. He quickly became alert, glancing around. An enigmatic figure flew closer from behind, forcing him to turn and look. A pair of oddly shaped legs landed on the ground near him. A giant demon stood before him. You are Lee Geon, aren't you? He looked at the being in front of him with suspicious eyes. Before Lee Geon stood a colossal figure, clad in a massive suit of armor, confronting him. The pressure emanating from him felt suffocating. Who are you? The figure hoisted a huge axe many times larger than his own head, resting on his shoulder, his eyes shining brightly. Me. He dropped the axe, revealing a skull attached to it, along with strange patterns etched on its blade. The mysterious being slammed the axe down into the ground with such force that the earth around him shattered. As a result of that strike, the ground split into rugged pathways. He then said, I am the general of the mysterious civilization. He calmly lifted his head, exuding an aura of dark danger as he declared, one of the 13 generals serving the monarch, Baron Helmet. 30 years ago, a chaotic battle broke out as a legion of monsters invaded and launched an attack. It was the day when unfamiliar civilization, unknown to humanity, sought to conquer Earth. Newspapers buzzed with stories about the mysterious civilization. At that time, the President of the United States stood before the public, declaring firmly that their demands should not be met. Just as humanity was engulfed in despair, the creatures of this enigmatic civilization addressed the astonished crowd. All living beings on this planet, listen up! The monsters rode on flying dragons and proclaimed, from this day forward, this land will be ruled by the mysterious civilization. Any resistance is futile. The mighty Baron Helmet leads our army. If you wish to survive, you must surrender all your freedom, rights, and resources to us. He stomped on the ground and announced boldly, I am the general of this mysterious civilization, one of the 13 generals serving the monarch, Baron Helmet. Upon hearing this, Geon chuckled softly. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just the fool who made a spectacle on the first day of the invasion. Remembering the defeated expressions of the minions, Geon mockingly pointed at him and said, So why are you here? Looking to take revenge for your fallen lackeys? He calmly replied to him, Lyra was supposed to destroy you, for we would rebuild the Devil Tower with the power granted by the monarch. He tilted his head, but I didn't expect things to go wrong with the plan. Geon immediately grew excited and grasped his weapon. They want to rebuild the Devil Tower. Looking at the shattered body of Lyra lying below, he said, Lee Geon, I never expected you could defeat not only the army of spirits, but also Lyra, supported by 6 holy gods. Could it be that you are the one who destroyed the evil tower? He began to move his gigantic body. It seems you are not an ordinary person who will change our plan. His hand grasped his large axe, unhesitatingly revealing their plan to rebuild the Devil Tower. Baron Helmet's body emitted a kind of oppressive aura of strength. I will destroy you with the power granted by the monarch. Geon, still strong after the battle, had lights glowing around him. It turns out that those behind Lyra were not just the holy gods, but also you, just in time. He laughed maniacally and shouted, I planned to wipe all of you out, but I never expected you to come to me. Geon took a running start and lunged forward. His power radiated around him. He charged directly at Baron Helmet, swinging his weapon at him, but he quickly realized he can block it. Baron Helmet easily caught Geon's strike. He even scoffed, saying, "No matter how strong you are, you're just a holy god of the constellations. The power of those constellations is completely contrary to the power of our mysterious civilization. A strange energy begins to seep into my sword, the overwhelming might of a sovereign. Your constellations aren't nothing but fodder for us." That dark power rapidly spread everywhere, enveloping both Lee Geon and the Baron. Lee Geon felt its effects clearly. He gritted his teeth in resistance and thought, "My strength is being drained. I have felt this before." As it slowly consumed him, Geon suddenly had a flashback to an unpleasant moment. Yes, it's just like the power of the dagger that stabbed me in the Devil Tower. He also realized this was the power of the sovereign that Haley had mentioned. All weapons of this mysterious civilization contained a sovereign power, so terrifying it could threaten the holy gods. His magic circle was completely broken, and an immediate warning appeared. The mysterious space will isolate you from the current world. Geon gradually lost his power as his connection to the celestial beings was cut off, leaving his body suspended. He looked behind him and felt the weakening strength of the constellation. Finally, a faint light flickered before being swallowed up. Lee Geon found himself trapped in a dark space. He remained alert, scanning his surroundings. Geon felt a sense of familiarity. Was this the mysterious space that imprisoned Virgo? Glancing at his shoulder, he noticed wounds oozing a strange blue blood. The mysterious space was draining his strength, causing his stats to plummet rapidly. Even his super regeneration skill failed to activate. Suddenly, a voice echoed, making Lee Geon's eyes widen. He froze for a few seconds, completely in shock. Then, slowly, he turned toward the sound, unable to blink even once. A familiar silhouette stood behind him. She innocently asked, "What are you doing here?" Her mouth was smiling as she continued, "Didn't we promise to go out together? Did you forget?" Geon fell into chaos, his face darkening as he stared at her while she pressed, "What's with your attitude? What are you holding?" He spoke up in shock. "How could you?" Suddenly, blood burst from his body. Baron Helmet appeared unexpectedly and attacked him, saying, "Got you." Geon's body felt the force of Baron Helmet's arm piercing through him, mixing blood with a corrosive power. He gazed in disbelief over his shoulder and immediately saw Baron Helmet had been lying in wait. Geon wanted to say something, but he coughed up more blood, his body slipping beyond his control. Baron Helmet calmly explained to him, "Once you're affected by this skill, you'll become completely powerless." Geon's eyes struggled to focus as he looked toward her, his body trembling in helplessness. "That's my disaster skill, Nightmare. Choose the memory you wish you could forget the most, and I'll help you remember it." Before him stood the shadow of that girl. He turned his head and said, "The power of the holy gods is also gradually disappearing, so don't think you can resist. Is this enough?" Libra, right behind them, suddenly emitted a burst of light along with a loud explosion. Although her body was only half intact, she was still able to move. She said, "Thank you, Baron Helmet." Geon looked at her in astonishment, while Libra smiled wickedly and said, "You are the one who has put me in this dire situation. I admit it, you are truly formidable, but I have no intention of ending it this way." Her eyes seemed to crack. "I will absorb your power and body." Geon replied with a disdainful smile, "Are you planning to use my body as a vessel for resurrection?" He glared and said, "You will regret this." But Libra was still unconcerned. She let out a mocking snort. She immediately transformed into a form of energy and rushed towards him. "Is that your rejection?" Geon was held back by Baron Helmet, so he could only let her enter his mind. The light of Libra gradually flowed into his eyes, causing his body to sway repeatedly. Baron Helmet held him tightly and grumbled, "Huff, what hassle." He looked at him and muttered to himself, "I've heard you're a wild beast, but I didn't expect you to give up so easily." Lee Geon's eyes had turned completely dark, signaling that his strength was gradually fading. In Geon's memory, he suddenly recalled the notification that appeared when he became the master of the Ophiuchus constellation. Geon glanced at the windows in front of him and thought, "Is the change in my body to this super regeneration skill? I've never heard of other saints experiencing anything like this." The super regeneration skill was only at level F, and the stats displayed in front of him were quite weak. In reality, John's dark eyes showed no sign of any emotion. A notification window appeared, stating, "Due to your complete body regeneration, you will suffer a mild penalty of a 50% reduction in strength." Everything suddenly flashed back to when Lee Geon was still living in Momo life. Someone once asked him, "Geon, do you really like the 10 holy spirits that much?" Geon had laughed cheerfully back then and replied without a second thought, "Is that even a question? Of course." Your friends sighed and asked, "What are you doing?" He eagerly pointed at a billboard. "Look over there, the guardians of humanity." He couldn't stop praising those heroes. So great, right? They want to save all of humanity, a spirit that everyone must admire. Geon even imagined a grand scene. If everyone unites under the guidance of the 13 sacred spirits, those monsters will be nothing. The day we chase away those mysterious monsters is not far off. He laughed loudly and declared, humanity will defeat those stupid monsters. This made his friends look at each other and whisper, what donations? After finishing his excited speech, Geon turned around to propose. Well, on this joyful day, let's go eat something nice at the mall. He laughed heartily, showing his incredibly optimistic spirit. This time, I'll treat you all, or whatever you like. But not long after, that face changed to two streams of tears and a body trembling in fear. Geon knelt before an outstretched arm, unable to utter a word, only able to cry. Behind him was a pile of junk, remnants of a past that no longer held any beauty. On the broken TV screen, a government announcement echoed. This afternoon, a disaster struck in the heart of Seoul, attacking the shopping center. The following remarks sounded cheerful, despite Geon being lost in a state of shock. But the combat team from the Constellations quickly took action and successfully eliminated the disaster. His terrified eyes looked up as he heard a horrific growl. Geon's helpless hand reached out, witnessing his friend being devoured by the creature. No, please. Stop. He delved over in despair, his voice unsteady. You guys can't do anything right. When the Holy Squad arrived, they looked disappointed. Good thing we just got here in time to see the disaster leave. But what about this kid? He's such a hassle. Let's act like we didn't see him and just do a little show for the money. The result was a fake-sounding announcement that blared. Although some were injured, thanks to the efforts of multiple sex strike squads, there were no casualties. And humanity has once again demonstrated that we can thrive under the protection of the 12 sex. Geon cried out, you can't protect anything at all. Over him, a pair of large eyes watched intently. Ah, so that's the reason. T and Bing held Geon tightly and said, so you hate both disasters and the sex. Her spirit was immense and her power radiated strongly. It was an all-too predictable story, a cheap tragedy. She scoffed and mocked him. Is it really because of that past that you loathe both disasters and the sex? Holding him even tighter, she spoke cruelly, and you let your rage destroy everything, turning it into a sorry state like this. From the very beginning, your anger and hatred clouded your judgment. No matter how strong your fury, it can't surpass my essence. She continued speaking, oblivious to how the surroundings were slowly transforming into something else. T and Bing laughed heartily, squeezing him even more in her grip. This is the end of your foolish choices, Geon. Just let me devour you. She said this while Geon remained tightly curled within the sphere. She opened her mouth wide, intending to let him in, saying, for my resurrection. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, blocking her path. Reading the warning messages, Astraya's eyes widened in shock. The notification said that the spirituality difference between the two of them was too great to absorb. Astraya tried to defy it, saying, it can't be. Countless warning messages continued to pop up, preventing her from proceeding. She wondered to herself, how can my spirituality be lower than John's? She looked up above her head, still unable to grasp what was unusual in this space. A clock ticked above her, the face of the clock adorned with the head of a serpent. Astraya was so stunned she couldn't look away. Before her, John's spirituality was thousands of times greater than hers, making her feel like a tiny ant. The whirlwind beside her started to swirl. In the midst of her astonishment, she gradually realized, don't tell me he has colossal spirituality. The eyes of the serpent slid through her view, its massive body coiling around the clock, making it seem like the master of this space. Astraya spoke each word slowly, overwhelmed by disbelief. Is it beyond my comprehension? She stubbornly continued to influence Jun. How could this be? How could someone with such a high level of spirituality exist? A mere mutant who had just become a holy god could not possibly possess this much power. A notification appeared indicating that the punishment of Fletches would soon be lifted and only 25 seconds remained. A surge of energy began to glow in her hand. Libra looked down at the sphere in her grasp, which was shining brightly and developing more cracks. Jim began to awaken from within the barrier. He asked her, why did you dare to pry into someone else's memories? He stood up from her hand, speechless in shock. Are you ready? That filthy creature, with his physical punishment countdown down to just 17 seconds. Astraya gritted her teeth, glaring at him. Lee Geon, who are you really? The timer for the physical punishment ticked down to the 9th second. The clock above ticked away. In the moment of 8 seconds left, Astraya yelled, how did you gain that power? As his body became stronger, he tightened his grip. Deep down, he said to himself, what can I do? Geon had completely gotten to his feet. He tilted his body to gain momentum and then punched out with his clenched hand. As he threw that punch, he continued to think in his mind, in my hands. His hand reached out towards Astraya, causing her to gasp in fear and want to retreat. But as he approached, it seemed unavoidable. The thoughts in his head continued to have the power to crush you all. His hand seized the head of Libra and slammed her down. Outside, Baron Helmet also felt the return of a powerful force. Oh, this light is. Lee Geon's hand dragged a straw out in front of Baron Helmet. He glanced to the side. Geon's current power was enormous and enough to send Libra flying far back. The surrounding space seemed to be pulled along by him, with both Geon and Estrella flying straight ahead. Baron Helmet stood frozen, watching them. Meanwhile, Estrella gritted her teeth helplessly as she had no limbs to resist. Geon's face darkened like a fierce beast. He raised his other hand again. At that moment, the penalty was lifted, and all his stats were restored. A symbol appeared above Geon's head along with eyes that signaled he was starting his journey to become a holy god. Suddenly, the clear blue sky shifted to a dark blue. Everyone who saw this was astonished. What's going on? Did the battle end? The sky seemed to split in two. What the heck is that? The dark blue space was actually a huge box situated right in the middle of the city. The two, Sagittarius and Virgo, were in a state of confusion. Hey, Sagittarius, could that be? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They recalled the Battle of Perio, especially his words. It's too late. Both felt a wave of anxiety and started sweating, fearing that it was the mystical space created by Perio. Is Lee Geon trapped in there? Suddenly, the box cracked open, shocking them. They were taken aback by the sight. It started to break apart. The box unexpectedly exploded. In that moment, Estrella was thrown out by Geon's bare hands. Chia was caught off guard, unable to turn the situation around. Finally, the surrounding space shattered, and they managed to escape. As a result, she was sent flying by him, causing the ground to crack. The Baron watched in shock, exclaiming, "No way can he really destroy the nightmare space created by the Lord's power." Lee Geon threw a powerful punch, saying, "That hurt more than I expected." He quickly retracted his fist and added, "You make me remember the days when I used to cower." A tremendous force radiated from him, and he continued, "Now I understand just how strong the Lord actually is." He smirked, saying, "I never thought you'd be so arrogant just for having the ability to see someone else's past and giving it a flashy name. Your vulgar tastes are as trashy as your master." Hearing this, the Baron grew furious. "How dare you insult the Lord?" it shouted, immediately challenging him. It swung its axe down hard, but upon closer inspection, it was astonished. He blocked its attack with just one finger. You admire him that much? He held the axe off effortlessly while his other hand was accumulating power. The Baron, sensing the threat, asked nervously, "What are you?" As Lee Geon punched forward, Baron could no longer move. Geon took the Estrella dagger, which he had previously given him, and stabbed it into his opponent's face. As Baron felt the pain of the stab, he thought, how can he possess a dagger imbued with the power of the monarch? He remembered the moment he had gotten that dagger, recalling, "This is the dagger that was embedded in my back at Devil Tower because it was created by your beloved monarch. The system just announced that I'm using its power right now. You transferred the strength of Alpheus into this dagger. You should be grateful for this gift." Despite the intense pain, Baron could only helplessly scream before being defeated. Estrella, witnessing this scene, was incredulous. How could a newly awakened holy god be so powerless against the power of a monarch? Baron cried out in agony, "Oh, my monarch!" Then the strength of Alpheus caused Baron to explode. Baron's skull axe fell near Estrella. She was furious and couldn't believe it. Had the Iron Baron truly been defeated? Though he was left with only his upper body, she still tried to fly away to survive, exclaiming, "Damn it." But Geon was not about to let her go. His weapon pierced into her, pinning her down. "Damn it, I can't die here." Lee Geon glanced over at her and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Estrella struggled to lift herself up, and Geon approached her with an air of complete indifference. Estrella still managed to shoot back, "You fool. You've let that ridiculous sense of justice brainwash you. Are you really planning to go against all the gods and rulers just to pretend to be a hero?" Without mercy, Geon stomped down hard on her head. "Why not?" He looked down at her with an arrogant grin. "You must be mistaken about something, you jerk." He tilted his head and smiled at her. "I'm not doing this because I want to feel like some kind of hero." Geon laughed loudly and said, "It's because you all created this." With each word, he pressed down harder. "Now I'll return the favors that each of you has given me." His smile twisted into something truly deranged. "The sense of dissatisfaction that you all bestowed upon me." The system immediately announced as he prepared to make his move. "You have used the gluttony skill. You have absorbed the energy of Libra." Under her hateful gaze, he continued, "This is." The power behind him slowly took shape, resembling a serpent. "My ambition grows stronger with the absorbed holy energy. The divine body of the Libra Guardian will be destroyed." The serpent began to open its mouth wide towards Estrella. "This place will be your grave for your foolishness, you worthless trash." Estrella could only scream in despair. She struggled, trying to break free. "I can't be destroyed like this." Clearly, she was unwilling to accept such an ending. I need to make a pact with the monarch. As her life hung by a thread, she shouted, "Summon the Liber Palace." In the sky, dark gray clouds quickly formed a golden circle, and something began to descend through the clouds. The Liber Palace she had just summoned flew straight down towards Geon, crushing Geon under its weight of millions of tons. At that moment, she felt a rush of triumph. You have no guardian to support you, right? You'll be crushed like an ant in your helplessness. But contrary to Australia's expectations, Lee Geon remained calm, looking at the divine weapon and meteorite. He smirked at the palace that was about to fall on him. And now it's the Liber Palace's turn. Australia was astonished. Is he really laughing? He wasn't afraid at all and even planned to destroy it as easy as pie. He was like a madman with bright eyes. Just wait for the Liber Palace to fall and I will destroy everything in an instant. Finally, the Liber Palace came crashing down right where Geon was. The sight left everyone in shock. This was the Temple of Libra. Sagittarius and Virgo on the other side were also anxious. Lee Geon is over there. He's going to be crushed by the Liber Palace. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a blue light appeared. As soon as they saw it, both of them knew where the light came from. It was Geon's energy. A circle of powerful light surrounded the Liber Palace. The reporter on the scene suddenly froze in disbelief. The Liber Palace, the sections of the palace touched by the light transformed into a skyscraper, changing structure as it went. The higher the light circle rose, the taller the skyscraper grew. It wasn't until the circle reached the top of the Liber Palace that the palace vanished completely. Once the skyscraper had been successfully transformed, a system notification rang out. You have successfully rebuilt the Liber Palace using the skill Gluttony. You have absorbed the power and completely digested the holy energy of Libra. A magical circle in the shape of a serpent appeared in the sky. You have been reincarnated as a true saint and received the skill Divine Mark. A saint? After hearing this, he seemed indifferent. Is that it? They act superior just because of this. Lee Geon had officially become this saint of Ophiuchus. Suddenly, the space around him grew dark. Ha! I feel myself moving forward. What's happening? Where am I? As he approached the door, he could clearly see Baron sitting inside. I was just at the newly built tower a moment ago. Before Lee Geon could grasp what was happening, Baron said, "You've arrived." Baron turned to look at the cloaked figure standing at the door. "We have everything prepared, Libra." Lee Geon saw himself from someone else's perspective. He realized that the cloaked figure was Libra. Oh, so this is Libra's point of view? At that moment, Libra didn't respond, so Baron continued, "I already know everything. This time you all plan to eliminate the Saint of Ophiuchus, don't you?" Baron clearly had doubts about the practicality of their plan. Is that even possible? I heard you failed at the Demon Tower 20 years ago. He began recounting the stories he had heard from others. I heard that before he was reborn as a holy god, there was someone who defeated the manager of the Demon Tower. Back then, it only took one kick to take him down. In the worst-case scenario, if that Ophiuchus guy has holy god strength that surpasses a general's, please spare my life, Baron said. Libra took off her hood and mocked him. Humph, that's ridiculous. You think he's stronger than a general? Her expression immediately shifted. Preposterous, she exclaimed, raising her arms to unleash a tremendous power. Baron simply stood silently, lost in thought. Humph! A magical circle appeared above Libra's head, adorned with symbols from various zodiac signs. With my strength, along with Libra's and the 6 other holy gods, what can he possibly do? She recalled the last time she successfully retrieved the red eye and how they had also dug it up from the ocean floor. Holding the bright red eye in her hand, she confidently asserted, compared to our forces, he's just a tiny snake. This time, that guy won't stand a chance. She continued to talk about her achievements. In fact, we were starting to wonder if we really needed Baron Helmet to step in at all. Hearing this, Baron frowned and reminded them, don't be overconfident. Had you forgotten that 20 years ago, you thought that guy was dead in the Demon Tower, but he came back to life. Baron openly criticized them, saying, you holy gods tend to let arrogance blind you. Well, what's the difference with your king? Australia began to remind Baron, do you remember? She pushed back at Baron that time when you were so full of yourself that your own king betrayed you. You locked him away in the deepest part of the Demon Tower, right? Baron suddenly laughed. Ha ha, that's right. All right, let's do this right this time. Baron accepted Estrella's offer. I will send a team of Phantom Knights to assist. Eliminate him and then we'll meet at the Demon Tower. As soon as he finished speaking, Baron vanished like the wind. Jin observed the whole scene and concluded, this seems to be the memory of Libra, doesn't it? He suddenly remembered when he absorbed her power. So during the process of absorption, I unintentionally took her memories too? Is this before the invasion of the Dark Realm? It's so strange that I can only watch. Suddenly, the scene before her changed and Kali appeared on the screen. Is this okay? Libra held a glass of wine while watching the video sent by her daughter. "Hi, Mom, it's me, Callie. If I call, you just yell at me again, so I'm saying hi through video instead." The news Callie shared next made Libra so angry that she broke her glass. "I'm really sorry to hear about the deaths of Shiwu and Taewu, but what can you do? They committed a lot of crimes." Callie in the video laughed nervously while Libra watched, furious. Honestly, if they weren't family, I'd say they deserved it. Anyway, I've been really impressed by Lee Geon's achievements lately. As soon as Lee Geon was mentioned, Callie became annoyed. "But that nine-tailed fox Yua keeps clinging to Geon. Just thinking about her, someone weaker than me, flirting with John right in front of me is unbearable." Callie laughed, pointed at the screen, and continued. "So I've decided to go see Geon, and..." At this point, she suddenly fell silent. Finally, she shyly scratched her head and said, "Mom, please don't try to convince me to join the Libra sect anymore. This is the last time. I'll say goodbye to you." She smiled and continued, "You'll have to face Geon anyway, but I don't want that to happen, and this time, I'm not going to get involved in anything." She scratched her head again and sighed. "This is probably the last time we'll talk, isn't it?" She turned to her mother with a somewhat regretful expression and said, "It's really a shame, Mom. I'm truly sorry." Callie waved her hand and smiled brightly. "But I still believe that we will meet again someday. Goodbye, Mom." Geon asked, "Who is Callie now? Another daughter of Libra?" The scene in front of them was being watched again. Finally, they all gathered once more. Jade Emperor sighed. "Just like 20 years ago, right?" Someone suddenly asked, but everyone was still determined to eliminate Geon. Those wretched holy gods. Jade Emperor stared intently at Libra and asked, "So, Libra, are you sure you can do it this time?" Libra confidently replied, "Of course, this time it will definitely work." She spoke very confidently. "I guarantee that in this battle, John will definitely perish." The Jade Emperor asked again. "We need certainty. 20 years ago, when we plotted to deal with Lee Geon, you said similar things then. What changed?" Tian Bing clarified, "This time will be different. It's not a sneak attack anymore. We will crush him in a comprehensive battle. And to be cautious, I've allied with a general from an unknown civilization. If he gains the power of a monarch, John will be destroyed immediately." The others immediately expressed their admiration. "Wow, a general. Are you really planning to bring the full force of the monarch's power into this?" "Why not?" Tian Bing replied. "We must prevent that 13th holy master from awakening into a holy god." The others agreed. "Exactly. John won't stand a chance against the monarch's power." "I agree. This time we must eliminate John. Let's all come together to send him down to eternal hell." Tian Bing felt very pleased receiving their support. "Let's utterly destroy that Ophiuchus." The more Jinan listened, the angrier he became. "So that's it. For the past 20 years, they've been scheming to kill me. The sacred mark has taken over, using every trick just to eliminate me. But I can still sense that this is only Tian Bing's memory." Anne furrowed his brow, looking closely. The malice was evident. The other holy gods were staring at him with eyes as red as blood. While he was thinking of ways to get back at them, he wondered how to crush those bastards. Jun. It took until the third call for Lee Geon to wake up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw everyone gathered around him, looking at him. "You're awake," one of them said. At first, he frowned and looked tense, but then he relaxed and helplessly asked, "What happened? Why is everyone here? Don't you remember?" Sagittarius began to recount everything that had happened. "You were shouting on your own, and then you collapsed. All of you can just drop dead," Jian said, scratching his head and sighing. "I guess I just overexerted myself earlier, but I'm fine." Seeing that he was okay, everyone felt relieved. No need to overreact like that. Still, after looking at them, he felt touched and smiled softly. Then, out of nowhere, Lee Geon said, "That's so awesome." One clear morning at the second holy site of the Ophiuchus Palace, the Lee Geon Tower, Hugo, Kevin, and Haley gathered together, their faces showing clear signs of disbelief. Hugo couldn't help but voiced his confusion. "What? Lee Geon, you must be joking, right?" Jian crossed his arms and sat cross-legged on the sofa, letting out a sigh that expressed his boredom. "Do I look like I'm joking? After the show or invasion, and based on the memories of Libra, I can be sure of one thing." As he spoke, images of the kings battling flashed through Lee Geon's mind. He closed his eyes tightly and slowly announced, "From now on, we'll have to fight against the kings of mysterious civilizations and the holy gods who are hostile to me." After finishing his statement, Lee Geon recalled each saint who harbored resentment and continuously sought revenge against him. The mood among Haley and the others darkened, and they all looked pensive. Hugo hadn't expected this turn of events, and he pondered deeply. "I can't believe it. Did those kings and holy gods have it out for you for the past 20 years? Kevin Azarzar slightly lowered his head, glanced behind him, and added in a puzzled tone, "But why? Didn't you just reincarnate into a holy god to cause them harm?" So there doesn't seem to be any reason for them to hold a grudge against you back then, does there? Geon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the response system. The reason they were targeting him became clear. The information displayed indicated that since the penalty had been lifted, two aspects of the Ophiuchus sign had been unlocked, life or death. Lee Geon, with his muscular build, gripped a sword with a serpent design on the hilt. From now on, depending on the development of his divine abilities, the Ophiuchus sign could either become the god of life or the second aspect, the god of destruction. A huge question arose. Can one sign really have two divine aspects? The bizarre difference between Ophiuchus and the other constellations made Frida curious, wondering, could this be what they mean by mutation or disaster deity that those holy gods mentioned? Just a second later, Ivan Kruger answered, why not? Geon couldn't help but feel worried, thinking to himself, well, whatever. He paused for a moment, clenching his fist tightly, his muscles tensing up as he reassured himself. If that's the power that makes enemies tremble, then I must seize it at all costs. Thinking for a moment, he burst into laughter several times. Haley looked at him, unable to hold back her admiration. So cool. Hugo wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, a hint of reproach in his tone. Geon, you look really sinister. He clasped his hands together, slightly furrowing his brow as he reminded everyone. Listen up, everyone. Just a small mistake can lead to significant losses in places where I'm not present, like what happened in Show or recently. Kievan Azar leaned against the wall, one hand on his hip, paying close attention to Lee Geon's advice. So we need to expand our forces and strengthen ourselves together. Lee Geon turned to Hugo, who was now looking determined, and continued. That way, we can effectively deal with our enemies. Haley also focused intently on him. Geon brought his clasped hands up near his chin, flashed a confident smile, and encouraged, there's a lot to do, so everyone needs to stay fully focused. The scene shifted to the entrance of John's workshop, where he stood with slime balanced on his head, a white towel draped over his wrist, and the hammer artifact resting on his shoulder. Sweat dripped down his face as he sighed, looking at the neatly arranged weapons on the table. He smiled with satisfaction and said, awesome, it's done. Geon glanced at a weapon resembling a bow and arrow resting on the edge of the table and said, the weapon maintenance is complete. He then looked up at the suit of armor in front of him, hesitating before saying, the next step is, he studied it for a long while and posed a question to himself. How can I make use of this guy's remains? I will create a prosthetic arm from one of his arms. Suddenly, the voice of Holy God Liber echoed in John's head. You are about to be crushed under the weight of this castle, Lee Geon. At that moment, he looked up at the heavy castle radiating blinding golden light in the sky. A second later, it came crashing down toward where Geon stood. In a split second, he was knocked flat on the ground. The figure let out a frustrated growl, her teeth grinding in anger. Not long after, her eyes widened in shock as if something strange was happening. Immediately, she vanished without a trace. Geon clasped his hands behind his back, standing by the window, gazing into the distance and mused. Her survival instincts are like a cockroach. Then he exclaimed, I can't believe at the last moment she used the king's power to escape. Lee Geon's eyebrows knitted together as he struggled to find another solution. Feeling helpless, he proposed. Well, there's nothing we can do if we've lost the trail. The information is too scarce. The only option left is to make a trip to the Demon Tower. He smirked as he looked at the planning board, carefully laying out his strategy. The system board displayed novice believer Cheon Yuha is currently on a mission, the obstacle being the Lion Master Stephen Mayer. Lee Geon scrolled down to read more information. The Ophiuchus constellation still lacked a master, and the master would be the key connection between the holy gods and believers in the sects. He needed to find and appoint a master to support the holy god and exert influence within this sect. The candidate for master will, he thought to himself, feeling the weight of the situation. Then he asked, Yuha hasn't finished the mission yet. Resolving within himself, he decided, I have to check on this. Suddenly, his eyes widened in confusion as he read the news before him. The report transmitted through the system board states, candidates for the master will temporarily be granted the authority to act as the master of the Ophiuchus constellation. The requirement for candidacy is a 100% devotion to Ophiuchus and a believer level of 50 years or more. No one knows what plan Geon has set in motion. At that moment, Hugo, standing with his hands on his hips, asked everyone, so, have you all packed your bags? He looked at the disciples, who were carrying large, cumbersome luggage and staring wide-eyed at their surroundings, and continued, go up and put your things in your rooms. They couldn't help but express their excitement at the magnificent, grand building. One disciple, unable to believe his eyes, turned to him and stammered, are we really going to live here? Is it true? Hugo chuckled lightly, closing his eyes for a moment before responding, yes, it's true. Geon said we could use it freely. He recalled the scene of his own home being attacked, destroyed, and everything he held dear shattered. With a heavy heart, he revealed, "This time our home was wrecked again because of attacks from other sects, so we'll be staying here for a while." Suddenly, a loud cheer broke out, lifting Hugo's spirits even as he felt a mix of emotions. Shouts of joy erupted. "Oh yeah, we're in John's house now." Chian Sung-jae excitedly clenched his fist and exclaimed, "The sanctuary of Sagittarius is gone, and this is the best thing ever." With that, everyone raised their hands and cheered in unison, "Long live Jian. We hope we can stay here forever." Only Hugo stood alone, watching as the others awkwardly protested. "That's not how it is. We'll go back as soon as the Sagittarius sanctuary is finished." Like shocking news, the group of disciples looked at him with disappointment mixed with anger. What are you all reacting like this for? They weren't afraid of their leader and continued to shout, creating chaos in the area. Protest. "I'm fed up with repairing the damaged altar." Hugo shouted helplessly as he was overwhelmed by the crowd. "You kids," Apollo, the holy god of Sagittarius, said with a smirk. "See, I told you to listen to me. I warned you to go home, but you wouldn't." The disciples rushed past Hugo, turning the scene into a battlefield. "Come on, let's go grab our things. Charge." God Apollo grinned mockingly, hinting to Hugo, "This time you must restore the altar well. Make it grand." Hugo, overwhelmed by the crowd, was so angry that tears filled his eyes as he yelled, "As if I wanted this. Maybe you could cut some costs." Apollo, the holy god of Sagittarius, replied coldly, "That's your problem." Jian walked up to the door, rested his hands on his hips, and said wearily, "Oh, Tixu, stop joking around and get ready. Leo is waiting for us." Hugo was in the middle of a heated debate with his disciple when he suddenly asked, "Wait, what's going on? What is this idea joking about?" Dion quickly explained the situation. "Yua wants to join the Ophiuchus faction, so I gave her a mission. If all goes well, I'll consider promoting Fallen Yua to the position of high priest." Hugo, seeing a benefit for his daughter, paused and said seriously, "Okay, let's get ready then." Suddenly, Hugo realized something unusual and stood there, eyes wide and mouth agape for a few seconds. He then turned to Jian, his expression furious, and yelled, "Wait, is Yua really going to be one of your followers and even have a chance to become the high priest?" Jian, with Hugo's hands still holding his shoulders, responded cheerfully, "Yep, that's right." Hugo leaned in closer to Jian and gritted his teeth. "I thought you were just giving her some kind of weapon." Jian smirked slyly, glancing away as he defended himself. "Of course not." Hugo couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed his head in frustration, his anger boiling over as smoke seemed to rise from him. He shouted, "No way, Sung-jia and Ju are already yours. I can't let Yua join too." Hugo furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, instead of letting that happen, he lunged forward, one arm wrapping around John's shoulders and the other cradling his head, urgently suggesting, "Since the believers and the holy god don't take me seriously, why not make me the holy leader?" The god Apollo, the holy god of Sagittarius, leisurely enjoyed his juice, chuckling as he urged Hugo to come up with more sensible ideas. Contrary to expectations, Jian lifted a hand to cradle Hugo's head, surprising Hugo into agreeing. Sure, Javan's response left Apollo wide-eyed and shocked, pausing for a few seconds. Jian grabbed Hugo's hair tightly, his voice sharp. "What you say has to be done." This action made Hugo gasp and shout, "Jian, wait a minute." The onlookers were left speechless, mouths agape. Sung-jia was no exception. Haley and Larry Queen stood stunned, eyes wide as they stared at Hugo. Yang Wei and the nearby angel jumped up, signaling to stop the situation. Lee Geon summoned his constellation. Hugo joyfully welcomed him. "Taya, welcome to the Ophiuchus constellation." The system board appeared. Hugo Odos has been appointed as the temporary sake master of the Ophiuchus constellation. Hugo's face fell and he said softly, "Oh, come on, I was just joking." The god Apollo was taken aback and dropped his juice glass. Drops of juice slowly flowed out of his mouth. Both shouted in unison, "What is going on?" In front of the Lee Geon tower, a petite girl appeared. She smirked and said, "Finally, I've arrived." She stood confidently on a rooftop and wondered, "Is this the sacred place of Lord Jian?" Then she displayed an extremely satisfied, joyful expression and raised her hands to the sky, shouting loudly, "Wait for me, Lord Jian." Her words echoed throughout the space. "I'm coming to you soon." Holy god of Sagittarius, a god Apollo firmly asked, "Why did you switch sides?" Hugo's spirit seemed to no longer be present. He closed his eyes and lazily swayed as he replied, "I didn't expect you would actually do it." The god Apollo shouted from the side, "If you're not satisfied, just say it." Hugo gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he trembled with anxiety. Could it be that I have returned to the days of being John's disciple? He was more like a servant than anything else. He sighed in frustration, watching the god Apollo angrily searching for a way to tackle Hugo. "But I have never seen you as a servant. I will treat you well, just come back," he urged. When Hugo didn't respond, Apollo grew more anxious, raising his voice. Are you not listening to me? GM crossed his arms and sighed, reproaching. If only he were always this nice. It's just too much to handle. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, seemingly trying to lift John off his feet. Outside, someone shouted, Where is the master of the Ophiuchus constellation? Haley instinctively turned to look behind her. Lee Geon, drawn by the voice, turned to the outside and yelled in anger. What else is going on? A skeletal figure shouted back, I know this is the territory of the master of Ophiuchus. He made a demand from outside. Stop hiding and come out. Immediately, Lee Geon's brood rushed to the glass door. Chian Sung-jae aggressively pointed up at the sky ahead. Look, over there, in the sky. A monster rider soared through the sky, proudly introducing himself and his soldiers. We are the army under Baron Helmet. He held onto a long-standing resentment, glaring at them as he shouted angrily, We're here to avenge the Baron. He put on a threatening demeanor. If you don't want this place to become a wasteland, you better show yourselves. In that moment, he quickly devised a plan to take down these Waneves. With that thought, a dangerously sliced smile spread across his face. Jian turned to look at Sung Jae, who was standing amongst the bewildered crowd behind him, and asked, Where's that kid? Yang Wei, looking adorably like a rabbit, was sprawled out on the sofa, clutching his stomach and laughing with delight. He seemed very content with his current form, saying, Being a stuffed animal isn't so bad. I feel more comfortable than I did as a human. Just as he finished speaking, a hand shot out, grabbing both of the rabbit's ears and pulling him up, causing Yang Wei to let out surprised yelps. He stared wide-eyed at Lee Geon, who was mischievously tugging on his ears and teasing, Oh, enjoying yourself, are you? In the next moment, John's eyes turned a vibrant shade of green as he leaned in close to Yang Wei and ordered, You need to come with me to do something. Yang Wei, sweating and confused, asked, What are we doing? Without a word, Lee Geon wrapped the rope several times around Yang Wei and hung him from the ceiling. His eyes turned a fierce red, and he wore a mysterious smile as he ignored Yang Wei's struggling protests from behind. What the hell? Why are you treating me like this? Yang Wei looked at Jen in confusion, a dangerous aura surrounding him, and shouted, I don't know what you plan to do, stop it now. Jim didn't pay any attention to those words. His smile only grew more maniacal, which only heightened Yang Wei's panic. Lee Geon, are you even listening to me? Yang Wei glanced at the Baron helmet armor in front of him, feeling a mix of dread and helplessness as he yelled, What do you intend to do with me? No one really understood what was happening. All they could hear were Yang Wei's frantic cries and pleas. Please stop, let me go. Outside, Haley and her group hurried out of the building, watching as Baron Helmet's soldiers soared through the air, the dark energy around them thickening. One of them looked down at the crowd below and said, This is so boring. Why are only his minions showing up? The group with Haley stood at the bottom, hazing up with worry in their hearts. Only Hugo seemed to have lost himself completely, struggling to even stand. He even Azar shouted, searching for Jian, why don't you come out here? They couldn't see him and their confusion grew. What was he doing? The leader of the soldiers was losing his patience. Gripping a massive sword, he raised it as a warning, saying, If you don't come out, I'll force you. I'll kill each of your underlings until you show yourself. His gaze settled on one person as he continued, starting with this fool over here. With a powerful grip, he swung the sword, shouting wildly, I'll chop them down one by one. Then he thrust the sword down toward where Haley and the others were standing. Realizing the danger, Kevin Azar warned, Everyone, get back. Haley and Eugene quickly jumped out of the lethal zone, but Hugo stood there, dazed and unaware of his teammates' warning. Get out of the way. Another purple strike landed where they had just been, making Kevin Azar shout in fear, Hugo. The spiky sword of the leader was aimed directly at Hugo's head. In that moment of danger, Cheon Sung-jae, standing nearby, called out, Dad, the Saint Sagittarius, are you okay? The tip of the sword was already touching Hugo's hair, but did not pierce his head, leaving everyone astonished as they shouted, Respond, will you? At that moment, Hugo regained his senses, confused about what was happening. He only noticed a green aura surrounding him, holding back the sword above him. Hey! Hugo's eyes widened as he looked above him. In a split second, his life, which was in jeopardy, was protected by the fierce weapon of the commander. Fortunately, the green aura represented a power from the Ophiuchus constellation. For now, the Saint of Hugo was blessed by Ophiuchus, gaining a higher endurance compared to when he was Sagittarius. Saint Apollo could do nothing but scream in despair. Temporarily, the Saint of Hugo was shaken by the unexpected boost in his stats. The leader was astonished and questioned, Is he really unharmed? Kevin Azar, in a state of panic, repeated his question. Sagittarius, are you okay? Hugo still hadn't fully recovered, only able to respond lightly. One soldier was worried. Clearly, the captain's spear had pierced through him. I heard the powerful spirit army was defeated. Can we win? The captain gritted his teeth in anger at this doubt about their abilities. Do you think we will lose to those humans? Another soldier cleverly flattered, trying to ease the tension, perhaps to cover for the captain's earlier show of restraint. The captain's face immediately broke out in a cold sweat as fear gripped him. Did I really throw with all my strength to make them that strong? Before long, there were pathetic screams that made the captain ask, "What is that noise?" Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky, wielding two swords and striking down merciless blows on the soldiers. One soldier was caught off guard and cried out in pain, while another had his head severed from his body. The strikes were coming so fast that it was impossible to determine where the figure was, only catching glimpses of golden flashes with each swing. The rapid and dangerous events left the captain in shock, his mouth agape as he uttered, "What?" Not long after, the figure swung a sword toward him. As the captain, he quickly raised his sword in defense. Just as the attacker brought down their blade in front of him, he managed to block the blow with his sword. He looked at the sharp weapon in front of him, unable to hold back his confusion, and asked, "Who are you?" The other person laughed scornfully, ignoring his question. "What if you know? What will you do if I tell you?" The commander, seeing someone block his way with such arrogance, swore under his breath, "Damn it." He charged forward, ready to attack, shouting, "Die!" Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events made him question everything. How is this possible? That guy didn't even have a chance to fight back before that girl landed hit after hit on him. After a moment, she landed strongly in front of Kevin Izar's group, causing them to take a few steps back in caution. One of them stammered, "Could it be you?" Realizing who stood before them, he exclaimed, "Libras, Callie Collins." The girl slightly bowed, weapon in hand, panting a little, then let out an "oh" and smiled. "Long time no see." Callie Collins is one of the 10 great masters of Libra at SS level. She winked playfully, smiling brightly as she recalled their past. "Thanks for the introduction. It's our first time reuniting since the Lion's Den tournament, right?" She spoke up, asking the person in front of her, "Was it tough when you fought me back then?" Kevin Izar looked at the other person's worried expression and smirked. "What's the matter? Was it that terrible?" The person could only lower their head, feeling frustrated, and replied softly, "It was really terrible. Callie was so strong that she made me feel like she was different from all 10 of us combined. Not just me, but you, Sylvia, and many other fighters felt the same way. That girl has never lost a match. The 10 great masters stood right behind the masters of each saint, so if we don't count the masters, she was probably the strongest among all humans." Hearing this, Kevin Izar thought to himself, "Is she even stronger than Jin Myung?" and then greeted her. He had heard rumors for a long time, but this was the first time he actually met her. Haley, standing beside him, could only stare, convincing herself that she shouldn't even think about fighting her. Suddenly, Haley's eyes widened as she remembered something from the past. The 10 great masters of the Libra constellation, Callie Collins, that girl. She focused on Kallie's silhouette, looking puzzled, and asked, "Is she Giselle's daughter? How did she end up here?" The commander, momentarily regaining his composure, shouted back, "Did you just say you're from the Libra constellation?" He didn't understand the situation in question. "Why did you attack us?" "I remember that we signed a compromise treaty." Callie held her weapon and waved her 2 fingers a few times. With her eyes half closed, she looked up and replied casually, "You're mistaken. I have nothing to do with that. I have left the Libra constellation." As soon as she finished speaking, the group of Kevin Izar was shocked and shouted loudly, "What?" Callie threatened by clashing her 2 weapons together. "That's enough talk. Even if you come from a mysterious civilization, don't think you can escape my grasp." Her eyes immediately turned yellow, sharp, and piercing, declaring, "No matter what happens today, I must join the Ophiuchus constellation." Suddenly, Jin Geon held a large metal box in his hand and shouted, "Hey, you guys." Surrounded by deadly aura, he looked very intimidating and interrogated, "What are you doing in someone else's sacred place?" That question made Callie in front jump back in surprise for a few seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of energy was released in front of Jeon's building. The light exploded with such intensity that those around had to cover their eyes to avoid being affected. Callie looked absolutely astonished, her eyes wide as she marveled at Jeon's incredible power. This strength was astonishing, she thought. The immense power of the saint was overwhelming. The energy of the distant civilization was slowly wearing away. The commander, unable to contain this power, shouted angrily a few times. He turned to glance at Jeon after waiting for so long, saying, "Finally, you have appeared, Ophiuchus." Jeon didn't bother to respond and just laughed mockingly. Callie felt her cheeks flush as she admired him, thinking, "I finally get to meet this person." She couldn't help but collapse onto the ground, staring at him. "It's you, Jeon." He slightly furrowed his brow as he looked at the soldiers in the air, scoffing and pretending to compliment them. "Is this really what it takes to avenge Baron Helmet?" Baron Helmet is lucky. Getting this loyal a follower isn't something just anyone can have. He straightforwardly dropped the large iron box he was holding onto the ground as a warning. But if you keep causing chaos here, someone is going to get into big trouble. Is that really all right? The commander, confused about what Geon was planning, responded, "Ha! What are you doing?" Anne walked up to the safe and opened it, revealing the head of Baron Helmet, gagged and mumbling weakly. "If." The henchman gasped in shock. "Baron Helmet." Geon reached out and gently touched the head of Baron Helmet, stroking it a few times while smiling mysteriously. "Today I just established a new territory, and I'm in a really good mood, so this time I'll let you go. Take this guy and get lost." The soldiers were taken aback. They never expected things to turn out so easily. Kevin Azar and his crew were left speechless by John's seemingly absurd words, unable to contain themselves as they shouted in unison. "What are you talking about? You caught Baron Helmet, and you're letting him go?" Geon shot them a glance and motioned for silence. "I'd thought it through. Just keep quiet." The soldiers buzzed with chatter about John's unexpected move. "What's going on? This isn't what we planned. Don't waver. That guy has Baron Helmet like that for a reason." They looked down at Hugo and Geon with apprehension. Despite being under the command of their leader, they seemed unaffected. Just the holy god's power alone would be enough to crush us. One soldier, still unsatisfied, provocatively chimed in. "If we easily give in just because of his words, what happens to our honor? Don't you agree, Commander?" The commander immediately changed his volume. "Fine, Ophiuchus, I'll withdraw today." He secretly felt relieved, thank goodness. The next morning, the breeze blew away the remnants from the previous day at the Lee Geon Tower. He looked at the person in front of him, smiled brightly, and asked, "Great, you've driven off Baron Helmet's leftovers. Now let's talk about you." He recalled yesterday's memories and asked Callie, "Do you want to join the Ophiuchus sect?" Callie sat upright on the sofa, her face beating with excitement as she answered confidently, "Yes." Geon closed his eyes tightly, nodded a few times, and then let out a breath, looking quite arrogant. He placed his hands on his hips and bluntly rejected her. "No." These two words shocked Callie, and she jumped up, eyes wide as she shouted, "What? Why not?" As soon as she finished speaking, Geon calmly continued, "I've heard you're the strongest among the 10 great masters. I have no doubts about your desire to join, but I need to test you." She turned to him, fiddling with her hair, and nervously asked, "Does the fact that I cut down Baron Helmet's henchmen not prove my strength? Is it because I come from the Liber constellation that I'm being doubted like this?" Haley slowly stepped forward and spoke. "I don't deny that." Standing in the back, Haley crossed her arms and pointed out the crux of the matter. "It's exactly because you are Giselle's daughter that you are suspected like this." She continued, "Legend has it that Giselle fused her own cells with those of powerful figures around the world using the power of the Liber constellation to create her children. She wanted them to be able to influence the very roots of human society. This is why Haley asked skeptically, it's highly likely that the children of Giselle have inherited her genetics and thinking. We have fought against Giselle, so we can't easily trust you." Hugo listened intently and thought to himself, so she can just come out of nowhere. Haley pressed on with her questioning. "Please be honest, why do you want to leave the Liber constellation and join Geon's constellation?" Callie seemed a bit shy upon hearing this. Her cheeks flushed a soft pink. She fiddled with her 2 index fingers, hesitating before answering, "It's because I want to become a daughter." Finally, she bravely voiced her desire, "Lord Lee Geon." As a shocking piece of news hit, Haley immediately froze like stone. Kevin and Hugo behind her couldn't make out what was happening and whispered to each other, "What did she say? I can't hear." Seeing the expressions on Geon and Haley's faces made Callie quickly cover her mouth with both hands, her own face turning bright red. After a moment, she scrambled to come up with an excuse for the embarrassing thing she had just said. "I'm just a fan of Lord Lee Geon." Clenching her hands tightly on her knees, she leaned forward to share her feelings. "The Liber constellation has caused too many grievances with others, so I feel uncomfortable moving to another place, that's all." After finishing her explanation, she gathered her composure, jumped up, and assumed a loyal posture as she looked at him, earnestly saying, "I will do my best to remain loyal to you, Lord Geon. To prove it, please trust me." At that moment, Geon used his divine eye skill to look at her. Is that so? Through his divine perspective, Geon could see right through her. Her name was Callie Collins, with attributes linked to the 10 great masters of the Liber constellation. What could that mean? But as he looked at the stats in his mind, he couldn't help but nod in approval, thinking, look at that level of trust. With that much, she wouldn't betray me, would she? After a while, he smirked and agreed to take her in. "All right, we will give you a chance. Join our group and prove your ability and sincerity," he said. Callie was overjoyed, quickly shouting, "Yes." She raised her fist excitedly and said, "If it's too easy for me to join, then there would be nothing exciting. There must be a challenge." Meanwhile, Haley stood silently, her body trembling uncontrollably. Kevin Azar sighed as he spoke to Haley. It's strange for someone from the Limber constellation to join John's group, but their personalities match oddly well, don't you think? Haley raised a finger and bit lightly in worry. The so-called civilization that Callie mentioned earlier is not enthusiastic at all. It's really hard to believe. If it were Giselle, perhaps she would use some underhanded tactics. What is going on here? Did she enter the Devil Tower and steal Lee Geon's information? Kevin Azar left Haley, who was filled with fear, behind and stepped forward to ask John, "Hey John, what's the deal with this kid? What do we do next?" "Do what?" Kevin Azar quickly replied, "What else? That Baron helmet," Jian said. Kevin Azar paused for a moment and asked, "It was a tough battle to take down Baron Helmet. Why did you let him go?" Jian simply smiled and replied casually, "Oh that? It's no big deal." Meanwhile, a voice from one of the henchmen echoed as they were helping Baron Helmet, who was sweating profusely. "My lord, are you okay?" They reassured him as they escorted Baron Helmet away. "Just hang in there, my lord." Then Jian grinned broadly and revealed, "That's a fake. That's Yang Wei inside." Yang Wei, trapped inside Baron Helmet, silently complained, "Thanks a lot, you annoying Jian. Why did you lock me in here?" Feeling frustrated, Yang Wei thought back to when he was tied up in the room, recalling Jian's voice. Jian clearly stated, pointing at Baron Helmet, "Give Yang Wei the plan. From now on, you will inhabit the body I created and infiltrate the hidden civilization to gather information as quickly as possible." Yang Wei yelled in fear, "Are you crazy? How am I supposed to do that?" Jian stepped forward, holding the rope that bound Yang Wei, and grinned wickedly. "I'll send you back to your original body. I heard that body used to belong to a ram, right?" "Yeah." Yang Wei was still struggling and refusing. "I can't do it. Stop talking nonsense." He pointed a finger straight at Yang Wei's face, showing an air of coercion. "It's too noisy. Even if you are useless, at least you are still a saint, right?" Then he looked at Yang Wei, who was silent and staring at him, and advised, "As one of the 13 representatives of humanity, you should at least show a little willpower." Yang Wei thought to himself, "Damn it, since I'm already in this, I have to do something to return to my original body." Even though that Jian guy is despicable, he is still a man of his word. Yang Wei glanced with fear, but the situation I am facing is even more frightening. Yang Wei looked at Baron Helmet's subordinates, showing a sense of boredom. "Why do I have to return to the Devil Tower?" Then Yang Wei suddenly asked one of the subordinates, "Hey, I want to ask you a question." The subordinate quickly replied, "What is it, my Lord Baron?" Yang Wei from below shouted up, "Why do we have to go back to the demons? Isn't it already destroyed?" The subordinate then explained the reason. There was a device that could restore his body. "Baron," Yang Wei exclaimed in surprise, "a device. I thought everything was destroyed. I can't believe something like that still exists." In the distance, there was a place filled with dark, spiky things. Inside the gloomy castle, something was bound tightly by large chains, covered in red talismans, and surrounded by a huge magical circle. It resembled a human figure that was tightly restrained, with large nails impaled into its body. As they approached, it was still impossible to see its features because its face was wrapped in many layers of bandages. In the darkness, the scene became even more terrifying and eerily mysterious. The large door creaked open, accompanied by a voice saying, "We've arrived." A group of enormous dragons flew in and carrying a large box, with the Baron sitting securely inside it. As he walked through the door, the Baron was lost in thought. Restore. He was astonished by the sight before him. He looked up at the figure, ensnared by the chains. It loomed like a mountain, evoking both fear and awe. "What is that?" The skeletal figures began to explain as disasters were neutralized or the demon tower suffered serious damage. They looked around and continued, "This is the device that helps repair internal damage, but right now that function has stopped. There's just a little energy leaking out." When he heard the last part, the idea that absorbing that energy could restore the Baron made him break out in a sweat. Wait a minute. The Baron faced it, panic rising. "I'm not mentally prepared for this yet." The group of followers insisted, "What do you mean prepare your mind? Just trust us." At that moment, the device seemed different than before, almost as if it could hear his voice. No matter how much he struggled, the skeletons were forcing him closer to the device. He trembled. No, that wasn't it. Actually, he preferred it this way. He just wanted to stay cozy inside this little box. They were getting frantic, exclaiming, "Hurry up, the Baron isn't in his right mind anymore. That bastard Jian, he brainwashed the Baron." Meanwhile, the large creature quietly smiled. Soon after, it began to break the chains that were dangling in pieces. The nails embedded in its body fell away and shattered. The Baron and the skeleton stared in astonishment, speechless. He bent down to look at him and spoke in that deep voice again. "He's not from our lineage." It was clear to see the smile on his face as it broke through the layer of ice. He asked why he had taken over Baron Helmet's body. The system screen also displayed an image of one of the long-dormant monarchs who had sensed the power of Fuchs and awakened. The bone minions were shocked, saying, "No way, is he actually moving?" They surrounded him, continuously questioning. "But isn't he one of us?" Baron Helmet? He felt a chill run down his spine. "Damn it, I've been discovered." The enraged monarch raised his hand to cast a spell. "You fools, don't you realize whom you've brought here? Talking more is useless." As he raised his hand, a surge of bright red lightning unleashed an attack. He ordered, "Shut up." After that attack, the entire legion, both the people and the dragons, were paralyzed, standing frozen and unable to fight back. Baron Helmet was lifted by two vines, leaving him bewildered. What's happening? In a scream of despair, he was pulled straight into the air, while the bone minions still couldn't regain their composure. The vines brought him right in front of the monarch as they still stood in shock. What is going on? The monarch pointed at him, scrutinizing. "Speak." Sweat poured from him. The man kept staring at him, pressing on with the questions, emphasizing each word. "Who are you? What is your identity?" The Baron knew he had been exposed. This is a disaster. The man pressed harder, insisting, "Who are you?" This is a critical situation. He mumbled, "Actually, I'm the holy master of the Aries constellation Yang Wei." Before he could finish, the monarch roared in anger, "Nonsense," and grabbed him tightly, causing him to let out a pain noise. The monarch growled, "The power keeping your body intact cannot possibly be the weak ability of Aries." He grew increasingly agitated. "I'll ask again, who is behind controlling your body and granting you this form?" He became anxious and thought, "Oh no, what am I going to do now?" The Baron feared this was the end for him. Should he just spill everything? At that moment, a flash of light appeared in the sky. A figure emerged from nowhere. He sighed deeply. With a stern look, he continued, "Have you been found out? Who is this person and where did they come from?" As soon as he saw the Baron, the masked figure yelled, "Geon!" He flew over, clearly a useless furry creature. Geon stepped forward to stand in front of the ruler, facing him directly. He had planned to greet a few of the rulers, but he didn't expect to run into this one so soon. "Nice to meet you, your majesty," Geon said. Then he turned to the Baron and scolded him. By the way, he really botched that performance. Hearing this, the Baron replied, "That's because of your strength. It was exposed." The ruler suddenly burst into laughter. "Heh, what a surprise, awakening with such power. Are you the 13th mutated holy god?" Geon answered, "Everyone says that." Then he countered, "And you're the ruler who's been locked in the dungeon of the Dark Tower, right?" The ruler chuckled. "Oh, so you've heard about me." Geon said, "Just a little bit." Suddenly, the ruler tightened his grip, and the sound of pain rang out. He said, "Then you must know about my situation." At that moment, a stream of green energy began to escape from Baron Helmet. The ruler gleefully declared, "I've been trapped here for so long, I'm starving." He started frantically absorbing Geon's power, shouting, "I'm going to consume all your holy god strength." The system continuously warned that the strength of Ophiuchus was being drawn into the ruler. The power sustaining the Baron was fading. The Baron's body began to collapse. "Geon, what are you doing? If you don't hurry up, I'm going to dry up and disappear." Geon suddenly got angry. "Hey, your majesty, what nonsense are you talking about?" The fake Baron suddenly felt happy. "Geon, are you mad at me?" The next words left the fluffy guy feeling deflated. "Do you think this idiot is my holy god? Seriously, I'm hurt here." The other guy turned pale when he heard that. "So, you're angry because of that?" The king nodded in agreement. "Being weak doesn't make you any different from other holy gods. You really don't have what it takes to be a holy god at all." The fake Baron felt offended. "I heard that. My body is about to fall apart. Come save me already." Geon quickly reassured him. "Calm down, fluffy dude, I have another plan." Hearing that, the Baron felt excited. "Oh, really? Had you already thought it through?" Geon's next words were, "I'm putting a lot of effort into this for you, fluffy dude." The Baron was stunned. "Huh?" Geon fell silent. "I'll never forget your noble sacrifice." At that moment, the Baron was about to vanish completely. "What do you mean by that?" Geon pointed behind him and smirked. "I told you, I plan to greet the other rulers, and that's why I brought you here." Now he realized the truth. "So you intended to use me as bait from the very beginning." His gaze shifted. "Don't worry, I'll send you and that ruler away in the most artistic way possible." A loud explosion mixed with a desperate scream. Lee Geon. The Baron's body shattered into pieces. In that moment, a powerful force gathered into a bright blue orb before the ruler. Along with the shattered remains surrounding the Baron, the light became blinding. In the next instant, the Baron vanished into thin air, leaving nothing but dust behind. Then, a loud explosion erupted and a strong blue light shot up from the castle, which had been destroyed. Geon stood at a distance, watching this grand explosion. Good thing I got the data from Capricorn when I fought that garbage. Now I can admire it. After I finish these things, I can take my time grinding for loot, or maybe I should visit Yua first. He pulled up the monitoring screen and stared in shock for a moment, questions racing through his mind. He couldn't believe his eyes and took off his glasses to look closer at the screen, filled with doubt. What is this? At that moment, things were not looking good for Yua. She looked ahead, unable to hide her astonishment. What is going on here? In front of her stood the holy leader Stephen, his body injured but radiating a powerful golden energy. Yua sighed. I can't believe it has come to this. He was surrounded by energy, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. Yua, you dare to leave my sect and join another? Stephen glared at her with anger, questioning, and you went after that 13th mutant too? The onlookers wanted to intervene, urging the leader, please calm down. Yua quickly interrupted, it's pointless. That's not the holy leader Stephen anymore. She stared at the figure ahead, her eyes reflecting both fear and anxious tension. That is, Lee Geon, watching the situation unfold on a screen, shared her surprise and concern, saying, Holy God Leo. On the screen, Cheon Yua's special mission to eliminate all enemies blocking the path of the holy leader Stephen Marker, who's transforming into Holy God Lion Narasimha, was displayed. At that moment, Stephen had fully recovered, his immense power ready to strike at any moment. He spoke up. I'm giving you a chance, Cheon Yua. Explain what is going on here. He shouted in anger. Why has my city fallen into this situation? Why did you leave the holy altar? The girl stood frozen. This is a bit hard to explain, I don't know. She responded, you just have to read from the end of chapter 77 to chapter 86 and it'll all make sense. The lion god was taken aback, mouth agape. He spread his arms wide, using the lion constellation's arms for reading Webtoon's skill. Then he pulled out his phone to scroll back through the story. After a moment, he sighed, I understand now. His expression turned serious, filled with anger. So you guys managed to pick everything apart to ruin a sect, I see. The bishop betrayed us and unleashed a disaster on our holy domain. The deputy apostle suddenly switched sides. The more he spoke, the more furious he became. The saint couldn't stop it and even lost an arm. Furthermore, that Geon guy carelessly borrowed my power. The girl was quite surprised, thinking he even knows about that. Stephen Marker, full of fury, declared, I have to tighten the discipline of this holy altar once more. He unleashed a massive burst of energy, which shot straight up into the sky powerfully. Cheon Yuha instinctively looked up at the sky, her expression full of astonishment. She glanced at the display board showing the system, where the task was to prove the saintly identity of the lion, Stephen Marker. The challenge from the lion god, Narashim, stood in her way. She pondered to herself, do I have to confront a holy god? Cheon Yuha held her weapon, thinking everyone knows this is impossible. Slowly raising her weapon, she thought of Lee Geon. But if I want to join Uncle John's holy order, I have to do this. He saw Cheon Yua's act of betrayal and shouted, Cheon Yua, what do you think you're doing? Do you dare point your spear at me? He raised his massive hand in disdain, calling her foolish. In an instant, he summoned his power, causing golden energy to swirl around him as he warned in a threatening tone, I will take this chance to teach you a lesson. A second later, he unleashed his ultimate move, the lion skill. In a flash, a thunderhammer was also summoned. The people behind him panicked and shouted, Vice Saint. Cheon Yua, seeing the wave of energy in front of her, didn't flinch and called out, It's dangerous, get back. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ear, You foolish girl, causing her to pause for a moment. She thought to herself, that voice. A second later, the voice echoed again, Quick, thrust the spear into the ground. Cheon Yua didn't hesitate for a moment as she raised the spear high into the sky. In an instant, the spear slammed down into the ground, shattering the paving stones. A wave of blue energy swiftly enveloped Cheon Yua's position. He saw her calm amidst the energy puzzle can be blocked. That's the temporary shield skill of the Ophiuchus constellation protecting the Holy One, Cheon Yua. Inside the shield, she gritted her teeth and growled with frustration. He used the lion's charged skill, sneering, Is this the power of Geon? No matter, you can only hold on for so long. He used his thunder claw, leaping into the air, aiming directly at Cheon Yua with arrogance. I will tear apart this barrier. Suddenly, a foot emerged from behind the shield. That foot stepped down hard, striking Stephen Marker's claw. Geon's eyes glimmered with a blue light as he called out, Hey, big cat captain. He stood in front of him, grinning widely, and asked, What are you doing with my Holy One? In an instant, he kicked Stephen Marker right in the head. The blow was so powerful that it knocked him down, and he slid along the ground for several meters. The bricks cracked and shattered under the force of it all. Cheon Yua, with flushed cheeks, admired him from behind. You surprised me so much. He struck a heroic pose, one knee bent, arms outstretched, looking back at Yua. She was excited. Uncle Lee Geon. At that moment, he advised her, You're being reckless. Even if it's a mission, you can't defeat a holy god. He paused for a second before continuing. You might stand a chance against that scrawny guy, but this big cat here is beyond you. Yua, feeling thrilled, held the staff tightly. Yes. After saying that, he turned to Stephen Marker. This time, I have to step in. Hey, big cat leader. He put one hand in his pocket and pointed at him with the other. Why didn't you come down here? Didn't you hand everything over to that cat to nap? Without waiting for a response, he kicked the man's head again. Seeing him move, he narrowed his eyes and thought, oh, you want to push my foot off, huh? Naturally, unable to endure this humiliation, Stephen yelled, get your foot off me. He quickly regained his composure and rose up. Geon saw this and immediately jumped back. Then he charged towards him again, pretending to compliment. You're pretty strong too. Angrily, he shouted. Shut up. Who did you suddenly show up and step on the head of? Geon landed in front of him and casually replied, you should be a little reasonable. I asked why you suddenly appeared. His face darkened. He clenched his fist and yelled. Suddenly, I was asleep when Stephen called me. Upon hearing this, both Lee Geon and Yuha were stunned, not knowing what else to say. He explained, I was late because I was sleeping, but once the saint calls, I will quickly appear, using all my power and holy experience to summon the holy god. The two remembered that voiced, Yuha, protect me while I summon the holy god. This raised some doubts. He called since then, but because he was sleeping, now he only shows up. He continued to complain, anyway, I forgive you for reviving and borrowing my power, but why could you steal my followers? After saying this, he summoned his strength, radiating a stream of golden aura around him. He threatened loudly, first, I will tear you apart. A second later, a powerful stream of golden air surged down from the sky. Jia remained relaxed, smiling as he said, all right, but if you're feeling uncomfortable, don't yell like that. In an instant, he transformed into a lion, showing his teeth and looking incredibly fierce, taunting. Let's resolve this through strength. Yuha reminded from behind. He was in a tough spot because of the saint's experience points, so he couldn't stay much longer. Lee Geon called upon his own power, making a decision. Is that so? Then it's time to fight. Immediately, Geon summoned his power, and his eyes flashed a bright blue. Holding the holy artifact, Condemnation of the Sky, proudly, he declared, all right, it's now or never. The punishment had also been lifted. The hero stood boldly in front of him, speaking dismissively. I'll let you experience just how strong I am. As soon as he finished speaking, Narasimha flew into a rage, reaching out to claw at him while shouting, you arrogant punk. He struck down hard where Geon stood, shattering the ground beneath. He declared, I will crush you. However, after delivering the blow, something caused him to hesitate. Below the palm of his hand, Narasimha Lee Geon held the sacred artifact Condemnation of the Sky, standing tall and proud. Geon casually asked, what is this? A huge but useless body? He shot a cold glare at Narasimha, smirking as he spoke with disdain. You think this can crush me? With that, he delivered a strike to Narasimha's hand, causing the man to wince in pain. Lee Geon grew even more exhilarated. He exclaimed, this is what we call. Right after that, Narasimha was knocked back by John's blow. Geon declared his strength loudly, not giving Narasimha a chance to recover. Holding the sacred artifact Condemnation of the Sky, Geon leaped into the air, raising the artifact over his head, ready to bring it down. He shouted with excitement, how long are you planning to lie there? You better go back to the god realm. Geon's words stirred Stephen. He focused his energy and yelled, don't be arrogant. Just as he finished speaking, Lee Geon froze in midair. This annoyed him, and he became more alert. Narasimha launched a heavenly lotus attack, and a column of lightning suddenly shot up from the ground, striking toward Geon. Yuma gasped and shouted, Uncle Lee Geon. Stephen saw that his attack had hit the guide, and he got excited, flexing his muscles and laughing loudly. Haha, you're still not good enough. After his laughter, he continued to increase the intensity of his technique. The thunder pole not only remained intact, but also shone even brighter. He spoke with arrogance, claiming it would turn to dust. However, the words that followed from the other guy left Stephen feeling deflated. The other guy activated the true power of Ophiuchus, saying, daydreaming. In an instant, Lee Geon unleashed the Lotus of Disaster toward Narasimha. Stephen couldn't believe it. He asked, no way, you countered my technique? When did that happen? With a smug tone, the other guy replied, countered? More like sharing the good stuff. As he was moving, he suddenly felt something was off behind him. He glanced at the holy artifact, Condemnation of the Sky, in his hands and realized the power of Ophiuchus was exploding. The blade of the artifact had heated up to a bright red, showing that the punishing power was exceeding its limits. The ground beneath John suddenly gave way, nearly causing him to lose his footing. He stopped and recognized that the power radiating from him was destroying everything around. The scene was one of utter devastation. The warning system of the two gods whose powers are bursting has been activated. The power of the two holy gods is beyond the limits of the world. Please retrieve or adjust the power before the world is destroyed. This made both of them frown. Narasimha began to teach Jian with a mocking tone. Ha ha ha, look at this, Jian. Quickly retrieve your power. You don't want to see this planet destroyed, do you? On the side of the crowd, many people in the affected area were shouting in panic. Yuma was struggling to create a shield to protect everyone from the shockwaves being emitted by the two gods. Narasimha continued to provoke. If you keep measuring your strength like this, do you think you can force me to return to the god realm first, or will this planet be destroyed first? Suddenly Jian grinned partly with bared teeth. Adjust the power? Easier than I thought. After saying that, he immediately summoned a new weapon and shouted loudly, Then I will use this method. Right after that, the weapon emitted a strange aura, and the holy god powers of the two were drawn into it. Feeling his power being pulled away, Narasimha panicked and said, What the hell is this? The power of the holy god is being sucked away. He suddenly realized and thought to himself, Wait, the ability to absorb the power of the holy god. After contemplating this, he finally asked, Could it be that thing? Narasimha recognized the weapon that Jian was holding. It was a large axe shaped like a skull. This arrogant one is using a weapon of a mysterious civilization. Lee Geon grinned and raised the dark axe to absorb the holy god power from the two of them. Then he proudly declared, I told you, when there's good stuff, it must be shared. The power of these things contradicts the holy god's power, making it very suitable for restraining your strength. Lee Geon looked at Narasimha with a challenging gaze and provocatively said, Captain, your resources are limited, right? Let's see how much the resources of the Lion constellation are worth. The system screen appeared before Narasimha. He looked at it in shock. What? The text displayed on the screen was a notification. Attention, the resources of the holy sanctuary are diminishing. While Narasimha was bewildered by the system's notification, Lee Geon jumped up high. You've lost your focus. Immediately, Narasimha was hit. A dark aura brushed past his face. One of his fangs was sliced off. Jian wasn't ready to stop. He excitedly said, First are the fangs. With that, he swung his axe again. This time he struck Narasimha in the chest, causing him to scream in pain. The system announced, Collected Holy God Lion Narasimha's fangs. Next, Jian chopped at the mane. The system notified again, Collected main material of Holy God Lion Narasimha. He didn't stop there. Jian rained down blows on Narasimha, who howled in agony. Narasimha thought, not only is he strong, but he's using weapons from an ancient civilization. Damn it. Suddenly, thousands of bright gold lightning bolts flickered and converged at a point in the sky, lighting up an entire city. It was the battlefield skill for the winner, lightning chain type. Lee Geon was tightly bound by the chains of lightning. Narasimha took a deep breath and looked up at the sky where Jian was held captive by the lightning. Then he pointed angrily and shouted, Mouse, I finally caught you. With that, Stephen stepped forward, gathering strength in his palm as he directed it toward Jian, saying, It's over. Lee Geon felt helpless, tied up and unable to react to the impending blow. He shut his eyes, bracing himself to take the hit. Just when it seemed like everything was over, he suddenly smirked and mocked, How stupid. Narasimha paused in surprise. Jian continued calmly, When you're angry, you become foolish, just like my slave. He remained collected, adding, You keep using your skills recklessly. How much resources will you have left? At that very moment, just as Narasimha was about to strike him, the system chimed in with an alert, Experience and prayers for the lion have run out. The system's voice kept ringing, Holy God will be forced to wait to return to the god realm. Narasimha heard this and shouted in frustration, Damn it, I was about to win. Why now? Jian responded with disdain, laughing and raising his middle finger. Win? What are you talking about? Didn't you just get your ass kicked by me? Fuming, Narasimha growled, raising his claws towards Jian. Lee Geon, I dare you to return to the god realm. I will teach you a lesson. Jian replied nonchalantly, That's the difference between a holy god. After that, Narasimha was compelled to return to the god realm, disappearing right in front of everyone. The followers of the Leo constellation began to murmur. Jian managed to drive our holy god Leo away. How could this happen? How can a human fight against a holy god? Jian suddenly called out to Yua. When she heard him, she responded, Yes. He turned to face her, and at that moment, he had returned to his original form. He said, It's over. The conditions for returning to normal have been met. He smiled brightly and told Yua, Continue what you were doing. His words seemed to make Yua realize something. A moment later, Stephen regained consciousness and spoke weakly. Have I lost consciousness again? He struggled to sit up and asked, What is it this time? Yua, sitting on a nearby rock, urged, You need to get up. He turned quickly, startled. In front of him sat Yua, looking at him with a serious expression. Beside her was a spear. He called out, Shion Yua. Yua replied, The holy god Leo has returned to the god realm after descending. Stephen, confused, asked, "Holy god?" She continued, "There is nothing to worry about anymore. Let's handle the remaining matters quickly." Finishing her words, she slammed the staff against the ground and walked over to Stephen, saying, "Let's wrap this up slowly." Stephen still didn't understand what was happening. "What do you mean?" Yua replied calmly, "My mission to join the Ophiuchus constellation." Hearing this, Stephen started sweating from fear. The system described the mission to confirm status. The St. Leo, Stephen marker, blocks your progress. Defeat him and claim what you desire. Right after that, Yua revealed her power, saying, "I will take down Castellan." Stephen stared at the spear aimed directly at his face, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Xion Yua, what do you mean by this? Are you really?" The spear slowly lowered, and Yua immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, startling Stephen. He was completely thrown off by this unexpected turn of events. Yua shouted with sincerity, "Holy Lord, I'm sorry, and thank you for everything you've done for me so far." Stephen was at a loss for words. Yua closed her eyes and continued, speaking rapidly. "I want to become stronger. I feel like I've reached my limit in the Leo constellation, so now I want to join the Ophiuchus constellation with Geon." She continued, "I know you'll be disappointed. I haven't forgotten all the help you've given me. I believe you'll understand my decision." Yua begged with genuine sincerity, "Please help me. I beg you, allow me to leave here." Stephen's eyes widened in shock. Finally, he closed his eyes and made his final decision. "I understand." Now it was Yua's turn to be stunned. The group of underlings rushed forward, trying to dissuade him. "Wait a minute, Holy Lord. Are you really going to let the Deputy Holy Lord go?" Stephen took a deep breath, straightened up, and said, "She has made her decision. There's no point in saying more." Stephen tilted his head at a 120-degree angle, and with a sigh, he explained, "Maybe it's because of the guilt from my past that I've kept holding on to her all this time. I can't let my past hold back your present." He stared up at the vast, clear sky and then said, "Go now." With that, Stephen turned and walked away, offering a few encouraging words to the younger ones. "Go and become strong in the way you want. Becoming strong at all costs is the spirit of the Leo constellation. Show that to the master of the Ophiuchus constellation." His followers were moved, their emotions running high. Yua called out after him, "Saint Lord," but his steps didn't falter. "Take care, Yua." She smiled lightly, "Saint Lord." Her eyes followed his figure, and no matter how many wounds he'd endured, he walked tall and proud, just like the confident, brave nature of a Leo. Suddenly, Yua ran after him, calling, "Saint Lord Stephen." Stephen sighed inwardly, feeling both frustrated and resigned. I really fell for the trap. Despite his tired expression, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in himself. Honestly, even I think I look pretty cool. Xion Yua was definitely moved to the point of hesitation, but she still played it cool and acted like she didn't know anything. "What's wrong? Are you still having second thoughts?" Yua responded quickly, "I still have to do this." Then she struck Stephen's head with her spear. The system notification popped up, confirming the mission was completed. Asterisk, you have defeated the saint of the Leo constellation, Stephen Marker. Vice Saint Xion Yua has earned the qualification to become an official believer. Asterisk. Yua shouted in excitement, "Mission complete. Now I can join Uncle John's holy order." Just thinking about it made Yua even more thrilled. "Uncle, let's go. Let's head back to Hango." Geon, standing off to the side, clapped in praise. Everyone made their way back to Lee Geon's tower in Hango, but Yua's cheerful expression didn't last long. Now sitting and sipping coffee, Callie Collins looked irritated when she saw her. The tension between the two was so thick it could be cut with a knife, making the Sagittarius Group Vice Leader Sung Jae shiver in fear. Yua glared, "What are you doing here?" Callie shot back with a sharp look of her own. "And you? What are you doing here?" Yua coldly retorted. "I asked first, so answer me." Callie Collins scolded. "How childish," she added, speaking smoothly. "I'm going to join Lord Lee Geon's faction." Yua sneered. "A person from such a lowly background like you? Dream on." Sung Jae whispered, "Their relationship doesn't seem great." The vice president coughed, then replied, "Maybe not." And La glanced at the woman sitting at a nearby table. "Lady Haley, could you help me stop them?" Haley sighed, clearly annoyed at being interrupted. "Where do these brats keep coming from? Damn it, this is so frustrating." Yua was still pressing Callie Collins, interrogating her. "Come on, what are you up to?" Callie Collins waved her hand. "Nothing's going on. Why are you making such a fuss? You heard me. I've decided to follow Lord Lee Geon, so why all the noise?" Suddenly, Callie Collins snapped her fingers and pointed at her. "With your skills, are you afraid you'll lose your place as his right hand?" The two boys saw Callie Collins take a jab at Yua and immediately got worried. Yua's hand clenched tightly. Yua was now fully enraged. Get out of here. I'll show you that things are different now. Callie Collins couldn't resist poking fun at Cheon Yua. Oh, if that's the case, I can expect something from you, right? Sung Jae, hearing this, stretched his muscles. Great, it's time for me to show my skills. The room fell silent. Callie Collins glanced outside. Who are you? Stay out of this. Yua sighed, clearly frustrated. Sung Jae, she's talking to me. Sung Jae, feeling disrespected, frowned and asked, what did you just say? I also want to be John's right hand. Haley was quick to jump in during moments like this. It was always entertaining. I'll be the judge. The three kids answered in unison. Thank you, sir. How can the vice president let the younger team members fight like this? Haley, you should stop them. Kevin walked in and sighed. It's so noisy. No need to stop them. Hugo sighed. Who's going to listen if I step in now? If the kids are fighting and Haley's involved, nothing serious is going to happen. Then he turned to look at the uninvited guest beside him, his face filled with disdain. Why are you here? Steven scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I didn't know I was here when I woke up. Lee Geon, why do we have to bring this guy along? The two of them looked at Steven as if he were some useless, big, but ultimately pointless person. It's too cramped. Move over. Steven complained, pouting. You're going too far, Steven said. The world is changing rapidly. The global news flashed on the TV screen above. The Calamites' attacks and the war between the gods had caused massive damage worldwide. Public opinion everywhere was demanding accountability from the holy orders, including the scales of justice. Stephen watched as protesters expressed their opinions. The system that the 12 holy orders had fiercely protected for so many years was starting to crack. He wondered what changes this upheaval would bring in the future. Both Hugo and Kevin remained silent. It seemed like Stephen was blaming Jian for all these changes. The other two pushed him even further into an uncomfortable position. Stop acting all serious. Move over is really cramped, Stephen said again. After becoming a saint of the Leo constellation, I realized that Jian is a very powerful person. He recalled Joan's wild appearance from years ago. Jian had always been an unpredictable figure whenever he appeared. Stephen said, without a guardian spirit, yet still awakening, I was considered a monster. His gaze lingered on the figure of the one from back then. He then looked at that person, someone who had once been ridiculed for not having a guardian spirit, but now had become a protector himself. Stephen thought to himself, asterisk, now he's become a divine being, facing off against other rulers and gods, asterisk. Stephen scoffed, he's gone too far. Hugo turned to ask, do you still want to fight him? Stephen shook his head and replied, I no longer have that intention, but I can't help feeling a bit of regret. Kevin nodded in understanding. I get that feeling. It's like the finish line I once believed I could reach is now distant and gone. He lowered his head, deep in thought. Now, all we can do is accept it. But now everything is tied to Jian, especially with my position as a saint, Kevin added. This isn't about pride. I just want to be as strong as he is, Kevin continued, his eyes lighting up. Meanwhile, in the workshop, the sound of a hammer striking metal rang out loudly. Jian wiped the sweat from his brow. Outside the room, Kevin sighed, if it weren't for Lee Geon. Jian looked at the two hands he had just been working with. Kevin turned to Stephen and Hugo and said, then what could we have done? Stephen grinned slyly. How about Hugo? Just fully join Jian. I heard he's become the Ophiuchus saint. Hugo gritted his teeth. Everyone here has their reasons. Kevin sighed. If we lose to Jian, then so be it. I really don't want this, though. The three of them stared blankly for a moment, then let out deep, heavy sighs. Kevin muttered, damn it, is he really going to make us fight against the divine and the monarchs in the future? Seven, looking just as worried, said, me can't even beat his own divine. Hugo sounded disheartened. The future looks bleak. Stephen sighed again. Well, we'll figure something out. Let's just do what we can. Hugo frowned at him. What are you planning to do? Why are you worried? On the TV, a host was still reporting the news. Stephen went silent and organized a press conference. When the attack on Devil Tower happened 20 years ago, the other two were stunned. Stephen's gaze sharpened. I'll announce to the world that John was the one who captured the red-eyed devil. Larry looked confused, but they're all gone. Jian, however, was surprised when he needed to find three people, Leo, Sagittarius, and Virgo, and couldn't find any trace of them. Larry recounted they said it was urgent, so they left first and promised to lend me the teleportation skill. Jian sighed in frustration. They're usually so slow, so why the rush now? Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew through. It turned out that Yua and Callie were fighting each other. Jian muttered, what's going on now? The two were exchanging punches and kicks, sparks flying everywhere. Callie Collins grinned, impressed. You're stronger than I thought. I've heard you've been through countless life or death battles. Seems like it's paid off. Yua hated the condescending tone in her voice. I hate that tone. It's like you're looking down from above. With that, Yua struck Callie with a powerful shove, sending her flying. The force of the blow was so strong that flames erupted from the top of the building. Callie Collins kicked off the wall, still wearing an excited grin. Isn't that the case? You two have been chasing each other around, breaking walls in this building. Callie Collins responded, full of self-satisfaction, because I'm still much stronger than you. Jian watched the battle unfold and sighed. So, are they both competing to beat my right hand? Haley, who was overseeing the fight, laughed and answered exactly. All three are full of passion. Jian nodded in agreement, really full of energy. Quite impressive. But she mentioned 3 people. He turned to look at the person nearby, whose face was covered in dirt. He walked closer to the scene, where the young man had fallen face first to the ground. So this kid was completely defeated right from the start. Just look at his pathetic state. He sighed, glancing at one of the victims in his daughter's battle. Well, it's true. Compared to those two, Sung Jae still has a lot of growing up to do. He activated his special vision. The system opened the information panel. Callie Collins, Liber rank SS, currently a temporary follower of Fuchs. Xian Yuba is approaching SS rank due to the previous battle. She is also a temporary disciple of Fuchs awaiting baptism. Qin and Sung Jae roam from rank A to rank S due to some recent events. In his mind, he calculated, if I want to make them stronger and more competitive, I probably need to help Sung Jae a bit. Jian turned to Haley and said, first, could you help me get those kids to sick here? Since Haley had the ability to bind people, she immediately agreed, sure. Haley looked at the two still struggling and shouted, stop it. The 2 girls, one with big eyes and the other with small ones, had no idea what was going on. Then, out of nowhere, they saw a whip coming towards them. Right after that, they were tightly tied together in an affectionate way. Jian smiled, clearly satisfied. Perfect. Despite being tied up, the 2 of them kept trying to punch each other. They were almost done. You think so? Jian chuckled. You're mistaken. I'm the one who decides. He watched the 2 girls struggle in front of the elders, then interrupted. Both of you stop. Pay attention. I have something to assign to you. His smile was sly. I'm giving you both your first task as Ophich's city leaders. Sung Jae blinked. Where am I? Jian watched the boy, who had been knocked out for a while, finally come to his senses. You're awake now. Sung Jae froze for a moment. Uncle. Jian answered, I heard everything. Right when the match started, Callie and Yua knocked you out. Sung Jae, feeling embarrassed after his idol saw him unconscious, mumbled, yes. His voice was low and downcast. I'm still not strong enough to beat her. I thought I had gotten stronger. Jian didn't scold him. Instead, he encouraged him. You've made progress, but there's still room to grow. Don't be discouraged. This is your chance to get even stronger, right? His eyes carried a certain meaning. Sung Jae, you want to get stronger? Excited to receive the secret technique, Sung Jae eagerly responded, yes. Jian asked, don't you want to be strong by any means possible? Sung Jae made up his mind firmly. Then I'll train in isolation. Seeing the boy's enthusiasm, Jian was pleased. Good, good. That's the right mindset. Sung Jae nodded repeatedly. I'm always ready. Overjoyed, Sung Jae suddenly realized, but where are we going? Jian answered cheerfully, to the demon tower. Without hesitation, he jumped off the dragon's back. Sung Jae, witnessing this, felt a wave of fear rush over him. Jian said, didn't you want to get stronger by any means possible? That was followed by Sung Jae's loud screams echoing through the air before they even reached the entrance. He had already started crying out in fear. Jian pressed on toward the center of the demon tower, still encouraging Sung Jae, then train in isolation. Meanwhile, far away in Washington, D.C., USA, at the Lion's Sacred Ground, the headquarters of the Leo Constellation Order had been struck, leaving a gaping hole. They hastily covered it with a large banner and their slogan, a true capitalist cliché, read, the building may be damaged, but the meeting must go on. In the room, everyone present was confused. What's going on? Why was there an emergency meeting? It must be because of the recent events. The tower has become a total mess. Someone whispered, are they announcing bankruptcy? Another person quickly responded, didn't you see the sign that says still operating normally? Everyone started guessing, but in the end they gave up. Let's just wait and see what he has to say, they murmured. And with that, the whispers quieted down. A few minutes earlier, Hugo furrowed his brow as he looked at Stephen. Is the press conference really going to reveal everything? Can you handle it? Hugo asked, his voice filled with concern. If you're not careful, you'll be accused of deceiving the world, and the other saints will blame you. Stephen's face remained completely calm, showing no signs of worry. It's fine. From now on, I'll fix all the mistakes. In fact, this is the necessary step, Stephen replied. Kevin looked at Stephen's untrustworthy face and scoffed. Are you trying to cause trouble again? When Kevin couldn't convince him, he decided to go along with it. There was no other choice. All right, let's get ready then. Hugo let out a deep sigh and nodded. Let's prepare quickly. Stephen froze. What? He asked, disbelief written all over his face. Hugo growled, What did you just say? Hugo snapped back. You think we want to leave? Kevin directly threw a jab. A guy like you, who's lost both arms, here to hold a press conference alone? Hugo was incredibly fed up with Steven. That guy with a brain the size of a grape. Only his limbs seemed to be working. Without the Vice City Lord and the head of the temple, if the Libras charge in, do you think you can fight them off? Stop talking nonsense. Just organize what needs to be said for the press conference. We'll save a spot for you. Steven was scolded, but for some reason, his heart felt warm. He shed a tear. So even if it's a scam, I don't have hands. But this is worth paying attention to. He spoke 3 short words, but they were full of sincerity. Thank you. Steven opened his eyes, the memory fading. When he spoke again, his voice was strong and steady. Thank you all for attending this impromptu press conference. Now, let me get to the main point. Do you all remember the press conference by the Aquarius saint Sophie Marty not long ago? He recalled back then, Sophie Marty had revealed the truth about the red-eyed devil attack that happened 20 years ago in the Demon Tower. However, due to the interference from the Cancer Saint and the events and accidents that followed, the story was eventually forgotten. His eyes were serious, no longer carrying the usual teasing expression, which added an extra layer of gravity to his demeanor. This time, I will bring the story to light once again. According to Sophie Marty's testimony, the one who caught the red-eyed devil at the Demon Tower was none other than Lee Geon. Steven had just announced the news, and the reporters below were already discussing and taking notes. As expected, that settled the debate, but it wasn't over yet. Steven dropped an even more shocking revelation. The capture of the red-eyed devil, this time in the US, was also done by Geon. The room erupted in chaos. Wait, I have a question. The auditorium became incredibly noisy. I also have a question myself. Listen to what he has to say. Hugo thought quietly. Up until now, there hadn't been any major issues, yet his heart was still tightly wooed with tension. It would be great if everything ended smoothly like this. He wasn't sure what was happening outside, but with Kevin around, things would be fine. In another area, Kevin held his sword with the tip pointed directly at the person in front of him, his gaze full of disdain. I never thought I'd see you here. Jean-Louis Moraine, the Cancer Saint. Even with the sword pressed against his throat, Jean-Louis Moraine smiled brightly. Of course we have to go. Steven is slandering and falsely accusing our saint. How could we just sit by and do nothing? Kevin's gaze was filled with utter disdain. You're really bold. He's just telling the truth. Jean-Louis wasn't angry. He simply dragged out his words. Oh, is that so? He flicked the sword next to Kevin's neck and coldly continued. Then are you going to tell the whole truth, including how you were the one who stabbed Lee Geon in the back? Kevin's pupils contracted. How can you accept such a ridiculous lie? Jean-Louis shrugged and replied nonchalantly. How is it a lie? Thin Bin and I worked together to set up the plan to eliminate Lee Geon. The only person who knows what really happened to him is me. He whispered in Kevin's ear. I'll ask you one thing. Do you remember exactly what happened in Devil Tower? Kevin ground his teeth. I don't know what you're talking about. Suddenly, Kevin felt an icy chill run through his body, as if countless chains were holding something back from breaking free. Why can't I remember anything? Jean-Louis smiled faintly, watching as the pain made Kevin collapse. Kevin, you're really pathetic. Let's talk. I'll tell you the truth about what happened back then. He moved toward Kevin like a demon. Where should we start? All right, let's begin from the moment you worried you wouldn't be able to beat Geon. Kevin's hand still gripping his sword trembled. Damn it, I can't move. Still, his words were firm. I haven't done anything. Jean-Louis focused, channeling more power into his spell. The one who tampered with your memories, Kevin Hazard, it was you. That's the guilt you feel for stabbing Lee Geon in the Devil Tower. Kevin wanted to punch the lies out of Jean-Louis' mouth. Shut up, you're talking nonsense. In stark contrast to Kevin's struggle, Jean-Louis remained calm. Not at all, I'm just speaking the truth. I'll help you remember. With that, he pulled something out of his coat pocket. Take this. He held up a key and smiled a twisted, eerie grin. Actually, I've lost all my business partners and fallen into a pretty tough situation. Seizing this opportunity to gather my old teammates again doesn't sound too bad. The pain made it impossible for Kevin to open his eyes. He could only vaguely sense something coming closer. What is it? Jean-Louis placed the head of the key against Kevin's forehead and made a motion like unlocking something. I'll break the seal for you. The memories you buried deep within the abyss. The key moved with a gesture, channeling power into his body, and the seal was unlocked. The chains automatically dissolved, and the image from that time became clearer. Inside the hall, the group of reporters continued to ask questions eagerly. So, Mr. Marker, aside from Geon, did no other saints play a part in defeating the red-eyed devil? Someone else asked, was Lee Geon betrayed by one of the saints, and did they both descend into the abyss and get imprisoned? Steven picked that question to answer. Yes, that's correct. The crowd grew even more curious and asked, "Then who exactly assassinated Lee Geon?" In a hallway outside, someone was rushing toward the hall. Stephen said, "Unfortunately, there are people we suspect, but we have no proof. Out there, the footsteps are getting closer. The mastermind is someone even Lee Geon and I don't know." As soon as Stephen finished speaking, the door to the room swung open. The person who entered was Kevin. Both Stephen and Hugo were taken aback. Kevin smirked. "Am I interrupting?" "Apologies for cutting into the discussion." His red-eyed devil gaze, charged with dark power, locked onto them as Kevin continued. "Just in time, I'm here to reveal the one who stabbed John in the Devil Tower." Stephen and Hugo both looked just as confused. "What?" Kevin slowly walked into the hall. I truly admire him. The image of Jeon, who didn't run, but instead faced off against the red-eyed devils, kept running through his mind. As he walked, he sighed. That was a brutal fight. Just watching it was tough enough. His laughter echoed through the room. In the end, Jeon defeated the red-eyed devil. It was truly an emotional moment. Old memories rushed back, memories of when Jeon had just fought 800 rounds against the red-eyed devils. Even though he won, for every 1,000 damage he dealt to the enemy, he injured himself 800. His hoarse voice was full of curses. "Those damn bastards, they really just left me behind and ran." He gritted his teeth. "If I ever catch them." Jeon was so caught up in calling out to his teammates that he didn't notice anyone getting close. Because of that, Kevin had the perfect opportunity to stab him from behind. He grinned with excitement as if he had just taken down the strongest opponent. Kevin's expression vividly replayed the memory, twisting his face into an exaggerated mockery, like a fight that took place in the very depths of his soul. At that moment, Lee Geon was exhausted and left unguarded, making him an easy target, like a fool caught off guard. The group of reporters were stunned as they learned about the shocking drama. Kevin stood in the hall, laughing uncontrollably. If only you all could have seen the stupid look on his face when he fell. Both Stephen and Hugo were in shock after hearing this. "Kevin, what the hell are you talking about?" Kevin chuckled to himself. "Do I really need to spell it out for you? You need me to say it clearly so you get it." The Virgo energy within Kevin kicked in. He raised his face, twisted like a demon from hell, and spat out the most venomous words. "I'm the one who stabbed Lee Geon." Hugo couldn't hold back any longer and released his own power. Stephen reminded him that, even though Hugo was furious, he needed to stay as calm as he could. "Kevin, I want to hear you explain this." Kevin's gaze was mocking. "I just told you. What more do you want to hear?" Hugo glared at him. "No, I want to know more." Kevin pulled out a black box, sighing dramatically. "Too bad. This isn't the time to keep talking nonsense. If you want to hear more, let these guys handle it." With that, Kevin crushed the black box and countless dark forces erupted. Hugo and Stephen were both taken by surprise, not expecting Kevin to be holding something so sinister. The dark, wriggling mass grew larger, turning into slimy clumps that charged at the people in the room. The group of reporters panicked, shouting, "Disaster! Run!" The thing let out a loud scream, and the whole room shook. Stephen quickly mobilized the troops. "Damn it, followers of the Leo constellation, stop them. Not until all the reporters have left." The soldiers immediately rushed out. "Understood," one soldier replied. Stephen rushed to Hugo, his face full of concern. "Damn it, this situation is completely unexpected. What should we do now?" Hugo stretched his limbs, his eyes cold and sharp. "All right, clear the obstacles and capture him to hear the whole story." Stephen, though thinking Hugo's words were reckless, knew they made sense. "You make it sound so easy." Kevin gave the order. "Charge!" The slimy creatures surged forward like wild beasts. The scene in the hall turned into total chaos. The soldiers tried their best, but the monsters were still overwhelming. On top of that, the panic of the civilians was hindering their ability to fight. One reporter was cornered by a monster, and another soldier was stabbed by one. Just then, Hugo and Stephen rushed in, each delivering a punch to one of the creatures. Hugo immediately ordered the bespectacled reporter, "Evacuate quickly. Head for the emergency exit now." The other person said, running and speaking frantically. "Thanks," Stephen replied, stunned by the scene in front of him. The wriggling mass was smashed to pieces in an instant, but their flesh quickly regenerated. They reconnected, using the dark energy cores as a source of life to sustain their bodies. Kevin watched as the centaurs and lions found themselves trapped, unable to move forward or retreat, and felt a great sense of satisfaction. In truth, if the battle continued here, the entire cathedral would collapse. The wriggling mass had now merged into a massive tree. It swung its ugly hand toward its prey. The floor was shattered by the force of the strike. Even though the blow was brutal, its hand was completely unharmed, as if it had been buffed. Stephen thought to himself, "In truth, if we keep fighting here, the entire cathedral will collapse. I need to end this quickly." Both of them unleashed their full power, ready to crush the monster today. Stephen delivered a kick, aiming directly for the monster's head. The light tap split the creature in half. At the same time, the lion's power provided the monster with an electric massage treatment. Hugo, blinded by the light, couldn't help but marvel. A person may be broken, but they're never useless. Unexpectedly, the monster managed to bring out its claws. He hadn't anticipated this. Seizing the opportunity, the creature struck with a powerful blow, crushing Stephen. Hugo stared in shock. Stephen. But no one answered him. The red light within the monster flickered. Stephen lay in the palm of the creature's hand, frowning. Damn it, am I coming back to life? Hugo, seeing his colleague under attack, was consumed by rage. With one punch, he punched a hole right through the creature. Flames scorched the monster. Hugo rushed over. Are you still alive? Stephen struggled to free his legs from the creature's sharp claws. Why isn't my skill dealing the damage I expected? Stentor, how are you stopping them from coming back to life? But before he could hope for an answer, his friend was immediately caught in the mind control of the Virgin's manipulation. Stephen looked at Hugo, and seeing the blank look on his face, screamed. Of course he's using his skill. Stephen kept struggling but couldn't escape. He shouted Hugo's name, who was still standing there, watching the scene unfold. Seriously, stop just standing there. Do something. It's still alive. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly a loud explosion went off from his hand. Around the arm and in the room, the monsters exploded all at once. In an instant, everything was wiped out. Hugo and even Kevin were left dumbfounded, staring at the scene. Seven was still yelling, I'm still alive. But then he froze and stared blankly, asking what just flew over. From thin air, a metal fist swung out. It gave a sign that seemed to say, don't worry, I've got it covered for you guys, before disappearing. Stephen's face turned pale, as if he had lost his soul. What the hell was that? The metal arm flexed its muscles. Stephen stammered. Based on the shape, it looks like a arm. The arm, which had been posing, suddenly turned around and immediately lunged towards Stephen, making him nearly jump out of his skin. What the hell is going on? He already sounded like a click before it seemed to merge with Stephen's own arm. It felt like the strength of a lion and the energy of the metal arm fused together. Then what happened? Stephen, who had lost both arms, now found himself missing just one, and he stood there, completely stunned, unable to believe it. At that moment, Yua rushed over. Where did it fly off to? Stephen, surprised to see her appear, stared at her in shock. Yua was stunned to see the arm automatically recognize its owner. What kind of arm is this? It's already in place. You're wearing it. Stephen panicked, quickly raising a metal arm. You explain this to me. What is this thing? It just attached itself to me without permission. Yua replied, this is a custom prosthetic arm made by Uncle John. It's specifically made for Stephen Marker. Stephen let out a growl. One of his arms shot up, letting out a roar loud enough to almost shake the entire stage. Kevin was shocked. What the heck is going on? In the hall, Stephen let out a long laugh. It felt like the entire block could hear it. Hugo was embarrassed for his friend. He was just so hyped. Yua didn't even know what to say. Stephen was just so caught up in his excitement. Meanwhile, Stephen was still lost in his happy moment. Finally, Lee Geon recognized my worth and made a weapon for me. A bit late, but still. Adding the arm felt like a step toward the peak of his life. The main character always shows up when people almost forget about them. Hugo approached to interview him, finally achieving a long-held wish. How do you feel? Stephen laughed and said, right now, I'm a champion. Hugo let out a foolish sigh. Yua also walked over to join the two of them. All right, we'll do it your way today. Stephen was eager to test out his new arm. Everyone braced themselves. Stephen looked at the swarm of creatures in the distance. From now on, the energy is fully charged. He was ready to wipe out these monsters. The historic moment for Stephen Marker was about to begin. At the Demon Tower, Jem remained expressionless as he struggled to calm down Sung Jae. It's not going to happen. Don't stress over nothing. Sung Jae turned pale. Jin looked at him, silently judging the cowardly boy. He reassured him, no need to be tense. There's no more bad luck. Sung Jae forced a smile. Didn't you tell me that before? Qian scanned the room. The explosion had been pretty big. He should have toned down the blast a little. Sung Jae asked curiously, why did you come here? Jilin answered naturally, why? Isn't it because of you? With that, John pointed to something nearby. Sung Jae's gaze landed on the giant statue before him. That was John's answer. The ruler is trapped in the Devil Tower. Sung Jae still didn't quite understand. Didn't it already die? GM kept pointing at the face of the statue. Look closely. Then he shouted at the statue, stop pretending to be dead, get up. I know you're still alive. As soon as Jian finished speaking, the statue laughed loudly. So, you figured it out? The chains sealing the statue snapped and rattled. Welcome, 13th Saint. Sung Jae almost lost his voice. Stop talking nonsense. But Jian remained calm, continuing to converse with the statue. What I mean is, there's nothing small around here. For a ruler like you, what's a little explosion? The ruler found the young man increasingly interesting. That's right. After all, I'm a ruler. How could I die so easily from just one explosion? Anyway, Lee Geon, your first impression of me is really quite impressive. After hearing that, Jian grew serious. You know my name? The ruler replied, of course I do. And then he started recounting every detail of John's past. I not only know you're the source of the tower's power, but also the one who seals memories. I know 20 years ago you attacked this devil tower, but in the end, you were betrayed by your own teammates. Isn't it? You've been stuck in this tower for 20 years. He told me that, while trapped in this damn place, I can't help but keep track of everything that happens in the tower. Jian nodded. Alright, seems like you know a lot, so there's no need to beat around the bush. His gaze, which had been gentle just moments before, suddenly turned cold and sharp. Who is it? The one who stabbed me in the back. I know, right? The ruler smiled, clearly amused. Of course I know, but I can't tell you. Jian immediately drew his weapon. You might be mistaken. I'm ready to shatter this statue. If you don't speak, I'm not negotiating with you. The ruler spoke up, his tone more casual. Why so tense? Just listen to me. You won't lose anything. Just help each other a bit. I'll show you all the memories in the tower, and you'll help me get out of here. Jian shot him a skeptical look and asked, what exactly are you plotting? The ruler calmly explained, look at my situation. His voice was low and gravelly. I was once a ruler, but now I'm in prison, forced to absorb power in this place. I'll beg anyone and pay any price for my freedom. He spoke frankly. A conspiracy? Of course there is. I will leave this damn place and stab those who did this to me. It's you, no one else, who truly understands how I feel, right? Jian recalled his struggle back then, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. He laughed loudly, Gannett. Although there was a slight unpleasant odor, the last thing you said really struck a chord with me. The sword slammed hard into the ground. All right, Jian growled, I'll trust you this time. Jian glared fiercely at the ruler. But first, let me see your memories. He laughed again without stopping. All right, finally someone gets me. Song Jae stood beside them, stunned, looking at Jian. Uncle? Jian walked over to the statue. Song Jae, you'll only skim through his memories for a moment. When we come back, it'll be hellish training, so get ready. He stopped a short distance from it. Jian asked, what should I do? The ruler replied, just stay there. With that, his finger pointed upwards. I'll activate both your and my memories. A surge of dark energy immediately flowed into John's body. The monarch said that you can view any memory you want. Jian looked at the black smoke covering his body. Any memory I want? He gazed at the countless memories, like an army marching in line. It seems you store memories quite well. Jian thought to himself, asterisk looking back at this memory, the emotions are so strange. But now is not the time for sentimentality. Show me the memory right after I took down the red-eyed devil 20 years ago, asterisk. With that, he focused himself completely. A memory fragment appeared before him. It was when he risked everything to fight the red-eyed devils. His colleagues were nowhere to be seen. Those damn bastards leaving me behind to fight alone, if I catch them. Then came the scene of him being stabbed in the back by someone with a knife. The last thing he saw before the memory ended was that person's smile. Jian's pupils turned bloodshot. It was him. That man. He's none other than the great cancer saint Jian Louis. Asterisk, you should have accepted that offer back then, asterisk. At this moment, somewhere far away. At this moment, somewhere in a distant place, Kevin and Callie Collins had been struggling to fight him for quite a while. Jian Louis laughed triumphantly. I bet the press room is in chaos by now, huh? His voice dripped with sarcasm. The world will soon know that everything is your fault. You're the one who stabbed Lee Geon and caused the mess at the press conference. Congratulations, Kevin. Kevin listened to every word, his teeth grinding a little more. Jian Louis laughed even harder. Now you become a traitor to humanity. You'll be remembered in history. Washington, D.C., just before Stephen's press conference, two figures leaped across the rooftops of towering buildings. It was Callie and Yua. Callie was excited as she thought, asterisk, the first mission in the Ophiuchus constellation. I'll do it perfectly. Jian said it's a simple task. All I have to do is deliver this prosthetic arm to those two. But he stressed, even though it's a small thing, it's still important. This is the first mission for both of us. Asterisk. Back in the present, Callie suddenly shouted, Master Jian, don't worry. I'll finish this mission quickly. Yua, standing next to her, looked at her like she was crazy. Asterisk, what's wrong with this girl? Asterisk. Suddenly, something on Kallie's back pointed in a certain direction. She said excitedly, oh, over there. Kallie's eyes lit up as she quickly flew toward her target, making Yua call out, hey. She tucked her arm behind her back and sped up. I'm coming. At that moment, Kevin was facing a key aimed straight at his forehead. From above, Jian Louis looked down with a wicked smile, saying, I'll unseal the memories you buried deep inside. In Kevin's now red eyes, the shadow of a person flashed. In his memory, the elder of that silhouette was softly saying, "Finally caught you." Suddenly, the figure's body jolted strangely. They had been stabbed from behind. The face of the person who did it, grinning menacingly, appeared. Kevin was stunned, realizing. He thought, asterisk, did I stab Geon asterisk? Jean-Louis laughed loudly, replying, "That's right. Back then, when you couldn't beat Geon, you crossed the line. You told the Demon King that Geon was dead. Afterward, you took condemnation of the sky as a trophy. But once you caused all that chaos, you were tortured by guilt, so you begged me to seal away your memories. Now do you understand? We've been in this together for the past 20 years. Hearing this, Kevin couldn't help but shiver. His face was drenched in cold sweat, and his eyes glinted with a strange killing intent. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Kevin, do you still want to surpass Geon? I'm ready to help you anytime, to gain a completely different kind of power than before." Suddenly, the stone wall behind him was punched through. As Jean-Louis was speaking confidently, he was struck in the face by a pair of legs. His cheek caved in, tilting to one side, and blood streamed from his nose. Callie Collins was the one who barged in. She sensed something and turned to look in one direction. She was surprised to spot Kevin, who was also looking at her. Callie Collins shouted, "I found it." She landed with a powerful thud. In front of her was Jean-Louis, not far back. Kevin stared in shock at Callie Collins. Callie Collins smiled brightly, pointing her thumb at herself and saying, "I'm Callie Collins." The hand behind her echoed her gesture, raising its own thumb. She extended her arm to Kevin, who was still stunned. Callie Collins, her eyes shining like stars, said, "Master Geon sent me to bring this to you, Kevin. Now you can wield the sword with your right hand." Kevin glanced down, looking worried. He lowered his head and said, "I don't have the right to speak." Callie Collins, surprised, asked, "Huh, why not?" Confused, she pulled her other arm back. "You don't need any papers or anything. Just feel free to accept." Suddenly, a thick red smoke shot toward them. "Isn't it because you stabbed Lee Geon?" Jim-Louis growled, his power exploding with the force of his kick. Callie Collins hugged her arm, closed her eyes, and screamed. Kevin squinted his eyes and said, "This is." He looked as if he'd almost been blown away. He reached his hand out toward Callie Collins, who was coughing, and called, "Callie Collins." Before Callie could get up to ask, "What's going on?" Kevin guessed, "It seems like cancer has pulled us to another place." Callie Collins looked up at Jean-Louis, now transformed, deep in thought. Jean-Louis said, "I brought you here so we could talk more easily. This may be our final conversation. Surprise, you'll have to accept that offer when the time comes." Right now, the press conference was surely in chaos. Callie Collins and Kevin stared at him tense. Jean-Louis smirked and said, "The world will only know that you're the one who caused it all. You're the one who stabbed Lee Geon." And she was the one who turned the press conference into complete chaos. Congratulations, Kevin. By the time he heard that, he was so tense that sweat was dripping from his forehead. Jean-Louis shouted accusations at him. "You've now become a traitor to humanity, forever recorded in history." He felt the waves of sand swirling around him while continuing to imagine the bleak future ahead. Before long, the fact that you stabbed Lee Geon will be made public worldwide. The only way for you to survive now is to align yourself with me. Who else is going to spare you? Kevin lowered his head and softly said, "I don't care." He forced himself to stand. "If I was the one who stabbed Geon 20 years ago." Kevin's sword gleamed with a silver light. He stood firm, staring ahead, then said, "Then I will face and atone for that sin as I should. Don't think for a second I'll ever cooperate with you." Jean-Louis looked down at him with disdain and sneered, "Ah, fool. There's no other way. You'll die here." As soon as he finished speaking, Kevin was stabbed through the body. He was suddenly attacked. Callie struck him, but his sword also swung, cutting across her head. Kevin froze, thinking, did Callie Collins betray me? It's impossible. Piss's shape-shifting ability was canceled, and Jean-Louis' face was revealed beneath his disguise. Kevin wondered about Piss's splitting and shape-shifting skills. While Kevin was still in shock, he was stabbed again. Meanwhile, Callie Collins was in another dimension, sitting down and holding her arm, talking to herself. "I should have given this prosthetic arm to Sir Kevin, but he's disappeared." Around her, there was a shield, a protective skill known as the snake skin, safeguarding Callie Collins' followers. Inside the circular shield, Callie Collins nervously said, "What should I do? Will Sir Kevin be all right?" At that moment, Kevin was pierced by many sharp stakes. Jean-Louis looked down at his pathetic state and said, "How disappointing." Seeing that Kevin couldn't fight back, he mocked. "The one who was once the master of the second god of the world, on par with Libra, has fallen to this?" Jean-Louis sneered, his lips curling maliciously. Despite the failed persuasion, it wasn't a complete loss, since he had severed John's right arm. There was also a message from the deputy city lord, Pistis Selvia. "I am Selvia." Callie Collins just left the press conference. Jean-Louis turned to respond, "Very well. Though a bit late, follow the plan. The voice on the other end responded, understood. Kevin coughed up blood, each drop dark and thick, falling in front of him. In this moment of desperation, a voice suddenly rang out, my beloved child, I can't just watch anymore. It's time for me to appear. Pure, clear drops of water began to flow more and more. Jean-Louis smirked, turning around and saying, I must take action too. Suddenly someone appeared. Jean-Louis stood beneath the crescent moon, whispering, are you sure you want to step into this world? The master of the crescent moon. Above his head, a magical circle was quietly formed. A drop of blood fell onto the ground, instantly freezing and then shattering. All the silver winds gathered around Kevin. Jean-Louis watched and said, it seems you're in a hurry. I didn't expect you to descend so directly. The ice continued to spread. He charged forward, shouting, do you think I'm just going to stand by and watch? He swung a strike using the Cancer constellation skill, pulverizing claws. Red energy surged forward, surrounding a frozen area. The impact of the strike hit the ice surrounding Kevin, causing it to crack and break apart. Kevin suddenly spoke up, April's blossom. The skill is unleashed, creating a powerful shockwave that pierces through the pulverizing claws around. Jean-Louis was pushed back by the sharp ice shards, and a large iceberg rose up. A form, built from silver wind, appeared along with a voice. How dare you touch my people? The figure slowly took shape. The sharp voice continued to echo. I can't just stand by and watch anymore. Jean-Louis looked up, stunned. You, the Virgin Constellation's Devi? Artemis. She appeared under the moonlight, delivering her judgment. You will pay the price you deserve. Artemis muttered softly. You truly are ruthless. She looked down at Kevin and assessed him. What a horrible item. To think that something from a monarch would even have a debuff cast on it. With something like that, I don't have to hold myself back anymore. She stretched her hand forward. A powerful force descended with a voice full of authority. Disappear. Jean-Louis was sent flying, a wave of force throwing debris everywhere. Jean-Louis tried to defend himself using his claws, but the goddess was unfazed. She launched another skill toward him with great force. Jean-Louis in turn created a shield in front of himself to block the attack. However, he was gradually falling into a losing position. Jean-Louis was pushed to the limit, and in a burst of power, he activated his Cancer constellation skill, Abyssal Dark Star. He shouted, after all, I'm a demigod. Don't think it'll be easy to take me down. Artemis, furious, retorted, a demigod? Is that all? And you think you can stand against me? How arrogant. She raised her hand and unleashed a series of even stronger skills. Sharp shards of ice flew toward Jean-Louis. The ice chunk struck the center of his sword, sending a shockwave that forced him to leap to avoid the attack. The red defensive aura around him gradually lost its glow, buried beneath layers of ice. Jean-Louis was hit and angrily yelled, damn it. Countless red sparks appeared. Jean-Louis had tapped into all the resources of his Cancer constellation, summoning the divine power. Artemis pointed at him, challenging. That's right. If you want to survive, you better call him. She frowned in irritation. You're still as disgusting as ever, Carquinos. Carquinos, with his grotesque appearance, appeared behind Jean-Louis, the divine entity of the Cancer constellation. He growled, Artemis. Carquinos roared. Don't even think about standing in the way of my subordinate. Artemis waved her hand dismissively. Ridiculous. She then looked at Kevin and added, it was you all who started this. The power of the two gods clashed. Carquinos, with a fiery red aura, enveloped the entire space. The strength of the two gods was beyond any limits. Artemis unleashed her skill, pointing the tip of her sword forward. Suddenly, a scream echoed, causing Carquinos to turn around and ask, what was that sound? Callie Collins rushed in, being dragged by the arm. Terrified, she screamed, everyone move. Jean looked at her, shouting, Callie Collins. He panicked and called out, wait, but he was struck in the face by the arm. The impact created a powerful gust of wind. Artemis widened her eyes, and Carquinos dropped his jaw in shock. Only Callie Collins, being pulled along, opened her mouth, tears streaming down her face as Jean vanished. Unable to hold it in, she gritted her teeth and cursed, that stupid girl. I'm in the same situation again. The one who summoned the god has been destroyed, and the god will be forcibly returned to the divine realm. Carquinos' body began to dissolve. Callie collapsed to the ground with a thud, her eyes spiraling from dizziness. She fell flat, muttering, finally, it's over. The arm raised two fingers in a farewell gesture. She sat up and rubbed her head. Callie Collins looked at the figure that had just vanished and said, I feel like I just hit something really powerful. Are you okay? The sacred artifact, the right arm of the Holy Sword King, has destroyed Cancer. You have collected the Cancer core. Callie Collins was taken aback, silently wondering, asterisk, where did this come from, asterisk? Artemis gently asked, who are you? Callie Collins looked up, just as confused, and replied, who are you? Artemis smiled softly. With me in this form, you don't recognize me. She smiled again and her face started to crack. Her body began to fade, and she gently told Callie Collins, "I'll return to a more familiar form." Callie Collins looked up and answered, "Ah, Lord Kevin, in the form of a woman. Wait, no." The other person's eyes shone brightly and her feet landed on the ground in front of Callie Collins. Callie Collins sat on the ground holding her arms in confusion, asking, "Excuse me, are you Kevin?" The woman with the hand on her hip responded, "I was once him, but I'm no longer. I'm borrowing Kevin's body to descend. I am the Virgo constellation's divine being, Artemis, in the state of possessing a saint's body." Stephen yelled loudly and, filled with fierce determination, charged forward with his hand raised, emitting bolts of lightning. He swung his arm, the attack like a slicing storm, causing the Calamites to scream in pain. Seeing the opening, Yuva and Hugo immediately charged forward, their eyes blazing with determination. Together, they combined their strength, launching a series of fierce, relentless blows like a raging tempest. The sound of the clash echoed, shaking the air. The Calamites were sent flying out of the building, debris scattering everywhere. Kevin stood frozen, his eyes wide with horror, before collapsing to the ground. It can't be. He quickly turned his head, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. They're Calamites created from the monarch's relics. A flash of the powerful monsters crossed Kevin's mind. Break-level Calamites. How can they be defeated so easily? Hugo stared at Kevin, his voice booming like a mocking bell. These Calamites are nothing against us. If you're serious about fighting, then show us your true skills. Kevin gritted his teeth, his brows furrowing tightly, rage swelling within him. Hugo smirked derisively. Are you still hesitating? Or do you have a problem? Yua added, her voice as cold as ice. Are you just going to stand there and wait? She clasped her hands together, energy swirling around her body. If you're not going to make a move, then we'll finish this ourselves. With those words, Yua shot forward like a cannonball, heading straight for Kevin. Her punch tore through the air, but Kevin managed to dodge just in time. Her fist landed on a nearby Calamite, sending it flying, crashing directly toward Kevin at a terrifying speed. The Calamite slammed hard into the ground, crushing Kevin beneath it. A Q fell out from the impact. Sagittarius and Stephen smirked. Where are you running to? The Q rolled to the feet of Sagittarius. A voice shouted from beneath the Calamites. Damn it! The transformation ability of the Pisces constellation had been undone. A tiny figure struggled to lift the Calamites. Nothing was going according to plan. She was furious. Why wasn't the Saint's power effective against these Calamites, even though the SS-1 Pisces constellation was part of the Selvia's 10 Saints? Selvia spoke up. Yet you're the one using a power I've never seen to attack them. Stephen fumed. My holy relic. Sagittarius quietly picked up the cue. He held it in his hand, and sure enough, it was a fake Kevin. He chuckled softly. That arrogant Kevin hadn't used any of his powers and was only focused on controlling the Calamites. Sagittarius glanced at the object in his hand. It seemed suspicious controlling this relic. The moment Selvia laid eyes on it, her expression turned fierce. The relic of the ruler. Yua stepped forward to block Selvia's line of sight. Hadn't I already warned you about this last time? Yua was radiating a deadly aura. Her acting was absolutely terrible. Her eyes were blazing with an intense, fiery anger. After causing all this chaos, she shouldn't expect to just walk out of here so easily. Hugo's face remained calm, but his eyes couldn't hide his fury. Stephen looked like he wanted to devour the person in front of him. Seeing this, Selvia trembled in fear. She bit her lips, shaking. Why isn't Cancer picking up? Cancer, Jim Louis. On the other side, Artemis' gaze suddenly turned cold. I borrowed his body to descend to the mortal realm. The virgin goddess, Artemis, in the form of a saint. Her face distorted, leaving Callie Collins slightly confused. A fragment of Kevin's consciousness broke free, shouting, Shut up! Get out of my body, you virgin saint! Kevin was furious. Who gave you permission to come down here and change genders again? Get out now. Artemis tightened her grip on Kevin's consciousness. I came down with great effort to save you, and this is the thanks I get. The warrior growled, once you're done, leave. Don't just use the resources of the holy altar without permission. She became serious. What's the point of saving up the resources of the second highest god's title in the world? They should be used now. Why do you always lose your temper when I show up? A vision of Kevin being stabbed through his body flashed before them. Do you think your wound is minor? She scoffed. You were hit by Cancer's entertainment strike. According to my divine knowledge, you're going to die now. Kevin panicked. Does that mean I'm stuck like this forever? Artemis remained calm. Of course, you'll have to wait until the wound heals. Kevin screamed, enraged. This is nonsense. Intrigued by the scene unfolding, Callie Collins raised her phone to snap a picture. This is so interesting. I have to take a photo. Kevin turned to her, furious. What do you think you're doing? Callie Collins casually replied, I'm taking a picture. Don't mind me. His anger boiled over. Stop taking pictures. Artemis waved her hand dismissively. What's the big deal? One picture won't hurt anything. She posed provocatively. In fact, now's the perfect time to take it. Kevin was about to explode, his fury nearly palpable. Stop! Artemis ignored Kevin's shouting, please just stop. She kept posing without paying any attention to him. Stop it. Callie Collins eagerly snapped pictures. Kevin kept yelling in frustration, stop it. Artemis winked. Did you get all the shots? Callie Collins gave her a thumbs up. Yes. She was surprised as she rubbed her head. Thank you for helping me. Artemis straightened up. Thanks to you, I was able to defeat Karkinos in time. Callie looked confused. Huh? Where are you going? Artemis pulled her hand back. Of course, if I'd already dared to trespass Stephen's sacred lion domain, why wouldn't I visit our own holy grounds? Kevin will take advantage of my absence to attack. Callie seemed to realize something. She extended the prosthetic arm towards Artemis. Then take this arm with you. It's the mechanical arm Jin gave you, the one Kevin uses. Artemis sighed. I can't lift that arm. Callie Collins looked puzzled. Huh? Artemis turned and walked away. Kevin was desperately refusing. If he takes that arm, he'll really cut all ties with me. He even threatened me. Callie, curious, said, please tell me the reason. Once again, light beams appeared as Artemis used the special powers of a saint to return to the sacred land. She turned her head back. First, handle the matters of my sacred land, then I will go directly to Jian and explain everything. Her gaze turned toward Callie Collins. Please send my greetings to him, and thank him for caring about my people. Callie Collins reached out toward the light, quickly flying away. Wait, she paused for a moment, then disappeared. How boring. Callie Collins shuddered. These are the tasks that Lord Jian assigned to me. I failed. The mission to join the Ophiuchus constellation. I can't stand firm anymore. If I meet him, what will Lord Jian think? Meanwhile, Jian stood with his arms crossed, his eyes blazing with intensity. Facing him was the figure of the dark force. The figure asked, well? A sinister smile curled on the figure's lips. Have you seen all the memories you wanted to? Jian sighed. There's still something missing. Perhaps it's because the records here are limited to the memories of the Monster Tower. Jian leaned toward the dark force. I can't access the Monarch's memories. I want to know about the Monarch's information. He responded, what could you say? His face was serious. I've fulfilled the contract. What you're asking for isn't part of it, Jian retorted. Nonsense. You still dare to pretend that he used his power. I'll synchronize my memories with yours. Jian watched him closely. It wasn't me who said that. Yes, synchronize our memories. The dark force seemed to be exposed, meaning you could also see my memories. He laughed. You're smarter than I thought. An image of Jian suddenly appeared. I thought I could trick you, but I didn't expect you to be more skilled. So why are you pretending not to know? Jian tilted his head, eager to learn more from him. If I can't reveal certain things about myself, how can we continue talking? He slightly smiled. You want to leave here, don't you? Take a gamble with the card you've been hiding. He laughed loudly. Fine, if you want my memories as a ruler, I'll give them to you. He pointed at Jian, but with one condition. Behind him, fragments of images scattered. Synchronize our memories, we will become one, Lee Geon. Lee Geon's expression suddenly shifted. What did you say? The dark force replied calmly. I will give you the chance to swallow the world. His eyes flashed brightly. Wake up, become the ruler Lee Geon. Sung Jae stood behind, quietly watching Jian. He stood there lost in thought, his focus entirely on Jian. It's been too long. Worry began to rise in Sung Jae's heart. Is everything all right? A sense of unease crept over him as something approached. A giant foot stomped heavily down. Why had Devil Tower turned into such a ruin? So this was the reason the ruler had brought them here. The door behind Sung Jae slowly opened and someone was coming. Two monsters slowly stepped inside. An intruder. Sung Jae quickly turned around. Upon seeing him, the monster seemed momentarily surprised. Human, what are you doing here? It stepped closer to Sung Jae. How did you manage to break in here? Did you cause the tower to end up like this? Sung Jae instinctively took a step back. The monster had noticed something. It seemed like the tower's system had been breached. Sung Jae understood that the monster was referring to Jian and turned to see it charging toward him. I won't let you get away with this, Jian said, still surrounded by dark energy. The monster attacked him from behind. To protect Jian, Sung Jae used his own power to strike at the monster. It was caught off guard and let out a scream. Sung Jae, you dare lay a hand on my uncle? The other monster refused to back down. Look this way, it said, before delivering a powerful kick at Sung Jae. He slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. The serpent scale protection skill of the Ophiuchus constellation shielded him. He was terrified. If it weren't for John's power, he'd definitely be done for. Looking at the two monsters, he thought to himself, asterisk, these strange creatures are definitely no ordinary enemies, asterisk. Sweating, Song Jia realized that Jian was currently reading the memories of the monarch and couldn't defend himself. Asterisk, he have to hold them off until he comes back, asterisk. The massive monster issued a command, you use some interesting powers. I'll deal with that human, you go and eliminate the intruder in the system. The protective shield slowly began to fade. You're not thinking I'll just let you go, are you? It clenched its fist and punched towards Sung Jae. The arrogant human quickly defended himself. The monster sneered. Nice stance, but that's all you've got. He continued to taunt. I thought having some fun with you would be interesting. Is it over already? Sung Jae gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. You're so loud. It's driving me insane. I need to do something. He forced himself to think. Cheon Sung Jae, focus. There has to be a skill from the Ophiuchus constellation I can use right now. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. The image of Stephen's building appeared in his head. It was the one in Washington, D.C., the headquarters of the Leo constellation. Inside that building, Sylvia had been bound tightly, her face swollen from the assault. Enough? Hugo, with a serious expression, said, All right, now you're in the mood to answer my questions, right? Hugo's face remained emotionless. So to sum up the situation, Kevin was really kidnapped by cancer. You took advantage of that opportunity to disguise yourself as Kevin and make a fake announcement, right? Sylvia, terrified, nodded. Yes. Hugo placed the cube in front of Sylvia. Where did you get this? She asked urgently. The cancer saint gave it to me, Hugo replied. Stephen stepped forward and said, I don't know the details. We need to find Kevin and that cancer guy first. Sagittarius kept asking, Do you know where Kevin took cancer? Sylvia laughed loudly and answered, It's pointless. Her expression turned unreadable as she continued, Even though I failed, I'm sure the cancer saint has already killed Kevin and is attacking the Virgo sanctuary now. The Sagittarius group froze, shocked. Sylvia laughed manically. Anyway, our goal has been accomplished. Suddenly, a figure kicked open the door behind her, making Sylvia jump in surprise. Is something funny? A voice rang out. Everyone in the room turned their attention to the door. Callie Collins stormed in, her face dark with anger, and said, I'm asking you, is something funny? You asked, did you finish your mission? Callie was so furious she was about to blow a gasket. Can't you see? You realized something. Wait a second, you just. Hold on that arm. Do you fail? Callie Collins placed her hands on her hips and replied, I'm really pissed off. Don't mention it. Her gaze turned deadly as she looked at the girl tied up under the beam. Hey, Sylvia. Sylvia broke into a cold sweat. Huh? What? Callie Collins threw her prosthetic arm, slamming it straight into Sylvia's face. I'm asking you, is something funny? Why aren't you answering? With that, Callie Collins continued to strike Sylvia's face repeatedly with her prosthetic arm. If you want to say things you can't say with that fish mouth of yours, then go ahead. The Sagittarius brute immediately intervened, shouting, Stop. Yuva rushed over to hold Callie Collins back. Callie Collins, still fuming, snapped, My first mission failure, the one Jian gave me, was because of you. Yuva held on tightly, trying to keep Callie calm. Calm down. Callie Collins turned sharply. Do you think I can calm down? This has nothing to do with you. Yuva smirked wickedly. Of course it doesn't involve me, because I finished my mission. Yuva's words stunned Callie Collins. She froze, unable to believe what she was hearing. She cried out in a mix of anger and disbelief. I'll deal with all of you. Stephen was stunned. I can't stop her. Sagittarius held his forehead in frustration. Someone stop her. Suddenly, a control panel appeared in front of Sagittarius. Lines of text on the screen read, Skill, take the hit for me. The target had been assigned in the form of protecting the family. Cheon Sung Jia, the Sagittarius, muttered, What now? Stephen said sarcastically, Library, you're so lucky. Nearby, Hugo was pulled into the control panel. Stephen turned and looked at him with a confused expression. He spun around, searching for the figure of Sagittarius, and saw Callie repeatedly slapping Slia's face. I might just feed you slaps instead of food, Yua mocked from behind. You can't even send over any equipment, and yet you're talking so big. Callie Collins snapped angrily. Cheon Yua, you're next. Just stand there. That day was even more unpleasant than those when the deities had scolded him all day long. Excerpt from the Memoirs of the Saint Lion, Stephen Marker. At the same time, Sagittarius was being pulled into a depth of space. Elsewhere, the monster was getting closer to Jian. It raised its foot. You dare invade the tower's system. It kicked forcefully toward Jian. I'll kill you. Hugo fell straight into the monster's kick. The creature was briefly stunned, and its kick landed squarely on Sagittarius' stomach. What the hell was that? Hearing Hugo's voice, Song Jae joyfully turned back to look. He smiled joyfully. It really worked. You protected the safety of the Holy Spirit with the identity of an Ophiuchus follower. You gained merit points. Hugo still didn't understand what was going on. What's happening? The miserable look on your face showed that you had protected the safety of the Holy Spirit with the identity of an Ophiuchus disciple. You blocked the attack from the disaster with your strong inner strength. Carquinos pointed at Jim and said, "Of course, I have a condition." He growled, "More than just sensing memories, you and I will merge." Geon, standing below, calmly asked, "What are you talking about?" Carquinos grinned maliciously and responded clearly, "Word by word, I'll give you the chance to swallow this world whole, Lee Geon." The fire in his eyes burned a bright red, and his grin stretched from ear to ear as he excitedly shouted, "Awaken and become the monarch." Jian showed no reaction, letting out a tired sigh as if it were a dull, meaningless joke. He coldly mocked him. "What? Mar? What nonsense are you spouting?" Carquinos, still speaking loudly, confidently explained to him, "Ridiculous. I'm not joking with you, Lee Geon. I've seen the potential you hold through your memories." The man bluntly declared, "You have the qualities of a disaster god, so your fate will not end like that of a saint. Accept me, and you'll have no disadvantage if you join forces with me." While Carquinos was still relentlessly persuading him, suddenly a rift appeared, revealing the scene behind it. Realizing that his two companions might be in danger, he immediately grew serious. Carquinos was also a bit surprised and spoke up. "Already? So soon?" Then Jian asked, "Who are you?" The man quickly responded, "We are the generals under the ruler of time." Jian still didn't understand who this so-called ruler of time was, so the man continued, "The master of Devil Tower is also the one who trapped me here. He's the one who stirred up those who wanted to kill you, plotting to stab you in the back." Jian's face darkened upon hearing those words. Carquinos smirked at him. "What are you going to do now? The generals have come in person. There's no time left to hesitate." He then stepped closer, continuing to tempt Jian. "What are you still waiting for? Go take your revenge." Carquinos kept shouting loudly, "Crush the gods and the monarchs who have deceived us. If we unite and become the rulers, we'll be able to conquer this world for sure." But Jian remained calm as ever and replied, "My answer is clear. I refuse." Hearing that, Carquinos lost his smile, not understanding why he received such an answer. Jian shot him a sharp look and said, "Your revenge plan can't be carried out without me, can it?" The moment Carquinos heard that, he shouted angrily, "What did you say?" Jian calmly continued, "Isn't that right? You're trying to drag me into your worthless plan." Jian braved the cold, exposing Carquinos' every thought. "If I don't return to Devil Tower, you'll definitely be stuck here. If you could have worked with me, you wouldn't have had to endure all this suffering. Why not just admit that you want to devour my power? If you begged me pitifully, I might actually consider using you and sparing you." Then Jian suddenly grabbed the lower part of Carquinos, as he used his skill to absorb the man's spiritual energy. He said triumphantly, "But I'll still make sure you get what you want." The system displayed that Jian was using the devouring skill of the Ophiuchus constellation. His face was filled with delight as he spoke each word. "When you've entered my stomach and are digested, won't you become a part of me?" Carquinos panicked, managing only to say two words, "Wait a minute," before suddenly shouting as his entire body was being pulled toward Jian. The people below were shocked as they watched the brutal scene unfold. A general, confused, shouted out, "What the hell are those damn humans doing in there?" Some Jazz standing nearby, as confused as they were, replied, "If we knew, we'd have stopped them already." Then both generals suddenly shot forward, shouting for the others to get out of their way. Hugo seemed to predict what they would do next and cursed under his breath. With unbelievable speed, he quickly blocked the path of the two generals, his movements so precise that rocks and debris flew everywhere. As Hugo poured all his strength into the action, he thought to himself, "I don't know what's happening, but I can't let them get close to Jian." But it wasn't easy to stop them. The female general suddenly leaped into the air and angrily declared, "You think you can stop us? I'll crush you." When Hugo hurriedly looked up, he saw her floating above him. Feeling like he was about to be crushed, Hugo immediately let out a loud roar to activate his skill. In his eyes, a bright golden light appeared, his power roaring as waves of radiant energy surged around him. These forces successfully pushed both generals back. Hugo's strength made them struggle. Next, a massive hand appeared in the chaotic space and grabbed the female general. It was Sung Jae's formidable skill. He was controlling a giant shadow, holding her firmly in place. The female general tried to dodge the grasp while shouting, "You dare follow me?" Her struggles finally made Sung Jae take a few steps back, allowing her to break free from his grip. At the same time, he almost fell, but a hand reached out from behind and quickly caught him. It was none other than Hugo, moving forward with a powerful punch, surrounded by sparks, creating an effect that made the female general cautious. Without hesitation, he threw a decisive punch straight ahead, aiming his ultimate strike at her. The general didn't know which way to dodge as that punch was coming straight for him, but surprisingly, Hugo's target wasn't them. The fist only skimmed past the male general's shoulder. A massive energy blast shot through them, crashing into Devil Tower and shattering it into pieces. It turned out Hugo's goal was to destroy the tower. The two generals stared in confusion at the scene, unable to believe everything was unfolding this way. Before they could even blink, a powerful force slammed into the male general. Hugo took advantage of their momentary daze and kicked him hard in the stomach. The male general was knocked back, reeling from the sneak attack. The female general stepped back as well, quietly speaking to her ally. This is turning out to be more complicated than we thought. The male general fell to the ground, responding to her. It's not that we underestimated them. These humans really do possess the power of a saint, and the one in front of us doesn't just have the strength of a saint. The female general wondered who they were, but the male general gritted his teeth, making a decision. With no other choice, he pulled out a round object, something like a clock. It was still emitting a dark greenish mist, mysterious and unsettling. Hugo, seeing it, fell into deep thought and silently wondered, "What is that? I have a bad feeling about this." The general stood up decisively, holding something that looked incredibly powerful. Then he suddenly shouted, "In the name of the great time monarch, I command." He reversed the time of Devil Tower. As soon as he finished speaking, the object in his hand immediately broke apart, each piece floating in the air. The dark green mist began to spread more intensely, gradually forming tendrils that looked like roots, embedding themselves into strange symbols and characters. It covered everything around them. Both of the boys stared in confusion at the strange sight, rows upon rows of them sweeping across in front of them. The tendrils seemed to be lifting the shattered pieces Hugo had broken earlier, putting them back together. It was clear that it was restoring Devil Tower, just as the general had said, reversing its time. Hugo gasped, astonished, and said loudly, "The tower that collapsed is being rebuilt." Suddenly, a hand appeared from nowhere, grabbing his leg. It wasn't just a skeleton hand, but part of a massive body with 3 terrifying skulls. Hugo witnessed the scene and suddenly blurted out, "Disaster." Then he remembered something John had said before. The red-eyed devil wasn't the real disaster of Devil Tower. It was its manager. That person had the power to resurrect the disasters that had already disappeared. At that moment, Hugo truly understood the meaning behind the resurrection of the vanished disasters. Meanwhile, on John's side, the system kept notifying, "The monarch's power is controlling the tower, and the devouring skill activation has been blocked." Jian frowned, his gaze shifting to the glowing blue light from his hand as he muttered, "Well, look at that. I don't know what you're up to, but daring to block my skill. Not bad." Across from Jian, Karkinos was tightly bound by thousands of chains, a terrifying sight. Just then, something appeared in front of him, pulling John's attention away from the situation. After recognizing what it was, he growled, "Ha, damn it, a greeting." The words on the blackboard clearly appeared. "You have a letter. Step at a time, Mar." Jian immediately shoved the notification aside, ignoring it. His voice came out in a roar of frustration. "Let me finish my meal first." The sentence was cut off, and the system activated the Devour skill, breaking the command of the monarch. Karkinos was slowly fading away, but he still tried to tempt Jian. "Stop." Karkinos gritted his teeth, shouting at Jian, "Think about my offer one more time." Jian sneered, curling his lips into a mocking smile. "Accept your fate, and I'll take care of the revenge for you," Jian said coldly. Then he continued using his power to seal Karkinos. A bright red gem began to glow in the center of Karkinos' chest, catching John's attention. "Oh, is that the core?" Jian said with a smug laugh. "Genuine, huh?" Jian pulled the gem toward him and opened his mouth, saying, "I'll enjoy this." Suddenly, a strange voice echoed, "Didn't expect it to be this hard." Jian's body froze instantly. Jian immediately dropped into a fighting stance when he heard the system notification in his ear, warning that the monarch's power was appearing from all directions. Karkinos was being torn apart by his strength, but he still forced himself to speak. "You're daring to come here without knowing where this place is? Time Monarch!" Karkinos screamed at the mysterious man in the black cloak. He emerged from the thick, swirling smoke. The Time Lord, leaning on a cane, slowly walked forward. He even politely adjusted his hood. Jian narrowed his eyes, watching him with caution. "Is that the Time Lord?" In the blink of an eye, the Time Lord had already taken the red stone in his hand and flashed a cheerful smile at Jian. Jian's overwhelming power instantly erupted, his entire body wrapped in a deadly aura that seemed to darken the sky. Jian coldly spoke, introducing himself. "It's an honor to meet the Time Lord. I've heard of you for a long time. You're the one who stabbed me in the back, aren't you?" Jian's face was filled with fury. He demanded an explanation from the Time Lord, even accusing him of trying to steal his meal. "You must have prepared yourself for this," he thought. The Time Lord stood in the thick black smoke, eyeing him with a mocking tone. "You worthless, useless leader that is the source of energy for Devil Tower. I can't let it fall into anyone else's hands." Shut up, Jian growled. He suddenly leaped into the air. The white serpent immediately bared its sharp fangs, lunging at the Time Lord. A blinding flash of light from the serpent pierced through his body. Jian gritted his teeth in response. Despite being bitten directly by the snake, the Time Lord stood firm, unharmed. He smirked, his lips curling in a sneer. Impressive. How is it that you've gained such power after only recently awakening? Standing beside him, Karkinos immediately intervened, his voice full of concern. Stop, John. Your power isn't enough to challenge the Time Lord. You'll be crushed. The Time Lord laughed mockingly. A useless ruler. Who's worried about whom now? You should be more concerned about yourself. No sooner had he finished speaking than the cold, concrete wall above their heads suddenly cracked. Countless grotesque hands, squirming and twitching, crawled out like monsters from hell. Karkinos gritted his teeth, while the Time Lord's voice grew colder. My followers have reversed the time of the tower. Do you know what that means? He asked suddenly, and without warning, thousands of spiked hands shot toward Karkinos, aiming to crush him. Karkinos had no words left to say. The monster's hands engulfed him, squeezing tight against his flesh. In helpless desperation, he screamed, If I use that power, I'll completely disappear. The Time Lord watched the scene with cold indifference as the hands gnawed at Karkinos. But Karkinos remained defiant, roaring as if to tear the very fabric of space apart. To maintain the demon tower, I must survive. The Time Lord shrugged, his gaze darkening. You're mistaken, he said, grinning wickedly. I'm not trying to protect the demon tower. He tilted his head slightly, his voice a low, cutting whisper. I'm going to get rid of you. At those words, Karkinos screamed in pure, uncontrollable rage. Ungrateful wretches. Without looking back, the Time Lord turned and walked away. Karkinos was consumed by a raging fury, betrayed and cornered like a wild animal. He roared, You've stolen my power for how long, and now you dare to insult me. But sadly for him, Karkinos couldn't stand against the Time Sovereign. His body suddenly exploded with a thunderous crash, shaking the very fabric of space in front of Jian. The Time Sovereign smirked and shook his head in amusement. He had finally achieved his goal. Turning to Jian, he spoke softly. Don't look at me like that. Jian shot him a challenging glance. Seems like even the Sovereigns have their own complicated troubles between them, huh? The Time Sovereign didn't shy away and nodded sincerely. True, everyone has their own struggles. Life is like that. Suddenly, a strange hourglass appeared, and the Time Sovereign politely removed his hat, bowing his head in a gesture of respect to Jian. The mental realm of the Grand Sovereign also began to fracture. Now I must say my goodbyes. A pact with the demon will be undone and restructured. The sound of sand falling in the hourglass began to grow louder, swiftly sweeping away the moments. And once everything is reset, the decision will be in your hands. The Time Sovereign smiled, his eyes narrowing in a playful jest. This is my apology for interrupting your meal. Jian finished his words and immediately charged forward like a gust of wind, his face contorted with anger. You think I'll just let you leave that easily? The Time Sovereign simply shook his head and smiled, his calm demeanor unwavering. No need to rush. Now's not the time, he said, casting a glance at Jian before slowly turning away. A brief sentence echoed, We'll meet again. Goodbye. Jian stood there, his brow furrowed, frustration boiling inside him. As the figure walked away, he couldn't shake the discomfort growing in him, wondering how everything had become so complicated. Am I really being stopped by an endless game? He widened his eyes, muttering to himself, while his goal seemed still so far out of reach. Suddenly, a panicked scream rang out. Jian, he's awake. Jian spun around. Before he could understand what was happening, he saw a swarm of monsters surrounding them, frantically closing in, with Hugo and some Jie right behind them. A strange, foggy feeling took over his mind. A long-necked monster suddenly howled upon seeing Jian, its eyes filled with hatred. What did you do to the Grand Sovereign of Time? Why is he burnt to a crisp like this? Jian didn't bother responding. He silently shoved his hands into his pockets, his gaze still fixed on the charred corpse of the Grand Sovereign of Time in front of him. This guy is the Grand Sovereign of Time? Jian looked at the body in front of him and sighed in regret. It's completely burned out. It can't be used anymore. The long-necked monster immediately growled in anger. Are you looking down on me? Answer my question. Jian slowly turned around, his cold gaze directed at the two people standing nearby. Sung Jad and Hugo lowered their heads. At the same time, he sharply released a brilliant beam of light. The powerful light sliced through the air above Hugo and Sung Jae's heads, then shot straight toward the monsters. The ground beneath them immediately cracked open, as if torn apart by the force. Before the monsters could even process what was happening, a massive, strange object suddenly descended above their heads like a gigantic bell. The sound was deafening like thunder as the heavy object slammed into the ground, causing a massive explosion. The long-necked monsters couldn't react in time. They were crushed by John's power, unable to make a sound. A wave of monsters was buried beneath the powerful magical attack. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, the pressure causing the earth to crack and shatter. Song Jia and Hugo curled up, hugging their heads, trembling in fear and huddling in a corner. Jian calmly observed, his eyes still cold. "The minions of the Time Lord," he muttered, his voice emotionless. Then he waved his hand, delivering a strike as if to intimidate the monsters. They trembled, their faces pale, looking at Jun in terror. His voice rang out, sharp and irritated, "I'm very displeased with your master. The Dark King who just got burnt to ashes is also your doing, understand." The massive-headed monster roared angrily, his teeth clenched in fury. He charged toward Jun as if he wanted to unleash all of his rage onto him. "You damn humans dare to insult the king!" He shrieked, immediately transforming back into his ugly primal form, his claws and fangs bared, ready to strike. "We will tear you apart." His scream echoed through the air, filled with menace. At the same time, Song Jia stumbled backward in terror, his eyes fixed on the monstrous creatures, revealing their true forms right before him. He swallowed hard, silently thinking, every disaster has at least a red-level threat, and Uncle has been facing them here for 20 years. In his confusion, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Song Jae!" Jian stood beside him, his voice soft but serious. "Do you remember what we talked about earlier? The hellish training here?" Song Jae snapped out of his daze and quickly replied, "Ah, yes." Jian stepped forward, then tilted his head and looked at him with a cold gaze. "Before we start the training, I'll show you a brief demonstration. Watch closely." Song Jae nodded eagerly. Yes, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement run down his spine. "I've always wanted to know." Watching Jian's lone but unwavering figure, Song Jae couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. How his uncle fought and survived for 20 years in Devil Tower. How strong must he be to endure and become this powerful? Song Jae gritted his teeth, determined to stay close to him. This was a great opportunity to learn. The monster roared, ready to charge, but Jian remained calm, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. He sighed softly, then suddenly spoke. "Song Jae, I'm sorry, but this whole show is just an excuse." Jian mumbled under his breath, his eyes fixed on the target ahead and focused solely on destroying the newly revived Demon Tower. The atmosphere around the tower grew thick and oppressive, like a heavy fog wrapping around everything. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning tore through the sky, crashing directly into the tower, shaking the ground violently. Without hesitation, Jian succeeded in shattering the Demon Tower into pieces. The lightning left a huge hole, and everything inside the tower was reduced to nothing but ash. Jian stood below, looking up at the ruins, and coldly said, "The tower is destroyed." Unable to resist a hint of provocation, he turned to the remaining 2 generals, giving them a faint smirk. "Well, do you still want to continue?" He remained standing there, leaning against the tower wall as if it were just another peaceful morning. At this point, they must have understood everything right. At the foot of the tower, people lay scattered, their bodies broken and bruised. Seeing this scene, a deep fear crept into their hearts. They couldn't believe the gap between them and Jian was so vast. He looked down at the 2 people in front of him and asked with a mocking tone, "So, are you really generals?" Hugo stood behind, still stunned by the recent change. Looking at Jian's back, he thought to himself, this guy was already strong, but after awakening the divine spirit, his power had surpassed all expectations to the point of being unpredictable. Jian, with an emotionless face, continued to taunt, "You're a lot weaker than I thought. Don't tell me there's no one around here on Baron Helmet's level." At this, the 2 people in front of him suddenly got angry, their pride flaring up. The male general yelled angrily, "Shut up! How dare you compare us to someone who's already been defeated, even if they had the strength of a monarch?" Jian stood firm, arms crossed, listening to him rant without changing his expression. "If you had been granted power directly by a monarch, dealing with people like you would be nothing but a joke." Hearing that, Jian nodded slightly as if he understood the issue. He thought to himself, it's probably like the relationship between a deity and a saint in the same star system. These Calamites must also have a relationship between the monarch and their generals, but they could receive any special powers like Baron Helmet did. After thinking for a moment, Jian looked down at the 2 of them again, his gaze sharp. So the real issue is just about being on equal footing, right? As soon as he finished speaking, both generals simultaneously let out a sound, their faces blank, clearly not understanding Jian's meaning. At that moment, Song Jae jumped in from behind, his face lit up with excitement, and shouted, "Uncle Jian is truly something else. Just one move, and those generals couldn't fight back anymore." However, he pointed at Jian and teasingly asked, "What about fighting that guy?" Jian laughed in amusement and turned to ask the generals. Both Song Jae and the 2 generals froze, their minds racing, confused by the strange question. "What do you mean?" A few minutes later, at the second sacred place of the snake herders, the Lee Geon Tower, Yuba and Callie walked in together, both shouting in unison, "We're back." But unlike Yua's cheerful mood, Callie looked exhausted, as if she had just come from a long battle. Hearing their call, Geon turned around, flashing a happy smile. "Oh, both of you are back already?" Smile on my shoulder is happy to greet you, but Hugo's sitting behind us, looking as blank as a piece of paper. Couldn't even say, "Welcome." Geon gently asked, "You've had a tough time, huh? Finish all your tasks?" Yua stepped forward, nodded confidently, and replied, "Of course." She confidently struck a pose, fluttered her eyes slightly, then said, "Do I even need to say it?" Geon looked at her, his eyes curving into a satisfied smile. "Well done. So, what about Callie?" She asked again, her tone unchanged, her gaze as if someone had just snatched away her last bite of food. "So what about that?" At that moment, the system's voice explained. The right arm of the Frost Knight sighed with regret over the failed mission. It blamed itself for not being able to extract the usage fee from a rare wealthy person who had recently appeared nearby. Geon chuckled softly at this, his expression saying it all. He calmly replied, "Oh well, next time I'll just hand it over to that white-haired guy." Did the big cat say anything after getting the prosthetic arm? Yua recalled the scene and happily shared. He loved it. If you weren't so busy cleaning up the mess at Leo's Star, he would have probably marched right here asking for the left arm too. Upon hearing this, Geon could only sigh. This job clearly wasn't easy. But just then she noticed Hugo. He was still standing there, his face sullen, occasionally sighing. Yua felt something was off and asked, "Hey, what's up with Dad? It feels like you hit some nerve with him." Hugo jumped up, put his arm around John and shouted, "Yua, listen up, you bastard." Then he started recounting everything that had happened a few hours earlier, from when John recommended Sung Jae to the two generals. Jeevan stared at him, surprised, then smiled and encouraged, "Sung Jae, consider this your hellish training. You were best to wipe them out completely." The words made Sung Jae panic. He yelled, "Uncle, what do you mean? This is too much for me." Jim calmly replied, "It's fine. I've already weakened them." Still, Sung Jae felt his limbs go limp, filled with anxiety, unsure of what to say to stop this from happening. Suddenly, an annoying voice came from behind. "Hey, what are you thinking? You want us to fight this kid?" Jim turned around, responding sternly, "You just said it. If the power of the ruler is behind you, there's no problem." He smirked, his eyes full of challenge. "Isn't it all about balance? Without the ruler's power, I guess you'd have to fight my holy warrior to make it fair." Before anyone could respond, he shouted, "This brat dares to look down on us like that." Jian slipped his hand into his pocket, his posture exuding danger. "What's the matter? That kid may look like that, but he's actually my right-hand candidate." He could mention that Sung Jae was ranked 4th out of 4. Was Jian giving him another push? Sung Jae was surprised and widened his eyes, but then quickly seemed to snap to attention. He burst into laughter, secretly proud to have officially been recognized by Uncle Jian. Just thinking about it made him feel excited, and a surge of pride filled him. The right hand of Uncle Lee Geon, John Sung Jae. Behind them, Hugo heard everything, his expression shifting dramatically as he rushed over to intervene. "What nonsense are you talking about? The opponent this time isn't a kid's game. It's a disaster-level threat. I'd rather handle this myself." But before he could finish, Sung Jae cut him off, quickly turning serious. He looked at Hugo with cold eyes. "Dad, stay out of this. This is a mission for Uncle Lee Jeon's right hand, the #1 saint of Fuchs. Let me handle it." He pointed to himself with confidence, his expression full of determination. Looking at the scene in front of him, Hugo felt a chill down his spine and unease in his heart. He helplessly thought to himself, that kid has fallen into Lee Jeon's trap again. After listening to the story, Yua calmly spoke up. "So, you're worried about leaving Sung Jae at the Demon Tower, right?" She sat across from him, gently shaking Jeon's neck while replying confidently, "Exactly, you're afraid Sung Jae will have to face all the hardships there." But unexpectedly, Yua disagreed with Hugo and tried to reassure him. "Dad, don't underestimate Sung Jae like that." Her words stunned Hugo, and his eyes widened in surprise. Yua continued to explain clearly. "He's also a disciple of Fuchs. If he's determined to become John's right hand, then he must have the resolve to match it." She emphasized further, "Actually, Sung Jae has already been through crisis before, hasn't he?" Callie, who was standing next to them, nodded in agreement. "That's right. It takes strong resolve to do it." Seeing that everyone was starting to agree with her point of view, Jian happily added, "I agree with that. If you're too worried, you can stay here, but if anything happens to Sung Jae, at least you'll be able to go to the Demon Tower right away." Hugo then turned to Jian and asked, "What about you?" Jivan quickly regained his serious demeanor and responded, "I'm heading to Virgo. I heard that Rotten Crab finally decided to make a move." He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger. "This time it has to end completely. I'm so tired of this pointless game of cat and mouse." On the other side, the person mentioned remained calm, a cigarette hanging from his lips, cold and composed amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a command rang out. Virgo has pulled back its defenses, keep pressuring them. This attrition strategy will give us the advantage. The voice of the commander was urgent, continuously urging, Taurus, take the lead and form a trap up front. Aquarius, quickly tend to the wounded. Capricorn, Aries, replenish the relics for those who've run out of durability. The sound of hurried footsteps and loud shouts filled the air, but through it all, only he remained still, as though savoring every moment of the battle. Before long, the soldiers were fully assembled. The Taurus squad, clad in iron armor and riding fierce bulls, looked both powerful and intimidating. At the center of the army stood their leader, Jean-Louis, exuding a tough, unyielding presence. A deathly aura radiated from him, pressuring everyone around him and intimidating the enemy. The next group was Aries, their warriors raising dozens of sharp swords, their eyes full of confidence and determination. Following them, the archery teams of Capricorn and Aquarius were ready, preparing to add their sacred artifacts to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Jean-Louis stood smugly at the center of the army, smoking a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him. His face couldn't hide the self-satisfied grin, as if victory was already in his grasp. At that moment, in the Virgo Sanctum in Europe, the battle officially began. The commander's rallying cry echoed, urging the soldiers to advance. Breaking through Virgo's sacred domain was now only a matter of time. Meanwhile, the Virgo Knights found themselves quartered, unable to resist the overwhelming strength of the enemy. Explosions from the enemy's artillery pounded against the walls, making it impossible to hold their ground. The situation forced them to order a retreat, calling for everyone to flee from danger. In the midst of the chaos, one of the female warriors quickly rallied the others. If this place falls, we must retreat into the temple of the holy deity. At the same time, another female warrior shouted, we cannot let them enter there. Suddenly, in the midst of the crisis, a powerful voice rang out, fall back. Right after that, a strong and unyielding female general stepped forward, surprising the entire army. The female general, with hair as white as snow, spoke decisively, I will lead. I will make everyone around me gasp in amazement, and some may even ask, who are you? But she could not respond. In an instant, she gathered all of her strength into her legs, causing the ground beneath her to crack. Immediately, a massive block of ice appeared out of nowhere, lifting her up and carrying her forward as though she were soaring through the air on it. Those who witnessed it were stunned, unable to understand what was happening. She stood firm on the ice staff, surrounded by strong winds, creating a scene that was both cold and majestic. Then, the general shouted loudly, and a shining sword emerged from the ice, its blade as sharp as her own fierce spirit. Her eyes, visible through the mask, were bright and intense, her gaze cold and sharp, every breath releasing puffs of white smoke. It seemed she was ready to fight to the end. Her voice rang out, powerful and clear. O holy warriors, your divine deity is here. Do not fear. Fight the enemy. No sooner had she finished speaking than she charged forward. The entire group of holy warriors immediately gripped their daggers, marching steadily toward the enemy, shouting in unison, the deity is with us. On this side, the majesty of the Holy Spirit caused the soldiers to step back in fear, whispering among themselves, isn't that the Holy Lady Virgo, the Holy Spirit? How can we possibly defeat the Holy Spirit? Wait, is she really a woman? The question reached her ears, and with a sigh, the Holy Spirit angrily shouted, don't be afraid, do you hear me? Jean, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, there's no other choice. We have to strike. The Holy Spirit paid no attention to their conversation. She tightly gripped her sword and firmly declared, the goddess skilled July, the affectionate. Before she finished speaking, she swung her sword, her body flipping as dozens of massive shooting stars appeared behind her, pulling along a blast of icy cold air that rushed straight toward Jean, who was standing below. The scene threw the soldiers into chaos, shouting and running in all directions. Yet strangely, Jean remained still, unmoving as the attack seemed about to strike him. Just as the wave of icy green energy was about to destroy Jean, he unleashed his own move. His eyes suddenly turned a fiery red, and immediately, powerful red gusts of wind surged up, countering the Holy Spirit's the affectionate and fierce waves, creating a violent shockwave. The holy warriors on this side were all stunned when they witnessed the scene. They stared at him, the one who had completely blocked all the skills of the Holy Spirit. A sudden realization flashed through their minds. Could the opponent also be a Holy Spirit? The circular symbol, now resembling a blood-soaked clock, had expanded, nearly overpowering her version's skill. At this moment, he was no longer the person he had been before. It was as if he had transformed into someone entirely different, far more ruthless. He even summoned a massive creature, bald-headed and standing behind him, grinning widely. Every word he spoke felt like a challenge, dripping with arrogance. Well, this situation feels so familiar, doesn't it? It's clear now, this time, it won't be an easy end. Let's have a rematch. The Holy Spirit mist standing on this side was no less intense. She nodded firmly, smiling as she spoke. Just what I wanted. I'll personally end this mess. At the same time, fiery red veins appeared around her, clearly displaying her strong will to fight and her determination to win. Suddenly, massive explosions rang out, repeatedly destroying the sturdy high-rise buildings. The surrounding people fled in panic, while only the host and 2 cameramen remained at the scene of the explosion, unable to escape in time. The pressure from the explosion was overwhelming. The host couldn't contain her excitement. She shouted with enthusiasm, "We're here in the territory of Virgo. The Holy Alliance, led by the Cancer constellation, is attacking the Virgo sanctum, and the battle is fierce." Before she could finish her sentence, a violent shockwave suddenly hit from above. 2 opposing forces, fire and ice, mixed together, creating dazzling streaks of light that shot down to the ground. The host, covering her face with her hands, tried to maintain her balance amidst the storm of energy while exclaiming, "This kind of power! Only saints can stand their ground against it." Just as she finished speaking, she froze, her eyes wide with horror, and suddenly screamed in fear, "No way!" Seeing the brutal battle between 2 gods high in the sky, she couldn't believe her eyes, screaming in panic, the gods are fighting. This battle is insane, it's not good." She repeated it as if trying to reassure herself. Meanwhile, from below, Jivan watched the battle unfold on the screen. He clicked his tongue, muttering under his breath, "Look at them." Jian stood nearby, cracking his knuckles as he coldly murmured, "These gods really think they can just come crashing down to Earth? Wait for it. I'll be there soon." Suddenly, Kali, standing close by, hurriedly grabbed Jian's arm, stopping him. "Lord Lee Geon, wait." Jian raised an eyebrow, turned to look at her, and noticed the worry clearly written on Kali's face. She spoke quietly, "If you're going, take this with you." The battle erupted in a frenzy. Artemis immediately ordered her soldiers to charge, protect the sanctuary. At the same time, Karkino's forces shouted in unison, their voices filled with rage, echoing across the battlefield. "This is just Virgo's last desperate attempt," Artemis thought to herself. "Charge!" In an instant, the 2 armies collided, weapons clashing with a loud crash, and roars of fury reverberated through the air. The Cancer leader and Artemis stood at the heart of the chaos, raising their arms and shouting commands to their troops. From now on, this will be a real war of attrition. Drain the enemy's resources just like Lee Geon did with the lions. Watching the scene unfold, Artemis remains silent, her eyes following the movements of the enemy. It looks like they're going to use the same tactics Lee Geon employed against Narashima. A thought flashed in her mind, and she began to taunt, her voice full of challenge. "It seems like Cancer has unlimited resources. We are the gods seated in second place in the world. If this turns into a war of attrition, it's you who will suffer." Karkinos, the leader of the Cancer army, silently nodded. "You're right, but this army is an alliance of the lost sanctuaries without their saints." He soared into the sky, his gaze cold and sharp. "They've funneled all the resources of the sanctuaries into Cancer. At least I won't be short on supplies to maintain the descent of the holy god." Karkinos smirked, his grin full of confidence and arrogance. The Virgo commander Artemis lowered her voice as she observed him, her expression showing no attempt to hide the seriousness of the situation. This is definitely not good news. She suddenly drew her sacred sword, her gaze sharp and cold. "Then, I'll end this quickly." In the blink of an eye, a towering mountain of ice shot up from the ground, causing all the soldiers on both sides to gape in shock. Murmurs spread throughout the crowd. "What is that?" "A royal skill." They all looked up at the sky in disbelief. "Unbelievable. The sky. It's freezing." Just as the whispers died down, an incredibly powerful force shot up from the mountain's peak, piercing the sky. Karkinos laughed, his eyes lighting up as if he couldn't contain his excitement. At the same time, he spurred his horse forward like a predator pouncing on his prey. "That's Virgo's royal skill. Everyone get back!" Karkinos shouted, his voice filled with a sinister laugh. At the summit of the mountain where the Virgo commander stood, she looked down calmly. With a simple motion of her hand, the sky immediately froze over, chilling the air to an eerie degree. "Royal skill, frozen sky," she whispered, her gaze distant. Karkinos didn't slow down. He charged forward with a wicked grin. "This time you've done your best," he admitted, his tone full of admiration. Artemis continued to unleash her power. The sound of her commanding voice echoed through the air, strong and resolute. The blade of her sword began to sink deeper into the earth with each strike, each one brimming with power and a chilling frost. Suddenly, dozens of sharp, gleaming swords shot toward the Cancer army, aiming directly at them. Karkinos immediately unfolded a thick black net, trapping each sword and pulling them into the deep darkness. The scene was so unbelievable that Artemis couldn't believe her eyes. She gasped, speechless. "What? Everything is being swallowed by the darkness?" Karkinos laughed loudly, a smug grin on his face. "A black hole star can do this. Just like its name, it's a dark abyss that devours everything in the world." As Artemis' army was being sucked into the black hole, screams of panic echoed everywhere. What the hell is happening? I'm stuck. A soldier shouted in despair. Terminus, standing nearby, clicked his tongue angrily and cursed. What are you doing, Karkinos? At that moment, Artemis felt a sharp, sudden pain spread through her body, making her collapse to her knees, clutching her chest and crying out in agony. Her whole body seemed to tremble, and her vision blurred. From a distance, Karkinos looked at her with cold, piercing eyes, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Is it working now? Since the goddess is in this state, it'll take some time to break through your mental barrier. Artemis felt a presence like an invisible hand creeping into her mind as if each painful, cruel sensation was being poured into her brain. Karkinos' voice echoed faintly as if from the depths of hell, sending chills down her spine. How does it feel? The mental intrusion of the ruler's skill. After experiencing it firsthand, do you still want to resist? Artemis gritted her teeth, bracing herself against the sharp waves of pain. She couldn't believe what was happening. When had the binding skill been activated, and why was it still so powerful? Suddenly, the soldiers of Karkinos all screamed in agony as well. Lord Cancer, we're being pulled in too, one of the soldiers shouted. Karkinos, pretending to be surprised, replied casually, Oh no, I'm sorry. I couldn't tell the difference between friend and foe. The leader of the Cancer army sighed, acting helpless, then continued. I'll put an end to this quickly, so just try to endure until then. His words left the entire army confused, not understanding what was going on. One soldier asked, bewildered, What? What do you mean? Karkinos looked at them with pity in his eyes. He observed the soldiers being sucked into the black hole, their faces twisted in pain and helplessness, and he shook his head slightly. Such a pity, isn't it? But go ahead, keep groaning as you're dragged in. Then he turned back to Artemis, his gaze cold as he smirked and said, Actually, I'd like to enjoy seeing you all suffer a bit longer in this state. No sooner had he finished speaking than Karkinos immediately cast a powerful spell. Artemis felt the crushing pressure of the surrounding forces, causing her unimaginable pain, leaving her completely powerless. At that moment, Kevin suddenly appeared, urgently warning her, Damn it, you have to cancel the descent of the Holy One right now and return to the Divine Realm. Kevin couldn't stand still, watching the chaotic scene unfold. Furious, he yelled, If it's just me who dies, fine, but if this keeps going, you'll be in serious danger. Artemis, already irritated by his constant interruptions, couldn't hold back her anger and snarled. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I just leave you behind and escape? Suddenly, a blinding light appeared behind them, but Artemis was oblivious to it. Frowning in frustration, she said, A god has too much pride to just abandon a saint and run away. Kevin, nearly losing control of his emotions, cried out in desperation, And you still dare to say that? Artemis, determined, countered, That's impossible. At the very least, when I die, I must die true to my own nature. At that moment, a brilliant flash of blue light illuminated the scene, eyes blazing like flames, and an immense power surged toward Karkinos. Karkinos stood frozen, confused, not understanding what was happening. His eyes were wide, mouth agape in shock. The Verno army stood still, staring, helpless to comprehend the strange sight before them. Suddenly, from above, Jian descended, his sword raised high, his eyes filled with fiery excitement. The moment Artemis recognized him, her eyes went wide. Lee Geon. But Jian paid no attention to anything around him, diving straight down with deadly precision, aiming directly for Karkinos' head. Jian swung the sharp axe with a quick flick of his wrist, and in an instant, the blade pierced through Karkinos' body with ease. Karkinos, still trying to grasp what was happening, stared in shock at Jian's sudden appearance. His anger quickly flared, and he yelled, Jian, what are you trying to do? Jian simply shrugged nonchalantly and replied coldly, What am I doing? I'm just returning the favor, giving you exactly what you did to me, just like how you tormented me in the Demon Tower. Karkinos glared at Jian, furious. Jian raised the axe again, his eyes cold as ice. He looked at Karkinos with a slight smirk and ordered, Speak, Karkinos. Why aren't you answering? Jian stood there, arms crossed, his eyes following the battle through the mirror in front of him. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. How do you feel? A provocative smile appeared. Have you seen all the memories you wanted to see? Jian turned around calmly. Yes, I've seen them. His gaze sharpened as he stared intently at the mirror. The reflection shook him to the core, a knife plunging through a heart. A hooded figure grinned maliciously. Jian spoke coldly, So it was you? The figure flinched, realizing they had been caught. It was Jian, though his face, twisted and distorted, made the scene even more chilling. Jian drew his weapon, his hands quickly moving into a battle-ready stance. His gaze was so cold. It seemed like it could cut through the very air, radiating a deadly aura that made everything around him hold its breath. Speak, Jian. What will you say? Geon's voice rang out, his eyes sharp like knives. But Ji remained silent, refusing to admit anything. What are you trying to say? Jian continued, his voice icy, clearly holding back his fury. Lee, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Jian, don't jump to conclusions. It might not be him. Jian responded softly but firmly, his foot sinking into the swamp. You can pretend to be innocent, but what you're doing only makes me want to crush you even more. His gaze hardened, his body tensing as dark greenish-blue energy swirled around him, as if it wanted to devour everything in its path. Jean, standing close by, couldn't help but frown, his hands clenched, his breath growing more urgent. Burn this swamp down, he roared, a wave of dark power spreading out and setting everything it touched ablaze. The soldiers around them were caught off guard. Damn it, he's in danger. Save the commander, block Lee, one soldier shouted, and everyone rushed forward, but suddenly, a blinding red light exploded into the air. Seconds later, they only saw rocks and earth being blown away, the heavy atmosphere shattering into a deep crimson hue. The soldiers stood frozen, eyes wide, not understanding what had just happened. A massive dragon, exhaling its final breath of fire, soared into the sky. Everyone stared up in shock. That's the black dragon. Red eyes, it's red eyes. Jian stood facing the group, close enough to speak. You should know your place, he said, his voice full of menace. If you want to die, feel free to interfere. He turned his head, his cold gaze locking onto Jean as if to end the conversation right then and there. The other man trembled, but gritted his teeth, anger burning inside him. He knew this madman had burned the entire dark swamp to the ground. The situation was too dangerous now, and there was no chance of winning. Jean stepped into the mud, each stride full of resolve. Jean stood at a distance, watching, feeling the tension radiating from him, the weapon on his shoulder a clear warning. He knew everything had spiraled out of control, and this man had completely lost his mind. A dark aura slowly enveloped John's body, thick and shadowy. Sensing the change, Jin didn't hesitate for a second. He lunged forward and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" At that moment, a sharp sound echoed from behind. Karkinos, seething with rage, yelled, "You dare step on me to climb up." But Jian quickly blocked the attack with his weapon. He gritted his teeth, his eyes cold as ice, and snarled, "I won't spare you." Jian showed no fear. On the contrary, a mocking smile spread across his face. "Oh, really? Don't you remember the time when someone stepped all over you?" He deliberately brought up Karkinos' past, pushing him further into a frenzy. Karkinos let out a fierce roar, the sound echoing throughout the space. The roar of the cancer deity, Karkinos, sent a chill through him, triggering memories of a humiliating past that pushed him into a wild, uncontrollable rage. His full power erupted, sweeping away everything in its path. Jian tried to block the devastating attack. Above, 5 vibrant circles representing the zodiac signs appeared, emitting a dense, dark energy aimed at the battle. Jian's brood stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief at what they were witnessing. The circles continuously released more energy, growing stronger with each passing second. Other deities began to emerge, and the followers who had made pacts with the cancer deity, Karkinos, quickly sent reinforcements, powering him up. At the same time, Karkinos' roar resounded again, this time even more powerful, shaking the ground beneath them. Mud and dirt flew up, pulling soldiers from the crowd and sending them into a panic. "Are we trapped?" One of them screamed, while others shouted in unison, "Help, I'm stuck. Where's Lord Jean Lauren?" Jian paid no attention to the cries around him. His gaze was fixed solely on one point in the distance, on the cliffside. From there, the system's voice warned that the power of the Dark Star was destroying everything. The environment could no longer withstand it. Kevin gritted his teeth, struggling to come up with a solution. Damn it, he thought, if it weren't for the binding skill of the monarch. Kevin tilted his head back and looked up, feeling as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his mind. Finally, he asked himself, this choice, who am I really doing it for? He stared at the zodiac circles, then sighed. Isn't Karkinos devouring both your resources and abilities? The system notifications were silent, and the Cancer Alliance's gods remained unresponsive. He let out a bitter laugh in his mind, his anger rising. Useless. Are you all pretending not to know just to get rid of me and Lee Geon? Jian stood beside him, subtly stretching his shoulders as if bracing for something. If that's the case, he said, trying to tilt his head back and calling out, Slim. As soon as he finished, Slim jumped down from the dragon's back, flipped in the air, and landed right on Kevin's head. In the blink of an eye, it absorbed a strange black energy and sucked it straight into its stomach. Kevin immediately felt the change, the binding technique gradually weakening. Looking up from below, Jian reminded him, with Slim here, the effect of the binding technique will weaken for a while. You can move now, right? Try to hold off the other gods, don't let them pull any stupid moves. If you need help, Red Eyes will step in. Kevin was surprised, quickly asking, what are you planning to do? Jian pointed in a direction, his expression serious. I'm going in there. He was even more terrified by the warning. What? Inside is a black hole, the abyss created by Karkinos. Jian already knew this, but he couldn't hide his anxiety. That's why we have to go in, he told himself. The system's voice echoed, drawing power entirely from the Ophiuchus constellation. Despite that, Jian remained calm, unshaken by the power of the Cancer constellation. He stepped into the swamp, his eyes carefully scanning his surroundings. He knew that important things were often hidden in places like this. A black hole? A swamp? It felt more like a drainage ditch. The system activated the 13th sense, searching the area. The faint scent of the Cancer constellation lingered in the air, but Jian wasn't surprised by the answer. Indeed, he had found the core of Karkinos. In front of him was a glowing object, a brilliant shade of pink-red. Jian focused intently on the light. Want to hide something important? Of course, you'd hide it in a dense forest, a place no one would notice. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again, warning of a massive surge of energy from the Cancer constellation. Although Jian had found what he was looking for, he couldn't take his eyes off something even stranger. Alongside the Karkinos core he had found, there were hundreds of thousands of identical cores. Unbelievable. Could there really be that many? The voice of Karkinos suddenly broke the silence, making the atmosphere feel more tense than ever. Look at you, are you scared, Lee? He sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. I've been waiting for your courage to dive into the black hole to find my core. But little did you know, I already separated the core. Jian's eyes suddenly glinted with smug satisfaction. No matter how impressive your detection skills are, do you think you can recognize the real core? Karkinos stood there, his expression changing as if he had realized something. You can it. Why is the Cancer core in your hands? Jian didn't rush to answer. He casually shoved his hands in his pockets, his face unchanged. My new recruit works quite efficiently. He smirked, his voice taunting. It's already here. You just said you had to pick out the real core, didn't you? Quite a hassle, huh? At that moment, Jian didn't hesitate and took a bite of the stone. Karkinos clearly hadn't expected this. What's this? He seemed a bit annoyed. What are you doing? Do you even know what that is that you're eating? Jian stayed silent, his eyes still fixed on the stone in his hand, his expression unchanged. I guess calling you rotten makes sense now, huh? You really do stink. Eating dirt from the Demon Tower would taste better than this. Hearing that, Karkinos' face turned bright red with anger. Stop complaining about the taste. Jian shrugged, clearly uninterested. It's dying. What do you expect me to do? At that moment, the system's notification echoed. The strength of Cancer is contaminating Ophiuchus' body, beginning to infiltrate. Ophiuchus, intentionally refusing to activate any healing skills, let things get worse by the minute. Without hesitation, Jian popped the rest of the stone into his mouth and smiled faintly. Good, keep taking over. My body is yours now. He wiped his face with one hand, his gaze cold. The more you take over, the easier it will be for me to emerge with this power. At that point, dark streaks appeared on Jian's face, and his eyes gleamed like fire. His 13th sense suddenly alerted him. A stone began to shine brilliantly among the other similar-looking stones. It was the core of Cancer, the true nucleus of Karkinos, standing out sharply and sparkling strangely, unlike the others. Seizing the opportunity, Jian rushed toward it. Found it. It was then that Karkinos realized Jian's plan and shouted, his voice full of fury, You bastard! From the very beginning, you were after it, weren't you? That's why you swallowed my core. Jian stared intently at the stone, his mouth admitting, of course, I'm not crazy enough to eat that nasty thing. He drew his weapon and swung it hard at the core stone. Come on, the system immediately announced. The Cancer core has neutralized the power of condemnation of the sky. The destructive force of condemnation of the sky has been weakened. The Cancer core absorbs the power of Baron Iron Helmet's scythe, and the core's energy resembles calamite's. Jian furrowed his brow as he looked at the stone, still intact after his strike. This is tougher than I thought, he muttered. Even after using condemnation of the sky and the Baron Iron Helmet's scythe, nothing had been able to damage the stone. Just then, Karkinos charged forward. You think I'll just hand over the divine core so easily? A heavy blow from the front struck his chest, but Jian remained in the same stance after delivering his strike. Too loud. Quiet down so I can think. Jian's cold gaze reflected Karkinos' crimson eye. Suddenly, his eyes turned bright red. The black dragon appeared out of nowhere, darting toward them. It took a deep breath and unleashed a fierce flame. Karkinos was lying on the ground, writhing in pain from the blows he had taken. He kept groaning, No way. How could you find my position from all the way out there in the endless abyss? At that moment, an announcement from the system echoed, saying that condemnation of the sky had shared its location with Crimson Eye, the Master's command. Jian paid no attention to Karkinos' cries, still focused on the pink gemstone in front of him. How should he handle this now? He closed his eyes, his mind spinning with thoughts. If he powered up condemnation of the sky, it wouldn't be able to withstand it like last time. And if he used the Baron Iron Helmet axe, the two would just cancel each other out. Was there another way? In an instant, Geon snapped to attention. That's it. Karkinos on the other side was struggling to hold his ground, refusing to back down. Finally, he pushed himself up and shouted, "This is all you've got. You can't take me down that easily, Lee Geon." As soon as he finished speaking, lightning suddenly crackled in front of him. Karkinos was too shocked to react and panicked. What? Don't tell me that's Narasima's fangs. Geon casually slung something heavy over his shoulder, yet it felt weightless and grinned smugly. "Oh, you noticed, huh?" He lifted it behind him, preparing to take a swing. "This time, I won't hold back," he thought to himself. "Even if I have to use my full strength, I won't hesitate." Geon raised the fang and slammed it down onto the ruby, testing it with a light strike. The stone instantly shattered, exploding into thousands of tiny shards. Karkinos screamed, his cry echoing painfully from the impact. Geon stood there, one hand on his knee, silently watching. "Not bad, huh?" he thought. "That oversized cat commander isn't completely useless after all." His face remained tense, his gaze fixed on Karkinos. Then he shouted, "Hey, you rotten crab! Karkinos, you still not dead yet," he cursed. "Damn it. Behind you is a whole bunch of human bodies made of mud. Look at you, eating whatever weird stuff. The power of the gods, your soul. Hell, even those calamites won't escape it." The others began pleading desperately. "Please help me, let me out. I don't want to be here anymore." He asked coldly, "You're just like those calamites, aren't you? Are you in cahoots with them?" Karkinos did respond, only sneered. He bared his teeth, his eyes wide with fury, and growled. "So what's wrong with that? I'm just filling the endless abyss. My cup of desire. I'll fill it in my own way." Karkinos suddenly charged at Geon, shouting directly in his face. "It's because of this perseverance that I was able to turn those who look down on me into shadows and reach this point. And you'll stop at nothing to achieve your goal. So how am I any different from you?" Geon did react strongly like him. Instead, he stood firm, hands on his hips, and calmly responded, "Whatever. You're greedy. Eat whatever you want. I don't care." Geon glanced up at Karkinos, his expression thoughtful. "Stop at nothing, huh? Do whatever you want, but remember this. Aside from all that," his gaze became sharp, his eyes as if they could pierce through anything. "Don't ever dare stab me in the back. Today, I'm going to crush you and that rotten crab into pieces." Geon took a determined step, stomping on a piece of red stone, ready to carry out his plan. But first, he needed to retrieve the core that lay deep within the endless abyss. Karkinos looked up, shocked to see it floating in midair. "What? You plan to use the Narashin lightning as a rope to pull my core up?" In the sky, Black Dragon's claws were tightly wrapped around the bolts of lightning, flapping its wings powerfully to move the stone. Seeing this, Karkinos rushed upward, determined not to let it happen. No way. His movement suddenly stopped, and a cold hand appeared out of nowhere, tightly gripping the bolts of lightning tearing through the air. Karkinos couldn't hold back a sharp hiss. "Damn it." The system's notification sounded cold and distant. The Virgin Goddess has officially descended to this land in her original form. Both of them tightened their grip on the cable, unwilling to let go. Geon gently raised his hand and spoke in a steady tone. "Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a message from Lee Geon to those held captive in the cancer prison. From this moment, you are free. The reason is that the core of cancer has been pulled from the endless abyss. You may escape without fear of being swept away by the current." Karkinos cried out in pain, "Don't!" But Geon simply snapped his fingers. The moment of release had come. Instantly, the core of cancer was destroyed, shattering into pieces. The system's notification rang out, confirming the core of cancer has been destroyed. The power sustaining the body of the divine being has dissipated. Karkinos' body is rapidly collapsing. Meanwhile, the muddy souls were freed, and the once turbulent current slowly receded, returning the area to peace. Kevin took off his helmet and looked up. Karkinos' body was slowly disintegrating, with his flesh and bones seemingly separating from each other, causing him to scream in agony. The system announced the strength within Karkinos' body was leaking out, and blood poured from his wounds in torrents. The survivors of the recent tragedy let out a collective sigh of relief, as if the terror they had just experienced had finally passed. They stood firm on the ground, feeling as though they had just escaped death and were given a second chance at life. Geon walked up to the fallen Karkinos. He stared at him coldly, lifting his weapon casually onto his shoulder. "See, even a god is just a regular person," he said, his voice emotionless. "Whether a ruler or a deity, those who only knew how to flaunt their rank and power would eventually come to realize that their fate would be no different than this." Around them, cheers erupted. "Lee Geon! Lee Geon!" The system announced again, confirming that those trapped in the core of cancer had finally been freed. They all turned toward the Ophiuchus constellation's leader to express their gratitude. Some of them, now free, chose to pledge their loyalty to this constellation. Geon didn't waste a moment, stepping closer to Karkinos and coldly speaking, "Looks like your time has come, huh?" Karkinos, his body trembling, struggled to rise, his fury evident. "Damn it. All the power I worked so hard to accumulate, lost like this, for nothing? Lee Geon, I will never let you walk away from this." The mud next to Jeon's foot suddenly shifted, as if something was rising from below. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, like a sharp object had pierced through. He looked up and saw Karkinos standing there, his eyes filled with hatred. "I've lost everything because of you," Karkinos growled. "You won't survive, I'll tear you apart." But no one expected Geon to fight back so quickly. He placed one foot on the sharp object, leaned down with pride, and replied, "Do whatever you want." Furious, Karkinos charged at him, shouting, "Damn you!" Geon leaped forward like a flash of lightning, moving so fast that only blurry after-ridges remained. Karkinos, caught off guard, charged into the battle, but Geon was still faster. A flurry of sword strikes came down, leaving bright trails of light. Not stopping there, his weapon transformed into a massive hammer. Geon swung it with full force, delivering a direct hit to Karkinos. The impact sent him flying, crashing into a pile of rocks and debris. "What are you hiding over there for?" Geon glared at Karkinos, who had now transformed into a giant crab. Geon couldn't believe his eyes. This was impossible. "No, this can't be real." The system notification echoed, and the divine spirit Karkinos trembled as his true form was exposed. Geon chuckled softly, his tone dripping with mockery. "How hard did you try to hide your pathetic appearance? But now, look at you. Your disguise is shattered." The system's voice continued, and a furious killing intent toward the divine spirit Karkinos flared even more. He could unleash the power of death at any moment. Geon smiled with excitement and charged straight at Karkinos. Around him, a massive dark green-black sphere enveloped, its power radiating strongly, expanding through the space. Karkinos, witnessing this, was left speechless in shock. Suddenly, behind Geon, a colossal serpent appeared, coiling menacingly. "I told you," Geon whispered, his voice filled with resolve. "Today, you're going to die." Once again, the system chimed. The divine spirit Karkinos was now in a state of extreme weakness. His strength was nearly gone, and the only energy he had left was the power of death, which he could use to crush his opponent. At that moment, sharp rays of light shot directly toward Karkinos, causing him to scream in agony. His body began to disintegrate rapidly. Even so, Karkinos forced out, "Lee Geon, do you really think you can destroy me? You don't understand the consequences of destroying a divine body. Do you even know why even the most hostile of gods avoid completely hunting each other down? Because when you do that, you become the enemy of all the divine spirits." Geon wasn't worried by his threats. "Don't worry about me. I'll drag all your friends down to hell with you." His cold words echoed as his power quickly took over the zodiac circles. A notification system appeared, signaling that death was not only targeting Karkinos, but was also draining the power granted to him by the gods. Immediately, all the gods stopped aiding Karkinos, turning their backs and abandoning him. The once mighty resources of the Cancer Pantheon were now completely depleted. At that moment, the circles suddenly emitted a brilliant light, but soon they began to fade. Karkinos, filled with rage, roared, "You bastards!" He hissed through clenched teeth, his body starting to break apart, fragments falling off. "You pushed me away long ago, and now you run." His overwhelming fury turned his hair silver, as if the power of finality had seeped into each strand. "It's too late now. Where are you going to run?" Geon stepped closer, his voice as cold as ice. "Once you fell into my grasp, everything was over. You and your so-called crustacean species. All of you will vanish, leaving only the fading face of Karkinos. Don't think you can end it all just by getting rid of me." Karkinos shot back, his voice full of defiance, even as his body continued to disintegrate. "Someone will inherit my place, and then Cancer will have a new god." He roared, "Sooner or later, you'll meet the same fate as me." As soon as the words left his mouth, his face shattered, and he only had time to let out a pained scream. Debris flew everywhere, falling to the ground like rain. At John's feet lay the aftermath of a brutal battle, a chaotic scene so intense that even Kevin and Artemis, who had witnessed many fierce fights, stood in stunned silence. The soldiers around them stared up in disbelief, unable to process what they had just seen. A divine being, someone they had always feared, had been destroyed. Kiev remained suspended in the air, his expression calm, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The system's voice echoed, announcing that the divine beings were in a state of panic. They couldn't make sense of what was going on, unsure of what was truly happening. The worst fear they had dreaded had finally come true. He tilted his head and looked up at the colorful circles spinning in the sky. "You can wait," Geon said, his voice unwavering. "Once that crab is finished, it'll be your turn." His cold declaration echoed through the air, silencing any thought of resistance from the divine beings. They quietly withdrew to the divine realm, leaving behind only one ominous warning. Just wait and see. A few seconds later, the colorful circles began to fade, vanishing into the stillness of the space. Geon suddenly looked down, his gaze landing on a puddle of mud at his feet. A figure struggled to crawl out of it, breathing heavily, then whispered, "This can't be happening." He stumbled forward, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, you dare to kill even the Holy Spirit." Suddenly, a powerful strike hit him in the throat, knocking him off balance. Jian immediately grabbed his severed head, lifting it high in front of him. "Look here," he said, his voice full of challenge. But Jian showed no sign of anger. "I completely surrender," he said calmly. "Now, even the Holy Spirit can't stand against you." Jian sneered, "Cursing your own tongue is probably the only smart thing you've said. Go to hell, you bastard." But Jian wasn't backing down. On the contrary, he kept provoking. "Without the Holy Spirit backing me up, how long can I last? There's a saying, your enemy becomes your friend. Want to hear my honest thoughts?" Though his words seemed playful, as soon as Jian finished speaking, he threw the head far away. The backstabbing at the demon tower was so damn satisfying, he added coldly. Jian said nothing more. He simply extended his foot and stomped hard on Jian's body without hesitation. "Die, you bastard!" His claws sank into Jian's stomach, and blood sprayed out like a bright red river. The soldiers standing nearby were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. "Lord Jean Louis is dead. It can't be," they shouted, panic spreading through them. "That's the one who killed the Holy Spirit," another soldier cried. "We can't face him. Run." They hurriedly turned and ran, each step seeming to escape the chase. The group behind them kept their eyes locked on the retreating figures of their enemies, slowly fading from view. "We've won," one person shouted. Instantly, the air filled with excitement. The girl in front of them softened, her face lighting up with joy as she heard the cheering, filled with excitement. "Long live Lord Lee, long live Virgo." She bowed her head, a sincere gratitude swelling within her, and spoke clearly. "Thank you, Lord Lee. It's because of you that our fortress is protected. On behalf of Virgo, I offer my heartfelt thanks." But before her words of thanks could finish, a sharp voice interrupted. "Wait, Jian," his face cold and his gaze determined, spoke up. "Don't rush to create this fake atmosphere of peace. We still have much to do." Kevin, who had been celebrating just moments ago, now stood frozen, along with the soldiers around him. No one had time to react as Jian pulled out a knife, aiming it directly at Termes. With a serious tone, he spoke firmly. "When I recalled my memories from the Demon Tower 20 years ago, one strange scene stood out clearly in my mind." His eyes radiated a chilling aura of hostility. "New Moon, you had a long conversation with Libra and Cancer, didn't you? We climbed the tower to face Red Eyes. Can you explain to me what that was all about?" Artemis fell silent, her face suddenly tense, unusually serious. 20 years ago, during the red-scarred raid at the Demon Tower, a sharp blade slashed across the body of a monstrous creature. The attacker was Jian. He carefully surveyed his surroundings, his gaze stern. "Damn it," he thought to himself, "these calamites are everywhere, like a swarm of roaches infesting the tower's floors. No matter how many he took down, their numbers never seemed to dwindle." Jian pondered deeply. Clearly, there were still many survivors. Either they were regenerating, or more were being continuously sent from somewhere within the tower. Hugo, standing beside him, broke the silence. "Jian, everything seems fine here. We should move forward, right?" But Jian shook his head, disagreeing. "No, Tifsu, go back into the tower and stop any remaining calamites. The rest of you, gather up and keep moving forward." Tixu blinked in surprise, eyes wide. "What? What do you mean?" Jian crossed his arms, his voice low. "I got a bad feeling about this. Chances are those calamites on the lower levels have already escaped the tower." He traced the tower's layout in the air, pursing his lips before continuing. "Yes, we left a few people outside as a precaution, but now we need to strengthen our forces. I don't even know if they'll listen to me." Jian's gaze was sharp and unyielding. "If you understand, then go. I'm sending you because I trust you." He looked at his friend with a cautious expression before turning to walk away. "You idiot," he muttered under his breath as he walked, still thinking about the dangers that lurked ahead. Hugo was visibly irritated. That guy always dumps this work on him. Even though he was exhausted, he decided to let it go. At least the guy had said he trusted him. But little did he know, while he was unaware, someone was hiding near the cliff, secretly watching him. A blade flashed, coming dangerously close to the girl's face, and Kevin's firm voice cut through the tension. "Stop!" He stepped closer, his gaze fixed on her. "What are you doing? Why are you targeting Divine Archer?" The girl remained silent, not answering. Kevin's anger flared, and he snapped. "Explain yourself. Don't tell me you're still planning to kill Divine Archer just because of some faction conflict, even in a situation like this." Song Yu slowly turned around, her eyes cold as she looked at him. "Fine. The order can change a little, but wasn't I supposed to deal with you first?" At that moment, a soldier from behind Kevin lunged at him, making him realize the danger from the dark faction. But as he was about to counter, bright golden threads suddenly appeared surrounding him. Kevin was stunned. His sharp eyes darted behind him. That bastard. How does he have this? She gave a mysterious smile, her left hand creating a powerful whirlpool of water, while her right held a scale, the symbol of balance. Pisces quickly activated her silent barrier skill. Meanwhile, Libra didn't hesitate for a second and immediately triggered her golden ratio skill. Kevin watched them, his eyes wide in surprise, and exclaimed, "You have Libra's beads." Suddenly, a shadowy figure charged at him, attacking without warning, striking him hard. Kevin barely had time to grit his teeth before a wave of pain hit him, nearly taking his breath away. The figure placed 2 fingers on his forehead and cast a spell. Less than a second later, Kevin collapsed, his body drained of strength. The figure let out a relieved breath, almost having ruined his plan. Pisces turned around and explained calmly, "We're inside the demon tower, so the god's mental barrier is weakened. It can be easily broken by the king's skill." He slowly got to his feet, feeling as if they had narrowly avoided failure. Is this really the time to say something like that? He smiled, his eyes full of self-satisfaction. With a serious expression, Pisces continued, "Luckily, silent barrier protected us. Divine Archer didn't notice the change." She turned her head, moving away from the attention of others, making sure not to reveal any weaknesses. Meanwhile, Hugo continued walking, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding around him. Pisces sighed and admitted, "It's my fault. I'm not used to ambushes like that." She glanced at the fading camouflage and suddenly realized the person standing before her was none other than the Holy Ligra, Giselle Lawrence. The man looked down at Kevin, his eyes filled with deep thought. So, what should we do with this poor Virgo? He thought. Giselle frowned slightly, her eyes sharp with caution. Apart from Lee and Divine Archer, he was the most dangerous target. Eliminate him. I'll take care of the cover-up, he ordered, his voice unwavering. Without hesitation, he drew a knife from his belt and hurled it at Kevin. But in the blink of an eye, a protective barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the knife just inches from Kevin's face. The man froze, stunned, staring at the shield that had materialized in front of him. What? He couldn't believe his eyes. A system notification immediately popped up. The Virgo constellation Artemis has created a protective barrier. Grinding his teeth, the man gathered all his strength, refusing to give up. He continued attacking, trying to break the shield, but all he saw was his own power being repelled, pushing him back. Giselle stood in the swirling wind, casting a brief glance, silently cursing. Damn it, it's that stupid divine spirit again. Always pampering this Virgo idiot. He sneered inwardly. Suddenly, Artemis appeared, followed by another system notification. Artemis has appeared in the form of a spirit. Due to the influence of the demon tower, Artemis' power has been significantly weakened. She looked down at Giselle, her gaze cold, and then asked challengingly, Libra, what are you planning to do with my precious disciple Without a moment's hesitation, Artemis' words cut through the air. What else? I'm just taking this opportunity to eliminate the nuisances, the ones who follow Lee Geon. This scene is easy to set up, there's nothing difficult about it. He died in the battle against the Calamites inside the demon tower. Artemis growled a warning, "Don't push your limits, Astra. I can't stop you from acting on your own because of certain restrictions, but I won't stand by and let you trample on my side's interests." Giselle sneered, "Oh? Then why don't you act right now and stop me?" Artemis gritted her teeth, visibly angry but unable to do anything except hold herself back. "Well, of course, it's because the demon tower has weakened part of your strength." Giselle didn't miss the opportunity and pointed at her, taunting, "Don't get too confident, Artemis. I'll let slide when you refuse to join the plan, but most of the divine beings have already decided to eliminate Lee during the Demon Tower raid. If you keep interfering, you're going to have trouble." A scale dangled from her finger as Giselle continued, her voice dripping with challenge. "I don't want to make unnecessary enemies with the divine beings either, so I'll give you a choice. Choose Artemis. 1. Save Kevin and keep silent about this forever. 2. Face me, face the divine beings and the entire Demon Tower." Giselle stared at the scale, quiet, as if weighing a decision that could change her fate forever. Giselle was so angry that her whole body trembled, but in the end, she bowed her head in defeat. "Fine, just don't touch Kevin," she said, her voice tense. Dan had been standing silently next to them this whole time, but now, he spoke up. "Good thing we understand each other." Giselle looked around, still not fully at ease. He started rummaging through his pockets, then looked at them and said, "All right, but just to be safe, we need some kind of guarantee." Suddenly, he appeared in her hand. "Here," she said firmly. "We need a guarantee." Giselle didn't say anything, but quickly placed the key on Kevin's forehead. Immediately, a red mist appeared, enveloping him. "I'll implant a mental restraint skill into Kevin's mind." Artemis watched in stunned silence, her eyes wide with amazement. She had seen Giselle's power before, that dark, chilling strength hidden behind the Libra. Yes, it was exactly that. A terrifying shadow loomed behind Giselle, grinning maliciously. Artemis exhaled sharply and finally spoke, the power of a monarch. Geon's face tightened as he heard this. So you know everything and still kept quiet? He snapped, unable to hide his anger. Kevin, caught off guard by the revelation, exclaimed in disbelief, "What were you thinking, accepting this?" She lowered her head and softly said, "I'm sorry, but there's nothing more I can do. Virgo alone can't stand up to Libra, nor can she deal with the Calamites or the Kings." She paused, took a deep breath, then continued, "But after Leon is revived, I believe we'll have a chance to escape this situation. I've done everything I could." Kevin couldn't stop blaming her. The problem started when you trusted that person in the Demon Tower. "I'd rather die than survive without doing anything." Artemis, her eyes red, almost choked on her words. "To save you, I had no other choice." Geon remained silent, his mind spinning. Pieces of the puzzle slowly began to fit together. The white-haired man had met with Sebastian. Maybe it was Jean-Louis in disguise, or perhaps Libra had orchestrated everything. He looked at the key in his hand and suddenly realized something. The real issue was Libra and his royal power. We've confirmed that Libra is making alliances with the kings. It's obvious he's using the royal skills, but there's something off. The key, a mysterious object used by both Dark and Libra after killing Jean-Louis, seems to be the key to everything. While John was lost in thought, all he could hear around him were the voices of Kevin and his arguing. Kevin snapped, "Virgo, how can you be so heartless?" "Miss added, my disciple, this is too much to bear." Geon felt a deep sense of disappointment, as if everyone had abandoned him in this moment. Geon shouted, "It's too noisy. Be quiet for a moment." Kevin turned back and replied, "You're the one who should be quiet. You know everything, but still stay silent, and now you're telling others to be quiet." Geon grew even more upset. "I'm really frustrated right now." Artemis, standing nearby, watched the two argue, unsure of how to step in. She felt awkward and simply stood there, watching in silence. Finally, John spoke up. "Anyway, you helped me fight those monsters. Like Artemis said, you stood by my side, so we're even now. No more debts between us." Hearing this, Artemis's face brightened. She quickly clasped her hands and asked, "Really? Thank you so much." At that moment, Lee Geon, standing beside them, glanced at Kevin, who was shrouded in the shadows cast by the smile. He looked at him curiously. "What are you going to do next?" Kevin furrowed his brow, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and said, "Take this." He handed something to Geon. Geon looked at it with curiosity. "What is this?" Kevin smiled, locking eyes with him. "This is my symbol of power, a round emblem with a four-pointed star in the center." Geon's eyes widened in surprise. Kevin continued, his tone firm and determined. "Lee Geon, I'm giving you full authority over the Virgo faction." Just then, a notification echoed from the system. "Saint Virgo Kevin Hazard has officially requested to join your army." Artemis couldn't help but be stunned. His eyes widened and his voice clearly showed his surprise. "What do you mean? Are you saying you want to leave the temple?" Kevin calmly responded, unhurried, "No, that's not it. I'm just repaying a debt." He slightly turned away, his eyes showing seriousness. "It was Lee Geon who kept the temple safe. I've never mentioned the old debts, and the events in the Tower of Demons have been kept quiet. I understand how you all think, but for me, this is something I can't accept. You understand, don't you?" His voice became firmer, a bit colder. "You have your way, and I have mine. No matter how you and Lee settle your debts, I'm simply repaying mine in my own way." Silence fell. The soldiers listened quietly, and even Miss stayed silent, pursing his lips, unsure how to react. Kevin slowly knelt, one knee touching the ground, his posture solemn. This time, I kneel out of respect. He didn't say anything more, just looked at everyone with sincere devotion. "I, Kevin Hazard, the saint of the Virgo constellation, on behalf of Virgo, would like to express my deepest gratitude to Ophiuchus for your invaluable support." His voice was clear and respectful. "From today on, all the power of the temple will be transferred to Ophiuchus. I declare that under your leadership, both temples will join forces and grow together. Please accept our request." Lee, standing silently in the shadows, kept watching Kevin's words without saying a thing. The soldiers stood still, their eyes following Kevin as they gradually lowered their heads, following his lead. In the end, they all knelt and bowed before Geon in a deep gesture of respect. Witnessing this, Artemis couldn't help but feel surprised, her eyes widening in shock. Geon, too, couldn't refuse. He sighed softly before speaking. "Then thank you. I will accept it. And you, do you have any objections to this decision, Artemis?" Artemis closed her eyes and responded quietly. "How could I object? He's right." She was the last to kneel, and her words came out like a firm pledge. "I will place the future of the Holy Order in your hands, Lee. I hope you will bear this heavy responsibility." As soon as she spoke, a notification echoed through the air. Virgo has joined under the banner of the Ophiuchus Holy Order. Behind Geon, a symbol of a serpent slowly appeared, marking the sign of his new power. All of Virgo's resources would now belong to Ophiuchus. A monumental record was etched into the sacred scriptures, further increasing Ophiuchus' prestige and elevating its divine standing. Geon couldn't hide his radiant smile upon hearing the announcement. The gemstone emblem in his palm shone brightly. He thought to himself, asterisk, so a holy order can actually submit and join another holy order asterisk. At the second sanctum of Ophiuchus on the rooftop of Lee Geon Tower, Geon raised the stone, his eyes fixed on the sparkling light reflected in the sunlight. Soon, the wave of his workload would increase drastically, and he would once again be buried under an endless pile of tasks. But then, a flash of light gleamed from the stone, making Geon pause. He squinted toward the sun and whispered, there's still something else that could be mine. He realized the truth, but simply smiled calmly. Looks like I've gone in circles for nothing, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, from below the tower, a voice called out, Uncle. Geon looked down and saw Yua waving, eagerly waiting. He raised an eyebrow, stood up, and spoke in a warm voice. You've been waiting for a while, haven't you? He slipped his hand into his coat pocket and continued. Today, I need to clean up this backlog of work, but first, I'll perform the purification ceremony for Yua. In another corner, Hugo leaned his chin on his hand, his face full of annoyance. He muttered to himself, damn it, that annoying Lee guy told me to follow him if I cared about some Ja, but now he's blocking the demon tower. What am I supposed to do now? A notification immediately popped up on his screen. Access to the demon tower is restricted until Seicheon Sumjae completes his training. Do you have permission to enter? Hugo sighed in frustration, muttering under his breath. This is the authority of the deity. What can I even do? Hugo glanced down at the system panel, his eyes flickering with a hint of confusion. Wait a second, I'm the saint of Ophiuchus. Why can't I get in? He muttered to himself, then quickly noticed a message on the screen. Access denied because you are only a temporary saint of Ophiuchus. You'll be allowed entry once you become an official saint. Hugo sighed, his voice heavy with disappointment. Oh, come on. He closed his eyes, lost in thought. Actually, this is something worth thinking about. Should I really become an official saint of Ophiuchus? The question hovered in his mind, but soon his resolve returned. No, I can't. I can't go back to being the one who always followed Lee around. Just as he made up his mind, a series of notifications popped up. Sagittarius deity urgently requests, please don't leave. Sagittarius deity asked if you'd like something to eat. Sagittarius deity offers to help pay off the interest on your home loan. He could only shake his head in helplessness and muttered, what is this? Can you offer something more interesting? Upon hearing this, Apollo could only sigh, unable to even cry. Moments later, a powerful beam of light suddenly erupted from a distant tower, shooting straight into the sky. Hugo quickly turned to look in that direction, his voice barely audible as he said, what's going on? Immediately, a system notification rang out. The baptism ceremony for Yua has begun. You know what to do, so go now. The voice of the centaur echoed, firm and serious. Geon, Yua, you can't do this. The system blinked again, and the centaur furrowed its brow, speaking with determination. You've already answered. Now it's time to go. Suddenly, a hand appeared from nowhere, grabbing the back of Google's shirt and pulling him back. The centaur repeated insistently, you answered already, go. Your body might be fine, but you still need to explain things clearly. Not now. Hugo struggled to free himself, but the hand held tight, refusing to let go. The centaur confirmed, everything I do here is right. Hugo let out a soft cry, determined to move forward, urging, Yuha, wait a bit. I'll be there soon. Beside him, Yuha stared in surprise at the scene before her. A cold voice rang out from somewhere. Good. Almost got it. This time finish it. She floated in the air, facing a giant serpent. Yua, confused and disoriented, looked around. What exactly was happening? Around her, there was a chaos of noise. The serpent was struggling, trying to break free in its final moments. Don't be afraid, aim for its head. Immediately, Yua heard the serpent's roar. Everything that was happening now, was this someone's memory? The serpent's eyes suddenly widened, and at the same time, a distant look appeared on someone else's face. Jian stood still, unmoving, as the sounds of cheers and excitement filled the air around him. People of this land, rejoice and welcome. Today, the 13th saint has appeared. Let us send thunderous applause to the one who has fulfilled their mission. Yet Jian didn't react. He remained silent, offering no response. In his hand, it seemed like he was holding the cold, lifeless hand of someone who had passed away. The scene around him remained unchanged, with the people still ecstatic, caught up in the moment. Long live the 13th saint! Long live the 13th god! Long live humanity! The shouts echoed everywhere. Yua, standing in the crowd, felt a strange sense of youth return to her in that instant. But as she looked closer, she was startled to realize the voice that spoke was none other than Lee Geon. She stepped back, suddenly aware that she was standing on the giant palm of Geon. He looked at her, smiling as if asking, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, Yuba snapped back to reality. Geon softly asked, "How does it feel?" She happily took his arm, placed it on her head, and replied, "Finally, it's done." At that moment, an announcement from the system rang out: Saint Cheon Yua has completed the purification ceremony. The leveling up ceremony has been completed, and her rank has been upgraded to SS. Cheon appeared somewhat helpless, but he sighed and said, "Well, that's good. Can I let go of your hand now?" Yua trembled, gripping Jeon's wrist tightly. "Huh? What did you say?" She kept her eyes closed, her mind lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. What just happened? Should I ask him about it? She wondered. No, it's better not to ask. A sense of confusion enveloped her. What should I do? I can only hold onto his hand a little tighter. Suddenly someone jumped out, startling them both. Hugo's eyes lit up. Hey, so the purification ritual is complete now. A system notification echoed. Temporary Saint of Ophiuchus, Hugo, has activated the God's Ring of Observation skill. The message appeared above their heads. Lee Geon, the Saint of Ophiuchus, Cheon Yua, Executioner of the Serpent. Jian looked at Hugo, smiling smugly. You're late, kid. Yua tightened her grip, her gaze filled with murderous intent. I want to stay with him. Hugo dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Look with your own eyes. He's taken my daughter. Jian, growing impatient, spoke up. Enough with the theatrics. It's your turn to make a decision now. Hugo looked up, confusion on his face. Huh? What am I supposed to do? Say it out loud. Jian snapped. What are you going to do? Do you still want to be a temporary saint forever? Hugo quickly turned his head, dodging swiftly. We're not ready yet, he said, sensing the tension in the air. Jian seemed to have lost his patience. Oh, really? Then let's do it this way. He used his power, forming a shape like a pair of scissors with his fingers, then coldly said, Come here, fight me. Hugo froze, panic in his voice. What are you planning to do? Jian didn't answer right away. Instead, he raised the scissors and pointed them at the chain wrapped around Hugo's head. Cut it, he said. Sever this connection so everything ends neatly. Hugo's voice trembled with worry. Wait, what exactly are you going to do? Before Jian could respond, a burst of light, like a flame, suddenly appeared between them. Jian pulled Yua back, keeping her out of the flame's reach. He didn't seem angry, just smiling as he said, Someone's interrupting, ruining the fun. Still, it's nice to meet you. A voice came from the fire, sounding somewhat displeased, too noisy. From within the smoke, a figure appeared with long golden hair and a sun symbol on their forehead. You finally forced me to intervene, the figure said. Jian stared, realizing, so this is the sun god Apollo. He muttered angrily, Damn disaster god. Another figure ran down the hallway, hurried as if fleeing from something. It was Callie, holding a pile of papers and whistling happily. Callie suddenly remembered the smug look on John's face. You want to become an official follower? Fine, but first bring me 500 pages of handwritten autobiography. Don't forget, you have to write it yourself. Jian finished speaking, leaving a tense feeling in Callie's chest. She frowned, gripping her notebook tightly, cold sweat trickling down her skin. I finished, she said, her voice tight. Those 500 pages were exhausting. Still, a blush crept up her face as she imagined the future, a surge of excitement rising within her. She knew that if she could just get through this challenge, she'd officially level up. At that point, Yua would definitely have to bow down and call her a saint. With a bright smile, Callie rushed out, shouting, Is Lord Lee Geon here? She ran up excitedly, her voice full of energy. Lord Lee Geon, I've finished. Before she could finish, a flame suddenly erupted, engulfing the pages in her hands. At the same time, a fierce fire swirled in front of Jian and Yua. Jian tilted his head, clicking his tongue in regret. Just so close, yet ruined. Anyway, it's been a pleasure meeting you. Immediately, from the wave of flames, Apollo appeared, his presence commanding, his eyes cold and judgmental. It's too noisy, he said, his voice stern. I had to step in. After a brief pause, Apollo shook his head in frustration and shouted, What a damn wicked god. Kali stepped out, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at the scene in front of her. Yuva was standing next to her, equally stunned, not sure what was going on. Suddenly, she turned her head and noticed Kali, frozen in place, her eyes wide in surprise from the flames rising from the burning papers. She looked down at her hands, her heart aching as she saw the last pieces of paper turning to ash and floating away into the air. Kelly, furious, was about to charge at Apollo, but Yua quickly stopped her. Jian, standing beside them, chuckled lightly and spoke up. Yua, Callie, there's something important I need to discuss. Can you both step aside for a moment? Yua, holding Callie, who was sobbing, gently pulled her away. She smiled and replied, Sure, you two go ahead. I'll head downstairs first. In her mind, she reassured herself that between her father's deity and Uncle Gun, there probably wasn't anything too serious, right? Apollo seemed irritated, his attitude clearly annoyed. You shouldn't have called me that. Lee Geon, you're so cruel. He responded casually. This is the most polite way to address you. I still have a lot of questions for you. Then he opened the system screen, looking at it seriously, and spoke directly. Let's get straight to the point. When I appointed Tiksu as the temporary saint, I noticed something strange. Geon turned the screen toward Apollo so he could see clearly. Here, this is the standard contract between a god and a saint. Geon said, his eyes fixed on the screen. Apollo flinched slightly, his gaze locked on the text in front of him. One particular clause made him doubt everything. Geon casually spoke, take a look. On the screen was a strange clause. The saint must offer their own soul after death, or the soul of someone of equal worth, as collateral in exchange for power from the god through the contract. Geon gritted his teeth and asked, all 12 gods? Apollo sighed, then replied, so, what are you going to do about it? Do you think the gods give power without a price? Now you understand, gods are just noble beings acting out of goodwill. Geon couldn't hold back his anger. What? How can you stay so calm? This leaves me speechless. Apollo chuckled softly, but the seriousness in his eyes couldn't be hidden. You probably know that the faith the followers have in the temple, their sacrifices, the effort to level up, fight, and the offerings they give, these are all part of the price they must pay. Those followers are giving their lives and souls to the gods. Apollo looked at Geon, his gaze piercing. The soul is just one of the most expensive prices a saint must pay. Geon stared directly at Apollo, his voice filled with suspicion. You've collected the soul, but what exactly are you using it for? Isn't it just like what that wicked crab does? Are you all just a disaster waiting to happen? Apollo remained calm, unfazed by the question. Souls are usually used to sustain the immortality of the gods and to allow them to inherit their divine thrones. As for what others do with souls, I don't concern myself with that. But some do pay a price for it. You must know of someone like that. Geon frowned slightly, then quietly made the connection before speaking up. Are you talking about Astraea? Apollo nodded without hesitation. Exactly. Astraea collected the soul of the saint of Lygra, Giselle Lauren, and took over her body. Geon pointed a finger at Apollo, his eyes full of doubt. So, are you planning to do the same with Tiksu's soul one day? Apollo looked back at Geon, his eyes full of questioning. You're asking me? Suddenly, Apollo raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. A powerful light emanated from his palm. He opened his hand for Geon to see, revealing 2 swirling fireballs glowing brightly in his palm. I don't need Hugo Otter's soul. The Holy Spirit remained silent, and a cold voice echoed, because I've already paid that price long ago. It's the soul of Sam Otters, Hugo Otter's father, the temporary saint of Fuchs, the soul of Emily Otters, Hugo Otter's mother, the temporary saint of Fuchs. Geon heard this and laughed out loud. He covered his face, and a strange light radiated from his fingers. Geon looked at him, his eyes full of anger, and coldly asked, what are you going to do with those souls? Apollo calmly replied, I'm not doing anything. I've only kept their souls, at least to save whatever breath remains. Those who belong to me, the saints I once awakened, have been swallowed by disaster. He looked at Geon, his gaze unchanged. I've also recorded their souls as part of the price paid when the contract was made. I hope you understand. Even gods, no matter how powerful, sometimes have to follow meaningless rules. Apollo continued, his tone unchanged. As for transferring the souls, it doesn't have to be done immediately, as long as the god is willing to bear the cost. You haven't forced Hugo Otter's soul into the contract, have you? Lee stood still, his eyes deep in thought. Apollo looked at him, then handed Geon the 2 souls he had just mentioned. I don't intend to use them. Since I ran into you, I'm giving them to you. After all, your power over souls is far greater than mine. In the end, the souls of Sam Otters and Emily Otters were transferred to the god of Fuchs, Lee Geon. Geon held the object in his hand, staring at it for a moment before speaking seriously. You gave this up too easily, which makes me suspicious. If there are any conditions, just say them now. Don't blame me later. At that moment, Apollo couldn't hold back any longer and revealed his true intentions. Angrily, he grabbed Geon by the collar and shouted, Give back my people right now. Geon clicked his tongue and sighed, I saw this coming. Apollo, his face flushed with rage, snapped, This Hugo is unbelievable. He's a member of the Sagittarius, but his devotion to Fuchs is even stronger than his loyalty to his own sign. Geon sensed Hugo's devotion to the Sagittarius constellation, which was at 92%, fluctuating strongly. Meanwhile, the system registered that Hugo's devotion to Fuchs had reached 400%. Geon smirked, feeling proud of himself. It's all thanks to my good character. Apollo, so furious he could barely control himself, yelled, Good character, huh? He pointed at Geon, emphasizing every word. Don't you both, Hugo and you, Legan. Remember everything I've done for you." Geon raised an eyebrow, replying skeptically, "What have you done?" Apollo snapped, "Hey." Apollo, filled with rage, shouted with anger, "When you were struggling to gather materials for the sacred artifact, who was it that provided them for you? Wasn't it me? At that time, I helped you for one simple reason, to thank you for taking care of my servant. But from now on, remember to return the favor. Don't forget." Jian sighed regretfully, saying if it weren't for that last remark, maybe everything would have been perfect. Then, Apollo spoke with a hint of sadness in his voice. 20 years ago, before you entered the Demon Tower, who was it that predicted the danger you were about to face? It was me. I secretly warned Hugo that Lee Geon was in danger, making him rush to warn you. And yet you just calmly responded, showing no concern at all. This made Apollo feel deeply frustrated. Unable to hold back his anger, Apollo shouted, "You pretended not to hear when I questioned you. Do you think you can do whatever you want and command my saints as if it's so easy? When you fought Libra, wasn't I the second one there? I even granted you a divine throne, and you don't remember that?" Apollo unleashed all this fury. "I've returned every soul that was bound by your contract. I've done everything I could for you." Apollo writhed on the ground, screaming, "I've done it all." In the room, Hugo frowned, narrowing his eyes in dissatisfaction, and said, "Don't use my body as a joke, rolling on the floor like that." Jian quietly thought to himself, "Asterisk, is this what I become when I lose control?" Asterisk, he pointed his finger and shouted, "Did you get shot in the head or something? Can't you just sit still for once?" Apollo stubbornly retorted, his voice firm, "You think I can just sit still?" Jian paused, his expression thoughtful. After all, his relationship with Apollo was still pretty good. Before being trapped in the Demon Tower, when he gave everything in battle, it was Apollo who helped him the most. Apollo screamed, his face full of anguish, "Oh my God, everyone look. This disaster is repaying kindness with hatred." Jian realized he might have gone too far. "All right, let's just calm down and talk this through," he said. But Apollo would listen. He continued to throw himself down dramatically, pretending to be hurt. Apollo sighed deeply, and if he had known this would happen 20 years ago when the gods cursed him in every possible way, he should have added one more curse. "I only cursed you to be ugly and hurt, because I went easy on you." Jian was genuinely shocked. He took a step forward, making Apollo stop his act. His face turned red with anger, and he gritted his teeth. "Hey, say that again." Apollo suddenly froze, his expression turning cold. The man, who was usually loud and energetic, now stood in eerie silence. It was as if all of his arrogance had vanished. He raised his hand to the rooftop, his eyes sparkling with a bright smile. "In the future, I hope you'll help me." Without hesitation, Lee Geon grabbed Apollo's face tightly, making him cry out in pain. "Ah, maybe that was a bit much," Apollo said, trying to calm things down, though he couldn't hide his discomfort. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck from the battle above, hitting the rooftop and adding more tension to the air. Yuva sighed as if he had expected this. "I knew something like this would happen," he muttered, his eyes fixed on Jun, who was burning with fury. "Didn't I always think my body would be crushed from overusing my power?" Apollo said, exhaustion evident in his voice. "And now you're talking about, did you just mention a curse?" Jian didn't respond. He only glared at Apollo with intense rage. In that instant, Apollo noticed something strange. A 5-fingered tattoo appeared on his face. He recoiled, his eyes cold as ice. Jian narrowed his eyes. "Is there anything else?" Though Apollo was exhausted, he answered smoothly, "I'm being honest. Other gods might curse to weaken life, but I only reduced the attraction and made a few minor changes to your appearance." Jian roared in anger. "That's the problem, you fool. This is Tiksu's body. You can't just mess with it." Apollo, battered and bruised, still held his ground. "Lee Geon, my brother, was clear. Leave all grudges behind. We made a fair deal, didn't we? I haven't broken any promises." Jian was furious, unable to control himself, and struck Apollo a few more times. As he hit him, he yelled, "No, this can't be left like this." Apollo looked up, his eyes still calm, but his voice carried a hint of worry. "Hold on, let me tell you something important. You should ease up a bit." Inside, Apollo felt a storm of anger building, but he tried to stay composed. "I'm truly sorry for being such a useless older brother. I betrayed my little brother, and that's why he cursed you with a 24/7 surveillance spell. Every action, every small move you make, he'll be watching it all." Jian seemed on the verge of exploding, his fists clenched and veins popping on his neck. "And you're no longer in debt to the young moon. You and that bastard are both dead for sure." Apollo shuddered, his worry growing. "Damn it. What did I do to make you so angry? I've done everything for my little brother, and you're still like this. That useless girl." At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted. "Who are you calling useless?" Kevin appeared, his eyes full of condemnation. "That's crossing the line." Jian ignored Kevin's words, lowered his hand, and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, throwing it forcefully at Apollo. Enough! Take this paper and sign it. Apollo looked at the paper, confused and unsure of what was happening. What's this? A contract to join the Ophiuchus constellation. Jian stood at a distance, his voice threatening. If you don't want to die, you'd better sign it. Apollo was furious, his voice roaring like thunder. You bastard Ophiuchus, what do you think I, Apollo the Great, master of the sun, am? We could talk about an alliance, but being your subordinate? Never. Not in a million years. He kept questioning, his face filled with rage. I helped you with everything I had, but because of pressure from the powerful factions among the gods, I can't go against the tide. You're dragging everyone into becoming your followers just because of a curse. Is that all this is about? Before he could finish, Apollo was roughly interrupted by Jian at the top of the building. Two glaring magical circles appeared, one showing the shape of Ophiuchus and the other the shape of Sagittarius. A new constellation emerged, and the Centaur was officially made a subordinate to the Ophiuchus constellation. The 13th seed of the zodiac appeared with Ophiuchus' magical symbol forming a powerful aura of light. The leadership of this zodiac sign had enough power to erase both gods and the divine realm, making the other gods in the zodiac tremble in fear. For them, this deity was an entity that should not exist. Apollo, his head bruised and bleeding, gritted his teeth and said, "Do you understand now? That's why most of the gods fear you." It was still Apollo with the lump on his head, but this time his expression was serious. He didn't beat around the bush and said plainly, "They are terrified of the power you hold." Jian remained silent for a moment, then raised his hand. The green flame danced on his palm, a silent affirmation that no further words were needed. While my power is tied to life and death, I never expected it to be so destructive, Jian said, his gaze thoughtful. Apollo looked at him, surprise clear on his face. You didn't expect it to be that bad? You used that power to destroy Carinos, Apollo said, as if he couldn't quite believe what he'd just heard. He slowly pictured the scene of those in black robes gathered around the throne of the Zodiac, each one staring intently at that seat of power. The Zodiac throne is the highest divine position. Apollo continued, his tone serious. Every god craves it. If there's a vacancy, the consequences are inevitable. Jian furrowed his brow, skepticism showing on his face. You mean a power struggle will break out? Apollo nodded, his gaze fixed on Jian. Exactly. And on top of that, you've proven you're capable of eliminating gods who have held that position for a long time. The space fell into silence for a moment, the only sound being their breathing in unison. Apollo broke the stillness, his voice low but full of warning. Many beings will target your life and your power. Not just the gods, but also disasters from uncharted civilizations and cruel overlords. The image of a person in a black shirt with long hair and a mysterious smile suddenly evokes a sense of longing. It's the kind of longing that belongs to superior beings, whose outcomes are unpredictable. Apollo speaks, he said seriously, his voice steady. Sagittarius has become a follower of Ophiuchus. His safety is my safety, Ophiuchus. Prepare yourself. A massive, strange building appeared in Hawaii, the holy land of Ophiuchus. Prepare. Someone exclaimed, holding a burning torch in one hand, dressed in a sleeveless top with a piece of cloth hastily thrown over his shoulder, a confident smile on his face. Jian replied, the enemy is the enemy. That's why I must be thoroughly prepared. Flames erupted and a steel axe was bound with 4 chains. Jian quietly spoke, first you carry the hammer as big as your body and face the condemnation of the sky before you. Let's start the enhancement, he said aloud. With a calm expression, Jian opened the control panel, checking the materials needed for the enhancement. The Baron's iron axe contained the power of a king and could weaken divine strength. The necessary parameters had to be adjusted to control this divine power. Jian stared at his weapon with a serious look. He picked up the torch, the fire of the sun, a gift from the god Apollo. Lee Geon stepped onto the stage. Let's test the flames. The scene before him erupted, with fire bursting in waves, leaving him in awe. Jian turned around, holding an axe and a torch. The fire's big enough now. He looked toward the fangs of Nanosema and murmured, the bone for the materials is already tough enough. The other materials will be here soon. Jian continued, but suddenly someone shouted from behind, Your Majesty. A group of divine beasts began to approach. The leading deity spoke up confidently, I've quietly brought the body of the holy cancer. Jian beamed, laughing joyfully. Good, very good, you brought it just in time. You've all worked hard. The deity smiled and replied, It was nothing. Suddenly, Jian sensed something was off. The body of the holy cancer had been tainted by the aura of the abyss, making it not quite compatible with the other materials. It needs adjustments, Jian muttered to himself, resting a hand on his waist. Oh, this too needs to be adjusted. This is going to take some effort. He licked his lips deep in thought before murmuring, purify, and dilute. Dealing with this kind of contamination was the specialty of the Aquarius constellation. To adjust the power of the ruler and the child of power, the ordinary won't do. I need the tears of the goddess. Geon thought about the skills of the Aquarius constellation. The tears of the goddess not only had the power to liquefy anything, but they were also a miraculous substance capable of purifying all pollution and healing every wound and disease. All of this could only be achieved through the power of Aquarius. Geon cheerfully whistled. Then let's find her. I'll need Tixu to grab the rare stuff from back then. That person is none other than Sophie. But Geon suddenly stopped. Ah, right, Tixu. He went to the Dark Tower to find some J. Meanwhile, in a towering building amidst the ruins, Hugo was with Larry Queen. It took a lot to get permission from Lee Geon to come here, and now the two of them, entered the wreckage. Hugo muttered, "No one's here." He called out, "Song Jae, where are you?" Larry also looked around. Hugo suddenly froze, noticing faint traces of Fuchs's power. He thought to himself, Song Jae must have fought here. What exactly happened? Larry raised her hand to her forehead, activating her power. I'll use my tracking skill. Hugo startled for a moment, then responded seriously, then I'll leave it to you. Larry Queen, a subordinate of the Ophiuchus constellation, was trying to locate Sung Jae. Her body hovered in the air, surrounded by strange, dark blue flames. Her eyes widened, a flash of light gleaming in them. She scanned the area around her while also searching the entire castle. Her power was so immense that it could sweep across the entire globe. Suddenly, beams of light shot toward a point on the planet. Larry's energy focus shifted to a distant land. She discovered an army gathering its forces. A man in a black cloak sat arrogantly on a throne. He suddenly looked up, his face hidden, but his eyes glowing red. Oh, a tracking skill? What a terrible ability, he said, his voice dripping with disdain. Larry felt something invade her body. At that moment, the man in the black cloak suddenly thrust his fist forward. A curious demon nearby asked, "What's going on? Why the sudden punch?" The figure on the throne responded calmly, "Just a fly." He wondered, is this the tracking skill that the Holy Temple uses? Are they searching for believers? He gathered a fireball in his hand. In that case, I'll just send them an invitation directly to save them the trouble of searching. With that, he hurled the strange fireball he created towards the demons. At that moment, Larry Queen collapsed to the ground, clutching her head, trembling all over. Hugo asked in concern, Larry Queen, what's wrong? She responded in a panic, Sung Jae, he's being held somewhere, at least at the break zone level. Hugo's face instantly tightened with anxiety. What? He quickly asked, why is Sung Jae in the break zone? Just then, the strange creation of the man in black flew toward them, forming a swirling vortex of dark and fiery red energy on the roof of the building. Hugo and Larry Queen stood frozen, their eyes glued to the bizarre sight. The man in black slowly started to emerge from the vortex. He spoke coldly, "Humans of Earth and those of the Ophiuchus constellation, where are you?" Hugo and Larry Queen both looked extremely worried and tense. The mysterious figure was now fully visible, sitting on his throne with his followers behind him. He continued, "We have 2 humans held hostage. If you wish to save them, appear before us through the sky portal of Fuchs's Master." Sung Jae was imprisoned and brought there, and someone screamed in panic, "Sung Jae!" Yuha was stunned, unable to believe it. Why was Sung Jae arrested here? Kali stood nearby, casually reaching her hand over her head and softly said, "Your little brother. I heard he was training at the Demon Tower. But to be arrested? What a disaster." Yuha responded angrily, "Is this really the time for you to say that?" Suddenly, Kali realized something. "You were arrested near your brother. Why does this look so familiar?" Kali said. Hugo tensed up. "That person? Larry Queen, she's just as concerned. Why is she here?" At that moment, a shadow floated in the air. It was Sophie. Weakly, she spoke up, "Someone, please save me. Hugo, if you can." Hugo, standing nearby, felt the tension rising. In a daze, Sung Jae's mind suddenly flashed with 3 words. This is strange. Despite being in a life-threatening situation, his hands bound behind his back and suspended in midair, he still vividly recalled everything that had happened. He had been fighting the generals in the Demon Tower. Just as Uncle John had warned, he had prepared himself for any situation. Yet now, he couldn't help but feel shocked and bewildered at how things had turned out. He thought to himself, how did it come to this? At that moment, Sung Jae was in the middle of an intense fight against the subordinates of the Iron Mask Baron. It was easy to see how much he had improved, both in speed and strength. Damn it, this kid is completely different from before. One of the Baron's men muttered, frustrated. Are you saying he got this strong in such a short time? Another one asked, his eyes fixed on Sung Jae. Meanwhile, Sung Jae, the passionate young man, was quietly chanting Jeon's mantra. Jeon's right arm seemed to trace mysterious symbols in the air, helping him regain focus and boost his strength. Because of this, his desire to win grew stronger than ever. I'll corner them with this punch, he thought, and without hesitation, he launched a powerful punch. However, just before he could land the blow, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred, causing Sung Jae to freeze in shock. Somehow, all of his opponents disappeared in the blink of an eye. It took a few seconds before he could open his mouth and mutter 4 words. They disappeared, huh? He thought everything was over. But just then, a loud noise suddenly came from behind him. Sung Jae jumped, spinning around. In front of him was a monster floating in midair, grinning the creepiest way possible. After laughing for a while, it spoke. What do you think you're doing? The minion standing beneath him was one of Sung Jae's former opponents. Hearing this, he screamed, "Space!" The mysterious figure coldly glanced at them before continuing to ask, "Cosmic Duke, General Blade, and General Ironarm, don't tell me you're struggling against that kid?" Immediately, the titles he mentioned all started begging. "Please spare us." Clearly, this mysterious figure was stronger than anyone currently fighting Sung Jae. Seeing this, a cold shiver ran down Sung Jae's spine. Who was this guy? Those two couldn't even move. Damn it. The followers explained a lot, but the mysterious figure only paid attention to Sung Jae's officious identity. "Oh, officious, huh?" He sneered. So the power flowing through this kid is the same kind the ruler mentioned. As he spoke, he moved swiftly, standing right in front of Sung Jae. The more he heard the mysterious figure's comments, the more Sung Jae felt inadequate. But with his talent and connection to officious, he would grow stronger quickly. Sung Jae's body felt as if it were pinned to the ground, rigid and stiff. He could only widen his eyes, wondering when the mysterious figure had gotten so close. Just as he realized this person was a threat, the mysterious figure suddenly declared, "I'll tear you apart before you can even grow stronger. Is this where your life ends?" Sung Jae could only stare, his mouth moving without sound, watching the light fade as the mysterious figure blocked his view. In that split second, just when it seemed like all hope was lost, Nam, the one wearing the iron helmet, arrived just in time to intervene. "What? Wait." Sung Jae and the mysterious figure both turned toward the voice. The Iron Mask Baron suddenly stepped in front of Sung Jae, acting as though he were protecting him. He turned to the mysterious figure and demanded, "Don't do anything rash. Hear me out." Clearly, Sung Jae had no idea what was happening. The mysterious figure, also surprised, asked, "Wait, you're the Iron Mask Baron? You're still alive." The Iron Mask Baron nodded seriously. The atmosphere around them became strangely silent. After a few minutes of quiet, the mysterious figure's subordinates started whispering among themselves. "The Iron Mask Baron is alive? Did he reincarnate after the Demon Tower was restored?" However, the Iron Mask Baron didn't offer any explanation. He simply coldly made a suggestion. "Does that even matter? In my opinion, we should figure out how to use this kid. Look at him. If we get rid of him, it'd be such a waste." Before anyone could ask anything further, he pointed at Sung Jae and continued, "This is a subordinate of the Serpent God's disciple. What do you think? Should we eliminate him or use him as bait to lure out Officious?" The Iron Mask Baron's words made a lot of sense. The mysterious figure, impressed, nodded in agreement. "Are you suggesting we use the kid as a hostage? If we could draw out Officious, I think that's a good plan." The Iron Duke spoke up, "Your Grace, we also have another extremely important hostage. We should use him as a second hostage along with this boy." This time, the mysterious figure won't hesitate and will agree right away. "Fine, let's return to the center of the formation," the Duke replied, and everyone turned to head back to the center of the array as planned. And so, the scene of Sung Jae being held captive in this dark cave unfolded. As the flashback ended, he still didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Yes, it was thanks to Yang Wai's scheme that he was still alive. Perhaps his instincts told the Iron Duke that Sung Jae had woken up, so he turned to check on him. Unexpectedly, Sung Jae quickly kicked him square in the face. The whole group watched as he fell to the ground in pain. Sung Jae, far from calming down, shouted angrily, "Why are you acting without any discussion?" The Iron Duke, annoyed, snapped back, "What? Would it have been better if we just let you die right then? Need to buy time." Then he stood up suddenly and continued, "Besides, if I let you die here, Lee Geon will kill me." Hearing the name of his idol, Sung Jae stopped struggling and just grumbled, "So, do you have a plan or not?" To this surprise, Nam Tup Nusat calmly replied with 2 words, "No plan." As a result, Sung Jae kicked him a few more times. I knew it. Useless. Nam Tup Nusat blocked the kicks with quick reflexes, clearly irritated, and said, "Is this how you talk to the person who saved you?" Neither of them paid attention to Sophie, who was crying in the corner, feeling upset. The mix of arguing and sobbing really created a headache. One unlucky guard, who was standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "You 3 are too noisy, quiet down." When they heard the guard mention the Duke giving a speech, all 3 of them realized what was going on. They all turned toward the front, where the cosmic duke was shaking with barely contained anger. He took a deep breath, then let it out slowly, trying to regain his composure. The cosmic duke spoke, his voice strangely cold. "Sir Iron Baron, why are you letting the prisoner's nonsense get to you? Don't you understand? Since you've come back to life, I haven't seen any of the authority you had before." The Iron Hat Baron was a bit confused and raised his hand, waving it a few times. "I understand, I'll be quiet now." Daintling thought to herself, Sophie Marty, who seemed to be the only one still thinking clearly here, he walked over to her and called her name. "Hey, Sophie Marty." Although 1,000 thoughts were racing through the Iron Hat Baron's mind, such as, "Actually, I'm not a baron, but Yang Wai in another body," or, "If you keep crying like this, things are going to get worse," or even, "I understand how you feel, but can you hold it together for now?" In the end, all he said was something that could easily be misunderstood. "Why don't you stop crying for a bit?" With Sophie's fragile state of mind, his words pushed her into a deeper sense of despair. In that moment, a single thought consumed her. "I'm going to die today, " She believed this might be her last chance to escape. Sophie screamed with all her might, "Hugo, save me." After a blood-curdling scream, a series of lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky, and the sea began to churn violently. From that scream, a blinding beam of golden light pierced through the dark clouds, shining down to the ground. The light brought with it a miracle that Sophie could never have imagined. The sound and the powerful energy radiating from it made Baron Ironhat rush outside to see what was happening. "What's going on?" he exclaimed as he saw the light from the sky crashing to the earth, creating a massive explosion. Duke Cosmo's group had just started to take notice. As they rushed outside, the scene before them was terrifying. The ground had been torn apart, forming a deep crater, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Duke Cosmos immediately understood what was happening. "Damn it, the hostages," he thought to himself. Amid the thick smoke and dust, Sophie was desperately coughing to clear the dirt from her throat. She didn't realize anyone was approaching her. Suddenly, a very familiar voice rang out, "Song Jae, where are you?" "Dad's here." Sophie couldn't hide her astonishment. She looked up confused. This voice, could it be? Sure enough, the person was Hugo. Seeing her here, Hugo was also surprised. "Water Bear, you're here too." Before he could hear her reply, Sophie suddenly rushed over, hugged him tightly, and joyfully called out his name. Hugo, a man with a wife and 2 grown children, struggled to break free from the tight embrace, panic in his voice as he asked, "What's going on? What happened? Water Bear, what are you doing? Let go of me." Not only did Sophie refuse to let go of Hugo, but she was so moved that she started to cry. "I knew you'd come to save me. Finally, fate has turned around." At that moment, the iron-masked Baron couldn't stand the tension and the annoying sight any longer, so he stepped in to rescue Hugo. "Sagittarius, you really need to make such a dramatic entrance." Hugo was stunned and blurted out, "Yang Wai, you're still alive." But that wasn't the most important thing on Hugo's mind. He just wanted everything to be resolved. "Do something about Water Bear. Please, I think she's lost it from all the pressure. Why is she acting like this?" The iron-masked Baron casually smiled and replied, "What else could it be?" Then he emphasized, "She likes you, always has." After that earth-shattering sentence, everything went on as usual. The sea still rolled, the earth kept spinning, and most importantly, it was all being broadcast live for a whole crowd to watch. Yuva and Kali were just as stunned as Hugo Otters, while the demons around them whispered excitedly, "What's going on? They said they like each other. Is that a confession? They might actually start dating." Meanwhile, the Duke's crew acted like they were watching a movie, pulling out popcorn and 3D glasses. At that moment in John's area, the image of Sophie hugging Hugo, trembling and in shock, appeared clearly on the magic mirror. And of course, the words, "She likes you" from the Baron in the iron helmet couldn't be missed. Jen was a bit dazed for a few seconds, then he smiled, but the smile quickly lost its warmth. It was that moment. The Baron in the iron helmet stood frozen by the echoing words, "She likes you, she likes you." Even the waves seemed to churn in response, carrying the words far beyond Earth. Seeing Sophie hugging Hugo in that whirlpool, Yua stiffened too. Jiwoo was so stunned she couldn't close her mouth, even though the people around her were still talking excitedly. Wasn't the centaur already married? She blurted out almost mechanically. "Really?" Hugo held his head and yelled, "Stop talking nonsense." He shouted, remembering the words Capricorn had said to him. The memory of Sophie suddenly flashed in his mind, her smirk full of cunning. "Are you going to lose your kids just like you lost your wife?" His eyes gleamed like a devil. She continued, her tone cold. "Isn't it the same as being dead? A useless pillar, an unhappy family. You just have to accept it, right?" Sophie casually asked, "Wouldn't it be better if you understood your place as someone who's still immature?" Hugo seemed to snap out of it, jumping up. "Nonsense. I don't want to be misunderstood, so stop talking crazy." Sophie choked up and teary-eyed screamed, "If I don't do this, you'll never look at me, because you can't take your eyes off that damn guy." She gently placed her hand over her mouth, hesitated for a moment, then continued. "And also, Sophie blushed every time you look at me like that. Honestly, it's kind of attractive." She said that, then covered her face, lost in strange thoughts. Hugo, sitting next to her, couldn't help but get goosebumps. At the same time, Jen spoke up cheerfully. "Tixu, well, we're at this point, why not try flirting with that girl? Find a way to get information about where the goddess's tears are hidden." Hugo shuddered and snapped. "You're so noisy, you pervert, so shameless." Jian laughed. "The redhead likes you." Hugo, now furious, shouted, "Shut up." Jian stopped joking, swearing. "Damn it, Tixu is done for." Then he said roughly, "Hey, you there." Immediately, Apollo appeared, his face confused. Jian coldly ordered, "Possess O Tixu and pretend to be him for a bit. Get that girl to reveal where the goddess's tears are hidden." Apollo, angered, asked, "What did you just say?" He raised his voice, challenging. "You bastard of Ophiuchus, even if Sagittarius becomes your subordinate, how dare you make me go do some flirtation stunt?" Jian replied with a deadpan expression, "Oh, is that so?" The system immediately issued a notification. Saint Apollo of the Sagittarius constellation has violated the terms, orders to be carried out immediately. Under the Ophiuchus constellation contract, the hair punishment was applied and Apollo stood still. His hair started to fall out. Jian, with a stern expression, spoke up. "Hey, you better listen closely. Every time you fail to follow my orders, one more strand of hair will fall from your head." He added, his voice cold, "Once the hair is gone, it can never grow back, unless it's through my super regeneration or the tears of the goddess." Apollo was stunned, unable to speak. Jian continued, his words carrying an unspoken threat. "Do you understand?" Apollo, horrified, listened carefully to every word. On the other side, Sophie looked up, her eyes red, staring at the golden-haired figure in front of her. At this moment, Apollo had taken over Hugo's body, smiling gently and saying, "Sophie, I'm just as happy and glad to see you again." Sophie, confused, had no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, Hugo, trapped inside, was shouting in panic. "What are you doing to my body? Is this Jian's command?" He could only helplessly think to himself, "I'm sorry." On the outside, Apollo kept up a forced smile and continued his persuasive words. "In order to defeat those disasters and save you, I need the tears of the goddess. Will you give them to me?" Sophie stared in shock, listening to his words. She hesitated before answering. Right now, it's a bit difficult. The tears of the goddess are the power of the Aquarius constellation's Holy Spirit. Since this is the break zone, contacting that deity isn't easy. Suddenly, someone from behind asked, "So all we need to do is find a way to summon that deity, right?" Sophie confidently confirmed, "Exactly." Just then, Sophie froze, her eyes wide with fear as she shouted, "My grandson." Jian smirked, a cruel grin that looked ghostly. Sung Jae gasped, "Uncle." Even Baron Ironhat, standing nearby, was taken aback. Another voice called out, "Master Ophiuchus." The purple demon also spoke loudly, "Finally, you've shown up." Sophie collapsed to the ground, backing away in terror. She pointed at Jian, trembling, and demanded, "Why are you here? Where's Hugo?" A voice called out, "O Tixu." Hugo stood there, lifeless, tears streaming down his face. Jiu tilted his head, his expression dark. Apollo sent a message. "I've sent him back." At the same time, a system notification appeared. "The substitute endurance skill has been used to switch places between you and O Tixu." Back with Jian and Sophie, a voice suddenly called out, catching their attention. "Oh, isn't that the famous Saint Ophiuchus?" The demon general stood above them, smiling. "Nice to meet you." Jian stayed silent, observing him. The demon general continued, his voice full of arrogance. "One who destroyed the demon tower, wiped out the red eyes, got rid of the tower's guardian, and even forced the cancer saint and the imprisoned lord to show up. Who exactly are you?" "I've been quite curious." Jian spoke up softly. Let me introduce myself." The demon general didn't miss the chance to boast. "I am the general serving the Lord of Time, the dupe of space." Before he could finish, Jian raised his hand, cutting it off. One of the demon general's guards immediately tensed. "What skill are you planning to use?" "Duke, be careful. No one knows what he might do." The demon general let out a small grunt, unfazed. Suddenly, Sophie was struck hard on the cheek by a powerful hand. Without hesitation, Jian punched Sophie in the face, twisting her features. The people around them were stunned, staring in shock. One of the demon general's men shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" "Ophiuchus, weren't you here to rescue the saintess?" Jian calmly replied, "I am here to save her." Immediately, he turned vicious, growling Data. The servant from the demon general's side continued to shout loudly, "This guy is really crazy. I told you, he can't talk normally." The demon general was also taken aback. Geon, unable to hold back, ordered loudly, "Hey, water bucket," from the other side of space. "I know you're watching." He grabbed her face, lifted it, and questioned, "You were just peacefully aligning with that rotten crab to land on Earth, and now you're talking about break zone. What the hell is that?" Sophie's eyes widened. The image of Geon shouting at her firmly burned into her mind. She angrily hissed, "If you don't come out, I'll drag you out myself." The demon general gasped in fear. "He's lost his mind. I heard he's insane, and I kind of felt it, but not to this extent." His loud rants, "I mean, how can a god lose all dignity, honor, and camaraderie like this?" The Iron Baron glanced at Sung Jae, puzzled. "It feels like our roles and lines have been switched around." Sung Jae sighed in defeat. This isn't the first time. The demon general quickly gave an order: Steelmaster, fighter jets, capture the hostage immediately. "We can't negotiate with this bastard any longer." The servants replied in unison, "Understood." He raised his voice and shouted, "All forces from the headquarters, attack Lee Geon." Sophie panicked and screamed, "They're coming this way. You've been pushing nonstop, but now is not the time for that. Lee Geon needs to survive first. We have to team up and stop them." Geon, irritated, spoke up. "What's the rush with them?" Then he turned to the side and said, "Anyway, once I've extracted all the data from you, I'll just throw you back over there." Sophie suddenly switched tactics and cheered for the enemy. "Go, disaster. Don't lose. Beat this evil Lee Geon." With all her might, Sophie yelled, "I can buff your strength." Out of nowhere, Geon grabbed Marie's head. She froze, confused, and glanced at him, seeing him grin wickedly. His eyes gleamed, and the system triggered the 13th sense. Sophie recognized the flow of magic that the protective deity sent to Sophie Marty. Sophie screamed in terror, clutching her head as cries echoed from above. Geon silently reveled in the moment, thinking to himself, "Asterisk, this is it, asterisk." A system notification appeared, announcing that the power of death was targeting the resources the gods were sending. Remembering the last time when his power connected to the gods' magical circles, Geon thought, asterisk, if I could intercept the gods' resource flow before, I'll definitely succeed this time, asterisk. His transparent hand remained on Sophie's face. Another system message appeared. Asterisk, you have broken the Saint Aquarius mental barrier, asterisk. Something cracked within her body, and a small ball of light flickered. At that moment, Sophie slowly revealed her true form as the god of Aquarius. Geon forcefully pulled her out and shouted, "Get out here now." Immediately, a rush of water surged out, sweeping away all the demons below. The demon general stared in shock and exclaimed, "Is that the god's seat of the holy Aquarius?" Seeing Geon smugly squeezing the neck of the person in front of him, the demon general froze in disbelief. He kidnapped the god from the other world. Geon growled, demanding, "Do you think hiding and sneaking around will solve everything? Water bucket, what now? Have you been exposed?" The holy Aquarius, a holy grail. She gritted her teeth, refusing to answer. Geon, clearly irritated, asked, "Water bucket, we need the goddess's tears, and I'm sure you won't just hand them over, right?" The deity, speaking with obvious disdain, responded, "Of course not. Why should I listen to you?" Ignoring the answer, Geon turned to the demon general and asked, "Hey, what's your name again?" "Toolbox, right? Anyway, I'd like to talk to him for a bit. Can I come back later?" The demon general spat angrily, then added with a sneer, "Ridiculous." The demon general's red eyes locked onto Geon, and he retorted fiercely, "Ah, I get it now. I see. You think this can wait until tomorrow? Fine, if that's what you want. Let's destroy everything." Upon hearing that, the deity, powerless, gritted his teeth in silence, unable to do anything but accept his fate. From the magical array, a massive column of water shot up, waves rising high and sweeping away countless creatures nearby. The attendants screamed in panic. "Damn it. Lord Tetsu, Baron Ironhat, if you're still alive, answer me now. And that guy, don't worry about getting swept away. He's already resting on a nearby coconut tree. Why are you calling me? I'm about to die here." The servant couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Baron Ironhat, what the hell are you doing?" The Baron looked at the servant as if he were an idiot. "Can't you see? I'm avoiding the damn crowd." The servant was so furious he was shaking. "Do you think I'm blind? Why aren't you helping us instead of making a fool of yourself?" To his surprise, the Baron answered nonchalantly, "This is the only thing I can do." The servant was so enraged he almost lost his mind. He was swept away by the water, but not before he shouted one last curse. "You piece of crap." Sung Jae sighed. "It feels like watching a fly get flushed down the toilet." The Baron almost laughed, but he only offered some advice. "I think we should just hang on." He glanced at the towering water column, then looked back at Sung Jae. "Do you think that side will be okay?" Sung Jae looked a bit concerned. "Uncle, you still don't trust Geon, do you? The Geon you're looking for right now is busy choking someone else's kid." The Baron worried, but for that god, Was he going to kidnap a divine spirit from another world and bring it here? Geon gave a grin that could only be described as villainous. Do you think hiding and doing a few petty things will fix everything? Water bucket, you're trying to hide, but the tail's sticking out. The person working like a madman over there is the Holy Grail, a godly figure, Aquarius. Geon didn't waste time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Hey, water bucket, I need the goddess's tears. I know you won't just hand them over easily, right? Holy Grail shied in a look of disgust. Of course not. Who do you think you are? Geon was about to ask more, but then he remembered someone was there, so he turned and politely asked them to leave. Hey, your name's something like Hochua, right? Whatever, I need to talk to him alone, so go somewhere else. The commander, seeing his subordinate treated like an outsider, couldn't help but find it laughable. The Duke didn't say much, just shifted into a stance ready to attack. Geon felt a rush of excitement. I get it, we're not putting this off until tomorrow, right? If you want, go ahead and wipe everything out right now. Specifically, let's have both of them go down at the same time. He said this while tightening his grip on Holy Grail's neck. The pressure increased. Suddenly, a dark lake cut through his arm. A system message popped up, saying his arm had been damaged, triggering his super regeneration skill. Geon glanced at the one who'd interfered, not shy to compliment. Interesting technique. Toolbox. The Duke was insulted, and like a bird breaking free from its cage, he charged forward. I am the Duke of Space, he roared. Holy Grail, having just slipped from John's grasp, muttered a prayer, his face full of meaning. I hope I won't get caught between these two. Immediately, Geon activated his tsunami shield skill, summoning countless columns of water capable of sweeping away anyone in her path. The Duke saw Holy Grail vanish and was momentarily stunned, but he calmly nodded. Nice to see you've cleaned up today, Geon said gently. Suddenly, a towering column of water shot up, crashing straight toward them. The Duke opened a black hole. Just a water reservoir, and you're trying this, he shouted, creating a space where the water had no choice but to avoid him. Geon observed this and silently assessed. Space power, huh? The Duke arrogantly replied, yes, this is a gift the Time Monarch bestowed upon me. He looked up and was unexpectedly startled by a lizard clinging to John's window. Whew, that scared me. Geon silently thought, it seems you're wielding space power, stealing it from the monarch of time and space. You can twist the very fabric of space to withstand a tsunami. Impressive. The Duke accepted the compliment with pride. Thank you for the praise. Do you feel regretful, though, that such a precious ability is in the hands of a useless lord like me? Geon smiled knowingly and said, someone like you owning this feels like such a waste. The rulers glanced at their subordinates, the meaning clear. It was as if they were saying, you're the one granting him that power. The Duke stood there, his face flushing with anger, unable to speak. After a moment of silence, he suddenly lunged at Geon, striking him hard. At the same time, waves of the sea surged upward surrounding Geon. He didn't fight back. Instead, he felt an invisible shield envelop him, as if it had been bestowed upon him effortlessly. The Duke, even more infuriated, clenched his fist and growled, don't steal what's mine. His voice warped with fury. The divine being, watching from afar, remained silent at first. Then their voice cut through the tension. This calamity dares to speak so arrogantly to a divine. I'll let you live this time. But first, I must purify this disaster. Their gaze locked onto Geon, their tone icy and commanding. Geon, do you desire the tears of the goddess? Before Geon could answer, two streams of water, sharp as needles, shot toward his chest. The divine being's lips curled into a satisfied smile, their eyes glimmering. Take as much as you wish. As system notification resonated, the divine being activates the Holy Grail's skill, Tears of the Goddess. Their voice echoed with unwavering confidence, but only on one condition, if you can withstand it. The system immediately updated the information. The goddess's tears had purified Lee Geon's bloodline. In just a few seconds, as the goddess's tears touched him, his body turned into a sponge. The system notified that the goddess's tears caused Lee Geon's body to liquefy, triggering an abnormal condition. His super regeneration skill was activated, but the goddess's tears and the super regeneration were in conflict. Geon thought to himself, this system is really useful. Even as his body was disintegrating, he still smiled brightly. The Holy Grail declared, I will dissolve you into water and scatter you across the ocean. It looked at the pool of water formed from Geon and smiled in satisfaction. Ha, I did it. I defeated Geon. However, just as it was about to celebrate, a hole suddenly appeared in its body. The Duke pulled the Holy Grail into the black hole. The Holy Grail had no time to react, caught off guard by the sneak attack. Damn it, I was too careless, the Duke sneered. The form of this great deity is now laughable. The Holy Grail screamed, Duke of Space. It looked at the drops of water splashing on its face and muttered, did Geon turn into water because of this guy? The Duke appeared rather disappointed. I can't believe it. This is the so-called deity of the constellation that's supposed to oppose us. A stream of water rose up from the distance, and soon more and more layers of water gathered in one direction. The Duke watched as the Holy Grail struggled to break free, but it was useless. "It's over, Holy Grail," he said with a smirk. "Either way, I'll be handing you over to the Sovereign." "You killed Geon, didn't you?" Holy Grail shouted. "No, you can't." The Duke didn't care whether it was accepted or not. He was simply reflecting on the satisfaction of eliminating Lee Geon and capturing the Holy Grail. "Today is a great day," he sighed, his tone filled with pride. "I'll be joining the ranks of the Sovereign soon." Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Geon, with his familiar smile, spoke up. "Hello, everyone who said I was dead." The system activated the Super Resurrection skill, allowing Geon to regenerate his body, even after it had been melted down. He threw a punch at the Duke, picking up right where he had left off. The Duke froze, his eyes wide and shot. Even after being reduced to liquid, you can still regenerate, he thought, stunned. But before he could react, Geon's fist was already coming toward his face. In a panic, the Duke quickly chanted a spell to distort space, and a black hole appeared between him and Geon, locking the punch. The system activated, unleashing the deathly power, tearing through the Duke's spatial abilities. Geon punched through the fabric of space with his bare hands as if shattering glass. The Duke stood frozen, staring at him in disbelief. "You!" Geon's fist landed squarely in his face. The Duke's expression stiffened like a robot, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. He staggered back, eyes wide with confusion. Suddenly, a distant memory resurfaced. The monarch stood high above, coldly looking down. "Congratulations, Duke. You finally earned the title of the Space Duke. If you continue like this, you may even rise to the position of monarch." The Duke knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, my lord." But deep inside, his sincerity was nothing more than a facade. He thought to himself, "Asterisk, right now, I am content living under the monarch's sword. Next time, I will behead that arrogant Ophiuchus saint and present it to you, Asterisk." The monarch, upon hearing this, didn't know how to respond, but still kindly cautioned, "You should stop." The Duke, still clueless, didn't understand. The monarch confirmed, "You cannot defeat him." Now awake, the Duke saw his body being physically manipulated by Geon. Geon pulled out his energy core, causing the Duke to tremble in pain. Geon coldly stated, "Didn't I tell you?" He stared at the object still pounding in his hand, feeling that the power from earlier had been completely useless. He glanced at the object again, slowly encroaching upon him, and thought to himself, "Asterisk, I will take it." Asterisk. The Holy Grail lay still, its cold gaze locked on the Duke, who was being forced to extract the magical core in the pitiful scene far off. She was frantic with fear and anger, quickly letting the water surround her. "Asterisk, I have to leave here, Asterisk," she thought to herself. In an instant, like a whirlwind, she surged up from the trembling water and returned to the divine realm. From above, she caught a glimpse of the Baron with the helmet and froze for a moment. It was the Holy Grail. She immediately recognized the girl he was holding, Sophie Mary. The divine being guarding the Grail gritted her teeth, deciding instantly, "Asterisk, if she's here, Geon will capture me again. I must break the covenant with the saint." Asterisk. Immediately, the system notification canceled the covenant with Epis's saint, Sophie Mary. The influence of the divine sanctuary, which had once controlled the earth, vanished. After that, she shot off with incredible speed. Asterisk, it's over. Now I just need to reach the divine realm. Asterisk. At the shimmering, pure waters of the divine realm, the Aquarius temple stood. Devotees of Aquarius were peacefully gathering water when a loud sound suddenly tore through the air. Holy Grail rushed in, uncontrollable, shouting, "Asterisk, everyone, get out of the way, Asterisk." Right after that, she plunged into the water with a loud splash, causing the followers of the saint to panic. A huge jet of water shot up, bursting through the crack in the door. She slipped through it and entered the city, prompting the soldiers standing behind to ask worriedly, "Is the saint all right? What's causing you to hurry like this?" Holy Grail, exhausted, replied, "I'm fine. Close the gates quickly." As her attendant hurriedly shut the door tight, she let out a relieved sigh. Now she could relax. Holy Grail smirked inwardly, thinking, "Geon won't be able to get in here. I'm so thirsty. Someone bring me some water." Just as she finished speaking, a pale hand holding a glass of water appeared in front of her. Holy Grail didn't pay much attention and simply said, "That was quick, thank you." To her surprise, an irritating face of Geon suddenly emerged from a crack in the wall, startling her. Geon casually traversed space, smashing through the wall to enter. Holy Grail lost all patience and screamed, "Lee Geon, this is impossible. How could you get in here? This is the divine realm, my sacred ground. I even broke my contract with Sophie." Suddenly, the Aquarius saint realized something. "Lee Geon, wait, did you absorb the Duke of Space's power?" He cracked his knuckles and smirked arrogantly. "Exactly. The soldiers immediately surrounded him. That's Lee Geon. Why has the disaster god here? Jian created a wild, swirling space circle with his hand. This isn't the place for private chats. Then he expanded the vortex, trapping the Holy Grail inside. She screamed in frustration, "You idiots, don't just stand there staring. Do something." Jian scoffed, "You can't even handle this yourself. How can you expect your subordinates to do anything?" Realizing the situation was turning against her, she quickly tried to negotiate. "Wait, let's make a deal. You want the goddess's tears, right? From now on, I'll give you as much as you want." Without warning, Jim unleashed a violent electrical surge from his hand, grinning as he spoke. "No, there's no need for that. I have my own way. Right now, I just need the goddess's tears to strengthen the condemnation of the sky." He half closed his cunning eyes and spoke in a calm tone. "I just need to squeeze a little out of the sacred vial, and that should be enough." The Holy Grail felt like she had stepped on a landmine and instinctively muttered a curse under her breath. Damn it. Immediately, Jian activated the magic circle, relentlessly pulling her in. The Holy Grail struggled to resist, but it was futile. "Wait, Jian," she cried out. "You're going to need the power of Aquarius, right? You'll keep fighting against these incurable disasters, buffing, purifying your body with nothing you don't need." Her voice grew more desperate, raspy. "I am the incarnation of the Holy Grail. Without me, you'll have to use the Holy Grail itself to harness the power of Aquarius. As things stand, Aquarius is just a pawn. My true form is hidden beneath the vast galaxy out there. If you kill me, you won't be able to find the Holy Grail's location." Jian cut her off. "The five sisters, right?" Her eyes widened in shock. "What?" Jian continued, as if remembering something. "All right, the gods under Aquarius that you sold out to Libra before." Jian bared his teeth in a sneer. "They told me how you discarded them like insects, the location of the Holy Grail, and how to use it." The five daughters of Asclepius angrily looked up. At that moment, they were prisoners of the Ophiuchus constellation. Jian sneered, "You should have taken better care of your family." Immediately, Jian ruthlessly crushed her like a ball. The Holy Grail screamed in fury. "You damn bastards." The notification system activated, combining the powers of the Carp and Space. The skill Asterisk Lord of Space SS Asterisk was triggered, pushing the Holy Grail Aquarius to her limit. Her body was slowly crushed, and the system warned it couldn't handle any more pressure. She helplessly moaned, not wanting to die. Then Jian slapped with force, and her figure disappeared, leaving only a stream of water. The frantic magical power vanished between his hands. He smiled with satisfaction, opening his hands, and a perfect, beautiful drop of water reappeared. Notification system. Successfully compressed Holy Grail Aquarius into the core of the Holy Grail, receiving the tears of the SS goddess. In exchange for this miraculous drop of water, Holy Grail Aquarius has vanished. The palace remained as magnificent as ever, even though the gods had fallen. The five daughters had to calm and explain things to the Aquarius followers who were anxious and causing chaos. Jian said, "You asked me to take you to the divine realm, but you convinced the other gods under Aquarius' banner to not revolt." I also replied, "Because our sisters are high-level deities. If we can give them certainty while they're still uncertain, we can convince them. Since the Holy Spirit is absent, even the slightest shift in public opinion will spread quickly." She added, "That's what Allison said." Jian chuckled. "Has that old man trained Sung Jia enough already? Now he wants to be an advisor." Ayaso's eyes suddenly dulled, and she finally looked at the drop of water in his hand. After a moment, Jian asked, "So, this is the unwanted outcome, right?" Her expression seemed confused. Aso closed her eyes, feeling a sense of regret, even though it was from an old master, but Jian quickly snapped her out of it. There was no time to dwell on those feelings now. Jian, with a serious tone, brought Aso back to the present. "This is the divine realm, the home of the deities. Soon, the other gods will notice the disappearance of the Aquarius deity and gather. Before things get complicated, we need to retrieve the Holy Grail and return to the human world." Ayaso spoke sadly. The place where the Holy Grail is kept is protected by the water warriors created by the Aquarius guardian spirit. Jian stood there, his face blank in front of this obvious truth. "So what? We'll deal with him. It's not like it's our first time." However, the other girls' gazes showed some desperation. Ayaso, with a heavy heart, asked, "Do we really have to face this challenge?" The scene shifted to an island in the Pacific, a break zone in the human world. The Pisces saint was kneeling, crying, unable to believe that she had lost all of her powers. Shaking in pain, she cried out, "I've lost my connection with the divine spirit. What is happening?" Behind her, the Baron in the iron mask appeared, mocking her. "Now you're abandoned by the divine spirit, just like me." The girl burst into tears. "Shut up. Don't hurt me anymore." Stung Jae watched the painful scene, sighing, "I want to go home." Suddenly, a space portal appeared behind them. Hugo and Ju stepped out. Hugo, looking frantic, called out, "Sung Jae, are you all right?" Jae immediately ran to him, relieved, saying, "We can go home now." Hugo looked at him, breathing a sigh of relief. "Seems like you're okay." You asked in confusion, huh? Dad survived that? Didn't Mom say anything? Hugo was staring at Song-woo so intensely that it made her feel uneasy, and she quickly looked away. Hugo responded helplessly, "Don't ask anymore. That was the most dangerous thing I've ever been through in my life." Then he asked again, "But where's Geon?" Jae thought for a moment, recalling that the Aquarius saint had run off earlier. Did he follow? Don't tell me he went to the divine realm too. Sophie overheard, panicking as she hugged her head. No way. The Iron Duke, noticing her worried expression and the way she was nervously gritting her teeth, asked, "Huh? Why are you so surprised? Is there something between you and Geon?" He whispered in her ear, "If you're hiding something that John would get mad about, now's the time to speak up. He might slap you 100 times and give you 50 more across the face." Sophie ran her hands through her hair, grumbling, "No way. If I say." Her eyes opened wide in helplessness, filled with seriousness. "It's not about slaps or hits. I'll actually die." From her point of view, this was directly connected to Callie, who had just arrived. Sophie screamed, "Why is my life so miserable?" At that moment, a bright star in the galaxy suddenly flared up with dazzling light. Moving closer to it was the Aquarian sector of the Divine Realm, where chaotic and violent waves of water surged. Jian and Aso had arrived at this place. Jian spoke up, "Hey, is this what you meant by disinfectant water?" Aso, looking confused, replied, "Yes, that's it." Jian's eyes flashed. He sighed and said, "Water bucket," activating God's gaze skill notification. Before Jian, strange, pitch-black figures slowly began to form from the rippling water. He couldn't help but mutter, "Always accompanied by nuclear waste, so that's why." Jian sneered, "You made these using my data from the Demon Tower, didn't you?" The water soldiers that had just been created were copies of him. The system explained, water soldiers copied from Lee Geon, using Aquarius's mirror skill and data from Lee Geon obtained from the Demon Tower to create a water soldier copy team. 4 shadowy duplicates of Geon suddenly appeared, rushing forward swiftly, breaking the stillness of the space around them. A blinding flash of green light suddenly flared up. The dark layer covering the light began to crack open. There was a loud explosion, and Geon shot forward where he had just punched. His eyes gleamed with intensity, his expression emotionless, despite the dark currents swirling around him. He glanced over and sneered. "Looks like you put a lot of effort into creating this, but in the end, it's just a poor imitation of me." Jian shouted loudly at the entity guarding the large gate, which was attempting to attack him. "Lowly beings like you think you can stop me? Do you really believe that?" He kicked hard at the black liquid, dismissing it with a sneer. "Get lost." The force of John's kick sent the liquid flying, smashing through and breaking the white stone pillars, with debris scattering everywhere. He casually slipped his hands into his pockets, sighed, and then warned, "You should know who you're up against." Jian checked in with Ayaso. "I've dealt with the copies." She responded with excitement. "Great," he asked. "This is the place, the location of the Holy Grail." Ayaso pointed ahead, confirming, "Yes, this way." Jian's eyes briefly flickered, and he exclaimed, "Oh, it's over there. Over there, a statue of a goddess holding a massive Holy Grail. Look, water is flowing down into the Holy Grail from above, and a stream of greenish energy is radiating in front of me. Impressive." He continued to observe with curiosity, then suddenly asked, "Is this the Holy Grail of Aquarius in its true form?" Jian muttered softly, His gaze shifted to something else. "What's that box?" Jian started to feel excited. He bent down and opened the box. His face lit up with surprise. "Oh." A satisfied look spread across John's face. At that moment, a system notification appeared, confirming the activation of the God's Eye skill. The system provided details about the specimen collection for extracting Lee Geon's genes, a bloodstained rock fragment, the shield that struck Lee Geon at the Demon Tower, and Lee Geon's severed hair and toes. Inside the box, 3 items were neatly arranged, a bloodstained stone fragment and 2 glass containers holding small objects carefully preserved. Jian observed them for a moment, then asked, "Thorough collection. Based on this, are you using it to create a squad of clone bodyguards for me?" Ayaso replied, "The soldiers cloned from you, Lord Jian, are just a byproduct." Jian, while opening a box, suddenly turned to look at her and asked, "A byproduct?" She continued, her voice steady. "What the Liber Holy Spirit and Lord Holy Grail aimed to create was never those ordinary soldiers. They wanted to create a replica of you, Lord Jian. It seems they believe that by combining their own powers with your data, it could be fully possible." Jian hesitated for a moment, then stopped and asked, "But did they succeed?" She looked down, her face darkening as she replied, "No, as far as I know, they failed. In the end, they could only create the soldiers we just saw. That's all I know. If in the future, under any circumstances, they continue with that plan, you'll most likely encounter the products they've created somewhere. Elsewhere, Callie was staring intensely ahead. Sophie, looking confused and unsure of what to do, hurriedly asked, "What do you want? Stop staring at me like that." Callie tucked her hands into her jacket, slightly hunched over, sighed, and then spoke up in defense. "Why do you keep glancing at me? Are you hiding something?" Sophie quickly turned away, denying it. "I'm not glancing at you." Callie stood up, leaned back, laced her fingers behind her head, pouted, and said, "I'm sure I saw it, Auntie." Sophie snapped angrily, "Who are you calling Auntie?" Callie ignored her, continuing with her questioning. "Has he ascended to the divine realm already? Ha, he should come back soon." Sophie felt abandoned and snapped, "Are you listening to me?" Callie still didn't seem to care, lost in her thoughts. "I miss him." Despite Sophie yelling at her, Callie didn't even glance her way. "Hey, in the place of Geon, the divine realm beneath the Milky Way, in the secret chambers of the Aquarius Palace, he's saying I got the Holy Grail, and that broken chest has already been crushed." After speaking, Callie turned her head, grabbed the fabric on her chest, and changed the subject. "Let's go." Aso screamed in panic. It seemed the other gods had noticed the Holy Grail's disappearance. A notification came from her sister's letter. "Big trouble, sis. The gods seem to have realized they're starting to gather in Aquarius City." Geon frowned and said, "Anyway, this is the Aquarius City. Do you think they can break in?" She calmly thought for a moment and replied, "Normally, that's true. But right now, there's no Holy Spirit. If they push, you should be even more worried. The city has no master, so it can be infiltrated. If that happens, all it takes is for the Holy Spirit, the city's master, to appear, right?" Aso was surprised. "Is that so?" Before she could answer, the ground beneath them began to crack. Suddenly, a crack widened, forming a deep pit. Geon quickly jumped out of the way, narrowly avoiding danger. The warning system blared to life. The sounds of alerts from the spatial management system echoed nonstop. "Notice, forced expulsion of unauthorized intruders will take place next week." The space around them began turning red. Strands of light appeared from a mysterious door and surrounded Geon. She screamed in panic, "Geon!" Geon glanced back, where a masked figure was emerging. He coldly said, "You have intruded into the divine realm without permission. From this moment, I will begin the process of expelling you from the divine realm." When they arrived, the other person continued pointing and warned for details, referred to the notice that was sent to you. Hearing this, he asked, "What notice?" "Well, the Dimension Manager has detected an unauthorized presence entering the divine realm. We deeply regret this unlawful intrusion into the great Zodiac's domain. According to the rules, the manager of the divine realm has the right to enforce expulsion, even from the sacred grounds of the Zodiac." Asov, standing nearby, was shocked. Did the Dimension Manager interfere? The person continued, "From the moment you read this section in the warning notice, I will begin the forced expulsion procedure. You will be sent to the gap between dimensions known as the Lesser Divine Realm, and no complaints will be accepted regarding this matter." Geon, now growing defiant, responded, "I've read it. So, you want to kick me out of the divine realm?" The mysterious figure agreed, "Exactly. I will begin the expulsion right away." He immediately resisted. "You think you're fine? I think I'm pretty big myself, and I've got a ton of luggage to carry. Do you think this space crack is big enough to fit me? Anyway, I'm leaving the divine realm soon. I'll be the one to open the exit." He gritted his teeth and smashed the space in front of him. A large crack appeared, with blinding light flashing, and the threads of light vanished. The two others could only stare, unable to believe what they were seeing. A vortex formed, warping the space around them. Geon stood there, smiling in satisfaction, looking out. As easy as that, in and out freely. He was incredibly shocked by this power. "No way. Did you use this method to get here?" Before he could finish speaking, Jan grabbed his head and replied, "Exactly. Those who answer correctly get a reward. But do you even want this reward? John might just use you." Looking at John's devilish expression, he couldn't help but shiver. What? Jan kept pushing, even though he had said he would leave. There were still some things to take care of. "Can you help me come and go anytime?" Ignoring the other's groans, he didn't stop. Jian said to Ayaso, "Surprised, huh?" "Yeah." He held a gemstone with a water droplet symbol on it that extended it toward Ayaso. "Take it." A system interface appeared, and the image of the core of the Holy Grail Master appeared in the vast space filled with countless stars. At the entrance to the holy domain of the God Realm, people were in a state of panic. What's going on? The presence of the Holy Grail had faded. Two girls were visibly anxious. Why did it turn out like this? What did we do? Everyone, calm down. Immediately, a screen appeared showing four gods arguing. Are you serious? That cursed thing has caused trouble in the God Realm. Hold on, don't judge too quickly. Hey kids, is it true that John has arrived in the God Realm? Enough, I said, bring the Holy Grail here. Despite that, the two girls were still confused. unsure of what to do. The brown-haired girl anxiously asked, "When is Geon coming back?" The girl wearing the church hat cried out, "What do we do?" Suddenly, the sound of footsteps and someone speaking caught their attention. "What's all the commotion about?" All four gods were startled. The voice was. Then, everyone's faces darkened. They quickly asked, "What's behind you?" "What? Can't hold back anymore?" Causing trouble again. Geon casually replied, "It's a sacred chalice." Indeed, his answer only made them angrier. What on earth was the space-time manager doing, letting that guy cause chaos here like this? Upon hearing his name mentioned, the manager was startled. But it didn't stop there. Two others in the crowd spoke up. He wiped out the Holy Spirit right in the divine realm. You've really gone too far this time." An elder of the group pointed at him, warning, "This is an emergency. We need to enter the Aquarius Palace and eliminate him. He must be held accountable. Gather the entire Holy Church army." The masked girl beside him added, "Exactly. That madman destroyed the Aquarius Holy Spirit, the one who specializes in healing and restoration, right? And he even plans to steal a Holy Grail. You'll pay dearly for this." The two girls nearby were worried, asking, "Master Lee Geon, what should we do?" Contrary to their anxiety, Geon responded calmly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why are you saying there's no Aquarius Holy Spirit?" The girl beside him trembled even more. On the other side, the two gods were growing increasingly frustrated. One of them shouted, "You're the one talking nonsense." The Aquarius spirit, also known as Iaso, casually spread her arms. "Let me introduce myself, the newly appointed Aquarius spirit." At that moment, a figure appeared, breathing heavily, smiling brightly, and introducing herself. "Hello, everyone. I'm Disinfectant, Iaso." Right then, a notification appeared. Previously, Iaso had been a deity under the Aquarius constellation, a prisoner of the Ophiuchus constellation, but now she was officially the Aquarius spirit. The four gods in front of her paused at the same time, their gazes fixed on Iaso, who had just been introduced as the Aquarius spirit. A system notification immediately popped up, indicating that the introduction of Disinfectant had seriously damaged the honor of the Aquarius zodiac, all because of a sudden, somewhat crude self-introduction. Seeing the notification, Iaso shyly covered her face. "Don't say that." She pointed at the god with the purple hair and complained, "It was Geon who made me say it." Immediately, the purple-haired god, a deity, appeared shocked. That lunatic not only destroyed the spirits, but now he's unilaterally creating new ones. The red-haired god beside him also showed doubt. Could this really happen? Apollo, looking deeply concerned, furrowed his brows and spoke up. Creating a spirit is a serious matter. Does Disinfectant really deserve to be a spirit? Artemis nodded in agreement. "You're right. Without power, it's hard to gain the recognition of the other gods." Lee Geon didn't hesitate for a moment, smiling confidently. "That's why strength is so important." He placed the Holy Grail on the ground. The weight of it made the air tremble. "And you still have your honor. How could you just stand by and let an ordinary person be hailed as a god?" He turned to Iaso, letting out a quiet grunt. "Show them what you can do." Iaso felt a bit anxious, but she responded immediately, "Yes." She quickly activated her energy, drawing out her power as a surge of water began to flow from the Holy Grail. Iaso stretched out her hands, further strengthening the water within the Grail. Not only that, it began to glow with an ethereal light, illuminating the space around them. The water pressure suddenly increased, forming a massive column of water that shot straight up into the air. Water flowed continuously from the Holy Grail, creating a stunning and majestic sight. As the water column rose higher than her head, with sparkling droplets continuously falling, the gods were left speechless. "It can't be holy water." "Those are the tears of the goddess," one god exclaimed in disbelief. The old god, his face flushed, stared at the scene before him with growing unease. This wasn't just the power of the Holy Grail. Another force had triggered its abilities. On the opposite side, Apollo and Artemis stood stunned, gazing at the goddess's tears created by Iaso. Suddenly, they both noticed something else. Apollo grinned, his mouth wide open. "It really works." Geon stood nearby, watching Iaso concentrate on forming the holy water, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Good," he thought. "It seems it was worth entrusting the core of the Holy Grail's master to her. She not only has exceptional power, but now inherits the Holy Grail's divine strength. It's like giving a tiger wings." As he recalled that moment, Geon suddenly called out to her, "Disinfectant." Iaso was startled and quickly replied, "Yes." Geon held up a glowing blue gemstone. "This is the core of the Holy Grail's master." He smiled gently at her and said, "Take it." He continued, "Take it and swallow it. From now on, you will be the divine being of the Aquarius constellation." Upon hearing this, Iaso's heart raced in panic. She was so panicked that her hands and feet felt all tangled up. "I can't do it. How could I?" Geon quickly reassured her, "You can do it. It will take time, but the power of this core will gradually merge with you. He paused for a moment, then continued, right now, Aquarius has no master. Without stability, everything will only get more chaotic, both inside and out. Becoming a deity isn't a bad thing, is it? I also still seem uncertain after hearing this, but can I really do it? Jian took out the core of the Holy Grail and comforted her. It's okay, you can do it. I'll handle the others. Back in the present, Aso smiled confidently. In her mind, John's words echoed. She just needed to show her abilities to the other deities. Her body was drenched in holy water, but her expression remained resolute. I can not only unleash the power of the Holy Grail, but I can also wield all the powers that the previous deity used. Though I haven't been a deity for long, I am confident that I am fully deserving of representing Aquarius. The girl who witnessed the scene looked at her with admiration. She's amazing. Is her strength always like this? At that moment, Apollo seemed to ignite with a fiery will. I will definitely support you, he said. Artemis, overwhelmed by Apollo's intense heat, fell silent. I agree with you. This person's abilities are truly reliable, Artemis added. Taurus, unable to hold back his anger, shouted, those are just the lackeys of the god of destruction. Capricorn also expressed his discontent. I admit the kid has talent, but we can't just let you decide to make them a deity. At that moment, John raised his hand, signaling to Aso. Disinfectant, Jian ordered. That's enough. I'll take care of the internal affairs of the Aquarius constellation, he continued. He looked down at the group below and added, I gathered everyone from the Aquarius constellation here and asked them. No one objects to making disinfectant the Aquarius deity. The people below cheered in agreement. Seeing this, Taurus protested. You're pushing people too far. Jian bluntly questioned the two of them, so what's the issue? As you said, Aquarius is dedicated to healing and restoration. But why does the position of the leader remain unfilled? His expression turned cold. Or what? You want another fight? Just because I'm not speaking up, you think I'm harmless? Taurus thought to herself, Asterisk, you know we're not allowed to use our powers freely in the territories of other constellations, so you're raising your voice like this, Asterisk. She gritted her teeth and spoke up. At least, unless the consent or opposition of the other gods is confirmed, it can be accepted. Jian smirked upon hearing this. So what you're saying is, if the decision is made by majority, you'll accept it? Just then, the system displayed a notification. The god of Scorpio has declared support. More notifications followed. The god of Taurus has declared opposition. The god of Capricorn has declared opposition. They couldn't accept the sudden appointment of a new god. GM concluded 1 in favor, 2 opposed. Then he paused to think, if I count my own vote and those of the people here, the result is a tie, 4-4. GM clenched his lips, his eyes filled with determination as he calculated his next move. When he considered Disinfectant's position among the gods, the victory the others had planned seemed like the clearest route. Just then, Kim-in-woo spoke, laughing loudly. Lee Geon, are you really struggling to think this through? She wasn't being polite at all, pointing directly at his face. But what now? Even with you in the mix, the result will still be a tie. Kim-in-woo kept mocking him. Do the other gods even support you? Jin gritted his teeth, silently enduring it. Humph, I want to overthrow them so badly, but I'll have to wait patiently until that fool shows up. At that moment, a voice came from behind, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of power. You dare come directly to the divine realm? You got some nerve. Everyone was stunned. Apollo was shocked. This voice. Jian smirked darkly. Did you fall asleep again? He felt a sense of relief inside. My protector god. Jian called out loudly. Narasimha! Narasimha, serious and commanding, urged. We don't have time to waste. Let's start the rematch immediately. Taurus spoke up in protest. This is not the time for that. Narasimha, enraged, shot back. What did you say? Even a Capricorn god condemns this. We're choosing a new Aquarius saint. Narasimha didn't care, shouting out, what's the big deal? I'll fight that Jian guy. Let them choose the Aquarius saint. Taurus, hearing this, grew angry, unable to understand why this monster was speaking so recklessly. Narasimha turned to look at Jian, who was happily standing in front of him. If the vote goes through, I'll fight you, Narasimha declared. Jian wasn't scared at all. In fact, he seemed even more excited. Does it have the pure water of Aquarius? That sounds even more fun. Narasimha opened his mouth and roared. I agree. His lion-like roar echoed, shaking the ground and causing cracks to form all around. Taurus clenched his ears, tightly gritting his teeth in pain, thinking to himself, that damn idiot. He silently calculated in his mind. We need one more vote. Taurus ordered, contact the Pisces Saint. Try the 23rd time. Pisces, you need to get in touch now. The system displayed a message. Unable to contact. Please leave a message and we'll get back to you later. The Taurus god, seeing this, became enraged. That guy isn't helping at all. The system continued to announce votes for the Aquarius candidate disinfectant to ascend to the throne. A total of 12 gods, with 10 participating in the vote. Out of those, 9 voted in favor, 5 voted against, 3 abstained, 1 vote was for destruction, and 1 god is missing. The voting has concluded. With support from the star clusters outside the Ophiuchus constellation, the Aquarius god disinfectant officially ascended and became the new Aquarius god. Asel, relieved and overjoyed, said, "I did it." Asclepios' 2 daughters were equally thrilled, congratulating Apollo, who was still holding back a smile. He clapped in approval of Iaso. Artemis, standing nearby, couldn't help but be speechless at the scene. She reminded him, "Relax." At that moment, the Taurus constellation's god appeared. "Lion, what are you doing?" Another god scolded, "You idiot, if you can't do it, at least don't mess things up." With purple hair, another god angrily condemned, "Fool, this god just points fingers. What do you plan to do about it?" Narasimha ignored them and pushed the 2 aside. "It's too noisy. Don't get in my way, move." He stomped his foot on the floor facing Jen. Narasimha eagerly cracked his knuckles. "Ha ha ha, you're still keeping your promise, right?" GM replied calmly, "Of course, I value my word." Narasimha glared at him. "This time, I'm definitely going to settle the debt from before." Just then, an unexpected notification appeared, causing him to freeze. The message came from the Dimension Manager, instructing the forced expulsion of those who had illegally entered the Divine Realm. Lee Geon quickly jumped into the system's deep red void, wearing a mocking expression. "Forced expulsion, huh?" The system displayed another message, leaving Narasimha even more stunned. The forced expulsion of illegal intruders into the Divine Realm has been successfully completed. His face darkened, and he turned to look at the system staff. The person was trembling. Forced expulsion. The more he spoke, the more his voice shook. "Expulsion successful," he stammered. Narasimha then turned to look at the other gods. They quickly realized the situation and hurriedly turned away, avoiding his gaze. Finally, Narasimha lost control and went into a full rage. He grabbed the system staff member, swinging him through the air to release some of his anger. The others watched in shock and quickly ran away in panic. The scene shifted to an island in the Pacific, once known as the Black Zone of the human world. Hugo Otters was starting a fire while wondering when will Lee Geon come back. He frowned with worry. Once again, that person was making everyone anxious, and his father wanted to bring him back. Cheon Sung Jae asked, what could happen to him? Hugo sighed, still troubled. "I'm just worried about what he'll do next." Sophie, however, had a different thought. "Please don't come back. Why am I suffering like this?" She thought back to the times when she had foamed at the mouth, dizzy and disoriented. Sophie muttered bitterly, "It's all because of that Lee Geon guy." She felt deep sorrow for her past. He would always blame the saint for acting the way he did. Suddenly, Sophie had an epiphany. "Wait a minute, I'm not a saint anymore," she shouted, causing Ju to jolt awake from his half-sleep. "I've made my decision." Sophie jumped up, full of energy, and shouted loudly, "Since my powers are gone, I won't be a saint anymore. From now on, I'm going to live a normal life, and he won't bother me again." She continued shouting, "I won't carry this burden anymore. I'll let it all go and finally feel free." Samjae, speechless, asked, "Do you want me to wake her up?" Hugo, equally exhausted, replied, "No need." Sophie, even more excited, kept on yelling, "Goodbye, John, goodbye, disaster." Just then, a system notification appeared, leaving her frozen. A message from the 4 holy temples of Ophiuchus popped up. The detox medicine from the Ophiuchus constellation's lower body has become the new deity Aquarius. Aquarius deity disinfectant has appointed Sophie Marty as a saint. Aquarius deity disinfectant has sworn loyalty to Lee Geon. The Aquarius temple is now a subordinate of Ophiuchus. Immediately after, a flood of messages appeared. "Where do you think you're going? Where do you think you're going?" The other 3 looked at Sophie, who was now on the floor, crying in shock. They all bent down, stunned. Kaylee glanced at the scene and muttered. She had an accident. From that moment on, Lee Geon started teasing Sophie by calling her Little Miss Accident instead of Pest. And Sophie began to resent Lee Geon even more than before.